After being reborn, the first thing I did was to search for a thick and large leech in the Yangtze River, and without hesitation, I swallowed it whole. Even though it was wriggling desperately in my throat, I forced myself to swallow it down despite the nausea. This was because the apocalypse brought by gamma rays had arrived, and everyone had a chance to awaken the last animal they consumed. Some ate a crocodile belt and transformed into a giant crocodile, devouring everything. Some imitated Hannibal and awakened the true dragon bloodline, soaring through the skies. As for me, in my previous life, I had eaten a duck neck and ended up becoming a rat that everyone wanted to kill, ultimately being stomped to death by an unknown creature. Now, after being reborn, I have obtained an infinite devouring system. The stronger the object I devour, the more feedback I receive. This mutated leech from my previous life will soon transform into a glutton that devours all things. At this moment, I looked at the box in front of me, which contained a completely red leech, its fat body wriggling like a red maggot. Devouring it will make me stronger, so why hesitate? Let's do it. I steeled my heart, rolled up my sleeves, and reached into the glass box, trying to fish out the mutated leech. However, the mutated leech kept rolling and not only escaped my grasp but also bit my finger, tearing away a large chunk of flesh, and blood gushed out from my finger, making the blood in the box even thicker. Feeling the fresh blood being injected, the mutated leech became extremely excited. Seeing this, I instantly got angry, quickly grabbed the leech, and then swallowed it whole in one go. Congratulations, host, for successfully devouring the mutated leech. Gene sequence extraction successful. Immediately, a tingling sensation spread through my fingers. Looking down, I saw that the large chunk of flesh that had been bitten off from my fingertip was actually sprouting countless blood-colored threads, which wrapped around the wound in just 2.5 seconds, and a brand new piece of flesh grew back, achieving regeneration of the severed limb. In addition, I felt a surge of immense power within my body, and I was filled with boundless strength. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, looking at myself in the reflection, I was once again stunned. My height, originally around 1.7 meters, had directly grown to 1.9 meters, my black hair had turned into a mane of crimson long hair, and my gray-brown pupils had transformed into a bright red color. Upon closer inspection, there was an eerie feeling. After carefully examining my body, I discovered that a mouth had appeared in the palm of my right hand, resembling an abyss, filled with dozens of small, sharp fangs, identical to the mouthparts of the mutated leech, capable of absorbing the blood of enemies. However, this made me somewhat troubled. The dark turmoil had not yet begun, and with my current appearance, it seemed impossible to go out. Just as this thought arose, my crimson long hair returned to normal, and the mouth in my palm disappeared. Seeing this, I was astonished. It has been less than 2 days since the dark turmoil began, and I still have 2 opportunities to devour. I must continue to consume. In my memory, there is an invisible wealthy man in Daju City who has a rare electric eel in his collection. I remember that after the outbreak of the dark turmoil, this rare electric eel would also become a mutated beast, capable of releasing terrifying lightning. If I could devour it, perhaps I could unlock stronger abilities through gene sequence recombination. However, with my current identity, it is obviously impossible to meet this invisible wealthy man. Fortunately, he has a daughter who happens to be studying at Qingbei University. After tidying up, I headed straight to the school and soon arrived at an abandoned park not far from the school. Yen Ruyu, the daughter of a wealthy family, leads an extremely low-key life. To avoid exposing her identity as a rich second generation, she walks here after school before getting in a car to leave. When I arrived at the park, I happened to see a stunning figure standing not far away. The girl exuded a unique aura, giving off a vibe that made people feel she was unapproachable. Just then, a Rolls-Royce drove in from a distance, followed by 3 bodyguards who got out and respectfully opened the car door. As I saw Yen Ruyu about to get in the car and leave, I stepped out from around the corner with a smile and casually said to the bodyguards, "It's a kidnapping." Yen Ruyu's expression remained calm, seemingly not taking me seriously. After all, these 3 bodyguards were all professional military veterans, carefully selected to be Yen Ruyu's personal bodyguards. The leading bodyguard rushed at me without saying a word, and I simply threw a punch at him. The bodyguard's features twisted, and he didn't even have time to scream before being sent flying 5 meters away, crashing into a crooked tree and losing consciousness. Yen Ruyu's eyes widened in shock, and the other 2 bodyguards, who had been somewhat restless, were also frozen in place. I was a bit astonished myself, not expecting to have such strength. Then, I casually walked up to the Rolls-Royce and tentatively kicked it. With a loud thud, the handbrake-locked Rolls-Royce was kicked 3 meters away, and the entire side door was deformed, deeply dented. The scene fell into a dead silence. Yen Ruyu looked stunned, while the 2 bodyguards were directly paralyzed on the ground in fear. I ignored the 2 bodyguards and went straight to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu said nervously, "Are you here to rob money or to rob me?" Call your father Yen Shengtian and have him bring the rare electric eel from his collection. One hand for the goods, one hand for the person. Yen Ruyu frowned, her mind struggling to comprehend that this person had gone to such lengths to kidnap her just for the rare electric eel her father collected. But given the current situation, Yen Ruyu could only take out her phone and call Yen Shengtian, briefly explaining her current predicament and my demands. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Tian Shang group, a middle-aged man with a stern expression answered a phone call and instantly felt like he was facing a great enemy. This is outrageous. In Daju City, someone actually dares to kidnap my daughter. He instructed his men to notify the military and request reinforcements, while also calling in the top medical team in Daju City to prepare for any emergencies. After arranging all of this, Yen Shengtian had the driver head back home first to retrieve the rare eel. I have done as you requested. My father will arrive here in half an hour. I nodded, and after a moment of contemplation, I spoke. In 2 days, a great aurora will sweep across Blue Star, and all living beings on Blue Star will undergo mutations, becoming mutated beasts. The world order will collapse, and society will fall into chaos. By then, this eel will also turn into a mutated beast, and your whole family will perish. Yen Ruyu said nothing, just stared at me blankly as if looking at an idiot. Believe it or not, I won't take this electric eel for nothing. In exchange, I can inform you of this news in advance. We can consider it a fair trade. What you are saying is really hard for me to believe. Yen Ruyu shook her head. I didn't waste any words and immediately placed my right index finger on the ground, punching down, and the finger was instantly smashed into a pulp. Immediately, blood-red threads surged from the finger, restoring it to its original state. The two bodyguards watching this scene from a distance felt their scalps tingle, and Yen Ruyu was equally shocked on the spot. Your family's business is spread throughout the entire Great Confucian City. After the dark turmoil descends, various supplies will become scarce. If you can trust me, you can choose to follow me. I can lead you to survive. Even spirit beast warriors need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. I am no exception. Moreover, no matter how strong a person is, they can never match 4 hands with just 2 fists. It is essential to gather allies, and the Yen family is obviously a good ally. I understand. I will discuss it with my father, Yen Ruyu said seriously as she raised her head. At that moment, the sound of police sirens came from a distance, and numerous armored vehicles stopped in front of the few people. A middle-aged man got out of the car and, upon seeing the deformed Rolls-Royce, Yen Xingtian's heart sank to the bottom. But when he saw that Yen Ruyu was unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. I glanced at the armed military personnel and casually smiled at Yen Shengtian, saying, Boss Yen, you brought what I wanted, right? Yen Shengtian was taken aback, not expecting the person who kidnapped his daughter to be so young. This is what you wanted. Saying this, Yen Shengtian threw the suitcase over. I caught the suitcase and opened it, revealing a completely blue eel inside, emitting a foul seafood smell. Without saying a word, I directly picked up the electric eel and started to gnaw on it. Seeing this, Yen Shengtian was dumbfounded, and the military personnel were also stunned, thinking that they had encountered a strange person. After gnawing on the electric eel, my body surprisingly released a current, causing Yen Shengtian to gasp in shock. It should be known that the current released by this electric eel could kill a medium-sized fierce dog. Congratulations, host, on successfully devouring the rare electric eel. Gene sequence extraction successful. The characteristics of the red electric armed inheritance of severed limb rebirth can absorb blood and condense a layer of blood armor with lightning attributes. Immediately, with a thought, my originally black short hair instantly turned into long red hair, and my pupils also transformed into a fiery red. I extended my index finger and directly condensed a blood ball. The blood ball exploded in mid-air, and the military personnel present felt a powerful current pass through their bodies the moment they touched the blood ball, causing them to collapse to the ground, unconscious. Only Yen Ruyu and Yen Shengtian remained unharmed. Xiao Tian turned back to look at the father and daughter, and then quietly disappeared into the night. After leaving the park, Xiao Tian began to think about the next object to devour again. At first light tomorrow morning, there will be less than a day left before the dark unrest. He had one last chance to devour it, and he had to finish it before the turmoil began. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly thought that in the zoo in Deju City, there appeared to be a special eagle with feathers as hard as iron and could also emit a piercing chirp. It appears to be a special falcon bred by hand. However, because of its special nature, it was currently the only one in the entire Blue Star. He himself now possessed the blood armor and also controlled the ability of lightning, just short of the means to fly. But even though he already had a goal, as a human, Xiao Tian still needed to rest. Tonight made such a big commotion. It is estimated that the entire Deju City is now fried. First rest for the night, tomorrow morning directly move. What Xiao Tian didn't know was that the scene that happened tonight happened to be recorded on a cell phone and uploaded to the internet. It was almost a matter of minutes. The whole Dragon Country internet, directly fried pot. Chapter 4 Trinity. fusion and sublimation. What Xiao Tian did last night was fully recorded by the nearby surveillance and uploaded to the internet. For a while, all the major platforms were sensationalized. Even foreign platforms are going crazy with retweets. On top of that, incidents of mutant beasts injuring people had already appeared in some parts of Blue Star, triggering countless speculations. Seriously, this isn't photoshopped, is it? As we all know, videos can't be photoshopped. This must be real. Superheroes coming into reality? That's too much bull ********. In addition to this Superman, some monsters have appeared one after another all over Blue Star. What's wrong with this world? The internet is buzzing with discussion and panic is creeping in. Soon there were experts stepping up to the plate, playing their specialty of fooling the masses and calming the panic. However, the state of affairs has increased rather than decreased. Inside a Western-style villa, Yan Tiancheng looked at the news report on the television with a grave expression, his expression becoming extremely complicated. Dad, it seems that Xiao Tian didn't lie to us. The dark unrest is real, and according to what he said, we only have less than a day left, Yan Ruyu said in a deep voice. Yan Tiancheng nodded his head numbly. He didn't believe Xiao Tian's words at first and only felt that the other party was mentally deranged. Dark unrest? Mutant beasts appear? Isn't this a setting and bridge that only happens in doomsday movies? But now that these absurdities had happened before his eyes, there was no room for disbelief. Even though he was accustomed to seeing big waves in the shopping mall, he felt incomparably shocked. Ru, you stay home first. I'm going to the nearby warehouse to prepare some supplies and will be back soon. Yan Tiancheng got up and put on his jacket and suddenly said, Dad. Yan Ruyu also followed and got up together. I'll go with you too. Rental house. Xiao Tian stretched and sat up. This sleep last night was extraordinarily solid. Randomly, I picked up my cell phone and saw the news report as well. The dark unrest hasn't officially begun yet, but some of the plants and animals and insects have already been affected by the aurora borealis and mutated early. This is not surprising. It's just an appetizer now, and the real doom will come when the dark unrest officially descends. But all of this had nothing to do with Xiao Tian anymore. This time he was already ahead of everyone before the opening. Time to keep devouring. Xiao Tian simply washed up and then went out and took a cab to the Great Confucian First Zoo. The cab traveled to the zoo, and Xiao Tian had just paid to get off when he saw the zoo in chaos. Countless people had been running wildly towards the outside with terrified expressions. Apparently received that emergency notification as well. Monsters appear. This is put on Who Is Not Afraid. Without any pause, Xiao Tian squeezed through the crowd and took the initiative to walk towards the zoo. After following his memory and coming to stand in front of the cage that held that particular falcon, Xiao Tian's entire body was a bit confused, because this falcon has developed a mutation. The black feathers seemed like a sharp blade, flashing with a chilling aura, and the eyes were actually upside down like vipers. The falcon didn't appear to be fully mutated though, only half mutated. At this moment, the falcon was slapping the iron cage with its sharp beak, and with a creak the cage was finally broken open with a large hole. This semi-mutated falcon let out an ear-piercing chirp and leaped out from the cave entrance, actually heading straight for Xiao Tian. Newbie. Bang! The falcon's movements were infinitely slowed down in his eyes, and in a flash of lightning, Xiao Tian held the falcon's neck with one hand. It was only a half-mutated mutant beast that actually dared to take a shot at itself. It's really true that if you don't go to heaven, you can't break into hell. Xiao Tian did not hesitate, and a mouthpiece appeared in his palm, and he tore at the falcon. The falcon let out a pained roar and waved its wings to frantically cut Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's arm was instantly riddled with holes, but soon countless strands of blood emerged and repaired these wounds. Newbie. Seeing that the attack had no effect, the falcon let out a sharp roar in an attempt to have an effect on Xiao Tian. The impact was indeed great. Xiao Tian's eardrums were directly shattered, but they were quickly repaired by the blood filaments. Grass. Xiao Tian's anger rose from his heart, his long red hair fluttered, and a hideous eel head emerged on his shoulder as he rushed at the falcon with a bite. Zip, zip, zip. A surge of electricity crossed the room, the charred scent spread, and the falcon's flailing wings gradually lowered. Lifespan is all but gone. Seeing this, Xiao Tian directly nibbled on it. Crunchy, chicken flavor. It's the feathers on this thing that are as hard and sharp as a knife blade. In order to ensure the success of the gene extraction, Xiao Tian even swallowed the feathers hard. The feather could not be chewed, and the moment it was swallowed, it directly cut through Xiao Tian's intestines. However, with his strong self-healing power, Xiao Tian hardened himself to endure the excruciating pain and swallowed it completely. Congratulations to the host for successfully swallowing a half-mutated falcon. Gene sequence extraction successful. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 1. Gene sequence number 9766. Trinity, inheriting the characteristic of rebirth of severed limbs. It extends a pair of wings, releasing thunderbolt feathers to slice enemies and absorbing blood through the air to strengthen itself. Xiao Tian's mind moved and a pair of huge black feathered wings with a diameter of 6 meters suddenly appeared behind his back. As his feathered wings lifted, Xiao Tian instantly scrambled above the sky as if he were a rocket. Flying tastes so good, Xiao Tian grinned, and only then did he notice that there were many passers-by beside him, looking at himself dumbfounded. Is this a human being or not? First it rushed in and ate the falcon, then it grew wings of its own. You're playing Devour evolution here. Xiao Tian did not care. Now that the mutant beasts had started to appear, it was only a matter of time before the spirit beast warriors appeared as well. The countdown to the collapse of the world order has already begun, and it doesn't really matter whether one's identity is revealed or not. All 3 devouring opportunities have been used up. If I want to continue devouring, I guess I'll have to raise my strength. It's a good thing that this falcon is only half mutated, otherwise I might not even be able to devour it. In fact, the genes that could be extracted from devouring mutant beasts were stronger than devouring these rare animals. But unfortunately, his current self could only devour flora and fauna as well as insects, and he was not yet able to devour mutant beasts. Gollum! Right at this moment, Xiao Tian's stomach suddenly growled. An indescribable hunger that overrode biological instincts instantly spread throughout his body. The body seems to be emptied. Xiao Tian's gaze condensed as he looked down at the frantically fleeing masses below, and he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 5, A Slap in the Face and a Blowout. A strong desire to eat continuously impacted Xiao Tian's soul. He suddenly had a strong urge to hug and nibble, an urge that was like an instinctive response etched into his genes. Appetite for humans. Is he turning into a zombie? It's a side effect of the spirit beast warrior. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Tian suddenly came to a realization. Spirit beast warrior, a product born from the mutation of human genes and animal genes combined with each other. Because of the animal genes in their bodies, many spirit animal warriors develop special fetishes. Like, for example, a spirit beast warrior fused with the hound gene likes to eat, and a spirit beast warrior fused with the rooster gene likes to eat bugs. While one animal gene was still the case, he had fused the genes of 3 whole animals, and still leeches, electric eels, and falcons are the kind of prey animals that are either rare or mutated in their own right. These 3 special genes were fused together to cause him to appear like this. Reason figured out, but cannibalism was definitely out of the question. He could swallow leeches alive in order to become stronger, but something like cannibalism was too crazy. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and restrained the desire in his heart as he quickly flew away from the scene with his wings spread out and soon arrived at a large supermarket. Many people in the supermarket are buying supplies, and canned foods like these are the best choice. Now that the dark unrest has not officially descended, people are still able to exercise the most basic restraint. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Xiao Tian appear. Xiao Tian was still in his animalized form, and the wings behind his back were still very oppressive despite having been closed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The monsters are fighting their way in. I don't know who yelled. And everyone dropped their stuff and ran like crazy towards the outside of the supermarket. Xiao Tian didn't care and came straight to the fresh food area, grabbed a piece of beef with blood and gnawed and chewed on it. Then he looked mesmerized. Never thought that raw meat could be this delicious. Anyway, there was no need to pay, so Xiao Tian finished off more than 10 pounds of beef before calling it quits. With the wine and the food, it was time to consider the route to follow. In the dark and turbulent times, a person's power is ultimately limited. Only to form their own forces to create their own base is the king. As for killing mutant beasts to upgrade, there was no hurry for now. The dark unrest hadn't officially begun, and the mutant beasts that appeared now were all low-level existences that didn't have much experience to kill. Remembering that he had already informed Yen Ruyu of the matter last time, he didn't know how the other party had considered it. Right in the middle of Xiao Tian's thoughts, his cell phone rang and it was Yen Ruyu calling. It was the other person who had taken the initiative to leave a phone number after the last goodbye at the deserted park. Just after pressing the connect button, Yen Ruyu's slightly panicked voice came from the other end. Xiao Tian, something happened on our side. A few humanoid monsters rushed into. Can you come over? Yen Ruyu's voice was slightly panicked and a bit overwhelmed. Could be. Xiao Tian didn't talk nonsense and hung up after asking for the approximate address. The black wings on his back violently unfolded, directly smashing through the half-meter-thick concrete ceiling and rushing out of the mall. Following the address provided by Yen Ruyu, Xiao Tian soon arrived near a food warehouse. If memory serves, this is also a warehouse under the Yen family. Narrowing his mesmerizing eyes, Xiao Tian incited the feathered wings behind his back and directly swooped downward. In the meantime, in the warehouse, a large amount of supplies were stocked, basically processed foods that would last for a long time. 2 guys with hideous heads and horns were watching the scene with ecstasy. It's still Big Brother's head that's good. Taking over this warehouse, we won't have to worry about food in the future. A guy with a pig's nose and covered in fat let out a loud laugh. Beside him, a 3-meter tall man with bull horns also laughed maniacally. Monsters have appeared all over the world, but we have gained the superpower of bestiality. We are the sons of luck favored by the heavens, and we can do whatever we want to do now." Both of them laughed out loud at the same time. They were neighborhood hoodlums who suddenly gained the ability to bestialize, and the two were so ecstatic that they didn't understand how powerful they were at first, until they were shot as monsters by a nearby patrol, who were pleasantly surprised to find that bullets could not have the slightest effect on them. They're supermen. So after regimenting the patrol, the two came here and took over the warehouse. Yen Tianchang and Yen Ruyu's father and daughter followed the workers and crouched on the ground, looking at the scene helplessly. Right at this moment, that bullhorn man suddenly noticed Yen Ruyu in the crowd, and his eyes instantly lit up, rubbing his hands together and smiling evilly. "I didn't realize there was a windfall this time." The pig-nosed man also followed hee straight music. "Big brother, the very best. Very best ah." This is the kind of woman they wouldn't have dared to look at more than once before. But now, "Big brother, let's find a place. You go first, I'll push you from behind." "No, I like to do it where there's a lot of people." Old man, listening to the nasty conversation between the two, Yen Ruyu's pretty face gradually paled. Yen Tianchang tightly protected Yen Ruyu behind him, also frowning, just about to say something. Just then, a breach was made in the roof of the warehouse. With the wings stirring behind his back, Xiao Tian was like a falling meteor as he rushed directly into the factory. "It's Xiao Tian." Seeing Xiao Tian appear, Yen Ruyu did not know why, but she suddenly let out a long breath of relief. Right at this moment, the two also looked at Xiao Tian. "I didn't think that besides us, there are actually people who have gained the favor of the heavens. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, or else." Xiao Tian snapped his ears and was too lazy to talk nonsense with these two goods. A slap was thrown straight out. Two crunching sounds and two men, unable to fight back, had their heads smashed and exploded on the spot. Dead silence. The workers who had curled up into a ball looked at Xiao Tian dumbfounded. The two monsters from earlier were already terrifying enough, but they didn't expect to be taken out in a slap. "I can't believe there's another one that's even scarier." Many people were splattered with the hot liquid on their faces, and were stunned on the spot with their livers cracking. Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianxing's father and daughter looked at Xiao Tian in a mute manner, and their moods were also difficult to calm down for a long time. Those two people earlier should be the spirit beast warriors that Xiao Tian had spoken of. They have powers far beyond those of normal people, and it is not too much to say that they are superheroes appearing in reality. As a result, it's just a slap in the face of pulp. Now that the dark unrest hasn't officially descended yet, the mutant beasts that have appeared are all generally not very strong, and the spirit beast warriors that have appeared now are in a similar situation. Xiao Tian rubbed his palms and looked at the father and daughter as he spoke out in explanation. If it was before, seeing two people explode in front of his eyes, even Xiao Tian, who had seen great storms, would not be able to restrain himself from vomiting. It's an instinctive reaction. But now, perhaps because of the fusion of the genes of the three animals, Xiao Tian did not have any special feeling. Instead, he crouched down on the ground and reached out to dip his finger in a bit of blood and took a sip. Then he threw up. Not as good as raw meat. Not as good as raw meat? Has this one already eaten human flesh? Grass. The father and daughter were beyond horrified. Yen Ruyu's entire face was as white as paper, and Yen Tianchang also swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. How's the consideration of the last matter? Xiao Tian looked at Yen Ruyu and suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Yen Tianchang protected Yen Ruyu behind him and asked after a long time of hesitation. Xiao Tian little friend, if we don't choose to cooperate with you, will you eat us? Xiao Tian. Chapter 6, The Collapse of Order and the Beginning of Unrest. Yen Tianchang's face was white and his lips were purple, and the trepidation in his eyes was so alive that he wanted to slap himself. Had he known that Xiao Tian was this strong, he should have agreed to the other party's invitation for cooperation in the first place. Two spirit beast warriors were said to be killed, and in case the other party got angry and really stewed them, he would have no place to cry. Yen Ruyu's expression also changed subtly. It was not true that she was a high-strung schoolgirl, but schoolgirls were also human beings, and who could not panic in the face of such a supernatural phenomenon? It was the workers huddled in the corner who were most panicked at the moment. Nima, two ruthless men had just died violently, and this Hannibal of the Dragon Kingdom in front of him had worked up an appetite. The heavens are long, and why are they thin? Taking in the reactions of the crowd's expressions, Xiao Tian silently rubbed his temples. There's a sense of powerlessness that comes from an octogenarian woman having a yellow rumor made about her. He ate animals raw because he could extract gene sequences to strengthen himself. He had no interest in eating people. I have no interest in cannibalism. The dark unrest is about to begin. What are your plans now? Xiao Tian asked as he looked at the father and daughter. Hearing Xiao Tian's promise that he did not like cannibalism, the father and daughter, along with the many workers at the scene, exhaled a long breath of turbid air. If it wasn't for little friend Xiao Tian, we would already be dead people. We will listen to you on what to do subsequently. Yan Tianshang looked at Xiao Tian with a burning gaze. He, Tianshang Group, had some cooperation with the military, and there were channels to understand some important internal news. But this was the only thing that I hadn't heard half a word about, and even the people in the military seemed to have no knowledge of it, whereas Xiao Tian was able to know about the dark unrest in advance, and being the same spirit beast warrior, he was able to manage to crush it, and anyone with a clear eye could see that it was not simple. As a hidden mega-rich man in Deja City, Yan Tianqing's mind was quite clear and he quickly analyzed the pros and cons. It's a sure thing to be able to work with someone like that and hold on to each other's thighs. Good. Seeing this, Xiao Tian didn't make any nonsense and nodded his head. Dark turmoil is about to descend. When that time comes, all the existing order will collapse. Finding a safe place to build a base is the first thing to do now. The security level of the villa on my side is quite high, and the materials are top-notch in every aspect. So little friend Xiao Tian can go there if he doesn't mind. Yan Tianshang hurriedly said. Could be. Xiao Tian nodded his head once again. He had exactly that intention. Right now, just having a strong strength meant little. After the dark turmoil descended, all kinds of supplies would become in short supply, and at a later stage, the environment would also mutate. A 10,000-year cold snap and a 10-year drought will follow. This is the time when a safe shelter is especially important. After making sure, Xiao Tian looked at the workers huddled in the corner again. If you guys want to leave, I won't stop you, and if you want to stay, you can also stay and follow me. Creating a base definitely requires some level of labor. The subsequent removal of supplies from the outside would also require manpower, and it was impossible for Xiao Tian to do this kind of thing himself. The workers looked at each other. In the end, most of them chose to stay, except for a few who chose to leave. Although it wasn't clear what the dark unrest was, the scene that had happened earlier had shocked them greatly. The current world was already not peaceful, and since Boss Yen had chosen to follow the teenager in front of him, it would not be wrong for them to follow as well. The dark unrest is far more brutal and dangerous than you think. Since you chose to follow me, you must obey my orders unconditionally. Is that clear? Xiao Tian looked around the crowd and faintly asked. Understood. The crowd responded with a call. Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction, then greeted the crowd and began to carry the supplies. With these supplies, even if the dark unrest descended now, it would be enough to sustain them for a long time. Luckily, the dark turmoil hadn't officially descended yet, and the number of mutant beasts and spirit beast warriors was extremely limited right now. On the way back, no surprises were encountered. An hour later, all the supplies were successfully transported back to the villa at mid-levels cloudside. It was also thanks to the villa. If it was a residential building or such a place, it would not be able to store so many supplies. In the villa's living room, father and daughter sat panting on the sofa. Yan Tiansheng suddenly sat up straight and looked at Xiao Tian. Little friend Xiao Tian, shouldn't we continue to stock up on supplies? According to you, the dark unrest will continue forever, and with so many of us, these supplies won't be enough to consume for long. Xiao Tian secretly nodded his head. No matter if it was dark unrest or zombie frenzy, as long as it was in the context of the apocalypse, supplies were everything. In his previous life, some people control a large amount of supplies, call the wind and rain to do whatever they want, just rely on some food can recruit a large number of strong for their own use. A variety of beautiful women are scrambling to warm the bed. This time when he returned from Rebirth and also possessed a system, Xiao Tian's ambition was naturally not only limited to this amount of supplies. He wants to monopolize the entire market for supplies. Shaking his head, Xiao Tian said, the supplies naturally need to continue to be collected, but right now we have more important things to do. The first Forbidden Land is about to descend, and the various supplies in the Forbidden Land are even more important to us. If he remembered correctly, quite a few of the materials in the first Forbidden Land could be used to build a base, which was exactly what Xiao Tian currently needed. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tiansheng exchanged a glance, and although they were not sure what this Forbidden Land actually meant, they did not say much in the end. Just then, Xiao Tian also noticed a problem. In his previous life, the father and daughter didn't have the chance to become spirit beast warriors because of the sudden mutation of the electric eel that died tragically in their home. I don't know if this one has that opportunity. If both father and daughter could become spirit beast warriors, it would be a boost for himself. Xiao Tian, I remember you said that if you hadn't taken that rare electric eel, we would all have died horribly after the outbreak of the dark unrest. Is that true? Yan Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian and asked suddenly after a long hesitation. Seeing Xiao Tian nod his head, the father and daughter were instantly scared. Yan Ruyu had already informed Yan Tiansheng of this matter. At first both of them were a bit unconvinced, but now that they had experienced these things, there was no way for them to be unconvinced. If only we could also have the strength like you, little friend Xiao Tian. Yan Tiansheng sighed. Maybe give it a try. Xiao Tian said. Try? Yan Tianshang froze for a moment, then excitedly said, "Could it be that we can also become spirit beast warriors?" Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes also carried a hint of hopefulness. When the dark unrest begins, an aurora will sweep across the blue planet, and there is a chance that some people will awaken to become the last animal eaten before the aurora descends, though the probability is random. It's like how some people won't mutate when they eat beef but others can. It's all a matter of probability, and the chances aren't unlikely as long as the ingredients are broad enough. Xiao Tian roughly all is once again the principal, then led the father and daughter to the warehouse, searched a large pile of ingredients, made a pot of stew, beef, pork, melon seeds, bananas. All in all, the ingredients are quite varied with dozens of varieties. Then, Xiao Tian had the father and daughter serve a bowl and eat it. Dozens of foods stewed together in a mess. The flavor was naturally overwhelming, but in order to become spirit beast warriors, the father and daughter did not hesitate. Gulp it up. The aurora hadn't officially swept over Blue Star yet, and father and daughter didn't feel anything out of the ordinary at the moment, other than feeling a little propped up. Now, Yan Ruyu was curious. It's okay now. Tomorrow when the aurora sweeps over the Blue Star, you'll be able to see the anomaly. Now all of you get some early rest. Tomorrow the first Forbidden Land will descend. You'll follow me then. The two nodded their heads. Xiao Tian had unconsciously become the backbone. They went back to their respective rooms to rest, but the two tossed and turned and never slept. The thought of the world order completely collapsing tomorrow. The mood was predictably complex. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, did not rest at all and sat on the balcony looking at the stars in the sky. It's the last night of peace and quiet. I really don't want it to end so soon. Next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. In the depths of the pitch-black universe, a pale blue airy aurora appeared abruptly and instantly swept across the entire Blue Star in a crushing manner. Dark turmoil leads to the end of Blue Star. Officially kicked off. Chapter 7, The Forbidden Land opens. Killing a dark being with a slap. Under the sweep of the aurora, some of the animals on the blue planet mutated and became hideous-looking monsters. There were stray dogs with blood and flesh turned inside out. Their size skyrocketed to more than 3 meters, their nostrils gushing hot streams, their eyes revealing a cold light, and letting out a beastly howl. They rushed into the dog-catching brigade to kill indiscriminately. There were also parrots that learned to talk to people who suddenly became huge and their sharp beaks turned into murderous weapons, frantically slaughtering all living things in the vicinity. Though it was only the early days of the dark unrest, and only some of the animals were mutated, as well as a few insects and plants, but it is still a rather shocking and unacceptable thing for humans who have experienced a long period of peace. The disaster in the movie is mirrored in reality. In the same way, more people gained the ability to bestialize and became powerful spirit beast warriors, enjoying the benefits of strength. The order is gradually coming to collapse. This side of the villa, the father and daughter of Yan Ruyu, who had been apprehensive all night, also sensed the abnormality, and their bodies underwent mutations. Yan Ruyu's entire body was wrapped in a golden light, and a sunflower pattern appeared in the center of her eyebrows and was able to transmit golden energy. Yan Tianshang, on the other hand, had his height skyrocketed to 3 meters. His originally well-proportioned body was filled with muscles, and a pair of long horns had grown on his forehead. When the father and daughter found Xiao Tian was doubly surprised. I didn't realize that both father and daughter had gained the ability to animalize at the same time. After a short period of understanding, Xiao Tian probably knew the abilities of the two. Yan Tianshang had gained the common Beastification ability, commonly known as the Spirit Beast Warrior, with boundless strength and significantly improved defense. Yan Ruyu, on the other hand, was somewhat special, gaining the ability to actually plantify, releasing golden energy that could restore injuries and perform a certain degree of power increase. The ability to botanize is actually fairly rare in both the mid and late dark unrest. If Yan Tianshang's awakened ability belonged to a warrior, then Yan Ruyu's awakened ability was similar to a support. Moreover, Yan Ruyu, who was shrouded in golden light, had an additional sense of sanctity, and with her already high and cold nature, she had the feeling of a 9 heavenly maiden descending to the earth. It was even more outstanding. Little friend Xiao Tian, we actually succeeded. Yan Tianshang was ecstatic. He clenched his fists and felt the majestic power in his body. His body had never been so relaxed. Yan Ruyu also lowered her head to check her hands, then looked at Xiao Tian gratefully. Without Xiao Tian's help, they might not have had the chance to awaken at all. In a chaotic world, ordinary people would always be the lowest existence. This was the consensus of all. With the dark unrest descending, it's about time for the first Forbidden Land to appear. Bring the people along with me to the Forbidden Land. We need to get some resources to strengthen the villa. Xiao Tian's gaze was deep. Even though the security level of the villa where Yan Tianshang was located was not low, it could even be protected against artillery bombardment. However, it was important to realize that whether it was a mutant beast or a spirit beast warrior, The strength they possessed far exceeded the understanding of normal people. The villa's current defense alone could not be called a qualified base. In his memory, the first Forbidden Land had quite a lot of extreme materials for building bases, only that Xiao Tian in his previous life was just an ordinary person, and was not qualified to enter the Forbidden Land to participate in the competition. Although the father and daughter were not clear about the meaning of the Forbidden Land in Xiao Tian's mouth, they already had unconditional trust in Xiao Tian. With a nod, he set off with the team of workers in tow. The team of workers totaled more than 20 people, and there were actually 8 people who had also awakened to become spirit beast warriors, though their abilities were all relatively ordinary. This group of people had also all seen Xiao Tian's battle yesterday and were deeply aware of their weakness. So even after becoming a spirit beast warrior, he didn't have the slightest idea of leaving this place. What's the use of a spirit beast warrior? It's better to hold on to the thigh in front of you. The crowd set off in a large truck, something that Yan Tiancheng had prepared long ago. Xiao Tian and the 3 of them sat in the driver's cab while the rest of them sat in the carriage. Along the road, the crowd saw many scenes of chaos. There were spirit beast warriors who were crazy about $0 purchases by virtue of their strength, and the military of the city of Daeju was urgently mobilized to engage in a firefight with them. There were burning flames and ear-splitting gunfire all around, as well as ordinary people frantically fleeing. I didn't realize that it was only a day's worth of time, but it's already messed up like this. Yan Tiancheng let out a sigh of emotion. Xiao Tian didn't speak, oblivious to what was happening outside. And that's just the beginning. In the middle and late stages of the dark unrest, supplies were even tighter and everyone lost hope. Back then cannibalism was the norm, far more brutal than it is now. In less than half an hour, the crowd arrived at the entrance to the Forbidden Land. The location where the Forbidden Land was located was the outskirts of an amusement park, and the so-called entrance was actually a spinning spatial vortex. There were also some people gathered nearby, but they all looked at the vortex warily and didn't dare to move forward. Little friend Xiao Tian, is this the entrance to the Forbidden Land? Yan Tiancheng said curiously. Aha. Xiao Tian nodded. Yan Tiancheng pulled open the car door and prepared to get out. I'll have everyone get out and get ready. No need. Let's drive straight in. Xiao Tian waved his hand and blasted down on the gas, and the big truck directly rushed into the vortex. Seeing the line of people driving into the whirlpool, the hesitant crowd around them all revealed thoughtful expressions. Not far away amongst the crowd, Li Chong with a group of people looked at the scene in front of him with a slightly strange expression. How did Xiao Tian, a poor bastard, get involved with Yen, the school beauty, and actually drove into this mysterious vortex? Brother Li, what should we do now? Someone beside him suddenly asked. Li Chong pondered for a while and then gritted his teeth and said, follow in and take a look. The boss lets us explore the situation here. That beggar dares to drive in. We all already have superpowers. Afraid of a chicken hair? The Forbidden Land was dim, surrounded by thick fog, and a round of blood-colored sun overhead revealed a bizarre red aura. The entire Forbidden Land was as eerie as a human purgatory. This is the Forbidden Land? Yan Tianshang looked out of the car window curiously. This Forbidden Land was a bit eerie. Just at this moment, the fog in front of them suddenly emitted the cries of ghosts and wolves, and everyone in the carriage was instantly alert. There are dark beings in the Forbidden Land, which you can understand as extraterrestrials. Xiao Tian calmly stepped on the gas and looked at Yan Tiansheng. Boss Yan, why don't you drive? I'll drive for you. Yan Tiansheng hesitated. Little friend Xiao Tian, can you do it alone? Why don't you let Ruyu drive and I'll join you? Xiao Tian shook his head. I'm faster alone. Yan Tiansheng. Xiao Tian's side had just gotten off the bus when a group of bizarre figures wrapped in black mist rushed out from the mist. These figures were 2 meters tall, and although they had a humanoid form, they were clearly not human, and the mists emitted 2 ghostly green cold lights, and such a figure actually rushed out a full 6 of them. No, although Xiao Tian's little friend is not bad in strength, there are too many opponents. I have to get out of the car and help. Ruyu, you drive. Yan Tiansheng frowned and made a gesture to open the door to get out of the car. Since he decided to follow Xiao Tian, the two sides were in a relationship of honor and disgrace. But just then, a muffled sound suddenly came out, only to see Xiao Tian outside swing out with a slap, and the 6 dark beings in front of him were instantly smashed into a bloody mist, the kind where no crumbs are left. Yan Tianqing's movement that was opening the door suddenly froze. Chapter 8, Did I tell you to leave? Yan Tiansheng man was dumbfounded. What happened to the promised dark beings? I can tell by the name that it's powerful. As a result, he was actually dry-humped by Xiao Tian with a slap. Yan Tiansheng actually did not know for a moment whether Xiao Tian was too strong or the dark beings were too weak, so much so that he was under the illusion. I'm okay. Yan Ruyu's eyes were guilty of rippling as she looked at Xiao Tian's back, dry-crushing dark beings with a slap. Such a man was just too handsome. It made her heart all thumping. After resolving the dark beings in front of him, Xiao Tian turned around and nodded at Yan Ruyu and the others. Spinning around, he took a step toward the front. The dark beings within the first copy were generally weak, just about the same as a newly awakened spirit beast warrior. Xiao Tian had begun absorbing and devouring 3 days before the dark unrest descended, and now that he was already a trinity, fusing 3 genes, his strength was naturally able to crush these dark beings. Then the crowd continued on their way. Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back. His white clothes were spotless, just like an absolute master in a novel walking leisurely in this forbidden land that was like a purgatory. Against these dark beings, he didn't even need to bestialize. A roaring growl emanated from the engine of the big truck behind him, methodically following close behind him. Whenever any dark beings appeared on the road, no matter how many would be dried up and crushed by Xiao Tian with a slap. 13 dark figures even appeared in the aftermath, and Yan Tianshang was ready to make a move, but they were all still dried up by Xiao Tian with a slap. The workers in the caboose couldn't see what was going on outside, but the father and daughter in the cab could really see it. As Xiao Tian continued to kill the dark beings in seconds, they gradually shifted from initial shock to subsequent numbness. Strong. It's just too strong. Yan Tianshang looked at Yan Ruyu and said seriously, Ruyu, what do you think of this Xiao Tian kid? Yan Ruyu froze, then blushed and snapped, Dad, what are you babbling about? It's not that Dad's talking nonsense. You're not too old to be looking for a boyfriend. Dad, haven't you always been against my early love? That's not the same. Xiao Tian, this kid I look at, rest assured, have the strength but reasonable, not arrogant and not impatient to speak and listen well, is a talent. Let this kid as my son-in-law, I rest assured. Yan Ruyu. Meanwhile, not far behind the truck in the mist, Li Chong and the others were watching this scene closely. When they saw the image of Xiao Tian killing the darkness beings in seconds, the crowd could not stop trembling in their hearts. The aura emanating from the dark beings, even though they were all a bit trembling from such a distance apart. Xiao Tian slapped one without waiting to frown. What kind of tough guy is this? This actually also gains superpowers. Actually stronger than even me. Really damned ah. Li Chong clenched his fists and said with a resigned look, Brother Li, this kid is not to be messed with. What should we do now? Someone suddenly asked cautiously. Keep following. Waltzing into this place in a truck. Maybe this kid knows something inside. There could be resources in this place. Li Chong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said in a deep voice, moreover, this kid is always human even if he's powerful. And humans have their limits. He consumes so much all the way. Sooner or later, there will be a time when he will run out of strength. Let's follow him first. Let him open the way for us. And then make a move to grab it when there's really something good. By then he'll be exhausted and we'll have 5 of us. Can't we still kill him? The rest of the group sniffed and thought it made sense. Ahead, Xiao Tian continued to drive the road. After blasting away another batch of dark beings, he didn't move and swept a glance behind him, then revealed a cold smile. With the fusion of the 3 gene sequences, Xiao Tian's senses were different from normal people, and he had long since discovered the presence of Li Chong and the others. And besides Li Chang's group, there were quite a few people hidden in the mists. Xiao Tian basically heard all of their conversations clearly as well. Trying to use yourself as a shield to clear the way? In response, Xiao Tian only wanted to say that he did not want to touch it. Half an hour passed in a flash, and Xiao Tian himself did not even know how many dark beings he had killed. It was also thanks to the fact that these dark spirits appeared in batches. If they appeared together, such a large number of them would be tricky even for Xiao Tian. It's a pity that these dark beings don't belong to the altered beasts and won't drop altered beast crystals. Otherwise it would be enough for me to level up several times in a row. Xiao Tian sighed with emotion and in no time, he brought the truck to the front of a stone platform. The stone platform was inscribed with complex ancient patterns, and was also faintly flickering with red light, as if it possessed life. This is it. Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly stop, the truck stopped as well, and Yan Ruyu's father and daughter both stepped out of the vehicle. As he looked towards the high platform, he saw that many metals that shimmered with an ebony color were emitting an ethereal light. These are turmoil essence steel, an excellent material for construction. The quality and density far exceeds all of Blue Star's current materials, so you can bring it back to reinforce the villa. Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and roughly explained the use of this stuff. Yan Tianshang also did not opened the back door of the carriage, greeted the workers and got off to start carrying materials. The spirit beast warriors were terrifyingly strong, and the mutant beasts were also devastatingly powerful, so it was indeed difficult to resist with the villa's current defense. But with these materials it's a different story. Perhaps his villa could be the safest place in the entire city of Daeju. Xiao Tian stood still and quietly watched the workers carry the fine steel as if he was waiting for something. It's about time to make a move, isn't it? In the dark, Brother Li, that pile of ebony black stuff might not be simple. Should we do it? Someone impatiently urged. Xiao Tian had killed a large number of dark beings on his way and was now mostly exhausted, which was the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Li Chong thought so too and nodded his head as he was about to speak. Suddenly a loud laugh rang out from not far away. 3 men and 2 women strutted out of the mist. Turbulent fine steel? This is really good stuff. But these things have nothing to do with you. Now take your men and horses and get out. I can still let you live. You are now exhausted. It is impossible to be a match for the 5 of us. I advise you to better. As one of the yellow hairs at the head spoke, his body suddenly swelled away, and his entire body turned into a mountain of meat that was 3 meters tall, and his face turned into a pig's head as he slowly walked over towards Xiao Tian. With every step he took, a muffled sound came from the ground. The pig's head was particularly hideous in the light of the bloody sun, and the sense of oppression pulled right through. Just before he could finish his sentence, a black feather appeared behind Xiao Tian's back, and a feather carrying electric current broke through the air and instantly pierced into the man's belly. Then a burst of powerful electric current was instantly released from within the feather, spreading all over the opponent's body. Zip, zip, zip. After a burst of electricity, the mountain of meat fell to the ground with a loud bang, giving off a roasted meat aroma. I can't believe I was electrocuted. Even though they had seen Xiao Tian's strength a long time ago, Yan Ruyu's father and daughter were still stunned when they saw Xiao Tian kill in seconds once again. The yellow-haired accomplice also looked dumbfounded. A woman with a non-mainstream hairstyle subconsciously exclaimed, "You actually dare to kill someone?" Xiao Tian deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and reached out to wipe his face. Holy, the dark troubles are officially upon us. What's the big deal about killing someone? There was no unnecessary nonsense. Since the other party was planning to take a shot at himself, he was an unabashed enemy. Xiao Tian was indeed reasonable, but that was limited to his own companions, and he would not show the slightest bit of mercy to his enemies. The black feathered wings on his back stirred, and a few more feathers broke out of the air. Before the remaining few had time to aesthetically dodge, the feather was run through their eyebrows and a powerful current was released. The head was instantly exploded with electricity. Brother Li, do we still have to make a move? In the dark, everyone looked at Li Chong. Li Chang's eyes were wide open and his person was numb. Out you paralyzed did not see what level people run. Hurry to run. Li Chong turned around and ran without hesitation after he finished speaking. Originally, he had thought of waiting for Xiao Tian to exhaust his strength before taking advantage of the fire. Who would have thought that his opponent would be so fierce? Even after exterminating so many dark beings, it was still possible to do it in seconds. Run, must run. But just as Li Chong had taken a step, a feather fell from the sky and plunged straight into the ground 3 meters ahead. Xiao Tian's devil-like voice also slowly sounded. Did I let you guys go? Chapter 9, you think you're the Order of the Skirt? Hearing this icy voice, Li Chong and his group trembled violently, having the feeling of being targeted by the god of death. It's instantly like a manacle. Li Chong's neck shrunk slightly nodded. The sky above the back of the black feather wings stirred Xiao Tian. Like a demon lord slowly descended. Between the incitement of the huge black feathered wings, even the surrounding mists were dispersed quite a bit. Li Chang's eyes narrowed, and a flash of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's over. Can't seem to get away. It wasn't until this time that Yan Ruyu and the others had reacted to the fact that they were being targeted, and there were more than 1 or 2 of them. How did Xiao Tian feel it? They were both spirit beast warriors as well, and they were unaware of it. So how on earth did he do it? Could it be that there was a gap between spirit beast warriors? 2. What they did not know was that there was indeed a gap between spirit beast warriors. But Xiao Tian was different from them. Xiao Tian was not an ordinary spirit beast warrior. He was a spirit beast warrior that could infinitely fuse and extract gene sequences. The genes in his body were then far more than the 2 father and daughter, and his senses were naturally more intense in all aspects. Xiao Tian, I didn't expect you to obtain this kind of ability as well. Congratulations, it's getting late. I have to go back. Let's get together next time. I'll treat you then. Li Chong barely managed to squeeze out a smile, and then he was about to lead his people away. Do I have your permission to go? Xiao Tian felt a burst of amusement. Before the rebirth, not many people dared to enter this forbidden land because it was the first time it appeared. At that time, Li Chong was also one of the first group of people to enter the forbidden land to explore. Most of the things within this batch of secrets were later taken by this asshole. Not that Li Chong's ability was that strong. The main reason is that this asshole's thighs are hugging tightly, with Chao Menglong behind him. Relying on this batch of materials, Chao Menglong had created a base of such high strength that even many spirit beast warriors joining forces would find it difficult to break through the defenses. With the base's high-strength defenses, this one has dashed through the dark turmoil for a long time. I didn't expect to be reborn once and have the same plot happen again, but this time, I'm afraid that the building materials here have nothing to do with Chao Menglong. Xiao Tian, what exactly do you want? We are all classmates. Do you still remember? I even invited you to dinner before. The auction thing was my fault. You can't return grudges for grudges. When are the grievances over? Seeing Xiao Tian's expression was not right, Li Chong hurriedly opened his mouth in an attempt to awaken Xiao Tian's compassion while slowly backing away, ready to run at any time. Xiao Tian took in the other party's small movements and shook his head, then clamped 2 fingers together to hold a feather. You, stop this first, I have someone behind me, Chao is my boss. I now follow him to mix. Even if you are very strong now, you are definitely not his opponent. Advise you not to do anything stupid. Li Chang's face turned white, and as he spoke, he hurriedly took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and then turned the speakerphone button on. A few seconds later the call was answered. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the other end of the phone, Li Chong suddenly felt a sense of reassurance. The phone call had gone through. Xiao Tian shouldn't dare to kill himself by force, right? However, at the same moment when the call was made, the feather in Xiao Tian's hand broke the wind and instantly penetrated Li Chang's brow. There was no sting as expected. There was just numbness, because the moment the feather penetrated his brow, a powerful current covered Li Chang's entire body. His body stiffened, his eyes filled with incredulity. This dog actually did dare to take a shot at himself. Crazy. It's ing nuts. Rico. Asterisk. This guy is dead. He actually dared to kill Brotherly. Boss Chow won't let him go. Run. Everyone, run. Seeing that Li Chong was killed in seconds, the remaining people were instantly terrified to the extreme, and they turned around in shock to run. But Xiao Tian would not give them this opportunity. Almost at the same moment several feathers mixed with electric current exploded out like a heavenly maiden. Whoosh! All of them, like Li Chong, were killed in a single move without even having the time to use their beast formation. The world is clean. Nope. A rough, angry roar kept coming from the phone that had fallen to the ground. It was Chao Monglong's voice. Grass. Who in the world dares to take a shot at my people? Who in the world? Is it? Although he didn't know the specifics of the scene, when he heard the screams of the crowd, Chao Monglong was clear that his people had been done for. He had already gained the ability of a spirit beast warrior, and with his unusual perception, he also chose to form his own force to hold on to as Xiao Tian did. In just less than a day, 6 spirit beast warriors were gathered. This time, for the sake of the Forbidden Land, Li Chang's 5 people were specially dispatched to explore the situation, but now it seems that it is basically all scrapped. Xiao Tian picked up the cell phone and put it to his ear. Chao Monglong, who are you? Do you know me? Xiao Tian didn't say anything. Chao Monglong gritted his teeth and continued, if you dare to touch my people, no matter who you are, you're dead. Xiao Tian still didn't reply. Chao Monglong was half dead with anger, and had the feeling of powerlessness of a punch on cotton. Where is your house? Give me an address. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his mouth. Now that we have formed a bond with the other side, we must make proper arrangements. For his enemies, Xiao Tian's principle was to drive them to extinction in order to eliminate future problems. Otherwise it would be too much trouble to beat up the young to come to the old, kill the weak to come to the strong, and make too much trouble. Chao Monglong on the other end of the phone gave a violent start, then became even more furious. How dare you ask for your address? You think you're Sukiyaki's mandate of heaven? I'm in the apartment near the 5-star garden. If you have the guts, come to the door and fight with me one-on-one. See me cadre you to death and be done with it. Chao Monglong burst out his address without thinking. He had extreme confidence in his strength. Moreover, he was continuing to recruit people now, and he believed that he would be able to recruit quite a few more spirit beast warriors today. Even if Xiao Tian really came to his door, he was not in the least bit weak. Instead, he was worried that Xiao Tian would not dare to come to his door, so he deliberately mocked with various words in an attempt to provoke Xiao Tian. You don't have to deliberately provoke me. I've memorized your address. I'll come back to you when I have time. Xiao Tian crushed his cell phone into pieces. Then he came to Yen Ruyu and the others and told everyone to continue carrying resources. Yen Ruyu and the others had not yet recovered from their earlier shock and had originally thought that Xiao Tian had asked them to come to the Forbidden Land together in order to fight. Now it seemed that Xiao Tian didn't need them at all. They didn't even have a chance to make a move. And all the troubles were all solved by Xiao Tian alone. They're more like they're here to play the game. I've asked you to come to the Forbidden Land only to let you experience the world under the chaos in advance, in which mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself and those around you. Greeting the shocked eyes of the father and daughter, Xiao Tian suddenly asked, all of them? I killed all of them without leaving a single one behind. Don't you guys think I'm a bit cruel? Yen Ruyu shook her head and said seriously, although I haven't experienced Armageddon, they have already made a move against us earlier, so if we are not as skilled as they are, the end will probably not be too good. Yen Tiansheng nodded along. Although they had only just awakened their spirit beast warrior abilities and had never personally killed anyone, none of them were brain-dead saints. They still know when to do something. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded in relief. It's definitely a good thing that teammates aren't cerebral palsy saints. Chapter 10, Grievance and Grievance. Keep killing. It didn't take long for all the steel to be carried onto the trucks, and the crowd reboarded the trucks and drove away towards the outside of the Forbidden Land. He didn't encounter anyone else on the way back, but a group of dark beings still appeared in the mists from time to time. These dark beings were like small monsters within a copy of a game that kept refreshing. Seeing Xiao Tian kill various dark living beings in seconds, Yan Tiansheng also thought of going to feel it, and in the meantime, accumulate some combat experience. Xiao Tian agreed to this, so Yan Tiansheng got out of the car with a clear mind and struck out at the two dark beings in front of him with a starting stance, only to see his entire body muscles bulging high. His body size instantly skyrocketed to 3 meters, and the suit on his upper body was instantly shattered. Then a pair of bull's horns appeared on his forehead, and a stream of heat erupted from his nostrils as he lowered his head and charged at a dark being. Bang! The sharp bull's horn struck the body of the dark being, and Yan Tiansheng was surprised to find that the other party actually did not move at all. Yan Tiansheng reacted quickly, reacting after only a brief moment of daze, and slammed his fist against the dark being's head, but he was fast, and the dark beings were faster than him. Backhandedly, he threw a slap on Yan Tiansheng's face, directly knocking the latter into a daze. Yan Ruyu in the driver's seat had her mouth slightly open, her entire body numb. His own father was actually slapped by a dark being? Xiao Tian did not have any surprises. Yan Tiansheng himself was a pampered and invisible rich man. He did not know any fighting skills at all, and having just awakened the spirit beast warrior, he had not yet completely adapted to the power. Xiao Tian had wanted to step in and take care of these two dark beings for Yan Tiansheng, but they were both rejected by the other party. With his sturdy and durable physique, Yan Tiansheng hardened his fight to wear down the two dark beings by exchanging injuries for injuries. Upon re-entering the wagon, the entire group was out of breath, and many wounds had appeared on their bodies, losing half their lives. Little friend Xiao Tian, I am far inferior to you. I originally thought that these dark beings were easy to deal with, so I've made you laugh. Yan Tiansheng said with a bitter smile. He realized how powerful Xiao Tian was only after he had personally learned how powerful the dark beings were. A person who could manage to kill 6 dark beings in seconds against all of them was definitely quite impressive. In response, Xiao Tian just smiled and did not say anything. Soon the group drove smoothly out of the forbidden area and re-entered the villa. Yan Tiansheng commanded the workers to get off the bus and unload the goods, while arranging manpower to prepare for the installation of the steel. Now that the dark turmoil had begun, an early use of this fine steel would make the villa a fortress of doom, and they would have one more safeguard. The resources in the Forbidden Land have arrived. We should stock up on some supplies now, Xiao Tian suddenly said. It's time to stock up on some food in advance. Although our current supplies are also quite large, they simply can't withstand consumption for too long. Yan Tiansheng also nodded in agreement. Xiao Tian shook his head and said, not only food, all kinds of supplies need to be stocked up as well. Cigarettes, tools, tents, etc. The more of these supplies the better. Yan Tiansheng was first stunned, then he realized what Xiao Tian meant. While food is important in times of doom, other resources should not be underestimated as well. It's like in some prisons, cigarettes are hard currency, and having cigarettes allows you to reign unchecked in the prison. The same is true now. Worthy of being Xiao Tian's little friend, he actually thought longer than even he did. The creation of the base is imminent. I will stay here with a portion of my people to perfect the base, and I will leave the matter of supplies to little friend Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I want to go with you too. Yan Ruyu placed her hands on her chest and whispered. Through this period of contact, Yan Ruyu felt quite a lot. This once high and cold school flower, the frost covering the surface seemed to be gradually melting. Of course, this was limited to being in front of Xiao Tian. Could be. Xiao Tian did not refuse, and after taking a group of workers with him, he got back on the car with Yan Ruyu and left. Looking at the big truck gradually moving away, Yan Tiansheng's eyes were filled with smiles. Without Xiao Tian as their thigh, their lives would definitely take a sharp turn for the worse, and they were afraid that it would be difficult for them to even defend themselves. After leaving the villa, Xiao Tian drove his car to one of the largest material warehouses in Daeju City. Speaking of which, this place is also under the Tianjin Group. At the very beginning, Xiao Tian wanted to come here to get some resources, but the road was a bit far plus the opening of the Forbidden Land was temporarily abandoned. It's not too late to hope, but it didn't take long to get on the road before the accident happened. A mean-looking old lady suddenly ran out of the road and lay down in front of the truck and collapsed. She clutched her legs face pain, constantly wailing. Her mouth also cursed, Agu, hit a person. Everyone quickly come to see do not give me some material compensation. I will not get up. Let's look for the police comrades to comment on. Xiao Tian and the cab were stunned. I did not think that there are actually bumper cars these days. Why don't I go down and take care of it? Yan Ruyu said with a frown. No need. Xiao Tian shook his head, then stepped directly on the gas with one foot. The truck let out a roar and charged straight toward the old woman. Evil people still need to be warned by evil people. All the dark turmoil and still run out to touch the porcelain. This is not looking for death? After this little episode, Xiao Tian and the others smoothly arrived at the location where the warehouse was located. The security booth outside the warehouse gate was empty, and the originally blocked iron gate was badly deformed, looking like it had been forced open by an outside force. Someone has already beat us to it, Yen Ruyu said in a deep voice. Xiao Tian nodded his head and brought Yen Ruyu to the warehouse, where the shelves that were originally filled with various supplies were currently empty. The huge warehouse was almost empty, but there were two others up ahead, carrying a huge container. This container is similar to the kind of tin box in the harbor terminal. It is impossible for normal people can carry up, often need cranes to cooperate. But the two guys in front of him were directly carrying the huge tin box one after the other. It's not hard to see that none of them are ordinary people either. The two men were originally carrying the box outward, and when they saw Xiao Tian and the two men suddenly appear for a moment, they both froze. Are you the manpower that Boss Chow sent over to help? One of them opened his mouth and asked. You are talking about Chow Manlong? Xiao Tian instantly came to a clear realization. It was quite a coincidence that he did not expect to run into Chow Manlong's people here. Unsurprisingly, all the supplies here should have been moved by this guy as well. Hearing Xiao Tian call Chow Manlong by his name, the two instantly realized that the two Xiao Tians were not their own people. It was then that the tin box was dropped, the box falling to the ground with a muffled thud, and the two of them went straight into battle mode aesthetically. The guy in front of him grew a pair of furry ears, and his nails turned into sharp claws, two fangs in his mouth grew gradually, and his body hair grew rapidly. The other fellow, on the other hand, soared in size and transformed into a mountain of flesh. The people of the Dragon Kingdom loved to eat pork, so most of them would awaken as spirit beast warriors associated with pigs after the dark unrest descended. But again, they are all pig-related spirit warriors with different abilities, like the guy in front of me with all his defenses pulled. Xiao Tian did not care and directly said, tell me the location of Chow Manlong. Although Chow Manlong had already told Xiao Tian the location of the base, but it was always good to keep an extra eye out, and Xiao Tian did not dare to be sure if what the other party said was true or false. If you want to know Boss Chow's location, fight with me first, I'll let you see my superpower today. The pig-type spirit beast warrior let out a growl and took a step and pressed towards Xiao Tian. Although Yen Ruyu had seen Xiao Tian's strength and had seen the images of the killings, she was still a little nervous in this situation. Xiao Tian shook his head and black feathered wings emerged behind his back, followed by a feather bursting out. Whoosh! The feather penetrated the mountain of flesh, and a powerful electric current coursed through the fat, and the next moment the mountain of flesh in front of him exploded, dead as dead can be. After doing this in a cloudy manner, Xiao Tian looked at the other person. The man was stunned when he saw Xiao Tian's gaze looking at him. Don't kill me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Chapter 11, Squeezing Chow Manlong Dry. What is Chow Manlong's location? Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and spoke again. The man was completely out of temper, and a stream of yellowish liquid from his pants slowly dripped onto the ground, the pungent odor gradually fainting away. What the hell is this guy in front of me? It's so terrifying without even entering the animalized state. How can it be if it enters the animalized state? When you meet such an opponent, you really can't resist a bit. It's in the New Cloud Apartments next to 5-Star Gardens, inside room 288. After the man finished trembling, he looked at Xiao Tian again hopefully. The place can't be wrong. Boss Chow is here. I've told you everything now. Can you let me go? Xiao Tian stretched out his right hand, plucked a feather and casually threw it out. The feather was like an arrow, piercing into the man's eyebrow, and the man died with his eyes rounded. These two guys had already prepared to make a move on themselves earlier. If he was suppressed with less skill, would the other party let him go? The answer is clearly no. Therefore, Xiao Tian did not have any psychological burden when he struck out at him. Let's go. Go to the 5-Star Garden. Xiao Tian put away his black feather wings and said to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu nodded dully and followed closely behind Xiao Tian. The teenager in front of him was frighteningly strong, and by his side, even if he went up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, his heart was unusually solid. Even if she knew that Xiao Tian was now going to Chow Manlong's base camp, Yen Ruyu did not have any fear in her heart. The two of them exited the warehouse and reboarded the car, set their navigation and set off. Luckily, it's only the early days of the unrest, so the internet and stuff basically won't be affected too much and will still work fine. The 5-Star Garden was not far from here, and it took less than half an hour's travel to get to the place. In the middle of the way, Xiao Tian and the others did see rolling smoke coming out of many supermarkets and shopping malls and such places, and from time to time, there were fluctuations of battles coming from them, but Xiao Tian didn't care. Dealing with Chow Manlong was the top priority right now. 5-Star Gardens. Xiao Genius had just stopped the car when a rough man in a jacket with a cigar walked out from the apartment next to him with a group of minions. You're Chow Manlong? Xiao Tian sized up the man in front of him and said emotionlessly, "It's you." Hearing Xiao Tian's voice, Chao Monglong instantly recognized Xiao Tian's identity. This is the asshole that took out 5 of his own men. Originally, he thought that the other party was just talking, but he didn't expect that he would really dare to send it to his door. Moreover, looking at the other party's posture, there were only 2 people. On the contrary, there were 8 people on his side counting himself, and all of them were spirit beast warriors. Everyone prepare for battle. This asshole and avenge your brothers. Chao Monglong raised his arms and shouted, "Whoever can this guy up first, I'll reward him with a box of old phlegm noodles." A box of instant noodles is normally just junk food that is spurned by countless people. But in the dark and troubled present, it's definitely a meal that can't be beat after all. It's easy to keep and easy to eat. As soon as Chao Monglong said this, the gang of juniors behind him were like they had been given hormones and loudly agreed. The gaze that looked at Xiao Tian also gradually became sharp. Boom! All of them entered the animalized state at the same time, and the characteristics of pigs, dogs, cows and sheep gradually appeared on them. Some grew ram's horns, some soared in size to become giants, and others were covered in hair filled with foreboding. "Xiao Tian, are we really okay?" Although he had seen Xiao Tian's strength, the group in front of him were all spirit beast warriors, and their aura was even more appalling after animalization. Yen Ruyu was more or less worried. Xiao Tian did not respond, but instead looked at Chao Monglong with a torch-like gaze and did not unfold his beastly state. He was thinking, calculating all the possible escape routes his opponent could take later. Since he had found the other party's lair, Xiao Tian naturally wanted to kill them all and would definitely not leave any hidden dangers. So all possibilities of the other party running away must be eliminated. Otherwise wouldn't this trip be in vain? However, Xiao Tian's thinking fell into Chao Monglong's eyes as a sign of scorn. Immediately, he let out a loud laugh and roared, "Go!" Then he took the lead to rush out and slammed his fist at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was not afraid to blast out the same fist. The 2 fists collided with a muffled sound, sending out many sparks. Both of them actually didn't move a muscle. Right at the moment when the fists collided, both of Chao Monglong's arms were covered by fish scale-like armor at the same time. This is the scale of a carp. This guy gets the genetic ability of a carp. My old man's ability can condense fish scale armor on top of my arms. Even bullets can't penetrate it. You're playing with fire if you fight me in close combat. Seeing Xiao Tian's silence, Chao Monglong became more and more rampant. "You will regret it for the rest of your life if you mess with me. Now hand over the resources in the Forbidden Land, and I can still make your death easier." Seeing their own boss this raw, the juniors in the back slipped up. "Boss Chao is awesome. Asterisk 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 this asshole. It looks like Boss Chao will be able to over this kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth without us having to do anything." Yen Ruyu pursed her lips in some concern. Xiao Tian, however, was expressionless, and the blood flow on his shoulders suddenly condensed into a hideous eel head. The electric eel's eyes released 2 rays of light and suddenly opened its bloody mouth to tear down on Chao Monglong's arm. Chao Monglong didn't dodge, because he had a fish-scale body protector, and unusual attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. But what he didn't expect was that the moment the electric eel's head tore into him, its sharp fangs went straight through his fish-scale armor as if it were nothing, piercing into the flesh and blood. Immediately afterward, a majestic suction force emerged and began to crazily absorb his blood. Grass! Chao Monglong finally panicked, realizing that Xiao Tian was not simple, and wanted to retreat explosively, but he was pressed down by Xiao Tian's hands on his shoulders, and was bound dead in place. Feeling the continuous loss of blood in his body, Chao Monglong's face paled with the naked eye, and a coldness gradually swept through his body. A sense of powerlessness gripped him, and he grew palpitating. Stop ing now. I know it's wrong. I apologize. Chao Nima, what kind of monster are you? These were the last words that Chao Monglong had said before he was born. Xiao Tian did not reply and directly drained the other party's blood. When the blood was sucked dry, Xiao Tian felt that his body had regained a lot of strength, and the electric eel head on his shoulder had gained 1 more point of blood color. That's gone? Yen Ruyu was a little confused. The visual impact of watching Chao Monglong being drained by Xiao Tian was huge. Speaking of which, it appeared that she still didn't know exactly what animal's genetic ability Xiao Tian had awakened. It can absorb blood, as well as release thunder and lightning, and even gather feathers to fly. There doesn't seem to be any such animal on the blue planet, does there? As Chao Monglong, who had turned into a dry corpse, collapsed to the ground, the flag-waving minions were all dumbfounded. What's the matter with your own boss? Who was fine 1 minute and sucked into a dry body the next? Monster! The teenager in front of me was just not human. Run! It was the same thought that everyone had at the moment. Chao Monglong's strength was the strongest among them, and even he was killed in an instant. So where did this group of people have the courage to resist? And it was also the moment they turned and ran without resistance that pretty much declared them dead. Xiao Tian looked ahead expressionlessly, and the black feathered wings behind him reappeared. But after absorbing the blood of the Chow Mang dragon, the black feathered wings had also gained a few more points of crimson color, which looked very demonic. At the next moment, several feathers shot out at the same time and began to mercilessly harvest the lives of lowly people. Chapter 12, Bloodline Levels? The scene was almost a one-sided slaughter, and it didn't take long for Xiao Tian to successfully end the battle. The atmosphere of swords and crossbows returned to normal, only that there was more blood in the air and many more corpses on the ground. Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian in a daze, and the bloody odor surged into her nostrils, causing her to feel the urge to vomit. But Yen Ruyu knew very well that in the midst of the chaotic world this sort of thing was more than normal, and that to gain a chance at survival one would inevitably have to fight. It was also impossible for her to stay behind Xiao Tian as a canary. Sooner or later, she would have to carry out battles on her own, so forcefully suppress it to keep from spitting it out. Taking all of this in, Xiao Tian was slightly surprised. For the first time before he was reborn, he saw someone being torn to pieces by a mutant beast in front of him. Viscera and organs were scattered all over the floor, and hot blood slapped his face. That kind of physiological instinct was difficult to suppress. Xiao Tian vomited at that time, not expecting Yen Ruyu, the $1,000 lady, to be able to endure it. The guys who were in the way are all settled. The supplies should all be inside the apartment. Let everyone get off and load up. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and spoke. Yes. Yen Ruyu nodded her head, then opened the rear compartment to greet the workers as they got out to load the goods. When the crowd arrived inside the apartment, they did find a large amount of supplies that Chow Minglong and the others had hoarded. The workers were ecstatic, carefully carrying all kinds of materials for fear of bumping and damaging them. One cardboard box after another was carefully carried, although it was filled with all kinds of food as well as living materials. In this current environment, the value of these materials could be much more valuable than gold and diamonds. Gold and diamonds may be pretentious, but food is a real lifesaver. Yen Ruyu's awakened ability was not suitable for fighting, and the villa side needed Yen Tiansheng to personally sit in on it. So in order to make sure that nothing went wrong, Xiao Tian was personally responsible for the transportation. According to Xiao Tian's estimation, 5 round trips would be almost enough to transport all the supplies. But just as the crowd was just hitting the road, the unexpected happened. A large-sized mutant beast suddenly blocked the truck's path. This is a mutated wild dog, covered with hair like countless silver needles, thick limbs gripping the ground, body slightly leaning forward, blocking the front of the truck, showing teeth, as if at any time will attack. Yen Ruyu honked the horn a few times, but the mutant beast in front of her wasn't an ordinary stray dog, and it was clear that it wouldn't be easily deterred. These horns instead roused the other side's anger. Seeing that the mutant beast was about to pounce on him, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and directly pulled open the car door and walked down. Just at the moment when Xiao Xia got out of the car, 8 large-sized mutant beasts came out one after another from the alleys on both sides of the street. All clear stray dogs mutated. Most of the mutant beasts that appeared in the city were mutated from various pets, and dogs, as pack animals, maintained the same habits even if they became mutant beasts. These mutant beasts intended to swarm Xiao Tian. It was early in the outbreak of the Dark Unrest, and the mutant beasts were generally not of a high level, but the spirit beast warriors were in the same situation. If any other spirit beast warrior had come, I'm afraid that his feet would have already begun to shiver. But what about Xiao Tian? He doesn't carry any fear at all. The black feathered wings behind Xiao Tian's back unfolded and the entire person rose up into the air as several feathers shot out explosively, instantly stabbing into the numerous mutant beasts. This time the feather did not release a powerful electric current, but instead had a faint red-colored thread connecting Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian manipulated the feather across the air to release a powerful suction force, and the body of the mutant beast in front of him rapidly dried up as far as the eye could see. It only took a moment for it to be absorbed into a dry body. As for Xiao Tian, he felt that his body was filled with strength, as if his entire body had recovered to its peak. Previously, when he fought against the dark beings within the Forbidden Land, Xiao Tian had actually consumed something, but it was only because of the 3 types of genes, so the impact wasn't too great. And now, after absorbing the blood of these mutant beasts, all of Xiao Tian's consumption was all replenished. After doing this, Xiao Tian came to the mutant beast corpse and stretched out his hands for a while to feel around. Eventually a few clear crystal cores were touched out. These were the mutant beast crystalline cores, which stored the source of the mutant beast's power, and could be absorbed to enhance one's strength. Absorption takes time though, and is quite draining, similar to melting steel requiring a steady hand. However, Xiao Tian was different, as a sharp mouthpiece appeared in his palm and directly forcefully swallowed the crystal nucleus and proceeded to chew on it. Crunch! An ear-piercing shattering sound rang out as the hard crystal core was easily bitten and devoured by the mouthpiece in Xiao Tian's palm. A stream of pure power surged into his body and Xiao Tian's rank changed. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 3. Bloodline level, none. Gene sequence number 9766. Trinity, inheriting the characteristic of rebirth of severed limbs. It extends a pair of wings, releasing thunderbolt feathers to slice enemies and absorbing blood through the air to strengthen itself. Opening the system interface, Xiao Tian saw his level, which had actually increased directly to level 3. The strength of a spirit beast warrior was a watershed every 10 levels, and Xiao Tian did not care too much about this. What made him care was a new interface bar that appeared. What does bloodline level mean? Why is one's bloodline level currently none? Not being able to figure it out, Xiao Tian simply stopped thinking about it and got back on the car to take Yen Ruyu away. It took 6 trips back and forth to deliver all the supplies. The villa's storage is almost full. Seeing these supplies, Yen Tianqing's folds were filled with smiles. With these supplies, they can not only survive for a very long time, but they can also survive for a very long time. Especially when he heard Yen Ruyu recount that Xiao Tian had killed Xiao Minglong and the others in seconds. Yen Tianshang was even more favorably disposed towards Xiao Tian. Little friend Xiao Tian, with these supplies, it won't be a problem for us to survive for 2 or 3 years, and now we are not really lacking in supplies, Yen Tianshang said with a smile. Xiao Tian, however, shook his head. More of such things as supplies were better. Who would mind having less? Not to mention that Xiao Tian had his own arrangements for these supplies. Other than that, he had to get his hands on as many supplies as he could within a 10-kilometer radius. Using his ability to fight, Xiao Tian had long been hungry, and after finishing off more than 10 pounds of raw meat, he set off again with his men. After working until sunset and dusk, Xiao Tian almost ransacked all the nearby warehouse malls. As for the deaths of the others, it honestly had nothing to do with him. In this particular circumstance, he only needs to think for himself. Before he was reborn, although Xiao Tian was an ordinary person, his family still hoarded some instant noodles, which he kindly shared with his neighbors at first. At first the neighbors were grateful, but as the bubbles bottomed out, the sinister nature of human nature was gradually exposed. In order to save rations, these neighbors had actually joined forces to drive Xiao Tian, the rightful owner, out. It could be said that Xiao Tian's subsequent burial in the mouth of the mutant beast was also directly related to this group of neighbors. Human nature was the one that couldn't stand up to scrutiny the most, so after a do-over, Xiao Tian would never be the savior of the world again. The city of Daeju at night was still in a state of crisis, and now everyone knew about the existence of mutant beasts and spirit beast warriors. Despite the fact that everything was currently fine with the line, it was all that was left to do to not attract the attention of the others with the mutant beasts, but to huddle in the room, not even daring to turn on a little light. Xiao Tian's side of the villa was different. The lights were brightly lit and bursts of roasted meat aroma gradually spread. Under Xiao Tian's auspices, an extravagant doomsday barbecue meal was being prepared in an organized manner. This aroma of roasted meat gradually filled the air of the entire villa area, raised a lot of eyebrows. Soon, an uninvited guest appeared in front of the villa. P.S. Chapter 13 began to need to open a member to watch. This is the site regulations. I cannot help. Members to watch represents. Even if the writing is good, will lose a certain degree of readers. But the book flag is not a free site. Has its own operating rules. I hope you more support genuine, together to go farther. Willing to open a member. It proves that I have a certain recognition. I am not grateful. Do not open a member. I can only show that I do not do well enough, but also need to continue to work hard. I will also continue to cheer. In addition, the new year, I wish you all rich body great, can meet their favorite half, lovers end up in love, and finally ask for a wave of monthly votes, which is really important to the book. Thank you for the support of the brothers. Chapter 13, 30 years east, 30 years west? The visitor was a middle-aged man in a suit, similar in age to Yen Tiansheng. To be able to live in such a villa area was enough to see that the identity and origin were equally uncomplicated. Old Yen, I haven't had a hot meal for a day. Can you give me some food? Count on me to beg you. Seeing the visitor, Yen Tiansheng was instantly delighted. This one was his rival, creating the Huang group, which was only inferior to his Tiansheng group. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's account of the dark turmoil, Yen Tiansheng began to strengthen the villa with the principle that he would rather believe it, while sending people out to purchase food on a large scale. As a result, he was bumped into by this one, and gave him a good mockery, saying that he was out of his mind, and that instead of going to the company to preside over the big picture, the $10 billion president was here stockpiling supplies. At that time, Yen Tiansheng didn't dare to determine the authenticity of what Xiao Tian had said, so he could only endure it, and his heart was very stifled. But now, seeing the other party's yellow face and humble begging for food, the stifled feeling in his heart had long since dissipated. The president of the Huang group would actually run out of food? Don't you dare joke with me here. Huang Dijan's expression was bitter. I really don't have any food. The food in the villa is already finished. I don't eat your stuff for nothing. I can exchange it. Saying change, Huang Dijan took off his watch and handed it to Yin Tiansheng. This is a Patek Philippe worth $3 million. I'll only exchange a full meal on it. Yin Tiansheng clasped his hands in front of his body and teased, Boss Huang should know that name lists are worthless in this world now. Huang Dijan was anxious and hastily added, I have another Cullinan in my garage. And a Lamborghini. I can give it to you. All of it. It's not a good feeling to have your former competitors wagging their tails at you. Yin Tiansheng looked at Xiao Tian. Little friend Xiao Tian, you got all these supplies, now what do you think should be done? Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. What do you think, Boss Yin? No. Xiao Tian laughed. Then don't give it. Yin Tiansheng shrugged his shoulders and looked back at Huang Dijan. Boss Huang, it seems I can't help you anymore. Huang Dijan's face sank as he angrily said, Yin Tiansheng, are you still a human being? Do you really intend to see death? Just then, the other bosses in the villa appeared to arrive. Looking over their shoulders at the grilled meat on the iron plate, they were all pretty much out of ammunition as well, eating fresh vegetables flown in every day and not having much in the way of reserves at all. Boss Yen, we're all neighbors, so help out a bit more or less. We're all human. How can you be so cold-blooded? Are you still a human being? The crowd followed suit, and Yin Tiansheng's entire body muscles surged, instantly transforming into a muscular minotaur as a hot gas gushed out of his nose. Get out! A reverberating roar suddenly exploded in the air, and the eardrums of the crowd were nearly shattered. Spirit Beast Warrior. This Yin Tiansheng had actually become a Spirit Beast Warrior. Where did the crowd dare to stay? They scattered. Right at this moment, Yin Tiansheng suddenly sighed with emotion. Yin Tiansheng, started from nothing. Most of the people here are almost all local rich merchants and magnates. When I started my business I was targeted by them no matter how much, and my company was almost forcefully acquired by them. I didn't think that I still have the day to avenge my hatred. It's really a relief. Although the latter Tiansheng group has become the leading group in Daeju City, he is not in a position to do anything about it in a society where the rule of law prevails. But it's different now. The order is collapsing, and none of these scumbags are going to live as long as he wants them to. Xiao Tian just smiled at this, a situation he could more or less understand. After the hiccup, the barbecue feast continued. While everyone was savoring the delicious taste of the roasted meat, Xiao Tian went upstairs to take an early rest. He couldn't muster any interest in such things as cooked meat at the moment, preferring only raw meat. Xiao Tian rested his hands behind his head and began to think about the subsequent plan. Now that you've acquired the materials to strengthen your villa, and the various supplies are quite plentiful, it's time to upgrade your strength. Villa courtyard. All were careful to savor the hard-won delicacy. Xiao Tian's generosity made the crowd even more determined to follow him. Right at this moment, Yin Tiansheng came close to Yen Ruyu. Ruyu, tell Dad the truth. Do you have any thoughts about Xiao Tian or not? Yen Ruyu put down her tall glass and whispered with a red face, Dad, what are you talking about? Is she interested in Xiao Tian? How could she just say something like that? Seeing Yen Ruyu's expression squirming, Yen Tiansheng said helplessly, Ruyu, you should know that we can have everything we have now thanks to that boy Xiao Tian, although he is treating us well now, but if he doesn't care about us someday, what should we do? I see Xiao Tian, this kid is good. There is strength and strategy. If you are interested in him, take advantage of the early birth of the cooked rice. When you become his wife and I became his father-in-law, we can also seek a line of survival in this chaotic world. This matter is really not that Yin Tiansheng is in a hurry. With Xiao Tian's strength, what kind of woman can't be found in this chaotic world? Now that they were close to the water, they could do it sooner rather than later, and he would definitely cry to death if other women took advantage of the situation. Yen Ruyu was also a smart person. Hearing her own father's words, she also fell into deep thought. Actually, I'm quite fond of Xiao Tian as well. Before Yen Ruyu could finish her sentence, she was pushed and shoved by Yin Tiansheng towards the villa. Dad, what are you doing? Yen Ruyu said in disbelief. Send you to Xiao Tian's room, and set the relationship in stone early with raw rice. Yen Tiansheng said with a straight face. Yen Ruyu. A flicker of bewilderment flashed across the stunningly beautiful face. Was this still her father who retained his traditional views? In the past, I was afraid that I would fall in love early and look for yellow hair to talk to someone. But now I am actually anxious to take the initiative to push myself into someone else's bed. Really 6. Although she had a favorable impression of Xiao Tian, the two of them hadn't had much contact after all, and to climb into Xiao Tian's bed to make a child right now was more or less awkward for her. Just when Yen Ruyu didn't know what to do, a Cadillac pulled up in front of the villa gate. A yellow-haired teenager walked down from the car, and when he saw Yen Ruyu, he immediately showed a look of surprise. Ruyu, I finally found you. Seeing the visitor, Yen Ruyu instantly furrowed her eyebrows. Yen Tiansheng also looked at the visitor, his face gradually grimacing. This yellow hair he knows. Li Qingshan, Yen Ruyu's suitor. He could understand the young man's passion, but this Li Qingshan was definitely an oddball. Having grown up in an orphanage with both parents dead, and his grades were at the lower level, on the strength of being in the same university as Yen Ruyu, she launched a frantic pursuit. Yen Ruyu was not a fan of this one, and Yen Tianqing had stepped in to talk about it in detail. You're penniless and uneducated. You're just waiting to die. How dare you pursue your own daughter? The other party was newborn and gave a reply that shocked Yen Tianqing for 30 years. Pursuing Ruyu, I will be able to walk on the peak of my life and take a few decades less detours. As long as I can pursue Ruyu, I will be able to prove my ability. By then the entire Tianqing group will need me to take care of it. How can uncle say I have no goals and no plans? At that time, Yen Tianqing was so disgusted that he sent someone to beat the bastard up. I didn't expect the other side to find this place now. Uncle Yen is here too. That's just right. Seeing Yen Tianshang, who was beside him with a black face, Li Qingshan smiled faintly and said proudly after brewing some words, I am now a spirit beast warrior, and I came here this time specifically to confess to Ruyu, and now I should be able to be worthy of your precious daughter, right? Not caring about Yen Tianqing's increasingly dark expression, Li Qingshan opened the trunk again and took out a few shabby cans of food from it, and it's all expired canned food. These canned goods were all obtained by me with great difficulty. Food is in short supply nowadays, Uncle Yen. You should know all about it. I know that your family eats airborne vegetables and doesn't have much left over, so you should have been starving for a day already, right? Come, these food Uncle Yen and Ruyu both take them. Don't be foreign to me, and don't be afraid of things being too expensive. These will be taken as my bride price for marrying Ruyu. How about it? After saying that, he also added, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. The current me is long gone from the original me. I will make Ruyu happy. Yen Ruyu averted her face, her eyes reddening a bit, but she was definitely not touched, but rather exasperated. Being pursued by such a person, she feels particularly humiliated. Yen Tianshang, on the other hand, was protecting Yen Ruyu, his entire body rippling with veins, suddenly wanting to the rash young man in front of him. P.S. Ask for votes, ask for collection. The new book Sailing Data is very important. Ask for support. Mwahahaha. Chapter 14? Breaking news. Exposed supplies. Uncle Yen, I know you've been prejudiced against me. I don't blame you for being short-sighted, and I advise you to calm down. After all, I'm a high and mighty spirit beast warrior now, and ordinary people like you can't do anything about me. But you're my future old man after all, so if you're really pissed off, then hit me. I'll stand here and let you punch me 3 times, as long as you can relieve your anger. No matter what, Ruyu is my woman, and I will take care of her for the rest of her life. Yen Tianshang was on the verge of going berserk, and when he heard Li Qingshan's output, he couldn't stand it. The original size that had turned back to normal swelled again, transforming into a 3-meter-tall muscular minotaur, his entire body revealing a hostile aura. Seeing this scene, the trusting Li Qingshan froze. Your mom? You're a spirit animal warrior too? Then do as you say, catch my 3 punches. If you can catch my 3 punches, I will marry Ruyu to you. Yen Tianshang gritted his teeth and said word by word. Then he stepped out and pressed towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan gulped down a mouthful of saliva, his entire body slightly confused. It wasn't true that he was a spirit beast warrior, but he wasn't a spirit beast warrior that specialized in power fighting. His family is in a difficult situation, has been relying on their own hard work and thrift, belonging to the dry days 3 days of long vacation. Pressure is not much savings. Just before the outbreak of the dark unrest, the creature was so hungry that it went to the trash cans outside the school to rummage for food scraps, finally found a dead mouse and roasted it. He was now awakening his rat ability, and his sense of smell was greatly enhanced, allowing him to sniff out the location of food. These expired cans are what he finds by smell. The abilities that people awakened were all quite powerful, either with boundless strength or a fleshly body that became a saint, and there were even people who had directly turned over to become masters and changed their lives against the heavens. He was the exception. Before the dark unrest he was a street rat. After the dark unrest he really became a rat. But even though a rat-type spirit beast warrior wasn't good at fighting, his physical physique was still too much stronger than an ordinary person. Originally, he thought that with his identity as a spirit beast warrior, he would be able to make Yen Tianqing think highly of him, but he didn't realize that the other party was also a spirit beast warrior, and far more powerful. Looking at Yen Tianshang who was approaching step by step, Li Qingshan panicked. His physique was a bit more powerful than ordinary people, but it definitely couldn't withstand Yen Tianshang's attack, not to mention taking 3 punches. Looking at the size of his opponent, he guessed that 1 punch would send him away. Uncle Yen, we are all civilized people. A gentleman moves his mouth and does not use his hands. Since you do not welcome me, I will just go. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth. His face showed a look of unwillingness, and without hesitation, he turned around and left. Originally also intended to move strong if Yen Tianshang did not agree, Anyway, now the order collapsed with strength is the king's way. I didn't think it would end like this. It's ing ed up. To this day, he still wondered if he hadn't eaten that dead rat at that time, would he have awakened into some other spirit beast warrior? Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Before leaving, Li Chong suddenly stopped and turned back. Uncle Yen, I will be good to Ruyu. Are you really not going to continue to think about it? Even if you're spirit beast warrior, Ruyu is after all just an ordinary person. She won't be aggrieved if she follows me. I will definitely raise her to be white and fat. Asterisk 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 your mom. Yen Tianshang was instantly exposed and copied the nearby barbecue grill and threw it towards the Cadillac. With a loud bang, the Cadillac was instantly smashed and deformed. Seeing Li Qingshan's heart flashed a trace of meat pain color. This car is his serious owned by second-hand 30,000 yuan. A full 24 installments to just pay all the car loan. Uncle Yen, I'll just leave, but you'll definitely regret it. Li Qingshan ran away in a mess holding a bunch of expired canned goods. He didn't forget to yell back before he left. Yen Tianshang only hated that he didn't have wings. Otherwise he would definitely fly up and tear this kid apart. Originally, tonight's barbecue feast was a thing to be happy about. And this doggone thing actually came to diaphragm itself. It was really bad luck. You're not good enough to hit on Ruyu? What makes you better than Xiao Tian? Not a hair out of place. He would never cheapen this trashy thing even if he let Ruyu sew it up herself. Witnessing Li Qingshan's departure, Yen Tianshang then returned to his normal size and looked at Yen Ruyu and said in a serious tone, Ruyu reconsider Xiao Tian's matter yourself. It's best to start earlier. We must hold on to this thigh now. Yen Ruyu didn't resist this. There was just nervousness. Nodding softly, aha! It is said that the physique of a spirit beast warrior far exceeds that of an ordinary human. And that aspect is the same. And Xiao Tian's strength is so powerful. And I don't know if I can hold up. But soon Yen Ruyu shook her head again to clear it. She is known as a high cold school flower Yen Ruyu. Now what in the end they are thinking of some strange things. After leaving the villa and coming to a safe location, Li Qingshan then stopped his steps and looked back in the direction of the villa. His nose twitched, and a touch of sinister flashed in his eyes. Good lord, there are actually so many supplies hidden in the villa's warehouse. Did this old thing know about the dark unrest so he made preparations in advance? Oh, originally, if we become a family, it would be just a matter of time. What is yours is mine. Since you do not betroth Ruyu to me, then do not blame me for being heartless. I told you there would be times you'd regret turning me down. Li Qingshan had a sinister look on his face and pulled out his cell phone to start recording a video. Families, I've discovered a breaking news. The villa of the boss of Tianqing Group has hidden a large amount of supplies. All kinds of food are available. And they're having a barbecue party right now. I've awakened the ability of a mouse. And my sensitive sense of smell is definitely not a joke. Supplies are in short supply everywhere in Deju City right now. And almost most of the supermarket malls have been looted. People tend to turn into unhinged beasts after a certain level of hunger. As soon as word gets out, this place will definitely be on the radar. When the villa's supplies were robbed at that time, he didn't believe that Yen Tianshang would still dare to look down on him. These expired cans are unappealing to the other party now, and soon they will surely be begging for them. Thinking of the image of Yen Tianshang kneeling down and begging for Yen Ruyu to be given to him as a woman, Li Qingshan felt a surge of excitement. Then the figure shifted and disappeared at the end of the dark street. After Li Qingshan's video was uploaded, it soon fermented wildly on the internet and caused a huge sensation. While most people are skeptical about this, supplies are too important right now to trust another. Many people are starting to hit on the villa. Regarding this matter, Yen Ruyu and the others were still unaware of it. Next day, Xiao Tian was called up by Yen Tianshang. Boss Yen, is something wrong? Could it be that something went wrong with the villa's reinforcement? Xiao Tian was dragged hard into the living room and rubbed his eyes and asked in some confusion. The steel in the Forbidden Land could be molded into the desired shape at will until it was set, so it was logical that nothing could go wrong. It's not the matter of the fine steel. It's the matter of the villa. The supplies we've been hoarding in our warehouse have been exposed. Xiao Tian, little friend, it's Ruyu and I who have dragged you down. Yen Tianshang felt a little guilty. Then he handed his cell phone to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian took the cell phone and looked at it. Families, the president of the Tianshang Group is hoarding a large amount of supplies in his villa. Xiao Tian glanced at it. His expression remained calm, and after secretly memorizing Li Qingshan's looks, he poured himself a cup of hot water. Xiao Tian, this matter is very serious. We might have been targeted by quite a few people. Should we send out a video to dispel the rumors now? Yen Ruyu also spoke with a sullen face. She felt that she had dragged Xiao Tian down. Mainly Li Qingshan. How did he know that a large amount of supplies were cantoned in the villa? Yen Ruyu now regretted that she hadn't cut off the roots. She should have let her father leave the other party behind and behead them that night regardless. Doesn't dispelling the rumor now mean that there's nothing here? Xiao Tian crossed his legs and took a seat on the sofa and laughed. Actually, this matter is not considered too serious, and it's very simple to want to solve this matter. Upon hearing these words, the father and daughter's gazes simultaneously landed on Xiao Tian. The severity of this matter was such that even Yin Tianqing was at his wits' end. But Xiao Tian actually had a way to solve this matter? Chapter 15, My Rules Are the Rules. Yen Ruyu's father and daughter felt guilty, feeling that they had dragged Xiao Tian down, causing all the supplies to be exposed online. They know very well what kind of environment the city of Daeju is in now. The order gradually collapsed and disintegrated. Everywhere on the road, there were crowds of people scrambling for supplies from the supermarket malls, and there were many powerful spirit beast warriors among them. Now that news of the large amount of supplies stored on their side had spread, the reinforcement of the base was not completely finished. Once someone teams up and comes to your door, things are going to be quite tricky. Xiao Tian was indeed very strong. So far once he made a move they were all seconds. But what about 10 spirit beast warriors? 30 spirit beast warriors? As long as the number of people coming was large enough, it was estimated that being as strong as Xiao Tian would be enough. However, they did not know that this kind of thing was indeed not a problem for Xiao Tian. In front of absolute strength was this emboldened. He was still thinking last night about how to quickly increase his strength. At this current stage, the only way to quickly increase strength was to kill mutant beasts and absorb mutant beast crystal cores. But even though Daeju City was not a first-tier city, it was at least a big city, and there were already few animals here, and most of the mutant beasts that appeared here were some kind of bred pets. If you wanted to decapitate them you would need to search for them one by one, and as it was only the early stages of the Dark Unrest, the level of the mutant beasts was not high, and the experience they would provide after decapitation was not much. Now that the news that the villa was stocked with supplies was exposed, it just provided Xiao Tian with inspiration. Xiao Tian, what should we do now? We'll all listen to you, Yen Ruyu said as she looked at Xiao Tian seriously. Go live. Xiao Tian drank a mouthful of hot water and said indifferently. Open. Live? Yen Ruyu and Yin Tiansheng glanced at each other, both with a blank look in their eyes. Live at this hour? What a strange operation this is. Due to their trust in Xiao Tian, the two did as they were told even though they did not understand. Soon Yen Ruyu turned on the live broadcast with her own cell phone. The live broadcast room had just opened, and a large number of people came pouring in at once. The news that Yen Ruyu's villa was hoarding a large amount of supplies had long since exploded on the internet, and now there were already quite a few people discussing an alliance to come together to loot the house. At this time, Yen Ruyu turning on the live broadcast would naturally cause a great impact. Yen Ruyu? She's Yen Ruyu. She's the school beauty of my university. I recognize her. Good. Hiding a large amount of supplies. And now she actually dares to open a live broadcast. Who gave her the guts? How can you be so selfish as to be in such a state when so many of us are living in dire straits while your Yin family is hiding tons of supplies? Quite good looking, but I didn't expect such a bad heart. Selfishness, indifference, bad intentions. Looking at the various trolling pop-ups that kept refreshing, Yen Ruyu was expressionless, but her heart was inevitably a bit complicated. Xiao Tian suddenly said, "Give me the camera." Yen Ruyu nodded her head and aimed the camera at Xiao Tian. Who is this guy? I don't know. He's in the Yen family villa. Could he be Yen Ruyu's boyfriend? That's impossible. Yen big schoolgirl has never been with anyone. These are not the key. Hurry up and take out the supplies and give them to everyone for equal distribution. Don't think of eating alone. Xiao Tian eyed the camera. His expression was bland, and his opening was a king bomb. I do have a lot of supplies here, and I won't eat alone. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, a momentary dismay appeared on the faces of both Yen Ruyu's father and daughter. They had thought of many kinds of possibilities, but they hadn't thought that Xiao Tian had actually admitted it in a generous manner. What kind of operation is this? As Xiao Tian admitted that the villa had hoarded a large amount of supplies, the pop-ups in the live streaming room became violent, and more people joined the live streaming room one after another. Xiao Tian did not panic and signaled Yen Ruyu to follow him, directly arriving at the gate of the warehouse where the supplies were stored, and then under Yen Ruyu and the others' astonished gazes, Xiao Tian directly opened the warehouse door. Moment! All kinds of materials come into view and dazzle the eyes. All the supplies were categorized and then neatly arranged on the counter with a variety of food, fresh meats, and even things like cigarettes. In the case of a single person, these supplies would be enough to sustain consumption for decades. Seeing so many supplies, the crowd in the broadcast room erupted. Asterisk 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 I can't believe how many supplies there are. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hoarding so many supplies and still daring to broadcast it out live. Is this looking down on us? Now that it's all come to an end, why should they eat and drink while we continue to eat and eat? I haven't had anything to eat in 2 days and they have so much good stuff. In a certain rented house in Daeju City, Li Qingshan watched the live broadcast with a gloating expression on his face. He didn't know who Xiao Tian was, and only felt that this one was unusually raw, actually daring to broadcast so many supplies out live. Is this because you're afraid that no one will hit on these supplies? It's all doom and gloom now. The order has collapsed and the spirit beast warriors have become the new order. If there were no surprises, the location of the villa would be exposed within today, and all the resources in the villa's warehouse would be grabbed by the frantic crowd. Yen Tianshang, old thing, if you had agreed to marry Ruyu to me as a woman, how would I have exposed these supplies? Ungrateful stupid thing, I'm waiting for you to beg me. In the villa's warehouse, Xiao Tian signaled Yen Ruyu to take his cell phone and turn around at the warehouse. After displaying all the supplies clearly in front of the camera, only then did he continue to speak. I know you guys really want these supplies. I can give them to you, but I won't give them to you for nothing. If you want the supplies, you can exchange them for mutant beast crystals. With those words, Xiao Tian immediately asked for a pen and paper and started writing. A level 1 mutant beast crystal core could be exchanged for a pack of cigarettes and a can of carp. A level 2 mutant beast core can be exchanged for 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 cans of carp. The warehouse was a bit full of various materials, and Xiao Tian personally set the corresponding prices for all the materials. It took half an hour to write. However, there was no doubt that the crowd in the live broadcast room became even more annoyed upon seeing this behavior of Xiao Tian. It's a time of collapsing order, and you're still trying to ing barter? Anyway, now that we already know there are quite a few supplies here, wouldn't it smell good to just rob him? Chao Nima. *******. I'll remember you. I'll move now to get to the villa, and I'll get you killed then. You dog. The pop-up screen was filled with hostility and anger, itching to eat Xiao Tian alive. Xiao Tian didn't care about the contents of the pop-up screen, and seeing that the time was almost right, he directly asked Yen Ruyu to turn off the live broadcast. Xiao Tian, is this your solution? Yen Ruyu pursed her lips and asked with a complicated expression. This is not solving a problem. It's obviously stirring up a dispute and showing your wealth on your own initiative. If the people who had learned of the news before only wanted to loot the supplies, then now they definitely even had the heart to tear Xiao Tian alive. Xiao Tian's behavior was no less than making an enemy of the entire spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City in Yen Ruyu's opinion. And the purpose of opening this live broadcast, in her opinion, is equivalent to, lousy has resources, is a man come to cut me, for the rest of the day, they're afraid they're in danger. This is what I thought of. Resources are limited. It's naturally best to be able to do something with these resources. They need resources. We need crystal cores. A sure thing, Xiao Tian said calmly, but do you think they'll honestly exchange their crystal cores for supplies? Yen Ruyu squeezed out a trace of bitterness on her face. Ha! Xiao Tian laughed a few times and his eyes suddenly became deep. I reasoned with them about the rules. The words have already been spoken. If they don't abide by them, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Chapter 16, Moral Abduction? Kill them all. Doesn't Xiao Tian know the risks of doing this? The reason he dared to do so was entirely due to the confidence that came from his powerful strength. It was only the early stages of the dark unrest. Everyone's levels were generally low, and with his fusion of the 3 gene sequences, he could completely hang these spirit beast warriors if he wanted to. Either that or be honest and exchange the crystal cores for supplies. It's either that or die. Seeing how confident Xiao Tian was, Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianshang did not say anything more. Although they were a bit worried, they were more willing to trust Xiao Tian's judgment. An existence that could know in advance that dark turmoil was about to descend was definitely not a mere fool. How is the villa strengthening going? Right at this moment Xiao Tian suddenly opened his mouth and asked. It's almost done. There's still a small portion of the place that needs to be strengthened, and it should be strengthened today. Yen Tianshang said with a smile. These fine steels brought from the Forbidden Land are really easy to shape. Just set them inside the walls of the villa. The hardness of the steel was something he had personally tried, and even the full force of his blasts after animalization could not cause even a small dent. There was absolutely nothing to say about the strength. It was tougher than any material he had ever seen. Aha! Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded and went to the outside of the courtyard on his own, lying on a bench and basking in the sun. Sunshine is a good thing, but unfortunately it goes out the window in the middle and late stages of turmoil. An hour later, the first wave of people were the first to arrive at the villa. However, it was not the spirit beast warriors that came to pick a fight, but a group of figures that Xiao Tian was familiar with. These people, they are all Xiao Tian's relatives. Xiao Tian's parents died early, and he had always relied on himself to work and study, which was a bit like Li Qingshan. And these relatives, who had chosen to distance themselves when he was at his worst, didn't expect all of them to show up now. Xiao Tian, we all saw your live broadcast. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now that you've actually hoarded so many supplies. It's really the pride of our family. A middle-aged man walked out with a smile, and it was Xiao Hu, Xiao Tian's own uncle. Seeing this, the other 7 great aunts also hurriedly smiled and slipped up. Xiao Tian laughed coldly. using his toes to think of the intentions of this group of people. As expected, the next moment Xiao Hu suddenly smiled and said, "Xiao Tian, we are all relatives. Blood dissolves in water. Now you are also clear about how chaotic it is outside. Since you have supplies here, it's only natural to give us a little bit of help, right? Why should I succor you?" Xiao Tian let out a cold smile, not having the heart to waste words here, directly spitting out a word faintly, "Scram." At those words Xiao Hu and the others changed their faces. "Xiao Tian, I am your own uncle. Are you going to see death and save me? I saved your life back then," Xiao Hu said angrily, "when your mom looked for me to borrow money to buy baby death medicine. If I didn't give him the money, there would be no you now. I didn't expect you to be such a white-eyed wolf." Xiao Tian's mouth slightly opened, and for the first time, he was shocked by the shamelessness of his own dear uncle. How can people be so shameless? "All get out if you don't want to die." Xiao Tian took a deep breath and his tone intensified a few points. If it wasn't for the fact that these people were all somewhat related to him by blood, he would have gone on a killing spree. Yes. Xiao Hu did not feel the coldness in Xiao Tian's words and was so angry that he said 3 good words in a row and suddenly turned around to look at the crowd and said loudly, "Everyone, since this unfilial son does not want to succor us, let's take matters into our own hands. All the spirit beast warriors come out of the lineup. Let's make a move together and rob the resources here first." As his words fell, 5 people in the crowd stepped out one after another, simultaneously entering the animalized state. Then Xiao Hu himself entered a state of animalization, and his right arm unexpectedly turned directly into a 1-meter-long green snake. He looked up at Xiao Tian just in time to utter a threat. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Tian's silhouette disappearing from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of him. So fast. This kid is also a spirit beast warrior. Xiao Hu was startled, and just as he was about to retreat and pull away from a safe distance, his right arm was gripped by Xiao Tian with a forceful tug. There was a click. Xiao Hu's right arm along with its tendons was ripped out by Xiao Tian, and blood sprayed wildly like a fountain. My hand! Damned! You are the disgrace of our Xiao family. No wonder your parents died so early, all because of you, the white-eyed wolf. Xiao Hu wailed in pain, but in the end, it was a spiritual beast warrior who did not directly pass out from the pain, but covered his arm while speaking viciously. Xiao Tian's face became more and more sullen as he slammed his fist out against his chest, directly penetrating the heart. Xiao Hu's expression froze, his screams ended abruptly, then he convulsed a few times and fell to the ground, completely motionless. The other relatives were all confused at the sight. Grass, killing people at the drop of a hat. You're ing by Chi Reborn. We've threatened you, morally kidnapped you, and tried to take your supplies, but at least we're related. I can't believe I'm doing such a desperate thing, killing people because of this little thing. What a ing white wolf. This kid is also a spirit beast warrior. Let's strike together. I don't believe he can hold his own. The live broadcast has already spread out. Soon there will be people rushing here to grab the supplies, instead of cheaper for those outsiders. It's better for us to take it ourselves, the remaining 5 said loudly. Xiao Tian's face was expressionless, but the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. Good for you. That's hardcore murder. The black feathered wings behind Xiao Tian's back unfolded and dozens of feathers exploded out, bursting forward like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Whoosh! Everyone was instantly killed in seconds before they had time to react. Have someone move these corpses away? Lying for a long time stinks and affects your appetite. Xiao Tian came back to the bench and sat down, saying to Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu nodded and began to order the workers to clean up the scene. She had no sympathy for the gang. Xiao Tian had already given them a chance, but it was a pity that they actually naively thought that they would be able to suppress Xiao Tian. For Xiao Tian's killing and decisive character, Yan Ruyu actually liked it. No holier than thou, no procrastination, just touch the red line and kill directly in seconds. That's how normal people should behave under the apocalypse. Right after the scene was cleared, Yan Tianchang also found Xiao Tian and reported a good news. The fortification of the villa has been completed and every corner of the villa, including the underground foundation, is now encased in steel. Even if they were bombarded with missiles, they would never be able to break through the villa's defenses. Even in the face of an attack from a spirit beast warrior, the villa was able to manage to remain unharmed. Good. Now that the shelter is sort of truly established, there's a place to stay in the future. Xiao Tian nodded. Just as the few people were chatting, outside the villa a convoy of cars drove up in great numbers and stopped in front of the gate. More than a dozen men swaggered out of the car. An arrogant roar violently exploded into the air. Xiao Tian, hand over all the supplies before you wash your own neck and die. Chapter 17, All Out? Can't break the defense? Hearing this angry roar, Yan Ruyu's eyebrows knitted slightly, and she hurriedly opened the monitor inside the villa, and the scene outside the villa was immediately displayed on the living room TV. A convoy appeared outside the villa. More than a dozen people stood aggressively in place, and all of them had entered the animalized state. A terrifying aura continuously traveled through the air, emitting a whistling wind sound. All of them are spirit beast warriors, a full 13 of them. Yan Tianqing's breathing was shortened by a few moments, and Yan Ruyu was no longer calm. With so many spirit beast warriors joining forces together, this would be a devastating blow to anyone. For a moment, both father and daughter looked at Xiao Tian at the same time. Yan Tiansheng, as a famous rich merchant in Deju City, was not good at fighting at all. Yan Ruyu, not to mention, had awakened only the healing plant-based ability, and did not possess combat power. As for the workers within the villa, there were only a handful of people who had awakened to become spirit beast warriors. The only person they could count on now was Xiao Tian. However, after seeing Xiao Tian's indifferent expression, the father and daughter could not help but let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Then Yan Tiansheng asked, "Little friend Xiao Tian, in your opinion, what should we do now?" Xiao Tian sat on the sofa and asked for a piece of raw meat, eating it like popcorn while watching up the images on the TV. "We don't have to do anything, just watch." Xiao Tian did not intend to make a move. Now that the villa's reinforcement had just been completed, he also wanted to see just how strong the current villa was, and whether it could withstand the 13 spirit beast warriors' joint attack. These 13 guys are just right for the millstone. If memory was correct, with the material of these fine steels, these 13 spirit beast warriors wouldn't be able to break through the defense even if they were exhausted. Hearing Xiao Tian say this, Yan Ruyu's father and daughter nodded, their expressions gradually relaxing. The intensity of the villa now was clear to them all, absolutely horrifying. However, in the face of the 13 spirit beast warriors' joint attack, whether they could actually block the attack or not, they actually didn't have a clue. Outside the villa, 13 people were still yelling at the top of their lungs, "Xiao Tian, are you a ing shrinking turtle? Hurry up and come out to die." The gang shouted with red faces and necks, but there was never any movement in the villa. Seeing that Xiao Tian had no intention of coming out, the gang finally began to get impatient. "Brother Xiong, seeing so many of us, that kid must be too scared to come out. In my opinion, let's attack directly." The crowd looked to an inch man at the head of the group and spoke. Their current body strength was so invulnerable to knives and guns that bullets couldn't easily shoot through it, and even a 3-meter thick concrete wall could be blasted through with a single punch. It couldn't have been easier to break into this villa. This kid is not simple. Before the dark unrest has broken out, it seems that he has gained the power of a spirit beast warrior. He also kidnapped Yan Ruyu and clashed with the military. When the time comes, they should all be more careful. When they see this kid, they will directly team up to kill him. Xiong Tao murmured after some contemplation. These 12 spirit beast warriors on the scene were all united by him, and he was definitely not an idiot for being able to make it this far. He was well aware of the fact that you can't be too careful. "Don't worry, brother Xiong, even if this kid isn't simple, we are a full 13 spirit beast warriors. Let's just attack in and team up to do away with that kid, and all the resources in the villa will be ours. Cut the crap and strike together." The crowd was in high spirits, their blood boiling at the thought of the various resources within the villa. If they could successfully obtain this batch of resources, they could be dashing for a long time. No unnecessary bull ********. Xiong Tao took a step forward and slammed his fist against the villa door. The imagined image of the gate deforming did not appear. Instead, Xiong Tao let out a painful scream with a frown. Grass. His punch could even smash the security door to smithereens, but he actually couldn't shake the villa door in front of him in the slightest. Seeing this scene, all 12 spirit beast warriors were somewhat confused. What does Bear mean by that? One punch doesn't open the villa door. Is he joking to amuse the group? Xiong Tao's face was a burst of blue and purple. After taking a deep breath, he ran his full strength and once again blasted out a fist. Boom! Click! This time, the door still wasn't blown open. Instead, the sound of bones breaking came from his fist, a punch that actually fractured his own bone. Xiong Tao's 5 senses twisted together, a little sweat seeping from his forehead as he forced himself to endure the pain to look up at the door in front of him. Clueless, everyone else also looked at each other with their mouths open, their expressions extremely wonderful. There's something odd about this gate. Together, Xiong Tao roared with color. The crowd didn't say anything, and they all exploded their full strength towards the gate. Boom boom boom. There was an ear-splitting explosion at the scene, but when everyone's attacks fell, the gate remained motionless, and not even a dent appeared. The crowd was also confused. Grass. What the hell is this? Is there a gate in the world that's so tough? In the villa, Xiao Tian finished eating the raw meat in his hand, wiped his palms, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc. The gate of this villa had long been covered by steel, and his own guess was correct. The steel was so strong that it would be difficult to break it open with just this group of people outside. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tiancheng also let out a sigh of relief in unison. Luckily, The fortification of the villa was thoroughly completed at the critical moment, and the villa was now quite safe with the protection of the fine steel. Outside the villa, seeing the delay in breaking the door, Xiong Tao and his party were completely enraged. They arrived here in a fury to plunder the supplies, but in the end, they couldn't even enter the gate. Everyone go all out. I don't believe it. A gate in the district actually can't be broken. Under Xiong Tao's greeting, everyone stopped suppressing and opened fire. Someone had barbs growing out of their back and was shooting wildly at the villa. There was also someone who had a blazing flame burning above both fists, and a fist was transformed into ripples of flame and blasted out towards the gate. Previously, they were worried that the attack would be too big to destroy the entire villa along with the supplies inside the villa, so they still had some reservations. Now there is no longer any concern, but to their despair, even with their full strength, it was still difficult to break open the door of the villa in front of them. Not a single dent, not even a tiny scratch. The doors, encased in steel, remained intact, shimmering with lustrous color. Unbelieving, the crowd continued to attack with all their might. Xiao Tian inside the villa, however, suddenly stretched and stood up. The reason he didn't strike the first time was that he wanted the crowd to try the strength of the steel. Now that he had gotten the answers he wanted, it was time to step in and swat these annoying flies. Open the gate. Xiao Tian craned his neck and faintly said. Without any hesitation, Yan Ruyu directly opened the villa door. The crowd outside the villa was still attacking frantically, and when they saw the door suddenly open on its own, they stopped their movements and looked surprised. Immediately afterward, they saw Xiao Tian walk out idly with Yan Ruyu as well as Yan Tiancheng. Xiao Tian, you're harboring a large amount of supplies and disregarding the deaths and lives of others. Today we're going to act on behalf of the heavens and launch a sanction against you on behalf of justice. Hand over the supplies to atone for your sins, and I'll consider leaving you with a whole body. Not being able to figure out why Xiao Tian and the others came out on their own, Xiong Tao did not want to think about it, obviously wanting to plunder other people's supplies but making such a grand gesture. You guys are really hypocritical. I'm most annoyed with stupid people like you. Xiao Tian skimmed his mouth as the black feathered wings behind his back violently unfolded, and countless black feathers that looked like sharp blades floated slightly. Killing. Starting now. Chapter 18? Vampires destroy the parking lot. Seeing Xiao Tian's stance, Yan Ruyu knew that these guys in front of her were going to be in bad luck. There are 13 of us. Are we still afraid of just one of you? Xiong Tao patted his chest and blurted out. Since you're not willing to voluntarily hand over your resources to atone for your sins, then we'll do it ourselves. The atmosphere is heating up. Xiao Tian remained calm and composed as he turned his head to Yan Ruyu and signaled. Turn on the live broadcast. Going live? Yan Ruyu subconsciously looked at her own old father. What kind of operation is this for Xiao Tian? Both sides are about to fight. What's the point of having yourself on the air at this time? Could it be that Xiao Tian wanted to be a small netizen of the last days? Do as Xiao Tian says. He should have his own considerations. Yan Tiancheng nodded. Good. Yan Ruyu took a deep breath and pulled out her cell phone and skillfully opened the live broadcast. Then the camera was focused on the image in front of him. A large number of viewers came in one after another soon after the live broadcast was turned on. When they saw the picture in front of them, they all clapped their hands and applauded. Good fellow. A full 13 spirit beast warriors have come to the door. This Xiao Tian is finished. Oh, who let him be so pretentious? There are so many supplies and still dare to live broadcast to light up. Don't you know the truth that a big tree attracts the wind? Retribution has come. This Xiao Tian, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, one person is definitely no match for these 13 spirit beast warriors. Isn't the guy at the front Xiong Tao? Who is Xiong Tao? Explain upstairs. This Xiong Tao doesn't know what animal's ability he has awakened. With self-healing ability, he started plundering all kinds of supplies on the first day of the Dark Unrest, and he even regrouped and destroyed several military squads. Hiss is a ruthless man. This Xiao Tian is finished. The Dark Unrest has affected the entire Blue Planet, and the people on Blue Planet have named this disaster the Dark Unrest. And humans who have gained the genetic abilities of animals are known as spirit animal warriors. Mutated plants, animals, and insects are known as mutant beasts. Under the anticipation of the countless people in the live broadcast, Xiong Tao led the 12 spirit beast warriors to take the lead in striking out at Xiao Tian. This group of people were exceptionally ruthless in their strikes, and they were directly killing moves to kill Xiao Tian in an instant. Whoosh! 3 spikes broke the wind and instantly pierced into Xiao Tian's right arm, and 3 bloody holes emerged, with blood bubbling from the cuckoo. The image makes your arm hurt just looking at it. Xiao Tian twisted his head to look at the guy with barbs all over his body, and the next black feathered wings stirred behind his back as he directly rushed towards the guy. The man's expression changed drastically. Just as he wanted to retreat, Xiao Tian had already appeared in front of him. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a sharp mouthpiece appeared in the center of his palm, tearing away his clothes and biting the man's chest as if it were a vacuum cleaner. started absorbing blood like crazy. Ah! What the hell? What the hell are you doing to me? The man struggled frantically, but it was all to no avail. At this moment, Xiao Tian was like a beast that had been starving for 3 days and was enjoying the sweet deliciousness of fresh blood. As the blood was continuously drawn away, the man's body dried up as far as the eye could see. Eventually the color was completely lost in his eyes, and he was drained alive into a corpse. Everyone was silent at the sight of this hunted and rough scene. What the kind of magic trick is that? Living, breathing people being drained of blood before their own eyes. What kind of animal ability did this kid awaken? What is the difference between that and a vampire? Brother Bear, look, the hole in this guy's arm has healed. Right at this moment, someone suddenly pointed at Xiao Tian and roared tremblingly. Everyone fixed their eyes on it and all their scalps went numb. Numerous threads of blood surged out from Xiao Tian's injured right arm, and he quickly finished repairing his injured arm. This kid also has the ability to heal himself? Could it be that he obtained the power of a leech as well? Xiong Tao narrowed his eyes. He had always been an omnivore, and on the eve of the aurora sweeping across the blue planet, he happened to swallow a common leech. However, the leech he devoured was an ordinary variety of leech, and it was the product of pulling out the entrails and wrapping them in flour and frying them in a deep fryer. And he didn't swallow them raw like Xiao Tian did. Either way, Xiong Tao realized that he couldn't keep stalling. It has to be done quickly. Moreover, the opponent also had the ability to self-heal, so he had to do it all at once to kill it. Strike together and kill this brat at all costs. Xiong Tao roared and led the remaining 11 people to charge towards Xiao Tian at the same time. It wanted to use its absolute numerical advantage to forcefully suppress Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's feathered wings behind his back fiercely incited, and his entire body rose up from the ground, followed by the emergence of a hideous electric eel head above his shoulders. At this moment, his appearance was like a demon king descending into the world. Hideous and demonic. Swish swish swish. Under the setting sun, countless black feathers were excited at the same time, and hesitation poured down wildly like a pearly rainstorm. The beautiful image hides an absolute killing machine. Too late to resist, too late to let out a scream. Everyone was shot into a sieve and died instantly and horribly, even up to the moment of death. Many people still had expressions of despair and terror on their faces. Even Xiong Tao, who possessed the ability to self-heal, was instantly killed in seconds, without even a chance to heal himself. Even Yen Ruyu, who had been prepared for this, all watched as she sucked in cool air and secretly clenched her fists. Xiao Tian, he is really strong. Similarly, both were spirit beast warriors. How could he be so powerful? What kind of animal powers did he gain? Hiss. It's not human. It's just not human. A full 13 spirit beast warriors. Among them there is also Xiong Tao. This ruthless man. Ah, just like this was seconded? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Somebody tell me what the hell is going on here. Hang on. There's a ing hang on. The crowd in the live broadcast room all fell silent after witnessing this scene. Originally, he thought that the 13 spirit beast warriors would be enough to destroy Xiao Tian and defeat him, but he did not expect it to end like this. The reversal came too big and dramatic. Xiao Tian incited his wings and landed on the ground again, then looked straight at the camera and faintly spoke. I have a lot of supplies here. Those who are not afraid of death can come and try. Xiao Tian letting Yen Ruyu start a live broadcast certainly wasn't done casually. He's going to shock everyone by broadcasting it live. I do have supplies here, but you'd better not hit these supplies, and you'd better leave me alone, or people will really die. And this live broadcast obviously also reached Xiao Tian's expectations. The original various gloating pop-ups instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if the people on the live feed had suddenly all lost their fingers and stopped sending pop-ups. Still, if you want supplies, you can take crystal cores and exchange them with me. The more cores you can exchange, the richer the supplies will be. Xiao Tian once again spoke, and these words instantly caused many people to see hope again. Xiao Tian was too strong and the 13 spirit beast warriors were helpless, so what could they do? But if it could be exchanged for crystal cores, that would be something to consider. I would like to ask, crystal cores for supplies, is this true? A pop-up screen suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Xiao Tian glanced at the screen and said indifferently, as long as you guys can get the crystal cores, you can get them to me to exchange for supplies. After receiving Xiao Tian's affirmation, many people had an idea in their hearts. This was actually Xiao Tian's original intention of collecting supplies on a large scale. Monopolize everyone with supplies and make everyone work for you. Spirit beast warriors also had ranks, and the higher the rank, the stronger the strength. But the number of mutant beasts in the early stages was small, and the experience they could provide was minimal. Instead of searching for mutant beasts to behead on their own, it would be better to let everyone help them behead. They exchanged the crystal cores for supplies to survive, and they themselves exchanged the supplies for the crystal cores to level up. A win-win situation. After a long moment of silence, Xiao Tian's eyes lifted slightly as he continued, in addition to the crystal cores of the mutant beasts, Li Qingshan's head can also be used to exchange for supplies. When Xiao Tian said this, the entire crowd in the live broadcast room was instantly unsettled. Chapter 19? Since we're enemies, we're immortal. Xiao Tian had already learned Li Qingshan's name from Yan Ruyu. The news of the large amount of supplies stored in the villa was revealed by this guy. The other side must die. However, Xiao Tian still had a lot of things to do, and with the city of Daeju being so large, it was obviously impossible to personally pull the person out. It's only fitting to leave this in the hands of this group of people on the internet. Who is Li Qingshan? I don't think I've heard of this name before. It seems to be the guy who exposed the villa's resources. This bastard. I almost followed Xiong Tao and the others to the villa to grab the supplies too. Luckily I didn't go. Or else I guess it would have been cool too. I'm incompatible with this bastard. Can we really exchange Li Qingshan's head for supplies? The live feed pop-ups are starting to fill up again. The crowd was skeptical. It wasn't until they received Xiao Tian's affirmative answer that the crowd completely boiled over. This was because Xiao Tian's original words were that by bringing Li Qingshan's head, he could exchange it for a large box of living materials. What kind of concept is that? Although the dark unrest had only broken out a short time ago, various supplies were now in short supply. Spirit beast warriors with strength all began to frantically hoard supplies, which made the already scarce resources even tighter. Other than that, the usual common instant noodles can't be bought with money now, because money is now completely reduced to a waste of paper. And now that Li Qingshan's head was worth a large box of living supplies, the gang went straight to madness. Immediately, many people responded to the call and left the shelter to go out and look for traces of Li Qingshan. A wave of searching for Li Qingshan was blowing up on the Daeju City network. With the breakdown of the order of the weak and the strong, killing has long been the norm, and there is no need for legal accountability at all. Exchanging heads for large quantities of supplies is definitely a surefire deal. Li Qingshan watched the entire live broadcast, his head buzzing as he watched the pop-ups that kept floating out. He's done. This was Li Qingshan's thought at this moment. A shiver ran down his spine, and an unprecedented fear gripped his heart. How did this happen? How did this happen? Li Qingshan clasped his head with both hands and murmured down as if he was insane. He obviously just wanted to kill someone with a knife. How did it turn into what it is now? None of this was his fault. If he wanted to blame it, he could only blame Xiao Tian for being too perverted. Ask for forgiveness. Must beg for mercy. Although his current hiding place was still hidden, there was no guarantee that a spirit beast warrior could find his whereabouts with his own abilities. Li Qingshan adjusted his breathing and called Yan Ruyu after some struggle. Li Qingshan called me. In the villa. Yan Ruyu glanced at the caller ID of her cell phone and looked up to Xiao Tian, then pressed the connect button. Ruyu, Xiao Tian. No, brother Xiao should be right next to you. Please give him your cell phone. I have something to talk to him. Yan Ruyu was on speakerphone, so Xiao Tian naturally heard it. Receiving the phone, Xiao Tian faintly said, You are Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan a spirit, rushed to cry bitterly, Brother Xiao, is I have eyes not recognized Taishan? Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. I now already know the wrong. Please let me a way out. Exchanging his head for resources. In the current climate, how is this different from a jungle hunting order? Now that the military had collapsed, there was no point for him to call the police even if he did, and the only way he could think of was to beg Xiao Tian for forgiveness in exchange for the other party's forgiveness. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian was not a holy mother. If his strength was not as skilled as others, he would probably be surrounded and beaten to death by Xiong Tao and the others. When Li Qingshan leaked the news that the villa was hiding supplies, both sides were already enemies. The immortal kind. I'm a good talker. Everything is fine. Xiao Tian suddenly said. Really? Hearing that Xiao Tian had the intention to forgive himself, Li Qingshan was instantly surprised. Of course it's true. Xiao Tian pondered for a while. Let's do it this way. It's inconvenient to chat on the phone. Tell me your current address. I'll personally come over and talk with you in detail face to face. Li Qingshan's cell phone was almost dropped to the ground by his grip. At this time to ask lousy address. Uing afraid is not he talk is false. Come over to screw themselves is true. Brother Xiao don't joke. If I tell you the address now, you will definitely get me killed. Li Qingshan's head was working frantically. Suddenly a light dawned in front of his eyes and said, I'm also a spirit beast warrior. Although I'm not good at fighting, my sense of smell is exceptionally sensitive. I can help you search for all kinds of supplies. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'll take you as my honor from now on, and recognize you as my boss. To be honest, now that most of the supplies were occupied and hoarded, it was definitely very difficult for Xiao Tian to continue searching for supplies. It could indeed be much easier with Li Qingshan's help, but it's still the same thing. Since they are enemies, they are immortal. There's no turning back from the bow. Since we're already enemies, there's no need to talk about this. You're on your own. Xiao Tian directly hung up the phone. Li Shan on the other end of the phone was in a trance for a moment, and vaguely seemed to see his own Taiwan waving at him. Grass. The peace talks failed. Run. He had to run and find a relatively safe place to hide. If he could time travel, he would hate to travel back and slap himself right now. Why did you mess with this monster? This is going to be a no-win situation with myself, but there's no medicine for regrets. One more day is one more day now. After simply packing up some supplies, Li Shan put on a mask and went downstairs with a big bag. Right at this moment, 3 figures in front of them suddenly walked side by side. You are Li Shan, right? The teenager at the head of the group grinned from ear to ear. No, I'm not. You've got the wrong person. Li Shan was shocked in his heart, but did not directly recognize his identity, tightened his mask and wanted to leave in a roundabout way. However, the 3 people blocked Li Shan's way. After live streaming seconds of Xiong Tao's party, there were no more accidents on this day. Early the next morning, the sun had barely risen when 3 people appeared outside the villa with a suitcase. The 3 of them opened the suitcase, and what was contained inside was clearly Li Shan's head. The look on the bastard's face before he died was quite wonderful. Resigned, regretful, angry. Yen Ruyu just glanced at it, and her stomach was churning intensely, with a feeling of wanting to vomit. The same is true for Yen Tiansheng. Xiao Tian was the only one who looked indifferent. Before he was reborn, he had experienced the sight of starving corpses all over the place, and he had even eaten amongst the corpses all over the place. There has long been an immunity to this type of situation. Seeing Li Shan's head, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and directly had someone bring a box of supplies and handed it over to the 3 of them. Seeing Xiao Tian being so forthcoming, the 3 of them were also quite excited. The 3 of them turned to leave with their supplies, and just then the good-looking girl in the group suddenly stopped in her tracks. Brother Xiao Tian, people can warm your bed. Can you take me in and let me stay by your side to serve you? I don't need anything but 3 meals a day to keep me fed. Xiao Wan, what are you? A boy in the crowd stared at the spot. I Nima. He had been pursuing him for 3 years without even holding hands, and had always been regarded by him as a pure goddess crush. Now you actually have to sell your body to warm someone's bed because of 3 meals a day. Where is God's justice? Where is the king's law? Chapter 20, The Variant Beast Cleanup Campaign, Kill to Extinction. The boy's face was pained and he clenched his fists in grief. Xiao Wan, what are you? Xiao Wan reached out and placed her hand against the front of the boy's lips. Zhang Wo, thank you for taking care of me during this time, but I'm not good enough right now, and when I become good enough, I'll definitely come back to you. So are you willing to wait for me? I do. Seeing Zhang Wo nodding his head, Xiao Wan showed her teeth and smiled before she looked at Xiao Tian again. Brother Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was stunned. A scummy girl with a licking dog is quite a match made in heaven. Not to mention the fact that with Xiao Tian's current strength, what kind of woman could not be found if he wanted? Just the Yen Ruyu beside her. No matter her figure, appearance or temperament, she beat this Xiao Wan in every way. Get out! Xiao Tian blackened his face and faintly spat out a word. Xiao Wan turned around at once and looked at Zhang Wo with deep emotion. Zhang Wo, I'm back, and I've become better than ever. Xiao Wan, the two embraced and cried tears of joy. Xiao Tian, after dismissing a few people, the group re-entered the villa. Yen Ruyu looked preoccupied, recalling his old father's instructions to himself and associating it with Xiao Wan's earlier hints to Xiao Tian. A sense of crisis suddenly rose. Xiao Tian was excellent and strong, and the key was a little handsome. Such a man is definitely glittering gold in dark and troubled times. Moreover, with the collapse of the existing order, monogamy had long since become history, and as long as Xiao Tian was willing, it was only a matter of time before he had concubines. No way. She had to move quickly to get the raw end of the deal. However, she has always been the image of a high-cool schoolgirl. Even with a cold face there is still no lack of suitors around. Now that she was asked to take the initiative to confess to Xiao Tian and also take the initiative to cook the raw rice, she was somewhat clueless. Right in the middle of Yen Ruyu's rambling thoughts, a few more cars drove up outside the villa. A few figures got down from the car and took out a few snakeskin bags, which contained what was clearly altered beast crystals. Xiao Tian had already seen the situation outside through the surveillance outside the villa and directly opened the door and walked out. Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian, these guys all acted quite honestly. After all, the image of Xiao Tian killing Xiong Tao and the others in seconds was still fresh in his mind. This one was an absolute ruthless person. Don't misunderstand us. We don't have any malicious intentions. We're here to exchange supplies. These are all the crystal cores we obtained from hunting mutant beasts. Seeing that Xiao Tian did not speak, a few people hurriedly pointed at the crystal cores in the snakeskin bag and explained. Xiao Tian roughly swept a glance. The crystal cores in the several snakeskin bags totaled no less than a dozen. Could be. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Tian had some supplies moved and exchanged, then took the crystal cores in the sack back to the villa. After returning to the villa, Xiao Tian gave Yenruyu's father and daughter a crystal core to absorb. It was not that Xiao Tian was stingy. Most of the resources in the villa were plundered by himself, and now that he exchanged the resources for crystal cores, the ownership of these cores naturally belonged to him. Moreover, absorbing crystal cores was very energy-consuming for ordinary spirit beast warriors, and this one crystal core was enough for the two to absorb for a long time. The two of them had also learned about crystal cores from Xiao Tian during this period of time and knew that this thing could raise their level, so without thinking, he began to absorb it. The two took their respective crystal cores and placed them in their palms to start absorbing them. The crystal core shimmered with a faint light, and as the two of them continued to absorb it, the light gradually became dimmer, only at a slow rate. On the contrary, Xiao Tian picked up a crystal core and placed it in his palm. Then a mouthpiece appeared in his palm and directly devoured it. Click, click, click. Crisp chewing sounds resounded through the villa hall. In the blink of an eye, a mutant beast crystal core was directly absorbed by Xiao Tian. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 4. Bloodline level, none. Gene sequence number 9766. Trinity, inheriting the characteristic of rebirth of severed limbs. It extends a pair of wings, releasing thunderbolt feathers to slice enemies and absorbing blood through the air to strengthen itself. Xiao Tian's level had smoothly come to level 4, but the higher the level the more crystal cores were required. Xiao Tian estimated that the remaining crystal cores were not even enough for him to upgrade to level 5. Fruity. After absorbing all the crystal cores, Xiao Tian's level managed to stay at level 5. On the contrary, Yenruyu's father and daughter were still absorbing that one crystal core. Seeing that Xiao Tian had already finished absorbing the crystal cores in the two snakeskin bags, the father and daughter were dumbfounded and all of them were confused. How could the gap be so wide when they were all equally spirit beast warriors? It was just as well that there was a big gap in strength. Even the speed of absorbing crystal cores was this terrifying. It's a monster. Intensify your absorption. This period of time will mainly be spent leveling up. Soon the plants and insects on the blue planet will also undergo large-scale mutations due to the effects of the aurora, and will be far more dangerous than they are now. The animals that can be seen in big cities are basically kept pets or beasts of burden in the eyes of the animals. That's why the city hasn't been massively damaged yet. The biggest danger right now is the spirit beast warriors, but as insects and plants mutate, mutant beasts will be everywhere and the danger will be more intense. This was also the reason why Xiao Tian exchanged supplies for crystal cores. Although supplies were important, it was even more important to improve your strength as much as possible under the chaotic world compared to the supplies. The father and daughter looked at each other and nodded vigorously, continuing to absorb the crystal core energy. The day was relatively uneventful, and from time to time, people came over with crystal cores to exchange resources with Xiao Tian. In response, Xiao Tian came to the rescue. Anyway, there were enough supplies hoarded that even if the entire city of Great Confucianism sought out the crystal exchange, they would still be able to eat it. As the day went on, Xiao Tian had exchanged hundreds of crystal cores, and after leaving a small portion of them for his father and daughter, most of them were absorbed by himself. Xiao Tian's strength also came to the level of 9. It hasn't been long since the official outbreak of the Dark Unrest, and my level has come to level 9. Such a speed of improvement has already crushed the vast majority of people, right? Feeling the increase in the strength of his body, Xiao Tian muttered to himself. However, I still care more about devouring genes than the increase in strength, and I don't know when the next opportunity to devour genes will be unlocked. In the meantime, Yenruyu's father and daughter had also absorbed 2 crystal cores, and their levels had both come to level 3. Just as the Xiao Tian trio inside the villa were absorbing the crystal cores, the internet has exploded. When it was determined that it was really possible to use crystal cores to exchange for various supplies here in Xiao Tian, everyone boiled over. Many spirit beast warriors in Daeju City were out in force, sparing no effort in searching for the mutant beasts and then decapitating them. A purge of mutant beasts that was triggered because of Xiao Tian had inexplicably begun. Even some of the animals had only just mutated when the frantic crowd found them and directly decapitated them. Some people, in order to be more efficient, directly captive a large number of animals, waiting for each other to mutate, belonged to the operation of blocking the spring. On this day, the mutant beasts in the city of Daeju were dumbfounded. Before he could feel the beauty of the world, he was beaten to death by a green-eyed crowd. At this current stage, the city of Daeju has just turned out to be the safest city on the blue planet, because almost all mutant beasts have been killed to extinction. Night crept in. Xiao Tian returned to his room early to rest. Just as he was half asleep, a light footstep came from outside the room. Immediately after, the closed door of the room was gently pushed open with a creak. A pajama-clad silhouette tiptoed, slipped in along the doorway. Chapter 21, The one that shines is enough. Submit to me. Xiao Tian on the bed did not sleep to death and almost rolled over and jumped up from the bed. Burglars in the villa? Or are the enemies coming for you? The villa's defense level was so high. with all-around steel coverage, that a spirit beast warrior couldn't even break in, let alone a burglar. As for enemies, it was even more impossible, because anyone who became his enemy was quickly sent to his box. Since it wasn't a burglar or an enemy, who could have sneaked into his room in the middle of the night? Soon Xiao Tian had an answer. It's Yen Ruyu. As the silhouette walked gently to the bed, Xiao Tian could already smell the faint body odor that belonged to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu had long since lost her usual high-cool schoolgirl image, and came to stand in front of the bed with a red face in the darkness. She kept adjusting her breathing and cheering herself up, but it still felt like her heart was beating out of her throat. Let her 1,000-year-old girl secretly climbed into a man's bed in the middle of the night. This kind of thing, not to mention the reality has not been done, the TV has not seen. Why in the world am I doing this? Is it just because I want to hold on to Xiao Tian's thigh, and I chose to sell my flesh in order to survive in this cruel post-apocalyptic world? Determining that Xiao Tian was still asleep, Yen Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief, but when it really came to the final step, she hesitated instead. If you really do this, what's the difference between you and Xiao Wan in the daytime? The difference is still there. People are just ordinary people, while she is a college flower. No, I do want to hold on to Xiao Tian as my thigh, but after this period of time, I do have a good feeling about him as well, and he saved our family. If he hadn't taken the electric eel, it might have mutated under the influence of the aurora borealis, as he said, and my father and I would have all died. I'd like to return the favor, not to mention that he saved my family. In ancient times women who had nothing to offer would give their bodies in return, and now that I have nothing to offer in return, it makes sense to give my body in return. Yen Ruyu nodded slightly, her eyes regaining their luster. Immediately afterward a bold decision was made to go against our ancestors. Lifting the bedding next to Xiao Tian, he lightly lay on it. Xiao Tian, who had closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, was confused. He still thought that Yen Ruyu was plotting against him to revenge him with kindness, and he was all ready to kill someone in his animalized state. The other side ended up making such a mess. What are you doing? Yen Ruyu had just laid down, still suppressing her heartbeat, when she suddenly heard Xiao Tian's voice and let out a sharp popping sound in fright. Ah, Xiao Tian, you didn't sleep? I was almost asleep when you woke me up. What do you want from me in the middle of the night? Yen Ruyu instantly landed a big red face, shyly wanting to grab the door and get out, but on second thought, how can we give up halfway? Without the slightest preparation on Xiao Tian's part, Yen Ruyu suddenly turned around and wrapped her arms around Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's eyes widened at once before he could open his mouth to say something. The warm red plum then gagged him. It was a night of springtime. Yen Ruyu would never have thought that she was so close to death tonight. The next day, Xiao Tian got up early in the morning. The whole person was refreshed, and directly dried dozens of pounds of raw meat. As for Yen Ruyu, she didn't get up until almost noon, and her walking posture was extremely odd. The atmosphere in the living room was slightly awkward. Looking at her own old father's gaze towards her, Yen Ruyu blushed slightly, itching to dig a crack and burrow in. Yen Tiansheng, however, was inwardly ecstatic. He is not an old codger. Since his own daughter is interested in Xiao Tian, this kid, it's not a big deal to cook the rice earlier. Boss Yen, last night, after a long period of silence, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his mouth. Little friend Xiao Tian, I can't care about your young people's matters, old man, nor do I want to. Just watch yourselves. Yen Tianshang waved his hand and stroked his beard with a smile. Xiao Tian, by the way, this morning there are quite a few more people coming to exchange supplies one after another. All the crystal cores are here. I counted them in advance. A total of 13 crystal cores. Yen Ruyu pointed to a suitcase next to her and spoke. Xiao Tian nodded and opened the suitcase to pick up the crystal core inside and casually began to absorb it. In a few minutes, all 13 crystal cores were absorbed. Xiao Tian's level had also come to level 10. Although he had been mentally prepared, Yen Tiansheng still could not avoid the shock in his heart. He had only absorbed one crystal core after pulling an all-nighter last night, and now his level had only just come to level 3. 13 crystal cores, Xiao Tian absorbed them within a few minutes. This speed was simply terrifying as hell. It was also thanks to Xiao Tian not being an enemy, or else how desperate would he have to be? At the same time, a hint of surprise appeared on Xiao Tian's face, because right after the level came to 10, the system's prompt came out. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to 10 and gaining a chance to devour. Congratulations to the host's level 10. The bloodline function is unlocked. The host can devour mutated plants and animals and insects. Xiao Tian opened the interface bar. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 10. Bloodline level, 10. Gene sequence number 9766. Trinity, inheriting the characteristic of rebirth of severed limbs. It extends a pair of wings, releasing thunderbolt feathers to slice enemies and absorbing blood through the air to strengthen itself. His own bloodline level was also level 10, but Xiao Tian was unclear what the role of this bloodline level was for the time being. But none of that matters. He gained another opportunity to devour, and this time, he could devour mutated plants and animals and insects, so the options were even wider. Gotta find a chance to devour a new target. And if the estimation wasn't wrong, the second Forbidden Land was about to open, and there was a set of resurrection equipment hidden within the second Forbidden Land. This set is extremely counterintuitive and is equivalent to having a second life. However, it was quite difficult to find. Before Rebirth, this set of equipment was found by Fat Hai, the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, and the other party relied on this set of equipment and subsequently became one of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom. This bastard knew the art of divination and many arts, and although he hadn't become a spirit beast warrior, he still had a decent fighting ability. The key opponent's divination skills can find all sorts of treasures. That is to say, one now has two goals for the time being: find a new devouring target to devour, find Fatty Hai and ask the other to follow him into the second copy. Right at this moment, Yan Tiancheng suddenly thought of something and pulled out an envelope and handed it to Xiao Tian. A fellow came to the villa this morning and asked me to forward this letter to you. Without saying anything specific, Xiao Tian nodded and opened the envelope to read it. What's inside is simple. Xiao Tian, I am He Huan. I demand that you submit to me unconditionally or I will take revenge on you. The one who can glow is enough, and the great Confucian city only needs one overlord. Xiao Tian, Chapter 22, Boss, you seem to be dying a little. Hohan? Xiao Tian felt that this name was familiar, and finally got an eyebrow when he thought about it carefully. Before he was reborn, this He Huan was also considered a small leader in the city of Daeju, and like Chao Monglong, he began to recruit manpower and develop his own forces after the unrest occurred. But unlike Chao Monglong, He Huan's style of doing things is more ruthless and has a longer-term vision. If memory serves, according to the normal trajectory of development, Chao Monglong was the one who ended up being destroyed by He Huan. For as the dark unrest continues to advance, the environment of the blue planet is becoming more and more hostile, and the resources of the city of Daeju are limited. In order to keep all the resources in his own hands, He Huan gathered all the spirit beast warriors under his hand and launched a sweeping operation against the other forces. I didn't expect that I would actually be targeted by the other side this time when I lived again, but it was normal when you thought about it. After all, what you'd been doing for a while was rather high profile. Moreover, with most of the resources in his hands, he was bound to squeeze the living space of others, and it would only be a matter of time before He Huan took a shot at himself. It was just that Xiao Tian did not expect that the other party's actions would be so simple, rough and swift. If it was before he was reborn, as an ordinary person, being targeted by someone like He Huan, Xiao Tian would definitely have trouble sleeping all night. But times are different now. The system is added to the body, so I'm afraid of nothing. Just do it and be done with it. This guy dares to write a letter to threaten himself, already has a way to take death. We have to find a way to eliminate this hidden danger. Knowing that the other party is their enemy and could be a threat to them, they sit back and wait for them to retaliate against them before they take action to settle the matter. Xiao Tian could not do such a stupid thing. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianqing's father and daughter also saw the contents of the envelope, and their expressions became a bit ugly for a moment. The matter between Chao Minglong and Xiong Tao had only been over for a short while, and he didn't expect that there would be another He Huan now, but the two were just feeling a bit headstrong, not too worried. First of all, the villa was now wrapped in steel, so even spirit beast warriors would find it difficult to directly force their way in. Secondly, with Xiao Tian, a terrifying existence, in attendance, ordinary people simply did not have the capital to act recklessly. Little friend Xiao Tian, since the other party dares to write a letter to threaten, they definitely have a certain backbone, so let's just think long and hard. Yan Tiansheng voiced his opinion. Xiao Tian did not reply, but looked at the back of the envelope and realized that there was a string of phone numbers left on the back. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian took out his cell phone and entered the number to dial it. A few seconds later the phone was picked up and a low male voice came through. Oh, looks like you've read the envelope. He Huan laughed eerily a few times and was just about to let out a chain of farts when Xiao Tian stopped him. Where is your house? He Huan was a bit confused. How was this different from what he expected? I had thought that the other party should have made a compromise when they called, but they opened their mouths by asking where their home was. What do you mean? What does he want? What do you mean? After a long moment of silence, He Huan asked quietly, don't want to do anything either. You're also a local of Daeju City, right? Xiao Tian asked indifferently. He Huan was unsure, but answered, yes, that's right. I'm also a local of Daeju City. Maybe we were even in the same class in kindergarten. It's fate that you can still meet in this way after graduating for so long. I have some souvenirs here. Give me a contact information and I'll find a time to mail them to you. It's not right. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Although he didn't know what Xiao Tian was doing by asking for his address, His intuition told He Huan that it must not be something good. Hand over all the supplies you are holding. Then bring your men to submit to me, and I can tell you everything you want to know. When Xiao Tian heard this, he lost interest and directly hung up the phone. It seems that this He Huan is not a reckless person like Chao Manglong, and actually doesn't get on the bandwagon. He had now reached level 10, and had also fused 3 gene sequences. Not many people were his rivals when looking at the Great Confucian City with such strength. If He Huan told him the exact address, he'd come to the door and kill the other guy's whole family. It's just a shame that the other side doesn't get on board. Boss Yen, recently, let everyone in the villa try not to go out and just stay inside the villa, Xiao Tian said to Yen Tiancheng after thinking about it. If he remembered correctly, at this time, He Huan had already recruited many men and had some spirit beast warriors under his hands. Villa defense is very high. Xiong Tao general people join hands cannot break the villa defense. Stay inside or very safe. Good. Yen Tiancheng nodded, having no objection to this. After the explanation, Xiao Tian took out his cell phone and recorded a video to post on the internet. The video is simple. Whoever could get He Huan's head could come to the villa and designate the exchange of 5 big boxes of resources. If the other party didn't show up, Xiao Tian couldn't possibly take the initiative to look for them. After all, the city of Daeju was too big, and trying to find someone was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. Besides, he had a lot of catching up to do. Since you don't have the time yourself, let someone else do it. With resources in hand, anyone can be their own cowhorse. Once the video was sent out, it set off the cybersphere in the city of Daeju. It hasn't been long since Li Qingshan's incident, and God Xiao has actually issued another hunting order. Who is this He Huan? Where did he offend God Xiao? The human head is actually worth 5 big boxes of resources, and you can even specify the supplies. It doesn't matter who this He Huan is. I'm going out now. Are there any spirit beast warriors who are good at tracking? Leave your contact information and let's cooperate for a wave. The comments section directly below the video finished up, with the message coming in at 99 plus in less than a few minutes. Xiao Tian had killed Xiong Tao's group in seconds last live broadcast, and had already been privately addressed as the god of kill by countless people. Originally, it was thought that after this, the entire Great Confucian City would not dare anyone to provoke Xiao Tian's authority. I didn't realize that only a few days had passed and someone else had jumped out to die. One head is worth 5 big boxes of supplies. It was important to realize that the supplies of the entire city of Daeju were now in the hands of a small number of people, most of whom were still hungry. This news quickly spread throughout the entire Great Confucian City like a plague. It's like a hungry wolf smelling blood. For a while the entire crowd in Daeju City went crazy. Quite a few spirit beast warriors traveled in pairs and wandered up and down the streets in groups of 3 or 5, looking around for He Huan's traces. On the other end of the phone, seeing Xiao Tian hang up the phone, He Huan was a bit puzzled. The call was not to condescend to himself, just to ask for his exact address. What the hell is this guy up to? But it soon dawned on him. Boss, it's a big deal. Outside the abandoned warehouse, a man in jeans rushed in looking panicked. What's all the fuss about? We're all spirit beast warriors now. No longer ordinary people. We have to be calm when it comes to heavenly matters. We have to be pushy, you know? He Huan glanced at the man and said with some displeasure. The man swallowed, his mood gradually calming down. Only after seeing this did He Huan open his mouth without panicking. Speak. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Boss, you seem to be dying a bit. Hearing the man's words, He Huan froze. Seeing He Huan's confused look, the man didn't explain much and pulled out his cell phone to play a video. After watching the video, He Huan was silent. After a long time, a roar filled with huffing and puffing exploded inside the abandoned warehouse. Xiao Tian, I'm Chao your grandpa. The other side. After dealing with He Huan's matter, Xiao Tian took Yen Ruyu out. The second copy was about to descend, and for the sake of the batch of resurrection level equipment within the copy, Fatty Hai, the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, had to be taken under his tutelage as soon as possible. On this trip, he was going to develop the other into one of his own. Chapter 23, Get out of the car and start a fight. The heavenly master is dumbfounded. The two left the villa and set off in a red Ferrari towards Lungfu Mountain. This time, after all, it wasn't a trip to stock up, and it was obviously inappropriate to drive a big truck again. Holding the leather steering wheel with one hand, Xiao Tian was overcome with emotion. In the past, I never dared to dream of driving such a luxury car, but I never thought it would come true now. But in dark and troubled times, a luxury car is almost worthless, and can't even be traded for a bucket of noodles. On the way, Yen Ruyu also asked about the purpose of the trip. The other party was considered one of his own, and Xiao Tian did not hide it. Narrated Fatty Hai's divination ability, as well as the resurrection equipment within the second copy. Yen Ruyu was shocked when she heard that within the second copy, such an equipment that came with a resurrection attribute actually existed. Isn't this a proper resurrection armor? It's amazing that such an outfit could appear in reality. But it wasn't so shocking when he thought that the dark unrest had broken out and even plants and insects could mutate into monsters. Can these equipments really bring people back to life? Yen Ruyu looked sideways at Xiao Tian and curiously said, "Aha." Xiao Tian nodded. After some contemplation, Yen Ruyu suddenly said, "If the person wearing this outfit is whacked into a pulp, will they still be able to be revived?" Xiao Tian was silenced by the question. A question he hadn't really thought about. Before he was reborn, he only saw on the network that Fatty Hai had encountered a wave of beasts and relied on the resurrection characteristics of his equipment to break out of the siege. As for whether there are any restrictions on resurrection, that's unclear at this point. I'm guessing it's fine. After all, it's equipment from a forbidden place, which itself can't be judged by common sense. After thinking for half a day, Xiao Tian still gave a reasonable explanation. Yen Ruyu nodded, then asked, "Then what should Fatty Hai do if he doesn't cooperate?" "Then fight until he is willing to cooperate." Xiao Tian spoke almost without thinking. It's a very simple truth. There can be no legal protection nowadays. A big fist is the way to go. If the other person is not willing to follow them, then they will fight until they are convinced. If the other party insists on being their enemy, then use it and then kill them. That's the confidence that comes from being strong enough. Of course, with Xiao Tian's understanding of Fatty Hai before he was reborn, this fellow should not be so bad as to refuse his request for cooperation. Because the current mutant beasts in Daeju City were almost exterminated, the road was smooth, and the road is almost not see other vehicles. Unimpeded driving 2.5 hours later, the two smoothly came to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Longhu Mountain is surrounded by mountains and water, with beautiful scenery, and the mist on the mountain has not yet dispersed, adding one more point of hazy beauty. Not having the heart to enjoy the scenery on the mountain, Xiao Tian parked his car in front of the gate of the Taoist temple. The two had just gotten out of the car when the door to the Taoist temple was pushed open. A fat man in a Taoist robe rubbed his sleepy eyes and snorted as he walked out. The two of them were stunned when they saw Xiao Tian outside the door. Asterisk 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 asterisk, two big live ones? The outbreak of dark turmoil has long been known to everyone, and although Fatty Hai lives on Longhu Mountain all year round, he has also swiped his cell phone and knows something about the situation. Altered beasts run rampant and spirit beast warriors are born. The entire Great Confucian City had long been in chaos, with many people killing those around them just because of some supplies. I didn't realize that at this time of the year, there were actually people who drove to Longhu Mountain. Did you come to burn incense and pray? Now that this dojo doesn't collect incense money anymore, and collects supplies instead, you can exchange all kinds of supplies for incense, preferably things like food. Fatty Hai cleared his throat and opened his mouth. However, before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Tian took a step forward. His black feathered wings unfolded behind his back, and the electric eel head emerged on his shoulder, directly entering the state of animalization. Then with a flash of his body, he slammed his fist against Fatty Hai's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fatty Hai exclaimed in shock, his entire body confused. Where's the crazy in the morning? He shot himself in the face the moment we met? What a grudge! But as the 98th generation of the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, Fatty Hai was not a vegetarian, and his obese body instantly became incredibly flexible, quickly jumping a step backward. However, before he had the chance to stand still, his feet suddenly slipped, his body lost its balance and tilted forward. His head slammed straight up towards Xiao Tian's fist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fatty Hai's eyes widened in anger, and with a cry of shock, he hardened his head against Xiao Tian's fist. The right eye instantly became a panda eye. Screaming miserably, Fatty Hai quickly pulled away and exploded back a few steps, rubbing his eyes for a moment and showing his teeth. Xiao Tian was a little confused, knowing that this fat man was the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master, presumably with his own arrogance or something. In order to prevent the other party from refusing, that's why he planned to take the first step and beat the other party into submission first, showing his powerful strength. I didn't realize that the other side was actually not following the rules, just using his head to receive his own fist. It is true that a celestial master is a celestial master. This routine is really elusive to the general public, and more importantly, his own punch could not be carried even by a spirit beast warrior, and the other party, after receiving it with his head, was actually unharmed except for an extra black eye. This fatty was not simple. No wonder he could become one of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom. Keep striking out. Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense, and after moving his limbs, he was about to throw another punch. Just in the nick of time, Fatty Hai, who was rubbing his eyes, suddenly turned white, and then his knees went soft and directly knelt down to Xiao Tian. Good man, spare my life. I know I'm wrong. I'll give you whatever you want. Stop fighting. Looking at Fatty Hai, who suddenly begged for mercy, Xiao Tian blinked his eyes and somewhat did not react. It's not You're at least a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. One of the future top powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. Now he's actually kneeling in front of him and begging for forgiveness. What's going on? Yen Ryu's big beering eyes also flickered with a bit of confusion. How can this fat guy look like a bit of an expert? Does he really know any divination techniques? Seeing the two people frozen, Fatty Hi's eyes rolled, and he instantly took off running towards the Taoist temple. This lunatic bullies honest people. Although the successive generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain had also practiced gong methods to strengthen their bodies, these body-strengthening gong methods were simply no match for the strong physique that spirit beast warriors came with. What the successive generations of Longhu Mountain heavenly masters were best at was still the art of talismans. However, he had just gotten up and was only wearing a thin long shirt, so he hadn't brought any talismans with him at all. When I get the talisman, if I don't beat you up and make you cry, I won't be the Dragon Tiger Mountain heavenly master. Fatty Hi, in the guise of a nimble fat man, rushed all the way into the Taoist temple lobby and took out a small box from a drawer to open it. What was contained inside was clearly a stack of talismans. These talismans are various talismans left behind by the generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain, which can induce thunder and lightning to ignite the fiery flames, and can be regarded as a great killing weapon to eliminate demons and devils. However, since Fatty Hi came to Longhu Mountain, he has not seen any demons, and these talismans have hardly been used. But using these talismans to deal with spirit beast warriors should also be enough. Just then, Xiao Tian followed and rushed over. Kid, you're done, I tell you. These talismans are all high-level talismans left behind by my Longhu Mountain's successive generations of heavenly masters. Even if you're a spirit beast warrior, this is not the place for you to spread your wildness. Later on, I'll beat you up and make you cry for your parents. After getting the talisman, Fatty Hi instantly had a bottom line, wiping off the sweat on his forehead, grinning triumphantly. The next moment, however, he couldn't laugh anymore. Only Xiao Tian looked towards the pile of talismans and shot out a feather from his back, directly penetrating the pile of high-level talismans left behind by successive generations of heavenly masters. Immediately following the release of a terrifying electric current among the feathers, the talisman gradually heated up and was ignited, turning into a pile of ashes in the blazing fire. Fatty Hi looked blankly at the talisman in his hand that had turned into ashes and fluttered in the wind, his mouth open and completely confused. The bottom of Fatty Hi's just risen energy dissipated along with the drifting ashes. Good man, if I told you right now that it was all a joke earlier, would you believe me? Chapter 24, Superheroes Blocking the Door. Desperate batch. Because of the cold sweat, the Heavenly Master's robe on Fatty Hi's body was infested with wetness clinging to his body, looking extremely wretched. However, Xiao Tian was silent and only swung his fist. The resurrection equipment within the second Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian was bound to get it, without being sure if Fatty Hi was reliable. He had to beat his opponent until he was convinced. Don't talk about cruelty and inhumanity. If you want to stay alive in a post-apocalyptic world, you have to prioritize yourself. As for how the beaten Fatty Hi felt, it was not a category that Xiao Tian should consider. Stop, please, don't you fight, I've begged for forgiveness. Why are you still coming on? I'm at least a heavenly master. Grass, where the hell did I offend you? Early in the morning drive to Longhu Mountain to beat me. You to it. Wrong. I really know it's wrong. Ouch, hey, what the hell are you doing? 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 5 punches. Fat Hi was beaten without the power to fight back. The hull of a generation of celestial masters, at the moment weak and helpless, can only hold his hands and head curled up in the corner. The whole process lasted for half an hour's time, and Fatty Hi could no longer call out. His voice was mute. The body was also numbed by the beating and gradually could no longer perceive the pain. The face, which was already somewhat obese, had now swollen into a pig's head, until Xiao Tian stopped. His body curled up tighter and silently wiped the small pearl. He was now wondering what he had done to provoke this bogeyman. Just woke up early in the morning to a fat beating. What the hell did he do? Yen Ryu had been watching from the sidelines, and when she saw Fatty Hi's miserable appearance, she was more or less unable to bear it. Xiao Tian, aren't we going too far? Yen Ryu pursed her lips and asked cautiously, was it over the top? Xiao Tian felt that it was okay. Although he had fatally beaten this bastard for half an hour, he had deliberately controlled the force throughout. It won't kill anyone and it won't leave any disabilities. We're here to find someone to cooperate with. This is indeed a bit unseemly, Yen Ryu reminded in a small voice. Although the fat man didn't look very reliable, it was really cruel to be rounded up and beaten fat for half an hour just after meeting him. The conversation between the two was heard by Fatty Hi. He's stupid. His pupils suddenly shrunk and his voice steeply raised an octave. You're here to ask for my cooperation? At this moment the fat sea aggrieved want to shed tears. This is your attitude to find people to cooperate? At the drop of a hat, He went into a bestial state and fattened him up for half an hour. A half hour in which he recalled all the bad things he had done in his life. Thought I'd violated the laws of heaven. As a result, he was now told that the ruthless man in front of him had come to seek his cooperation? No dude. Who's telling you to find someone to work with that attitude? After Yen Ruyu's reminder, Xiao Tian also stopped talking nonsense and overlooked Fatty Hai and opened the door. The second forbidden land is about to be opened, and there are a few sets of resurrection equipment in it, so I need you to cooperate with me in finding this batch of equipment using the art of divination. And of course you won't be allowed to work for nothing. I can use supplies as compensation. When Xiao Tian finished speaking, Yen Ruyu instantly understood and left the Taoist temple to carry in several large boxes from the Ferrari. The crate was opened and it was filled with all sorts of supplies, all kinds of canned food, wine, and even cigarettes. Even ordinary people with large appetites can comfortably last a few months on these supplies. Looking at the wide array of various supplies in the box, the corner of Fatty Hai's eyes shook, and then a line of clear tears dripped down his cheeks to the ground. Grass, you should have told me earlier when you were looking for my cooperation, and take out so many supplies as compensation. You said that earlier. You said it earlier. I'd have said yes straight away. He had stayed on Longhu Mountain since the start of the Dark Unrest, and the supplies on the mountain had actually been pretty much consumed by him. The one thing he lacked right now was food. Right now Xiao Tian was willing to use several large boxes of supplies in exchange. There was no reason for him not to agree. This is the condition I can give. If you agree to cooperate, naturally the best. If not, what happens if I don't agree? Fatty Hai shrunk his neck and ghostly asked. Xiao Tian rubbed his fist. Then I will fight until you agree. Fatty Hai had a black eye at the corner of his mouth at that time. This guy is definitely hyperandrogenic. This is definitely a superhero. One word and it was simply more dangerous than even those mutant beasts. Promise, I promise you, my divination art can indeed divine some treasures. I can help you. Seemingly afraid of Xiao Tian's continued action, Fatty Hai hurriedly agreed without thinking. Xiao Tian nodded as things went unexpectedly smoothly. It seems that his own soldiers before rights has paid off after all. After Fatty Hai simply packed up his things, he followed Xiao Tian and the two of them to the front of the Ferrari. Just looking at the Ferrari with only 2 seats, Fatty Hai was silent. Where do I sit on this? Fatty Hai asked weakly, pointing to the 2 Ferraris. Xiao Tian was momentarily speechless. He had indeed overlooked this issue when he came, but as long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. A few minutes later, the trio set off. Xiao Tian sat in the main driver's seat while Yen Ruyu sat in the passenger seat. As for Fatty Hai, a bitter face was tied to the roof of the car with 5 flowers. As the Ferrari began to speed, the northwestern wind rolled in, blowing Fatty Hai almost suffocated, and his airbags were blown up. What kind of sins did I have in my last life? It was 2.5 hours before several people re-entered the villa. When the Ferrari was quite stable, Fatty Hai was then untied and picked up. As his feet landed on the ground and felt the smooth ground, Fatty Hai's face went white and his spirit was in a trance. Xiao Tian suddenly said, "The second forbidden land will be opened recently, so stay with us during this period of time. There's no need for you to do anything right now. You just need to build up your strength and wait for the forbidden land to open." Fatty Hai nodded woodenly. After handling the matter of Fatty Hai, Xiao Tian brought Yen Ruyu to find Yen Tianxing and recounted the situation over here roughly. Then he learned that during the time he and Yen Ruyu had traveled to Longhu Mountain, many more crystal cores had been delivered one after another. The number of crystal cores now added up to a total of more than 50. During this period of time, Yen Tianxing had been absorbing the power of the crystal cores and had already managed to absorb 2 of them, and his level had come to level 5. Xiao Tian nodded his head in understanding, and after leaving some crystal cores for Yen Tianxing and Yen Ruyu respectively, he returned to his room and started absorbing the crystal cores. More than 30 mutant beast crystal cores were all absorbed cleanly by Xiao Tian in less than 10 minutes. However, the higher the level, the more experience was required. And after absorbing the power of more than 30 crystal cores, Xiao Tian's level had only just managed to come to level 14. The time came to night. Soon it was dinner time. Fatty Hai also followed Xiao Tian and the others to eat together. Xiao Tian took the raw meat and methodically gnawed on it on the side, while Fatty Hai attacked the food on the plate in a windy manner. Looking at the fact that the food on the table was almost wiped out before he could move his chopsticks much, Yen Tianxing was a bit confused. Is this young man the reincarnation of Porky Pig? Little friend Xiao Tian has brought back a rice bucket? Are you very hungry? After a long period of silence, Yen Tianxing suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Hearing these words, Fatty Hai's movements in his hands froze and he almost cried out. There's only a bunch of hanging noodles and nothing else on Longhu Mountain, and although I'm the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, we Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain are allowed to eat meat. Moreover, as a kind of omnivore, human beings will have problems with their bodies if they don't eat meat for a long time. In order to replenish my body with nutrients, I ate almost all the rats on Lung Fushan and emptied all the birds' nests. My life is hard. Luckily, I met this super brother to bring me down the mountain. Otherwise I guess I'll start eating maggots. If for Xiao Tian's behavior of meeting and moving his hands, Fatty Hai was initially angry, then now all that was left was gratitude. He himself is out of his misery this time. After the words, Fatty Hai continued to lower his head again, puffing and eating. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth tugged. Suddenly there was some doubt that I had the wrong person. Was this fat man who spoke out of tune really one of the top powerhouses of the latter-day Dragon Kingdom? Chapter 25, The Undefeatable Little Strong Man, Devour. Xiao Tian, ever since you released that video, all the spirit beast warriors in the entire Daeju city have been searching for that He Huan, but this guy is hiding so deep that he hasn't been found until now. Yan Tianqing suddenly looked at Xiao Tian. Ever since Yan Ruyu had double rode with Xiao Tian last night, his name for Xiao Tian had changed. Xiao Tian nodded. This guy is quite capable of hiding, much better than Xiao Manlong. Should we add some more favors to make more people join in the search? Yan Tianqing asked. After this period of time, he also knew Xiao Tian's vindictive character, especially for the enemy is to catch up with the style of doing things. For Xiao Tian's enemies, messing with Xiao Tian would be a lifelong nightmare, but for Xiao Tian's teammates, such a style of doing things was more reassuring. Xiao Tian shook his head and refused. We have more important things to do right now. The second Forbidden Land is about to open. Let's follow up on He Huan's matter. The resurrection level equipment in the second Forbidden Land was Xiao Tian's current main goal, and he still had one more devouring opportunity left to use now. As for He Huan's matter, Xiao Tian did not have much time to delay, and now the entire Daeju city was searching for the other party. In a short period of time, it should not dare to continue its evil deeds. The villa had been successfully made into a super defensive safe haven by him, leveled up to 14 as well, and stocked up on a ton of supplies. The only thing that should be considered now was to complete the current stage of devouring before the second Forbidden Land opened. Xiao Tian was now able to devour mutated plants, animals and insects, which meant devouring mutated beasts. Just what kind of mutant beasts should be devoured to be considered value for money? Just then, an emergency broadcast was suddenly inserted into the television turned on in the living room. Undead mutant cockroaches surprisingly appear at the first research institute in Daeju City. Now Daeju City military seeks help from all Daeju City residents. A picture appeared on the TV of a scene inside one of the labs at the institute. A black cockroach, comparable to the size of a kitten, was scurrying around the lab, which was in disarray. All the experimenters, no matter what means they used, could do nothing to help this giant cockroach. Haphazard images of people shooting with hot weapons, crimson fire dragons erupting, and even repeating rifles. But when the bullets were fired at the cockroach, they were instantly bounced off the black armor with just a few sparking stars. There were spirit beast warriors among the researchers in the lab, and none of them were watching dryly and chose to step in. But the cockroach was like an undefeatable little strong man, nimbly dodging away at the first moment the attack was launched. It's almost harder to catch than a New Year's Eve pig. The chickens came home to roost in the lab, and various instruments and test tubes were knocked to the ground. This incident quickly hit the news hot search. The relevant video below all see watching the big melon crowd. As far as help goes, press on. Now that the dark unrest has broken out and many people are fretting over food, where is the time to help the lab with its troubles? I didn't realize that cockroaches could also turn into mutant beasts, and the military of Daeju City actually asked for help online. So it seems like there's really no way out. Yan Tianshang smacked his lips and watched the images playing on the TV as he silently gnawed on a chicken leg. He had a lot of cooperation with the military of Daeju City, and both sides were quite familiar with each other, so he was slightly emotional. Luckily, it's only plants and animals and insects that are mutating now, not bacteria or any other microorganisms. Otherwise, if bacterial microbes and whatnot could also become mutant beasts, Blue Star would be reduced to a hell on earth in an instant. This cockroach, Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and suddenly stood up. Being able to dodge attacks under the siege of various hot weapons, as well as numerous spirit beast warriors, this cockroach was not simple. Maybe it can be devoured. I'm going to the lab. You all stay in the villa, don't just go out. Anything big in the sky will have to wait until I come back. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianshang both froze for a moment. Is this kid planning on helping out in the lab? Yan Tianshang was stunned, not expecting that Xiao Tian, who treated his enemies to death, actually had such a bodhisattva's heart. As for the fat sea, it was stalwart. Let the heavens fall apart, and you'll still just bury your head in the sand and eat. Don't worry about it, we're all here waiting for you to come back. Yan Tianshang nodded and smiled. Xiao Tian, be sure to come back safely. Yan Ruyu, on the other hand, stood up and whispered with a red face. Xiao Tian nodded his head and drove his Ferrari out of the villa, heading straight to the first research institute. Places like research institutes existed quite a bit in the Dragon Kingdom, and each of them was the largest military forbidden place with guard posts nearby. Ordinary people who came a little closer would be warned, or even invited to the station for tea. But now that the dark unrest has erupted, the old rules have long since been rendered null and void. Dean, someone has come to the aid of our institute. I've brought them with me. The staff brought Xiao Tian to an office and shouted in surprise at the figure in front. On the leather couch of the office sat a voluptuous woman. A woman clad in a lab coat that left only a pair of long white legs. Hearing that, he was originally quite excited, but when he saw that Xiao Tian was the only one, he was immediately disappointed again. Just one? Shin Xiulan looked at the staff member and asked. Well, only this one came, the staff member said, scratching his head. Shin Xiulan sighed, then got up and came near Xiao Tian. A scented breeze hit the room. Xiao Tian realized that this woman's face value was very resistant to manipulation, and comparing it to Yen Ruyu wasn't bad at all. Even when observed close to the face, no flaws could be seen. Her delicate features were impeccable, and a tear mole below the corner of her right eye instead added a bit of femininity to her. How to say? There's an air of a man's wife. To introduce myself, I am the dean here, Shen Xiulan. Shin Xiulan extended her hand to Xiao Tian. Shen Xiulan? Xiao Tian's expression was odd. If he remembered correctly, this Shin Xiulan was also a talented person. When he was reborn, this one had developed many powerful equipment by virtue of studying various things in the Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian similarly extended his hand and shook the other parties. First of all, I appreciate your willingness to rush to the lab to help us at no cost, but there's something I have to tell you. This cockroach is by no means an ordinary mutant beast. We visually estimate that this cockroach is only at the beginner's level, but all of the spirit beast warriors in our labs combined couldn't kill it. Since you're willing to come and help, could you tell me which animal's ability you've acquired? Shin Xiulan spoke quite sincerely. However, Xiao Tian was in trouble. The ability he gained was, to be precise, a combination of a mutant leech, a mutant electric eel, and a rare falcon. However, it is currently known that spirit animal warriors only have access to the enhanced abilities of one animal. Even if Xiao Tian truthfully informed the other party of the situation, the other party might not believe it. Dean Shun, I think we'd better cut the crap. Since I can rush here to help, I definitely won't drag you guys down. Shin Xiulan had wanted to say something else, but for some reason she could feel an inexplicable confidence from Xiao Tian. The confidence baffled her. Where the hell did this kid get his confidence from being so young? Knowing that there were also spirit beast warriors present in their lab. So many spirit beast warriors had no way of solving this mutated cockroach with the combined efforts of so many spirit beast warriors. What makes him so confident? However, the entire institute was now at their wits' end about it, and no one other than Xiao Tian had rushed to the scene to help. If that mutated cockroach was allowed to continue its rampage, the entire lab would be completely destroyed. Holding the attitude of treating a dead horse as a living horse, Shin Xiulan personally led Xiao Tian to the laboratory. The laboratory was in chaos. The walls made of special materials were all crashed into 1,000 holes. The scene was miserable. Many of the Institute's spirit beast warriors were still combining their efforts to surround the mutated cockroach. And just at the moment when the door of the laboratory opened, this mutated cockroach, which was unharmed under the crowd's siege, suddenly braked sharply, and then shifted direction, popped up a meter high in place, opened his 8 thighs as if he were a face-hugging bug in a movie, and charged straight towards Xiao Tian's direction. Chapter 26, number 9527. The transformation of the twin ponytail warrior. Xiao Tian was confused, and his pupils shrank to burst out of the national essence. He was a fusion of the genetic sequences of 3 animals, and his level had come to level 14, so he didn't carry fear of anyone in Daeju City. But imagine a huge cockroach, half a meter in size, lunging at you in a highly bizarre position. Are you panicking? Xiao Tian is now in a similar state of mind. So many people on the scene aside, he is still standing beside the beautiful Dean Shin Xiulan. This cockroach was the only one who chose to pounce towards himself. Why this was Xiao Tian was not clear, but he was certain that it was definitely not because of Ai Ching. Look out! Shin Xiulan beside her also reacted, but she wasn't a spirit beast warrior and couldn't do anything at all. The other spirit beast warriors in the lab all had their faces changed drastically. Finished. This kid is finished. Although this mutated cockroach, at the moment, didn't show much destructive power, but in the end, it was a mutated beast. This would have to be torn off a layer of skin if it was close up high or low. The chaotic scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and everyone looked at Xiao Tian at the same time, thinking that something was going to happen to him. Xiao Tian himself felt the same way, and after a short period of being stunned, he was immediately about to enter the state of animalization. But it was then that the eye-opening scene occurred. The mutant cockroach did not launch an attack on Xiao Tian. but instead pounced to Xiao Tian's near front and then prostrated itself on the ground, with crunching sounds continuously coming out of its mouth. By the looks of it, it seemed to be expressing its submission to Xiao Tian. What the hell? Xiao Tian scratched his head. Even as a reborn person, he could not help but be a bit confused at this moment. A mutant beast showing a submissive stance to a human. This kind of thing he had never heard of even before he was reborn. You're showing me submission? Hesitating for a moment, Xiao Tian pointed at himself to the mutant cockroach and asked. Crunch! The mutant cockroach let out a low roar as if responding to Xiao Tian. Although he could not understand the meaning of the low roar, Xiao Tian could clearly see that the other party's posture had been lowered even more. Submission. The mutant cockroach literally submits to itself. What the hell is going on here? In the entire laboratory, numerous experimenters, including Shin Xiulan, all of them were dumbfounded. This unbelievable scene refreshed their three views and shocked their souls. This mutant beast that had left the entire institute helpless was now actually actively submitting towards a human. What's going on? Shin Xiulan was in the end the dean and quickly calmed the shock in her heart as she looked at Xiao Tian for an answer. Xiao Tian himself was confused, but quickly thought of the bloodline level in the system interface bar. His current bloodline level was level 10, and this mutated cockroach also belonged to the primary sayings within level 10. Could it be that one's bloodline level had a suppressive effect on mutant beasts? Xiao Tian had already had his suspicions, but without verification yet, Xiao Tian did not dare to jump to conclusions easily. But what was certain was that the mutated cockroach in front of him had, indeed, expressed its submission to himself. Originally, I thought I would have to go out and fight a bit to subdue the mutated cockroach before trying to find a way to take it away from the institute to devour it. Now it seems to be a saving grace. Dean Shun, now that everything seems to be resolved, I'll take this mutated cockroach first. Xiao Tian rushed Shin Xiulan and didn't care whether the other party agreed or not as he looked at the mutated cockroach on the ground and said, "Come with me?" After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the lab, while the mutated cockroach followed closely behind as if it had really understood Xiao Tian's words. Heavens! Not only did the mutant beasts submit to humans, they also understand human language? This scene was nothing short of bizarre, as everyone looked at each other in disbelief, unable to hold back a single word for half a day. In the entire lab, there was only a gust of cool air being sucked in. It was not until Xiao Tian left the laboratory with the mutated cockroach that the crowd successively came back from their shock. The country has already issued an announcement that mutant beasts are the enemies of our humanity. They are bloodthirsty and murderous without any humanity. I didn't expect that they would actually follow that young man. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have had an absolute hard time believing it. The mutant beast actively submitting to humans. Could this be related to his awakened animal abilities? But what kind of animal ability has been awakened to make a mutant beast submit of its own accord? I remember. No wonder I feel he looks a bit familiar. He seems to be the Xiao god who monopolized most of the supplies and posted a kill order on the internet. Xiao Tian? It's actually him. Why is he so hung? The lab was mostly filled with researchers, and a heated discussion soon ensued as a result. Shin Xiulan was the only one who had a thoughtful expression as she looked in the direction Xiao Tian had left, making the mutant beasts submit on their own accord. She really wanted to study how Xiao Tian actually did it. However, she was also very clear that it was a time of dark unrest. Order and whatnot had long since collapsed, and she was not qualified to stop Xiao Tian from asking for the results. After all, the other party had only just helped the institute solve this crisis. Xiao Tian was not yet aware of what kind of sensation his behavior had caused at the institute. After leaving the lab with the mutated cockroach, Xiao Tian casually found a nook and cranny. Since the start of the dark unrest, the law of the jungle had been displayed to the extreme, with humans not only having to face the dangers posed by the mutant beasts, but also having to watch out for the attacks of the spirit beast warriors. That's why the normally crowded street is now barely visible. You can understand what I'm saying? Xiao Tian turned to look at the mutated cockroach. The mutant cockroach let out a low growl, its flattened head nodding slightly as if in response. Really listen to it. Xiao Tian was surprised. Then he held his chin in deep thought. Could it all really be related to bloodline level? His current bloodline level was level 10. Could it be that as long as the level of the mutant beasts was lower than his bloodline level, they could all be suppressed and subjugated by his bloodline level? Without thinking too much about it, the priority now was still to complete the devouring and continue getting stronger. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian once again looked at the mutated cockroach and said seriously, "Since you have submitted to me, I'm going to eat you now. You don't have a problem with that, do you?" Crunch! The mutant cockroach let out a low growl, then turned and ran. The 8 legs were so fast that stumps appeared. Xiao Tian. It seemed that although the other party had submitted himself, he still retained his own sanity and was not the kind of machine that had no feelings. Xiao Tian sighed lightly. Then the black wings behind his back unfolded and he directly entered the state of bestialization as 2 feathers with lightning shot out. Zip! 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 The mutant cockroach that was still flying away was covered in electric current all over its body, and its body immediately stiffened in place, crunching and squealing all the time. Xiao Tian ignored it and incited his wings to come closer, then lowered his head and took a bite at the mutant cockroach's head. Crunchy, chicken flavor. Surprisingly, it wasn't hard to eat. After a few minutes, the mutated cockroach was devoured by Xiao Tian without even leaving its wings behind. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the mutated cockroach. Gene sequence extraction successful. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 14. Bloodline level, 12. Gene sequence number 9527. Spirit Beard Warrior, inherits the trait of rebirth of severed limbs, extends a pair of wings, releases lightning feathers to slice through enemies, and possesses a powerful sense of danger. Spirit Bearded Warrior? There's something strange about the name, but more than that, he was concerned about the performance of the new genes in sensing danger. Xiao Tian's mind moved. The next moment, two slender cockroach tentacles emerged from the head. A two-ponytailed warrior? The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth tugged and he was embarrassed on the spot. Chapter 27, Vampires in the Forbidden Land? So far, for every new gene sequence he devoured, his body would undergo a corresponding change. For example, the leech's mouthpiece in the middle of his palm, as well as the black falcon's wings on his back, and the electric eel's head on his shoulder. I didn't expect a pair of cockroach tentacles to appear after devouring the mutated cockroach this time. His bestial form seems to be getting hunted. But soon Xiao Tian sensed an abnormality, and as the pair of cockroach tentacles on his head swayed with the wind, his senses were magnified infinitely. The wind and grass around him could not escape his perception, and even the trajectory of the ants carrying food scraps on the ground a few meters away was clearly captured by him. The feeling was subtle, like an out-of-body experience, watching everything that was happening around you from a third-party perspective. Suddenly, Xiao Tian sensed an aura of danger, and without time to think, his figure quickly dodged away towards the side. A large tree behind Xiao Tian suddenly began to distort, and a huge 2.5-meter-long chameleon instantly emerged and attacked. A deep pit had been blasted out from the place where Xiao Tian was previously standing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian's entire body was bad. This was a mutated beast after the mutation of the chameleon, and the other party should have been hiding here all along, only that he hadn't realized it. If it wasn't for these two tentacles on his head, Xiao Tian would definitely not have been able to react this way, and even if he relied on his super high defense he would be crippled if he didn't die. Seeing Xiao Tian dodging his attack, the chameleon let out a roar and once again charged towards Xiao Tian with all its limbs. The speed of the chameleon was so fast that an ordinary person would not be able to see the trajectory of the action, but the movements of the other party fell abnormally slow in Xiao Tian's eyes. It's like a slow-motion replay of a movie. Xiao Tian could not only see his opponent's slow motion, he could also estimate his opponent's trajectory. Relying on this, Xiao Tian easily dodged the chameleon's attack with a dashing sidestep, and at the same time stretched out his palm and placed it on the chameleon's abdomen. The mouthpiece in his palm sucked in the chameleon's abdomen, and the countless sharp teeth tore up madly like an activated shield machine. Chameleon let out a scream. Organs were torn out and instantly chewed up, directly in front of the eyes of a black box lunch. Instant seconds. Xiao Tian looked at his blood-stained palm for a long time before coming back to his senses, followed by ecstasy. Looks like a pair of cockroach tentacles not to be underestimated. With this pair of contraptions, one will be much more comfortable when fighting their opponents. You can be fast, and I may not be as fast as you, but your movements, no matter how fast, are equivalent to slow motion in my eyes. How do you lose? Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian withdrew his animalized state and pulled out a crystal core from the chameleon's corpse and absorbed it. The level didn't go up directly, only the strength was enhanced a bit. With Xiao Tian's current level, he would need a large amount of mutant beast crystallized cores in order to advance. After devouring this cockroach, my bloodline level also came from level 10 to level 12. Could it be that the increase in bloodline level has something to do with the object that I devoured? After resolving the battle, Xiao Tian began to think about bloodline leveling up again. But before he could think more, the entire Great Confucian City suddenly changed. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and a pillar of black light shot up into the sky from a certain direction, straight into the clouds. At this moment, countless people in Great Confucian City all saw this spectacular scene at the same time. The second forbidden land is open. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, and there was a color of excitement flickering in his eyes. Before he was reborn, he was just an ordinary man, and all the benefits were only to be expected. But now, he wants it all. Hurriedly rushing back to the villa, Xiao Tian directly called on Yen Ruyu's father and daughter as well as Fatty Hai, and headed towards the place where the light pillars appeared in great numbers. The appearance of the pillar of light had already caused a strong stir in the city of Daeju, and many people were worried if it was a sign of an impending disaster. Most people try to stay away from this because they are not sure if there is a risk and are too pressed to go near it. But there were a number of daring people who ventured out into the neighborhood to see what was going on. When Xiao Tian and his group arrived at the scene, a large group of people had already gathered at the scene. The ones present were all spirit beast warriors, there was no doubt about that. After all, ordinary people wouldn't dare to go out freely at this time of the year. However, even if they were spirit beast warriors, the crowd didn't dare to make any rash moves, and all of them were surveying the front with suspicious faces. Below the pillar of light was a twisted vortex of spacetime. The vortex released a faint suction, and it was too chaotic to see anything inside. Xiao Tian knew that this vortex was the door to the second forbidden land. Xiao Tian, is this what you said? The gate that leads to the second forbidden land? Yen Ruyu said curiously as she surveyed the vortex. Aha! Xiao Tian nodded in response. The fat C pinched finger counting, then frowned fiercely. What exists in this? I actually can't count anything. The world in this vortex is afraid that it's not simple. Xiao Tian did not comment. The world in the forbidden land is equivalent to the other side of the world. Fatty Hai can really calculate something as a true god. Xiao Tian. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from not far away. Xiao Tian raised his eyes and found the beautiful Dean Shinxiolan, who was protected by numerous layers of military personnel. This beauty is here too? I didn't expect to meet you here. Thank you for the institute. You left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to thank you. Shinxiolan acted quite enthusiastically. After all, if it wasn't for Xiao Tian's help, I'm afraid the institute would have been ruined. It's just a matter of each getting what they want. There's no need to thank me. Xiao Tian acted quite blandly instead. If it had been before the calamity, and such a big, mature beauty had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with him, he would have been too nervous to speak. But now, in the era of dark turmoil, beautiful women are nothing more than pink skeletons, and the only thing that matters is improving your strength. A woman, it would only affect how fast he could draw his sword. Shinxiolan didn't care, and turned the topic to look at the vortex in front of her. You're also a spirit beast warrior. Do you know the origin of this vortex? The vortex connects to a special world. Xiao Tian did not hide it and directly spoke. Connected to another world? Shinxiolan froze. There are quite a few dangers in this vortex. You're just an ordinary person. Even if you have someone to protect you, it's best not to go in easily. Xiao Tian continued to remind him. Then he glanced at Yen Ruyu and the others and took the initiative to step into the whirlpool. As Xiao Tian's figure disappeared into the vortex, Yen Ruyu and Fatty Hai and the others exchanged a glance, then also walked in stiffly. Seeing the four people enter the vortex at the same time, the rest of the people present were also intent on doing so. They had all heard what Xiao Tian had said to Shinxiolan, that this vortex was a portal to another world. While it is known that there may be risks involved, there are certainly great benefits hidden as well. Many people did not think twice and followed Xiao Tian and his group, but there were also some who chose to stay for fear of the unknown risks. Dean, let's not go in. There may be danger in here. Even with our protection it may not be safe. Right at this moment, someone with a worried face looked at Shinxiolan and opened his mouth. No, Shinxiolan shook her head and insisted. Danger and opportunity coexist. Since I know that this connects to another world, I'll go in all the more. If I can find something and study it, I might be able to gain something. Seeing Shinxiolan's resolute attitude, the crowd had no choice but to helplessly lead Shinxiolan into the vortex. In the meantime, when Xiao Tian and his group entered the vortex, the world in front of them changed drastically. A blood moon, without warning, appeared overhead. Before the crowd could see the surrounding scene, a humanoid figure let out a beast-like roar and rushed towards Xiao Tian and his group. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zombies. Fatty Hai and the team let out a eunuch-sounding explosive shout and nearly jumped up from his spot in shock. Chapter 28, Elite Dark Beings. Xiao Tian had long been surprised by the dark beings and had even decimated a large swath of them when he entered the first Forbidden Land. As for Yen Ruyu, father and daughter, they had already followed Xiao Tian into the Forbidden Land and had seen the existence of dark beings, so they were naturally relatively calm. However, when looking at the black mists that surrounded the dark beings, there was still a somewhat frightening feeling, especially Yen Tianshang, who had fought with dark beings back then, and was nearly exhausted from dealing with one dark being all by himself. These monsters were far more terrifying than the mutant beasts in the city by more than a few times. If these dark beings appeared on top of the blue star, it would be a nightmare for all humans. In the team, only Fatty Hai was the first time to see a dark being, so it was normal to have such a big reaction. Xiao Tian did not speak nonsense as black feathered wings emerged behind his back and a feather exploded out as if it was a concealed weapon, penetrating the dark being's head. One move in a second. Are you really the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain? After doing all this, Xiao Tianyi twisted his head and looked at Fatty Hai with an odd expression. Fatty Hai came back to his senses, and seeing that even Yen Ruyu was so calm, he immediately felt a bit ashamed of himself as a celestial master. Make it sound like you've never seen anything. In fact, it was true that he hadn't seen much of the world, and since he had come to Longhu Mountain to learn from his master, he had hardly gone down the mountain to walk around. These are dark beings, not zombies. They are beings unique to the Forbidden Land. Yen Ruyu took the initiative to step forward to round up the situation and explained. Dark beings? It's the first time I've seen such weird creatures, and I have the illusion of walking into a doomsday movie. Fatty Hai scratched his head, genuinely a bit embarrassed. The strength of these dark beings is not something that can be compared to mutant beasts. It's fortunate that these guys only exist in the Forbidden Land. Yen Tiancheng also spoke up at this time. Xiao Tian glanced at him and shook his head. The dark unrest is divided into a total of 9 heavens, with each heavenly calamity level increasing, the strength of the subsequent mutant beasts increasing, and even the emergence of fusion mutant beasts, and dark beings descending on Blue Star. Speaking here, Xiao Tian paused for a moment and continued to add, moreover, the level of dark beings, like spirit beast warriors in general, can be raised without limit. These were all information that Xiao Tian had learned before he was reborn, and they were absolutely fidelity. Yen Tianshang sniffed, his lips lightly parted, and a chill went down his feet and straight to the sky. He could understand the mutant beasts becoming stronger, but it was too terrifying that such a terrifying dark being would one day descend on Blue Star as well. When this really happened, even spirit beast warriors would face an extremely strong threat at that time. We must realize that the entire blue planet has lost its original order and rules now that just the mutant beasts are running rampant. If the dark beings descend on the blue planet, then it will not all be in chaos? Moreover, Xiao Tian had also said that the dark unrest was divided into a total of 9 heavens. What's that supposed to mean? Could it be that what they were experiencing now was only the first heaven of dark turmoil, and that there were 8 subsequent heavens awaiting them? If all of this was true, then how did Xiao Tian know about it? Yen Tianshang realized that the teenager in front of him was too mysterious. With his eyesight from years of business he actually couldn't see through it. However, now that he was in the Forbidden Land, where crises abounded and dark beings roamed about, Yen Tianshang didn't inquire too much about anything. Fatty, it's time for this Dragon Tiger Mountain heavenly master of yours to show a few hands. Xiao Tian retrieved his thoughts and looked at Fatty Hai and said. The Fat Sea was suddenly dejected. On the combat strength of their Longhu Mountain may not be the top of the Blue Star, but on the divination art of their Longhu Mountain called the second absolutely no one dares to call the first. Don't worry, it's wrapped. Fat Hai confidently patted his chest, and then took out a piece of compass from his bosom. His left hand resting on the compass and his right hand pinched the knuckle, and began to pinch the calculations. A moment later, Fatty Hai suddenly looked in a direction. The greatest chance in this Forbidden Land is in that direction. We just need to keep going this way and we'll find it. Xiao Tian nodded his head, worthy of being a heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. In the end, there were still some real skills in his body. Depart. Xiao Tian waved his hand and led the crowd in the direction Fatty Hai pointed out. In the meantime, Xin Xiulan and the others also entered the Forbidden Land one after another, and the first time they were shocked by the blood moon in the Forbidden Land. There's no sign of life here, and the whole area is covered in mist. Hell is just like that, isn't it? The vortex behind them still existed, and someone in the military was worried. Dean, it's very dangerous here, or we'd better go back first. We can't afford it if you have a slip-up. Xin Xiulan glanced around and also felt her scalp tingle, but for the sake of her heartfelt research, she still shook her head. My mind is made up. Captain Wang, let the squad advance, please. One after another, people entered the Forbidden Land. Right after Xiao Tian and the others had just left, several figures sneakily appeared in the same place, and after glancing at each other, they followed in the direction that Xiao Tian and the others had left. Xiao Tian's group of people killed gods and Buddhas. Wherever dark beings appeared on the road, they were all killed by Xiao Tian regardless of the number. It wasn't that the dark spirits were weak, but mainly because the dark spirits in the second Forbidden Land were only beginners. Their levels were all within 10 levels, while Xiao Tian's level was a full 14. Coupled with the increase in ability provided by the 4 gene sequences, his appearance was tantamount to a descending blow. Under Fatty Hai's guidance, the crowd passed through the layers of mist and appeared in front of a huge altar. The altar was the size of a soccer field, and the mist around the altar was actually miraculously dispersed by invisible forces. In the center of the altar was a high platform, on which were inscribed many tiny and complex patterns, revealing a hint of strangeness, and directly above the high platform, 6 pairs of crosses were placed, each wearing a piece of armor. The overall color of the armor was ebony, with a strange power surging from it, and in the middle of the armor was a light blue gemstone. On the gemstone, there were also unknown and complex patterns engraved. This is it. Fatty Hai looked at the compass in his hand, then raised his head to look above the high platform. The greatest chance here is the armor on the cross. Resurrection level equipment that was actually found. Xiao Tian looked at the armor on the cross. His eyes revealed greed and his breathing became rapid. Can't forget. He couldn't forget for the rest of his life that among the group of top powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom in his previous life, almost all of them had a piece of armor in front of their hands. There is another name for these resurrection level equipment. Resurrection A. For Xiao Tian, who was an ordinary person at that time, this level of treasure was still unattainable, but now it was within reach. There was no hesitation. Xiao Tian's black wings stirred behind his back and he flew over in the direction of the high platform. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Roar! A roar cut through the silent night. In the mist, a huge monster landed in front of the altar, blocking Xiao Tian's way. The monster's entire body was covered in mist, but the magnificent muscles could still be vaguely seen, as well as the blood-colored eyes. The monster also had a pair of wings on its back, somewhat similar to those of a bat. In the monster's hand, there was also a trident burning with blue flames. Dark beings. The monster in front of him also belonged to the dark beings, but it wasn't an ordinary dark being, but rather an elite-level dark being. Moreover, based on the aura emanating from the other party, it was not difficult to judge that the other party's level had already arrived at the intermediate level. Xiao Tian sensed that the other party was clearly a level 20 existence. As expected, it wouldn't be too simple to get this batch of resurrection armor. There was actually such a powerful dark being guarding it. Just how in the world did the fat high from his previous life get this batch of resurrection armor in the face of a level 20 dark being's block? It was too late to think too much. The resurrection armor was right in front of him. And even if there was a mountain of swords and fire blocking in front of him, he wouldn't frown. A low roar came out as Xiao Tian's eyes turned red and he advanced instead of retreating. Directly turning on his bestiality, he charged towards the dark being in front of him. Chapter 29. I'm sorry. I was kind of pretending. Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian rushing out, Yen Ruyu was dumbfounded. The other party was a dark being with a level as high as level 20. You just watered down and stormed out? Asterisk. Fatty Hai was also dumbfounded and was completely convinced of Xiao Tian. He's really tough. He dares to rush up even in this situation. What's the difference between that and looking for death? Is this guy so full of guts that he doesn't know how to write the word fear? At this moment, Fatty Hai even felt that Xiao Tian had chosen himself because he was already the last heavenly master on Longhu Mountain who knew the art of divination. If the little old man who taught him his skills was still alive, I'm afraid it would be this little old man who would get beaten up. Right at this moment, a furious roar suddenly exploded into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing the humble human in front of him take the initiative to launch an attack towards himself, the dark being was directly enraged and slammed his fist in Xiao Tian's direction. As a fist blasted out, the air was extremely compressed to emit a popping sound, so one could imagine the power of this fist. If they were blasted, high and low would have to be blown to bits. The two figures were getting closer and closer, and in the nick of time, Xiao Tian's feathered wings behind his back fiercely stirred, narrowly dodging this attack. Then several feathers behind his back exploded towards the dark being. Swish swish swish. The feathers stuck into the flesh and blood of the dark beings without exception, and then released a terrifying current. However, to Xiao Tian's surprise, the current in the feathers had no effect on the big guy in front of him. The stimulation of the current instead completely enraged the dark being, only to see the blood color in its eyes become even more intense as it waved the trident in its hand to stab at Xiao Tian. Grass! Xiao Tian exploded, and in his haste, he could only use his physical body to harden this strike. With a loud boom, Xiao Tian was like a fly that had been hit by a fly swatter, and was directly swatted into the ground by a huge force. Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu was shocked. The man she had only just entrusted her life to. If he died here now, wouldn't she have to live as a widow? Just as Yen Ruyu and the others wanted to rush up to inspect the situation, Xiao Tian staggered and stood up from the collapsed ground. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his breath was also a bit vague and uncertain, with a look of having suffered a serious injury. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head and said, looking at the back of Xiao Tianko's head that was bubbling with blood. Fatty Hai smashed his mouth and was completely speechless. I'll heal you. Yen Ruyu clenched her fists and ran close to Xiao Tian, stretching out her hands and placing them on Xiao Tian's back as a light yellow light coalesced. The injuries on Xiao Tian's body were gradually healing under the cover of the pale yellow light. However, because Yen Ruyu's current level was low, and because Xiao Tian's physique was too perverse, the recovery speed was extremely slow. Xiao Tian looked at the dark being in front of him and shook his head. It's useless. The recovery speed is too slow. You go first and leave this place to me. Yen Ruyu was just about to say something when Yen Tianqing stepped forward and said with a bold smile, Xiao Tian, you brat, just stay here to recover from your injuries first. I'll stall this guy. After he said this, he directly entered a state of bestiality, exploding his clothes and transforming into a devilish muscular man. But in front of this elite-level dark being, he still looked rather small. Xiao Tian swept his gaze back and forth over the two men and hesitantly said, "Is it really okay?" Yan Tianshang's level wasn't even level 10. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other party, the main difference was too great. "Don't worry, I dropped out of school at 17, entered the business world at 18, and built my own business empire at 23. So what kind of big storms have I not seen? Thanks to your care during this period of time, we can't rely on you for everything. Helping you delay some time is still doable." Yan Tianshang laughed a few times, then he let out a roar and took the initiative to charge in the direction of the dark beings. His movements were decisive and did not give Xiao Tian the chance to say more, only leaving behind a dashing back. Yan Ruyu looked at her old father's departing back while healing Xiao Tian, and her father's image became even taller in her eyes. Boom! Yan Tianshang's entire body rippled with veins as he leapt 3 meters high and slammed his fist with all his might into the dark being's abdomen. With this punch, he had used his full strength. Even if he couldn't seriously hurt his opponent, he could still give some damage, right? However, when Yan Tianshang looked at the dark being, he directly tensed up, not to mention causing some damage to the other side. Not a ing hair out of place. I seem to have just spoken out of turn. At his current level, he was no match for the dark being in front of him. While Yan Tianshang was in a daze, the space in front of him suddenly darkened, and when he looked up, fists as big as sandbags had already smashed down towards him, covering the sky. Grass. As an elite in the shopping mall, Yan Tianshang maintained a basic level of politeness all year round, and had the mentality of not changing his face when a mountain crumbles in front of him. But now, still, he couldn't help but burst out, his mind exploding a bit. Boom! A fist fell, and Yan Tianshang was smashed like a kite with broken strings, rolling down dozens of times on the ground before he managed to stabilize his body. After stabilizing himself, his lips parted in a whimper and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Yan Ruyu. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth tugged. Yan Tianshang did delay some recovery time for himself. 3 seconds. Xiao Tian, I tried my best. Yan Tianshang coughed lightly and lowered his head, not daring to look at Xiao Tian and Yan Ruyu's expressions. Having let out all the big words earlier, it was too shameful to be second-guessed by a dark being just now. You're all too low level, so it's better to leave it to me to deal with first. Xiao Tian shook his head and was just about to stand up when Fatty Hai walked out at this time. Leave it to me? Although I received a severe beating from you before going down the mountain, but after all, I ate so much of your food. As the last generation of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain, I can't just eat and not work. Grinning, Fatty Hai pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his sleeve and proceeded to throw it out. The dark beings watched the scene dumbfounded and did not make any movements. The talisman smoothly affixed itself to the other man's thick arm. Seeing this scene, Fatty Hai's small eyes narrowed. His hands formed a seal and drank lowly. All those who are fighting in front of the army are arrayed to move forward. Urgent as a lawful order. Invoke the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Explode. Boom. Zip. 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 As the mnemonic fell, the yellow talisman paper suddenly erupted with a wave of lightning power, completely covering the dark being's arm. Did it work? Seeing this roiling thunder, Yan Ruyu said hopefully. However, when the lightning dispersed, the dark being's body reappeared in the sight of everyone. Not only were they unharmed, those scarlet eyes instead stared at Fatty Hai with murderous intent. Gollum! Fatty Hai's fat face was bloodless, his throat knots rolled up and down, and he silently retreated behind Xiao Tian. I'm sorry, I admit I was a bit loaded earlier. I can't handle this big guy. You burned up all my powerful runes, so I'll leave you to deal with it. Xiao Tian. The moment Fatty Hai finished those words, the sound of breaking wind resounded once again as the dark being waved the trident in his hand and stabbed directly over in the direction where Xiao Tian and his group were. At this moment, the crowd simultaneously felt a chill wrapped in the aura of death. Done. Chapter 30, break a hand if you don't agree? You're crazy, aren't you? Seeing that the trident was about to fall, Fatty Hai was even prepared for a miserable death. He wasn't a spirit beast warrior, and celestial masters were ordinary people in the end, so he couldn't do anything in this unexpected situation. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianxing's father and daughter were also pale. It wasn't true that they were spirit beast warriors, but with their rank here, they simply didn't have the capital to resist. At the critical moment, Xiao Tian stepped forward. His wings trembled and countless feathers shot forward as if they were pear blossoms raining madly, temporarily forcing the huge trident to stop falling. After the feathers finished exploding, the surface of the wings was instantly covered by countless blood-colored threads, and soon new feathers were recreated. These attacks can only temporarily slow down the opponent's speed and cannot cause too much damage. Xiao Tian looked up at the intact dark being and gave his judgment. In fact, dark beings also belong to living beings, and since they are living beings naturally have flesh and blood. Before devouring the mutant cockroach, Xiao Tian could restore his strength by sucking blood, but not anymore. This ability was erased. He could still regenerate his broken limbs now, but trying to recover his injuries by absorbing blood was no longer possible. In fact, this was normal. He could infinitely devour genes to evolve, and each time he devoured them, he would add some new abilities and discard some at the same time. If he permanently possessed a specific ability attribute for every new gene sequence he devoured, he would truly be a monster. Looks like we'll have to use the mutant cockroach's ability. Xiao Tian was a bit helpless. He hadn't flashed his cockroach tentacles since the beginning of the battle until now. This thing could sense danger in advance and even capture the opponent's path of movement, but the mold was too comical. Much like a double ponytail, Xiao Tian hadn't used it due to the shame. But right now, he had to use it as well. With a thought, 2 long cockroach tentacles grew on Xiao Tian's head, and Yen Ruyu and the others behind him looked dumbfounded. I remember Xiao Tian, he didn't have this pair of tentacles before, right? Yen Tiansheng said dully. Xiao Tian in the end, what kind of animal's ability did he obtain? How come this is wings and electric eel head, and now even the tentacles have come out? Yen Ruyu's pretty face was also written with a bewildered look, but none of that is the point. The point is that when the cockroach tentacles appeared, the situation of the battle reversed dramatically. Originally, in front of this dark being, even Xiao Tian would have a hard time fighting back. However, when the cockroach tentacles appeared, it was as if Xiao Tian had suddenly turned on, and when facing the attacks of the dark beings, he was not only able to dodge them in advance, but was even able to make precise predictions. The dark being wanted to slam his fist out, but only just raised his fist when Xiao Tian preempted the movement, and Xiao Tian dodged away from this attack in advance with his wings. At the same time, he dodged to the dark being's crotch, and delivered a flurry of punches and kicks to the crotch. Dark beings pull full defense, but no matter what kind of being it is, this kind of place is the deadliest drawback. Immediately, he grimaced in pain and let out a miserable scream. Yen Tiansheng and Fatty Hai glanced at each other, both feeling a coldness in their crotches. Who said that men couldn't empathize? Xiao Tian's move was truly ruthless. Roar! Xiao Tian's actions completely enraged the dark being. Blue flames surged around the dark being, and the trident in his hand swung madly towards Xiao Tian. But at this moment, Xiao Tian, with the assistance of the cockroach tentacles, was simply unstoppable. It's like a mosquito in the summer. You can hear it buzzing but you can't swat it. At this moment, Xiao Tian was the mosquito in summer, and the dark beings were the honest people who were sucked of blood in summer, obviously pounding their chests in anger, but there was nothing they could do about it. A few back and forth down, the dark being gradually exhausted. Xiao Tian saw the situation is not nonsense. While it is not prepared to hold, a feather rushed to the dark being's neck. The feather in his hand was viciously inserted inside the skin, followed by the release of a powerful electric current. The dark beings had long been exhausted and could not resist the strike. With the sound of a burst of electricity, the dark being's huge body suddenly froze, and then slammed to the ground with a rumble. Completely lifeless. Dead. This level 20 darkness being was thus toyed with by Xiao Tian and ultimately died miserably. After doing all this, Xiao Tianyi landed smoothly on the ground, panting heavily. Xiao Tian, are you alright? It was only until the huge figure fell down stolidly that Yen Ruyu and the others reacted and hurriedly rushed to Xiao Tian's nearness and said with concern, Xiao Tian was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The whole person directly knelt on the ground. If not for Yen Ruyu's timely assistance, I'm afraid that he had already collapsed and could not fall to the ground. Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu was shocked and hurriedly said, don't say anything first, I'll heal your wounds. It seemed that dealing with this darkness being had also consumed Xiao Tian quite tremendously. After being in contact with Xiao Tian for so long, no matter when and against any enemy, Xiao Tian could almost always achieve absolute crushing. It was the first time she had seen Xiao Tian in such a weak state. However, just as Yen Ruyu was about to treat Xiao Tian's injuries, a palm sound suddenly came out from the mist. Who? Yen Ruyu and the others were instantly alert, turning their heads to look behind them, only to see that in the mist behind them, 5 figures walked out shoulder to shoulder, and the person at the head was full of evil smiles, clapping as he walked, worthy of being the god Xiao, actually being able to fight at a cross level. We've had an eye-opening experience. The youth in the lead looked at Xiao Tian and said with a leathery smile. They had been quietly trailing behind Xiao Tian and the others after they entered the Forbidden Land and witnessed all the previous battles. Seeing Xiao Tian stiffen the darkness beings, they all felt that Xiao Tian was looking for death. However, the result was something they did not expect. Xiao Tian was fine, but instead, that dark being was taken out. Boss, don't talk nonsense with him, just do it directly to do away with this Xiao Tian, and at that time, you can go back and have an explanation with Brother He. A person behind him suddenly said. She nodded his head, then looked at the sets of resurrection armor on the high platform. His face showed a look of infatuation. These armors have the ability to resurrect. They are absolutely good. Take them away together later. Our trip was not in vain. We actually managed to find this kind of good stuff. In a time of dark turmoil, being able to have this kind of equipment that can revive is equivalent to having an extra life. He Huan? You are He Huan's people? At this moment, Yen Ruyu finally reacted and questioned He Shi. He Huan is my own big brother, and my name is He Shi, his own brother. He Shi didn't hide it, because in his opinion, Xiao Tian and his group were already people who were going to die. There was no harm in telling them the truth. Ruyu, you take Xiao Tian away first. I'll block here. Yen Tiansheng frowned and once again entered his animalistic state and spoke. All of you will die, and none of you will escape. He Shi wiped the corners of his mouth. Then his face turned cold and waved his hand. Do it. Just after he finished his last word, the four people around him were just about to make a move when Xiao Tian, who was originally seriously injured, suddenly put away the color of pain on his face and stood up expressionlessly. Not only was He Shi confused by this scene, even Yen Ruyu and the others beside him were somewhat bewildered. Xiao Tian did not care about the reactions of the crowd. The two cockroach tentacles on his head moved, and four feathers flashed out at the same time, piercing into the four people's eyebrows in unison. Then the powerful electric current was released, and the four of them could not scream in time before they were electrocuted into charcoal, falling to the ground in unison and dying instantly and miserably. You're not seriously injured. You're lying to us. He Shi froze for a moment before suddenly looking at Xiao Tian with emotional excitement. Indeed, I am lying to you. You have been trailing me all the way. I have long been sensed by me, worrying that you will run away. This is why I lured the snake out of its hole. Xiao Tian smiled, then picked up a feather and walked forward, directly cutting off He Shi's right arm. The incision was extremely smooth, even the severed bone could be clearly seen, and it took a few seconds before blood continued to gush from the wound. Warm blood instantly stained half of his body, flowing down his thighs and into his shoes. He Shi was confused. You're ing crazy. Nima breaks his hand at the drop of a hat. Is this something a human being can do? He Shi wanted to scream out in pain, but Xiao Tian reached out ahead of him and blocked his mouth. At the same time, his face approached the bastard and asked sorrowfully, tell me the location of your own brother, He Huan, and I can consider sparing your dog's life. Chapter 31. I'm sorry. I'm a man without principles. He Shi subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Xiao Tian looked as if he had seen it coming and instantly revealed a dangerous look. Then his hand raised a feather and broke He Shi's other arm as well. Hot blood like a spring gushing. He Shi eyelids jumping, pupils earthquake. The whole person is not good. Spirit beast warriors are also human beings, and even if they lose too much blood, the great ruler of the gods comes. They will have to go into shock or even die. He could clearly feel that the blood was gradually flowing out of his body, and along with the blood, the temperature of his body. Inside the Forbidden Land is already extremely cold, and there are gusts of cloudy wind all around, and every bit of blood that passes, the colder the body will be for a few minutes. Especially the gushing sound of running water coming from the scene was what really made Hushi tense up. That's not the sound of running water. That's the sound of blood running on the ground. My elder brother is my hand and foot brother. He is more important in my heart than my beloved relatives and friends. I am his own brother with the same father and mother. Do you think I would betray him? At this point in time, He Shi was actually surprisingly hard-headed, causing Xiao Tian to raise an eyebrow. However, the next moment, He Shi suddenly changed his words. If I tell you his location, can you spare me? Seemingly worried that he hadn't expressed himself accurately enough, he finished and then continued to add, I know where he is, and as long as you promise to leave me alone, I can tell you right now. God Zhao's name was already known to no one in Great Confucian City, treating the enemy killing and decisive, but anyone who has offended Xiao Tian, there is no one who can live for a long time. His own brother He Huan is currently just an accident. Therefore, before obtaining Xiao Tian's assurance, He Shi did not dare to let go easily. He was worried that if he loosely spoke the information in 1 foot, he would be killed and silenced by Xiao Tian in the next. He felt that by having to hold this hostage, he held a certain amount of power. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Xiao Tian too much. Xiao Tian wasn't one of those brainless novels with paper-thin characters who didn't know how to change. Good. Without any hesitation, Xiao Tian nodded his head and said, I can assure you, tell me He Huan's location and I will let you go. But it's one thing to let you go, it's another to kill you when you're free. You swear to God? Hushi suddenly said, I swear to heaven. Xiao Tian stretched out 4 fingers and said extremely perfunctorily, I still don't believe it. What should I do if I tell you now and you directly kill me? He Shi spoke after some thought. You send me out of the Forbidden Land first, and I'll tell you after I'm sure it's safe. Xiao Tian frowned. All his patience had been consumed, and suddenly kicked at He Shi's crotch. Being cut off from both arms was painful, but the pain of being a blood brother was even more unbearable. He Shi was instantly in pain. His 5 senses twisted, his body jerked straight up, and he was almost about to faint. My patience is limited. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't tell me the information I want, I'm going to directly crush your fade. Xiao Tian's face was cold and his tone was even more unquestionable as he finished speaking and started counting down. 3, 2, I say, I'll tell you everything. Before Xiao Tian could say the last number, she finally compromised and recounted where He Huan was hiding. At this time, He Huan, who was far away outside the Forbidden Land, would never have dreamed that he had sent his own brother with a few spirit beast warriors to enter the Forbidden Land to find an opportunity to assassinate Xiao Tian. Instead of succeeding, he had completely exposed his hiding place. Xiao Tian got the information he wanted, but he still pursued the question several times again just to be on the safe side. After making sure that the other party wasn't lying, he then nodded. I've told you everything, can you let me go now? She looked at Xiao Tian with a red face and prayed. Xiao Tian nodded and then blew the bastard's head off with a punch. He did promise she that in principle, he would let the other party off the hook as long as he told the truth. But alas, one is not a man of principle. In order to stay alive in the dark and turbulent times, one needed to have a ruthless heart in addition to strong strength. If we were to do things on principle, I'm afraid I wouldn't know how many times I've died. Xiao Tian, as a reborn person, naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. The so-called principles and rules are just lies woven by the rulers in order to stabilize the situation. And in the context of such times as dark turmoil, the only thing that is king is ruthlessness and killing. He Huan, I already know where you are. Suck your neck clean and wait for me. I'll come and you to death once we get out of the Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian stretched out his right hand and placed it on his chest, rubbing the blood in his palm and muttering to himself. It was at this moment that Yen Ruyu and the others came behind Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, are you okay? Yen Ruyu glanced at He's headless body and showed a look of surprise. It's okay. Xiao Tian smiled and shook his head. Then why did you just look like you were dying? Fatty Hai tilted his head with a look of disbelief. After saying that, Fatty Hai suddenly slapped his head and said, I know, you have long detected the whereabouts of these guys and deliberately showed weakness to lure them out. What a good deep calculation. Xiao Tian, if he called this having calculations, then every woman in the harem of ancient emperors was a Tongtian generation. In fact, Xiao Tian didn't know that Longhu Mountain didn't have so many twists and turns, and Fat Hai had been honestly worshipping the master since he came to Longhu Mountain. This was a straightforward fat man, and this kind of operation by Xiao Tian did give him a refreshing feeling. After resolving the inconsequential personnel, Xiao Tian resumed looking at the sets of resurrection armor on the high platform, then walked up and took them all down. According to the information obtained before Rebirth, these resurrection armors need to be bound before they can be used. The binding method was also very simple. All one needed to do was to infuse his power into it, and by then the resurrection armor would go into a state of vaporization and be placed over his body. It only resurfaces when the wearer is mortally wounded. The resurrection armors have all arrived. Now go out. Xiao Tian held the 6 sets of resurrection armors and said towards the crowd. Yen Tianshang was a bit hesitant. There should be other good things in the Forbidden Land. Don't we continue to stroll around for a bit? No need. Xiao Tian shook his head and said indifferently, compared to these 6 sets of resurrection armors, everything else is irrelevant. Hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Yen Tianshang and the others no longer hesitated. They all followed Xiao Tian towards the exit. On the way, he didn't encounter any more dark beings, nor did he encounter any other spirit beast warriors that had entered the Forbidden Land. The space of the Forbidden Land was huge, coupled with the mists, as well as the fact that the number of people entering the Forbidden Land this time wasn't too large, so it was actually difficult to encounter it. But just as the group had arrived at the Vortex, they saw an unexpected scene. Shinshoulan seemed to be carrying something in her arms, and was being protected in the center by the military. And in the surroundings of Shinshoulan's group, no less than 10 spirit beast warriors were eyeing her intently. To be precise, it was staring at the thing Shinshoulan was holding in her arms. When Xiao Tian saw this, he could not help but take a curious look as well. This look was a bit of a surprise. It was because the thing Shinshoulan was holding in her arms was also an equipment. It looked like the beautiful Dean had good luck picking up a nice piece of equipment the first time she came to the Forbidden Land. But unfortunately, it seemed that the spirit beast warriors around them had their eyes on this equipment as well. The trees are big. This beautiful Dean is feared to be in danger. Chapter 32, The Difference Between People. The difference between clouds and mud. Shinshoulan looked at the two sides that were facing each other and showed a worried expression. Just then Xiao Tian and his group suddenly appeared. She subconsciously nodded and looked, and the first thing she noticed was the 6 sets of resurrection armor that Xiao Tian was holding in his arms. Then he looked down at the set of equipment that he was holding tightly in his arms, and for a moment, his expression was extremely dismayed. She had managed to find this piece of equipment with great difficulty, and before she could bring it out, she was discovered and mobbed by the others. Xiao Tian was good. He actually found 6 pieces at once? How could Shinshoulan know that the equipment in her arms could not be compared to the resurrection armor in Xiao Tian's arms? If you really want to compare the two sides, they are definitely one heaven and one earth. After all, one side could only provide a certain increase in strength to the wearer, while the other was able to provide a resurrection effect. In addition to these 6 sets of resurrection armor, what was even more surprising to Shinshoulan was that the other spirit beast warriors on the scene had also discovered Xiao Tian, who had arrived at the scene. At the same time, he also discovered the 6 sets of equipment that Xiao Tian was holding in his arms. Instead, they just looked away and continued to turn their heads and stare furiously. Holy, Shinshoulan, as a high school graduate from a prestigious university, was able to make it all the way to the position of dean, and her heart was definitely far too far ahead of her peers. But at the moment there was an urge to explode. It's not. By what right? He had only found a piece of equipment himself, and he was surrounded by so many of you, with the impulse that he would not rest until he handed over his equipment. Xiao Tian appeared with 6 sets of equipment in his arms, but you guys just looked at them and then acted as if nothing had happened. Is that really good? I'll give you one last chance to hand over the equipment you're holding, or else we'll definitely not be merciful even if you're a member of the military. Right at this moment, a spirit beast warrior at the head looked at Shinshoulan and said in an icy tone. As soon as he said this, the spirit beast warriors around him chimed in. All of them entered the animalized state at the same time, and it looked as if they would not hesitate to strike at the same time if Shinshoulan refused. Dean, otherwise let's just hand this equipment over. With so many spirit beast warriors, this number of us is no match at all. Someone in the military came close to Shinshoulan and whispered. Shinshoulan naturally knew this, but looking at the equipment in her hand that she had managed to obtain with great difficulty, she was extremely unwilling inwardly. This piece of equipment was not simple. If it could be taken back to the institute for careful study, it might be possible to study something. If they just handed it over now, then their trip would be pointless. There are so many of you and only one piece of equipment. Even if I hand the item over now, how should you distribute it? Shinshoulan asked through gritted teeth. The person at the head laughed coldly a few times. This point won't bother you. Wanting to stir up trouble? We are not so stupid. What you have to do now is to hand over the things. Seeing that she couldn't muddle through, Shinshoulan's gaze turned sharply and suddenly locked onto Xiao Tian. It didn't matter if you didn't look. The whole thing froze. Xiao Tian and his group directly ignored the commotion on their side and led the way to the front of the vortex unhindered. Seeing that Xiao Tian was about to step into the vortex with his leg raised, Shinshoulan became anxious. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's movements were stuttered and he turned to look at Shinshoulan in the crowd and blinked. Dean Shun. Is there something wrong? Shinshoulan wanted to roll her eyes. Can I help you? I am now surrounded by a large group of spirit beast warriors. Can't you see that? Speechlessness was speechlessness, but Shinshoulan still took a deep breath and opened her mouth. Xiao Tian. I know your skills. Can you help me this time? When they heard Shingolan say this, the spirit beast warriors on the scene looked at Xiao Tian, and many of their expressions changed instantly. This beautiful Dean in front of me. Does she know this bogeyman? In the entire Great Confucian City, who didn't know that Xiao Tian had almost monopolized most of the resources by virtue of his own power? But even if they knew, no one dared to blatantly make an enemy of Xiao Tian, because anyone who was the enemy of Xiao Tian, the grass was already growing out of his grave. Whether it was Li Chong at the beginning or Chao Monglong at the back, none of the two of them had ended up well. If the two sides really knew each other, then they would definitely have to eat their words. Xiao Tian was silent and faintly swept a glance at the crowd at the scene. Just a glance. Let a lot of people's livers and guts crack. Some small guts even almost 2 strands of the war to pee out. Only those who knew Xiao Tian's deeds knew how terrifying his eyes were. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even if so many of them at the scene were united, they would definitely not be a match for this person in front of them. Could it be that this beautiful Dean really knows this bogeyman? Just as the crowd was worried, Xiao Tian snapped, Dean Shun, we've only had a one-sided relationship. This is your own matter. It seems that I don't have a reason to step in, right? One side of the story? That means the two aren't familiar with each other? Phew. Thinking of this, the crowd let out a sigh of relief in unison, their taut nerves gradually easing, with a feeling of relief. Shinshoulan did not notice the crowd's reaction, but instead frowned and looked at Xiao Tian seriously. If you are willing to help me solve the trouble at hand, I can join your team and be able to help you with your work. And you know that nowadays in this era, more friends make more roads. Xiao Tian did not hastily agree, but quickly thought in terms of the big picture. While he wasn't the kind of devil who killed innocents indiscriminately, he definitely wasn't the good old boy who roared at the sight of the road either. Since he is not a friend or an acquaintance, if you want him to help you out, you have to come up with the corresponding chips to do so, which is called fair cooperation for mutual benefit. Shinshoulan would develop a lot of nice equipment as well as some peculiar inventions in the future, and just by striking out once, he could make such a person available to him. And stepping in to take care of the immediate trouble for the other party was not a difficult task for himself. It's a deal that can't be lost by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, I promise. Xiao Tian nodded. Seeing this, Shin Xiulan let out a long sigh of relief. Although she did not understand Xiao Tian correctly, she probably knew that since the other party dared to promise, then there must be a certainty. Today's crisis will sort of smooth things out. Just when Shin Xiulan thought that Xiao Tian was going to break out into a fierce battle with the spirit beast warriors on the scene, Xiao Tian's actions, however, shocked her mom for 30 years. I'll keep Dinshin. You guys don't get any ideas about the equipment in her hands, so disperse. Xiao Tian looked at the crowd and waved his hand. What made Shin Xiulan even more unpredictable was that in the face of Xiao Tian's words, these spirit beast warriors, instead of being angry, each of them revealed a smile of peace and harmony. Fine. Since God Xiao has given the word, we naturally have to give this face. Since God Xiao has spoken, we can't say anything more. Don't worry, God Xiao, we're leaving now. This group of spirit beast warriors, who had previously been eyeing Shin Xiulan, were now as well behaved as elementary school students. Nodding his head at Xiao Tian, without any hesitation, he directly turned around and disappeared into the mist ahead. That's done? Shin Xiulan's mouth opened slightly. Her worldview was shocked. The people from the military also scratched their ears and looked at each other with extremely odd expressions. They were all ready to fight to the death. But it turned out that Xiao Tian lifted the crisis with just one sentence? Grass. What kind of demon or devil is this? Is the difference between people really that great? Chapter 33, You Have a Crush on Me? Shin Xiulan finally knew why this group of spirit beast warriors present, who had clearly seen the equipment in Xiao Tian's arms, remained indifferent. Feeling like these are your people? As if he could see the doubt in Shin Xiulan's eyes, Xiao Tian faintly said, they are not my people, they just understand a reason. What reasoning? Shin Xiulan subconsciously asked after him. They understand that I'm someone they can't afford to mess with. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Shin Xiulan's eyelids twitched fiercely, wanting to retort but having nothing to say. It seems to be true for that reason. After all, the previous group of people, when they saw Xiao Tian, the entirety of their behavior was that of a mouse seeing a cat. Thanks for today, I'll fulfill my earlier promise, but I'm always a member of the military. I have to stay in the lab to continue doing research. Let me know if there's anything I need. I'll never excuse myself. Shin Xiulan is also clear that there is no free lunch in the world, and the other party is willing to help themselves in the case of a casual encounter. One already owed the other a huge favor, and right now, after preserving this equipment, maybe when she went back, she could really research something through this equipment. Xiao Tian nodded his head and then wanted to turn around and leave with Yen Ruyu and the others. However, just after taking a few steps, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped and asked Shin Xiulan, I'm curious, now that dark turmoil has descended, the existing order has long since collapsed, and the military of the Great Confucian City exists in name only. Why are you still so adamant about engaging in research? This question was actually something that Xiao Tian had been curious about before he was reborn. It was just that he was just an ordinary person at that time. If he couldn't even manage his 3 daily meals, he naturally wouldn't make a special trip to find Shin Xiulan to ask this kind of question. Shin Xiulan contemplated for a while and raised her head to say seriously, I want to help more people through my research, and together we can get through the crisis at hand. Xiao Tian nodded his head in understanding, and the doubts in his heart were solved. Shin Xiulan's kind of thinking was actually not considered to be a saintly mother. Rather, it was somewhat great. But in Xiao Tian's opinion, this idea was great and at the same time more or less ridiculous. The descent of the dark turmoil is a mystery to this day, and the dark turmoil is divided into a total of 9 heavens. Now that it was only the first heaven that was like this, there was no telling what kind of terrifying existences would appear when it came to the subsequent 9 heavens. Shin Xiulan's research results might be useful, but they wouldn't change anything in the face of absolute darkness. Xiao Tian was just about to leave when he suddenly looked at the resurrection armors in his arms, and after some hesitation, he took out one of them and handed it over to Shin Xiulan. This is... Shin Xiulan subconsciously received the resurrection armor and looked at Xiao Tian in confusion. Yen Ruyu and the others looked at Xiao Tian in surprise, as they were all well aware of the importance of the resurrection armor. It's something that gives the wearer a second life. Xiao Tian actually just casually gave it to the woman in front of him. Fatty Hai's surprise was overflowing, while Yen Ruyu didn't say a word and silently stared at Shin Xiulan. The woman was older than herself, but she looked to be in her early 30s, and her skin was more hydrated than even hers. More importantly, the size of Shin Xiulan's chest was simply breathtaking, and her figure was quite nice, revealing a unique flavor of a mature woman all over. The ultimate young woman. Xiao Tian actually gave such a precious thing to the woman in front of him. Could it be that this woman was Xiao Tian's favorite type? Girls are naturally sentimental and think about a lot more things than men do in the first place, and it's no wonder she thinks that way. This is the resurrection armor. When worn, it has a chance to resurrect in the event of a fatal attack. infuse your power into it to bind it. Resurrection armor? Shin Xiulan's eyes widened in surprise, and under Xiao Tian's guidance, she released a strand of power into the resurrection armor. When the power was injected into it, the resurrection armor flickered slightly, then turned into a stream of light wrapped around Shin Xiulan, and then the resurrection armor simply disappeared into thin air. Xiao Tian knew that this was a sign that the resurrection armor had been successfully bound, and normally it would not have any effect, and would only surface when Shin Xiulan was in danger. After doing this, Xiao Tian was about to leave, but at this time, Shin Xiulan called out to Xiao Tian, "Does Dean Shin still have something to do?" Looking at Xiao Tian's cynical face, Shin Xiulan stared and said, "Why did you send me such a precious thing?" Xiao Tian's reason for doing so was also very simple. Since Shin Xiulan was already one of his own, he naturally had to be slightly more attentive. After all, what the other party had researched could be of great use in the future, and Shin Xiulan herself was not a spirit beast warrior, and was powerless to resist in the face of danger herself. Therefore, in order to prevent the other party from having an accident, Xiao Tian decided to gift the other party a set of resurrection armor only after some thought. He didn't have many people around him right now anyway, so it wouldn't hurt to split a set of resurrection armor out. The reason is that simple. But in Shin Xiulan's view it is not such a thing. Even if it is the stupid son of the landlord's family, it does not see that he will spread gold coins outside. I'm in a good mood today and simply want to give away benefits, so don't think too much about it. I don't mean anything else. Xiao Tian thought for a moment and replied. Then he led Yen Ruyu and the others to leave the Forbidden Land. Reflecting on Xiao Tian's words, Shin Xiulan was of the opinion that things would definitely not be so simple. Who in their right mind just pops gold coins when they're in a good mood, but for no reason at all? The other party gave himself such a precious thing. In the end, because of what? Does this kid have a crush on himself? When this idea popped up, Shin Xiulan's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. The first time, when the institute faced the threat of mutant cockroaches, it was Xiao Tian who came to the door alone to solve the problem. This time when he faced a crowd of people surrounding him, it was also Xiao Tian who stepped forward to solve the trouble. These two things in tandem with a careful thought, Shin Xiulan more and more feel that this is the case. This kid, Shin Xiulan lowered her head, and her lips suddenly hooked up in an arc. It's a little flattering though, but it does feel pretty good to be crushed on and liked by such a powerful and handsome teenager. Dean, are we going out now? Just then, someone beside him suddenly asked. Only then did Shin Xiulan pull herself out of her thoughts and shook her head after some contemplation. With Xiao Tian's deterrent, those guys shouldn't dare to make a move against us, so continue to go deeper into the Forbidden Land and see if we can find any other good things. The other side. After leaving the Forbidden Land, Xiao Tian did not bring anyone to settle the score with He Huan at the first opportunity, but instead sought out the two spirit beast warriors that were wandering around the Forbidden Land. Being beckoned over by Xiao Tian, at first the two were scared half to death, thinking that they were too ugly to provoke Xiao Tian. However, when he walked up with trepidation and heard Xiao Tian's words, he suddenly turned from sadness to joy. You two will guard here, but anyone who wants to enter the Forbidden Land must first pay 3 altered beast crystals, or else they are forbidden to enter, and I can give you some supplies after it's done. Got it? This bogeyman is asking them to be the doorstopper, isn't he? The Forbidden Land was supposed to be a public place that appeared out of thin air, and by definition everyone was qualified to enter. This fatalist actually treats the Forbidden Land as his own private place, and wants to enter it but also charges. What a ing bully. But with their strength, they do have the capital for this bullying. Understood. We will definitely keep an eye on the Forbidden Land and pay the crystal cores if we want to go in. The two nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic and returned. Xiao Tian nodded. If anyone dares to force their way in, burst out my name, and if they still dare to force their way in, report what happened here to me. If he didn't remember wrongly, the opening time of the second Forbidden Land was 3 days, and now that he was strong enough, it wasn't impossible for him to monopolize something like the Forbidden Land. To summarize, in the time of the end, to use all the resources around him that can be utilized. Xiao Tian does not feel that there is anything wrong with his approach. After all, man is not for himself. Heaven and earth will be destroyed. Only after explaining to the two of them did Xiao Tian leave with Yen Ruyu's group. The crowd did not directly return to the villa, but came to a relatively remote place. And then Xiao Genius looked at Yen Ruyu and the others. Here are 5 more sets of resurrection armor. Come and split them. Chapter 34. I don't want to beat more. Just do it if you don't want to. When they heard Xiao Tian's words, all the people's eyes were glowing. Who wouldn't want a set of equipment that could have the resurrection attribute to be shared amongst themselves? However, what they did not expect was that Xiao Tian was actually really willing to take out such precious equipment and share it with them. Yen Ruyu, Yen Tiansheng, and Fatty Hai each received a set of resurrection armor, including Xiao Tian himself. A total of 4 sets of resurrection armor had been consumed. leaving only one set of resurrection armor temporarily vacant. After everyone had been assigned the resurrection armor, they all followed Xiao Tian's instructions and bound the resurrection armor. When the resurrection armor was bound, it instantly turned into nothingness and disappeared into thin air. And even though they had already seen it here in Xinxiulan, the crowd still found it refreshing. Shocked and at the same time extremely moved, Xiao Tian treated his enemies mercilessly by killing them, but he really had no words for his own people. Yan Tiansheng dared to make a guarantee that if Xiao Tian were to be replaced by anyone, he would probably not take out such a precious pretense and share it with those around him. At a time when dark turmoil has erupted, the dark side of humanity has been unleashed indefinitely, and many people have become selfish, which is the norm nowadays. We are all our own people, so let's not talk about those meaningless pleasantries. Seeing Yan Tiansheng and the others' grateful appearance, Xiao Tian hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. Dark turmoil is divided into 9 heavens, and to survive in this chaotic world, it is not enough to be strong on one's own. This was also the reason why Xiao Tian had distributed the resurrection armor to the crowd. The crowd nodded at the words without too much courtesy. Fatty Hai was touched and wiped a tear from the corner of his eye when Xiao Tian beat him up on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Even if he feasted a few times later, there was more or less some resentment in his heart. He had always felt that Xiao Tian was a super xiong, the kind that would beat people up at the drop of a hat. But now, with the successful binding of the resurrection armor, all of his remaining resentment towards Xiao Tian had dissipated, and he even felt that Xiao Tian was a character. This one does get physical at the drop of a hat, but treats those around him really well to a fault. What does it matter if it's super Hun to be able to follow someone like that? Originally, Fatty Hai was still planning to continue to return to his own Longhu Mountain after this side of the matter was resolved. Now it was suddenly dispelled. Dragon Tiger Mountain hanging noodles cannot be eaten. Every day is only the shape of a lonely person, which is not as comfortable as following the side of Xiao Tian to eat fragrant and drink spicy Xiao Tian, shouldn't we deal with that He Huan matter now? Yan Tianqing suddenly spoke. Aha! Xiao Tian nodded. He had not forgotten about He Huan. After thinking about it, Xiao Tian said, Boss Yan, you take Fatty back to the villa first. Although that side is safe for the time being, it still needs someone to guard it. As for He Huan's side, I'll just go with Ruyu. Yan Tiansheng did not have any objections to this. He was assured of Xiao Tian's strength. Good, then you guys be safe. After Yan Tiansheng barked some instructions, he left the place with Fatty Hai. Xiao Tian then looked at Yan Ruyu. Let's move as well. Yes. Yan Ruyu nodded, but her entire heart was no longer calm because of Xiao Tian's phrase Ruyu. Just as the two rushed to He Huan's location, He Huan's side suffered the old sin. In the days of being wanted, have been afraid to go out for fear of exposing their whereabouts. What made him even more suffocated was that he had obviously recruited a large number of spirit beast warriors under his hand, and could completely dominate the party. But at the moment, they are forced to hold their breath. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't true that he had people on his side, but he was still far from being able to fight against the entire spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City. Xiao Tian, you wait for me. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Don't let me find an opportunity, otherwise you'll suffer old age. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, He Huan held a tall glass and looked out of the window. His face clouded for a while. Just then, a panicked figure stumbled in. Brother Huan, something big has happened. He Huan frowned and looked at the visitor, saying, didn't I tell you that we're no longer ordinary people now, and that we have to remain calm even if we encountered a heavenly event? The visitor swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said bitterly, Brother Huan, something really big has happened this time. The brothers we sent to follow Xiao Tian have all lost contact. He Huan sniffed and instantly became nonplussed, brushing himself off and standing up from his spot. What did you say? His voice rose an octave steeply. The visitor shrunk his neck and whispered, now the people who entered the vortex have basically all come out. That Xiao Tian also came out unharmed, but our people are slow to move. Perhaps they have already. He Huan was so angry that he slammed his goblet heavily on the floor, adding a few more shades to his face. He had sent out a whole nameless spirit beast warrior this time and all of them were not low-leveled, but he actually failed to handle Xiao Tian as well. And there's his own brother, she, among those 5. Now that everyone is out of contact, I'm afraid Hushi is in a bad way too. Damn Xiao Tian, I'm at loggerheads with you. Just then, there was a sudden burst of sound from outside, followed by another spirit beast warrior rushing in with fire and fury. Brother Huan, it's a big deal. That Xiao Tian has rushed in with his men. The brothers are no match for him. They were knocked over in one round. Swish, He Huan instantly grimaced, and his nostrils spewed out a flash of hot air. Grass, killed my own brother. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, but you actually killed yourself in my territory first. You're looking down on me. Thinking that no one in the whole of Deju City can do anything about you? If Xiao Tian issued a hunting order against him with the help of the resources in his hands, he really didn't have anything too good to deal with. However, Xiao Tian himself killing his way into his territory was looking for death. How many of them are coming? He Huan wasn't brainless after all, and didn't rush out at the first opportunity. There are only 2 people. Besides that Xiao Tian, there is also a woman, that spirit beast warrior said truthfully. When He Huan sniffed, his expression became a few points more hideous, and he smashed the glass coffee table in front of him with a punch. Good Xiao Tian, single-handedly bringing a woman dares to barge into my territory. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? The other side single-handedly just brought a woman. He Huan now no longer have any scruples, directly commanded, notify all the brothers. Together we'll be out to do away with that fool who does not know the sky high and thick on the spot. Who can take down that Xiao Tian's head? I'll have a heavy reward. As soon as the news was spread, all the spirit beast warriors under He Huan's hand boiled over, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood, wailing and yelling as they rushed outside the warehouse, surrounding Xiao Tian and Yen Ruyu with a group of people. A spirit beast warrior at the head of the group took a step forward, and both of his fists actually turned into sharp claws as he stuck out his tongue and licked it as he looked at Xiao Tian with a fierce smile and said, Xiao Tian, you. Xiao Tian's expression was cold, and he did not beep at all. Looking around, he suddenly crouched down, picked up a slab, and casually threw it forward. With a loud bang, the guy in front of him didn't expect Xiao Tian to make a sudden sneak attack, and without any defense, he was directly hit squarely in the face by the slate. Crowd. Chapter 35, The Schoolgirl's Top Contrast. Other than Yen Ruyu, who was familiar with Xiao Tian, everyone else obviously did not expect that Xiao Tian would just do it at the drop of a hat. The spirit beast warrior could still feel the pain, along with the fiery touch on his face. The spirit beast warrior who was hit in the face by the slate was instantly enraged. You're looking for death. He looked at Xiao Tian resentfully, and his originally normal pupils instantly inverted and cracked into a slit as he waved his claws and rushed towards Xiao Tian. There was a stance of wanting to tear Xiao Tian apart. Xiao Tian's face was expressionless, his body still standing straight in place, with absolutely no intention of dodging. Even Yen Ruyu did not know what Xiao Tian meant by this for a moment. Xiao Tian is indeed very powerful, but his body defense does not reach the point of impenetrable stand still in place to be beaten, is not like Xiao Tian's style. Just as the two sides were close at hand, Xiao Tian's gaze suddenly locked onto the blue bucket next to the warehouse door. Whoosh! Black feathers emerged from his back, and a feather exploded towards the blue bucket. The bucket exploded and water splashed out, wetting the ground as well as the many spirit beast warriors present. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the remaining spirit beast warriors as they looked at Xiao Tian became odd. What's wrong with this guy? The attack is already in front of you, and instead of dodging you have the mind to blow up buckets for fun? Only Yen Ruyu's pupils shrank, and vaguely seemed to have guessed Xiao Tian's thoughts. Right after the bucket blew up, the surface of the black feather that blew up the bucket and inserted it into the ground suddenly began to flash with electricity. Zip, zip, zip. The sound of electricity rang out suddenly, and before anyone could react to what was going on, the powerful current spread through the water stains all over the floor. At this moment, everyone was electrified and stiffened in place, their bodies twitching. Under the influence of the powerful electric current, the muscles of the whole body were instantly paralyzed, just like being under a spell of immobilization, unable to move a bit. Ruyu, I'll leave this group of people to you to settle. Xiao Tian turned his head to Yen Ruyu and said, yes. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and nodded her head in response. Killing. Being a young lady was a term that was incredibly distant to the person she once was, but now the world has changed. It's a world of the weak and the strong. If you want to protect yourself, you can only keep killing to become stronger. The group of people in front of them were all He Huan's men, and if it wasn't for Xiao Tian's strong strength, they would have been the ones to die. Therefore, Yen Ruyu didn't have any psychological burden to take a shot at this group of people. She had to get stronger too. She didn't want to be a vase. Yen Ruyu was just about to make her move when she suddenly looked at Xiao Tian and said, my beastification ability can only heal. It seems that I cannot fight. Use this. Xiao Tian once again picked up a slab and handed it to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu, looking at the slab Xiao Tian handed over, after some hesitation, Yen Ruyu still reached out and took it, but she had never even killed a chicken in her life, and now that she was suddenly asked to kill someone, she was still a bit overwhelmed. Seeing Yen Ruyu in this state, Xiao Tian also guided patiently, just smash it against your head. Nima. The corners of the mouths of the people paralyzed by the electric current twitched and tears fell from their eyes. Devil. This mother is the absolute devil. If you have the guts, why torture people like this? Many people began to regret that they had been so impulsive as to strike out at this devil in front of them. They want to beg for mercy. They want to kneel. They want to fight for their lives, but now the body was paralyzed. The muscles of the body were out of control, and there was nothing to do but stand still and stare. One could only watch as Yenryu, who was holding a slate, walked closer to them. Yenryu came to an unlucky egg, and after preparing herself mentally, she closed her eyes and smashed out with a hard slam. Bang! The slate smashed into the unlucky man's face, and immediately blood cuckoo outward. Tearing pain from the nerve of the face swept through the whole body. But that level of damage won't kill you at all. Smash into the solar plexus. Xiao Tian continued to guide up patiently. Yes. Yenryu nodded, then aimed a slam at her temple. A brick went down. The unlucky man immediately rolled his eyes and fell to the ground in response, completely out of breath. Dead. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? Yenryu's heartbeat accelerated as she glanced at the blood-stained slate in her hand, murmuring to herself. It's kind of a wonderful feeling. Perhaps it was because she knew that the group of people in front of her all deserved to die. Yenryu, instead of having any psychological discomfort, had a somewhat unimpeded feeling. With the first opening of the door, the later steps were easy for Yenryu to handle and became more and more skillful. In less than a few minutes, the few spirit beast warriors on the scene were all taken out. How does it feel to kill someone for the first time? Xiao Tian came in front of Yenryu and asked with a smile. Originally, he thought that the first time he killed someone, Yenryu would delay for a long time, but he didn't expect this niece to be so decisive. This rather made Xiao Tian look at her highly. But no matter what, this is a hurdle that Yenryu must step over, and if you want to survive in chaotic times, you must have blood on your hands. It feels pretty good and exciting. Yenryu dropped the slate, looked at the bloody scene, and said with her head down. This reply made Xiao Tian whole. Originally thought that Yenryu would be difficult to diaphragm, and even produce psychological shadow or something. I didn't expect that answer. It's a bit of a contrast. No wonder it's often said that the prettier the woman, the more contrasting she is, and it certainly seems to be true. Let's go. It's time to find He Huan. Xiao Tian spoke. Yenryu nodded, and the two of them walked towards the interior of the warehouse one after the other. In the warehouse hall, He Huan had already seen what was happening outside through the surveillance. So many brothers, and they were all killed in one shot. Is this guy really human? It's simply more outrageous than rumors on the internet. During this period of time, Xiao Tian had been developing his forces, and he was also raising his level. He had now come to the level of 12, and had originally felt that such a level had been able to steadily suppress Xiao Tian. In hindsight, I guess it's a bit up in the air. Run! Must run! Just then, a footstep suddenly sounded from far to near. He Huan's body had a wit, and a bat's wings unfolded behind him, directly smashing the warehouse ceiling and rushing out. This huge commotion naturally caught Xiao Tian's attention. Xiao Tian, I admit that I did underestimate you a bit, but don't be complacent. We'll have a long time to come. I'll take this down. He Huan condescendingly looked down on Xiao Tian and began to let out vicious words. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow and black wings emerged behind his back, picking up Princess Yenryu in his arms, followed by rushing up as well. Q. When he saw Xiao Tian also fly up, He Huan instantly had his alarm bells ringing, and without saying a word, he turned around and quickly flew in a direction. But even though he used his best speed, he still hadn't completely shaken off the distance between the two sides, and even the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. One should know that Xiao Tian was still carrying someone with him, but he actually had such a fast speed. What kind of monster is this? He Huan already somewhat regretted provoking Xiao Tian. However, most of the resources in Daiju City were controlled by this asshole, which had already severely squeezed the living space of the others. He had to provoke Xiao Tian in order to survive. Seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, just then, a huge bunker appeared on the horizon in front of them. Seeing this scene, He Huan was instantly overjoyed and accelerated his speed, fiercely swooping towards the direction of the bunker. This bunker originally belonged to a place managed by the military, and was occupied by He Huan after the outbreak of the Dark Unrest. Don't look at the bunker's appearance, but the defense is very high. The cannons can't even bombard it, and it has been used by him as the last safeguard. As long as he entered the bunker, 10 Xiao Tians couldn't do anything to him. Chapter 36, Flesh and Blood Breaks Through Steel. Madman, Xiao Tian, that guy is trying to escape. Yenryu suddenly spoke, being held in Xiao Tian's arms. Her entire body was in a bit of a trance. Her head was pressed sideways against Xiao Tian's chest, and she could still hear the violent heartbeat. Xiao Tian nodded his head gently. In fact, without Yenryu's reminder, he could also tell He Huan's intentions, because this guy's purposefulness is simply not too straightforward. With his eyes locked onto the huge fortress below, the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth curled into a contemptuous arc. With just a simple glance, Xiao Tian realized that this bunker did not use any special materials, and was built with all the existing materials of Blue Star. This level of strength might be hard enough for humans on the blue planet, but it was nowhere near as strong as a Ville estate wrapped in fine steel. Ha, you think you can't do anything about it because you escaped to the bunker? Xiao Tian, we're not done with today. Seeing that the bunker was getting closer and closer, He Huan was relieved and actually started to twist his head to taunt Xiao Tian. You killed my people and made me in such a mess. Today's revenge will be avenged in the coming day. Let's wait and see. Xiao Tian's face was expressionless and he only felt that this scene was exceptionally comical. Since you think you'll be safe and sound by hiding in the bunker, I'll shatter your illusions before I completely subdue you. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian intentionally gradually lowered his speed. He Huan could clearly feel that Xiao Tian's speed had instantly decreased a lot, but didn't think much about it, only feeling that Xiao Tian had exhausted his strength. After releasing a loud laugh, he landed straight in front of the large door at the front of the bunker. There was also a spirit beast warrior stationed at the main entrance, which was none other than He Huan's men. In addition to the warehouse side, he had also placed a few spirit beast warriors here in the bunker to watch over it. Sure. Seeing He Huan, who had fallen from the sky in a state of distress, the spirit beast warrior froze on the spot and just wanted to ask a question. He Huan hurriedly urged, "Don't ask anything, hurry up and close the bunker door." After saying that, he rushed into the bunker without looking back. That spirit beast warrior was filled with confusion. And just then Xiao Tian also landed on the ground with Yen Ruyu. Grass. Seeing Xiao Tian's appearance, the spirit beast warrior was clearly startled. Isn't this the god of Xiao? How did my brother Huan get into trouble with this monster? No wonder it's such a mess. It was no wonder that he knew Xiao Tian. Most of the ordinary people in the current Daeju city, even those who had not awakened their beastly abilities, knew Xiao Tian. The name is as good as it gets in the current city of Daeju. Without dragging his feet, this spirit beast warrior decisively pressed a button on the side, and the bunker door slowly activated and gradually closed. He Huan had already rushed to an office in the bunker, and there were many screens placed in front of the office, enabling him to clearly see the outside scene. When he heard the thick sound of the door closing, his taut nerves gradually relaxed, and his whole body slumped into the seat. It's safe. The bunkers here were built exactly to wartime conditions, and even the mushroom eggs couldn't make any impact. The entire bunker was wrapped in high-density materials. Even the bunker doors were 10 meters thick, all of which were high-strength alloys. Even a Barrett bullet shot on it would only leave a shallow trace. With such a defense, even if that Xiao Tian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would never be able to rush in. Looking at Xiao Tian outside, the corner of He Huan's mouth rose as he pressed a button on the side. A dark door opens right above the bunker and a large, ebony horn slowly rises. Then He Huan's provocative voice came out of the loudspeaker. Xiao Tian, as long as I hide in the bunker, even if you are the king of heaven, you can't do anything about me. The bunker is fully defended all around, and there is a large amount of supplies stocked inside, which is enough for me to dash around for a year. You can either rush in and me up right now, or you can be a good boy and guard me outside for a year, and you'd better not give me any chance, because but any chance I get, I'll spare no effort to get back at you. I'll make you suffer. He Huan's arrogant laughter lingered in the sky. Yen Ruyu pursed her red lips, her expression a little odd. This He Huan is a character. Followed Xiao Tian for so long, also the first time to see someone dare to provoke like this. Although she did not know what kind of defense strength the bunker in front of her had, she was convinced that Xiao Tian must have a way. Listening to the provocative words that kept coming out of the speakers, Xiao Tian was also amused. Then Xiao Tian came straight to stand in front of the gate of the bunker. Then a hard punch was thrown. Boom! A punch landed and the gate was unharmed, only dented in a bit. On the contrary, Xiao Tian's fist was already gushing out gouts of blood, and his bones were crumbling multiple times. Ha ha ha, I told you a long time ago, the defense of the bunker is very strong. It's impossible for you to break through. I know you're in a hurry right now, but don't be in a hurry yet, because there's no use in being in a hurry, knowing that I'm right in there and yet there's no way to do anything about it. This kind of feeling isn't good, right? He Huan's scoffing voice came out of the speakers once again. Xiao Tian's face sank, and then he threw out another punch. As this punch landed, the thick metal gate was once again dented in a bit, but the hole remained unharmed. Instead, Xiao Tian's fist was completely fractured. But soon, the top of the injured fist was wrapped in countless blood-colored threads, and it quickly recovered as before. This was the healing power that came with Xiao Tian's genes. The strength of this bunker was indeed very high. Perhaps there were even weaker places elsewhere, but Xiao Tian was too lazy to look for them. He was going to break through the gate and rush in the simplest and most brutal way possible. Boom! After recovering, Xiao Tian did not speak nonsense and blasted out with another punch. The punch still didn't shake the metal gate, but the dent on the gate increased a little more again. The taunts from the speakers never stopped, nor did Xiao Tian's movements. When you're hurt, heal. When you're cured, keep throwing punches. Half an hour later, The thick metal gate had been blasted out in a 1-meter recessed arc. An hour later, the gate had been dented in 3 meters. 2 hours later, the gate was once again dented in 3 meters. During this period, Xiao Tian did not know how many times his right arm fist was fractured and how much blood flowed, but he was like a wild animal that couldn't feel pain, and the taste of blood only turned him on more. A punch, another punch. Xiao Tian's speed grew faster and faster, and the originally impenetrable gate became more and more deformed, gradually showing signs of fragmentation. Yan Ruyu always stayed quiet and watched. Seeing the deformed metal gate, it was already not hard for her to imagine what kind of despair He Huan would suffer later. Tugging is not a crime, and arrogance is not a sin, but in his favor, he chose the wrong person to provoke. In the bunker office, seeing the door gradually deforming, He Huan's originally solid heart grew colder and colder. By the end of the day, the entire person stood up directly, his face full of confusion. Is this the devil in him? The 10-meter thick metal gate. This madman actually hardened his flesh and blood body and blasted it into this shape. Brother Huan, the gate is probably not able to withstand such an attack anymore. This is just crazy. What should we do now? The 2 spirit beast warriors beside him had long since panicked. The 2 of them were the only ones responsible for guarding the entire bunker, and now there were only 3 of them counting He Huan. Xiao Tian blasted the gate with one fist after another, and the thick sound continuously echoed in the empty bunker. The blast shook the eardrums of the 3 and shattered their courage to resist. What to do? Hearing the 2 men's inquiries, He Huan didn't know what to do. There was no back door to the bunker at all. The only entrance and exit was the front door, which was now on the verge of being blown open. It's already in a jar and there's no way out. At this moment, He Huan was really regretting provoking Xiao Tian. Had known that this madman was so fierce, killing him would not dare to provoke. It's just a shame that things have evolved to the point where there's no point in saying anything. Boom! Right at this moment, as Xiao Tian's last punch fell, his 5 fingers completely crumbled and became bloody and hideous, and the impenetrable metal gate finally couldn't hold on completely in this punch and fell to the ground with a rumble. He Huan's pupils shrunk dramatically. Done. Chapter 37, The Ultimate Despair, The Price of Yoking Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was expressionless as he raised his hand and began to repair the damage to his fist, in front of the thick metal door that should be impregnable. At this moment has long been bombarded with serious deformation fell to the side. As the dust drifted away, Xiao Tian's figure was a bit hazy and became even more mysterious in Yan Ruyu's eyes. Yan Ruyu initially just thought that Xiao Tian was just an ordinary student who went to the same school as her and was accidentally awakened to become a spirit beast warrior after being irradiated by the Aurora Borealis. Before this, Yan Ruyu had always been curious as to what animal's ability Xiao Tian had awakened. Another falcon's wings and an electric eel's head. How the stance looks like more than just a fusion of animals. And now, Yan Ruyu was a little more curious. What exactly is Xiao Tian? The metal gate in front of him was clearly the strongest part of the entire bunker's defense, and he could have started from somewhere else. If not, with his current prestige in Daeju City, he could completely follow what He Huan said and find someone to keep an eye on He Huan's every move here, and dry hump with He Huan. Anyway, outside Xiao Tian had all sorts of resources, while the resources in the bunker could only support He Huan to last for a year. However, Xiao Tian did not do so and instead forced the metal gate open in the simplest and most brutal, even self-inflicted way. It wasn't true that Xiao Tian was in possession of healing means, but his fist would similarly feel pain when it was shattered by the metal gate. In these few hours of blasting the gate, Xiao Tian's fist crumbled an unknown number of times, yet he didn't even frown. Even if Yan Ruyu's social experience was not deep, it was clear that this was definitely not the kind of willpower that ordinary people could possess. Right at this moment, the injury on Xiao Tian's fist was repaired, and then he stepped in. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu also rushed to follow closely behind. The 2 of them walked one after the other, and before they could take a few steps, He Huan appeared with 2 of his men out of the office. Xiao Tian's lips rose as he looked at He Huan with a playful expression. He Huan, on the other hand, had a wooden expression, and the whole person seemed to have lost his essence. The moment the metal gate was blasted open, he had lost all thoughts of escape. It wasn't that he suddenly wasn't afraid of death, it was mainly because the gate was the only exit, and he couldn't run at all. The powerful strength displayed by Xiao Tian also made him nearly numb. That was a metal gate with a thickness of 10 meters, and it was actually shattered and deformed by this madman with his fists a little bit. Facing such an opponent is really beyond despair. Not going to keep running? Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. No running. He Huan took a deep breath and shook his head. If I had known that you were such a lunatic, I definitely wouldn't have messed with you. Xiao Tian said indifferently. Do you think that if you say this now, I will let you go? He Huan let out a light laugh. He wasn't that naive. Being able to form his own force, he was definitely not stupid either, and he had hardly made any mistakes along the way from the start of the dark unrest. The only mistake made was to provoke Xiao Tian at the wrong place at the wrong time. I've long heard of your power and watched the video of you killing Chow Manlong, but in the end, I've only seen it and haven't personally learned from it. He Huan raised his head and said seriously, all of my supplies are in the bunker warehouse. You only need to beat me to death and all of these supplies will be yours. It's not a loss in my life if I can die in your hands. Just kill you and the supplies here are mine as usual. Xiao Tian let out a cold smile and suddenly turned his words around and said, however, I can agree to your request. After saying this, Xiao Tian turned his head to Yen Ruyu. Open the live broadcast. Yen Ruyu instantly understood and took out her cell phone and skillfully opened the live broadcast. Seeing this, He Huan then smiled bitterly. A few days ago he was still thinking of subduing Xiao Tian, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye he would be pushed to the point of exhaustion by the other party. Now it's even more important to be a stepping stone to the other side, but it doesn't even matter. Seeing that the live broadcast was opened, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and hooked his finger at He Huan. He Huan took a deep breath and charged towards Xiao Tian with all his resentment. A punch is thrown. It was easily dodged by Xiao Tian. A kick out. Again. It was easily dodged by Xiao Tian. It was as if Xiao Tian could see through all of his intentions and reacted at the same time almost the instant he struck. In half an hour's time, he hard couldn't even touch Xiao Tian's clothesline. Despair. Incredible despair. After half an hour of exertion, He Huan was already panting heavily, while Xiao Tian was still walking idly. What level of strength are you? He Huan broke down a bit and finally couldn't help but ask about Xiao Tian's rank. He felt that since Xiao Tian could be powerful to such an extent, his rank was bound to be too much stronger than him. Level 14. Xiao Tian's lips lightly opened and said truthfully, Level 14? He Huan was completely desperate. It was unbelievable to be able to crush yourself in battle power when you were only 2 levels higher than you. Monster! This mother asterisk is not human. The ultimate despair was followed by uncontrollable anger. Bat wings emerged behind He Huan's back and he suddenly opened his mouth to send out a roar at Xiao Tian. Sonic attack. He was awakened to the ability of a bat to not only spread his wings and fly, but also attack his opponents through sound waves. It's a tried and true trick. Even Yen Ruyu, who was holding up her cell phone on the side, frowned, a pained look on her face. The sound waves were extremely penetrating, like invisible blades trying to penetrate her head. However, at the junction of the sound wave, Xiao Tian's body was still standing straight in place. How? He Huan completely tensed up. How can you not have any influence? Are you a human being or not? Xiao Tian did not make a reply. He Huan's sound wave attack was indeed very strong, and Xiao Tian, who was directly in front of him, had his eardrums shattered almost instantly. But this pain was nothing to Xiao Tian. The moment the eardrum crumbled, red threads appeared and quickly repaired the broken eardrum again. It's time to end it. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiao Tian's black feathered wings emerged behind his back and instantly disappeared in place. He Huan only felt a cold wind coming from behind him as Xiao Tian suddenly appeared behind him, already holding a black feather in his hand that ruthlessly stabbed into his chest. Pust! The sound of blood and flesh being broken open rang out. He Huan's eyes rounded as he slowly looked down at his pierced chest. He was having mixed emotions right now. Fear, despair, and even a hint of relief. At the final end of his life, he used his last ounce of strength and weakly said, "They are my beloved ones. After I die, I hope you spare them. They are all innocent." Without waiting for Xiao Tian to reply, He Huan collapsed to the ground, completely losing his life. Seeing He Huan receive his boxed lunch, the 2 spirit beast warriors stood hand and foot where they were, despair causing them to be on the verge of suffocating. At this time, Xiao Tian also looked at them. Then the hand rose and the feather fell, and the 2 men also received their boxed lunches one after another. Whether they were innocent or not was no longer important. The thing of raising a tiger Xiao Tian would never do. Since they chose to follow He Huan, they were also their enemies. The proper way to deal with an enemy is to eliminate the root and branch of the enemy. The battle ended quickly, but the live stream blew up. Chapter 38. The Heavenly Master has changed his profession to break into the dock. Is this how God Xiao treats his enemies? Grizzled He Huan is too able to hide. So many people have failed to find it, and in the end it was actually found by God Xiao. He Huan is definitely much stronger than Xiao Manglong and the others, but I didn't expect to be crushed anyway. Is God Xiao human or not? Is he really a god? When she saw the screen full of pop-ups in the live broadcast room, the corner of Yen Ruyu's lips rose, and she was actually a little proud. It was indeed a matter of pride that such a fine man had been successfully taken by her. All of He Huan's supplies are in the bunker. Go look inside, Xiao Tian said as he put away his animalized state. Do I need to turn off the live stream first? Yen Ruyu subconsciously asked. Xiao Tian also understood Yen Ruyu's intention, and if he really found a large amount of resources later, there was no guarantee that it would cause many people to miss it. Not afraid of thieves stealing, fear of thieves miss. That's the truth. However, Xiao Tian shook his head. Keep it on. Other people are afraid of thieves. He's afraid of a chicken. When he destroys his enemies, he broadcasts the whole thing live and tells everyone what happens when they mess with him. When he counted the loot, he broadcasted in the same high-profile way, plainly telling everyone that whoever misses it is finished. It's not called arrogance, it's called a bottom line. Hearing the conversation between the two, the crowd in the broadcast room was also curious about how much supplies He Huan had hoarded in his bunker. In less than a few minutes, Xiao Tian and the two of them found a few warehouses, which were filled with all sorts of supplies. There was a complete variety of supplies. Although it was not as rich as the supplies stocked in Xiao Tian's villa, it was definitely quite a lot. When they saw so many supplies, the crowd's saliva almost flowed out of the screen. Asterisk. This He Huan actually hoarded so many supplies? This sand sculpture in the end to do there are so many supplies to live and the development is not good. Have to provoke the star. Don't forget that he still has a large number of people under his hand. Sooner or later these supplies will be depleted. And if you want to develop in the long run you have to face the great mountain of Shaoshan. So many supplies. How nice it would be if they were mine. You can go grab it. God Xiao has just turned on location sharing. Never mind. I'd like to live a little longer. After counting the supplies, Xiao Tian asked Yen Ruyu to call and inform the workers of the villa to rush over to pull the goods. Only after it was done did he follow Yen Ruyu out of the bunker. The live stream continues. After the two of them walked out of the bunker, the wrecked bunker door also appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes. Originally, the crowd was still discussing the rich supplies in the bunker, but now they were suddenly attracted by the wrecked gate at the entrance of the bunker. Asterisk. This is the gate to the bunker? Such a thick metal gate seems to have been forcibly blasted open. Asterisk. Shaoshan couldn't have just blasted open the gate and rushed into the bunker before taking out He Huan, right? It's not that bad. This gate is almost 10 meters thick, right? And it's still a metal gate. Not every spirit beast warrior is Hercules. In the midst of the crowd's heated debate, a self-proclaimed expert in a related field jumped in. The man claimed to be one of the designers of the bunker and gave the crowd a general overview of the strength of the defense of the entire bunker and what kind of high-strength materials were used. The bunker gate, in particular, was made of the hardest material currently available in Blue Star, and it was also the place with the highest defense in the entire bunker. Even a spirit beast warrior would have a hard time breaking it open in a short period of time. The crowd was completely nonplussed when they heard this one science. He Huan hid in the bunker was still killed by Xiao Tian on the spot. It is self-evident by whom the bunker was broken open. Moreover, looking at this situation, Xiao Tian had still directly broken through the strongest part of the bunker and directly damaged the door to enter the bunker. How in the world did the god of Xiao do that? Is this guy even human? At this moment, countless people secretly resolved in their hearts that they must not provoke Xiao Tian no matter what. Invite a powerful being and you might die a horrible death. But mess with Xiao Tian, you definitely won't live long. It didn't take long for the workers to drive up to the site and start moving the supplies inside the bunker. The one leading the team was Fatty Hai, while Yen Tiansheng was sitting in the villa to prevent unexpected situations. Xiao Tian signaled Yen Ruyu to turn off the live broadcast, then came to Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai was spirited and was greeting the workers as they carried the supplies. When he saw Xiao Tian, he hurriedly squeezed out a smile. "Hello, big brother." The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth tugged as he awkwardly stopped. "You're at least a celestial master. What's with this sudden appearance of a dogged temperament? How long has he been with himself? And how long has he been calling himself big brother? What a drop. You don't want to be the master of Lungfu Mountain. You're going to break into the pier? Aren't you afraid that the generations of heavenly masters of Lungfu Shan will jump out of their graves when they find out? What did you call me?" Xiao Tian tightened his throat and asked again. "Big brother." Fatty Haixia blinked his eyes and laughed. "I have known you at first sight, big brother, and from the first time I saw you, I have recognized you as my big brother. From now on, as long as you don't mind, big brother, I'll always stay by your side as a cow and horse, and I'll fight wherever I'm told." Cool, it's really good. Since he had followed Xiao Tian, he now didn't have to worry about food every day. Not only do you get a meal and a full meal at every meal, but you even get a big meal at every meal. Earlier, after coming out from the Forbidden Land, Xiao Tian took Yen Ruyu to settle the score with He Huan, while he followed Yen Tiansheng back to the villa to sit on the ground. "When I got back to the villa I fixed a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and shabu-shabu'd an all-meat hot pot. It's just not cool. If it were before, just a hot pot would be nothing at all. But it was a time of dark turmoil and food was a scarce resource. What more could he ask for when he could eat whatever he wanted whenever he wanted? Whoever feeds him is his big brother. Pro big brother." Fatty Hai looked at Xiao Tian with a face of adoration, only hating that he was not a daughter's body and couldn't use his body to repay Xiao Tian's kindness of filling his stomach. Xiao Tian didn't know what was wrong with this fatty. He only felt that the other party's eyes made him a little physically uncomfortable. After leaving the side entirely in the hands of Fatty Hai, he took Yen Ruyu back to the villa. The two of them had just returned to the villa when Yen Tianqing approached them with a large pile of crystal cores. Xiao Tian, I just returned to the villa. There are quite a few people with crystal cores to exchange for supplies. I've already counted these crystal cores, a total of 318 of them. You count them. 318 crystal cores. This was definitely quite a terrifying amount. Xiao Tian was also a bit surprised. More than 300 crystal cores. This was hunting all the mutant beasts within the entire Great Confucian City, right? Xiao Tian briefly took an inventory, then left 50 crystal cores each for Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianqing's father and daughter respectively, and started absorbing the rest himself. 218 crystal cores. Even Xiao Tian needed to absorb them for a long time. After greeting the father and daughter, Xiao Tian returned to his room with the crystal core and began to work on absorbing it. He already possessed level 14 strength now, and he didn't know what level he could come to after completely absorbing these 218 crystal cores. A full-scale mutation is coming, and a mass mutation of insects and plants is close at hand. So this is a time when an extra bit of strength is an extra bit of security. Devouring. Absorption. P.S. Stopped working for a few days. The A flu hit. Thief difficult. And now also not fully recovered. The mind coma. The recent A flu is too fierce. We go out, remember to wear a mask. Chapter 39 Fusion Altered Beast Surprise. After Xiao Tian walked into the room, Yen Ruyu's father and daughter both began to absorb the power of the crystal core as well. Their absorption speed was still far inferior to Xiao Tian's, but with the increase in level, the absorption speed was increased to a certain extent. 6 hours passed in a flash. The two of them absorbed the energy of 5 crystal cores respectively, and Yen Ruyu's level managed to come to level 10, while Yen Tianqing came to level 12. If Xiao Tian saw this scene, he would definitely be quite surprised. If he absorbed the same number of crystal cores as the two, Xiao Tian would definitely not have reached such a level. One conclusion can be drawn from this. The number of crystal cores required for Xiao Tian's upgrades far exceeded that of normal people. This might have something to do with the multiple gene sequences in his body, just like the protagonist in a novel, who possessed a combat power that far exceeded that of a cultivator of the same realm because of the large amount of energy required for breakthroughs. I also don't know how Xiao Tian's situation is now. Yen Ruyu stopped her absorbing movements and looked in the direction of the bedroom on the second floor. Just then, a terrifying aura spread out from the room on the second floor. Just as the two were surprised, Xiao Tian pushed the door and walked out. The current Xiao Tian did not undergo any changes in his appearance, but the invisible oppressive force he gave off had become a few points stronger. If the initial Xiao Tian was a sheathed blade, the current Xiao Tian was a sword hidden in its sheath. Yen Tianshang froze and said dumbfounded, "Xiao Tian, why did you come out? The crystal cores have already been absorbed by me." Xiao Tian craned his neck and replied. Yen Tianqing's brain was confused for a moment, and he and Yen Ruyu looked at each other face to face. What a day! In the past, he could more or less understand Xiao Tian's fast speed of absorbing crystal cores. After all, there were only a few dozen crystal cores in total, but now it was a full 200 crystal cores. In a few hours' time, we, father and daughter, have only absorbed 5 or 6 of them, and you've already absorbed them all? There's no such thing as you. But although it was unbelievable, after spending this period of time together, Yen Tianshang was clear that Xiao Tian was not someone who talked big. What level are you now? Yen Tianshang's eyes burned as he asked curiously. Level 20. Hiss, how long has it been? This kid has actually come to this level. What a monster. Luckily, though, such a monster was not one's enemy, or it would have been too desperate. Xiao Tian walked down to the second floor and asked the two about their devouring progress in passing, and was more or less speechless when he realized that they had only devoured a few crystal cores. How can you be so slow? Every time but one crystal core arrived, he would leave one for both of them. The two hadn't even fully absorbed the crystal cores they had left for them last time. Xiao Tian did not say what was in his heart, but both of them could more or less guess what Xiao Tian meant. They also wanted to absorb it quickly, but they weren't monsters like Xiao Tian. I really can't do it. Moreover, their absorption speed was not particularly slow by nature, and compared to other spirit beast warriors, they were already considered relatively fast. Greeting the two of them to continue absorbing the crystal cores, Xiao Tian poured himself a cup of hot water and sat down on the sofa to look and swipe his cell phone. This brush is a joy to behold. A brand new topic rushed to the top. Alarmed. There are no more mutant beasts to hunt in Great Confucian City. Is it a moral degeneration or a distortion of human nature? Clicking in. It turned out that it was because all the people were hunting mutant beasts during this period of time and using the crystal cores to exchange various supplies to Xiao Tian. This was what caused the entire variant beast ecosystem of Great Confucian City to take a huge hit. Mutant beasts were not ordinary animals. Their vitality was tenacious and their fighting strength was even more terrifying. But it couldn't be helped by the sheer number of spirit beast warriors. under the joint cooperation of the spirit beast warriors. As long as the mutant beasts weren't particularly outrageous, it was basically hard for them to escape their fate. Now many spirit beast warriors wanted to improve their strength and wanted to hunt some mutant beasts for themselves, only to realize that there were no more targets to hunt. Below the related topic are countless whiny comments. I'm so annoyed. In the end, which Grizzly has extinguished all of the mutant beasts. I've been out wandering for 3 days and 3 nights with my people, and I haven't even seen the shadows of the mutant beasts. What happened to the promised dark turmoil? If it weren't for the fact that the spirit beast warriors still existed, I would have thought that normalcy would have returned by now. It is recommended that the mutant beast be listed as a first-class protected animal in the city of Daeju. Xiao Tian was a little happy to read a comment and turned off his cell phone after reading it for a while. In the Daeju city before the rebirth, mutant beasts were rampant, and even spirit beast warriors had to be careful when they went out in groups. I didn't realize that I had been reborn once and had actually changed the existing pattern by mistake. The city of Daeju is now perhaps the safest place in all of Blue Star, but that won't last long. The complete mutation of plants and insects is estimated to be just a few days away. By then, the mutant beasts will reappear and rebound on a large scale, and the environment will become even more hostile. Xiao Tian leaned on the sofa and pondered for a while as he opened the system interface. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 20. Bloodline level, 18. Gene sequence number 9527. Spirit Beard Warrior, inherits the trait of rebirth of severed limbs, extends a pair of wings, releases lightning feathers to slice through enemies, and possesses a powerful sense of danger. Everything was just as Xiao Tian expected. When the level came to level 20, Xiao Tian gained an additional opportunity to devour, and this time, he could devour mutant beasts. On top of that, the bloodline level had also changed, coming from the original level 14 to level 18. If I'm not wrong, right now, as long as the mutant beasts are below level 18, they can be suppressed and forcefully taken in by me? Xiao Tian rubbed his chin in contemplation. However, recently, it was no longer possible to find mutant beasts in Great Confusion City, so we could only wait for a few days' time first. Waiting for the full mutation of plants and insects, he would test his suspicions then. 3 more days passed in a flash. This day, the mutation was sudden. Plants and insects everywhere in the city have also mutated, and on a massive scale. There are swarms of willow clusters that mutate and become willow-strewn monsters of horror. The swarms of bees in the hive also suddenly mutated, their size skyrocketing by a meter as they attack the spirit beast warriors in swarms. What's even more excessive is that many people's shelters were suddenly damaged at the same time. Because of the poor hygiene of the shelter, the cockroaches in the cracks in the ground actually also all mutated and became a 2-meter-tall muscle man. There was even a fusion-altered beast with a level of 22 that had appeared in the Skylake Park in Daeju City, crazily destroying the surrounding buildings. The news began to spread like wildfire on the internet. Fusion-altered beasts. This kind of altered beast had appeared in the public eye for the first time. The city of Daeju, which had only had a few days of peace, once again became chaotic. It was also at this time that Xiao Tian moved. Fatty, Tianhu Park, come with me. Chapter 40, Xiao Shen is surrounded. Xiao Tian set off with Fatty High. This was because this fusion-altered beast that had just appeared was the most suitable target to devour at the moment. After all, fusion mutant beasts were different from ordinary mutant beasts and had themselves fused the genetic sequences of multiple mutant beasts. The gene sequences he could extract from it were naturally stronger. As for why he only brought along Fatty High and not Yen Ruyu's father and daughter, the reason was also very simple. Yen Ruyu's father and daughter needed to absorb the crystal cores to enhance their strength. This thing, Fatty High, was not a spirit beast warrior and did not need to level up by absorbing crystal cores. Shortly after the plants and insects had completely mutated, the Dark Lord of the First Heavens was about to descend on Blue Star. If the city of Daeju was compared to a large-scale online game, the mutant beasts and dark beings were the minions, and the Dark Lord was the final boss. Although Xiao Tian had enough strength to shelter the two of them, it was impossible for him to stay by their side all the time. If you want to protect yourself, the best way is always to improve your own strength, and you can't completely count on others. Big brother, do you really have to bring me along? Can I not go? On the co-pilot, Fatty High squirmed. You don't want to go? Xiao Tian asked as he squinted at him. It's not that I don't want to go. I'm okay with treasure hunting. I'm afraid I'm not too good at fighting. I'm mainly worried about dragging you down. Fatty Haikai squeezed his eyes. He wasn't lying. Their main fighting method of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Masters was talismans. However, the standard of his talismans still needed to be improved, and the talismans that had been passed down from generations of Heavenly Masters were again all burned by Xiao Tian. This also led to Fatty High's current strength being greatly reduced. Xiao Tian sneered a few times. Or I'll let you go back now and have someone get you some hot pot with some beer. Fatty High's face was joyful. I feel fine. Xiao Tian instantly darkened his face. This fat ass beeps so much that he frankly doesn't want to contribute. This guy has slacked off quite a bit since he came to the villa as a whole, getting up later than a dog and eating more than a pig every day. It had only been a few days since he had come out of the Forbidden Land, and his entire body had gained a large amount of weight. I remember before I was reborn, Fatty High was now this hard to rely on themselves to find the resurrection armor, but also pulled together a group of strong team. Anyone who offends my dragon kingdom will be executed even if it's far away. This was a sentence that Fatty High had said when he had hardened himself against the Dark Lord, and Xiao Tian still had a deep memory of it. At that time, Fatty High was already a strong person in the eyes of countless people, standing in the ranks of the first echelon, and Xiao Tian was just an ordinary person. I didn't expect such a powerful character to have turned into this delicious and lazy nature now. Could it be because of the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth, affecting the normal development of the original plot? Looks like we'll have to find more things for the fat guy to do after this. I will control your food portions after I return. You can't continue to eat and drink recklessly in the future, Xiao Tian said indifferently. When Fatty High heard this, he immediately felt that the sky had collapsed. No, big brother. I admit that I am slightly able to eat a little bit, but our villa has so many supplies. Are you still afraid that I will eat poor? It's not the supplies. Xiao Tian glanced at him and said indifferently, have you ever seen any heavenly master as fat as you? I call this a fat body and a wide body. It's called a blessed look. Have a blessed dickhead. Go back and either lose weight or get the hell out of here. Hearing Xiao Tian's undoubted tone, Fatty High sat paralyzed in the passenger seat, his entire being lifeless. What's the point of life if you can't keep eating and drinking? It was no wonder Xiao Tian was ruthless. The villa indeed did not lack this amount of supplies from him. But Fatty High is just an ordinary human and not a spirit beast warrior. This guy ate every day. When the whole out of a 3 high disease died, Xiao Tian find who to reason to go? Within a short time, the two drove to Tin Lake Park. In the center of the Tianhu Park Square, a large group of spirit beast warriors had already gathered. In the center of the many spirit beast warriors was a large-sized mutant beast. This mutant beast was as tall as 5 meters, with 3 hideous dog heads on its head, but its body was a huge octopus carapace, with 8 huge tentacles constantly twisting and writhing. A closer look will also reveal that there are actually many sharp barbs on the tentacles. The dog's head with the octopus body. How it looks weird and absurd, like Cthulhu reflected in the real world. More critically, the level of this mutant beast was actually as high as level 22. The many spirit beast warriors around were jointly attacking the mutant beasts, all of them entering their animalized state to strike together. Countless attacks came blasting down, but they did not cause much damage to it. Even if the strike is severed, it will quickly grow back again. Just then, an octopus tentacle suddenly wrapped around a spirit beast warrior, binding it to death in place. That spirit beast warrior instantly panicked a batch and roared, ********* bear power. The body instantly skyrocketed to 2 meters. The whole body was covered with sturdy muscles, and the whole body powered up to try to break free from the hand. However, right at this moment, the tentacles began to shrink continuously, and along with them, countless sharp barbs pierced into the chest of that spirit beast warrior. That spirit beast warrior's face stiffened, and then he froze in place as if his soul had been drained. Not good. The barbs on this tentacle can release intense poison. Retreat! Just then, a sharp-eyed person realized the key and hurriedly shouted out. Hearing that the barbs were highly poisonous, everyone also panicked a batch, and hurriedly retreated in an explosive manner. No one dared to continue forward. The fusion mutant beast continued to hiss as its tentacles continued to shrink, and eventually that spirit beast warrior exploded into a bloody mist in despair. Gollum! The scene suddenly fell into dead silence. Everyone couldn't help but suck in their breath, feeling bad about the whole thing. They were all well aware that there was a level 22 terrifying existence in front of them, which was why they decided to join forces with so many people to deal with it. After this period of time, the level of the crowd had also generally come to a level of around 10. It was thought that if there were enough ants, they could die elephants, but the reality has dealt them a heavy blow. Can't do it. With so many of them joining forces together, they were still unable to exterminate the mutant beast in front of them. It's impossible. This guy is too strong and has fused the characteristics of multiple variant beasts. We can't win at all. Let's retreat. Seeing people being exterminated, some people had already beaten a retreat. Just as the crowd hesitated, Xiao Tian had already brought Fatty High over from the front. It's God Xiao. Seeing Xiao Tian, everyone was a bit surprised. I didn't expect Xiao Tian to personally appear here. Could it be that he was also here for this big guy? Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Tian was in front of Fatty High at the back, and the two of them walked straight into the crowd and came to stand in front of the fusion-altered beast. **********. The crowd sucked in their breath and watched as their bodies twitched. Worthy of being Xiao Shun, really bold. It was too late for them to run for their lives. but Xiaoshan actually took the initiative to go forward, and even came right up to this big guy. What is God Xiao going to do? It can't be that he's really planning to take action against this big guy, right? It seems that Xiaoshan is only a level 10 or so. This big guy is a level 22 existence, and it's also a fusion mutant beast. Just as the crowd was stunned, the fusion-altered beast suddenly threw back its head and roared, as if it felt it was being provoked. As the roar fell, the nearby mutant beasts seemed to have been summoned, and 18 huge-sized mutant beasts rushed over from the vicinity, blocking all retreating paths. Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai were surrounded in the center. Seeing this scene, the crowd secretly screamed. It was already tricky enough to face this terrifying fusion mutant beast, but now there were these 10 more mutant beasts. How can this be a fight? God Xiao is surrounded. God Xiao is going to be finished. Chapter 41, Xiao Tian's Anti-Kangang. Many people had a look of regret on their faces. The ruthless man who had dominated Great Confusion City for several months. Was he going to die here today? The crowd sighs. But soon, someone reacted with a sharp wit. Xiao Tian is going to die, they lament a chicken hair. This ruthless man didn't know how many resources he had monopolized, but whenever he died here, all the various supplies in the villa became unowned. The defense of the villa was certainly firm, but without Xiao Tian in attendance, all of them joining hands together was not without a slight chance of breaking through the villa's defense. Thinking this way, many people were inwardly ecstatic. Suddenly it felt like a dim future was suddenly filled with infinite light. A whale falls and all things come to life. However, Xiao Tian was still standing in front of him, and the crowd did not dare to show it in the slightest despite their inner joy. Everyone held their breath and stared dead ahead at the fusion alteration beast, all expecting the other party to make a move soon. Just then, the fusion-altered beast let out a command-like roar. The 18 altered beasts beside them entered a berserk state at the same time, and their gazes locked onto the two of them, Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai. A mutated gorilla suddenly raised its right arm high, and its originally thick right arm instantly swelled up, transforming into a huge arm that was 8 meters long. Gollum, the fat sea, saw the situation. Pupils shrinking, secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This is afraid of a little pain. Oh, if this were to be hit by a fist, it would probably all turn into meat foam, and not even a bit of bone crumbs would be found. Big brother, what should we do now? You should have a way to solve these mutant beasts, right? Fatty Hai looked towards Xiao Tian and said nervously. Although he was a celestial master, he was still powerless against so many mutant beasts at the same time. Xiao Tian did not reply, but slowly closed his eyes. None of these 18 mutant beasts had reached level 18, while his bloodline level had already come to level 18. If nothing else, he should be able to forcefully manipulate these guys. Seeing Xiao Tian's stance, Fatty Hai was even more flustered. Why did you close your eyes? Big brother, why don't you make a move? Make a move to overthrow these mutant beasts. What do you mean by closing your eyes? Fatty Hai was on the verge of crying, tugging at Xiao Tian's cuffs. Big brother, don't scare me. I'm scared when you mess with me like this. Xiao Tian still hadn't recovered, and Fatty Hai was already as if his heart was dead. Right at this moment, the 18 mutant beasts had roared at the same time and rushed over towards Xiao Tian and the two of them. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers in the four corners of the room all glowed before their eyes. Fatty Hai, on the other hand, was so weak in the knees that he almost fell to the ground in shock. Done. However, just in the nick of time, Xiao Tian abruptly opened his eyes and two auras flashed out from his eyes. In the next moment, an invisible pressure radiated all around from within Xiao Tian's body. The 18 mutant beasts that were originally attacking towards the two actually stopped moving their hands at the same moment. What's going on? Why have these mutant beasts suddenly stopped? What do you mean? The onlookers all looked bewildered, not knowing what was going on. Even Fatty Hai, who was beside Xiao Tian, likewise suspiciously surveyed the mutant beast in front of him and scratched his head in confusion. How did these guys stop moving at the same time? What does that mean? He turned to look at Xiao Tian, and his intuition told Fatty Hai that all of this might have something to do with Xiao Tian, even though this idea made Fatty Hai himself feel that it was a bit absurd. On your knees. Xiao Tian pursed his lips and spoke faintly. Swish. The scene was dead silent. Everyone's eyes widened at the same time as if they were looking at a monster as they looked at Xiao Tian. On your knees? Xiao Shen actually made these mutant beasts in front of him kneel down. Are you kidding me? These are mutant beasts. They'll kneel if you tell them to. Do you think you're the god of heaven? The king of beasts? Many people felt that Xiao Tian was out of his mind and had actually started babbling. Kneel and submit to me. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian once again opened his mouth. His tone filled with an undoubted flavor. A scene that shocked everyone happened. After this sentence fell, the 18 mutant beasts in front of them simultaneously trembled violently, as if they had seen some great terror. Immediately afterward, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, he actually knelt straight to the ground and worshipped Xiao Tian. Still ing kneeling? These mutant beasts, They actually really understood God Zhao's words. They really kneeled down. Grass. Is God Zhao really a heavenly god? One sentence and 18 mutant beasts kneeling at the same time. This is something that can be done. Oh my god. What the hell am I seeing? The crowd was in disarray. Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene happening in front of them had turned their worldview upside down. The mutant beasts had always been a threat to humanity in the minds of the people. An uncontrolled variable. But now, this uncontrollable variable had taken the initiative to submit to Xiao Tian. A human. How could it not be shocking? Fatty Hai looked at Xiao Tian and then to the 18 mutant beasts that were respectfully kneeling on the ground in front of him. And he was also confused. Which one of us is the heavenly master? A sentence that made the mutant beast kneel. Even he, the contemporary heavenly master, couldn't do such a thing. It wasn't just Fatty Hai and the others. At this moment, even that fusion mutant beast was confused. What do you mean? Lao Zi summoned 18 mutant beasts to fight in his place, and as a result, these 18 contraptions actually knelt down on their own. Roar! The fusion mutant beasts roared madly, attempting to get the 18 mutant beasts to stand up and relaunch their attacks on Xiao Tian and the two of them. Under the hissing of the fusion altered beasts, the 18 altered beasts once again became dumbfounded. But at this moment, Xiao Tian's face sank as he roared, "Kneel down!" The 18 mutant beasts that had just made a move knelt down once again under Xiao Tian's roar. The fusion altered beast looked at this scene in a daze. Having become completely muggle, the human in front of him actually spoke better than even he did. Which one of us is the fusion mutant? Anyway, there were bloodline ranks amongst mutant beasts, and it possessed a certain amount of spiritual intelligence as a fusion mutant beast, and its bloodline far exceeded that of ordinary mutant beasts. So normally, it can manipulate mutant beasts to attack enemies. But how did the human in front of me do it? Could he also be a fusion altered beast? But the other party was only a human. That much was an undisputed fact. If the other party was only human, why did the other party talk better than even he did? Just as the fusion altered beast was confused, Xiao Tian had already completely determined a fact. One's own bloodline level could indeed suppress the 18 mutant beasts in front of him and make them work for him. And it seemed that his own authority was much greater than the fusion mutant beast in front of him. In that case, things are simple. Come together and attack. Xiao Tian stretched out a finger to point at the fusion altered beast and commanded with an expressionless face. Boom! The 18 mutant beasts seemed like killing machines that were programmed to kill. Just as Xiao Tian's words fell, the 18 mutant beasts rose violently and turned to face the fusion mutant beast in front of them at the same time. Then he threw back his head and roared, turning into lightning and charging out at the same time. Seeing this, the fusion altered beast was confused. The spirit beast warriors who had gathered around were also confused. Everyone was all confused. The fusion mutant beast summoned these 18 mutant beasts to attack Xiao Tian, but they ended up attacking the fusion mutant beast at Xiao Tian's command. Inverted Big Dipper. Xiao Tian the ruthless man, he inverted the Big Dipper. Chapter 42 Secrets Exposed. Murdered and killed? The fusion altered beast let out a furious roar, trying to order the 18 altered beasts to stop attacking. But it didn't work. Xiao Tian's suppressive power was far above that of the fusion altered beasts, and these 18 altered beasts did not listen to its orders at all. Frantic attacks. Desperate bites. The fusion mutant beasts were of a higher level than these 18 mutant beasts, but because of their huge size they moved slowly. Together with the large number of 18 mutant beasts, they soon gnawed down large swathes of flesh and blood. But the fusion mutant beasts weren't good either. The tentacles covered in barbs swung wildly, and soon the two mutant beasts died a horrible death on the spot, having their heads crushed hard by the tentacles. Seeing this bloody scene, the crowd all felt their scalps tingle. Altered beasts against fused altered beasts. I never thought I'd see this kind of image in my life. Big brother, how on earth did you do that? Fatty Hai came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Tian with excitement. It's divine. As a celestial master himself, he knew many skills that ordinary people wouldn't, and he even knew a little bit about the green god's upper body. But turning a mutant beast to his own use, this kind of thing he didn't even dare to think about. And it was this kind of thing that he didn't dare to think about that Xiao Tian actually did. Fatty Hai was now curious and bad, and couldn't wait to find out the truth of the matter. Big brother, just tell me the truth. Do you have some special means? Or some trick? Fatty Hai pestered Xiao Tian with questions. The spirit beast warriors who were watching from the side also pricked up their ears and waited for Xiao Tian's answer. Xiao Tian was speechless and didn't know how to reply. This was all due to the system, but the news of the system's existence was something he could never reveal. I don't know why. A kind of intuition in the underworld tells me that I can control these mutant beasts, Xiao Tian said after thinking about it. Fatty Hai instantly cried with a sad face. Xiao Tian definitely treated him as a little cutie. Would he believe such words? However, Fatty Hai was also clear that since Xiao Tian was unwilling to tell the truth, it was not good for him to forcefully ask. Just then, the battle ahead continued. The 16 mutant beasts had strong physiques, and even after being severely injured they were still able to continue fighting, and the battle was in a stalemate for a while. The fusion-altered beast relied on its crushing rank and was barely able to withstand the combined attack of the 16 altered beasts. As for the 16 mutant beasts, they were barely able to fight the fusion mutant beasts with their own powerful physiques. Seeing this, the spirit beast warriors on the sidelines no longer hesitated. One after another, they struck out, erupting with all their might to enter the state of bestiality, and actively rushed towards the fusion-altered beast. The defeat of the fusion-altered beast was a foregone conclusion, and it was better for them to add to it at this time than to continue to watch from the sidelines. This big guy's not going to make it. Everyone join in. Give it the death blow. I will lead the charge. Boom! The fusion mutant beasts were already at the end of their strength, and with the many spirit beast warriors joining the battlefield, the tide of the battle was instantly reversed. The fusion mutant beast was crippled in just a few shots and collapsed to the ground with a bang, its countless tentacles waving weakly in place. God Shao, if it wasn't for you, we might all die here. This fusion mutant beast is at your disposal. Right at this moment, the numerous spirit beast warriors put away their animalized state and honestly came before Xiao Tian. Even though the crowd was incomparably moved by this fusion alteration beast, they did not dare to act rashly with Xiao Tian present. Xiao Tian nodded. You all previously had thoughts that you shouldn't have. For the sake of your outbursts, I won't bother with you. Now all of you get lost. The crowd was sweating at the words. They had previously wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and had thought that Xiao Tian had not discovered it, but they had never thought that the other party knew everything. At this moment, countless people were secretly glad that they had made a move. Or else with Xiao Tian's vindictive character, they would definitely have to be killed here by settling scores. After 1,000 thanks, the crowd left. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, brought Fatty Hai to the dying fusion-altered beast. The remaining 16 altered beasts were as if they were incomparably loyal warriors, standing behind Xiao Tian in a disciplined manner. This scene was extremely domineering, and the tall body of the mutant beast set off Xiao Tian's human form quite small. Though small, there was a dominance that could not be provoked. Xiao Tian walked close to the fusion mutant beast and stretched out his right hand. The mouthpiece in the center of his palm suddenly appeared and began to tear into the fusion mutant beast's flesh and blood. In less than a few minutes, a massive tentacle was completely crushed and devoured by the mouthpiece. Fatty Hai was watching from the sidelines with his scalp numb. Although he knew that Xiao Tian liked to eat raw meat, the mutant beast in front of him was still alive. Sometimes Fatty Hai truly felt that Xiao Tian was even more of a mutant beast than a mutant beast to some extent. As the tentacles finished devouring, Xiao Tian closed his eyes. A majestic power was surging through his body from his palm. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 20. Bloodline level, 20. Gene sequence number 9494. Tentacled Dalek, inheriting the trait of rebirth of severed limbs. The wings evolve into 6 octopus tentacles that can release toxins to paralyze the enemy and possess danger perception. Xiao Tian closed his eyes and 6 hideous octopus tentacles suddenly surfaced behind his back, somewhat similar to Dr. Octopus in the movie. The original black feathered wings had completely disappeared and Xiao Tian could no longer fly or release feathers to attack his enemies now. But luckily the cockroach tentacles on his forehead were still there, and he could still sense the danger that was coming early. Gene fusion is a process of continuous evolution and becoming stronger, during which some of the original abilities may be given up. This cannot be avoided. We can only wait for the follow-up and see if we can devour some mutant beasts and evolve the wings back. Xiao Tian muttered to himself. Just then, Fatty Hai beside him was letting out a cry of alarm. Asterisk 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 octopus. Octopus tentacles. Fatty Hai retreated several steps in a row and stared at Xiao Tian with a stunned expression. He was very sure that Xiao Tian did not have the feature of octopus tentacles in his animalized state. He had just devoured an octopus tentacle in front of his face, and now it was growing. Fatty Hai is not a cutie. Just a brief thought about the key to the matter. Xiao Tian's bestialization ability could evolve as he devoured himself. Grass. What kind of counterintuitive ability is this? It is important to realize that almost all spirit beast warriors only have the ability to bestialize one animal. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was able to infinitely devour and evolve, which was simply not too perverse. This also meant that Xiao Tian's potential was incalculable when comparing other spirit beast warriors. Looks like you guessed it all. Xiao Tian put away his animalized state and turned his head towards Fatty Hai with a wicked smile. Gollum! The knots in Fatty Hai's throat rolled up and down, suddenly squeezing out a smile that was worse than crying, then directly kneeled down, hands together constantly pleading, Big brother, what happened today? I will not speak out. Please do not kill the mouth. I at least is also your people. Infinite Heavenly Father. For the sake of the face of the successive generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain, give me a way out and don't kill me, okay? Xiao Tian was a bit confused. When did he say he was going to kill someone? Why is this fat guy suddenly stressed out? Chapter 43, the opening round of the game. No time for nonsense. Did I say I want to kill and exterminate? Xiao Tian asked breathlessly. Fatty Hai's face was joyful. Not going to kill me? Xiao Tian. Since he was devouring in front of Fatty Hai, it actually meant that he no longer cared if the devouring matter leaked out. After all, with Xiao Tian's current strength, he really didn't care anymore. Even if others knew that they had the ability to devour evolution, what could they do? It was nothing more than knowing his infinite potential and fearing himself even more. But it's the kind of thing where the fewer people who know about it, the better, as far as possible. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian looked at Fatty Hai and spoke. This matter. Fatty Hai raised his right hand and spoke before him. I swear to God that what I saw today will never be told to a second person, or else the heavens will be struck by lightning. Xiao Tian, this fat guy, he's kinda on the ball. After dealing with this side of things, Xiao Tian came back to the fusion mutant beast's huge body, having a tentacle swallowed alive by Xiao Tian. This fellow had long been half dead. Xiao Tian directly struck out and completely ended its pain, then dug out the crystal core and directly devoured it. The crystal core of a fusion mutant beast was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mutant beast, and the only difference was that the energy inside was even more massive. After absorbing the energy from the crystal core, Xiao Tian's level actually came directly to level 21, upgraded by 1 level. One must know that with Xiao Tian's current level, the experience required to upgrade was already quite terrifying. It was not very common to be able to raise a level with a single crystal core. These 16 guys, what are you going to do with them? Right at this moment, Fatty Hai looked at the 16 mutant beasts shivering behind Xiao Tian and asked. Xiao Tian twisted his head to look over. Seeing Xiao Tian looking at him, the 16 altered beasts simultaneously let out a low roar as if expressing their submission. Xiao Tian's lips rose and he was in a rather good mood. Having 16 mutant beasts as fighters is also quite good. Nothing to go out and stroll on the street. These 16 mutant beasts are enough to bluff just by standing beside them. But it was more or less too conspicuous to let these 16 mutant beasts follow him around. Gotta think of something. I remembered that before I was reborn, there had been spirit beast warriors who possessed similar means to take in mutant beasts for their own use. However, there were only a handful of spirit beast warriors who possessed this ability, and the number of altered beasts that could be taken in was quite limited. There was absolutely no comparison to Xiao Tian's current situation. If memory serves, the other side developed a sheltering device late in the game that stowed away all the mutant beasts. Only when it was time to fight would the mutant beasts be released. If you can build a shelter like this yourself, you won't have to worry about being too conspicuous. However, Xiao Tian was not a scientific researcher, and it was obviously unreliable for him to build this kind of sheltering device. Gotta get help. Xin Xiulan's face suddenly appeared in Xiao Tian's mind. Getting this R&D genius to help build his own shelter device should work. Accompany me somewhere. Xiao Tian retrieved his thoughts and looked at Fatty Hai and said, Where to? Fatty Hai subconsciously asked. Ancient Buddhist temple. Xiao Tian replied. The materials needed to build the sheltering device are in the ancient Buddhist temple in the city of Daeju. Gufosi is an ancient temple with a history of 1,000 years, and in the backyard of Gufosi there is an ancient tree that has been growing for 1,000 years. The ancient tree had also turned into a mutant beast under the influence of the Aurora Borealis, possessing a trace of spatial power, and in contrast to most mutant beasts, this ancient tree possessed a certain degree of spiritual intelligence. The ancient tree's spatial power originated from the crystal core within its body, which was an excellent material to use to build a sheltering device. Soon the two were on their way, and after 3 hours of traveling they finally arrived at the ancient Buddhist temple. Before the dark unrest broke out, many people would come here to burn incense and pray for blessings. Since the dark unrest broke out, everything has changed. Not only has the place become empty, even the monks in the temple have run out. When the two of them arrived at the gate of the ancient temple, the neighborhood was horribly dead, and there were already quite a few weeds growing out of the cracks in the ground on the lapis lazuli paved floor. The place looked like it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Based on his memory, Xiao Tian led Fatty Hai to push open the gate of the ancient temple and arrived at the backyard of the ancient temple. The backyard was also empty, with only a 5-meter-high ancient tree standing silently in place. This ancient tree is not simple. Looking at the ancient tree in front of him, Fatty Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes and whispered. Xiao Tian gave him a somewhat surprised look, worthy of being a dragon tiger mountain heavenly master. He actually sensed the abnormality of the ancient tree. Looks like the fat guy isn't useless. This ancient tree is indeed not simple. It has already given birth to its own spirit and is also a mutated beast. Xiao Tian stared at the ancient tree in front of him and explained, the purpose of our trip is it? Mutant beasts? Fatty Hai's mouth opened slightly and he shivered as he silently retreated behind Xiao Tian. It's impossible to live these days, but all living things have basically become mutant beasts. Next moment, the originally dead ancient tree suddenly trembled violently, and then a slight writhing began on the stump of the ancient tree. A hideous human face actually appeared. The human face opened its eyes and expressionlessly scrutinized the two Xiaotians in front of it. Then it actually spat out human words. Insignificant human being, since you know the existence of this honored one, yet you still dare to come and disturb the purity of this honored one, you really deserve to die. It was as if the words came out of the ancient tree, and the voice of the ancient tree was deafening. After the words fell, the lush tree branch transformed into a sharp claw and quickly slapped in the direction where the two were. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fatty Hai let out a cry of alarm, and the whole thing went bad. This thing goes off at the drop of a hat. Xiaotian did not have too many fluctuations in his expression and calmly clapped his hands. Snap! As the sound of the slap fell, the gate of the ancient temple shattered with a loud bang, and 16 ferocious mutant beasts rushed in from outside at the same time. As if they were 16 guardian gods, they honestly stood on both sides of Xiaotian. Seeing this scene, the ancient tree's movements froze, and a bit of surprise surfaced above its hideous tree face. The ancient tree looked at the 16 mutant beasts and then at Xiaotian in front of him. Clueless, grass, these 16 mutant beasts, seemingly taking orders from the humble human in front of them. What's going on here? You, ancient tree took a deep breath and just wanted to say something, but Xiaotian didn't have time to talk nonsense with it. Today, no matter what, the ancient tree must die. Kill. Xiaotian's lips lightly opened and faintly spat out the word kill. The 16 altered beasts simultaneously entered a violent state, and when Xiaotian gave the word, they barely hesitated. With a roar, they charged towards the ancient tree in front of them. There were mutant beasts frantically cutting the thick trunks of the ancient trees with their sharp claws. There were also mutant beasts frantically tearing at the bark of ancient trees with their fangs. There were even mutant beasts that directly turned into flames and began to burn the ancient tree's massive body. The 16 mutant beasts were on fire, killing like crazy. The ancient tree stood dumbfounded, struck dumb. Chapter 44, The Sisters Come to the Door. The ancient tree's level was only level 15, and it wasn't even close to the level of these 16 altered beasts, and under the absolute suppression of numbers, it was almost a one-sided crushing. Fatty Haikai's mouth was slightly open, and he actually watched with fervor. You can still play like this? While the others were still doing battle with the mutant beasts, Xiaotian had already subdued the mutant beasts and turned them into his own fighters. The Fat C can only comment this way about it. Awesome. The battle didn't last long. The mutated ancient tree gradually lost its vitality in the group beating, and even the wood ash was lifted off. After doing so, the 16 altered beasts honestly returned to Xiaotian's side and let out low roars. There was an air of inviting credit from Xiaotian. Xiaotian came to the ashes for a while and finally found a light blue crystal core. This was the crystal core of the mutant ancient tree, which contained a faint amount of spatial power, which was basically enough to build a sheltering device. Come on, it's time to go back now. Xiaotian collected the crystal cores and left the place with Fatty Hai. The two naturally drove on the road. After all, Xiaotian had now lost his ability to fly. As for the 16 altered beasts, they followed behind them without haste. The scene was extremely spectacular, with the vehicle driving in front and the 16 mutant beasts following behind. Those who didn't know would think that Xiaotian and the others were being chased by the mutant beasts. Instead of returning to the villa, the two came directly to the research institute and found Xinxiulan. Xiaotian directly spoke of his requirements, handing over the crystal core to Xinxiulan in the hope that the other party would build a sheltering device. Xinxiulan took the crystal core and played with it in her hands. There's no problem in creating a sheltering device. This crystal core contains the power of space. As long as it's utilized properly, it's still possible with humanity's current technology. She already owed Xiaotian a favor, and he even shared a precious set of resurrection armor with her. Xinxiulan naturally had no reason to refuse Xiaotian. However, she was a bit curious as to why Xiaotian suddenly wanted to build the sheltering device. Can I ask why you're suddenly building these sheltering devices? Xinxiulan looked at Xiaotian and asked. Xiaotian simply clapped his hands and the next moment the ground began to shake. Xinxiulan and the few military personnel around him instantly changed their faces. An earthquake? Nope, not an earthquake. This was because along with the violent shaking of the ground, 16 behemoths rushed out from the darkness and stood behind Xiaotian. If it wasn't for the fact that these mutant beasts had not moved since they appeared behind Xiaotian, Xinxiulan would have even screamed out on the spot. What does this mean? Xinxiulan looked at the 16 mutant beasts behind Xiaotian and asked with a dull expression. These are the mutant beasts that I have taken in, and I need to build sheltering devices to contain them. Xiaotian said bluntly. If one could build a sheltering device for these 16 mutant beasts, it would be the same as having an extra point in one's favor. Imagine that. In a moment of danger, you meet an invincible and powerful opponent who suddenly pulls out a shelter device to unleash 16 terrifying mutant beasts. Is your opponent clueless? Even you can totally pull off a desperate turnaround maneuver with this one undercard. Xiao Tian's current intention to build a sheltering device for the 16 mutant beasts was a disguised attempt to add a bottom card for himself. Hiss. Hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Xin Xiulan sucked in cool air and did not come back to her senses for a long time. These 16 mutant beasts weren't even of a low level. How could they all be taken in by this guy? What kind of monster was he that he could even take in mutant beasts? And that was a whole 16 of them at once. I understand. I will make the sheltering device as soon as possible, but it will take some time. Xin Xiulan spoke after calming down a bit. It's okay. Xiao Tian nodded. According to the current progress, the mutation of plants and insects had been completed, and soon the Dark Lord of the First Heavens would descend. And according to his memory, the descent location of the Dark Lord of the First Heavens happened to be the Great Confucian City. The Dark Lord's descent here was both a disaster and an opportunity in equal measure. The benefits that could be gained if the Dark Lord could be slain were quite considerable. Xiao Tian did not intend to leave the Great Confucian City right now. He wanted to attempt to kill the first Sky Master, and in order to do that, he would have to increase his strength as much as possible before the Lord's descent. But although it was urgent, Xiao Tian could still afford to wait for this amount of time. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly noticed that other than the two military personnel beside Xin Xiulan, no one else could be seen in the entire institute. This is not normal. What about the rest of the institute? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. All out. Mentioning this matter, Xin Xiulan couldn't help but sigh and explained, not long ago, an outsider broke into Great Confucian City. The other party's identity was unknown, and after entering Great Confucian City, he began a killing spree and clashed with the military personnel. Most of the institute is out for reinforcements now. Are outsiders breaking into the city of Daeju? Xiao Tian didn't care much about it at first, but soon thought of something. I remembered that before I was reborn, the city of Daeju had been invaded by an alien powerhouse. It was a pair of sisters who had originally developed in Yuntian City, but since Yuntian City was a first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom, there were abundant resources there and spirit beast warriors were quite powerful. For the better, the sisters retreat to the city of Daeju to reign supreme. Upon arriving in the city of Daeju, in order to show off their power, the sisters teamed up to kill a fusion-altered beast, and later recruited troops with their great strength. The fusion alteration beast that this pair of sisters had killed was none other than the fusion alteration beast that had been killed by Xiao Tian only a short while ago. Because of Xiao Tian's rebirth, many of the plot developments in this life had deviated from their original tracks. That's what led the sisters, by mistake, to clash with the military. Is the visitor a pair of sisters? Xiao Tian retracted his thoughts and asked uncertainly. You actually knew? Xin Xiulan looked at Xiao Tian in surprise. This matter was currently known to no one other than her and a small number of people from the military. How did Xiao Tian know? However, Xiao Tian was already a bit messed up at this moment, and Xin Xiulan's reaction disguised confirmed Xiao Tian's suspicions. The intruders in front of them, who had broken into the city of Daeju, were the same pair of sisters that they remembered before they were reborn. Xiao Tian had never wanted to be a savior, and the other party's claim to the throne had no effect on Xiao Tian. But on the contrary, Xiao Tian's current base camp was in the Great Confucian City, and if the other party wanted to reign supreme in the Great Confucian City, it would inevitably affect Xiao Tian. The outbreak of conflict between the two sides is almost inevitable. Since both sides are bound to break out into conflict, they are bound to be enemies. Should he or she make the first move and kill a man off guard? After all, this pair of sisters were no good, and were far more difficult to deal with than Yi Huan. Just as Xiao Tian was pondering, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the distance. A pair of clean-looking sisters had walked over side by side with smiles on their faces. Both of their gazes locked onto Xiao Tian at the same time, and the young girl on the left wearing black tights sized Xiao Tian up. Suddenly, he asked, "Are you Xiao Tian?" Seeing the two women arrive, Xin Xiulan's brows instantly furrowed. The sisters actually broke in here. Didn't the military send everyone to block it? Since the other party had appeared here, it could only mean one possibility. The military, all of them, have been massacred. The strength of this pair of sisters far exceeded the imagination of all of them. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and looked up at the two women. It looks exactly the same as it did before it was reborn. Indeed, it was the same pair of sisters that I remembered. The Xiao Tian before he was reborn was just an ordinary person, and in the eyes of the Xiao Tian at that time, the sisters were super strong people that he could only look up to. But now, both roles have long since called, and the other is no longer so remote. Retrieving his thoughts, Xiao Tian's eyes were ice cold as he spoke word for word. If you don't want to die, get out of my field of vision now. Chapter 45? Letting the god of Xiao call someone? Xiao Tian's tone was flat, and he could not hear any joy or anger. But anyone who understood Xiao Tian was clear that Xiao Tian was truly angry. Unlike other people's hissing when they were angry, Xiao Tian was unusually calm when he was angry. but underneath this calmness was hidden the most extreme killing intent. Looks like you're that Xiao Tian. Big sister Yifeng lightly laughed and did not take Xiao Tian's threat to heart. Sister, don't talk nonsense with him. He's the strongest person in Daeju City currently in plain sight, and has a villa built with forbidden materials under his banner, as well as a lot of supplies stored. Yi Luan sneered and looked at Xiao Tian. As long as we kill him, all of this will be ours. Listening to the two sisters' sightless conversation, Fatty Hai was in shock for a long time. Arrogant. Ever since he had met Xiao Tian, he had never seen such an arrogant person. Xiao Tian was very strong, but Daeju City was not a small place, and it was not unheard of for people who dared to be arrogant in front of Xiao Tian. But whether it was the initial Li Chong or the later He Huan, their end was a miserable and incomparable death. I didn't expect that He Huan's side had only been ed to death not long ago, and then someone else dared to provoke Xiao Tian's majesty, and this time, the ones who provoked Xiao Tian were actually two women. Fatty Hai had already shown a sympathetic face, and her intuition told her that the end of the two sisters would not be too good. If you guys don't want to die, it's not too late for you to get out now. By the time you piss off my big brother, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Fatty Hai smacked his lips and warned kindly. Who would have thought that the two sisters would instantly frown when they heard this? Who are you to speak to us like this? Fatty Hai was furious, so angry that the fat on his body was trembling. What a thing to own! He was the contemporary heavenly master of Lungfu Mountain, the last heavenly master on the blue planet. He had kindly reminded the other party, and instead of thanking him, the other party had turned around and mocked him. What a day! I am the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. What do you call me? Fatty Hai looked at the two sisters so angry that his body was shaking. Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master? The two sisters looked at each other, then shook their heads. Never heard of it. You're a big man. Fatty Hai was completely enraged. A talisman appeared in his palm and flung it at the two women. Whoosh! The moment the talisman was flung out, it unexpectedly burst into flames out of nowhere, turning into a flame that surrounded towards the two sisters. Right at this moment, a pair of golden feathered wings emerged behind Yifeng, and between the violent incitement of the wings, they directly extinguished this flame. Seeing that his attack was so easily neutralized, Fatty Hai instantly felt that his authority had been provoked. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and pulled out another talisman from his pocket and flung it out. Zip, zip, zip. The moment the talisman was thrown out, it unexpectedly burned into ashes out of thin air before transforming into a bullthick thunderbolt that slashed towards the two sisters. Just as the thunder was about to blast down on the two sisters, Yi Luan suddenly entered a state of animalization, and streams of light surged above her back. A huge green turtle shell actually appeared out of thin air. Zip, zip, zip. The thunder blasted on top of the turtle shell, failing to leave even a scratch. It's actually a wanbang? Fatty Hai's mouth opened slightly as he looked at Yi Luan with an incredulous expression. After going down the mountain for so long, he had seen many spirit beast warriors, but it was the first time he had seen a spirit beast warrior that had gained the power of the King's Eight. Xiao Tian was not much surprised. With the memories of his rebirth, he was relatively clear about what abilities the two sisters had awakened. The eldest sister, Yifeng, gains the ability of a mountain chicken, which has the ability to fly and can emit the sound of a rooster to affect her enemies. The second sister, Yi Luan, gained the strengthened ability of Wang Ba, which allowed her to summon a hard turtle shell to ward off damage when she entered the animalized state. The two sisters, one focusing on offense and the other on defense, complemented each other and were considered difficult opponents. But for the current Xiao Tian, it was actually just like that. What a bull ****** heavenly master. I didn't think that's all I could do. Yi Luan removed the turtle shell and held it in his palm, looking at Fatty Hai with a provocative face. Fatty Hai was infuriated and his face was a shade of green and purple. If his high-level talismans had not been burned to the ground by Xiao Tian in the first place, he would not have been reduced to the current state. The heavenly master of Lungfu Mountain was actually taunted by two women. Who could bear this? Although the high-level talismans were no longer available, he still had many low-level talismans. Just as Fatty Hai was hesitant to throw all the talismans out in one fell swoop, Yi Feng's gaze suddenly landed on Xiao Tian and said indifferently, "We have come to challenge you, and from now on, the great Confucian city must be honored by us. You only have two choices now, either submit to us and be one of our dogs, or die here." Xiao Tian smiled and asked rhetorically, "Do I have a third choice?" "Yes." Yifeng also smiled and looked Xiao Tian up and down. "Seeing that you are good looking, if you are willing to submit to us and serve us comfortably, the benefits in the future will not be lacking for you." Xiao Tian's expression immediately turned odd when he heard this. "It's just a matter of making yourself submissive. But you want to be your boy's favorite?" Xiao Tian admitted that both sisters did have some face value, and it could even be said that they were more beautiful and attractive than most women, but he has a lot of beautiful women around him. Even if Yen Ruyu, the $1,000 lady, was put aside. The Shinshoulan in front of her alone was not something that the two women could compare. How dare you make yourselves your favorites? Do I have any other options? Xiao Tian asked again. We know that you have also cultivated a group of your own spirit beast warriors. You can call them now. Yi Feng's face gradually lowered. Calling someone? These two women actually let themselves be called? Xiao Tian twitched the corners of his mouth. It's no longer confidence. It's arrogance. Even Shinshoulan was a bit tense. The current Xiao Tian monopolized all the supplies in the Great Confucian City, and it was not an exaggeration to say that as long as he gave an order, all the spirit beast warriors in the Great Confucian City would go to bat for him. These two idiots actually asked Xiao Tian to call someone? Isn't this a lantern in the latrine, too long to live? Calling people? Or forget it. Xiao Tian shook his head and craned his neck. There was no need to call someone to deal with these two women yet. He could easily solve it himself. However, Yi Feng interrupted Xiao Tian's words and said indifferently, call someone. The purpose of our trip is not only to defeat you, but also to deter the spirit beast warriors in the entire Daeju city. Only absolute strength crushing can keep people honest. Xiao Tian understood. The other party had already used himself as a stepping stone, wanting to use himself to deter the other spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City. In that case, he himself will fulfill them. Xiao Tian looked at Fatty Hai. Call someone. Fatty Hai nodded and gave the two sisters a sympathetic look, then pulled out his cell phone and dialed. Soon, Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianchang in the villa were informed of the situation over here. The current Xiao Tian was not too far from single-handedly covering the sky in Daeju City, and he did not expect that there would actually be someone who dared to provoke to his head. With little hesitation, the two men rushed towards the institute with the people from the villa. It was also posted online. Someone had made a fool of himself by provoking Xiao Tian and wanted to dominate the entire Great Confucian City. When the news spread, the entire spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City exploded. Which ruthless person is it that actually dares to take the initiative to provoke God Xiao? The current Great Confucian City is his one word. All those who are enemies of God Xiao have died old and tragic deaths. I didn't expect that there would still be people who don't have eyes. The other party is at the institute right now. We can probably go over there now and watch the fun. TSK, daring to take the initiative to provoke the God Xiao. I'm really curious as to what exactly will happen to them. Internet sensation. Countless spirit beast warriors, one after another, quickly converged in the direction of the institute. Chapter 46? My men have arrived. Are you afraid? Seeing Fatty Hai finish her phone call, the two sisters didn't say anything else and silently stood in place and waited up. They were waiting for the person Xiao Tian had called. When these people arrived, the two sisters would defeat Xiao Tian in a crushing manner, or even behead him on the spot. They wanted to use Xiao Tian's head to deter all the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City. The city of Daeju was just a warping board for their rise, and their goal was a sea of stars. The two sisters are still thinking of a bright future, not realizing that they are already on the countdown to death. Xiao Tian also didn't move ahead. He had originally planned to personally resolve the two sisters, but couldn't resist the other party's strong request for him to call someone. Then call someone. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to do so, but who let themselves be the one who doesn't know how to turn down someone's request? Big brother. Fatty Hai came close to Xiao Tian and stabbed with his elbow. Did these two women not investigate your identity when they came? Xiao Tian froze, then shook his head. He wasn't sure if the two sisters had investigated themselves before they arrived, but looking at the current situation he guessed that they hadn't. But if they had investigated themselves and slightly understood the current environment of Daeju City, they wouldn't do anything so deadly as to provoke themselves. TSK, it's really pathetic. I originally thought that He Huan was bad enough, but I didn't realize that these two women were even better at making a fool of themselves. Xiao Tian just shook his head in silence at this. The image of the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master in Xiao Tian's mind should be the unsmiling super strength group in. Although he hadn't met any of the other Heavenly Masters of Lung Fushan, TV shows abounded with characters like the Heavenly Masters. The Fatty Hai of his previous life actually barely fit the mold of the Heavenly Master in Xiao Tian's mind. But ever since he was reborn, Fatty Hai's image in Xiao Tian's mind had changed. How does this fat man look like a landlubber and a hooligan? It really doesn't match with the Celestial Master at all. I don't know how this bastard was chosen to be the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain in the first place. Just as the two were talking, a roar of an engine suddenly came from far away. Everyone looked up toward the front at the same time. See only, the densely packed convoy was traveling in the direction of the institute in a great hurry. Pickup trucks, minivans, SUVs, big rigs, all kinds of models are available. A rough estimate of nearly dozens of vehicles. The original spacious road was immediately surrounded by the water, seemingly quite crowded. Coming! Fatty Hai shouted excitedly as he slapped his thighs. Yi Feng and Yi Luan glanced at each other, and both women saw a slight look of bewilderment in each other's eyes. What's going on here? Didn't they tell Xiao Tian to call someone? This asshole is calling the entire city of Daeju. These are the people you called? Yifeng forced her heart to feel uneasy as she looked at Xiao Tian and asked, "These are my big brother's people. Now you know you're scared?" Fatty Hai snatched the lead and dejectedly responded. Just then, the convoy stopped a few meters in front of the crowd, and then everyone opened their doors and got out. Densely packed figures instantly filled the scene. Although there were only less than 50 people, these people were all clear-colored spirit beast warriors. When they saw Xiao Tian, the group of people all nodded their heads respectfully, just like a social animal meeting a leader. Looking incomparably formal, this scene fell in the eyes of the two sisters, and the visual impact was simply not too strong. Spirit beast warrior. Ah, you're all spirit beast warriors. Why are you showing such a fawning look? At this moment, the two sisters suddenly realized that they appeared to be in trouble and had messed with someone they shouldn't have. Xiao Tian. Just then, Yen Ruyu brought Yen Tiansheng over from the crowd. Seeing that Xiao Tian was fine, Yen Ruyu let out a long sigh of relief and then looked at the two sisters. Yi Feng, with an odd expression as she said, "Are they the ones who are provoking you?" Aha. Xiao Tian gently nodded his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't realize that the guy who provoked the god of Xiao was actually two women. These days there really are all kinds of birds in a big forest. What kind of goods are you guys that you dare to provoke God Xiao? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really insightful. Who says women are inferior to men? I see these two tiger ladies are quite fierce. Messing with the god of Xiao. Give me 3 heads, I wouldn't dare. Ah. Xiao Tian's conversation with Yen Ruyu was heard by the crowd. The scene was in an uproar for a while, and countless teasing and complicated gazes landed on the two sisters at the same time. Listening to the crowd's marvelous smacking sounds, the two sisters glanced at each other, and the uneasiness in their hearts vaguely increased by a few points. Wasn't this teenager called Xiao Tian in front of him the strongest person in Great Confucian City? Why do you look more like the king of Daeju City now? Wasn't it a normal thing for them to challenge Xiao Tian? Why would this group of people be such a big reaction? Who the hell are you? The two sisters looked at Xiao Tian at the same time, their brows furrowed, and their initial confidence had long since disappeared. Xiao Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense with the two sisters, or Fatty Hai came out and deigned to introduce Xiao Tian's identity, as well as Xiao Tian's weight in Daeju City. After learning these details, the expressions of the two sisters became quite wonderful. They only knew that Xiao Tian's strength was the strongest in Daeju City, and that he had also stocked up on many survival supplies. I didn't realize would be in this capacity. Not only was he the strongest person in Great Confucian City, he actually monopolized all the resources of Great Confucian City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a person had only a hand in Daeju City, and they actually attempted to provoke such a person and allowed the other party to call out to them. This is not a death wish. This is proper brain-dead behavior. The uncertainty and despair on the faces of the two sisters. Fatty Hai looked in his eyes and used in his heart, looking quite pleased. It was as if he was Xiao Tian himself. With his hands behind his back, Fatty Hai circled around the two sisters and was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "Now you know you're scared? Before you guys go out to take over the mountain, don't you do a little strategy in advance?" Silence. Deadly silence. The two sisters didn't know how to reply. It was true that they hadn't done a strategy beforehand, as they blindly believed that with their current level, it would be easy to dominate the entire Great Confucian City. Seeing that the two sisters didn't answer, Fatty Hai shook his head and gently spat out 2 words in a square circle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Two sisters. Yifeng suddenly looked at Xiao Tian, forcibly holding back her trepidation, and earnestly said, "If we apologize to you now and are willing to become your women, your bed playthings, will you give us a chance? I told you guys to get lost earlier and you had to make me call someone." Xiao Tian stroked his chin and was amused. "Now that the person I called has arrived, you guys are going to be my women again." After saying this, Xiao Tian spread his hands with a helpless look. "You guys are like this, making it very difficult for me." Chapter 47, Seeking Life, Seeking Death. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's response, the hearts of the two sisters immediately sank to the bottom. The other party's meaning couldn't be simpler. This is not going to let them off easily. Damn! Yifeng suddenly looked mournfully at Yi Luan. As the eldest sister, she did things much more calmly than Yi Luan, and before she moved to Great Confucian City, she let Yi Luan inquire about the situation in Great Confucian City, and Yi Luan's reply to her was that Daeju City was just a small place and there was no existence that could threaten them. It was because she believed in Yi Luan's evil that things happened into the current situation. If Yi Luan wasn't her own sister, she wanted to strangle the other party. Seeing Yi Feng looking viciously at herself, Yi Luan also lowered her head in shame. She knew by now that she had been wrong, that her arrogance had gotten her and her big sister into trouble, but now it had happened. The late emperor started his business as a half, but the middle way collapsed and blocked it. What can he say now? But self-recognition was clearly not the style of the two sisters. Since they were ruthless enough to regiment the military forces of Great Confucian City, it was enough to prove that they weren't any good either. Despite knowing that the current situation had almost no hope of turning the tide, they would not give up even the slightest chance. As long as they could control Xiao Tian and then threaten the people at the scene with Xiao Tian, they still had a chance to escape this place of wrongdoing. Thinking of this, the two sisters glanced at each other in silent agreement, instantly understood each other. Next moment, strike together! Yi Feng suddenly roared, and the feathered wings behind his back incited to charge straight toward Xiao Tian. Yi Luan also instantly reacted, removing the turtle shell in his hand as a shield, and also swiftly pressed over towards Xiao Tian. The two sisters directly entered their animalized state. This was their intention to fight to the death. However, Xiao Tian only looked at this scene with cold eyes and did not react much. You want to die? These two women who don't know the heights of heaven. Let me handle them. Yan Tianshang took a step forward and stood out, rubbing his neck somewhat battle-hardened. He had been desperately absorbing the power of the mutant beast's crystal core all this time, and his strength was not weak now, just in time to practice with these two women. However, Yan Tianshang was quick, and the spirit beast warriors present reacted even faster than him. How dare you make a move against the Xiao god even when you're dead? Did you ask our opinion when you took a shot at God Xiao? Who gave you the guts to be so reckless in front of God Xiao? Brothers, dry up. The spirit beast warriors on the scene were like they had been given hormones. Their faces were red and their necks were thick as they roared loudly. Yan Tianshang had only just entered his animalized state, and before he had the chance to make a move, these spirit beast warriors rushed out ahead of him wailing and screaming. A brazen attack was launched against the two sisters. Rumble. The scene is dismal. The two sisters were very strong, and that was the confidence they had in daring to come to the Great Confucian City to dominate. I have to admit, they do have some skills. If they were to fight alone, there was almost no one on the scene who was their opponent except Xiao Tian. But on the contrary, the number of spirit beast warriors on the scene was up to dozens. A mouthful of spit from one person on the scene could have kept the two sisters warm. Someone transforms into a huge, giant bear with enormous strength. Someone's arm transformed into a thick snake's head, fangs releasing terrifying toxins. Others simply grew a dog's head and tore towards the two sisters. This group of spirit beast warriors were on fire. Almost all of them didn't hold back, and their strikes were killing moves. Surrounded by the attacks of so many spirit beast warriors, the two sisters barely had the capital to resist. In a few shots, he was blown into a serious injury by the crowd and fell to the ground with blood spewing from his mouth, and his breath instantly withered for the most part. Both sisters were dumbfounded. Is the teenager in front of me the reincarnation of Meng? Did he give this group of spirit beast warriors a mesmerizing soup? Otherwise, why would these guys have such a big reaction when they saw them suddenly strike at Xiao Tian? In fact, the reason why the crowd had such a reaction was not because of how much they honored Xiao Tian. Mainly this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and as long as they showed absolute loyalty, Xiao Tian would definitely take out resources as a reward. They had taken the initiative to attack the two sisters, not to stand up for Xiao Tian, but simply because they wanted to obtain the resources Xiao Tian had gifted them. God Xiao, these two women who don't know the heights of heaven have been subdued. What should we do now? As long as you say the word, God Xiao, we'll fight wherever we're told. To deal with such scum, there's no need for God Xiao to personally take action. Let's just do it. God Xiao, what should be done with them? You give the word. We'll do as we're told. Looking at the pleading eyes of the crowd, the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth twitched. The most shocking of them all was Yan Tianshang. Yan Tianshang was still frozen in place in his animalized state, his head already a muddle. As the former #1 tycoon of Daeju City, an unprecedentedly honorable existence in terms of status and power, he actually couldn't help but burst into foul language at this moment. Ah, Nima, you guys are a bunch of animals. I haven't even taken a big step and you guys are already done fighting. Don't mess with it like that. I know that you guys want to curry favor with Xiao Tian, but at least give me a chance to go out and prove myself. You guys are making me look like a nerd. Xiao Tian, either you kill us or let us go, or else as long as we find an opportunity, we will not let go of all the people close to you. Knowing that it was difficult for them to escape, the two sisters looked away instead and looked viciously at Xiao Tian to threaten him. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. In his life, he hated being threatened, but almost everyone who had threatened him had not ended well. This threat from the two sisters was more like a plea for death in Xiao Tian's view, and they wanted to use it to provoke themselves so that they could die a quick death. But Xiao Tian was not as good as they wanted. Since you are bent on death and want to die a quick death, I will not let you have your wish. I'm going to keep you alive and in pain. There are times when making life worse than death is far more torturous than outright decapitation. These two women are at your disposal. Xiao Tian looked at the gang of spirit beast warriors and opened his mouth. Hearing this, many people immediately had their eyes light up. Although this pair of sisters could not be compared to women like Yen Ruyu in terms of looks and temperament, they were quite good when placed in the public. Everyone knew that they would definitely die if they offended Xiao Tian, and many people still felt that it was a pity to just let them die. It was more or less a waste. But now, Xiao Tian had placed this pair of sisters at their disposal. It would not be a waste. Many of these spirit beast warriors were still bachelors, and hadn't tasted a woman since they were born yet. Many thanks, God Xiao. Don't worry, God Xiao. If these two stupid women dare to threaten you, we'll definitely make them beg for their lives and die. Many spirit beast warriors in the crowd gulped and grinned wickedly. The eyes that looked at the two sisters were as if a hungry wolf that had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights saw the Mianyang herd. The two sisters were confused. They were desperate and utterly regretful. Anyone can think with their toes what kind of inhuman treatment they will be subjected to next. I'm afraid that in less than half an hour, their weight will skyrocket by 3 pounds. Xiao Tian, you bastard, you shall not die. The two sisters were as if they were insane, no longer calm at the beginning, and went crazy as if they were constantly cursing at Xiao Tian, but it was soon cat out by the crowd. Unbridled, how dare you threaten God Xiao even now? I'll make you kneel at my crotch and sing conquest later. Someone in the crowd made a threat. Xiao Tian took all this in and nodded with satisfaction. He had been too merciful after all. The other party had threatened him and attempted to use him as a stepping stone, and he hadn't killed them. Rather, they are allowed to live. Looking at the whole of Blue Star, the dark side of many people's hearts was unleashed when the dark unrest began. There are so few and far between people as kind as yourself. Chapter 48, The Dark Lord Comes Early? After deciding the future of the two sisters with a single sentence, Xiao Tian promised the crowd some more benefits. Although the motivation for this group of people to strike was for the sake of resources, in the end, they had taken the initiative to strike, and Xiao Tian was not a stingy master. So the crowd was promised some resources as payment. It's not a lot of resources, but it's better than nothing. It was just the right opportunity to tell everyone that those who worked for him, Xiao Tian, had benefits to take. At any given time, going after violence is always a pretty stupid thing to do, and buying people's hearts and minds is the way to go. Fruity. When Xiao Tian promised resources as payment, the crowd at the scene all cheered and shouted Xiao Tian's name. Now that the plants and insects had all completed their mutations, the entire environment was much harsher than it had been at the beginning of the dark unrest. Food is the most important survival material for people nowadays. They had only stepped in to clean up the two Yifeng sisters for Xiao Tian, and with little loss, they were able to obtain a sum of resources for nothing. It's not a loss by any stretch of the imagination, worthy of being Xiao Tian kid. This is a high ploy. Yen Tianshang couldn't help but nod his head as he stroked his beard from the side. Dad, are you seeing something? Yen Ruyu asked curiously. Yen Tianshang thought for a moment and explained. Xiao Tian he has monopolized the resources of the entire Deju city. If he threatens everyone to do his bidding with the force of his resources, even if he is as strong as he is, it will still cause dissatisfaction among the others. So Xiao Tian didn't do that, but instead sidestepped and told everyone that as long as they did things for him, they would have benefits to take. In this way, all of them will be pleased with him and will not be able to have any rebellious thoughts at all. And when they encounter problems, they will not even need Xiao Tian himself to take action. They will just take the initiative to set things right. Yen Ruyu wasn't stupid, and hearing her own old father's explanation, she quickly understood as well. A pair of peach blossom eyes were a few points brighter when they looked at Xiao Tian. Previously, he had always thought that Xiao Tian was only strong and treated those around him well, but now he realized that Xiao Tian's intelligence was likewise not to be underestimated. If the current Xiao Tian was replaced with He Huan back then, this guy had monopolized the resources of the entire Great Confucian City. Would he still take them out and share them with the crowd? The answer is clearly no. In the end, others will not survive and some minds are bound to arise over time. When the time comes, it'll be kings and queens. But Xiao Tian was different. He did monopolize the resources of the Great Confucian City, but at the same time, he was able to allow others to have the resources to live. We all reciprocate and get what we want. It didn't take long for the two sisters, Yi Feng, to be forcibly dragged down by the crowd in thick despair. The end that awaits them, I don't think, will be too pretty. Yen Ruyu and the other women didn't have any sympathy for this. It was all the two sisters' own fault. There is nothing wrong with their idea of local domination, nor is there anything wrong with treating their enemies without mercy. What was wrong was that the object they were messing with was Xiao Tian. After doing this, Xiao Tian looked at Xin Xiulan again. The people from the military have basically been exterminated. Now the research institute is no longer safe. Come back to the villa with me. You can go there to continue your research in the future. Xin Xiulan's expression moved as she looked at the handsome Xiao Tian. Her emotions complicated to the extreme. She was actually in the category. The military was almost completely wiped out. Without the protection of the military, it was definitely no longer safe for her, an ordinary person, to continue to stay at the institute. She was originally still thinking about whether or not to ask Xiao Tian for help, but because of the dignity of the dean, these words could not be said. I didn't expect that Xiao Tian would actually take the initiative now and allow himself to work at the villa. This kid, does he really have a crush on himself? But he was too much older than him. Xin Xiulan had been hailed as a genius since she was a child, and her peers were still in high school. She had already broken into college for further study. Just because she is good enough in her own right, she expects a lot from her significant other. At the very least, it needs to be a better boy than yourself. Although Xiao Tian was also good enough to fulfill Xin Xiulan's expectations of her other half, Xiao Tian was too young. Sister and brother love. This is a problem that Xin Xiulan has never considered, because she had always felt that boys would look childish if they were too young, and she was a mature woman. The more Xin Xiulan thought about it, the more confused her mind became. Shaking his head, this dislodged the thoughts from his mind. Thanks a lot. Since you've said so, then I'm flattered. Xin Xiulan spread a smile. If Yen Ruyu is the pure and innocent style of a young girl's first love, then Xin Xiulan is the imperial sister style that is mature to the extreme. It was like an old wine that had been deeply hidden for decades, and the aroma of the wine was strong enough to intoxicate even through the wine altar. Fatty, call the workers of the villa and help Dean Shin carry the research equipment. Xiao Tian instructed Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai patted his chest and swore, don't worry big brother, I promise to complete the task. One had to admit that this contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain had become more and more dogged. After explaining everything, Xiao Tian followed Yen Ruyu's father and daughter back to the villa first. Just as several people had just returned to the villa, the originally dim sky suddenly let out a heavy muffled sound. Immediately after that, the sky unexpectedly tore out a huge crack. The crack was pitch black. Countless black mists penetrated out from the crack, and most of the sky was dyed an inky black color, the kind of darkness where you can't see your fingers. This is the Dark Lord. Xiao Tian raised his head to look at the sky. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his heart thumped. Dark Lord? Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian in puzzlement. Xiao Tian, did something happen? Cracks appearing in the sky. This would have been absolutely appalling and explosive news in the past, but put in the present, it doesn't make much of a ripple, because all the dark turmoil had descended. Plants and animals and insects had mutated, and it was normal for some heaven and earth phenomena to appear. Besides, nowadays many people couldn't even fill their stomachs, so it was even more unlikely that many people cared about the so-called visions. The dark unrest is divided into a total of 9 heavens, each of which is characterized by a corresponding plague, and each of which has a Dark Lord. Looking at the situation right now, the Dark Lord of the first heavens has descended early. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and said with a grave expression. The term Dark Lord was not unfamiliar to Yen Ruyu's father and daughter, and they had long since understood the general situation from Xiao Tian's mouth. However, what they did not expect was that according to Xiao Tian's original expectation, it would take at least half a year before the Dark Lord of the first heavens would descend. How could it suddenly come down now? Xiao Tian, didn't you say that the Dark Lord of the first heavens still has at least half a year before he descends? Yen Ruyu pursed her lips and suddenly asked. Xiao Tian was silent, but his thoughts began to misty. According to his memories before he was reborn, the Dark Lord of the first heavens would indeed have to wait for another half a year before he would descend. But after being reborn, he himself had changed too many things, and perhaps it was because of the butterfly effects he caused that the Dark Lord of this first heaven had come down early. A crisis is coming. The countdown to a now uneventful life begins at this moment. Chapter 49 Tonight, to be your woman. I remembered that before the first heavenly sovereign descended, he had also torn a large hole in the sky. However, the Dark Lord didn't descend in his true form, but only a detachment. The current situation was almost exactly the same as what Xiao Tian had seen at that time. In other words, despite being affected by him, causing the Dark Lord's descent to be advanced, the Dark Lord remained the same as before his rebirth. It wasn't a direct descent of the original body, but a detachment descended first. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian's taut nerves finally eased a little. A bilocation is fine. The strength of the bilocation will be weakened a lot compared to the original. I still have time to continue getting stronger. Xiao Tian patted his chest and muttered to himself. Yen Ruyu's gaze was surprised. It was the first time she had seen Xiao Tian in such a soulful state. It wasn't hard to guess that this Dark Lord of the first heaven was very strong. It was so powerful that even Xiao Tian was afraid of it. It is also true that if you compare Dark Unrest to a game, there are 10 levels in total in this game, and the first heavenly master was equivalent to the big boss of the first level. Even after being reborn once and having his own system, his current strength wasn't too weak. Xiao Tian still couldn't stop panicking, because this is reality and not a game. Really want to plant the heel cannot have the opportunity to resurrect once again. Xiao Tian, you don't look too good. Are you alright? Yen Ruyu stroked Xiao Tian's face and softly consoled, "It's fine. Even if the Dark Lord of this first heavens is stronger, we are not alone." Xiao Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yeah, how did one forget about the others? The Dark Lord of the first heavens might indeed be strong, but he himself wasn't alone now. Not to mention the fact that all of his close people were now manually in a set of resurrection armor. Having resurrection armor means having a chance to make a mistake. What about the Dark Lord? It was only the Dark Lord of the first heavens, and the other party was still only descending in a split body right now. So it and be done with it. He didn't believe that he would not be able to defeat a mere first heavenly host if he had lived again and had the system with him. Evening. Fatty Hai escorted Shinshoulan and carried the various equipment needed for the experiment back to the villa one after another. These devices are numerous and some of them are quite large, thanks to the fact that the villa is spacious enough and has many vacant rooms. Storing this equipment is not a big problem. After arranging everything, dinner time. All sat down to dinner. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, sat on the side nibbling on a raw steak, and after a long while of contemplation, he still informed everyone about the Dark Lord. When it was learned that the Dark Turmoil was divided into a total of 9 phases, and that this was only the first phase, and that the follow-up would become increasingly difficult, Shinshoulan and Fatty Hai were both directly confused. The current days were already miserable enough, and they were only living nourishing lives now because they followed Xiao Tian and dipped into Xiao Tian's light. On the contrary, the others, even the spirit beast warriors, were often satiated and starved, and there was even a human tragedy in which the easy child was eaten. Thinking that the following days will be even more difficult, Fatty Hai simply do not dare to think of what it will be like, and each stage descends on a powerful juggernaut, even more so with a headshot. The dark beings were already terrifying enough, especially the elite-level dark beings that they had encountered in the Forbidden Land last time. If it wasn't for Xiao Tian, all of them would have been annihilated by the group. For an elite-level dark being to be this strong, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the Dark Lord would be. Big brother, you should have a way to deal with the Dark Lord, right? Fatty Hai felt that his meal didn't even smell good anymore as he put down his chopsticks and stared straight at Xiao Tian. The rest of them all looked over at the same time, waiting for Xiao Tian's reply. Xiao Tian shook his head and said in a deep voice, "To be honest, I am not absolutely sure." Hiss. Everyone simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiao Tian was synonymous with invincibility in their minds, and even he was not absolutely sure. Just how strong is this so-called Dark Lord? The Dark Lord will descend in Great Confucian City. Let's otherwise just run away. Won't we be safe as long as we leave here? Fatty Sai spoke again. Since we can't beat them, let's run away. Xiao Tian shook his head once again and said softly, "Great dangers are often accompanied by great opportunities, and if we can kill the Dark Lord, the benefits that we will receive will be enormous." After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian continued, "What's more, if you can avoid the first day, you can't avoid the 15th day. There are still 8 masters who will come down successively behind you, and at that time, the entire Blue Star will be reduced to a human purgatory, and escaping is definitely not a fundamental problem, and only by becoming stronger can you take your destiny into your own hands." I agree with Xiao Tian's words. Only by becoming stronger can we control our destiny. Yen Tiansheng suddenly got up and said to Xiao Tian, "Xiao Tian, what should we do next? There is no harm for you to tell me. I know that you must have already made plans." Xiao Tian unexpectedly glanced at Yen Tiansheng. Worthy of being the richest man in Daiju City who was able to create a huge business empire, this boldness alone was not something that an ordinary person could possess. From now on, everyone try to absorb the power of the crystal cores and try to level up. We have only one task now, and that is to spare no effort to enhance our strength. While it's best not to go out easily during this period of time, the Dark Lord's doppelganger has already descended, so to be on the safe side, it's safer to stay in the villa. Xiao Tian spoke out his plans one after another, and the crowd nodded in agreement at this. Xiao Tian had long since become the backbone of the crowd, and at this current stage, no one would refute Xiao Tian's intentions. After dinner, Yen Ruyu's father and daughter went back to their room to absorb the crystal cores. The speed at which they absorbed the crystal cores was far from being able to compare to Xiao Tian, and with the crystal cores that Xiao Tian had given them, they were all still left with a large pile of unabsorbed cores. Now that I've learned of the impending crisis, I'll have to work overtime to absorb it. What about me? Fatty Hai blinked at Xiao Tian. Big brother, I'm not a spirit beast warrior. I can't absorb the power of the crystal core. What should I do now? Aren't you the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master? Go draw new talismans and prepare as many means as you can. Yes. Fatty Hai nodded and also returned to his room to start getting ready. Drawing talismans required many materials. Fortunately, the villa had numerous supplies, and the materials he needed could basically be found. And besides talismans, he had many more means of attack, but they needed to be prepared in advance. After arranging the tasks for everyone, Xiao Tian looked at Shinshoulan again. Dean Shun, Your task during this period of time is to develop the sheltering device as soon as possible. Should that be alright? If you lack any materials, you can tell me and I will try to fulfill it. Shin Xiulan smiled faintly. I'll listen to everything you say. Looking at Xiao Tian's handsome face, Shin Xiulan suddenly felt like a deer in the headlights, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Xiao Tian, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me to the room. I want to talk about something with you alone. Discuss something and need to go to the room to talk about it? Although Xiao Tian was puzzled, he did not think much about it and followed Shin Xiulan to the room. Seeing Xiao Tian enter the room, Shin Xiulan's red lips rose to reveal a nice-looking arc. Then she closed the door with her foot. On Xiao Tian's side, he briefly surveyed the layout of the room once he entered it. This room was still made to be cleaned up ahead of time and had all the basic necessities. This is your room from now on, and let me know if you lack any living supplies. As Xiao Tian spoke, he turned around and looked towards Shin Xiulan. At this look, the words spoken in mid-sentence were directly swallowed back, his pupils violently seismic, and his entire body was dumbfounded. Because Shin Xiulan, I do not know when has begun to undress. Seeing Xiao Tian's gaze cast, Shin Xiulan subconsciously blushed a little, somewhat embarrassed, but did not stop her hand movements. Instead, she opened her mouth slowly and said, Xiao Tian, you probably don't know, I've been excellent since I was a child. Very excellent, which has led to very few men being able to be taken in by me, and I'm not afraid to say it without fear of your schoolmarm. Even though I'm already the director of the research institute, and have been hailed by the country as a key scientific and technological talent to be cultivated, but until now, I am still intact, and have never experienced male love and female love. Now the first heavenly master is about to descend, and the world has entered the end of the world, and I have always known that you are very good to the people around you, or else tonight, will fulfill me, and let me also experience a bit of fish and water joy, right? Xiao Tian, sleeping. Chapter 50, I thought I could carry it off, one shift. Shin Xiulan was originally quite mature, and in the past, she was always shown in a lab coat, always giving people an image of a majestic teacher in an island movie. But now Shin Xiulan, dressed in a loose robe, her diminutive figure was hidden, like a big sister next door who exuded a mature flavor. The blushing melon face could still be vaguely seen against the warm lighting of the room. The Shin Xiulan at this moment was indescribably beautiful, causing people to be nearly suffocated. Shin Xiulan's slender jade hand directly wrapped around Xiao Tian's arm, shyly blushing a face close to Xiao Tian's ear and blew a mouthful of hot air. Xiao Tian's goosebumps instantly rose. Originally thought that with Yen Ruyu he was already immune to beautiful women. However, when faced with Shin Xiulan, a special creature, he still blushed uncontrollably from the ears. Where is this the director of the institute? In his white coat during the day, he is indeed the majestic director of the institute, but after changing into a loose robe at night, it's no different than a leprechaun. Which cadre can stand such a test? It's not too late for you to stop now, Xiao Tian gasped and reminded. With the soft jade in his arms, he was no willow, he simply couldn't keep his composure. Sanity is being eroded little by little. He couldn't stand it any longer. What? Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Shin Xiulan felt a bit amused as her white fingers traced across Xiao Tian's chest and said with a wry smile, You're egged on? When facing the enemy, Xiao Tian was decisive and decimated. In the hearts of the people of Great Confucian City, Xiao Tian was the god of murder descending into the world. But now, in front of a little girl of his own, Xiao Tian actually had this kind of delicate posture. This huge contrast between before and after. On the contrary, made Shin Xiulan find it interesting and feel that her entire body had become excited. Shin Xiulan's actions became bolder and bolder, pressing step by step until she forced Xiao Tian back to a corner. The two of them were so close that Xiao Tian was even able to smell a sweet and fragrant odor. A beauty takes the initiative to throw herself at you. You actually really wimped out. Is it because you can't? Shin Xiulan blinked her big eyes and asked with a smile. The blood veins in Xiao Tian's entire body instantly erupted as if it was an active volcano that would erupt at any time. How dare you say you can't? Woman, you're playing with fire. However, Xiao Tian still tried to maintain his sanity. I am a spirit beast warrior. You are just an ordinary person. I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand my anger. Shin Xiulan raised her eyebrows, and her good nature came to the fore. I can carry it. You can't carry it. I can carry it. You can't carry it. Shin Xiulan took a deep breath and laughed softly a few times, then shook her head and said, I can carry it. Xiao Tian. He was really reminding the other party from the bottom of his heart. So why did Shin Xiulan just not believe it? Right at this moment, Shin Xiulan suddenly loosened the wrist that encircled Xiao Tian's arm and rolled over to lie on the bed. Striking a demonic pose, she looked at Xiao Tian with a provocative face. Whether or not it can withstand it, let's try it and see. Won't we know? Why do you have to say such nonsense? This is not like your style. Can you Really not? Shin Xiulan smiled like a flower and threw a wink at Xiao Tian. Are you good or not? Fine dog? Swish. Can't help it. Can't really help it. What man could bear to be questioned like this by a woman? Woman, you have managed to get my attention. Prepare to suffer my wrath. Xiao Tian didn't say anything and just kept lunging towards the bed. The next day, the sun is shining and the birds are singing. A heavy rain fell on the earth and the ground remained damp. Everyone got up early to eat breakfast in the cafeteria while reporting to Xiao Tian about the progress they had made. Fatty Hai had already drawn quite a few talismans last night, and other means were being prepared. Yen Ruyu's father and daughter, on the other hand, had absorbed several crystal cores, and their level had reached a new high. Although these enhancements were far from enough, it was good to see that the overall strength of the crowd was rising in an organized manner. Where's Dean Shun? Just then, Yen Ruyu suddenly asked, why hasn't she come down for breakfast? Xiao Tian's movement of holding the raw meat froze. She shouldn't be able to get down. Yen Ruyu blinked her eyes, somewhat not understanding what Xiao Tian meant, but she was no dummy, and quickly reacted to what had happened last night. Xiao Tian has taken Shin Xiulan into his harem? Although Shin Xiulan was pretty, the mature flavor of her body couldn't even be compared to her. But in the end, they were just ordinary people, while Xiao Tian was a spirit beast warrior. And even when placed in the ranks of spirit beast warriors, he was also a leader. How could an ordinary person's physical fitness be compared to that of a spirit beast warrior? The two are simply not on the same level. Yen Ruyu was not sad because Xiao Tian had found another woman. She was very contented, and clearly knew that the life she could have now all depended on Xiao Tian. It's long past time, and nowadays it's all about the weak and the strong. As long as one is strong enough, it is actually quite normal to have a large number of wives and concubines. Not to mention Xiao Tian was so excellent and powerful. With his condition, wanting women don't even need to move their mouths. There will be countless women rushing to take the initiative to climb into his bed. This was something that she had adequately prepared her mind for back when she decided to hand over her body to Xiao Tian. Even when she learned that Xiao Tian had taken Shin Xiulan into his harem, Yen Ruyu was still a little bit delighted. With Shin Xiulan on board, he was able to take a break. Although she was a spirit beast warrior, she was still not as good as Xiao Tian in terms of physique. Xiao Tian was too demonic and she couldn't stand it. Thinking of this, Yen Ruyu hurriedly finished the food on her dinner plate, then packed one and headed upstairs. I'm going to bring Sister Shin something to eat. Seeing this, Xiao Tian did not stop him. Last night Shin Xiulan was incomparably confident. From the initial initiative to provoke to the back of the kneeling and begging for forgiveness, before and after only half an hour's time, Xiao Tian had thought about giving Shin Xiulan breakfast, but it was a bit awkward and he didn't know how to face it. Yen Ruyu replaced himself, but it saved him the trouble. Room. Yen Ruyu pushed open the door to her room and at a glance, she saw Shin Xiulan, who was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a lifeless face. Sister Shin, have breakfast. Yen Ruyu pursed her lips and took the lunchbox and placed it in front of the bed. What happened last night? Shin Xiulan didn't expect Yen Ruyu to come up and bring her breakfast, and looked at the chaotic floor of the room with some embarrassment. In the end, it's still yourself as the mistress. Even though I know it's not what it used to be, I always feel a little ashamed. I didn't realize that such a good self could do such a thing, but she didn't regret it because Xiao Tian was really very good. Sister Shin, you don't need to say anything. Xiao Tian, he's powerful. I've actually wished for someone to bear some of this for me a long time ago. Yen Ruyu sat down in front of the bed and said with a smile, now that I have Sister Shin, I should be able to raise my strength and peace during this time. Seeing that Yen Ruyu did not mean to blame herself, but instead accepted herself, Shin Xiulan's heart was somewhat touched, but then some sadness came back at the thought of last night's images. He is indeed very powerful. I thought I could carry it, but it turned out that I didn't. According to my current situation, I estimate that I won't be able to be strenuously active for at least half a month. The physical ability of spirit beast warriors, it's really strong. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. After lying in bed for a day, Shin Xiulan was now able to get out of bed. Just today, a message quickly ignited the cybersphere in the city of Daeju. A man by the name of Ji Guoqing has made a high-profile appearance within the city of Daeju and has been recruiting heavily. The news quickly reached Xiao Tian's ears. Xiao Tian was very clear that this person named Ji Guoqing should, without any surprises, be the first Heaven's Darkness Sovereign's doppelganger. The Dark Lord, at last, is going to make his move. Chapter 51, How can this be played? Second shift. In the villa's living room, Yen Ruyu clicked on a video. The video shows a long-haired teenager with extremely heavy eyeshadow, wearing dark black robes as if he had traveled from ancient times. He had his hands behind his back and a demonic smile on his face. A speech is being given. The speech was broadly simple. If one chose to follow him, one could gain great power. Xiao Tian, are you sure this guy is really the Dark Lord? After everyone finished watching the content of the video, Yen Ruyu suddenly turned her head to look at Xiao Tian, who was at the side. Although Yen Ruyu had never seen the Dark Lord, as a dark being, in Yen Ruyu's impression, the Dark Lord is a non-human creature. Not to say strange-looking, at least must have 3 heads and 6 arms of the devilish kind. But the teenager in the video, who calls himself Ji Guoqing, is almost indistinguishable from a normal human being, except for the thicker eyeshadow. It doesn't look like a dark being in any way. The Dark Lord can transform into any appearance. He only transformed into a human on the outside. He's still a Dark Lord in essence. Xiao Tian explained as he sat paralyzed on the sofa. Yen Ruyu came to a realization, then wondered, this guy sent out a video to recruit people. What does that mean? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth. Although the original timeline was sped up quite a bit because of myself, but the matter of the Dark Lord's bilocation descending early and recruiting troops at Blue Star had already happened once before he was reborn. Therefore, Xiao Tian was very clear about the other party's purpose for doing so. The other party was trying to overwhelm the Spirit Beast warriors of the Great Confucian City with minimal cost, recruiting manpower before creating conflicts. Use a Spirit Beast warrior against a Spirit Beast warrior. When the Spirit Beast warriors of the Great Confucian City fought and lost, he descended in his own body to destroy everything. The Dark Lord in his previous life did just that and almost succeeded. Relying on power as a lure, it did recruit a number of strong Spirit Beast warriors. At first people were skeptical about it, but after seeing people actually endowed with great powers, the rest of the group moved. Xiao Tian remembered that at that time, at least half of the Spirit Beast warriors in Daeju City had chosen to follow the Dark Lord and were bestowed with the power of darkness. But these are also the ones who end up in the most miserable situations. After the Dark Lord's own body descended, these people became the first victims and were directly drained of their internal power by the Dark Lord. This time, the Dark Lord clearly intended to use the same ploy, recruiting and creating conflict. But unfortunately, this time the time progress had been changed too much by Xiao Tian. The city of Daeju was no longer the same as it once was. Xiao Tian roughly recounted the Dark Lord's plan to the crowd. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, everyone instantly frowned. If half of the Spirit Beast warriors in Great Confucian City were compelled and chose to follow the other party, then the other party's strength would definitely skyrocket unprecedentedly. It was even enough to threaten the current Xiao Tian. Big brother, since this Dark Lord had a plan long ago, we definitely can't just sit back and wait for it to grow up. Fatty Seahawk mused, or else let's make the other party's purpose public now? Xiao Tian laughed. Do you think that if we publish the truth now, will anyone believe it? Fatty Hai and the others fell silent. Human nature has always been selfish, especially now at this particular time. As Xiao Tian had said, even if they made the truth public, it probably wouldn't have too much of an impact. Lured by the power, there may still be many who choose to follow the Dark Lord. In that case, things are tricky. So what are we supposed to do? Watch the other side keep growing and then mess things up? Fatty C felt a bit headstrong. This thing is unresolved and quite tricky to figure out how to think about it. Xiao Tian, you should have a solution, right? Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian hopefully. Tell her directly that Xiao Tian must have a way to solve this matter. The way does exist. Xiao Tian sat up straight and grinned. Since the other party can recruit, why can't we do the same? You mean? Yen Ruyu was very intelligent and instantly realized what Xiao Tian meant. The other side is pulling in manpower with power. We don't have the capital to do so, but we can use resources in exchange. Xiao Tian suddenly looked at Yen Ruyu. Release the news now. Follow me, Xiao Tian, and I'll pay for 3 meals a day. 3 meals a day. Before the order broke down, even an ordinary person could manage to get 3 meals a day flat. But at this particular time, even Spirit Beast warriors might be living on a starvation diet. As long as they helped Xiao Tian, they would be able to manage 3 meals a day. It's too tempting, and the villa is pretty well resourced right now, so even if it did, it wouldn't have much of an impact. This approach does work. It was worthy of being the man I had been looking at. This head was spinning just as fast as it was supposed to. The seemingly insurmountable deadlock was actually solved by Xiao Tian's light sentence. I'll post the message. Yen Ruyu was so excited that she took out her cell phone and started editing the message before clicking send. In the meantime, the internet has blown up over Ji's recruiting video, just as Xiao Tian had described. Most people were skeptical of this news. Give them great power? Blow awesome yet. The power of Spirit Beast warriors had long since far exceeded that of ordinary people, although everyone's abilities differed, as did the animal genes they had awakened. But as powerful as you are, you're always a Spirit Beast warrior, granting others great power. Something they've never heard of. Where on earth did this Ji Guoqing come out from? Actually blurting out that he can grant us great power. I think he's just blowing off his power. If he could really bestow great power on others, why would he need to recruit his own men? Oh, he's not going to treat all of us like little cuties, right? What if it's true? What if the animal ability he awakened is so special that it can really empower others? Has the one downstairs been starved silly? How in heaven's name could it be so good? Most people on the internet are skeptical, even dismissive, but there are a few who have moved on a bit. Whether it's true or not, it won't do them any harm to try it first. If the other party can really give them great power, then they will follow the other party. If the other party is not powerful, they will just beat them up and leave. Yet it was at this time. Another bombshell has been spreading like wildfire across the internet. God Zhao's side needs to recruit people too. My grandma, following God Zhao to do his work can actually provide 3 meals a day. What else is there to think about? Chong. I'm going to find God Zhao now. I'm going to be a dog for God Zhao. Satiety my last meal or in the last time. Follow the god of Zhao mixed how can also have a soup, right? For a while, the internet went crazy. The spirit beast warriors in the entire Great Confucian City went crazy as well. Inside a certain villa in the city of Daeju, Ji Guoqing looked at the contents of his cell phone and his whole body was bad. Having orchestrated a good show himself, he was willing to help these humble humans improve their strength. As a result, these unruly people, letting go of their great power, were actually seduced by the 3 meals a day tube to fill their souls? Chao Nima, this is still a game of chicken. Chapter 52, Prepare to Strike. Prepare to strike. Big. Adults, this gang of unruly people are ratty. What should we do right now? Beside Ji Guoqing, a middle-aged man bent over and asked cautiously. He was the first henchman that Ji Guoqing took under his wing after he descended to the Blue Star. This guy had awakened the ability of Viper Beastification, which could shoot out venom, but anyone who got a little bit of it would be severely poisoned. It is one of the more powerful bestial abilities. Not long ago when Ji Guoqing descended to the Blue Star, he directly ran into this guy and immediately said that he wanted the other party to submit to him. Li Haoyun naturally did not agree, so the two began to fight. But what made Li Haoyun despair was that he was heavily injured by his opponent in just one round. Immediately after that, Ji Guoqing used his power as an inducement and managed to take the other party under his wing and used the power of darkness to strengthen the other party's body. Upon feeling the body being strengthened and an extra pound of powerful strength in his body, Li Haoyun was thoroughly pleased with Ji Guoqing, especially later, when he learned that Ji Guoqing was the identity of the sovereign's doppelganger. He completely went 5 for 5 and willingly became a dog for the other party. This is a bit of a deviation from my father's plan. Ji shook the goblet in his hand and savored a sip of red wine. The original intention of destroying the spirit beast warriors of Daeju City by splitting them up turned out to be completely different from what he had imagined. These unruly people actually eschewed great power and chose to manage 3 meals a day. To be honest, he was still a bit speechless even now. Are these people starving and haven't had a full meal in 8 lifetimes? You like it that much? Ji Guoqing, as the Dark Lord, didn't have to eat at all and could never experience the feeling of being hungry. Not only is starvation hard, it's also really deadly. It's so hard to stay alive. Who would choose some bull powerful force? And who knows if Ji Guoqing is blowing smoke? After a long time of contemplation, Ji Guoqing put down his highball glass, turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window, and faintly said, "Keep a low profile for the time being, and just to be on the safe side, observe the situation beforehand." "Yes, sir." Li Haoyun's body stood straight and said with a respectful nod. In the meantime, on the other side, outside the villa area, it had long been overcrowded. Almost all of the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City had rushed to the scene, nearly 100 in all. Although the city of Daeju was only a third-tier city, it had no less than millions of people. However, there were only 100 or so spirit beast warriors in the entire city, which was enough to see how small the probability of becoming a spirit beast warrior was. A lot of people are just ordinary people from start to finish. Just like Xiao Tian before he was reborn, he was hiding in a dark corner, carefully lingering on. Of course, the spirit beast warriors in the city of Daeju were actually not that few in the first place. Many people had been sent to the Western Paradise by Xiao Tian because they had stood on the wrong side and made enemies of him. I didn't realize so many people were here. Inside the villa, Yen Ruyu sighed as she looked at the images and the surveillance. Nowadays, the lack of resources is far beyond imagination, and the villa is full of resources, so we can't feel it. Yen Tiansheng sighed and said softly, but for them, the impact of having 3 meals a day to manage is just too great. The spirit beast warriors are starving. Being able to eat a full meal makes it possible to survive in this harsh environment. First we count the people, then we distribute the supplies. Xiao Tian stared at the display screen and suddenly spoke. Are we just going to give it straight? Yen Ruyu frowned. What should we do in case they renege and don't listen to our deployment after giving the resources? But just after these words were asked, Yen Ruyu regretted it. Who is Xiao Tian? He was a man who was called the god of Xiao by the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City. He is a ruthless man who treats his enemies decisively, taking Xiao Tian's resources but not working for Xiao Tian. If there was really such a reckless person, I'm afraid that Xiao Tian wouldn't even need to make a move. Someone would then take the initiative to fight for Xiao Tian. I'll go and do a head count. Yen Ruyu retrieved her thoughts, then took Fatty Hai and the others with her and walked out quickly. Outside the villa, all of them stood in place in a disciplined manner, and there was no sign of confusion despite their large numbers. It wasn't until Yen Ruyu finished counting the number of people that someone carefully asked, "Miss Yen, can God Xiao really take care of our 3 meals a day?" Everyone was worried that with so many people present, Xiao Tian would not take everyone under his wing. After all, Spirit Beast Warriors also had strengths and weaknesses, and some Spirit Beast Warriors could be said to have no combat power at all due to the effects of their bestialization abilities. As long as you all willingly help Xiao Tian, all of you will be able to eat a full meal. Yen Ruyu spoke. Hearing this, everyone became excited. There was a time when everyone thought that Xiao Tian was the reincarnation of the god of murder, only treating those around him well and treating his enemies and strangers without any feelings to speak of. But now, they suddenly felt that God Xiao was really the reincarnation of the Holy Mother. It is amazing that they are willing to reward them with a bite of food under these end times. When Xiao Tian had live-streamed the beheading of He Huan and the beheading of Chao Manlong, many people still felt that it was a bit cruel. Now they realize it. Shortened. Their insights are too short. Where was this cruelty on the part of God Xiao? He was clearly touched by the sight of He Huan and the others struggling to survive, so he personally took the initiative to send them to the Western Paradise to enjoy the blessings of Elysium. There were really only a handful of such overwhelmingly good people when looking at the entire Blue Star. Once the headcount was complete, Yen Ruyu personally led the crowd in distributing the supplies. The supplies are distributed once a day, and as long as you follow Xiao Tian's instructions, you can come and collect the supplies once a day in the future. Yen Ruyu looked around and spoke loudly. There was a burst of cheering. Long live God Xiao! Long live Miss Yen! Hooray! Hooray for the sound of it! Many of these spirit beast warriors were former millionaires, high-ranking figures in social circles. Just one meal costs the average person several months' salary. They have eaten mountains of food and played all kinds of recreational activities that ordinary people cannot imagine, but they never imagined that they would one day be so excited about managing 3 meals a day. Nothing more to say. God Xiao is awesome. After getting the supplies, many people have long been impatient. Directly in front of the face will be open to feast up. The deliciousness of the food exploded in their mouths, causing many to burst into tears. The taste of food was something they hadn't felt in a long time. In the meantime, Xiao Tian called Fatty Hai back inside the villa. Don't you know the art of divination? Can you figure out where the Dark Lord's location is? The opponent was only a doppelganger, and his strength was nowhere near as strong as the main body had strength. The other party's purpose of descending the split was to dismantle the power of the Great Confucian City without bloodshed. What Xiao Tian wanted to do now was to find the other party as soon as possible and then settle it. However, Xiao Tian did not have the ability to find people in his beastification ability, and it would be too difficult to find a person in the Great Confucian City. My divination technique is fine for divining ordinary people, but the other party is a Dark Lord, so I'm not sure if I can divine it. Fatty Hai pondered for a while and said seriously, I'll try it first. After all, the other party was only a bilocation, not the original, so he might actually be able to divine the other party's location? Said to do, Fatty Haiyao sat down on his knees, hands pinched decision on the knees, closed his eyes and began to carefully project up. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, waited quietly on the side and did not disturb. Half an hour passed in a flash. Half an hour later, Fatty Hai suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of joy in his eyes. Found it! The location of the Dark Lord was really divined by him. Seeing this, Xiao Tian also had a happy expression on his face. Getting ready to get your hands dirty. Get ready to do it. Chapter 53, The Duel of the Juggernauts. When Fatty Hai divined the result, Xiao Tian directly came outside the villa. Outside the villa, having just finished a hot meal, many people's faces were flooded with a strong color of satisfaction. Even some people didn't control their mouths and directly dried up all the supplies for 3 meals a day, and were touching their round stomachs and lying on the ground in a daze. Before the dark turmoil descended, everyone never thought that it would be pleasant to have a full stomach. God Xiao. Seeing Xiao Tian, many people stood up with a strong spirit. Hale and hearty, he looked at Xiao Tian with a respectful look in his eyes. The grace of a full meal should be repaid in kind. They now had nothing but gratitude for Xiao Tian. Although Xiao Tian treated his enemies quite cruelly, on second thought, Xiao Shen never killed innocents indiscriminately, and he had never done anything like abusing the weak with a gun. Xiao Tian nodded towards the crowd and then looked at Fatty Hai beside him. Fatty Hai instantly understood, took a step forward and stepped out, cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Everyone quiet down first. Listen to me tell you something. The matter of the Dark Unrest 9 Heavens Sovereign, as well as the first Heaven's Sovereign's detachment having descended, was methodically recounted by Fatty Hai. Yen Ruyu and the others all looked calm. They had known about this matter for a long time, but this is the first time these guys have heard of it. And the impact of such a huge amount of information makes them dizzy. The Dark Lord? 9 heavens? Bilocation descends. The dark unrest as they understood it was nothing more than some humans gaining the power of bestiality and plants and animals and insects mutating. Little did they realize that the real dark turmoil was far less simple than they had imagined. If you compare Dark Unrest to an online game, they're still in the novice village, and there are still 9 bosses left to fight. I didn't expect it. There are actually 9 Dark Lords. That Ji Guoqing is actually an alter ego of the first heavenly sovereign, so he wants to disintegrate us from within. Damn thing, so damn disgusting. Obviously the Dark Lord, actually learning us to play with our mind's eye. Some of the less courageous ones couldn't help but have their 2 strands warring and their spirits on the verge of breaking down at the thought of 9 more powerful masters descending upon the blue star behind them. But most people managed to stay calm. The dark unrest had erupted for so long that many of them had already killed and felt the cruelty of the world. Anyway, it was already so miserable. If Xiao Tian hadn't managed 3 meals a day, quite a few people might have been starved to death alive. As for the 9 masters, it didn't really matter. The big deal was that they were all dead, and it wasn't that big of a deal. Seeing the general extra gravity on the faces of the crowd, Xiao Tian opened his mouth. Gentlemen, things haven't reached the most desperate time yet. We have now learned the location of the master's bilocation. Those who aren't afraid of death come with me, and everyone's supplies will be doubled after the deed is done. Xiao Tian's loud and clear voice spread across the scene like muffled thunder exploding in the air. Those who were originally worried, those who were originally in despair, those who originally had no will to fight. After hearing the words double the supplies, he instantly looked like a different person. God Xiao is awesome. I don't know who took the lead and shouted, and there was an uproar of hurrahs. Asterisk 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 the juggernaut split. Asterisk 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 the juggernaut split. Asterisk 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 the juggernaut split. All of them raised their arms and shouted. If earlier they were depressed, at this moment it was like they were on steroids, on the verge of going crazy with excitement. The Dark Lord, perhaps, is great, but with Shaoshan sitting at the center of Great Confucian City, and doubled supplies to take, there's still a bird to fear. Without the supplies, they probably wouldn't even survive the day the Dark Lord himself descended. It also seemed to them that instead of thinking about all those have-nots now, it would be better to follow Shaoshan and hang out with him to stock up on more supplies. If they really couldn't, when the Dark Lord himself descended, they could just take the supplies and run away. Seeing that the crowd's emotions were mobilized, Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction. Yan Ruyu and the others all looked at Xiao Tian with a look of adoration. Just one sentence has mobilized the atmosphere of the crowd. If this is placed in the ancient times is definitely a proper town general awe. Yan Ruyu smiled like a flower as she looked at Xiao Tian's side face. This was perhaps the personality charm that belonged uniquely to Xiao Tian. At the very beginning, Xiao Tian gave her a crazy impression, like a madman who only knew how to kill regardless of everything. Kill, kill, kill. This was something Xiao Tian had been doing in the pre-dark unrest period, but when it came to treating the people around him, Xiao Tian was also not the least bit ambiguous. Even such a precious thing as the resurrection armor was said to be sent. The contrast between the before and after is so contrasting that it's not too much of a stretch to call it a split personality. But isn't the human species a combination of contradictions? Treating his enemies to kill and treating those around him to be close. Xiao Tian's approach actually did not have any faults in the circumstances of the doomsday. Depart! Xiao Tian looked around the crowd and raised his arms. Soon, a group of people had gotten into the car, and according to the location that Fatty Hai had divined, they rushed towards the direction of the villa where Ji Guoqing was in a great hurry. In the meantime, inside a certain villa, Ji, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, suddenly sneezed. For some reason, the mind was suddenly a little unquiet. There was a sense of great sadness at the impending funeral, but it shouldn't. He was a great first heavenly Dark Lord. How could he feel this way? An illusion. It must be an illusion. However, right at this moment, Li Haoyan ran in from outside in a panic, a look of fear on his face. My lord, it's a big deal. Li Haoyan breathed heavily and said with a trembling voice, there are many caravans coming from outside, and all the ones seated inside are spirit beast warriors, and they are rushing towards the direction of the villa. Spirit beast warrior? Ji Guoqing frowned, and before he could open his mouth to say something, the sound of a car's engine came from far to near. Eyes peered through the floor-to-ceiling windows toward the villa below. The corners of Ji Guoqing's mouth suddenly twitched violently, and he was also slightly nonplussed. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge convoy. The caravan stopped in front of the villa's gate, and 100 or so people walked down from the car in great numbers. Immediately after that, all of them entered the animalized state at the same time. For a while, the roars of various animals spread across the scene, wanting to shatter everyone's eardrums. The scene was extremely spectacular. like an imminent battle between the list factions. Xiao Tian and Yen Ruyu were sitting in the car, calmly looking at the scene outside. Although the Dark Lord was powerful, at the moment, he was only a detachment. And Xiao Tian was curious as he faced so many spirit beast warriors. Can the other side carry it? Whoever can re-injure the Juggernaut's bilocation will have their resources tripled. Xiao Tian sat in the driver's seat and calmly gave orders. After this light sentence fell, everyone was nonplussed. Triple it. What's the difference between that and getting money for nothing? Dry. The Dark Lord. Money makes the world go round. But under the impetus of absolute desire, one can also become reckless. Desire is a good thing, because with enough drive, cowards can become warriors. Kill. A spirit beast warrior with muscles bulging all over his body and fighting a pair of bull horns roared angrily and suddenly lifted the car beside him and smashed it towards the second floor of the villa. Ji Guoqing, who was standing in front of the second floor landing window watching the scene, was dumbfounded on the spot. The reflection of the car grew larger in his pupils. An aura of danger gradually fizzled out. Lying. Chapter 54. Failure to act like a pussy. No pussy at all. Ji Guoqing had thought about how he had strategized and relied on scheming to exterminate the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City after the bilocation had descended to the Blue Planet. It had crossed his mind that the whole process might not have gone as smoothly as expected, but he had always believed that the Great Darkness would eventually envelop the city of Daeju, and indeed all of Blue Star. As a result, it never occurred to him that he had only just arrived at the Blue Planet when reality hit him hard in the ceiling. The ploy of relying on strength to gather people did not work, and everyone was lured away by the offer of 3 full meals a day. Now these people were even appearing in groups and attacking themselves. Not, have all humans evolved now? How many balls have you guys grown? Even if I am a split body descending, I am at least a Dark Lord. Can you give more or less face when you meet in a group beating? Don't I have to be pushy? The more Ji Guoqing thought about it, the more angry he became. A blazing flame burned above his right arm, and he slammed his fist towards the car in front of him. My lord, don't car has gasoline inside. It will explode. Seeing this scene, Li Haoyun, who was on the side, warned loudly with his eyes wide open. Ji Guoqing still maintained his stance of blasting out with a punch and twisted his head to look at Li Yunhao. What did you say? Yunhao Li. The family who understands. He's really desperate one now. Boom. Ji Guoqing's burning flaming fist instantly blasted the car into smithereens, and gasoline was directly knocked out of the tank and seeped out. A violent explosion occurred instantly after it was tainted with the flames from the fist. In a trance, the many spirit beast warriors below seemed to see a small mushroom cloud rising into the air. The entire villa was instantly submerged in a sea of fire. A few moments later, the sea of fire which gradually dissipated. The entire villa was destroyed beyond recognition, and was already in a shaky position. On the second floor of the villa, the original floor-to-ceiling windows were blown to smithereens, and the room was a mess. The two of them, Ji Guoqing and Li Yunhao, were not ordinary people and were unharmed, but while the explosion didn't do them any harm, it left them in an unenviable state. The two men became explosive heads, full of dust, especially Ji Guoqing, whose straight suit was blown into rags. He stared blankly at the crowd downstairs, his mouth slightly open as if he wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, the sound didn't come out half as much as it should have, and instead he exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Put. Yen Ruyu in the passenger seat didn't hold back her laughter at the sight. It was hard to imagine that this wretched figure in front of him was actually the Dark Lord of the First Sky. Xiao Tian wrapped his hands around his chest and couldn't help but feel a little bit embarrassed at the situation. If he remembered correctly, before he was reborn, when Ji Guoqing descended on Daeju City, the other party was very pushy. This one began his plan to gather people at the beginning of his descent. Recruit your men by using their power as a guide. At first no one took it seriously, and there were even people who got into an online slinging match with Ji Guoqing, as the Dark Lord, naturally couldn't hold back his anger, so he found his way straight to the other party's house and killed that spirit beast warrior on the spot. Darkness shrouded the sky as he struck out, bringing extreme fear, and this strike not only proved his strength, hardly had he also shocked all the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City at the same time. At that time, Xiao Tian was still huddled in his shelter and watched the whole thing through a cell phone livestream, although it was only viewed through a livestream and you couldn't feel the atmosphere in person. However, Xiao Tian could still probably imagine the despair of the crowd at the scene. However, since his rebirth, everything has changed. This scene from his previous life didn't happen, and Ji Guoqing wasn't able to finish pretending to fight as much as he wanted to. Instead, he was beaten up by a group of spirit beast warriors from Daeju City. Lowly humans, you seek death. Ji Guoqing's fists were clenched tightly, his chest was heaving violently, and his eyes were flashing with undisguised coldness. My lord, the other side is outnumbered. We'd better retreat first. Seeing Ji Guoqing looking like he was ready to fight, Li Haoyun, who was on the side, hurriedly reminded. He knew very well that the other party was only a diversion, and to face all the spirit beast warriors in Great Confusion City at the same time, he had almost no chance of winning. He was genuinely scared, and this one went straight for the jugular in a hot head. Seeing Ji Guoqing's lack of response, Li Yunhao's heart sank as he hurriedly added, "If you leave a green mountain behind, you're not afraid of having no firewood to burn." Ah Lord! Humans are nothing more than a bunch of lowly creatures that were merely affected by the aurora borealis and gained the ability to animalize. Killing intent flickered in Ji Guoqing's eyes as he said word for word, based on numbers alone, they are not qualified to go wild in front of this father. Hearing Ji Guoqing's words, Li Haoyun had only two words in his heart. Done. Fruity. Before he could say anything, Ji Guoqing pointed his feet to the ground, and a force of darkness surged around him. Then he opened his hands and flew towards the bottom of the villa in an eagle spreading its wings, an extremely pretentious gesture. Strong people make their moves to be pushy. However, the spirit beast warrior on the scene wasn't swinging for the fences either. Without waiting for Ji to hit the ground, someone raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, go!" Everyone reacted and roared with rage as they simultaneously attacked Ji Guoqing in the air. Because they knew Ji Guoqing's true identity, no one dared to underestimate it, and they struck out with their full strength. For a time, all sorts of attacks appeared at the scene at the same time, and space vaguely vibrated. Ji Guoqing's pupils shrunk violently, and his face instantly turned as white as paper. Grass. These humans are despicable, coming to cheat and sneak up on us. He wasn't even on the ground yet, and he wasn't capable of using his strength to dodge. He could only run the power of darkness to protect his body in his haste and harden himself against the upcoming attack. Rumble. An ear-splitting explosion rang out one after another. Terrifying ripples instantly covered Ji Guoqing's figure. Hiss. Li Haoyun inside the villa looked backward. Even at a great distance apart, he could sense that the strength of these attacks was quite high. If all of these attacks rushed to greet him, he definitely wouldn't last more than a single round, and there would be no crumbs left. It's not going to just die here, is it? Looking at the ripples in front of him, Li Haoyun said with anxiety. The opponent was only a bilocation, and the attack at hand was so strong that it was really possible to be directly blown away. The key was that he had already followed the other party, and if Ji Guoqing was really blown away on the spot, he would definitely not be able to eat it either. Finished. It's over. Is that the end of it? Looking ahead at the layers of ripples, the co-pilot Yan Ruyu sat up straight. It's not that simple. Xiao Tian smiled. Although the other party was only a doppelganger, but after all, he was a Dark Lord, and there was absolutely no way that he could lead the box so easily. Dead? Che, I thought the Dark Lord was so powerful, but I didn't realize it was just a rookie. If the Dark Lords are all this virtuous, I feel like I can fight 10 of them alone. It's no fun. I was expecting the battle to be intense. The many spirit beast warriors looked in Ripple's direction and also began to whisper, but just as Xiao Tian had guessed, Ji Guoqing wasn't that easy to doggy. As the ripples dissipated, Ji Guoqing's figure gradually emerged in front of the crowd. Sure enough, it's not dead, but even though he didn't die, Ji Guoqing's body changed. The original him was in a solid state, but at this moment, he was in a translucent state, and his face was extremely unattractive, and his breath was quite frail. It was obvious that although he had resisted the crowd's attacks, he had also consumed a great deal. My lord! Li Haoyun's face was delighted as he instantly dodged in front of Ji Guoqing. Run! Ji Guoqing covered his chest and viciously swept a glance at everyone present. Then without hesitation, he directly dropped Li Haoyun, and two black mists rose up under his feet, directly rushing up towards the distance. There is no fear of being left without wood. He now suddenly felt that Li Haoyun's words made sense. Li Haoyun was dumbfounded. Just now, I had to show the gang the strength of the Dark Lord. You're selling out your teammates in the blink of an eye. Please be human. Chapter 55. Others walk dogs, but I'll walk the juggernaut. I haven't gotten in the car yet. Your Honor, I haven't gotten on the bus yet. I can't ing fly. What will I do if you run away? Li Haoyun almost couldn't hold back from jumping up and cursing. A black aura flashed in his eyes, and he was ready to use the power of darkness to run away on his own. But right at that moment, several spirit beast warriors had already surrounded towards him, directly blocking his path. The Dark Lord has already left you to escape on your own. If you don't want to suffer, just tie your hands. One of the spirit beast warriors rubbed his hands together and said coldly. Ha! Li Haoyun was also a ruthless man, and again, perhaps he was influenced by the power of darkness. It's amazing that no compromise was made in the face of this situation. My destiny is not mine. The great darkness will not die out, and I am now darkness already, so you will not try to trap the darkness. With a roar, Li Haoyun's tiger body shook, and a force of darkness erupted around him as well. Then more than a dozen spirit beast warriors rushed up at the same time. All of them surrounded Li Haoyun, followed by a beating and kicking. Miserable screams suddenly resounded through the scene. Just your name is darkness. Ha, wrong, 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 I know it's wrong. Just your damn my life is up to me. Ha, brother, I know I'm wrong, I surrender. Stop fighting, just your name is invincible? Big brothers, I really know that I am wrong. Do not hit the face, we are all friends, and gas to make money. Really want to fight, do not hit the face, okay? Under the absolute crushing of numbers, Li Haoyun was undoubtedly taken down directly. Although he had gained the power of darkness, the intensity was obviously not as thick as Ji Guoqing. Combined with the class and numbers at stake, there was little resistance. Xiao Tian in the driver's seat has a calm expression and does not have any waves. This Li Haoyun is just a pawn. The real big head still has to be Ji Guoqing. God Xiao, that Dark Lord has run away. What do we do now? Chase after it directly? Right at this moment, a spirit beast warrior came to the car window and asked Xiao Tian with a lowered head. There's no rush. Xiao Tian shook his head and pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep breath before exhaling a smoke ring and said, let the bullets fly for a little while longer first. So what if Ji runs away? On their side, they had the celestial master Fat Hai, who could divine Ji Guoqing's current location at any time. Even if the other party ran to the ends of the earth, he would be able to find them. In fact, the main thing was that Xiao Tian himself had lost his ability to fly, plus the other party's speed was very fast. Even though many of the spirit beast warriors on the scene also had the ability to fly, with their flying speeds, it was very unlikely that they would be able to catch up with Ji Guoqing. Everyone rest in place and continue to depart later, Xiao Tian said loudly to everyone. Half an hour. Ji Guoqing fled for a whole half hour before coming to a stop inside an elementary school. The elementary school has long been deserted and no semblance of a body is visible. Damned human. When this father's main body descends, he will surely ask for today's shame back 100 times over. Ji Guoqing retracted his darkness power and threw his head back with a long roar filled with anger. It's absolutely hugely humiliating. The first Heaven's Darkness Sovereign was actually in such a sorry state by a group of humans. If this gets out, who would dare believe it? It is not a master to not take this revenge. There's a saying on the blue planet, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. But he was different. He didn't have to wait for 30 years' time. He only had to wait for 7 days for the essence to come down. At that time, if he wanted to crush this group of humans, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. After venting a little, Ji quickly calmed down. Since buying people's hearts won't work, let's wait here for 7 days first, and then take revenge after 7 days. Ji took a long breath, just about ready to land in a random classroom. Next moment, the sound of a car's engine came from far away. Ji Guoqing's body stiffened, and his eyelids twitched fiercely a few times as he turned around to look dumbfounded, only to see a familiar convoy of cars had driven in great numbers and stopped outside the school gates. The car door opens. 100 or so spirit beast warriors got off the bus at the same time, and then entered the animalized state. Bottoms up, brothers. I don't know who howled. All the spirit beast warriors instantly charged towards Ji Guoqing like mad. The closed metal gate was directly knocked away by the crowd. 100 or so spirit beast warriors who had entered the state of bestialization ran at the same time. The commotion was a landslide, and the ground was vaguely shaking. Nima. Ji didn't hold back his foul mouth. He purposely ran the power of darkness to boost his speed along the way, and also erased all of his scent. How did these guys find this place? Run. He's got to keep running. He didn't have much darkness power left now, and staying to fight head-on would be looking for death. What a bully. This father will remember you. When this father's main body descends, all of you won't be able to escape. Ji Guoqing clenched his teeth, once again operating the little darkness power left in his body, and then rushed up to the sky. Keep running. Seeing this, all of them stopped at the same time and had no intention of catching up. All of this was Xiao Tian's arrangement. Everyone get on the bus and continue on the road. Xiao Tian gave orders in an organized manner. The caravan set off again in force. 1 hour. This time Ji Guoqing fled for a whole hour before stopping in a small neighborhood. The neighborhood is a typical old and shabby one, and there are still a lot of ordinary people living here. Seeing Ji Guoqing, who was covered in black aura, suddenly fall from the sky and land here, a lot of people in the neighborhood were instantly confused. Someone exclaimed, "Is this a spirit beast warrior? It can actually fly in the sky. I'm really envious." Ji Guoqing's eyelids tugged a few times as he twisted his head to look at the man and snapped, "What is a spirit beast warrior? This honored one is the great Dark Lord." Yet before he could finish his sentence, the familiar sound of attentiveness resounded again. Ji Guoqing subconsciously went weak in the knees and almost fell on his face. Honestly, he was on the verge of hearing trauma. There's the sound of the engine again. Have these guys installed something on themselves that can locate them? Nope. He himself still erased all traces this time, and fled for a whole hour. How could the other side catch up so quickly? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Ji Guoqing forced himself to stay calm and twisted his head mechanically. Then there was the sight of a familiar motorcade pulling up to the gate of the neighborhood. Chao Nima. Ji Guoqing's face was instantly ironic, and he finally couldn't hold back a foul mouth. It's too much to deceive the master. You guys are walking your dogs. He now wanted to fight with this group of people. Anyway, he was only a bilocation. Even if the bilocation was gone, still would not die. But this bilocation was separated from within his own body. If the doppelganger was annihilated, the strength of the main body would also be affected in some way. There is no choice but to continue to run away from Ji Guoqing. However, he was blindsided when he ran the power of darkness. The remaining power of darkness in his body was no longer capable of supporting him to continue running. He, out of gas, can't run. It was also at this moment that the door of the car at the head of the group suddenly opened, and Xiao Tian walked down with his hands clasped in front of him with a teasing face. He faced Ji Guoqing with a gentle smile on his face. Run, why don't you keep running? If you don't run, I'm going to do it. Chapter 56? Tortured to the point of self-destruction. Ji Guoqing stared at Xiao Tian with a gloomy face, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. He hadn't thought that this kid's prestige in Daeju City had reached this point, bringing all the spirit beast warriors in Daeju City to snipe themselves. Was this something a human could do? God Xiao, as long as you give the order, we can take care of this guy for you without you having to do it yourself. Just then, a spirit beast warrior in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Everyone stared at Ji Guoqing like wolves and tigers, the desire in their eyes almost overflowing. If they killed the sovereign divergent in front of them, Xiao Tian might be in a good mood and double his resources again. Where is this the Dark Lord? Clearly a walking ATM. Bold. Ji Guoqing's eyelids jumped as he viciously looked around the scene at the crowd and said sternly, "This honored one is the Dark Lord of the First Heaven. If you dare to be reckless, when this honored one descends, all of you will have to pay a heavy price." These humble humans were so lawless that they dared to mouth off in front of him. Originally, he thought that these words would be able to deter this group of people, but the result was surprising. Fatty Hai came forward and slapped Ji Guoqing in the face. Although Ji Guoqing was a Dark Lord, the doppelganger in front of him could feel the pain as well. Feeling the pain in his face, disbelief welled up in his eyes and his entire body was confused. This fat man, how dare he make a move on himself? Just your name is Dark Lord. Ha! Fatty Haiyan rubbed his fat hands and shook his head as if he were a hooligan. Look at you. You look very unconvinced. Ji Guoqing was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Fatty Hai saw it and threw out another slap. Not talking? Are you looking down on me? Ji Guoqing's fists clenched and clicked. His heart, liver, spleen, and lungs were about to explode with anger. The honorable. Snap. Another slap to the face. Fatty Hai laughed softly and said disdainfully, "Still this honored one? You look like you? Laozi is still the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Is the Dark Lord very powerful?" In the face of Fatty Hai's threefold humiliation, Ji Guoqing finally couldn't help but explode. He mobilized the darkness within his body and without warning, he slammed his fist against Fatty Hai's face. Fatty Hai's face changed slightly as he hurriedly pulled out a talisman and flung it out. The moment the talisman was thrown out, it directly transformed into a fireball that not only cancelled out Ji Guoqing's dark aura, but also heavily bombarded the latter. Ji Guoqing was blasted backward a few steps, and his translucent body faded a few points more. With the current darkness power in his body, he didn't even have the power to resist the talisman. Fatty Hai also instantly put his heart down when he saw this. It seemed that the other party had really reached the point of running out of gas. He turned his head and scowled at Xiao Tian. "Big brother, let me deal with this guy. Ever since I came down from the Dragon Tiger Mountain, I haven't had much of a chance to strike, so let me have a good time today." A few black lines slid down Xiao Tian's forehead. This fat man's overhand concealment is fake, and taking advantage of the opportunity to pretend to be a bully is real. However, Xiao Tian did not refuse. With Ji Guoqing's current situation, it was almost impossible to be a match for Fatty Hai. Getting Xiao Tian's acquiescence, Fatty Hai did not talk nonsense. He also looked at Yen Ruyu on the side and smiled. "Miss Yen, please open a live broadcast." The corners of Yen Ruyu's mouth tugged, somewhat silent. Is this fat guy really the heavenly master of Lung Fushan? What's up with this can't wait to fake it attitude? Yen Ruyu subconsciously glanced at Xiao Tian, and when she saw that Xiao Tian didn't show any indication, she opened the live broadcast according to Fatty Hai's instructions. Seeing the live broadcast open, Fatty Hai didn't talk nonsense. Reaching into his pants pocket with his right hand, he pulled out a handful of talismans. Ji Guoqing's face instantly became ugly. These talismans were actually not very powerful, but it couldn't be helped that he was already in a weakened state. Dead fatso, if you dare to strike out at this father, when this father's main body descends, he will definitely break you into pieces. However, as soon as Ji Guoqing's words fell, he saw a talisman thrown at him. Ji Guoqing's face changed drastically, trying to dodge but it was too late. The talisman began to burn directly before and after it arrived near him. turning into a sea of fire that enveloped him. Zip, zip, zip. An aroma of roasted meat gradually filled the air, and along with it, Ji Guoqing's hoarse screams also sounded at the same time. This flame doesn't do much damage, not to mention his main body. Even his doppelganger would be hard-pressed to do any damage to him as long as he was in peak condition. Even in this weakened state now, this flame would hardly pose a threat to his life. But although there was no threat to his life, the pain from the flames burning his body was particularly intense. Pure torture. Seeing the other party screaming in agony as they were burned by the flames of the talisman, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment welled up in Fatty High's heart. Then he pulled out other talismans and threw them. Just as the flames had just dissipated, a force of extreme cold suddenly rose up and froze Ji Guoqing's body instantly. Just now, he was also burned with intense pain, and now he was as cold as falling into an ice cellar. Ji Guoqing wanted to die, as a talisman was thrown out. Thunder, lightning, poison, disintegration, all sorts of attacks continuously surrounded towards Ji Guoqing. Ji Guoqing knows that he has no power of resistance, and has thought about finding a chance to run away. However, all retreating paths on the scene had been blocked by the spirit beast warriors. There was no way for him to escape. Far away, inside the old broken-down little building, many windows were opened, and igloo heads peered curiously out of them. Didn't that guy call himself some great Dark Lord? This is too tragic, isn't it? My family doesn't even grunt as loud as he does when we killed a New Year's pig. He just called himself the Dark Lord. What does Dark Lord mean? I don't know. Maybe it's one of the mutant beasts? It was already torturous to be attacked by the talisman, and hearing the gang's conversation. Ji Guoqing's spirit was also enduring torture. How great an existence was the Dark Lord. Now it was actually treated as a mutant beast. Humans. When this honored one's own body descends, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. The majesty of the Lord cannot be dishonored. You have committed an unforgivable sin. Half an hour later, Ji Guoqing finally could no longer endure the severe pain on his body and suddenly let out a roar. The little darkness left in his body was instantly released, wrapping around his body and starting to expand. He couldn't endure the torment, and knowing that there was no hope of escape, he planned to blow himself up. Shao Tian, this honored one remembers you. When this honored one's main body descends, there will be a time when you regret it. The Dark Lord's epileptic voice suddenly rang out. Then he looked at Fatty High on the side and said angrily, "And you, dead fatso, this father won't let you off the hook either." Ji Guoqing's eyes are incomparably fierce and full of hostility. Fatty High subconsciously trembled and was shocked, but after looking at Shao Tian beside him, he instantly felt a lot more at ease. Then he stretched out his right hand and gestured a middle finger at Ji Guoqing. Fark, grass. Ji Guoqing's eyes were glazed over and exploded in extreme anger. In the meantime, in a world filled with darkness, a figure suddenly awoke from the state of sitting cross-legged. He coughed out a mouthful of black blood, then angrily threw his head back and roared, "Lowly humans, this father wants you to die." After saying this, the dark aura around him suddenly began to coalesce. In the meantime, a darkness force began to slowly condense on the old broken little sky where Shao Tian and the others were. Chapter 57, Death Notice. 7-day countdown. What's going on here? Didn't the sovereign split already blow itself up? Could it be that this guy still has a backhand? That he's not dead yet? Seeing the darkness force that began to coalesce, all the spirit beast warriors present, including Shao Tian, frowned at the same time. Everyone else was coming into contact with the Dark Lord for the first time, and they didn't know much information to begin with. As for Shao Tian, he didn't really know much about the Dark Lord. He just had the experience of 2 lives and probably knew some of the Dark Lord's methods. But before Rebirth, after the Dark Lord's bilocation was annihilated, this had never happened. Does the other side still have a backhand? Or is the Dark Lord going to descend directly into the present? It would be just as well if the Dark Lord still had a backhand. The split was just a split in the end, and the upper limit of the battle power had already been set. If the other party were to descend in person, it would be the end of the entire Great Confucian City. The current Shao Tian was clearly not ready to face the sovereign principal directly. Under everyone's gaze, the darkness in the sky gradually coalesced and manifested a human figure. It was a figure wrapped in the power of darkness, and only an outline could be vaguely seen. When the figure had finished coalescing, it suddenly lowered its head and locked its gaze on Shao Tian in the crowd. A harsh voice came out slowly. "Shao Tian, destroying this dignity's branch, we are already immortal. 7 days later this dignity's main body will descend on Great Confucian City. At that time, those who have contact with you will all die because of you." What the crowd feared didn't happen, as the figure in the sky dissipated into a black mist when those words fell. Nope. At this moment, the Dark Lord's doppelganger completely broke and ceased to exist. His earlier words were a threat and a warning. The sky regained its calmness, and only after determining that the sovereign's detachment had indeed been dispersed did the crowd dare to gasp for air. But soon, it became worried again. 7 days. In 7 days, the Dark Lord's main body would descend on Great Confusion City, and at that time, not only would Xiao Tian have to die, all of them present today are going to suffer. Finished. Many people screamed in their hearts that they were finished. They should have known that they shouldn't have been so impulsive and offended the Dark Lord over some resources. But think about it differently. With this condescending stance of the other side, even if they are not involved today, will they really be spared when it descends? God Xiao. After returning to his senses, someone came close to Xiao Tian and said nervously, "The sovereign split will be descending in 7 days. Do you have the certainty to deal with him?" The strongest battle force in the entire Great Confusion City was Xiao Tian. Now that this happened, everyone's hopes naturally rested on Xiao Tian. "I'm not 10% sure," Xiao Tian said truthfully. The crowd's mouths quivered, and they instantly became a little desperate. It was normal for Xiao Shun to not have absolute certainty. After all, he was a Dark Lord, a great boss of the First Heavenly Hall. Although Xiao Shun was strong, in the end, he was only a spirit beast warrior. The scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence, and an atmosphere of despair gradually lingered in everyone's heart. Looking at the somewhat dead crowd, Xiao Tian gently shook his head. "Those who are willing to stay can stay, and those who want to leave can leave Deja City now. There are still 7 days left. Everything is still in time." Xiao Tian's words pulled everyone's thoughts back. Once the Dark Lord descended, the first person to take revenge would be Xiao Tian. But listening to Xiao Tian's words, it seemed that he was not planning to leave Great Confusion City. Although I knew that Xiao Shun was a ruthless person, but he wasn't ruthless to this extent. Was he going to go head to head with the Dark Lord? Xiao Tian did not give the crowd time to think. Loudly, he said, "Now that the Sovereign's detachment has been destroyed, everyone can go and collect their share of resources." Hearing that there were resources to be taken, the originally dreary crowd suddenly felt much better. "Anyway, let's get the resources first before we think about the follow-up." Immediately afterward, the group of people redrove their cars and left in a great hurry. The crowd returned to the villa, and Xiao Tian kept his promise and took out the promised payment. For some outstanding performance of Spirit Beast Warriors, the resources are directly doubled. Everyone had gotten their own bountiful resources, and each one of them couldn't close their mouths with smiles. And the matter of the Master's descent was temporarily thrown out of the clouds. After dismissing the crowd, Xiao Tian and his group returned to the villa. "Xiao Tian, what are your plans for the follow-up?" Yen Ruyu suddenly asked. Xiao Tian never fought unprepared battles. The sovereign principal had 7 more days to descend, and she did not believe that Xiao Tian did not have his own plans. Actually, Xiao Tian did have his own plans. If one remembered correctly, a forbidden land would be opened before the first heavenly sovereign descended. Not only were there all sorts of opportunities within this forbidden land, there was also a sovereign palace. The first heavenly sovereign's main body was hidden within this palace. The Dark Lord did not strictly belong to the beings of this world, and if the main body wanted to descend, it would have to coalesce a bilocation, and then instill all the power into the bilocation. This process takes some time. If they could attack the bilocation in the gap where the sovereign's main body was infusing power, they might be able to directly destroy the sovereign's main body. But there's a caveat to wanting to do that. Enter the forbidden land, and find the Juggernaut's bilocation. Fatty, with your divination technique, can you divine the location of the Master's bilocation within the forbidden land? Xiao Tian informed the crowd of the general situation, then looked at Fatty Hai and asked, "There shouldn't be too much of a problem, but there are restrictions within the forbidden land, so it will take a certain amount of time to divine the other party's location in the forbidden land." Fatty Hai said in a relatively conservative manner. He was fond of pretending, but he had to be steady on top of such a big thing. Just be able to divine. Xiao Tian nodded, and the pressure in his heart was reduced by half. That being the case, the subsequent plan is fairly simple. Wait for the forbidden land to appear, then enter it to look for the Dark Lord's doppelganger. In the meantime, the entire internet exploded with Blue Star. Xiao Tian monopolized the resources of Great Confusion City and his strength crushed all the Spirit Beast warriors in Great Confusion City. But such news hardly bothered too many people elsewhere, except for some local uproar in the city of Daeju. After all, there are so many cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Spirit Beast warriors with powerful strength like Xiao Tian had also appeared in every city. But what happened today has caused a dramatic stir. There was someone on the scene broadcasting live, uploading the extermination of the Juggernaut's bilocation, as well as the Juggernaut's final death announcement all over the internet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Xiao Tian is a character. He actually dares to exterminate the sovereign split. This kid is definitely dead, being held in hatred by a master. 7 days later will be his death. I don't think so. If this kid is a bit smarter, he can totally run away in advance. The Blue Star is so big, the Dark Lord may not be able to find anyone by then. It's a pity about his resources. It's said that this kid has stored a lot of resources. The internet is in an uproar. The crowd did not care about Xiao Tian's death. Instead, he cared about the resources in Xiao Tian's hands. Chapter 58, Doing Away with Xiao Tian. One shift. No matter how strong a spirit beast warrior was, they were always human beings, and things like resources were indispensable. Xiao Tian's resource reserves in particular were still quite rich, but in existence that could force a sovereign's detachment to the point of self-detonation. There was no one who was foolish enough to directly approach Xiao Tian to demand resources. The crowd is investigating. Based on the various video messages with Xiao Tian on the internet, he investigated Xiao Tian's bottom line by following the clues. Whether it was when he killed He Huan and the others before, or now when he was chasing after the Juggernaut split, he could almost always find a relevant video. It wasn't hard to find. Based on this information, the crowd came to a conclusion. Xiao Tian was very strong. The key Xiao Tian possessed a very strong appeal in the Great Confucian City, and it was here that the Juggernaut split had planted his head. It was tantamount to a pipe dream for them to get this amount of resources by force. This caused many people to temporarily dismiss the idea of striking out at Xiao Tian. After the matter of the Juggernaut's detachment was over, calm once again returned to Great Confucian City. With the sum of resources provided by Xiao Tian, all of them did not have to worry about resources for the time being. Although there were quite a few mutant beasts outside right now, as long as they huddled and stayed inside the shelter, they wouldn't be too affected. As for the public opinion on the internet, it gradually subsided with the passage of time, until 3 days later, a copy suddenly descended upon the city of Daeju, and the current situation was instantly rewritten. Prior to this, a number of copies had appeared in the city of Daeju. Everyone was well aware that quite a few resources existed within the replica. When the copy appeared within half an hour, there were nearby spirit beast warriors who had found and intended to enter it. But what everyone did not expect was that the forbidden land that appeared this time actually had a forbidden system. The vortex in front of the replica seemed to be blocked out by an invisible barrier, and neither the spirit beast warriors nor ordinary people could force their way in. Soon this news spread all the way to Xiao Tian's ears. Over the course of these few days, people had been sending in mutant beast cores to exchange for resources one after another, and Xiao Tian had been absorbing them all along. The level at hand had come to level 26. No way. As you continue to level up, more and more crystals are required for upgrades. Xiao Tian's speed of ascension was also inevitably much lower. It's not a big problem though. Another 4 levels up and you'll get a new devouring opportunity again. Upon hearing the news of the Forbidden Land, Xiao Tian directly rushed to the scene with everyone. God Xiao. It's God Xiao coming. A large group of spirit beast warriors had long since gathered in front of the Forbidden Land. When they saw Xiao Tian arrive, they all took the initiative to get out of the way. The Forbidden Land was blocked by an unknown force that prevented everyone from entering it. But everyone subconsciously felt that Xiao Tian must have a solution. After all, even the high and mighty sovereign bilocation had suffered a great loss at the hands of Xiao Tian. Under this sky, there might not be anything that Xiao Shen couldn't do. Xiao Tian arrived in front of the Forbidden Land gate in front of everyone, and after briefly sensing it, he was about to take a step into it. However, the talent had just reached the front of the vortex when it was blocked by an invisible force. God Xiao, there's an invisible force outside the replica blocking the way, and we've tried all sorts of ways, but we can't break through. Someone spoke up and warned. Xiao Tian nodded and said nothing as he turned his head to Yen Ruyu and the others and said, "Let's go back to the villa first." "Is this going back?" Fatty Hai Hai said in disbelief. "Why don't we try to break it open by force? I've drawn quite a few talismans in this period of time that might be useful." The rest of them were greatly puzzled. This isn't like Xiao Shen's style. Xiao Tian shook his head and explained, "The Forbidden Land will open on its own a day later, and by then everyone will be able to enter it, so there is no point in staying here now." After saying that, Xiao Tian added, "This duplicate is a bit special. After entering it, everyone's bestialization ability will be blocked." Hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, everyone was nonplussed. It opens automatically in a day? Could it be that the Forbidden Land is still closed right now? If that's the case, then wouldn't we not have to do anything but wait another day to get in? The key to enter the replica will be blocked after our bestialization ability. How did the god of Xiao know this piece of information? I don't think it's right when you say that either. It seems like it was the Xiao god who first discovered the Forbidden Land. Think about it with all the information. Could it be that he's a dark being hiding in the blue star? You're lacking in heart. If Xiao Shen is a dark being, why did he chase and kill that sovereign's detachment a few days ago? Xiao Tian ignored the arguments of the crowd and directly led the people out of here. All of this information was naturally the memories Xiao Tian had left behind before he was reborn. However, these were secrets that belonged to him, and it was naturally impossible for him to tell the truth. Anyway, just wait a day. Right after Xiao Tian and his group went back, the many spirit beast warriors on the scene looked at each other in dismay, and some of them also chose to leave first. After all, this place was in an open-air environment, and one could face an attack from a mutant beast at any time. Night. I don't know who uploaded the news of the Forbidden Land to the internet. Soon Blue Star's entire internet exploded. Forbidden Land? A new Forbidden Land has actually appeared in Great Confusion City? Entering a copy will temporarily seal the ability to animalize. Really? Why hasn't a new Forbidden Land appeared on our side? Could it be because of the Dark Lord? Normally, at the same time that a Forbidden Land appeared in Great Confusion City, Forbidden Lands would also appear all over Blue Star at the same time. These forbidden places were not connected to each other. They all existed independently. But now, a new Forbidden Land has appeared in the city of Daeju, while the rest of the world has not moved a hair's breadth. It's not normal how you think about it. It is not known exactly why. But one thing is certain. Since the Forbidden Land had appeared, it was bound to hide great opportunities and benefits. But in the way of the information that the Juggernaut was about to descend, many people had scruples about not moving. But there are also those who are bold and close enough to choose to move to the city of Daeju immediately. In the several cities surrounding the Great Confusion City, many powerful existences had been unable to sit still. Sky Blue City. Inside a Western-style villa, a long-haired girl sat quietly in place in the dimly lit hall. She was slim and slender, giving her a bird-like appearance, and wore a JK uniform with a pair of black silk, which was both sexy and flirtatious. If it were in the past, this kind of temperament and face value would definitely be a star-level existence. No one could have imagined that the cute young girl in front of them was none other than the strongest spirit beast warrior in Sky Blue City. Wang Lu. Sister Wang, do we really have to rush to Great Confusion City? The Master of the First Heaven is going to descend in a few days. It's quite dangerous there right now. At the front of the hall, someone clasped his hands and carefully inquired in a rather humble manner. Although the one in front of her had a lovely goddess-like appearance and temperament, her methods were also quite ruthless. To be able to become the strongest spirit beast warrior in Sky Blue City, there were countless enemies who had died in her hands. Great danger also comes with great opportunity. There must exist quite a few good things within the Forbidden Land of the Great Confusion City. Wang Lu slowly opened her mouth, her voice quite crisp, then continued, even if there is nothing within the Forbidden Land, we can still take the opportunity to make a move against Xiao Tian and then pocket his resources. The man was first stunned, and then suddenly his face showed joy. He understood what Wang Lu meant. If everyone's ability to bestialize was truly sealed after entering the Forbidden Land, then everyone will just be ordinary people by then. As long as Xiao Tian also entered the Forbidden Land to explore, they would be able to make a move against Xiao Tian at that time. However, once Xiao Tian died, the rest of the others were nothing more than a rabble. Unbeatable. The entire Sky Blue City was now under their control, and various military bases were also under their control, with as many hot weapons as they wanted. They can even get things like artillery tanks if they want to. As long as Xiao Tian entered the copy, it was absolutely impossible to leave alive. Big sister is wise. I'll go make preparations. It's not just Sky Blue City. There are several cities in the vicinity of Daeju City. The strongest spirit beast warriors from the 4 cities of Ashizu City, Kamikawa City, Tianxian City, and Yuanhong City had also led their teams and moved towards Great Confusion City. All of their thoughts were not far from Wang Lu's. Take advantage of Xiao Tian's efforts to enter the Forbidden Land to do away with Xiao Tian and monopolize all the supplies. No matter how powerful Xiao Tian was, once he entered the Forbidden Land he was a lamb to the slaughter. And with their location, it would take half a day at most for them to arrive at Great Confusion City. The resources that Xiao Tian had stockpiled, they were bound to get. Chapter 59, Summoning an Army of Mutant Beasts with a Wave of the Hand. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities collectively mobilized and rushed towards the direction of Great Confusion City at the same time. Such a huge battle, even if it is more cautious, it can never be wrapped in paper. The news quickly made its way around the internet and caused a sensation. These 5 cities are all in the vicinity of Daeju City. What are they trying to do? They shouldn't be trying to hit the Xiao God, right? No matter how strong that Xiao Tian is, he is always a spirit beast warrior. So what's wrong with hitting him? Is there a problem with the strongest of the weak? There were many ungrateful things in Daeju City that went to mess with God Xiao before, and their grave grass is now 3 meters high. Upstairs, if you really have the guts, don't be a keyboard warrior. But then again, although God Xiao is very powerful, I'm afraid it's still a bit difficult to face 5 cities of spirit beast warriors. Many people speculated that the spirit beast warriors from these 5 cities might join hands to deal with Xiao Tian. They even chose to strike against Xiao Tian together after Xiao Tian entered the Forbidden Land and his beastization ability was sealed. The spirit beast warriors of the Great Confusion City naturally had considerable confidence in Xiao Tian. Bottom line, even the sovereign's detachment was chased down by Xiao Tian in such a sorry state. So what was a mere spirit beast warrior in front of the Xiao God? Even if the opponent was outnumbered, as long as Xiao Tian did not enter the Forbidden Land and his beast formation ability was not sealed, he would always have the power to fight. However, The crowds in the other cities generally believed that Xiao Tian was bound to be in dire straits as he faced so many spirit beast warriors at the same time. They even felt that Xiao Tian might still have a chance of survival if he took the initiative to hand over all of his resources and obediently begged for forgiveness. The parties engaged in a violent argument over the matter. In the meantime, inside the villa in Daeju City, Xiao Tian sat on the sofa sipping fragrant tea in a dignified manner. Though affected by multiple genetic sequences in his body, he has lost his normal human sense of taste. The good thing is that you can still taste the aroma of the tea. Yen Ruyu, who was in front of Xiao Tian, looked as if she was on the verge of an enemy, and her pretty melon face was deeply wrinkled together. I know all about it. Xiao Tian blew a mouthful of hot air and took a mouthful of tea, calmly waving his hand. Yen Ruyu's legs tightened on the verge of crying in a hurry. The strongest spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities are rushing to Great Confucian City with their men. They are definitely coming for you, Yen Ruyu re-emphasized. Xiao Tian nodded his head, still calm and composed. I know. Yen Ruyu was completely numb. 5 cities of spirit beast warriors. Ha! They're all here to get you in trouble. I do realize though that you're a little bit good looking. Treat your enemies hard enough, and treat those around you fairly well. Even the Dark Lord's doppelganger was chased after by you as a spine-breaking dog. But with 5 whole cities of spirit beast warriors, there was definitely no lack of high-level powerhouses among them, and the other side was even far more numerous than them. Even if Xiao Tian gathered all the spirit beast warriors in the Great Confucian City, I was afraid that he would still be at a disadvantage. This thing is very tricky. Even if Xiao Tian had the resurrection armor on his body, it was not too meaningful. It was no exaggeration to say that the crisis this time was even greater than the previous descent of the sovereign's bilocation. Originally, he thought that Xiao Tian would feel some pressure, but he did not expect Xiao Tian to be surprisingly calm. But in the end, it was her own man. She had long since taken the shape of Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu didn't want to live as a widow. After thinking about it, he still reminded, they may be afraid of your strength and not dare to make a direct move, but once they enter the Forbidden Land, they will definitely rise up as a group to attack you after your bestiality ability is sealed. Before Yen Ruyu could finish her sentence, Xiao Tian shook his head and interrupted her. The Forbidden Land is definitely the place to go, and if these people insist on seeking death, then I can't be blamed for driving them to extinction. Seeing Xiao Tian so resolute, Yen Ruyu was so angry that her eyes turned red. I know you're strong, but it's really dangerous this time. Don't worry, I never fight unprepared battles. Xiao Tian put down his teacup and rubbed Yen Ruyu's small head. The hair is silky smooth and feels great in your hand, like you're petting a kitten. It's such a nice feeling to be cared for. Thinking back to the time before he was reborn, when he was alone and living on his own, Xiao Tian was more or less saddened. What kind of miserable life you used to live compared to the life you have now? Forget it, I'm ignoring you. You're on your own. Being killed by Xiao Tian's sudden head touching, Yen Ruyu's face burned, and she left with an angry puff. This once high-cool school flower, at this moment is to show the daughter of the delicate posture. After Yen Ruyu left, Xiao Tian also got up and came to the villa's laboratory to find Xin Xiulan. Xin Xiulan was wearing a white lab coat and was originally conducting an experiment. Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly push the door and walk in, he subconsciously almost sat on the ground as his legs went limp. There's no way around it. There's really no way around it. The impact that Xiao Tian brought to her that night was really too great. So much so that she now had some instinctive physiological reactions when she saw Xiao Tian. Well, everything still going well with the experiment? Xiao Tian took in Xin Xiulan's small movements and smiled as he walked up and asked with a smile. Also, okay. Xin Xiulan quickly adjusted her state and returned somewhat unnaturally. I had planned to find you later. I've already succeeded in making the storage device you asked me to develop. As she spoke, Xin Xiulan led Xiao Tian to a counter on the side. 16 palm-sized metal orbs were placed above the counter, and the orbs emitted a metallic luster. In the center of the orb, there was also a shimmering core embedded in the center of the orb, which looked full of technology, kind of a pixie ball look-alike. This is the storage device? Xiao Tian casually picked up an orb and weighted in his palm a few times. It was quite weighty. Well, you gave me just enough materials to build these 16 sheltering devices, and it shouldn't be a problem to include your 16 mutant beasts in them. However, this thing can only harbor mutant beasts. Humans as well as other creatures won't work, Xin Xiulan explained. Listening to Xin Xiulan's explanation, Xiao Tian's eyes gradually narrowed. A few minutes later, the two appeared in the backyard of the villa. In the backyard of the villa, 16 large-sized mutant beasts were resting prostrate on the ground. Seemingly sensing Xiao Tian's arrival, the 16 altered beasts looked up at Xiao Tian at the same time and let out a low roar of excitement. Since bringing back these 16 mutant beasts, Xiao Tian had placed them in the backyard of the villa. Xiao Tian pulled out the sheltering device and looked at Xin Xiulan and said, "How does this thing work?" Xin Xiulan softly said, "Just aim it at the mutant beasts you want to take in. As long as they are willing, they will be able to enter the device on their own. The installations are self-contained spaces where they will have a lot of room to maneuver. Xiao Tian nodded his head and lifted his shelter device to randomly select a 5-meter-tall mutant beast. The mutant beast let out a roar, and in the next moment it actually turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sheltering device. It's really come true. Xiao Tian was a little excited as he surveyed the sheltering device in his palm, but on the surface, he remained in a calm demeanor. Xin Xiulan on the side was also a bit excited. These shelters were, after all, developed by herself, and she hadn't tested them yet. She couldn't help but feel proud of herself now that she had successfully taken shelter. Not ashamed of himself. Girl genius. Dean genius. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian used the sheltering device and successively took in the remaining 15 mutant beasts as well. I can't use my bestialization ability after entering the Forbidden Land, and everyone will turn back into normal people, but I have 16 mutant beasts, 5 cities of spirit beast warriors. If you guys insist on dying, I don't mind giving you an early ride. Xiao Tian murmured to himself, his lips unconsciously rising in a subtle arc. At that time, when he waved his hand and summoned 16 mutant beasts to fight for him, what kind of shocking scene would it be? Xiao Tian said, looking forward to it. Chapter 60, Born Not to Suffer, Second Shift. I already know everything that's happened lately. Xiao Tian was playing with the sheltering device in a daze when Xin Xiulan suddenly spoke with a change of words. Those guys are most likely prepared. Do you really want to enter the Forbidden Land? Xiao Tian looked at Xin Xiulan with some surprise and did not speak. Xin Xiulan's face burned as she was stared at. I didn't expect Dean Xin to be so caring, Xiao Tian said with a snicker. Xin Xiulan's face turned even redder. But in the end, it wasn't a little girl like Yen Ruyu. She quickly adjusted and said with a flirtatious smile, You're my man. What's wrong with me caring about my own man? Xiao Tian also laughed and slipped the shelter device into his pants pocket, wrapped one hand around Xin Xiulan's arm and laughed. Don't worry, if they dare to make a move, I'll dare to let them have no return. The two of them were extremely close, smelling the testosterone from Xiao Tian's body and feeling the warmth of the other's chest. Xin Xiulan's entire heart began to fawn. It was worthy of being the man she had taken a liking to, and she liked Xiao Tian's overbearing energy. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly picked up Xin Xiulan in a princess carry with one hand. What are you doing? Xin Xiulan lost her color. You've been working hard these past few days, so I'll give you a few days off. Xiao Tian smiled evilly and returned to the room holding Xin Xiulan, who was red-faced and filled with anticipation in her nervousness. The door to the room was closed heavily. Wild storms, one after the other. The time turned to afternoon. The spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities also arrived at the Great Confucian City without any problems. A whole 468 spirit beast warriors. Such a force would be absolutely devastating in any city. Taking the city of Daeju as an example, the number of all the spirit beast warriors in Daeju City combined did not reach the number of 200. When these 468 people entered the city, the entirety of Great Confucian City was sensationalized. So many spirit beast warriors showing up at the same time was something that had never happened before. However, what surprised people was that these spirit beast warriors did not go directly to Xiao Tian's trouble after arriving in the Great Confucian City. Instead, he came to wait outside the Forbidden Vortex. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this group of people are all after God Zhao's supplies, and now that they've arrived in Daeju City, they actually don't go looking for God Zhao's trouble? You're silly. The Xiao God's strength isn't weak. Even if the Xiao God can't fight 400 with one, if he really wants to run away, these people definitely can't stop him. So what are they doing? Giving up? They should be waiting here for the Xiao God. If the Xiao God really intends to enter the Forbidden Land, and when the bestialization ability is sealed at that time, they will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to strike. Just as the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City were whispering, suddenly someone noticed that the spirit beast warriors had almost one gray and black metal case in hand. Stay where you are. Everyone start maintaining your guns. I don't know who suddenly roared. All of them began to sit down cross-legged, opened the metal case, and took out the hot weapons inside to polish them off. Holy, all these crates are actually filled with assault rifles. The spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City looked dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Forbidden Land currently appearing was somewhat special, and that the ability to bestialize would be briefly sealed after entering the Forbidden Land, and everyone would be reduced to ordinary people. Everyone was also clear that these guys in front of them were all rushing towards Xiao Tian. Now that they had a hot weapon in each hand, it was obvious that they were planning to make a move inside the Forbidden Land. It seems that this group of people did come prepared, and it's estimated that 8 or 9 of them are going to make a move against the Xiao God. No, their intentions are too obvious, unless the Xiao God is a little cutie. I definitely wouldn't enter the Forbidden Land if I were Xiao Shun. In that case, it seems that God Xiao won't enter the Forbidden Land? Not necessarily. God Xiao is a ruthless man. Near the Forbidden Vortex, The strongest spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities were gathered together and were discussing something in low voices. Let's do everything according to the original plan. Once that Xiao Tian enters the Forbidden Land, let's do it together and kill him on the spot. And then each of us will take the resources in the villa based on our abilities afterwards. Wang Lu looked at the 4 people and took the lead to speak. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. The remaining 4 saw this and nodded their heads that there was no problem. Everyone was clear that the most important thing at the moment was to get rid of Xiao Tian first. As for how the resources in the villa would be distributed after Xiao Tian's death, it would depend on their respective skills. But soon, someone else suddenly asked, our purpose is too obvious. In case that Xiao Tian doesn't dare to come, won't it be a wasted trip? Wang Lu sneered. This Forbidden Land is very special. There might be something good inside. If that Xiao Tian doesn't dare to come, let's wait until we finish exploring the Forbidden Land and then join forces to deal with him. Xiao Tian was the strongest spirit beast warrior in Great Confucian City, so how could they not be the strongest in their respective cities? Not to mention that they had brought almost all of their manpower with them this time. So even if Xiao Tian could call upon the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City, they would not be able to take any advantage. After the words fell, Wang Lu continued to add, I've investigated this Xiao Tian. He is indeed very uncomplicated, especially treating his enemies with extreme ruthlessness. According to his character, even if he knows that we've prepared for it, he will probably come as usual. Well, then, let's do as you say. The first heavenly sovereign is close to descending on Great Confucian City. After we finish this order, we have to evacuate as soon as possible as well. Everyone was confident about the operation. They were well prepared. Whether Xiao Tian dared to come to the Forbidden Land or not, he could hardly escape death. The next day, the sun was just rising. Xiao Tian then rushed to the scene with Yen Ruyu, Fatty Hai, and Yen Tiansheng. As for Xin Qiulan, after all, she was just an ordinary person without much combat power, and after yesterday's battle, she was now recuperating in bed. When Xiao Tian arrived at the scene, all of the spirit beast warriors in Daeju City stood up. No matter what, Xiao Tian had never used his power to oppress others, nor had he taken advantage of the fire. His ruthlessness was all limited to his enemies. They still favored Xiao Tian more than this group of strange outsiders. What's going on with you guys? Xiao Tian looked around at the injuries that were more or less visible on the people of Great Confucian City and could not help but frown. Who didn't know by now that the entire spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City had been collected by themselves? It's not too much of a stretch to say that they're all their own people. But right now, many of the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City had injuries of varying severity on their bodies. It's obviously a mark left from the battle. As he spoke, Xiao Tian's gaze looked toward Wang Lu and the others who occupied the dominant position. It wasn't until now that Xiao Tianyi realized that all the territory near the Forbidden Vortex had long been occupied by this group of people. The local spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City were located at the outermost perimeter. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, releasing a dangerous flavor. He might have probably guessed what happened last night. God Xiao. Quite a few of us came here a day in advance to take up positions. These guys arrived last night and forced us to give up our positions at the drop of a hat. We naturally didn't agree, so we made a move. But the other side had a lot of people, so we weren't an opponent. There was a spirit beast warrior who lowered his head and said in a somewhat stifled voice, being bullied by a group of outsiders in one's own territory. How can one think of such a thing be suffocating? All of them made a move? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. Sensing the sudden release of the fierce qi around Xiao Tian, the crowd rushed to persuade him. God Xiao, these guys are all coming for you. They are outnumbered. It's best if we don't be too impulsive. Yes, God Xiao. A good man is not forced to do so. Endure for a while. Xiao Tian shook his head as if he had heard some heavenly joke. A good man does not have to do this before he is forced to do it? I'm sorry. He was not a good man, and was not born to suffer. Right at this moment, Wang Lu and the crowd suddenly got up and walked towards Xiao Tian. You are. Xiao Tian's face sank as he directly entered the animalized state, and a wriggling octopus tentacle was flung at Wang Lu's beautiful face. Snap. Chapter 61 I kill. 3 more. Xiao Tian's move was too fast, and Wang Lu was thrown out without having time to react, rolling around on the ground in a sorry state for more than 10 times before getting up in a sorry state. How dare you hit me? Her face was hot and painful, and Wang Lu's voice steeply raised an octave as she looked at Xiao Tian with an incredulous expression. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't think you were this crazy. At the drop of a hat. Are you a superhero, Jean? She was born in a wealthy family. Her parents have always pampered her. In the mouth for fear of melting, in the palm of the hand for fear of muffling the bad. But ever since the dark unrest descended upon them, she was the only one in their entire family who had gained the ability to bestialize, becoming a 1 in a million spirit beast warrior. Perhaps it is because of the infinite coddling of her parents that has led to Wang Lu's somewhat paranoid personality. Feeling that the world must revolve around you. feeling that everyone else deserves what they give to them. Looking at her parents, who were still ordinary, she didn't hesitate to step in and take care of the two burdensome people herself. Then utilizing the identity of the spirit beast warrior, he madly absorbed the power of the altered beast's crystal core to enhance his strength and gradually develop his power. The word serpentine was carried through her to the extreme. It's because of this extremely selfish and self-serving nature that this is where she is today. And since she had taken her place as the city's hand, anyone had to bow down in front of her. The man in front of her was still the first being who dared to strike him since she grew up. Seeing their big sister being beaten, all the spirit beast warriors in Sky Blue City changed their faces at the same time. They showed their faces as they instantly entered their animalized state. Seeing that the atmosphere is tense, there is a look of ready to start. He Young, a handful of Ashui City, hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. It's a critical time right now. There's no need for people to make a big deal out of it. Xiao Tian sneered, not bothering to listen to his continued beeping as a tentacle swiftly jerked towards him. There was a muffled thud. He Yang was also blasted out by Xiao Tian. His straight suit was torn to shreds, and his entire body was in an incomparable mess. Xiao Tian, how dare you? Standing up from the ground in a hurry, He Yang's face was also instantly lowered. This kid, what a loose cannon. We're all adults here. Don't bend over backwards for me. Xiao Tian's long hair fluttered. God's expression was cold to the extreme. The grifters had come for their supplies, with the idea of putting themselves to death. Not to mention the fact that they had taken a shot at the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City. In that case, the two sides are immortal enemies. When dealing with his enemies, Xiao Tian never cared to have too much nonsense. Kill. I kill. Kill and be done with it. Xiao Tian, you're too unbridled. You're the strongest spirit beast warrior in Daeju City. We're not idle either. Don't think that you can do nothing in your territory. Seeing that Xiao Tian was too arrogant, the handlers of the remaining three cities also came forward to accuse Xiao Tian. If an uninformed person saw this situation, they might think that Xiao Tian had done something treasonous. But the truth was that it was this group of people who intended to get themselves killed for hogging the resources. And they also got their hands on the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City. This move of Xiao Tian's was nothing more than a normal counterattack. Who are you to bark at me? Xiao Tian tilted his head to look at the three people. The three of them were so angry that their faces turned blue, reaching out and pointing at Xiao Tian, their whole bodies trembling, and they could not hold a fart in half a day. Rampant. This was their first impression of Xiao Tian. The spirit beast warriors of their 5 cities were far beyond the Grand Confucian City in both quantity and quality. Originally thought that under the absolute strength crushing, even if Xiao Tian was really as rampant as the rumors on the internet, he would more or less converge. But it never occurred to me that this kid was not only not restrained, yet he made a move at the drop of a hat. They could never figure out who gave this kid the courage even if they thought about it. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities were also confused. They had seen ruthless people but they had never seen someone so desperate. The number of spirit beast warriors in their 5 cities was several times that of Great Confucian City. What's the difference between this kid's move and a death wish? As for the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City, they were actually shocked. Originally, it was just a matter of spitting at Xiao Tian. They didn't expect Xiao Tian to stand up for them at all. After all, they were only taking Xiao Tian's resources to do things for Xiao Tian in the end. Saying that they were Xiao Tian's people wasn't really that accurate. They only chose to follow Xiao Tian because of their interests, and were not at a level at all compared to Yen Ruyu and the other women. But they never expected that it was such a relationship that Xiao Tian was actually willing to stand up for them despite the pressure. While the crowd was moved, the shock in their hearts gradually dissipated. Xiao Xin was an existence that even the Dark Lord dared to disrespect. So what was it worth to fight a few spirit beast warriors now? I can't stand it anymore. Right at this moment, He Yang let out a roar, and the muscles above his arms began to swell and twist, unexpectedly expanding more than several times. A pair of animal ears also sprouted above his head. It's a kangaroo. This guy gets the ability to bestialize a kangaroo. Since the topic has been broached and this kid really dares to come, let's not bother so much and do him now. Hearing He Yang's words, Wang Lu however hesitated a little. According to her investigation, this Xiao Tian was definitely more than what he appeared to be on the surface. What's the point of hesitating? We have so many spirit beast warriors. We can will him to death. Seeing Wang Lu's hesitation, He Yang spat a mouthful of spittle and roared with hatred. Strike together. Wang Lu silently sighed, and then entered the animalized state as well. As the 5 of them gave the order, the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities did not hesitate and rushed towards Xiao Tian at the same time. They had all learned about Xiao Tian's deeds in Great Confucian City, live chasing an enemy, live chasing a master's detachment, and being given a kill order by a first heavenly master. This one thing, even if one is taken out individually, is an absolute sensational event. Is Xiao Tian strong? Very strong indeed, but but as the saying goes, 2 fists are better than 4. With so many hundreds of them together, could they not deal with a mere Shao Tian? Everyone was a spirit beast warrior, and at best, the awakened beastification abilities were different, and they didn't feel that anyone was nobler than anyone else. These guys are finally showing their foxtails. Let's all take a shot together. God Shao stood up for us. We can't lose our part. I don't know who yelled. The great Confucian cities immediately felt hot blood surging through his body. It wasn't true that the opponent's numbers were far above theirs, but Shao Shen wasn't even weak, so they were still afraid of a chicken. Just do it and be done with it. However, before the crowd could strike, all of them saw a black shadow rushing out one step ahead of them. This black shadow that rushed out was naturally Shao Tian. A pair of cockroach tentacles on Shao Tian's head swayed slightly as he rushed into the crowd to frantically dodge attacks. At the same time, the 6 octopus strikes behind them kept riding, releasing a large amount of paralyzing toxins. Dozens of spirit beast warriors, unguarded and desperate, found out. It was as if Shao Tian was able to see beforehand, and all of their attacks were easily dodged by the other party, and his own body was suddenly unable to move for some reason. Just as these dozens of spirit beast warriors were confused and perplexed, Shao Tian struck out. The 6 octopus tentacles instantly transformed into hypnotic spears and began to harvest the fragile lives of the crowd. The octopus tentacles pierced through the chest of each spirit beast warrior, striking out to kill. The smell of blood began to fill the air. Shao Tian's eyes reddened as he gradually killed his eyes. Kill, kill, kill. Dare to hit me. Dare to make a move on my people. Dare to come to my territory to provoke me. I kill, 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 kill. Chapter 62, Kill Shao Tian. Rob resources, one more. Limbs were thrown into the air. The blood was like a fountain spreading over the earth. The screams seemed like the sound of silence enduring. The scene picture was disastrous. Shao Tian was like nobody's business, killing this group of self-righteous guys with fear in their hearts. Kill them en route. Kill them for crying out loud. Shao Tian felt that he might not have much to do with humans in his bones other than still being able to maintain his human appearance. Despite having lost the bloodthirsty Leeches genetic sequence, there was no way to absorb power through killing. But under this crazy killing, it still felt like the whole body was hot and boiling. The more you kill, the better. Originally, the nearby spirit beast warriors were thinking of rushing forward to support them. However, all of them were now stunned by Shao Tian's crazy offense. Is this still human? All of those present were spirit beast warriors, all of them powerful existences that far surpassed ordinary people. How was it that in front of Shao Tian, killing a spirit beast warrior was as simple as killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog? Not only the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities, but the spirit beast warriors of the great Confucian city also watched in shock. At this moment, they recalled the fear of being dominated by Shao Tian at the initial moment. Spirit beast warriors are nothing. He was a ruthless person who even dared to hunt down and kill a master's bilocation. This group of people had messed with Shao Tian and were considered to have kicked the titanium alloy steel plate without running. Damn bastard. Dare to kill my people. Do you really think that my head is a doughy pinch? Seeing his own people fall one by one, Li Yong's eyes were wide with anger, and he was instantly overwhelmed by anger, clenching both his fists before rushing out to harden against Shao Tian, at the critical moment, but it was blocked by Wang Lu in time. It's come to this, and you're going to stop me? Li Yong lowered his face and said coldly, are you in league with that Shao Tian? The remaining 3 also looked at Wang Lu with a suspicious face. They admitted that Shao Tian was indeed very strong, and the means he was displaying now were terrifying, but he's just a man. With all of them striking at the same time, Shao Tian would almost certainly die. Wang Lu preferred to stand out and block at this time, and it was hard not to make them suspicious. Have you guys not realized that there are multiple animal characteristics on this Shao Tian's body? Wang Lu sighed lightly. As her words fell, the crowd subconsciously looked towards Shao Tian once again. Upon closer inspection, the 4's faces changed greatly at the same time. They hadn't cared too much about it earlier, but now they were appalled to hear Wang Lu's reminder. This Shao Tian actually had more than one animal characteristic. It is important to know what kind of bestiality ability is awakened, and the body will show the corresponding bestiality traits. This is a known fact. After the 4 of them entered the animalized state, some animal characteristics would appear above their bodies to a greater or lesser extent, but on Shao Tian's body, multiple animal characteristics actually appeared. Insect tentacles on the head of an electric eel on his right shoulder, a hideous mouthpiece in the center of his palm, and 6 writhing octopus tentacles on their backs. How many bestiality abilities has this kid gained? Seeing the 4 gradually calming down, Wang Lu continued, we have already paid quite a bit of attention to him, but we didn't expect that we still underestimated him. He had at least no less than 4 animal traits on him. which meant that he had gained at least no less than 4 bestialization abilities. Ancient cold weapons are about an inch of strength, and the bestialization ability is a similar situation. The more abilities that are awakened, the stronger the spirit beast warrior will be. The 4 of them were in an incredibly heavy mood, and they hadn't regained their senses until now. At least 4 bestial abilities. Is this something that can be real? They had developed in their respective cities for so long, and so far they had never even seen a spirit beast warrior who had gained 2 beastization abilities at the same time. And right now, it was actually seeing monsters that had gained at least 4 bestialization abilities in one wash. Though the heart never wants to believe it, the eyes can't deceive. There were indeed at least no less than 4 animal characteristics on Xiao Tian's body. Is this ing human or a monster? Or is it that this kid isn't human, but has fused mutant beasts to form a human body? It's done. What else can we do now? Li Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked. At first, he felt that Xiao Tian being even stronger was only within the realm of what normal people could understand. All of them together could definitely eliminate it. But now, he was a little hesitant. There were at least no less than 4 beastization abilities, and hell knows if Xiao Tian still had any undercards or something that he hadn't used. Who knew if Xiao Tian had any means of escape? If the kill did not work and the other party escaped, the other party would be able to completely and madly retaliate against them at that time. We can only stop and wait until we enter the Forbidden Land. At that time, everyone's beastization ability will be temporarily sealed, Wang Lu said in a condensed voice. Good, then I'll listen to you. The 4 of them looked at each other and nodded in agreement before rushing to call their men back. This group of people had long been scared out of their wits by Xiao Tian's madness, but the order had been given and they had to move forward. Now hearing the order to retreat, he was relieved and dashed back quickly. Ahead, Xiao Tian was drenched in blood as he ran his fist through the chest of an unlucky bastard, directly crushing the bastard's heart. Only after doing this did Xiao Tian raise his head, his scarlet eyes staring at Wan Lu's 5 people in death. Everyone get out of the way and back up to the perimeter, Wan Lu suddenly exclaimed. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities did not think twice and backed away from Xiao Tian and the others. Seeing this, Xiao Tian switched to put away his beastly state and did not continue to strike. It wasn't true that his strength far exceeded that of a spirit beast warrior of the same rank, but the other side was numerous, and he would definitely suffer a loss if he went out to do the job now. Everything waits until you enter the Forbidden Land. As long as they entered the Forbidden Land, everyone's ability to animalize was sealed, so it wouldn't be too late to strike then. On the other side, Wang Lu and the others had the same idea. Your ability to animalize is awesome, we admit it, but once you enter the Forbidden Land, you're a pig or dog to be slaughtered. God Shao is awesome. Let these people be arrogant and dare to spread their wildness in our territory. God Shao is as powerful as ever. One person actually shook back hundreds of spirit beast warriors. The spirit beast warriors of Daeju City flocked up and looked at Xiao Tian with a face of adoration. What a man of God! If they had a tenth of Xiao Tian's strength, they would not have been bullied so badly. They're just waiting for their chance. Once you enter the Forbidden Land, they'll definitely make their move right away. Yen Ruyu spoke. Xiao Tian didn't reply but closed his eyes and sat on the ground. Wait in place. Half an hour later, the forbidden vortex suddenly emitted a humming sound. Immediately afterward, the invisible barrier blocking the front of the vortex suddenly dissipated. It was also at that moment that everyone opened their eyes at the same time, their eyes burning. The Forbidden Land is accessible. However, none of the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities acted rashly and instead subconsciously looked over to Xiao Tian's side. Under the gaze of countless people, Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes as he stood up and without hesitation took a large step into the vortex. After the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City glanced at each other, they did not think twice and followed Xiao Tian's footsteps. Seeing everyone in Great Confucian City enter the vortex, Wang Lu also stood up, his voice carrying excitement. Enter the Forbidden Land and hang Xiao Tian. This Xiao Tian was truly arrogant, daring to enter the Forbidden Land when they had already made their cards clear. In that case, don't blame them. Kill Xiao Tian. Grab resources. Chapter 63, Please Me to Death. Second shift. There was a dead silence in the Forbidden Land. This place was just like the previous several forbidden places. The surrounding area was foggy, and the space was filled with a piercing coldness. Even though it wasn't the first time he had come to the Forbidden Land, the coldness around him still made Fatty High shiver. It's not like the fat on your body is resistant to freezing. The bestiality ability was indeed temporarily sealed. I can still feel the power inside me but can't release it. Right at this moment, Yen Tianshang tried to enter the state of animalization before speaking. Yen Ruyu sniffed and followed suit, trying to enter the state of animalization, only to fail without exception. She felt an invisible force inhibit the ability within her. Behind them, the many spirit beast warriors in the city of Daeju also tried in disbelief. The crowd held their breath and tried for half a day. Just as Xiao Tian had said, unable to enter a bestial state, God Shao is truly divine. This forbidden land has only just appeared. And the goddess Xiao actually knew that this place would seal the beastization ability. I am becoming more and more impressed with the Xiao god. Could it be that he also knows the art of divination? The ability to animalize was temporarily restricted, which made the crowd feel very insecure. After all, this was a forbidden place, a place where dark beings were all over the place. They now lost their ability to animalize and were almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. In case of a subsequent encounter with a dark being, it was expected that he would not even be able to fight back. Not to mention dealing with the Dark Lord. I have a way for everyone to regain their animalization ability, so don't panic and just follow the group closely. Xiao Tian looked at the crowd and said aloud. The short sentence instantly made everyone's hanging hearts completely relax. Previously, outside Xiao Tian had stood up for them and had already harvested a wave of hearts. Now that they were faced with these words from Xiao Tian, almost no one questioned them. And just as the crowd was talking, Fatty Hai had already sat down cross-legged. He put his hands on his chest and squeezed the compass, and his head began to shake like a ghostly madman. At first glance, this look suggests an offense. Everyone was waiting for the result of Fatty Hai's divination. Yet just then, the vortex behind the crowd flickered with a shimmering light, and the next moment Wang Lu and the others also walked out from it successively. After this group of people came in, they did not first bother about Xiao Tian and the others in front of them. Instead, he tried to run the power in his body into the animalized state on his own. When the bestialization failed, the gang's faces also carried a slight sense of dismay and nervousness. Can't really get into a bestial state. This place is evil. I don't know if there are any strong dark beings here. We're not much stronger than ordinary people now. Wang Lu's 5 people also tried once, and after realizing that they were unable to enter the animalized state, their hanging hearts completely relaxed. Everything was really just as Xiao Tian had said. They weren't curious as to how Xiao Tian was able to know all of this in advance. They were also not worried about any strong dark beings existing within the Forbidden Land. Their target was only Xiao Tian. The current Xiao Tian was a fish on a chopping block and was at their mercy. It's time to make a move. Wang Lu exhaled a mouthful of hot air, and his eyes steeply became deep. The 4 Li Yongs nodded their heads at the same time, then looked at Xiao Tian in front of them. Everyone prepare to strike. Wang Lu bellowed. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities reacted by opening the suitcases in their hands and taking out the assault rifles inside. Click and scratch. The sound of rifles being loaded came one after the other. By the time Xiao Tian and the others reacted, hundreds of pitch-black gun muzzles were already aimed in their direction. I knew it. These guys will definitely do it in the Forbidden Land. What should we do now? Our animalistic abilities are restricted. We can't defend ourselves against bullets. If we get shot at, we'll be a hornet's nest. The crowd was a little nonplussed. Some of the less courageous people directly face a white face. Feet are beginning to soften and tremble. However, after seeing Xiao Tian beside them, who remained calm and composed, for some reason, the hearts of the crowd that were hanging in the air actually calmed down quite a bit. Is Xiao God stupid? Ever since the outbreak of the dark unrest, no matter who it was, anyone who had offended him had ended up in a rather miserable state. Doesn't God Xiao realize the wolfishness of these people? This group of people almost made a clear-cut move. Not to mention Xiaoshen, even they could see through the other party's intentions. Since Xiaoshen wasn't stupid and had seen through the other party's intentions, yet he still decided to enter the Forbidden Land, he must have his own self-confidence. Since God Xiao was confident, he didn't panic at all. They're panicking my ass. You don't look surprised. Wang Lu looked at Xiao Tian with a smiling face and arrogantly raised her pretty melon face. Only the red and swollen marks on her face spoiled that beauty. I have important business to attend to, so get lost now and I can allow you to live some more days. Xiao Tian's lips lightly opened as he faintly spat out this sentence. For the time being, he wasn't sure if the Dark Lord could gain insight into what was happening within the Forbidden Land. The 16 altered beasts were his current bottom card, and he didn't want to use them as a last resort. However, this did not mean that Xiao Tian intended to let Wang Lu's gang go. At best, he would let them live for some more time. While facing Xiao Tian's warning, Wang Lu and the others laughed madly as if they had heard a great joke. Li Yong was even laughing so hard that he couldn't stop his tears from flowing out. Ha ha ha, this punk still dares to put on airs here. How on earth did this kind of idiot manage to be number 1 in Great Confusion City? You can't use your bestial ability here. And where in the world did you get the courage to threaten us with your bestial ability sealed? Wang Lu also laughed coldly. Xiao Tian, the shame I received outside will definitely be doubled back to you later. Xiao Tian shook his head inside. Why are you guys forcing me? Force you? Wang Lu's eyes were contemptuous as he spoke. Still pretending when you're dead. You have the ability to screw us now. Please kill me. Just saying it wasn't enough. Wang Lu also provocatively stretched out her neck and slapped her melon face. Please, kill me. You're so powerful. Hurry up and kill me. Seeing this, Xiao Tian had a look of regret on his face. Since you guys are going to force me, let's do it. No more pretending. I have 16 mutant beasts as fighters. I show my cards. Xiao Tian reached for his pants pocket and pulled out a shelter device and threw it forward. Boom! The moment the containment device was thrown out, a force that distorted space and time condensed. Immediately after, a blinding light flashed. A 6-meter-tall, armor-covered giant bear landed with a splash of dust. The moment the giant bear landed on the ground, the crowd could clearly feel that the ground shook slightly. Asterisk 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 her. Xiao Tian reached out and pointed at Wang Lu in front of him and faintly spat out these 3 words. Roar! The giant bear was absolutely obedient to Xiao Tian's orders. At that moment, with a roar, he rushed to Wang Lu's near front. Wang Lu's animalistic ability was sealed, and his reactions in all aspects were already infinitely close to those of an ordinary person. Had not yet returned to what was happening in front of him. Then the giant bear bites off his head. Pust! Blood soared 2 meters high down the broken neck. Live. Instant dead silence fell. Looking at the mutant beast that suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 64, A Strong Reunion, 3. For good reason. A mutant beast suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This mutant beast, which still seemed to follow Xiao Tian's orders, bit off Wang Lu's head. Li Yong and the remaining 3 looked at each other, all confused. What happened? Who are they? Where is this place? Just as the 4 people were in a daze, Xiao Tian swept the scene and pulled out another sheltering device and threw it out. With a flash of light, a falcon that was 5 meters long and covered in ruddy feathers appeared in the sky out of nowhere. The falcon appeared and vibrated its wings to let out a piercing chirp. The crowd's bestial abilities were sealed, and the chirp almost made them go deaf on the spot. Oh my god, it's actually another mutant beast. This mutant beast, it seems to have been summoned by God Xiao. Heavens, how on earth did he do that? Could it be that God Xiao is really a heavenly god descending from the heavens? I seem to know now why God Xiao knew that there was a tiger on the mountain. So it turns out that these outsiders are the real prey. Summoning 2 mutant beasts one after another. Li Yong's gang had been completely dumbfounded. Self-absorbed and dumbfounded. He began to wonder about life. The scene was so shocking that even the spirit beast warriors of the great Confucian city were not calm. All the previous worries had vanished. Their eyes were glowing as they looked at Xiao Tian. God Xiao is awesome. It didn't disappoint them. Although they were all clear that Xiao Tian was not a person who was intentional and should be prepared. But no one had expected that Xiao Tian's preparation was actually a mutant beast. The 5 Wang Lu led the team that traveled thousands of miles to the city of Daeju, manned by an assault rifle. That's the preparation they made. Instead, Xiao Tian's preparation was the altered beast. Hot weapons against mutant beasts. Where's the comparison? The god of Xiao is invincible. However, the climax was not yet over. When the second mutant beast was released, Xiao Tian thought for a moment before throwing out another shelter device. Boom! A huge, 5-meter coyote appeared in sight and landed with a thud. All of them were sealed with their bestialization abilities, and to deal with this group of guys, Xiao Tian was not ready to summon all the mutant beasts. But this gang was after all numerous, and Xiao Tian's usual thought process for dealing with his enemies was to drive them to extinction. So in order to place someone to take advantage of the chaos and escape, he directly summoned 3 altered beasts. 3 mutant beasts should be enough to deal with these unarmed guys. Da-da-da-da. Just then, someone in a panic pulled the trigger in their hand. Assault rifles emitted ear-piercing shots and sprayed red-colored fire dragons. A single pure copper bullet was fired at the 3 mutant beasts. But what made the gang despair was that even though the assault rifles in their hands were already the highest technological products of Blue Star, it could be used to deal with the 3 mutant beasts in front of them, and it was almost useless. No trauma was inflicted at all. Gollum! Cold sweat broke out on the tops of everyone's heads, and a dense despair frantically filled the air. Suddenly, someone lost control of their emotions and pulled out a fragmentation grenade and threw it towards the giant bear at the very front. Boom! The grenade landed at the giant bear's feet and exploded. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. The giant bear was unharmed, and all the debris was easily deflected by the fur. But instead, it was the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities. 3 were killed by blasting debris. The grenades don't even work. Dead silence. Deadly silence. Numb. Li Yong and the others were really numb. They're desperate. That's a lot of chicken. They prepared hot weapons, and this Xiao Tian directly prepared mutant beasts. You're not even going to act, are you? This gripper is definitely open. Roar. In the dead silence, the giant bear suddenly let out a roar, opened its bloody mouth and charged at the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities. In front of the huge body of the giant bear, the human bodies of the crowd looked incredibly small. It was as if a giant mobile human meat grinder had begun to turn. Wherever the giant bear passed, countless people didn't even have a chance to scream before they were instantly trampled into meat foam. In just a few strokes, nearly dozens of spirit beast warriors had directly fallen. The way they died was extremely suffocating. As a spirit beast warrior, he could have entered a state of animalization, but now he died in the most desperate and helpless way. This Xiao Tian is too evil. We've underestimated him. Hurry and run. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the three people beside Li Yong hurriedly opened their mouths, turned around and rushed towards the direction of the whirlpool. However, they had only just moved when a piercing name suddenly rang out above the sky. The red-colored falcon swooped down, its sharp talons like hooked blades, instantly piercing through the hearts of the three. The trio's eyes were wide with rage as their bodies were taken to the sky by the falcon and ripped to shreds, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Feeling the hot liquid that had been spread across his face, the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities were completely unable to tense up, and their minds directly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run! The scene was thrown into chaos. The crowd dropped their assault rifles in order to be able to run faster, but it still means nothing. How could an ordinary person be faster than a mutant beast? Under the crushing stance of the 3 mutant beasts, the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities gradually died miserably amidst despair and cries. The unlucky ones didn't have a whole body left behind, and were turned into a part of the sustenance in the Forbidden Land, which would remain in this dark and sunless place forever. If you're lucky, you'll just be left with a whole body. It's over. It's all over. Seeing his people being slaughtered continuously, Li Yong wanted to whip himself to death. A man's heart is not enough to swallow a snake. Had he known that this Xiao Tian could bring the mutant beast into the Forbidden Land silently, he would not have dared to come and provoke Xiao Tian even if he was beaten to death. But now that it had happened, even if he regretted it, there was no point. Li Yong's head was spinning like crazy, and he knew deep down that he couldn't escape with his own strength. Solely kneeling directly on the ground, he kowtowed madly to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, Master Xiao, you are my own father. I know I am wrong. Spare me this time. Give me a chance to reform. I can make compensation. Whatever you want to make compensation. Li Yong had just finished his last word. Air currents surged above the sky as the red-colored falcon swooped down, its sharp talons directly piercing through the bastard's dog's head. Li Yong also died tragically at the scene. In less than a few minutes, the screams at the scene came to an abrupt end. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities were all wiped out, and none of them were spared. After resolving the battle, the 3 altered beasts returned to Xiao Tian's side in a well-behaved manner, rubbing their heads affectionately against Xiao Tian's arm. It was hard to imagine that it was these 3 mutant beasts, which now looked a bit naive, that had just overwhelmed hundreds of spirit beast warriors from 5 cities. Well done. Go back. Xiao Tian stroked the giant bear's doggy head and pulled out the sheltering device to rehome them once again. Then he looked at Fatty Hai as if nothing had happened. It was also at this time that Fatty Hai, who was sitting on the ground with his head twitching madly, suddenly stopped moving. Then he opened his eyes and looked up at Xiao Tian with excitement. Found it. I've found the juggernaut. Chapter 65, Shocking the Ancient Tree for a Whole Year. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed and he was a little excited inside, but he did not show it directly. Last time, the ones they faced were only sovereign divergents. This time it's an actual master principle. Before he was reborn, he was just an ordinary person trying to survive. Not to mention the Dark Lord. Even a random low-level mutant beast rushing out would be able to crush him into pieces. But this time, he was going to fight hard against the first heavenly sovereign. This kind of mood, even Xiao Tian would find it hard to act ancient, successful, meritorious, and receiving a great deal of benefits. If you fail, then you will be pulverized and ascend to heaven on the spot. The content of this operation is summarized as, either the enemy dies or I die. Where is it? Xiao Tian slipped the sheltering device into his pants pocket to look at Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai stood up with a donkey roll while pointing in a direction. Xiao Tian glanced in the direction Fatty Hai was pointing, then eyed the crowd at the scene. Those who aren't afraid of death will come with me to fight hard against the first heavenly sovereign, and those who are afraid of death can leave the Forbidden Land now. The people looked at each other, looking uncertain as they moved, although Xiao Tian had long given them time to think about it. When this day actually came, their hearts still shook wildly. A hardcore Dark Lord. It's something they never dared to imagine in their lives. Isn't it just the Dark Lord? There's nothing to be afraid of with this Xiao God. A burly man waved his iron fist and said in an urn. His words instantly drove the emotions of the others. That's right. It's not just the Dark Lord. What are you afraid of? Blue Star is our human territory. It's not his turn to overpower us with a single master. The Sovereign's bilocation has been destroyed by us. How hard will it be to destroy the Sovereign's main body? God Xiao, let's go with you. Who hasn't died since the beginning of time? If we follow God Xiao and do it, in the event that we the Sovereign body to death, it's definitely a sure thing. The crowd raised their arms and the entire sky over the Forbidden Land echoed with the crowd's reverberating voices. Xiao Tian was a bit surprised. There were so many people at the scene, and not a single person actually chose to leave. In fact, this was mainly attributed to Xiao Tian standing up for the crowd outside the Forbidden Land earlier. Xiao Tian did not think too much at that time. he just felt that it was not the turn of outsiders to bully the people of Great Confucian City, but this action of his was a proper act of love and righteousness in the eyes of the people of the Great Confucian City. Xiao Tian did not hesitate to risk going to war with the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities to stand up for them. Right now, they were dealing with the sovereign body, but they were on the verge of escaping. They can't do it. Looking at the crowd that was roaring with red faces and necks, Yan Ruyu looked deeply at Xiao Tian with a rich intoxication in her eyes. The man you see for yourself is really good. Not to say that looking at the entire Blue Star, at least in this part of Big Ru City, one could no longer find a man who was even more outstanding than Xiao Tian. Ruyu, father said at that time that Xiao Tian brat is not simple. Following her is lucky for you and me. Yan Tianshang said with his hands behind his back, sighing. When the dark turmoil begins, it is necessary to grind down what is left of your humanity if you want to survive. Before Xiao Tian had made a name for himself, all the spirit beast warriors in the Great Confucian City were hostile to each other and calculating each other, fighting and killing each other over a pathetic bit of resources. If it was the previous them, it was absolutely delusional to want them to join Xiao Tian in dealing with the sovereign essence, but now everything has changed. Xiao Tian's body seemed to have a unique personality charm. He's crazy, regicidal, and twisted like a madman when it comes to his enemies, but when it comes to the people around him, it reveals the ultimate sincerity. Under Xiao Tian's influence, the group of people in front of him had long changed without realizing it. Yan Tianshang retrieved his thoughts and patted Xiao Tian's shoulder and laughed. Xiao Tian boy, since everyone has taken a stance, there is nothing to hesitate about. Yan Ruyu also looked at Xiao Tian fondly and smiled sweetly. Let's go. I don't know since when. This once ice-cold beautiful schoolgirl has also been able to show a smile at any time and any place. There's one more thing we need to do before we leave. What is it that is more important than dealing with the juggernaut proper? Find a way to restore our animalistic abilities. Swish, everyone was silent at the same time. Xiao Tian had previously said that there was a way to restore the ability to animalize. They didn't care at first, but they didn't realize that Xiao Tian was playing for real? Is there really a way to restore their bestiality? However, these words came from Xiao Tian's mouth, and the crowd all chose to believe them. And then the crowd went on their way under Xiao Tian's leadership. Before I was reborn, I had heard of the various deeds in this forbidden land. When Fatty Hai and the others entered the Forbidden Land and went straight to the south, found an ancient tree with coiled roots, and regained their ability to animalize after passing the test of the ancient tree. If I remember correctly, following the south all the way forward, I should be able to find this ancient tree. This ancient tree was not a mutant beast nor a dark being, more like neutral creatures that exist in this forbidden land. The crowd traveled along, and on the way, they also encountered attacks from dark beings. However, these dark beings were of a lower level. Xiao Tian could easily solve it by releasing the altered beast. If one end doesn't work, then 2, and if 2 doesn't work, then 3. Anyway, he had 16 mutant beasts. It's not false at all. Half an hour later, the crowd came to a stop in front of an ancient tree. The ancient tree was more than 10 meters tall, with lush branches full of greenery, contrasting with the dead silence around it. Noticing the arrival of Xiao Tian and the others, the ancient tree shook slightly for a few moments, and then a vicissitude voice came out slowly. Meeting is fate. If you guys can pass my test, I'll contact the beastization restriction for you. The ancient tree spread out a branch, which intertwined with each other in the air and condensed into a complex dead knot. Any one of you who can untie the dead knot will be considered to have passed the test. I will warn you, however, that my branches are filled with the power of darkness above. Trying to open the dead ends, one must then suffer the pain of the forces of darkness eating away at the body. And the ancient tree was not finished with its explanation. Xiao Tian directly pulled out a shelter device and threw it out. Under the flashes of light, the giant bear appeared with an angry roar, its huge body rushing towards the ancient tree, its sharp claws ripping the dead knot to shreds. Everyone was confused at the sight. The rules seem to say that the dead knot is untied with bare hands. Xiaoshen's move is clearly a foul. The ancient tree froze as well. Then came the burst of anger, unbridled. After saying that, countless branches began to wriggle and turned into a giant net that enveloped towards Xiao Tian. No good. It's over. Not good. Seeing this scene, the crowd exclaimed in unison, but their bestial abilities were all sealed, making it difficult for them to step in and help even if they wanted to. Just in the nick of time, Xiao Tian pulled out 9 sheltering devices one after another and threw them out. The 9 mutant beasts appeared at the same time, and the moment they landed, the entire ground shook visibly. The branches spreading out from the ancient tree suddenly froze in place. The atmosphere was suddenly a little awkward. Xiao Tian stood with his arms folded and spoke indifferently. I don't have time to play any puzzle games here. Either unlock the seals in our bodies or send you to Elysium. The ancient tree people were dumbfounded. If he had legs, he would have been on his knees first thing. He was just an ancient tree in the Forbidden Land that had given birth to an autonomous spirit, and his will combat power was actually not too strong. The young people nowadays simply did not speak of martial virtues, and actually threatened him, an old comrade, with a mutant beast. Is that good? That's not good. The martial arts world should be about peace and should not play these small tricks. Chapter 66, Xiao Tian lifts the table, 3 shifts. I can understand the youthful exuberance of teenagers, and I'm not an unreasonable tree, or what I just said. Meeting is destiny, and since it is destiny, what's the harm in lifting this restriction for you? The ancient tree's pale voice resounded again, only that it was clearly more fearful than at the beginning. Let's not talk about crushing numbers. He was just an ancient tree growing in the Forbidden Land, and if these mutant beasts really rushed up, he couldn't even run. After all, as an ancient tree he didn't have 2 feet to work with. After saying that the ancient tree didn't nag, the green leaves kept falling down from the branches. What amazed the crowd was that after these leaves landed on the crowd, they instantly turned into streams of light and disappeared into the body. Almost the same moment, a shout of surprise exploded suddenly. My power is restored. The ability to animalize is back. The old ability to animalize is back. Someone had already started to try, and this time the prohibition in their body disappeared into thin air, and they entered the animalized state very smoothly. Yen Ruyu and the others also tried it one after another. Feeling the power that had been refilled in their bodies, the lost sense of security returns again. Xiao Tian also felt the genetic sequence in his body regaining its strength and directly waved his hand to collect the 10 mutant beasts. Now that his bestiality ability had been regained, he could easily deal with the ancient tree in front of him with his own strength. Youngsters, I've lifted the restraints for you. Our destiny is over. So leave. The ancient tree vines trembled, opening their mouths to send off the guests. Earlier, when Xiao Tian had released the 10 mutant beasts, he had truly seen a strong killing intent in Xiao Tian's eyes. He did not doubt for a second that Xiao Tian would definitely order those 10 mutant beasts to attack him if he chose to fight hard to the end earlier. It's better to send such a ruthless person away early. Can't afford to mess with it. Xiao Tian raised his head and eyed the celestial ancient tree in front of him. Give me 100 of your core leaves. The dark ancient tree's old face trembled, and his heart was horrified. His core leaves were similar to the cores of mutant beasts, though they were not the only thing compared to the cores of mutant beasts, and his core leaves also had the effect of restoring power. At his current level, as long as it was a spirit beast warrior with a level lower than 30, a single core tree leaf would be enough to instantly recover from all injuries. But how did the human kid in front of him know about his core leaves? Xiao Tian naturally knew what the other party's core leaf was in existence. This is an absolute gem. Before Rebirth, Fatty Hai and the others passed the test of the Dark Ancient Tree and managed to recover all their abilities. The Dark Ancient Tree also took the initiative to take out 10 core leaves as a reward. Right now, since he had come to the right place, if Xiao Tian did not take away some core tree leaves, it would be a wasted trip. This core tree leaves are all condensed by my power. One less piece of me is 1 point weaker, the Dark Ancient Tree said after pondering and speaking. Xiao Tian was silent. Just a quick trip into bestiality. The 6 octopus tentacles behind them were like vipers ready to hunt, ready to pounce on the Dark Ancient Tree. Gollum. The Dark Ancient Tree gulped. The whole tree was numb. This kid, he's a robber, a bandit. The dark beings weren't even as cruel as he was. It was just a matter of forcing himself to unlock the restrictions for them without participating in his own assessment. But now he even wanted his core leaves. And the opening is for 100 slices. Nima's deceiving trees is too much. After a long time, the Dark Ancient Tree sighed quietly, and 100 leaves that shimmered with shimmering light floated down from the branches to Xiao Tian's near front. Thanks a lot. Xiao Tian collected the 100 leaves without changing his face and turned around with the crowd. Pity. The other party was only an ancient tree that had given birth to a spirit, and was not essentially a mutant beast. Otherwise, Xiao Tian high and low would have to take the other party away in the sheltering device. After all, this core tree leaf was a good thing, and as long as you could take away the main body, the core tree leaf simply couldn't be used up. This time, the crowd headed straight to the south in the direction that Fatty Hai had guided them. No one asked Xiao Tian about the effects of these 100 core tree leaves. There was also no one who asked how Xiao Tian was able to bring so many mutant beasts into the Forbidden Land, for soon they will be facing a formidable foe. One Heaven's Dominion. This time, it was only a short while after they were on their way, and the crowd also encountered many waves of attacks from the dark beings one after another. However, all of them had regained their bestialization abilities, so they did not need Xiao Tian to take care of the dark beings. Half an hour later, the crowd came to an abrupt halt. In front of the crowd, a tall building appeared. It was a palace with an overall ink-black color. The palace was spectacular and magnificent, shrouded in a layer of bizarre black mist. If it was hidden, it was full of evil. If there really is a hell in the world, it should look like the one in front of us. Suddenly a cold wind blew through. The crowd was in a trance and heard a sound of ghosts. foxes and wolves. Many people subconsciously shivered. This place is evil. According to my divination, the Dark Lord's main body is here now. Fatty Hai stopped and turned his head to look at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian nodded. His gaze locked onto the square in front of the palace. The square could not be seen to the end and seemed empty and dead. But in the center of the square stood a statue. It was a humanoid figure wearing a cloak. Click, click, click. The statue suddenly began to tremble without warning, and pieces of rock on its surface began to fall off, revealing a cloaked figure. The cloaked figure first stretched his waist before turning to look at Xiao Tian's group, letting out a jia laughter. The crowd was stunned. This statue, actually a living thing. I am a dark vanguard under the Lord Sovereign of the First Heaven. If you wish to enter the palace to meet the great Lord Sovereign, you must first pass my test. After saying that, the dark vanguard waved his sleeve robe, and a chessboard as well as 2 stone chairs appeared out of thin air in front of him. The dark vanguard made his own way to a stone chair and sat down in front of it. Your blue planet has a recreational activity called chess, and this pioneer knows quite a bit about the ways of chess. As long as you can beat this vanguard in the way of Xiangqi, this level will be considered passed for you. Chess, everyone's ready to fight. The so-called test was nothing more than a fight in their eyes. Kill the road with your own strength. As a result, it never occurred to me that the test in the other party's mouth was actually just a game of chess. Everyone looked at each other with some skepticism. Where the hell did this kick come from for them? Did they go into the Forbidden Land or the Juvenile Hall? Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was playing with his fingers with a thoughtful look. Before he was reborn, as far as he knew, Fatty Hai and his group's strength was sealed after entering the Forbidden Land, and they didn't know about the existence of the Dark Ancient Tree at first. After coming here, he also met this Dark Vanguard. When Fatty Hai and the others, whose strength was sealed, chose to accept the test, the result was naturally a failure. This dark pioneer's knowledge of the game of chess was even worthy of a generation of masters. After a few twists and turns later, Fatty Hai and the others finally found the Dark Ancient Tree and successfully lifted the seal. That's what forced the fight in on its own strength. However, Xiao Tian didn't need to be as troublesome as Fatty Hai before he was reborn. All of them are now unsealed. Can you just let us in without using a test? Xiao Tian asked as he came in front of the chessboard. Let you in without a test? The Dark Vanguard was instantly displeased and said in a cold voice, Kid, you're very bold. This is a test set by the Great Lord Sovereign. You're making it very difficult for this Vanguard. It's hard to do? Xiao Tian sneered. Then don't even do it. After saying that, he directly overturned the chess table and entered the animalistic state. When Yen Ruyu and the others behind them saw this, they entered the animalized state together even though they weren't sure what the situation was. Looking at the nearly 100 or so people who had entered the animalistic state at the same time, the Dark Vanguard, ready to lash out, froze. Chapter 67 The Dark Vanguard, have given up the dark side. Hasn't Lord Juggernaut set restrictions in the Forbidden Land? All spirit beast warriors who enter the Forbidden Land will lose their ability to animalize up. But what about these guys in front of us? All of them have actually entered the animalized state. What's going on here? The Dark Vanguard rubbed his eyes hard and stared forward once more. And then it got messy. All of this was not an illusion, but something that really happened. The Dark Vanguard is also a man of nature. Knowing that with his own strength, he could not deal with the large group of people in front of him. Without thinking, he turned and twisted his head to run. Right at this moment, Yen Tianshang rushed out with a quick hand and clutched the Dark Vanguard's legs in a death grip. Asshole! Dark Vanguard frantically whacked Yen Tianshang's back. A thick, muffled sound emanated from every whack he landed. But Yen Tianshang, who had already entered the state of bestiality, had his physical body's defense greatly increased. Just kidding. It doesn't hurt at all. His current level had risen up and was not comparable to Xiao Tian's, but his defense had more than doubled a few times. He's a walking sandbag now, a thief's durable. It's even tempting to shout a quickie. Let's strike together. Don't let this guy get away. The rest of the group quickly reacted and swarmed to surround the Dark Vanguard. You lowly ants. You assholes. What the hell are you doing? The Great Lord will not let you go. You'd better not make a move on this Vanguard, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. The Dark Vanguard hissed and roared, attempting to shock the humans with the name of Juggernaut. But after following Xiao Tian for so long, the crowd was more or less tainted with some of Xiao Tian's crazy temperament. Threatening them with the Dark Lord? They were on this trip to eradicate the Dark Lord. The Dark Vanguard realized in despair that instead of his threats working, the men were starting to move their hands. Punches and kicks kept coming towards his body. Helplessly, the Dark Vanguard could only crouch on the ground with his hands on his head and scream miserably. Stop fighting! You unruly people, stop fighting! This Vanguard knows it's wrong. I've told you not to fight and you're still fighting. The Great Lord will never let you go. A bunch of humble worms. The The cluster lasted a full 10 minutes. It was only until Xiao Tian gave the word that the crowd stopped their hands and made way for Xiao Tian. The Dark Vanguard's cloak had turned into shreds of cloth, revealing an extremely ugly face beneath it. This fellow was also a dark being, possessing the size of a human, but his skin was the color of inky black, and his pupils were similar to the eyes of a viper. But despite the black skin, Xiao Tian was still able to see the other party's nose and face. Are there other organs in the palace to test? Xiao Tian asked out loud as he looked down on the other party from above. If memory serves, Dark Vanguard here is just the first level. When entering the palace, there are many other tests. That's right, besides my level, there are 6 other testing places inside, all guarded by powerful beings. The Dark Vanguard hunched over and hung his head low, not daring to hide anything. He has been beaten honestly. As the vanguard of the Great Lord, when had he ever been subjected to this kind of? It's simply a disgrace to the dark beings. Want to die or want to live? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. The Dark Vanguard froze, his eyes attacking. Want to live? I want to live. Then lead the way for us to the Dark Lord. Are you sure that if I just take you to see Lord Juggernaut, you'll let me live? The Dark Vanguard was a bit skeptical. Xiao Tian said indifferently, do you think you have a choice? The Dark Vanguard was silent. Great Dark Lord, it was not I who betrayed you. The main thing is that these guys are bullies. If I don't lead the way for them, I'll really be killed by them. Okay, I'll lead the way for you. Without thinking for too long, the Dark Vanguard agreed with a clench of his teeth. Either way, surviving first is most important. Come with me. After I pass this level, there's another level at the palace gates, and I know the way to break it. The Dark Vanguard staggered to his feet. There was no need for any psychological burden now that a compromise had been made. The crowd was speechless all the way, silently following behind the Dark Vanguard. Xiao Tian, what if this guy plays dirty tricks behind his back? Yan Ruyu worried. He wouldn't dare do that. Xiao Tian's expression teased, but for the sake of insurance he still said, command down. All of you raise your 11 points of spirit, and once you find anything different, strike together to kill this fellow. Yan Ruyu nodded, silently passing these words on to the crowd. The Dark Vanguard was walking right in front of Xiao Tian. He had been listening to Xiao Tian and the others' conversation with his ears perked up. After hearing Xiao Tian's words, he immediately shivered and a layer of goosebumps rose all over his body. This human is simply more cruel than even Lord Juggernaut. It was horrible as hell. He, who had not dared to think ill of him, was even more honest at this moment. Within a short time, the crowd arrived in front of the palace gates. The palace gates were built extremely grand. The gates were made of unknown materials, and there were countless bizarre patterns carved on them. The pattern would make one's head spin if one looked at it more than once, as if it came with its own magic. And on each side of the gate stood a statue of a dark being holding a giant axe. These 2 dark being statues not only held giant axes, but also wore armor, looking extremely powerful and domineering, sort of like an ancient gatekeeper. The Dark Vanguard stopped and turned his head to show a pleasing smile at Xiao Tian. My lord, this is the 2nd level. These 2 statues will also revive, and as soon as you touch the gate they will revive and attack you. Xiao Tian nodded. From the other party's eyes, Xiao Tian did not see anything strange. The other side is basically not lying. Without the other party's reminder, Xiao Tian would never have thought of this. After all, what exactly happened in this forbidden land? Xiao Tian had only heard bystanders talk about it afterward. What exactly happened is not clear. Without the information provided by the Dark Vanguard, the sudden revival of the 2 statues, the crowd could not guarantee casualties. How should I crack it? Xiao Tian asked. While these 2 statues haven't revived yet, just behead them directly. After the Dark Vanguard finished speaking, in order to show his loyalty, he added, the weakness of these 2 dark beings is in the heart. Destroy the heart and they will surely die. Xiao Tian took a step forward and without saying anything, he entered the state of animalization, and his 2 tentacles shot out towards the chest position of the 2 statues respectively. Put, put. 2 sounds of flesh being cut rang out. 2 streams of blood spread out from the chest position of the 2 statues respectively. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw that the rocks covering the surface of the statue turned into fragments and fell all over the ground. The 2 dark beings gasped for hot air and looked at the Dark Vanguard and Xiao Tian incredulously. Then his eyes doubled and he directly died, turning into 2 black mists that dissipated into thin air. Dead. The 2 dark beings guarding the palace gates died like cannon fodder. Xiao Tian didn't talk nonsense and put away his tentacles with a wave of his hand. Keep moving. 68. Sitting up in death. You can't afford to play with the dog. After resolving the 2 dark beings, Xiao Tian and his group entered the palace gate smoothly. The crowd encountered the subsequent 5 palace guardians in succession. The first guardian asked Xiao Tian and the others to send one person to compete with him in a contest of strength. At Xiao Tian's command, everyone swarmed up to beat this dark being to death. The second guardian asked Xiao Tian and the others to choose a representative to fight him and when to pass through here. At Xiao Tian's command, everyone swarmed up to beat him to death. The third guardian demanded that Xiao Tian and the others kill each other, and only the last 3 alive would survive. At Xiao Tian's command, everyone swarmed up to beat him to death. Xiao Tian was outnumbered, plus he had the Dark Lord informing him of the specifics. All 5 guardians were soon resting. After taking care of the last guardian, the group walked into a corridor. A number of torches were planted on the walls of the corridor, and the faint light of the fire danced slowly, reflecting the subtle, esoteric frescoes on the walls. Do these murals have any special meaning? Fatty Hai is very interested in these murals, because Longhu Mountain generations of celestial masters passed away. In order to commemorate their merits, will be the life story into the murals for future generations to remember. But these murals in front of us, with Fatty Hai's perspective, look very cluttered. It's impossible to see what is trying to be conveyed in the mural. What is recorded in these murals is the process of the birth of the first heavenly sovereign lord, as well as all of his glorious deeds so far. The Dark Vanguard nodded and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Oh, Fatty Haikai raised his eyebrows and curiously said, then tell me, what exactly does this mural say above? Xiao Tian was also a bit curious. He just knew that the aurora had swept over Blue Star, that dark turmoil had descended, and that the Nine Heavens Sovereign was Blue Star's greatest enemy at the moment. As for the origin of the mysterious aurora, and why the Dark Lord existed, it was unknown. In the face of Fatty Hai's inquiry, the Dark Vanguard did not dare to disobey. He looked intricately at the mural and began to explain it to the crowd. At the beginning of the birth of the universe, 9 of the most extreme forces of darkness appeared, and these 9 extreme forces of darkness are the current 9 Dark Lords. They represent absolute darkness and become stronger by killing cosmic beings. But darkness and light are interdependent. Darkness is too strong, light is bound to suffer a backlash. So after the 9 masters had devoured 3 universes one after another, the cosmic origin stepped in. And the cosmic origin represented the will of a party's universe and could not directly intervene. However, an aurora borealis with mysterious power was condensed. Wherever a universe is targeted by the 9 sovereigns, the cosmic aurora will descend in advance, strengthening the living beings within that side of the universe and granting them uniquely powerful forces. Listening to the Dark Vanguard's explanation, Yen Ruyu and the others were all incomparably shocked. They hadn't thought that this mysterious aurora had actually appeared as a result. They had even less thought that the 9 Dark Lords had already wiped out several universes before descending on the Blue Star. Xiao Tian's expression suddenly became serious, destroying several universes one after another. It seemed that the Dark Lord was far from as simple as he thought. The first Heaven Sovereign should currently be considered one of the weakest Dark Sovereigns, but even for the weakest Dark Lord, if the main body directly descends and remains in full strength, Xiao Tian did not have much certainty that he would be able to defeat his opponent either. So Blue Star is their next target? Xiao Tian said suddenly as he fumbled with his poem. Exactly. The Dark Vanguard nodded. I know quite a bit about you humans on the Blue Planet. You call yourselves Galacticans, when in fact your side of the universe, itself, is called the Galactic Universe. Since they are planning to make a move against the Galaxy Universe, why don't they just descend on the Honored One? Xiao Tian asked once again. If the 9 sovereigns descended on Blue Star at the same time, even if it was only in a split state, absolutely no one would be able to stop them. Xiao Tian felt that there must be some reason for this. Hearing this, the Dark Vanguard first sighed before explaining. The universe origin has set a restriction that the 9 Lord Sovereigns cannot descend here at will. The stronger the Lord Sovereign was, the more difficult it would be to descend in person. And currently the Lord Sovereign of the first heaven was the weakest. So currently only he was able to descend in person. But even so, it would take a lot of time and effort to want the principal to descend. And the Forbidden Land must be used as the medium. So it is. It was no wonder that the so-called forbidden places had begun to appear one after another since the outbreak of the Dark Unrest. Turns out it's because of that. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiao Tian then asked, you just said that the cosmic aurora has descended into this universe. Before that, the cosmic aurora should have descended on other universes as well, right? The beings of other universes should have gained the ability to bestialize as well. So why were they still overthrown as historical civilizations in the end? Not the same. The Dark Vanguard explained, the level of the cosmic aurora is too high, and the power that can be obtained varies from creature level to creature level. The beings in the several universes prior to this had only gained some physical enhancement and were simply unable to enter the animalized state. You humans of the galactic universe are currently the only race that has access to the full increase of the cosmic aurora and get the ability to bestialize. That's why Lord One Heavens attaches the utmost importance to you guys, going so far as to descend into the detachment in advance to enter the game with his body. Through a simple conversation, Xiao Tian probably understood the current situation. Humans on the Blue Planet are currently the only race to have gained the ability to fully animalize their bodies. And then there's this. the origin of the universe was restricting the Dark Lords, so a situation where multiple lords appeared at once would almost never exist. By the time the subsequent other masters were able to descend on the blue planet, the spirit beast warriors on the blue planet should have leveled up considerably as well. Xiao Tian's tolerance was very strong, and he nodded and stopped speaking. Yen Ruyu and the others were not as calm as Xiao Tian. The Dark Vanguard informed so much information that they were a bit overwhelmed for a moment. In technical terms, the Dark Lord is an alien, and even before they descended on the blue planet, they had wiped out many alien races from other universes. Will mankind be able to escape? Will Blue Star be safe? Everyone's heart was extraordinarily heavy. Just as the crowd was in a heavy mood, the corridor had come to an end. After exiting the corridor, a huge dungeon surfaced in front of them. The construction of the underground palace is extremely grand and atmospheric. The stone wall directly above the underground palace is also inlaid with hundreds of night pearl. The night pearls glowed brightly, illuminating the underground palace as if it were daytime. More importantly, the underground palace was filled with an extremely dense force of darkness. The moment one steps into this place, even Xiao Tian, the strongest among the crowd, could not help but shiver. But at this moment, the crowd didn't have the time to care about that. This was because the crowd was shocked to discover that a bronze-colored coffin was placed in the middle of the underground palace. A dense to blackened mist kept rising out of the coffin. A figure shrouded in black mist was lying quietly in the coffin. Right above the coffin, a small wormhole strangely surfaced, continuously transmitting darkness into the coffin. As the power of darkness continued to infuse the figure within the coffin, its aura was gradually becoming stronger. Lord Juggernaut, it's in this coffin. The Dark Lord swallowed a mouthful of saliva and tremblingly pointed in the direction of the coffin. And that's when it happened. The figure lying quietly inside the coffin seemed to have a heart-to-heart, and sat up straight from the coffin violently. And then he stiffly twisted his head and looked at where Xiao Tian was. A familiar voice suddenly exploded, breaking the dead silence of the underground palace that had been dormant for millions of years. Xiao Tian, is you actually chased me here. Are you sick? Chapter 69, this crazy guy came to my house. Ji Guoqing's jaws dropped, and his voice turned into a eunuch timbre as if he was a scared bird. Despite being a first heavenly sovereign, how did this lunatic get here? Ji was suddenly confused. If he remembered correctly, this was his own palace, the place where his own true self had descended. He also personally set up 6 barriers to avoid being disturbed. These 6 levels were extremely difficult, and once a spirit beast warrior entered the Forbidden Land, their bestialization abilities would all be sealed, so the odds of trying to pass the level are slim to none. Makes no sense. It doesn't make sense that this lunatic would be here. Ji rubbed his eyes and nodded and glared once more. Upon seeing the teasing expression on Xiao Tian's face, his heart thumped at that moment, and his entire body was instantly bad. He wasn't bleary-eyed, much less hallucinating. It's this maniac that really chased him to his lair. It's been a long time. Xiao Tian's lips rose as he waved his hand towards Ji Guoqing, a look of meeting a friend from another country. Those who didn't know thought the two were bosom buddies. Who could have thought that just a short while ago, Xiao Tian was chasing other people's doppelgangers around? How did you get here? Ji Guoqing breathed in sharply and said in a deep voice, your animalistic abilities should have been sealed. How on earth did you get in here? Nothing, I slipped and slipped in. Xiao Tian touched his nose and said with a smiling face. Speaking nonsense had never been Xiao Tian's character. He appeared to be chatting idly with Ji Guoqing, but he was actually already quietly sensing the other party's strength. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the current Ji Guoqing was still only in a split state. The honored one did not descend completely, but even if it was just a split, the strength was still quite a bit stronger than the split he had seen at first. After all, the black hole placed on the coffin was transmitting a steady stream of darkness. However, the opponent's current strength was not yet beyond Xiao Tian's control. After capturing this hint of information, Xiao Tian suddenly became much more solid inside. Listening to Xiao Tian's ghostly words, Ji Guoqing's face shrouded under the darkness did not hold back a vicious jerk. Wandering around? I'll believe the hell out of you. Who in their right mind could sneak into their own forbidden palace? Dark Vanguard. Right at this moment, Ji Guoqing suddenly noticed the Dark Vanguard following beside Xiao Tian. The eyes were suddenly wide open, and the black mist around them instantly had ripples rising and falling. He then said, how could this madman just casually come to his palace? It turned out that there was a traitor among them. Lord Juggernaut, listen to my explanation. I was forced to do so. The Dark Vanguard, wanting to cry, suddenly bent his knees and fell to his knees. I didn't want to bring them in, but if I didn't compromise, they were going to me over, and I had no choice. Lord Juggernaut, you have an invincible stance, and my humble servant believes that these human ants are absolutely no match for you. You make your move. My humble servant will be here as a witness to the greatness and invincibility of Lord Sovereign. The Dark Vanguard prostrated himself on the ground and opened his mouth to shout with a face full of sincerity. Ji Guoqing's face trembled, wanting to greet the Dark Vanguard's ancestors. The strength of his original body was indeed able to easily exterminate Xiao Tian's group, but the point was that he was still in the stage of transmitting his power, and most of it hadn't been transmitted yet. Invincible? Invincible chicken. Dogs? Selling my old man and still full of grandiose talk. How is it that there is this kind of trashy eating thing under the old man's banner? Perhaps because the psychological shadow caused by Xiao Tian last time was still present. Ji Guoqing subconsciously wanted to run away, but now being at the critical moment of transmitting power, he had been bound in the coffin. There's no way to escape. Xiao Tian, we might be able to have a good talk. I've actually always admired your strength. You're different from other humans. This honored one can feel that the power you possess within your body is far, far beyond them. If you are willing, you can join my father's disciple, and my father can guarantee you honor and wealth. Since we can't run, let's verbally compel. Although it is said that a gentleman's word is his bond, but he wasn't a gentleman. He was the Dark Lord Ah. As long as he could stabilize Xiao Tian temporarily, when his true self fully descended, he would be able to crush the other party with a wave of his hand. Xiao Tian shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Ji Guoqing's scalp went numb at the look. After thinking about it, he spoke again. I know you don't believe in my father's words, but my father can swear by the name of the sovereign. This honored one knows some of your Blue Star's customs. If you don't trust this honored one, how about this? From now on, this honored one recognizes you as his godson. You call this honored one your father, and after this honored one's main body descends, not only will the previous grudges be wiped out, but you will also be granted endless benefits. Hearing this, Xiao Tian laughed out. At the end of his life, this guy still wants to be his father? Pust. Yen Ruyue didn't hold back her laughter. Xiao Tian glanced at her with a sad face. Is it funny? Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll recover. Next moment. Pust. Fatty Hai didn't hold back his laughter either. Seeing Xiao Tian's expression was not right, Fatty Hai hurriedly stopped his smile and explained, Big brother, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to laugh at you. I just let my teeth out for air when they got too hot. Xiao Tian's brows tightened. Then his face showed helplessness as he let out a deep sigh. Then he slapped the back of Fatty Hai's head. Pull out your talismans and throw them all over. Fatty Hai came back to his senses and pulled out a bunch of talismans from his pocket as Xiao Tian had instructed and threw them towards Ji Guoqing. About 300 various talismans were thrown out at the same time. The scene suddenly flickered with mountains of swords, seas of fire, the light of ice, and the Taoist law of nature. Ji Guoqing secretly greeted Xiao Tian's ancestors in his heart, and then he immediately revolved his entire body's darkness force into a barrier to resist. Rumble! Terrifying ripples radiated inside the palace. When everything dissipated, Ji Guoqing's figure reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although there were no major injuries, the original more solid body was now a few points darker. Xiao Tian's eyes twitched and he very keenly captured this hint of information. The previous attack, the opponent could have completely dodged. There was no need to fight hard. However, the other party did not dodge and stayed in the coffin at all times. And after resisting this attack, the body was a bit more illusory. Xiao Tian came up with two useful pieces of information. The opponent is temporarily unable to move for some reason. This was why the other party didn't run away the first time they saw their group. There was also the fact that the other party hadn't descended to the main body yet, and right now it was only a bilocation, and the more damage it received, the more its power would be weakened. If the energy could be depleted before the other party's original body had completely descended, wouldn't that stop the honored one from descending? Say it and do it. Xiao Tian's feet were forked and his original short black hair instantly changed into long white hair. The electric eel head hissed over his shoulder, releasing millions of thunderbolts. Octopus tentacles wriggled behind his back, as hideous as hawks. Cockroach tentacles waved above his head in a display of extreme weirdness. The leech's mouthparts kept opening and closing in his palm, emitting a toothsome rubbing sound. The animalized state opens directly. Then Xiao Tian, without any further ado, condensed all his strength on top of his fist and dried it against Ji Guoqing in the coffin. Boom! Chapter 70, Collective Assault. Crazy scraping, 4 shifts. Everything was just as Xiao Tian had expected. This punch Ji Guoqing didn't dodge, but instead ran the power of darkness to forcefully resist it. As a fist fell, much of the black mist around Ji Guoqing was directly dispersed, and his body faded a few points once again. Although the change was not particularly obvious, it was still keenly captured by Xiao Tian. It seems that I was not wrong in my own thinking. Xiao Tian, calm down. Let's have a talk. Everything is negotiable. Don't you humans preach that harmony makes money? Ji Guoqing people are stupid. The first heavenly sovereign was actually speaking with a trembling voice at this moment. Crazy. This madman's punch dispersed quite a bit of his darkness. Ji Guoqing never dreamed that he would one day desperately want to reason with humans. But Xiao Tian had never been a master of nonsense. After determining that the other party was indeed unable to move, Xiao Tian's eyes turned red. The octopus tentacles behind his back went crazy and bombarded towards Ji Guoqing's body. Poke! I poked and prodded. The speed was so fast that it even appeared as a stump. Boom! 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 Xiao Tian blasted out hundreds of attacks one after another, and the attacks were all parried by Ji Guoqing, but with every attack he resisted. The darkness around him weakened by a few points. This weakening was faster than even the black hole transfer over. Xiao Tian, listen to my father. Let's talk about everything. If you stop now, my father can still take the blame. Xiao Tian gasped for air and raised his head to look at Ji Guoqing in surprise. In the face of his own attack, the other party just resisted, and actually didn't put out a counterattack. Xiao Tian instantly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that, not only was the opponent unable to move his body, he was also unable to strike back in this state? Xiao Tian glanced at the small black hole above the coffin. In order to verify his suspicions, he once again struck out and attacked towards Ji Guoqing. What a lunatic! Ji Guoqing's eyelids fluttered, and he was suddenly a little desperate. It was said that the Dark Lord was the supreme being, representing absolute darkness and preferring killing in his bones. But in his opinion, in terms of cruelty he was not even a tenth of Xiao Tian. In terms of ruthlessness, he was more of a brother among brothers in front of Xiao Tian. Everything was just as Xiao Tian had guessed. Ji Guoqing was still resisting in the face of his second wave of attack. In his current state, he can neither move nor initiate a strike. Xiao Tian stopped the movements in his hands, turned his head to Yan Ruyu and the others, and roared, "Everyone, strike together!" The moment they saw Xiao Tian strike out at Ji Guoqing, the crowd actually looked dumbfounded. The one in front of him was the real Dark Lord after all. Xiao Shen actually still didn't bring a bit of fear and made a move at the drop of a hat. It was only when they heard Xiao Tian shout that the crowd came back to their senses. "Es, can't move? Can't fight back? Isn't that a proper human sandbag?" If this was the case, not to mention that the other party was only a first heavenly sovereign, even if it was a great Luo divine immortal they wouldn't carry a bit of falsehood. Didn't you hear what God Xiao said? Strike together! Asterisk 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 over the Dark Lord. Growing up, I never thought that one day I would be able to personally overthrow the Dark Lord. Everyone follow in the footsteps of God Xiao and go all out. Rumble. The crowd came back to their senses and frantically began to attack. Everyone didn't have any reservations. Even Yan Ruyu, who didn't have any combat power, joined the fight. With the submachine gun left behind by Wang Lu's gang in hand, he fired a burst of shots at Ji Guoqing's body. Yan Tianshang transformed into a muscular warrior. 2 hot gases jetted out of his nostrils, and he slammed the hideous bull's horn on top of his head right at Ji Guoqing. Fatty Hai didn't hit the sauce either, pulling out a mahogany sword from his pocket and following suit with a one-handed pinch decision. The scene was thrown into chaos. The Dark Vanguard in the distance stared at this scene in disbelief. His head having gone completely blank, the great Dark Lord was swarmed. He subconsciously pinched himself. Step in and help. He feared he would be killed by the angry crowd, dryly watching. He was worried that Ji Guoqing's original body would descend and destroy him along with him. What to do? What the hell is he going to do? The group beating lasted for a full 3 hours, during which Ji Guoqing's mournful screams continued to explode. But wait until 3 hours later, when everyone is exhausted. Only then did the crowd realize in despair that Ji Guoqing was still intact. Although the body was much more illusory than at first, it was still more solid. No way, big brother. Our attacks can indeed weaken this bastard's power, but our attacks are too weak to weaken too much. Fatty Hai wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead and frowned. He could kind of see that this Ji Guoqing was like the ultimate big boss with 10,000 blood in the net. Although they were unable to move or strike back at the moment, the thick amount of blood was here, and it was simply not something they could easily eliminate. Ha ha ha. Just then, Ji Guoqing's arrogant voice suddenly rang out. He looked viciously at Xiao Tian and said hideously, "Xiao Tian, even though this father is only a detachment, a steady stream of power is being transmitted. You will not be able to exterminate this father. At best, it would delay the descent of the Honored One for some days, and it would not change any end. The day when this Honored One descends completely will be the day you are buried. When the time comes, the first person my father will kill will be you. This Honored One will split you open and chop you up." Ji Guoqing kept gasping for air. He was kind of beat up after being swarmed by the crowd for so long. He would not be the Dark Lord until this revenge was carried out. After saying that, he then looked at the Dark Vanguard that was frozen in the distance. "As a vanguard under my father, yet you chose to be in the company of humble humans, and dared to betray my father. When my father descends, you won't be able to make good either." The Dark Vanguard's body shivered, then his but ran to Xiao Tian. "Lord Xiao Tian, once the Dark Lord's main body descends, it will be difficult for us all to escape death, so I'll come and help you." After saying this, the darkness power around his body erupted. and the black mist above his arms covered them, turning them into two sharp blades that slashed furiously at Ji Guoqing's body. He had been torn between helping or not. Now that Ji Guoqing had said such words, then there was little need for him to think. He was well aware of Ji Guoqing's character. This one had always been a man of his word. Since he had said so, once he waited for his main body to descend, he would surely die. Since death is certain, it would be better to simply defect. After wielding his double blades and slashing furiously at Ji Guoqing for a while, he saw Xiao Tian and the others were all watching dryly from the same spot. The Dark Vanguard couldn't help but get anxious. Lord Xiao Tian, don't just watch. Strike together. This dog thing will definitely go on a killing spree once it descends. We must strike before it's too late to consume all of his power. Xiao Tian. He had prided himself on having seen it all, but the other party was now shouting at himself with his mouth open and his mouth shut. A Lord Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was directly silenced by the rest of them were baffled. Fatty Hai Hai's mouth was slightly open, and it was only after a long time that he gave a thumbs up with a look of admiration. Awesome. Traitor, you've really defected from my father, but it doesn't matter. When the time comes, you'll follow all of them on the road. The Dark Vanguard was now speechless. You're going to screw yourself. If you don't defect now, do you really want to wait for death? What the hell kind of did he use to follow? Ji Guoqing laughed back in anger, looking out of the corner of his eye as he continued. This bit of attack of yours can't exterminate this bilocation of mine, so you'll just wait for death to come. Yeah? Xiao Tian snapped out of his speechlessness. His lips rose, and he pulled out 16 sheltering devices from his arms and threw them out. Rumble. 16 huge, hideous-looking mutant beasts suddenly descended into the palace. Chapter 71? The Juggernaut comes down. Only one level? Seeing these 16 mutant beasts that suddenly appeared, Ji Guoqing was deeply shocked. Cosmic auroras are a double-edged sword. It is capable of allowing humans to gain the ability of bestiality while also allowing plants and animals and insects to evolve into mutant beasts. And once it evolved into a mutant beast, the gene for killing was practically engraved in its bones. The madman in front of him was actually able to summon 16 mutant beasts. After the key 16 mutant beasts appeared, they actually nodded their heads at Xiao Tian and displayed a submissive stance. Especially that huge bear with a strong body, tendon meat as strong as a mutated muscle devil man, actually rubbed his head affectionately against Xiao Tian's pants leg. Is this a murderous mutant beast or a tamed puppy? Just don't be outrageous. After summoning the 16 mutant beasts, Xiao Tian directly commanded the mutant beasts to strike without any nonsense. The scene was suddenly filled with another burst of explosions. Another 3 hours. Ji Guoqing's body was much dimmer, but with the black hole above the coffin still continuously transmitting the power of darkness, Ji Guoqing's originally darkened body gradually recovered quite a bit more. Xiao Tian's brows were tightly locked. According to the continuation of this situation, it would be almost impossible to exterminate a One Heaven's Dominator. They attacked with scraping, no doubt. It's like playing an online game where the final boss not only has a huge amount of blood, but also has superb recovery. In this case, if you want to kill the boss you have to buy heavy injury equipment to stop your opponent's recovery. But this is reality, not an online game after all. Where should I look for equipment that can inflict heavy injury effects? Xiao Tian suddenly turned his head to look at Fatty Hai. Fatty, is there any way to stop the transmission of the darkness? Fatty Haiyao did not answer at first, a whole fat face twisted together. Thinking hard, maybe there is a way. Fatty Sihai's eyes lit up with excitement. All the generations of heavenly masters of my Longhua Mountain have mastered a unique heart sutra called the Dragon Tiger Mantra. The function of this Dragon Tiger Mantra was originally used to suppress evil spirits, and since this Dark Lord belongs to darkness by nature, it might be able to suppress it as well. Xiao Tiangao gave Fatty Hai a glance. Originally it was just a casual question, but I never thought that this goods really have a way. It was worthy of being a ruthless person who had dared to stand up to a first heavenly sovereign in his previous life just by leading a team. Unfortunately, since this guy followed himself, he ate and drank and mingled all day long, and was somewhat wasted by his own upbringing. Looks like we'll have to whip this guy more and inspire his potential when we get back. Try it? I'll listen to Big Brother. Fatty Hai grinned, then sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, hands gestured an OK sign, and then began to recite the scriptures. At first Ji was full of it, still mocking and humiliating Xiao Tian and the others, but the moment the Dragon Tiger curse rang out, his arrogance instantly vanished. The transmission of the darkness power slowed down significantly. Around Fatty Hai, countless golden runes diffused out from his body, forming a golden chain in the air. The golden chains were dazzling, surprisingly blocking off most of the space of the black hole. If the black hole had originally transmitted 10% of the power of darkness, then now there was less than 30% left. Damn you fat ass, what the hell did you do? Ji Guoqing's eyes widened in anger and he roared angrily at Fatty Hai. At this moment, he was truly afraid. Without the continuous transmission of the power of darkness, he wouldn't be able to last too long in his current state. A few more attacks like the one earlier, and he might actually be ed to death here. Fatty Hai didn't pay any attention to Ji Guoqing and continued to recite the scriptures with his eyes closed. This scripture really works. Yan Ruyu clenched her pink fists in an agitated manner. The rest of them were all equally excited. This feeling is like, a handsome guy who was forcefully adopted by a rich white girl suddenly won $10 billion by buying a lottery ticket. Not only did he get rid of the pestering and harassment of the rich white girl, but he also became the richest man in the country straight away. Ruyu, turn on the live feed. Xiao Tian instructed Yan Ruyu. There's no signal here to turn on the live broadcast. Yan Ruyu replied with a bitter smile. Then videotape it and upload it when we get out. Xiao Tian was not amused. When it was learned that the first heavenly sovereign would descend in 7 days, the internet was full of gloating voices. Many people felt that they were dead, and that the people of Daeju City were going to follow them. Now, he was going to prove himself and tell everyone with his strength. The Dark Lord. No big deal. Man will be able to overcome the heavens. Mankind is not the humble ants in the mouth of the Dark Lord. Mankind is also able to go against the heavens. Yan Ruyu nodded and silently lowered the assault rifle in her hand while she stepped back and began to raise her cell phone to record the video. The muzzle of the assault rifle was already red-hot from the thousands of rounds fired in quick succession. It was unimaginable that such a once high-flying schoolgirl had previously carried an assault rifle and fired several thousand rounds of bullets wildly. Extremely wild. Extremely contrasting. After everything was ready, Xiao Tian led the crowd to continue striking. Another 3 hours. After losing most of his darkness power supply, Ji Guoqing's body became incomparably illusory, as if it would dissipate at any moment. But even so, his body still existed and wasn't outright annihilated. Xiao Tian was already tired and sweaty, and he was more or less taut at the sight of the scene. Is this guy undefeatable? It was obvious that the transmission of most of the darkness power had been blocked, but it was still so tenacious. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian, you can't kill my father. My father is the great Dark Lord. My father has 10 minutes left to complete his final descent. At that time, my father will make you beg for your life, beg for your death, and will torture you to death alive. Ji Guoqing laughed hideously, but his heart was incomparably needy. Ah, the power of his darkness. Most of it was consumed by being used to fend off the attacks of Xiao Tian and the others. When his complete body completely descended, he would definitely make these foolish ants pay a heavy price. Xiao Tian, what should we do now? Yan Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian with worry. Keep striking. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and rushed out once more. As things stood, Xiao Tian could not think of any too good solution other than continuing to weaken the other party's power. 10 minutes went by in a flash. When the 10 minutes had arrived, the black hole above the coffin gradually closed and disappeared. Ji Guoqing inside the coffin also suddenly erupted a powerful darkness force that shook Xiao Tian's crowd back. At the same time, an arrogant and boundless laughter that was the only one that could reach the heavens and enter the earth rang out. Ha 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 ha, the complete body of this father has descended. Humble ants, this father will end your lives. Are you ready to be judged? The entire forbidden land began to tremble at this moment. Countless forces of darkness rose up in the sky, as if welcoming the return of the king. The sound of ghosts crying resounded in all directions. The thick mist above the forbidden land gradually dispersed, actually revealing a round of bright red blood moon. The ruddy moonlight was scattered over Ji Guoqing in a few moments. At this moment, he had completed his metamorphosis and slowly levitated from within the coffin. The black mist around him also gradually dispersed, revealing his original appearance. The demonic appearance was as domineering as it could be, with a head of black hair waving wildly and covered in a domineering layer of black armor. The scene of the scene was like the descent of a demon god. Not only everyone present, even Xiao Tian's heart tightened as he felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. Xiao Tian, it's not enough for this father to kill you 1,000 times. Ji Guoqing lowered his head and laughed maniacally as he suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a wave of darkness transformed into a 3-meter-long silver and black lance. He held a long spear and pointed it at Xiao Tian, displaying a kingly stance. But at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly froze, because he felt Ji Guoqing's aura at the moment. If the other party's aura at the moment was converted into the rank of a spirit beast warrior, that is, level 1, Xiao Tian was messed up. The Dark Lord, who was ranked as high as level 1, descended. Could it be because the power had been weakened too viciously earlier? And although it hadn't directly killed the Dark Lord, it had affected the strength of the other party after they had descended? Holding a tentative thought, Xiao Tian's right hand exerted force and swung out with a slap towards Ji Guoqing. Snap! Chapter 72. The Forerunner kills the familiars in seconds. Xiao Tian did not even use 30% of his strength for this slap. Such an attack, in the eyes of the crowd, was like a slow-motion scene from a movie, which could be easily dodged through as well as effortlessly fended off. But it was such a seemingly insignificant slap. Instead, it instantly jerked Ji Guoqing away. He, all have to die. This father has completely descended into this world. Humble ants. You. Snap. Bang. Ji Guoqing's face was instantly deformed, and the black scales on both sides of his cheeks were drawn out quite a bit. A mouthful of blood along with a few sharp fangs were roughly extracted. The whole person is like a gyroscope speed spinning toward the distant palace wall ruthlessly hit the past. Boom! Ji Guoqing, who had been laughing madly a moment before, had now been set into the wall by Xiao Tian's slap. Holy! Ji stifled a grunt and forcefully pulled his body away from the stone wall. Then his left hand covered his chest and his knees went weak and he went straight to half a knee. Comminuted fracture of the whole body. Their Dark Lord's body had a special structure, possessing 98 ribs, and now 85 of them had been broken. The original 2 hearts were also directly smashed by the extraction of 1. Even the countless blood vessels in his body were shattered for the most part. There was a slight glint of confusion in his eyes. The great Dark Lord, the invincible Dark Origin. Now that he had descended in his original body, he deserved to push across everything in an invincible manner, bringing the most extreme despair to this group of mole crickets that had humiliated him. How now? On the contrary, was the other party slapped with a teddy dog like a slap to fly out? Holy! The Dark Vanguard couldn't help but shake his eyelids hard at the sight. Then came the endless ecstasy. Bet yourself right. This group of humans really did it, and while they failed to stop the Juggernaut's descent, they weakened the other side to the extreme. With the opponent's current strength of level 1, it couldn't pose any threat anymore. Even if a random spirit beast warrior was pulled over and struck out while on Lonely God Island, he could easily suppress Ji Guoqing. But sadly, the great man in front of him, the so-called Dark Lord, whom he had once followed, hadn't yet realized what was happening to him. Lord Xiao Tian. The Dark Vanguard suddenly let out a cry of sorrow and a sliding shovel knelt down in front of Xiao Tian, his face extremely flattering, bringing out the 2/5 in a big way. He grabbed Xiao Tian's pants leg and had a pitiful look on his face. Truth be told, the first time I saw Your Excellency, I knew that Your Excellency was the one who would achieve great things. The Dark Lord is indiscriminate, murderous, and stupidly proud, and I've actually wanted to turn against him for a long time. It is also very hard for me to see my compatriots in Blue Star suffer from the mutant beasts and dark beings. Now thanks to Lord Xiao Tian's intervention, I am finally able to realize the revenge in my heart today and do what I really want to do. A great favor is not appreciated. From now on, I will live as Lord Xiao Tian's person and die as Lord Xiao Tian's ghost. Compared to Ji, this dark pioneer is not stupid. He knew deep down that once Xiao Tian and the others had resolved Ji Guoqing, the next one to be resolved would definitely be him, the Dark Vanguard who had chosen to betray. Showing loyalty to Xiao Tian now, showing his sincerity in advance, was the only way to sow a ray of hope for himself. Seemingly worried about Xiao Tian's refusal, after finishing his speech, the Dark Vanguard hurriedly added, although my humble strength is humble, I understand quite a bit of information about the 9 sovereigns, and in the future, my humble position can inform your lordship of all of this information. Xiao Tian pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. This guy wasn't stupid. Seeing that the momentum was not right, directly sold the Dark Vanguard. And before that, he had followed the crowd and struck to weaken the Juggernaut's power. And now he was blowing himself up with information intelligence about the other 9 masters. Leaving a life behind is natural. However, the impression that the other party currently brought to Xiao Tian belonged to the kind of wallflower that could sell out at any time. Taking in is taking in, and it's definitely something to keep an eye out for in the future. After all, Xiao Tian did not want that what happened to the Dark Lord today would happen to himself in the coming day. Many thanks, Lord Xiao Tian. In the future, my humble servant will look up to Your Excellency. The Dark Vanguard was ecstatic and hurriedly bent down and bowed to Xiao Tian. Alive! The original situation of certain death was hardened and revitalized by himself. It was also at this moment that Ji Guoqing, who had heard the content of the 2 men's conversation, became furious. A guy who betrayed himself and now begs his enemies to beg to be taken in. Ji Guoqing felt greatly humiliated. His eyes were ruthless, not caring about the injuries all over his body. He stepped on the ground with his paws carrying his lance and killed at the Dark Vanguard. Seeing this scene, the people present were all a bit eager to try. A level 1 Dark Lord was not something they feared, and they even wanted to try how their strength would look when it hit the other side as well. Even Yan Ruyu, who was barely able to fight, silently crouched down to pick up the assault rifle on the ground. Start loading and loading. The Dark Lord, whose level was only 1, should be able to do some damage with this barrage of bullets he shot out, right? Before the crowd could do anything. However, the Dark Vanguard took a step forward. Bold fanatic, how dare you disrespect Lord Xiao Tian? Who gave you the guts? After saying that, the Dark Vanguard threw out a slap. The Dark Lord was flung out with his gun and reset into the stone wall. Since he had already defected to Xiao Tian anyway, there was no longer any need for him to give Ji Guoqing a good look. He also knew that he had definitely left an extremely bad impression on Xiao Tian when he was on the verge of a fight. But all of that doesn't matter anymore. As long as you prove yourself worthy enough and present yourself positively, this will all improve. Lord Xiao Tian, you don't need to personally deal with this kind of goods to avoid dirtying your hands, so let humble servant do it for you? The Dark Vanguard turned his head to look at Xiao Tian with a sincere expression. Go on. Xiao Tian didn't say much and nodded. The Dark Vanguard's heart snickered with joy. Opportunities were always earned. Apparently he's earned himself another chance to express himself. The Dark Lord? It was the Dark Lord that I killed. From now on, this pioneer is officially abandoning the dark side. I kill. The Dark Vanguard stepped on the power of darkness and instantly rushed to Ji Guoqing's near front, slamming his fist out. Ji Guoqing was smashed and sprayed out a mouthful of old blood, and his heart was even more incomparably stifled. Countered. Tiny Pioneer is going to devour the Lord. However, what shocked him even more was that his own original body had descended, and it was just a matter of not being able to fight back in front of Xiao Tian. Now that he was facing the Dark Vanguard, he actually didn't have an ounce of power to fight back either. It's not right. After sensing his body's condition, Ji Guoqing man went numb. His level was actually only a pitiful level 1 now. Although he himself was the weakest of the 9 masters, he was no more than level 35. Damn, but that's okay. His main body had already descended into this world, and he could currently summon 2 familiars to assist him. Come forth, my dark favorites. Ji Guoqing forced himself to endure the severe pain and waved his hands, and 2 spatial vortexes appeared as the power of darkness surged wildly on both sides of his body. Immediately after that, 2 huge behemoths clad in armor took a step out of the vortex and walked out. The 2 figures were nearly 10 meters tall as a small mountain, and countless tentacles coalesced by the power of darkness spread out from the cracks in their armor, writhing madly. This scene is quite a hunt and quite a discomfort inducer. Oh no, I forgot that after the master descends, he can still carry 2 dark familiars. The Dark Vanguard's body exploded back, instantly feeling bad. The Dark Familiars were both elite-level Dark Beings and the Dark Lord's most loyal warriors, and their strength was quite terrifying. It wasn't much weaker than Ji Guoqing's original strength. It seems that the opportunity to perform on your own is gone. But having only just retreated a few steps, Ji Guoqing suddenly sensed something. He stopped and blinked, staring at the 2 Dark Familiars with a lopsided look on his face. The power of darkness released from the opponent's body was also as thin as Ji Guoqing's. After some careful perception, they were actually all level 1 existences as well. Could it be because this guy's darkness power has been weakened, and along with it, the 2 Dark Familiars have been forced to lower their levels? The Dark Vanguard was a bit confused and tentatively threw out a slap. Bang! Bang! A slap wrapped in the power of darkness fell, and the 2 seemingly domineering and invincible Dark Familiars were instantly slapped into black mist. Dark Familiars, die! At this moment, space was dead silent. The crowd in the back was stunned. The smile that had just surfaced on Ji Guoqing's face also froze once again. Oh, open-minded. Chapter 73, Devouring the Dark Lord, Extracting the Gene Sequence. This time it's a complete fall. This is the inner reflection of Ji Guoqing at this moment. His own strength was severely damaged, dropping to a level 1 status. I didn't realize that the Dark Favors were also affected and followed him down in rank. But Ji Guoqing was the Dark Lord after all. Even though he was only a Dark Lord of the first sky, he still had a sense of pride in his body. He didn't just beg for forgiveness when he saw the momentum going against him like the Dark Vanguard did, but it was also as if he had instantly aged hundreds of years, and his scarlet eyes had lost their original light. This was because he knew that with Xiao Tian's means of treating his enemies, there was no way for him to live any longer when he had fallen to such a state. He was doomed today, but much like the imaginary wood, by this point in the game, his mind was instead at peace. Can I have a cigarette? Ji Guoqing sat paralyzed on the ground and looked up at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was silent, but still pulled out a box of golden hairpin from his pocket and threw it over. Thanks. Ji Guoqing took the cigarette case and pulled out a cigarette, using the power of darkness to light it up and inhale deeply. He had fallen in love with things like cigarettes after the last time his alter ego had descended on Blue Star. Cigarettes are a good thing. They can cure 1,000 sorrows. After exhaling a mouthful of smoke rings, Ji Guoqing continued. Can you give a chance? This honored one didn't have a choice before. Now he just wants to be a good person. The Dark Vanguard was instantly contemptuous. Earlier, you called yourself a traitor. Aren't you betraying the darkness as well? Xiao Tian did not say anything and just swung out a slap. Boom! The Dark Lord, instantly drawn into skin fragments. Dark Lord of the First Heaven, Pawn. Prior to this, no one had expected that the Hall of One Heaven's sovereign would actually die such a simple and dry death. Seeing Ji Guoqing being eliminated, Yan Ruyu also stopped recording. Her pink lips were a little dreamy. The Dark Lord, just like that? Deju City, saved? Xiao Tian. All of this was because of Xiao Tian, the man who was in his sights. Yan Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian with eyes that were so intense that they were on the verge of thickening. It was natural for women to admire strength. And Yen Ruyu, the former high-flying schoolgirl, was not exempt from this, and what Xiao Tian did within the Forbidden Land today was enough to make any woman reach the peak. The Dark Lord is just gone? What about the promised descent of the Juggernaut and the fact that there will be no peace in the city of Great Confucianism? Just die? Could we have been fooled? This guy isn't just a doppelganger too, is he? The rest of the people also exchanged words and murmured with some incredulous openings. I don't blame them for raising questions. It's just that the trip went so well. They barely put up much of a fight, and eventually the boss was just wiped out. God Shaw led the flight the entire time, and his record is available. Right at this moment, the voice of the long-lost system resounded from the depths of Xiao Tian's mind. Congratulations to the host for killing the first Heavenly Darkness Juggernaut. The power of the Juggernaut's origin has been detected. Shall we start extracting the gene sequence? Xiao Tian was not calm. He hadn't reached level 30 yet, and normally there was no chance to continue devouring for the time being. And even if he had the opportunity to devour now, the only things he could devour would be plants and animals as well as insects, and mutant beasts. Devouring the Dark Lord? Xiao Tian didn't even dare to think about it, but since he was able to devour it, there was no need to hesitate. Although the other party was only the weakest master, but at least it was still a master. If swallowed, there was no guarantee that he could obtain some kind of heaven-defying gene sequence. Begin extraction of gene sequences. As Xiao Tian's words fell, an invisible force instantly enveloped towards the darkness fragments drifting in the air. Everyone obviously noticed that the darkness power that had been gradually dissipating suddenly converged together and coalesced towards Xiao Tian's direction. Xiao Tian's figure was instantly covered in black mist. Xiao Tian, God Xiao, Big Brother, Lord Xiao Tian. Seeing this scene, the unknown crowd all showed nervous expressions. Thought it was Ji Guoqing keeping something back, but soon, the black mist that surrounded Xiao Tian gradually dispersed. Xiao Tian's figure resurfaced in front of the crowd. His original head of long hair had turned a crimson red, and there was also an additional darkness power, if any, on his body. The right arm that was covered by clothing had also been covered by a layer of black scales at this moment. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 26. Bloodline level, 30. Gene sequence number 9000. Lord of Darkness, inherits the trait of rebirth of severed limbs. Perceptual ability retained. Octopus tentacles evolved into dark Kirin arms with ultra-high defense. Can absorb and release a certain amount of darkness. Tearing the arms can be transformed into black Kirin lances. After absorbing Ji Guoqing's sovereign origin force, Xiao Tian's level did not increase, but his bloodline level came directly to a terrifying level 30. In other words, the mutant beasts that were now under level 30 would all fear him from the bottom of their hearts, even though his power level was only 26. And this number 9000 genetic sequence Dark Lord is also strong and terrifying. Dark unicorn arms? Absorb and release a certain amount of darkness? Tearing off an arm and still transforming it into a black unicorn lance? Just by reading the introduction, it feels different from the previously acquired gene sequences. Xiao Tian, are you alright? Seeing the black mist around Xiao Tian dissipate, Yen Ruyu then worriedly stepped forward and asked, I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head as his mind kept recalling this genetic attribute of tearing his arm to transform into a black Qilin lance. I don't know if it's a sudden jerk. Xiao Tian stretched out his left arm to hold his right arm before pulling it with force. There was a rip. The right arm that was wrapped in black scale armor was actually directly torn off with his skin and flesh. The fat face of Fatty High in the distance turned white, and his hands covered his mouth with a miserable scream. The rest of the people who saw this also had their eyelids twitch more or less, and many of them were even so frightened that they fell back a few steps and sat on the ground. Is Xiao Shen out of his ing mind? I had known that he was quite ruthless in his treatment of his enemies, but I never expected him to be equally ruthless to himself. What kind of operation is it to rip off one's right arm hard? But to everyone's surprise, not a single drop of blood flowed out even though the right arm was directly torn off. Instead, the right arm that had been torn off suddenly turned into a black mist. When it coalesced again, it had already transformed into a long spear with a domineering shape, up to 2 meters long and silver gray in color. It was as if there was still the sound of ghosts crying and howling within the lance. On the surface of the gun body, it was also covered with a thick layer of darkness power, which slowly pulsed like a black flame. This is the Black Qilin lance? Xiao Tian casually waved the lance a few times while holding it in his left hand. Tigers, with each swing, a mournful cry would be heard. This thing is a gun as the name implies. The Black Qilin lance was, indeed, somewhat evil, and it's quite a pain in the ass to use. You need to rip off your right arm before you can use it. It won't kill you, but it won't hurt. This stuff is a good thing, but it's better not to use it freely until you have to. Lord Xiao Tian, what are you? The Dark Vanguard pointed at the Black Qilin lance in Xiao Tian's hand and wanted to speak. Xiao Tian was just about to open his mouth when this forbidden land suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately afterward the dark sky began to tear apart and the crimson waning moon began to crumble. This side of the world already shows signs of collapsing. Lord Xiao Tian, the master is dead and this forbidden land is about to collapse. If we don't leave in time, we will be buried here along with him. The Dark Vanguard's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Originally, he had planned to absorb some of the dark power here, but now it seemed there was no time. Xiao Tian's mind moved, and the black Qilin lance instantly transformed into his right arm, spreading out countless black tentacles connecting to Xiao Tian's broken arm. It was soon restored as before. Then Xiao Tian looked to the sky and shouted, "Everyone, retreat!" Chapter 74, Environmental Catastrophe. A new crisis. The Forbidden Land was still overflowing with mists, and visibility was very limited. Even spirit beast warriors could easily get lost here, but with the guidance of the Fat Sea, the crowd went all the way straight to the direction of the whirlpool, without the slightest delay. But on the way, the crowd was also treated to an amazing sight. Many of the dark beings within the Forbidden Land were all running towards the vortex at the same time at this time. Once the Forbidden Land collapses, even dark beings will die miserably on the spot. The Dark Vanguard opened his mouth to explain. Even though most of the dark beings within the Forbidden Land didn't have much spiritual intelligence, but the fear of death is common to almost all living things. Now that the Forbidden Land was about to collapse, these dark beings sensed the danger and didn't want to die. All they could do was escape through the vortex. Xiao Tian nodded his head and did not say anything more, not to mention making a move to stop the rout of these dark beings. It was imperative to leave the Forbidden Land as soon as possible as the best policy. It didn't take long. The crowd finally raced to the front of the vortex, but the vortex, which originally could only tolerate 2 people passing through side by side, was already surrounded by countless dark beings. Sweeping his eyes, he looked black. It's over. The passage out is blocked. What can we do? Fatty Hai eagerly pulled out a talisman from his pocket and was about to throw it forward. In Xiao Tian's villa, there was still a lot of delicious food he hadn't tasted the flavor of yet. It would be a big loss to die here now, and as the last generation of Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, if he really died here, it would be equivalent to the inheritance of Longhu Mountain being severed. We can only strike together and kill our way out. Yan Tiansheng entered his animalistic state. His nostrils ejected a hot gas leaping out and said. The rest of the group saw this and were ready to roll up their sleeves and do the same. Killing out was indeed the only option at the moment. It's better if I do it. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian shook his head and stood out. The cracks that appeared in the sky within the Forbidden Land were getting bigger and bigger and had spread to the ground. The collapse of the Forbidden Land was just around the corner. They didn't have much time left, and it was a little more time efficient to strike out on their own. By the way, just happened to test the power of the Black Qilin Lance. Xiao Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and was just about to tear off his right arm. Just then, the dark beings in front of them suddenly stirred. Surprisingly, they no longer surged wildly towards the vortex, but instead stopped their movements and turned to look at Xiao Tian at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fatty Hai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said dully, "These guys wouldn't want to die with us and pull us along, would they?" But in the very next moment, an eye-opening scene occurred, only to see thousands of dark beings actually uniformly kneeling down on one knee towards Xiao Tian. What does that mean? They're actually kneeling down to worship God Xiao? Oh my god. They're dark beings. The crowd was already shocked that Xiao Tian was able to subdue the altered beast. Now that even the darkness beings were taking the initiative to kneel down, this was clearly a sign that they were going to submit to Xiao Tian. However, the dark beings were special beings born in the Forbidden Land, and were essentially the same as the Dark Lord, the root of extreme darkness. It really doesn't make sense that they would make such a move. You absorbed the darkness power of the first heavenly sovereign. You have his aura on your body, and now that the Dark Sovereign is dead, they will naturally recognize you as their master. Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly rang out from afar. Everyone turned to look, only to see hundreds of dark beings, carrying a huge ancient tree, rapidly approaching in the direction of the crowd. What the dark beings were carrying on their shoulders was none other than the dark ancient tree that Xiao Tian had previously extorted a sum of core leaves from. Xiao Tian's gaze continuously swept back and forth between the dark ancient tree and the dark beings beneath it. This dark ancient tree is kind of a capable tree. It was actually possible for hundreds of dark beings to actively carry him and run away. Because I absorbed the Dark Master's dark power, they have recognized me as their master? If that was the case, then by killing the Dark Lord himself, he had not only harvested a new gene sequence, but also an army of dark beings. Definitely a huge gain. Thinking back to the dark ancient tree's words, Xiao Tian suddenly rushed the dark beings in front of him and commanded, "Everyone line up and leave the Forbidden Land in order." As Xiao Tian's words fell, the originally chaotic dark beings immediately rose and lined up. passing through the vortex in a neat and orderly manner. ********. They actually do listen to God Zhao's dispatch. There are no less than 1,000 dark beings present. Xiao Shen already had 16 mutant beasts, and now that he has subdued these 1,000 dark beings, who can be his enemy in the entire Great Confucian City now? God Xiao is awesome. Before the Forbidden Land completely collapses, Xiao Tian and his group, along with thousands of dark beings, left the Forbidden Land together. After reappearing in the center of the Great Confucian City, the crowd's nerves that had been tensed for a long time gradually relaxed. Who could have thought? It's amazing that they did something so great on this trip. First, he destroyed the 5 cities' ungrateful spirit beast warriors. Then he extorted the Dark Ancient Tree. And finally he killed the Dark Lord and the Dark Familiars. However, everyone knew very well that all of this had very little to do with them and was all due to Xiao Tian. Some things don't really need to be bleeped out much. Xiao God is awesome and that's the end of it. I thank you all for helping me on this trip to the Forbidden Land. And you can go to the villa to receive a share of the resources when you return. Xiao Tian eyed the crowd, and these words immediately caused a wave of cheers as they fell. Then Xiao Tian's eyes condensed as he continued. Now that the first heavenly sovereign has been annihilated, the environment of Blue Star will change in at most 3 days, and an extreme cold wave is about to appear, so it is best for everyone to make preparations in advance when they return. We've all been through life and death together now, so a reminder can't hurt. In Xiao Tian's memories, after the first heavenly sovereign was annihilated, Blue Star was soon greeted by a blizzard that was rare in 10,000 years. The environment of Blue Star will become even more hostile. The entire blue planet was frozen, and some of the cities near the poles were instantly frozen, with everyone in the cities dying horribly. The temperature was directly lowered by tens of degrees below zero, and under this temperature, not to mention ordinary people, spirit beast warriors would also be frozen to death. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's warning, the crowd that was still smiling and laughing could not smile anymore. There hasn't been a time when what God Xiao has said hasn't worked. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to breathe a sigh of relief for a while after eliminating the first heavenly sovereign, without realizing that this is just a new beginning. Regardless of what the crowd thought, after explaining all of this, Xiao Tian brought Yen Ruyu and the others to prepare to leave. Little friend. Just then, the voice of the Dark Ancient Tree rang out. It was still pale, but a little more fawning. Xiao Tian looked back and saw a hideous human face suddenly appear above the thick stump of the Dark Ancient Tree. With all his might, the human face flashed a pleasing smile at Xiao Tian. Little friend, we are destined to be together, and you are not a simple character, or else you can take me away, and I will follow you from now on. Chapter 75 Tonight, a good hunt. The Dark Ancient Tree essentially belonged to the Dark Beings as well, and there was simply nowhere to go after leaving the Forbidden Land. Following Xiao Tian was the best option at the moment. At least it would not be treated as a dark being to be wiped out by the other spirit beast warriors. Moreover, Xiao Tian had absorbed the Darkness Master's darkness force, and there was actually nothing wrong with following him himself. The old man also has a certain amount of battle power. There are many things he can do. You definitely won't lose out by taking in the old man. Seeing Xiao Tian's silence, the Dark Ancient Tree hurriedly continued to speak, more or less flustered. This kid doesn't want to take himself in, does he? He himself is at least an ancient existence that has lived for over 100 years, and now that he is actively begging to be taken in, your kid actually refuses? Not really, not really. Xiao Tian already possessed 16 powerful mutant beasts, plus his current bloodline level had risen once again. As long as the sheltering device was prepared enough, Xiao Tian could still take in more powerful mutant beasts. Moreover, putting aside the mutant beasts, Xiao Tian now possessed an entire army of more than 1,000 numbers of dark beings. There's really no shortage of dark ancient trees for one. The only thing Xiao Tian had his eye on was the core leaves from the dark ancient tree, but Xiao Tian already had 100 of them. In a short while his level was estimated to reach level 30, and these 100 core leaves would be completely sufficient. Xiao Tian did not reply and turned around. Don't, little friend, let's have a talk. The corners of the dark ancient tree's mouth twitched as it hurriedly called out to Xiao Tian. You only need to take in the old man, and the core tree leaves will be enough. And after the old man's strength has increased, the core tree leaves will also be able to have an effect on high-level spirit beast warriors. Hearing this, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped in his tracks. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the villa. The spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City also went back to their respective homes with a preoccupied look on their faces after receiving their respective supplies. The cold snap is coming, and they now have first-hand information that they must go back as soon as possible to make preparations. As for the dark ancient tree, it was planted in front of the villa's front door by Xiao Tian's people. Seeing that he had been taken in, the dark ancient tree was ecstatic inside and continuously thanked Xiao Tian. Only Yen Ruyu and the others looked at him with sympathetic faces. At one time, the villa had been besieged by numerous spirit beast warriors. Although Xiao Tian's strength had risen rapidly now, there was no one in the entire Great Confucian City who was his opponent anymore. But no one can guarantee that a similar situation will not happen again. If a similar situation happened again, the dark ancient tree would definitely be the first victim. After all, the thing was planted right at the front door of the villa. When that time really comes, he'll be the first one to take a beating. However, this could not be blamed on Xiao Tian's belly. It was really that this item was too large and it was simply impossible to put it into the villa. Upon returning to the villa, everyone sat paralyzed on the couch to regain their strength. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, brought in a large pot of raw meat and feasted on it. He had been fighting frantically within the Forbidden Land, and had long been starving from the front to the back. Yen Ruyu also took advantage of the break to upload the recorded video to the internet. Then, and the internet exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Xiao Tian is so raw? That's the Dark Lord, and he was actually slapped to death? That what's his name Dark Vanguard actually defected as well? And why are so many mutant beasts following his orders? What's wrong with the world? This son has unlimited potential and must not be kept. It didn't take long for the video to be uploaded, and soon enough people started questioning the authenticity of the video. But as the day of the first heavenly sovereign's descent had arrived, there was a delay on the side of the Great Confucian City. Gradually, the skepticism was not to be dismissed. Everyone realized Xiao Tian's terror. It was even if he hardened the sovereign's bilocation, but now even the sovereign's main body had been taken care of by him. Many people began to fear Xiao Tian and secretly swore not to provoke him. However, there were also bold people who began to wonder what kind of benefits Xiao Tian had obtained after killing the One Heaven's Dominator. All in all, after this incident, the name Xiao Tian was gradually being remembered by more people. Inside the villa, Xiao Tian ate a whole 13 pounds of fresh meat before he felt that his stomach was much more comfortable. Xiao Tian then arrived outside the villa and looked at the more than 1,000 dark beings standing outside the villa's main door and launched himself into a frenzy. Where should these dark beings be placed? The villa was large, but it obviously couldn't accommodate the 1,000 or so dark beings. And these dark beings, unlike shifter beasts, are not likely to be able to be in-placed through a holding device. Even if this could be done, 1,000 dark beings is a full 1,000 sheltering devices. Even if Shinshiolan was used as a cow or a horse, it would still be difficult to create these 1,000 or so sheltering devices in a short period of time. Just as Xiao Tian was in a difficult situation, the 1,000 or so dark beings seemed to have sensed Xiao Tian's clarity. It was actually enveloped by the power of darkness at the same time, and then fused with each other, transforming into a black cloak suspended in the air. At the same time, a stream of information instantly surged into Xiao Tian's mind. The cloak is called a netherworld cloak, and the wearer can shield others from the perception of their strength. Although it could not play too much of a role in dealing with existences whose strength was far above Xiao Tian's, it was already enough for the current situation. Moreover, the surface of the Yin Soul Streamer was covered with more than 1,000 black scales, each of which represented a dark being. As long as Xiao Tian's mind moved, he could summon them out to fight anytime, anywhere. Xiao Tian's heart rejoiced as he reached out and held the Yin Soul Streamer and backhanded it onto his body. The black cloak was exquisite with a hint of evil, further accentuating Xiao Tian's demonic appearance. I didn't realize that dark beings could still fuse with each other to transform into such an equipment. That way, one doesn't have to worry about how to house them. Moreover, these dark beings were different from the altered beasts in that they did not need to eat, which also saved Xiao Tian a lot of trouble. In the future, when he encountered an enemy, he wouldn't even need to strike out on his own. 16 mutant beasts were released first. The 16 altered beasts were no match, and then they summoned an army of dark beings. Just pile on the numbers and engage in a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. Take the rest of the day off first tonight. Going back out tomorrow to find some more supplies to combat the coming cold snap. The villa also needs to be reinforced, and currently the villa is only able to withstand a certain level of attack. On the degree of cold resistance is still too weak. Remember that before the cold wave descends, the forbidden land of the second heaven will descend. The forbidden land of the second heaven was different from the forbidden land that appeared in the first heaven. The forbidden land that appeared in the second heaven would appear all over the blue star at the same time, no matter where the spirit beast warriors were. As long as they entered the forbidden land they would appear in the same forbidden space. In other words, starting from the second heavenly forbidden land, all the spirit beast warriors on the blue planet were about to enter the stage of competing against each other. At that time, if they wanted to obtain the benefits of the opportunities within the forbidden land, the competition would be even fiercer. But Xiao Tian wasn't panicked in the slightest and instead had some small expectations, because now he was frighteningly powerful. Shaking the Yin Soul Streamer behind him, Xiao Tian returned to his room and found Shinshiolan. Shinshiolan was lying on the bed looking at her cell phone in boredom. When she saw Xiao Tian, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across her face. She was still feeling a little sore to this day since the end of her last duel. "Tonight, I'll rest at your place." Xiao Tian came to the bed and sat down and said. Shin Xiulan's face was slightly red and she originally wanted to refuse, but after looking at Xiao Tian's handsome face, she suddenly changed her mind. A nod was given and a soft answer was given. Just as the two were about to double team, there was a sound of footsteps from outside the room, and Yen Ruyu pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the two who were preparing for a double row, he immediately blushed and lowered his head. "Sorry, I don't seem to have come at the right time." After saying that, he was about to exit with a red face. She had also planned to look for Xiao Tian tonight for a double row, but after dinner she searched around and couldn't find where Xiao Tian was. Originally, he wanted to take a look at Shin Xiulan's side. Who would have thought that he would bump into such an embarrassing scene? The double row was bumped into, and even Shin Xiulan, a talented young girl, felt a bit ashamed. But Xiao Tian called out to Yen Ruyu rather calmly and waved his hand with a smile. "Xiulan, she's weak, it's a long night, you've come at the right time." Xiao Tian hadn't had a double row for a long time either. Tonight, a good hunt. Chapter 76, The Dark Vanguard vs. Sweet White. Early the next morning, a powerful news is once again dominating the website platform. The strongest spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities surrounding Great Confusion City, as well as a group of elites, had unexpectedly all gone strangely missing. Nothing has been heard from them so far. When the 5 Wang Lu people had traveled to Great Confusion City with their manpower in great numbers, everyone knew about the news. The crowd was also clear that their main target was Xiao Tian. And now, Xiao Tian was unharmed and had also annihilated the One Heaven's Master, while Wan Lu and his group had mysteriously disappeared. It was not difficult to guess with one's toes that this matter must have something to do with Xiao Tian. The strongest men of the 5 cities led their elites at the same time. How on earth did Xiao Tian do it? Countless people were curious about this, and Xiao Tian's name had once again spread across the internet. Villa. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Tian was ready to take Fatty High and Dark Vanguard out to collect supplies. As for Yen Ruyu as well as the 2 girls, Shen Xiulan, they were still resting on the bed. The intensity of the double row was too high, coupled with the fact that Xiao Tian's rank had long been different from what it used to be, and under the full release, Shen Xiulan, the talented girl, was the first to lose. Can't keep up. She couldn't keep up with the pace even if she tried her best. In less than 10 minutes, Yen Ruyu, the spirit beast warrior, also initiated a surrender, typing GG in the chat box. The current Xiao Tian was able to both fight and simmer, and the 2 women gradually felt that it was difficult to support them. After the Dark Vanguard returned to the villa, he was placed in a spare room by Xiao Tian. When Xiao Tian washed up and found the other party, the whole person was a bit bad. Push opened the door to the room. What came into view in the room was a small double ponytailed loli in loose casual clothes. The features were lovely and fair, with a slight hint of baby fat, and with the loose pajamas, there was a kind of incongruous beauty that gave people an uncontrollable, protective urge. Lord Xiao Tian. When the little loli saw Xiao Tian, she instantly displayed a smile. Her voice was crisp and soft, and the entire room seemed to be instantly filled with a loli sweet scent. Hearing the other party call out his name, Xiao Tian's head became even more confused. He didn't even recognize the little loli in front of him. When did the other party enter the villa? Moreover, this was the room he had arranged for the Dark Vanguard, so how could the other party appear here? Xiao Tian scratched his head. His mind was in a mess right now. Lord Xiao Tian, my humble position is a Dark Vanguard. Don't you recognize my humble position? The little loli suddenly reacted and smiled sweetly, revealing 2 small dimples. Are you the Dark Vanguard? Xiao Tianrun went numb, unable to connect the Dark Vanguard with the double ponytailed loli in front of him at all. Precisely. Humble servant. Humble servant thought that since I want to follow Lord Xiao Tian to survive in the Blue Star, it would be best to take on a human form so that I can avoid many troubles. If you can take human form, why did you have to make it look like this? You're at least a Dark Vanguard, and you're actually a little double ponytailed loli after taking human form. Does that make sense? Xiao Tian was a little chilled anyway, not realizing that dark beings were similar to humans and actually had this special little fetish. Lord Xiao Tian, dark beings don't actually distinguish between genders. My humble servant is no longer a Dark Vanguard now, and my humble servant has given herself a name. By Xiao Tian. Sugar White? Xiao Tian touched his nose, not wanting to continue chatting more on this topic. Changing the subject, he said, I'm going out to gather some supplies. Come with me. Good. As long as it's Lord Xiao Tian's order, no matter how embarrassing it is, my humble servant will act according to your lordship's command. Bai Xiao Tian squirmed and whispered with a red face and lowered her head. Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly somewhat regretted calling this fellow to go out with him. Immediately afterward, the 2 men pulled Fatty High out of the room. It's already 3 rods past sunrise, and this fat bastard is actually still huffing and puffing in bed. This also made Xiao Tian more and more determined to cultivate Fatty Hai. At least he was a contemporary heavenly master. He absolutely could not allow himself to be nullified by his own upbringing, being forcibly pulled out of bed. Fatty Hai was initially a bit depressed. However, when he saw Bai Xiaotian beside Xiaotian, he immediately narrowed his eyes and instantly changed his attitude. Big brother, who is this little loli? Your new harem? Sister-in-law and the others won't be jealous if they know, right? Fatty Hai pulled Xiaotian aside and whispered. Xiaotian kicked Fatty Hai and said in a bad mood, he's a dark vanguard. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fat sea gave a cry and once again looked to the side of Bai Xiaotian. Despite all efforts, it was never possible to overlap the cute little loli in front of her with yesterday's dark vanguard. That's a big ing contrast, isn't it? The dark vanguard has become a little loli, and the TV show doesn't dare to act like this. It's too evil. Soon the three drove out together. Bai Xiaotian took the initiative to sit on the passenger side, and with her hands resting on her fragrant cheeks, she looked at Xiaotian with a deep look on her face. She just looked like that and did not speak. Xiaotian's scalp was a little numb from the look. What the hell is Godongshi up to? Although the other party's current appearance was sweet and cute, Xiaotian still had trouble accepting it after knowing that the other party was a dark vanguard. Snap! Xiaotian threw a slap on Bai Xiaotian's face. Don't stare at me. Bai Xiaotian covered her face, and instead of getting angry, she nodded her head very nicely, as if a child who had done something wrong. He said, I understand. I obey. When he finished, he turned his head to look out the car window, but a very good feeling rose in his heart. Lord Xiaotian is really strong. To be slapped by Lord Xiaotian, one is so happy. Worthy of being a man who was able to exterminate a first heavenly sovereign, to be able to follow such a man, absolutely nothing could go wrong. It was also thanks to Xiaotian not being able to read minds. Otherwise, if he knew the other party's mental activities at this time, he would definitely kick him out of the car. But not to mention, a sweet and adorable little loli, opening and closing her mouth with a humble servant. This contrast was even much stronger than an iceberg beauty being the reincarnation of a chimera. However, once he thought that the other party's essence was the Dark Lord, Xiaotian said that he was not blessed to receive it. The crowd's mission for this outing was to gather heating supplies, although similar things would appear within the forbidden lands of the second heaven. But there is absolutely nothing wrong with being more prepared. 3 hours later, the crowd rushed back to the villa pulling a load of supplies. The trip went quite well. The heating supplies were all over the entire city of Dallas, and were not as tight as the shooting supplies were. There were also encounters with mutant beasts on the road, and they even encountered several fusion mutant beasts, but they were all easily solved by Xiaotian. However, when the vehicle traveled outside the villa's gate, a figure suddenly sprang out from the side. Then he blocked the front of the vehicle and rushed at Xiaotian in the vehicle and knelt down. Please, help me. Chapter 77, The Dragon Tiger Mountain Masters are also stargazers? Kneeling on the ground was a wonderful young girl. Although her head was hanging low, she was still able to feel an unassuming aura. Long pink hair, a designer label, and a rather nice, crisp voice. However, the young girl's body was covered in blood, and her breath was extremely weak, appearing to have experienced a vicious battle only a short while ago. What are you? Why should I save you? Xiaotian pulled open the car door and walked down, coming close to the young girl and condescendingly asked. Bai Xiaotian and Fatty Hai followed suit. Just then, the young girl suddenly raised her head. A delicate and absolutely beautiful face suddenly came into view. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fatty Hai's two eyes glazed over and he immediately exclaimed, Goddess Chuyao? Goddess Chuyao? Xiaotian looked at Fatty Hai in a somewhat wooden manner. Fatty Hai was surprised. Big brother, don't you even follow the stars? This is the hottest showbiz goddess in our dragon kingdom. Chuyao, the goddess of showbiz. Chuyu? He'd never been a stargazer. Wasn't it normal for him not to recognize each other? Fatty Hai was still talking to himself, introducing Chuyao's dramas and new songs over and over again. Speaking at the back, Fatty Hai had long been red with excitement. It was obvious that this fat bastard was a die-hard fan of Chuyao, but Xiaotian was a bit puzzled that the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master would actually follow a star, and still be a die-hard fan? Goddess Chuyao, as I recall, aren't you in the Heavenly Vault City settlement? How did you come here to seek help from my big brother? After hearing Fatty Hai's words, Chuyao then reacted and wiped off the tears from the corner of her eyes and said in a pitiful manner, a powerful spirit beast warrior has also appeared in Sky Vault City, named Wang Mingxian. The other party was originally just a landlubber, but the bestialization ability he acquired was unprecedentedly powerful, soon integrated all the power of Sky Vault City, and this person is extremely horny, and started to spoil the girls after having power. My parents were going to send me there so they could butter each other up, and I didn't agree, so I snuck out when I wasn't looking. I've seen Xiaotian's name on the internet and know that he's very capable, which is why I came to Daeju City to seek help. Speaking here, Chu Yao was already in pear blossom. Xiao Tian, I know that you have the ability to save me. If you're willing to help me this time, I can give you my body as a reward. I'm still intact right now. You can rest assured on that point. Fatty Hai was going crazy. The unattainable goddess in his own eyes was now actively kneeling in front of Xiao Tian to ask for help. She also expressed her willingness to hand over her body to Xiao Tian. Why hasn't such a good thing happened to you? Then what rank is Wang Mingxian? Maybe I can help you without my big brother's hand. Fatty Hai's dog-licking attribute was aroused as he asked with an expectant face. Wang Mingxian already has level 35 strength. Chu Yao explained as she glanced at Fatty Hai. It's level 35. Wouldn't it be higher than Big Brother's rank? The flame in Fatty Hai's heart was instantly doused by a pot of cold water, and after awkwardly scratching his head, he retreated back behind Xiao Tian. You guys chat. You guys keep talking. Chu Yao was somewhat speechless and once again looked at Xiao Tian. I have no shortage of women, and your so-called repayment has no appeal to me, so you might as well go back where you came from. It wasn't that Xiao Tian was cold-blooded and heartless. Under the chaotic world, preserving himself was the biggest task. As for the death or life of others, it really had nothing to do with him. He is not a savior with a heart of gold, much less a contemporary Madonna with a brainless heart of gold. What did the suffering of others have to do with him? Xiao Tian? As soon as she heard Xiao Tian's words, Chu Yao immediately became anxious, and she was also clear that she was not acquainted with Xiao Tian. So in order to seek the help of the other party, he volunteered his innocent body in exchange. It didn't occur to me that the other party actually rejected it outright. If this one in front of her wasn't even willing to help, she really didn't know where to go from here. Fatty Hai shook his head with a look of regret. Although he wanted to help, he knew Xiao Tian's character better. Since this big brother of his own was unwilling to make a move, he naturally had his own considerations, and it was hard for him to say anything. Behind the two, Xiao Tian quietly watched the scene without speaking. Only his gaze was locked on Chu Yao's rather sizable chest. Looking at Chu Yao's voluptuous body, he then looked down and surveyed his own airfield. Xiao Tian was silent. Go on, get back. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and walked straight past Chu Yao. Just then, a Rolls-Royce came in the distance and suddenly stopped in front of several people with a sharp brake. Then a middle-aged couple with 3 spirit beast warriors stepped down from the car. Rebellious daughter. What a rebellious daughter. When the middle-aged man saw Chu Yao on the ground, he was furious and stepped forward to kick out. What an asshole. I don't know how many women in Skyvault City want to be young Wang's woman, and now that young Wang has his eye on you, you actually dare to run away. The middle-aged woman also opened her mouth coldly. Dad, Mom, you guys never cared about my feelings. I don't want to be one of those asshole women. You're selling your daughters. Chu Yao's voice was sad, suddenly feeling miserable. Before the dark turmoil, she was a glamorous first-tier actress with a bright future ahead of her, but no one could have imagined that her parents were sucking her blood like crazy behind her back. All the money she earned was put into her own pockets by the older couple to buy a car and a house for her own brother. As for her, she was like an outsider who was never treated well. After the outbreak of the dark turmoil, the two old men became even more aggressive, in order to be able to make their own brother follow in the saddle around Wang Mingxian. I can't believe I sold myself outright. Let's go. Hurry back with us. If we keep young Wang waiting, our family won't be able to get along. The two of them couldn't help but support Chu Yao and head towards the car. Xiao Tian did not stop from the beginning to the end and walked towards the villa on his own. However, right at this moment, Chu's father suddenly called out to Xiao Tian. Kid, what's your relationship with Xiao Yao? The other party had a bad attitude and an obvious tone of questioning. No relation. Xiao Tian lightly glanced at him and continued to walk forward after saying that. No relationship? Why would she come here to you without a relationship? Chu's mother followed suit, and the moment she opened her mouth, there was a whiff of vitriol. Dad, Mom. Chu Yao slowly got up and coldly said, none of this has anything to do with him. I'll go back with you guys. Xiao Tian's indifference. Chu Yao was also able to understand that she had already resigned herself to her fate when it came to this. Don't want to involve anyone else. No, he has to come back with us. Wang Xiaoji likes virgin women. Who knows if this asshole has made a move on you? Must go back with us. If he really did something to you, we can also give an explanation to Wang Xiao, so that we won't be blamed for it. The old two had no doubt, and after finishing, they directly waved their hands, and the 3 spirit beast warriors behind them did not think twice. Instantly, he took a step forward while entering the animalized state and walked towards Xiao Tian in a very impressive stance. Seeing this, Fatty Hai silently took a few steps back. With his understanding of Xiao Tian, these guys in front of him were going to be finished. My own big brother clearly didn't intervene. You guys didn't directly take away Goddess Chu Yao, but you had to find trouble with my own big brother. Isn't this a case of the old man hanging himself? Chapter 78? A name that scares the out of me. The three Spirit Beast warriors struck out decisively. The Spirit Beast warrior on the left had hair growing out of his entire body, and his arms turned into sharp claws, and the cold aura of the sharp claws swept out even before the person arrived. The Spirit Beast warrior in the center had sunken cheeks, surprisingly 2 gills grew, and his entire body's skin was covered with fish scales, and his 2 fists violently clashed together. Surprisingly, sparks overflowed. The Spirit Beast warrior on the right was the most disgusting, with 2 catfish tentacles actually growing out of the corners of his mouth on both sides, and his entire head instantly monstrously swelled, violently opening its bloody mouth as if it were a hideous shield machine that had been shrunk. Although there were only 3 of them, they all fired at the same time, surprisingly creating an entire army of 1,000. The old couple bloated at the scene, the corners of their mouths already unconsciously crooked to the back of their heads. These 3 people could be the helpers sent over by Wang Xiao, one of Wang Xiao's absolute beloved ones. Their level, moreover, came to a terrifying level 19. Although this kind of rank could not be called invincible, when placed in a small place like Great Confucian City, apart from some of the elite powerhouses, as well as the recently rumored ruthless man Xiao Tian, almost no one was able to fight against the 3 of them. But what puzzled the old couple was that the fat man beside that kid actually didn't want to step in to help when he saw the scene. Instead, he pulled a bag of chips out of nowhere and ate them with gusto. Right at this moment, the 3 had already arrived close to Xiao Tian. Snap! Xiao Tian did not say anything and did not even enter the animalized state, just waving his hand casually. The one who rushed at the front, the Spirit Beast warrior whose body was wrapped in fish scales, was actually directly flung out 30 meters. His body tumbled uncontrollably and frantically, and after crashing into several bullfig trees one after another, he completely collapsed to the ground. Woohoo! The fish scales on his entire body were jerked away and shattered by the huge force for most of his body, revealing the bloodied and delicate skin. Then with a trembling hand outstretched, he seemed to want to say something. However, Xiao Tian's slap not only broke his defense, but also shattered his internal organs. As soon as he opened his mouth this time, blood kept gushing out of his mouth, and surprisingly, he couldn't even say a complete sentence. In the end, his eyes lolled and his body went limp, completely out of breath with unwillingness. Surprisingly, he was smacked to death by Xiao Tian. Wang Defa? The other 2 Spirit Beast warriors instantly turned into dorks. It's not that they're low-quality random foul-mouthed people, it's that it's all just so unbelievable. The Spirit Beast warrior whose level was as high as level 19 was actually casually smacked to death with a slap like this. Who would dare to believe such a thing? Moreover, Xiao Tian had not entered the state of animalization when he slapped and ed this unlucky person to death. Without entering the state of animalization, he could up a Spirit Beast warrior with a slap. If they were to go into a bestial state, wouldn't a fart be enough to pop them? You're Xiao Tian. 2 people also reacted quickly. Hard to stop the body shape at the same time Crazy burst back. Looking at Great Confucian City, if there was really someone who was powerful to this extent, that person could only be Xiao Tian. The young man in front of him, who looked calm and easygoing and also a little handsome, was actually Xiao Tian, the ruthless man who had killed the first heavenly juggernaut, which had been rumored on the internet recently. You're Xiao Tian? At this time, Shu's father and mother were also not calm. Just the 2 words Xiao Tian made their knees go weak and their whole body could not stop trembling. It wasn't because of anything else, but only because the current Xiao Tian's fame on the internet was just too great. It's almost to the point where no one knows what's going on. Everyone knows that this is a madman, treating the enemy decisively and without mercy, not moving directly plagiarized. Even scarier, not only was he ruthless with his enemies, he was even more ruthless with the Dark Vanguard. Taking advantage of the fact that the Dark Vanguard hadn't completely descended yet, he took his manpower to the other party's lair to start a war, and in the end, he really ed the Dark Lord to death. This kind of thing is not something that a normal person can do at all. Why don't you continue to strike? Wasn't he quite arrogant earlier? Now that you know that my big brother is Xiao Tian is afraid? Are you all idiots? Why don't you come to Daeju City and do a little planning ahead of time? You're not the only one who wants to mess with my big brother. Fatty Hai put away the chips and shook his head with an expression of viewing a retard. Hearing Fatty Hai recognize Xiao Tian's identity, the 2 Spirit Beast warriors almost cried. It's also really a ruthless Xiao Tian. I didn't expect that just after arriving in the Great Confucian City, they had incurred such a terrifying existence. It was truly a sin. Xiao Tian, we don't intend to be your enemy. We can leave now. The 2 were very decisive and turned around to leave after cupping their fists at Xiao Tian. However, right at this moment, Xiao Tian slowly opened his mouth, and his words caused the 2 to instantly despair. Anyone who strikes at me is considered an enemy by me, and anyone I consider an enemy is basically dead. Run! Hurry up and run! The 2 of them kept on their feet and ran with all their might without looking back. Now that they knew Xiao Tian's identity, they could not even rise the courage to resist head-on. But in front of Xiao Tian, How could they escape? A few minutes later, 2 men died tragically at the scene. When Chu's father and mother saw this scene, they had been completely paralyzed with fear. That Wang Mingxian you guys are talking about is very powerful? Xiao Tian turned his head to look at the old couple and asked. The old couple's teeth chattered, and they tried several times to get out a complete sentence. They've been dumbfounded. Xiao Tian shook his head, then pointed to Chu Yao and said indifferently, from now on, she is my woman. Go back and tell that Wang Mingxian that if he doesn't submit, feel free to come and find me. Now you can get lost. Hearing that Xiao Tian was willing to let them go, the old couple woke up as if they were waking up from a dream, turned around and stumbled towards the direction of the Rolls-Royce. But right at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly kicked out. Bang! The luxurious top of the line Rolls-Royce was actually kicked directly into two by Xiao Tian. Get out! Xiao Tian said coldly. Get out! We're getting out now. The old couple just felt their throats tighten and rushed away. Only after resolving all of this did Xiao Tian look at Chu Yao. Chu Yao cupped the corner of her coat with both hands, very apprehensive and nervous inside. She hadn't thought that Xiao Tian's name was so good. Just after knowing Xiao Tian's name, the two spirit beast warriors were so frightened that they lost their will to fight, and her parents were so frightened that they fell to their knees. Thank you for helping me. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yao timidly said, the villa still lacks cleaning maids, so I will leave these things to you in the future. Xiao Tian turned around and returned to the villa after putting down these words. Xiao Tian actually did not want to intervene in this matter, but he had already made a move to kill two of Wang Mingxian's men. Even if he allowed Chu Yao to be taken back, it was expected that this matter would not be closed. Since the beam had already been formed, it would be better to just take Chu Yao in. As for the other party possessing the terrifying strength of level 35, Xiao Tian did not care at all. You're high level, you're good. You eat a lot and you're woo-woo. You have a high rank. And the army of dark beings on my side are no slouches. Fatty Hai had a look of hatred on his face. Goddesses are to be loved, not used as cattle or horses. You didn't say yes when they offered you their bodies, but now you're asking them to be maids. Once a top stream goddess, now a maid? Fatty Sai expressed his speechlessness. Bai Xiaotian also nuzzled her little mouth and followed closely back to the villa as well. Xu Yao, on the other hand, froze for a moment and quickly relieved herself. It's okay to be a maid. It's better than becoming Wang Mingxian's woman. In the meantime, the other side. Not long after Chu's father and mother fled the villa, after making sure it was safe, they hurriedly took out their cell phones and made a call. Narrated this side of the story. A man's roar soon followed. Outrageous. My big brother has his eye on a woman, and someone actually but dares to stand in the way? Xiao Tian, right? Compared to my big brother, he's just a Kariba. Tell me the address. I'll bring people to flatten his villa right now. Chapter 79? The Great Cold Wave of Terror. The Ice Age opens. Half an hour later, a convoy of cars traveled to their destination to meet up with Chu's father and mother. The first car in the convoy was a conspicuous red Ferrari, from which a portly man pulled open the door and stepped down. Big back with dark sunglasses and a cigar in his mouth. He gives off a pie-in-the-sky vibe. Second young master, you're finally here. You have to decide for our old couple. When Chu's father and mother saw the visitor, they hurriedly started complaining in tears. The burly man in front of him was Wang Mingxian's own brother, and although his strength was not as good as Wang Mingxian's, it had come to the point where he was level 29. It belongs to the right hand and left arm of Wang Mingxian, and the two brothers are extremely close. Not only do they share resources and food, they have a special fetish. Share woman. On top of this piece, the two brothers played extremely perverted, which was one of the reasons why Chu Yao preferred to work as a maid in the villa rather than be Wang Mingxian's woman. Two useless old things, they can't even handle this little thing. What a waste. Wang spat forward and backhandedly slapped the old couple in the face. The old couple didn't dare to say anything when they were beaten, and only dared to lower their heads and scream bitterly one after another. Originally, according to the plan, Chu father and Chu mother would bring Chu Yao back, in order to prevent being attacked by other spirit beast warriors or mutant beasts on the way. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, led his men to meet them nearby. As a result, after waiting for half a day on their side, a call came from Chu's father's side. The men were not brought back, and their own brothers lost their lives as a result. Wang Qianqian now wanted to kill someone. No one had ever dared to make a move against one of their two brothers in Sky Vault City. There were people who did this at the beginning of the Dark Unrest, but those who did so basically died at the hands of the two brothers later. People can't stand still without being ruthless, and the two brothers also belong to the absolute ruthless people in Sky Vault City. Just to compare it with Xiao Tian, it might be quite a bit less interesting, because Xiao Tian is not a ruthless man. He is a little more than a ruthless man. He is a crazy lot. Second young master, that Xiao Tian is bold and daring. Originally we were going to take away that rebellious girl. That Xiao Tian even meddled in the matter, and after finishing, he even asked us to bring a message to Wang Xiao, that the person is here with him, And if you want the person, let Wang Xiao come on his own. The old couple lowered their heads and redescribed the whole thing, adding more fuel to the fire. Who had thought that Wang Qianqian raised his hand and threw out another slap? The old couple was rained on and dumbfounded. Two wasteful things. Lousy is not a fool. There is no need to deliberately add fuel to the fire in front of Lousy. Wang Qianjin spat out a mouthful of smoke from his cigar and said faintly, that Xiao Tian dared to die the woman that my big brother had his eyes on, and also killed our brother. No matter what, he's dead. The old couple acted obediently and kept nodding their heads in agreement. Lead the way. Wang turned forward toward the Ferrari. Second young master, that Xiao Tian is terrifyingly strong. Even a first Sky Master was destroyed by him. I'm afraid we can't do it with such a small number of people, right? Chu's father scowled. You mean that old me is no match for that Xiao Tian? Wang Qianjin asked with a narrowing of his eyes as he took a step forward. No, that's not what I meant. Chu's father's body trembled as he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. But before he could explain, Wang Qianjin retreated back and reached out to tear Chu's father's right arm hard. Blood instantly gushed out from the break, staining his shirt red. Chu's father grimaced and wailed in pain. Chu's mother, on the other hand, was paralyzed with fear and shivered. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu's father was also a spirit beast warrior, and his physical qualities were stronger than normal, such an amount of bloodshed would have long since led the box. You two losers also dare to belittle old me. This is your punishment. Only after saying this did Wang Qianqian continue to get into the car and faintly said, lead the way. Villa. Xiao Tian had already arranged for people to bring down all the heating supplies they had found and stock them up. With the amount of heating resources available now, they could last at least a month even if the cold snap hit now. After doing this, Xiao Tian began to absorb the power of the mutant beast's crystal core. During this period of time there were still quite a few people who brought in altered beast crystals one after another to exchange. With the elimination of the first heavenly juggernaut, the mutant beasts were now getting stronger and stronger, and the energy from the crystal cores was also increasing. However, Xiao Tian's rank had also long since changed from the past. Now, if one wanted to continue leveling up, one would need to consume an incomparably terrifying amount of crystal cores. Seeing Xiao Tian easily refine the crystal core, Xu Yao had been dumbstruck. Is this still human? These crystal cores were generally level 10 or higher mutant beast crystal cores. Xiao Tian actually refined it directly? To know that even a level 30 spirit beast warrior would need at least an hour to refine a crystal core within level 10. My big brother has the strength. Absorbing altered beast crystal cores is as simple as eating and drinking. You'll get used to it in the future. Fatty Hai opened his mouth to explain, then pulled out a bag of potato chips and handed it over, squeezing his eyebrows. Goddess, I have potato chips here. Do you want to eat some? Although Xiao Tian was absorbing the crystal cores, he could hear the crowd's conversation. Can't help but be very speechless. Thanks to this fat man being enrolled as a day master at Lung Fushan. Otherwise it's properly the ultimate lickspittle. Thank you, but I'm currently the villa's maid. I'll continue working first. Xu Yao politely refused. Then he picked up a broom and began to sweep up every corner of the villa in earnest. The two girls, Yan Ruyu and Xin Xiulan, had also woken up long ago. Also heard from Fatty Hai's mouth what happened earlier. Xiao Tian had taken in another beauty, and this beauty was also a former top stream goddess. Not only were their looks no less than theirs, even their temperament was excellent. But not only did the two women not have any sense of crisis, instead they were also a little excited. It was said that there were only tired cows and no plowed fields, but no one knew Xiao Tian's terror better than them. Can't be beat, can't really carry it. Now they have another sister who can help them share the load together, and it couldn't be better. The two women glanced at each other and unspokenly picked up their brooms at the same time to go help out and bond in the meantime. This one was likely to be their good sister in the future, so they couldn't afford to get tired. Xu Yao's physical strength was best left for when she was double rowing with Xiao Tian. But just then, a convoy of cars drove outside the villa in great numbers. Wang Qianqian led the men off the bus and came straight to the front of the villa's gate. It was all clearly recorded by surveillance. Everyone instantly tensed up as they watched the images on the monitor. Xiao Tian, get the hell out of here. You dare to snatch the woman that my big brother has his eye on. Do you really think that you are invincible just because you are the king in this acre of land? Hurry up and come out to die. Wang Qianqian dangled a cigar and shouted arrogantly with an air of wanting to say the sky. I didn't expect someone so soon. Fatty Hai rubbed his hands together and asked, Big brother, should we go out and them to death? Xiao Tian shook his head and just wanted to say something. Right at this moment, the entire sky suddenly turned black rapidly, and then surprisingly, silk snowflakes began to drift. The crowd saw the scene through the surveillance even though they were inside the villa. The snowflakes gradually turned from a fine snow at first to goosefeather snow. The temperature of the entire Great Confucian City also began to rapidly decrease at this moment. Xiao Tian looked at the snowflakes falling outside the window and murmured to himself, the mutation of the weather has begun. the great cold wave that swept across the entire blue planet has broken out. After saying that, he looked at Wang Chanxian and the others in the surveillance, a trace of pity welling up in his eyes. Time to say no. These guys really know how to pick their moments, preferring to come after himself at this time. Well now, without having to do anything themselves, the gang would probably freeze to death out there. Chapter 80, Team Self-Harm. Strange, I don't remember it being winter yet, do you? How come it's snowing? Fatty Hai said, scratching his head. It's the great cold wave that Xiao Tian said is coming. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and said in a grave tone. Xiao Tian did not say anything. He was just lost in thought, his fingers tapping the armrests of the wooden chair very rhythmically. In his previous life, he had also experienced the great cold wave, and as an ordinary person, ordinary down jackets don't even keep you completely warm, and if you can't rely on other means of warmth, such as a fire, it's true that you can freeze to death. Moreover, Xiao Tian in his previous life not only had to endure the biting cold of the cold wave, all the food was also frozen hard and difficult to swallow. It was a time of suffocating despair even now when I look back on it. Fortunately, he was no longer an ordinary person now, but a spirit beast warrior with the ability to defend himself. Seeing that Xiao Tian did not deny it, everyone's mood was a little heavy. Although the villa is not worried about food and drink, heating equipment and other things are all complete. Even if the face of a big cold wave, they can also live a very nourishing. But what is undeniable is that once the great cold wave begins, the entire environment of the blue planet will become even more hostile. The number of cases of killing for some resources, or even striking out at someone close to you, will also increase greatly. These guys are screwed. Now that the great cold wave has suddenly descended, I'm afraid they'll be frozen into ice sculptures. Xin Xiulan pushed up his glasses and stared at the image on the screen. Wang Chanxian and the others on the screen also noticed the abnormal weather. What the hell kind of weather? It's actually snowing? Wang Chanxian muttered, not caring much at first, still yelling loudly at the direction of the villa, telling Xiao Tian to get out and die. But after yelling for half a day and seeing that there was still no movement in the villa, Wang Chanxian suddenly became angry. Being a shrinking violet, you don't dare to come out, do you? Wang Chanxian dropped the cigar in his mouth and waved his hand impatiently after craning his neck. A spirit beast warrior stepped forward and simultaneously entered a state of bestialization. The muscles of his entire body began to expand crazily, and brownish-black hairs grew on the surface of his body, and then he threw a punch at the villa door. With the force of this punch, even a security door could be easily blown open. But when the punch blasted on the villa's gate, the gate was unharmed, and instead, a miserable scream came from it. The miserable screams were naturally from this spirit beast warrior. My hand. Ah! The bastard instantly returned to his human state, covering his right hand and jumping up and down in pain. Broken. After he entered his animalized state, his strength increased tremendously, and this punch actually fractured his entire body. Useless. Wang Chanxian was full of disgust. The Hall of Spirit Beast Warrior actually couldn't blast an iron door, and in turn, he made himself into a cripple. What a ing waste. Then he looked at another Spirit Beast Warrior and pointed with his big hand. There you go. This Spirit Beast Warrior nodded, then took a step forward into his animalistic state and blasted out with the same punch. Click. This time the iron door was still standing, but there was no scream coming out. Instead there was a bone-cracking sound. That Spirit Beast Warrior similarly took a few steps back, covering his arm in a cold sweat of pain. Broken. His arm is broken too, and because the force was too strong, the recoil was so strong that the bones of the entire arm were shattered. You're a ing loser too. Seeing two of his own men suffer defeat in front of the gate one after another, Wang Chanxian completely couldn't stand it anymore, pointing at the two of them and started cursing. The two men kept their heads down while enduring the severe pain and didn't dare to speak. They're actually quite aggrieved. As Spirit Beast Warriors, they had long gotten used to their current status and strength. How come you can't even break down a steel door now? Are they really losers? Pust. Just as the two were doubting their lives, a snickering voice suddenly rang out. Everyone subconsciously looked up towards the source of the sound, but as far as the eye can see, half a figure is not there. Instead there is a branch and leafy unknown ancient tree quietly standing in place, and it was from the direction of the ancient tree that the snickering came. What man? Wang went forward with a roar, but there was no response for a long time. After making sure no one was hiding near the ancient tree, he dismissed it as a hallucination. A bunch of useless wastes. This small matter requires me to personally take action. Wang Chanxian rubbed his arm, intending to do it himself. He shook his body, then began to animalize. His skin began to shrink, and the sweaty hairs on his body actually gradually became thicker and larger. It eventually transformed into a sharp, black, fine needle. The whole body, almost all of it, was filled with sharp silver needles. He awakens the bestiality of the hedgehog. His bestial ability is called Berserk Steel Needle. As the name suggests, his body after animalization was covered in spikes. protecting it on all fronts. These spikes serve as both protection and a means of attack, allowing long-range attacks to be shot out of thin air. Wang Qianfan had tried the sturdiness of the spikes, and it was difficult to crush them even with a hydraulic press of 300 tons, and after the spikes were shot out, he could continue to generate brand new spikes, not having to worry about running out of spikes and turning into a hairless hedgehog at all. Drive for the old man. Wang Qianxian had a grim expression as he blasted his fist forward. Bang! When a fist landed on the iron door, it only made a metal collision sound, and not even a dent appeared in the iron door. On the contrary, Wang Qianxian was grimacing from the pain and took several steps back one after another. For once, he was also a little skeptical. There's something sinister about that iron gate. The two spirit beast warriors from earlier were about to cry in aggravation. It really is not our waste. This iron door, he is not normal. Pust. Right at this moment, a soft laugh sounded once again. Everyone simultaneously looked in the direction of the ancient tree and frowned. This time, everyone was able to determine that it was definitely not a hallucination, that someone was laughing at them, but they had just checked. There was no one around the villa at all, only this ancient tree. Could it be that the ancient tree in front of them had become a spirit and was snickering at them? Is that possible? Soon, everyone's attention was redirected to the iron door in front of them. I've heard that the Chao Tian has strengthened the villa's defense with materials from the Forbidden Land, and now it seems like it should be true. After saying this, he sneered and said, but it doesn't matter. It's just a layer of bastard shell. Just break it. If I can't use my fists, then I can always use my skills directly, right? Your villa is reinforced with special materials, and my spikes are no slouches. Wang leaned forward and slowly raised his right arm. A spike instantly exploded out and ruthlessly slammed into the villa door. Bang! The villa's iron door remained unharmed, and the spikes were actually unable to penetrate, but instead were instantly bounced off the smooth surface and changed their flight trajectory. Pust! The spikes were bounced back and shot into Wang Qianxian's right leg. Wang Qianxian. Pust! It was unclear what kind of reaction Chao Tian and the others who saw the scene through the monitor screen had, but the dark ancient tree finally couldn't hold back any longer at this moment and snorted out a laugh. A hideous human face also emerged on top of that thick stump. Only at this moment, this hideous human face was laughing with snotty tears. It's not working. He was about to die laughing at the bunch of dangling hairs in front of him. He had lived for hundreds of years and had always stayed inside the Forbidden Land. Where had he seen such a scene today? It's so much fun. Knowing that they were here to find Chao Tian in trouble. If you don't know, you'd think they came here to kill themselves and seek death. Chapter 81, The Road is Frozen. Chao Tian eats hot pot. And right after the dark ancient tree completely revealed its true face, Wang Qianfeng couldn't sit still. It turned out that earlier there was no hallucination. There was really someone who dared to laugh at himself. And the object of this laughing at himself was actually not a human being. It's actually a big ing tree. Wang Qianxian was enraged and directly treated the dark ancient tree as a mutant beast. After all, nowadays, flowers and trees had the probability of turning into mutant beasts, and a large tree turning into a mutant beast wasn't something that was hard to accept. He forced himself to pull out the barbs in his thighs, then raised his right hand to aim at the dark ancient tree. Whoosh! The barbs pierced the inside of the stump with precision into the wood. One must know that the dark ancient tree belonged to the dark beings, and although he was an ancient tree in principle, he was not an ordinary ancient tree. Not to mention the ordinary sword slash. Even with a machine gun swipe is very difficult to leave a wound. However, Wang's forward barbs were able to enter the wood, enough to see the power of this attack. But that's okay. He didn't have much fighting ability, but sturdy and durable was a real thing. The dark ancient tree's body shook slightly, forcing the barbs back out, and then one of the leaves flickered with a burst of shimmering light, releasing a majestic healing power. Soon the wounds on the stump were completely repaired and restored as before. I am the ancient tree of darkness. To meet is to be fated, and I kindly remind you that I observe that your seal halls are blackened, and that a plague of blood will soon befall you. If you listen to the advice to leave here now, you might still be able to avoid it. Don't look at the dark ancient tree's obedience in front of Chao Tian, but in front of outsiders it still listened to the pretense, and this point was even able to compete with Fatty High. But who is Wang Qianxian? The pro big brother was the strongest person in Sky Vault City, and he was the first tier of spirit beast warriors in Sky Vault City. Now the woman that his own big brother had his eye on was snatched away by others, and he wanted to take revenge but couldn't do it without stealing the chicken. If he left like this, he would not be laughed to death by the others when he returned. Everyone together, him up for me. Wang went forward with all his firepower, the barbs on his body wildly bursting out. The rest of them sniffed, and all of them also bombarded the dark ancient tree furiously. If they couldn't break through the villa's defense, couldn't they deal with the mutated tree in front of them? The attack lasted for more than 10 minutes. As it turned out, They indeed couldn't deal with the district tree in front of them, because their attacks were of no damn use at all. The dark ancient tree was able to heal the injuries with ease shortly after they were created. It's almost as if you can't stop fighting. I didn't expect that even though this dark ancient tree doesn't have much combat power, its defense is actually this high. Yen Tiancheng marveled. Back when they were in the Forbidden Land, the dark ancient tree had been cleaned up by the mutant beasts that Xiao Tian had summoned. At that time, the crowd hadn't felt the dark ancient tree's ability. After all, the dark ancient tree had directly knelt after seeing Xiao Tian summon an army of mutant beasts at that time. It was only now that the crowd realized that the dark ancient tree was not simple either, and was actually able to stand firm in the face of the attacks from Wang Qianqian and the other group of spirit beast warriors. As expected of a dark being, it did have some skills. Xiao Tian also had a flash before his eyes and was somewhat surprised at the defense power of the dark ancient tree. In fact, technically speaking, this guy's defense could only be considered not bad, not powerful. This was because the attacks of Wang Qianqian and the others were indeed able to actually cause damage to him. The great thing about this guy is that he is able to heal the injuries on his body very quickly. It seems that taking in this fellow is indeed useful. In the future, if a powerful enemy comes looking for trouble, it's entirely possible to let the other party fight the dark ancient tree and consume some of their strength first, and then I'll make my move then. Xiao Tian muttered to himself. This world was too big. Even if he had a system that could devour gene sequences infinitely, he didn't dare to guarantee 100% invincibility. The reasoning that there is a sky outside of people is clear to Xiao Tian. If he had no inhibitions and no one in sight just because he had the system, sooner or later, he would also fall in the gutter. In short, extraordinary times. It is always good to be cautious. The dark ancient tree outside was still resisting the attacks of Wang Qianjin and the others, and was completely oblivious to its position in Xiao Tian's mind. It's gone from a moving spring to a sandbag. As one attack after another continued to fall, Wang Qianqian and the others were consumed more and more, and soon became breathless. Can't be beaten. This guy is too evil. Our attacks can't do anything to him at all. Second young master, let's retreat first. There's no fear of not having firewood to burn. Great Confucian City is Xiao Tian's territory. In case the other party takes advantage of our great consumption and suddenly surprises us, we'll be in trouble. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the crowd hurriedly opened their mouths to dissuade them. Wang Qianqian gritted his teeth in extreme unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do about it. It seems like we can only swallow our breath today and come back for revenge in the next day. Xiao Tian, I'll remember you. Let's wait and see. Sooner or later, one day, I want you to pay the price. Wang Qianqian had a cold face and was about to order the crowd to retreat after putting down these harsh words, but just then a sudden change occurred. The scattered snowflakes that had originally drifted in the air suddenly became dense, and the temperature around them plummeted at this moment. 10 degrees, 5 degrees, 0 degrees, 5 degrees below zero, 10 degrees below zero. The temperature plummeted, and the flowers, plants, trees, and various gardens in the villa area were covered with a layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the water vapor on the asphalt ground quickly froze in a short period of time. If one were to look down from the sky right now, one would see the entire city of Skydome, and indeed the entire planet blue, up to the city woods, down to the rivers and deserts. All of them were actually frozen or covered with snow. The ice age of Blue Star. This moment descends completely. In fact, as early as when the snow suddenly drifted, a number of people had noticed the abnormality and returned to the shelter in time. So this sudden drop in temperature didn't cause too many casualties. Instead, it was Wang Qianqian and others who were most affected. Their power was almost depleted, and now they were suddenly experiencing a major cooling. They just felt like they were suddenly thrown into the world of ice and snow. Trying to retreat, his legs and feet wouldn't obey him, as if he was frozen in place. The body's limbs also became incomparably stiff, as if they were set inside a mold, and it was extremely difficult to move the slightest bit. What's more, they could clearly feel that their body heat was being lost in the cold wind. What the hell is going on here? Why did the temperature suddenly plummet? Wang Qianqian was so terrified that he couldn't help but clasp his hands and shiver. Retreat! Retreat! Then the order was given with a strong shivering and trembling. All of them were spirit beast warriors, and although they were quite weak after consuming a great deal, they were not yet frozen into ice sculptures in the first place. Instead, the two ordinary people, Chu's father and mother, were successively frozen in place shortly after the cooling down. They're dead, but dying a painless death is a stroke of luck. In the villa, long before it cooled down, Xiao Tian let people light up the fireplace in advance while turning on the heat. The whole cottage is quite warm now. Watching her parents frozen into ice sculptures in the monitor, Xu Yao didn't have too many sad emotions. The old couple had done so much damage to her and had been claiming all sorts of things in the name of parenthood. She had long hated both of them. Her only regret now was that the old couple had died so easily. But after all, It's the one who gave birth to you, so it's a good way to end up with the best of both worlds. Just then, Wang Shanshan and the others had rejoined the car and tried to start it to leave the place, but to the despair of the crowd, the parts of the car were also frozen and the car would not start at all. All the luxury cars, all of them turned into cold tin boxes at this moment. Holding his arm forward, Wang slammed his fist on the steering wheel after several unsuccessful attempts at ignition. Junk stuff. Then he sneezed and cowered in the corner, shivering. What to do now? He didn't know anymore. In the meantime, Villa. Xiao Tian's lips rose as he viewed the situation outside through the surveillance. Suddenly ordered, open the ventilation window, prepare the ingredients. It's a nice day. Let's make a hot pot for dinner. Chapter 82, I'm on fire. Good weather? Hot pot? Yen Ruyu and the others first turned to look out of the window where the snow was flying, then looked at Xiao Tian who had a serious face. All of them were a bit baffled, but when they saw the crowd of Wang Shanshan trapped in place in the surveillance, freezing and shivering, they reacted again. Xiao Tian was deliberately trying to disgust the other party. Fatty Hai is not so much curved. Hearing the words hot pot, his small eyes followed the bright. Speaking of which, he hadn't eaten a few tons of hot pot since the day he followed Xiao down the mountain aside. As Xiao Tian's words fell, he was the first to respond to the call. There were a lot of supplies stored in the villa, although there were still people exchanging crystal cores for supplies these days, but the stock of supplies in the villa was still too rich, and the ingredients for the hot pot were basically complete, and all of them were found in less than 10 minutes. Tripe, fatty sausage, beef and lamb, luncheon meat, cabbage, pea tips. These supplies can only be kept in cold storage if you want to store them for a long time, but it's much better than having nothing to eat. Soon the butter fondue was boiling. The crowd gathered around for fondue. Under Xiao Tian's arrangement, the ventilation system of the villa was turned on, and the smell of butter from the hot pot traveled straight to the outside along the ventilation ducts. Is that the smell of fondue? Am I so frozen stupid that I'm hallucinating? The temperature is too low now, and we've consumed too much, and we're still wearing summer clothes, so I'm afraid we're going to freeze to death here. Can't walk, can't drive, can't start, can't see a way to live. No, this is really the smell of hot pot. I can smell it too. It's not an illusion. The smell of hot pot wafted out and was quickly smelled by the crowd. At first the crowd thought it was a hallucination, but it wasn't until everyone in the back smelled it that they were sure it wasn't a hallucination. For a while, everyone sat up straight and looked in the direction of the villa. Rolling hot air was wafting out of the villa's ventilation ducts. It was from there that the aroma of hot pot came from. Dalam, dalam, countless voices of swallowing saliva rang out. At the time of hunger and cold, smelling this kind of fragrance, but any normal person will have a big appetite. Unfortunately, it's one thing for them to work up an appetite, it's another thing to be able to eat it. Dalam, Wang Shanshan sat in the driver's seat of the Ferrari, rubbing his stomach lifelessly as his body's temperature continued to drop. Damn Xiao Tian! He naturally knew clearly that Xiao Tian was deliberately disgusting them, but he also knew there was nothing he could do about it. Now that they were stuck where they were, there was no way to get out of here, and if they abandoned the car and fled, the frigid wind outside would only cause them to lose heat faster. And the drop in temperature isn't over, it's still going on. At this rate, I'm afraid they won't last long. Wang Shanshan cursed angrily and pulled out his cell phone to take a look. Then it was silently put down again. Cell phones are all temporarily turned off because of the low temperatures. He couldn't even contact support if he wanted to now. Second youngest, let's just lower our stance and see if we can order some food. Second young master, a great man can bend but not break. If we continue we'll surely die. Only by living can we have unlimited hope. Let's endure the humiliation this time and wait for the next day to find Wang Xiao to mess up this Xiao Tian. Young Wang's strength is level 35. When the time comes, as long as he steps in this Xiao Tian will die for sure. Some began to plead with the king to move forward. Wang Shanshan is actually torn, just has not been able to put face. Now the crowd was pleading together, sort of giving him a leg up. After continuing to do some mental struggling, he finally decided to put down his face and plead with Xiao Tian for some food. After making the decision, Wang Shanshan, supported by the crowd, got off the car together with difficulty and came to the door of the villa trembling. Xiao Tian, I know that I am wrong. What happened earlier was wrong of me. That woman, if you like it, I will give it to you. It's too cold outside. I'm not asking you to take us in. Just give us a bit of food to warm us up. And how about we just write off the previous conflict? The monitors in the villa are equipped with speakers. Xiao Tian's voice soon rang out from the speaker. Do you guys think I, Xiao Tian, am an idiot? He had robbed someone's woman and killed their man. The gang must have had the heart to eat themselves alive. Xiao Tian did not feel that they would be able to turn the page on this matter as long as he stepped in to help them. The thing of raising a tiger, Xiao Tian couldn't do it either. Damn Xiao Tian, my elder brother is Wang Mingxian. If I freeze to death here, he will definitely not let you go. Seeing that he had already lowered his stance and Xiao Tian remained unmoved, Wang Qianqian swallowed his saliva while cursing profusely. The last line of defense in his heart completely collapsed. But facing Wang Qianqian's provocation, Xiao Tian turned a deaf ear. Continue to follow the crowd as they leisurely eat their fondue. However, Xiao Tian was in the end kind-hearted and couldn't see the suffering among people. So the crowd was told to collect the gnawed bones and throw them out together. Faced with these bones that had almost been gnawed bare of flesh, at first the Wang Qianqian crowd felt very humiliated. But under hunger and cold, they threw away the last of their dignity. Hugging these bones, he gnawed on them frantically like a wild dog that had been hungry for 3 days. They nibbled quickly, afraid that if they nibbled slowly they would eat less. These bones, which they would hardly have looked at more than once on a normal day, were now eaten willingly. If you do this, Wang Mingxian will definitely retaliate madly when he finds out. Xu Yao opened her mouth after some hesitation. If I help them now, will Wang Mingxian not trouble me? Xiao Tian smiled and asked rhetorically. This, Xu Yao was silent. Indeed, as Xiao Tian had said, the two sides had already formed a bond. In any case, friction will be avoided in the future. Thinking of this, Xu Yao didn't speak anymore, but only felt some emotions. As Wang Mingxian's own brother, Wang Qianfan was also a big shot who could call the shots in Sky Vault City. I didn't realize that now it's no different than a wild dog on the side of the road. Xu Yao looked at Xiao Tian with a complicated face. The image of the young man in front of her became even taller in her mind. The hot pot crowd ate for a full half hour. During this period of time, Wang Qianqian had pleaded again and again, but turned to cursing after being rejected by Xiao Tian. Half an hour and the fondue was finished. Wang Mingxian and his party were also frozen to death. Froze to death outside the villa gates. Xiao Tian also purposely asked Yen Ruyu to record the images of the crowd's desperate collapse and uploaded them online. He wasn't afraid that doing so would completely enrage Wang Mingxian. Anyway, both sides were already enemies and would settle the score sooner or later in the future. Xiao Tian's purpose in doing so was instead to hopefully completely enrage Wang Mingxian. The city of Daiju was his territory, and the villa was highly defended. Not to mention the sandbag that was the dark ancient tree outside. As long as the other party brought someone to his door to find fault, Xiao Tian had plenty of ways to deal with him. Not long after the video was uploaded, just as Xiao Tian had predicted, the entire Heavenly Vault City exploded. In a certain nightclub in Skydome City, Wang Mingxian was eating hot pot and drinking the ace of spades with the people under his hand, and when he saw his own brother being frozen alive, he suddenly reddened his eyes. Wang Ming first slammed the wine glass in his hand, then angrily got up and looked at the 6 hot young girls beside him. All 6 of you, whoever trumpets well, will come back to the room with me, and the rest of you can go home first. When the 6 young girls heard this, 2 of them looked gloomy, while the other 4 were overjoyed. They're good trumpeters. Thank you for your kindness, young Wang. We'll go back to our room and wait for you first. We will definitely clean ourselves up and wait for young Wang's favor. To be favored by Wang Mingxian, it was an incomparably fortunate thing, and if they went out and encountered trouble in the future, and directly exploded Wang Mingxian's name, they might be able to turn the danger into peace. Young Wang, the second youngest, has been killed. All of this has nothing to do with that Xiao Tian. Why don't we just go over there and that Xiao Tian to death? Beside Wang Mingxian, one of his men asked in confusion. The person is already dead. It's useless to be in a hurry now. Although the Xiao Tian is not as strong as me, but Great Confucian City is the other party's territory. And since this kid can kill the Dark Lord, he won't be a good guy either. So let's think about this matter in the long run. Wang Mingxian played with the Buddha beads in his hand and squinted his eyes. But I love my brother dearly, and the death of Qianqian has caused me to be overwhelmed with grief. My body is like a blazing fire, and I am now in desperate need of someone to blow my trumpet to cool down the temperature. When everything is ready, I want that Xiao Tian to live as if he were dead. Chapter 83, The Goddess Throws Herself at Me. The news that Wang Qianqian had died tragically in the Great Confucian City and that it was also related to Xiao Tian soon swept across the entire Heavenly Vault City. Only the people of Skydome City knew how cruel and cold the brothers were. The way they treated their enemies was in some ways more brutal than Xiao Tian, because anyone who has offended these two brothers will not only be retaliated against, but even those they are familiar with will be silenced. I remembered that when the two brothers had just risen to prominence in Sky Vault City, there had been people who had offended them. As a result, that person was found by the two brothers shortly afterward and exterminated on the spot. Not only his family and friends, but also the colleagues and bosses he once worked with, and even the neighbors he only had a brief encounter with, were all silenced. The two brothers have done many other similar things. Although Xiao Tian was equally ruthless in his treatment of his enemies, he had his own set of bottom lines and guidelines for everything he did. These two brothers were the opposite. They had nearly lost their humanity and could not even be called human. The people of Sky Vault City hated the two brothers to the bone. but they could only choose to grovel due to the other party's strength and power. Now that they heard the news of Wang Chanxian's tragic death, they all clapped their hands. Many people even burst into tears of excitement, but no one dared to show the joy in their hearts. The name Xiao Tian was also memorized by the people of Sky Vault City. Inside a presidential suite in Sky Dome City, Wang Mingxian was lying on his side in front of the bed, and his mouth was swallowing clouds. And next to him lay the 4 young girls from earlier who had hot bodies and knew how to play the trumpet. After venting his fire, the anger in Wang Mingxian's heart was also suppressed a lot. Glancing at the 4 young girls beside him, Wang Ming first exhaled a smoke ring and waved his hand. You can all get lost now. Go down and collect your own supplies. The 4 women cried tears of joy, thanked them profusely and then hurriedly put on their clothes and left with their hands full. Just blowing the horn for a few minutes to collect a nice paycheck is a bargain for a pendulum. Although Wang Mingxian did things cruelly without any lower limit, he would still pay in certain things. It wasn't that he had a clear conscience. It was mainly that if he only used violence one way or the other, he wouldn't be able to go far in whatever he did. At this point Xiao Tian was different from him. Xiao Tian had always been about equal payback and fair trade. You help me work, I give you resources. We complement each other's strengths and develop together. After the fire vented, Wang Ming's first mood calmed down a lot. After some hesitation took out his cell phone and dialed a phone. In 5 minutes. I want to know that Xiao Tian's contact information. 5 minutes later, Xiao Tian's cell phone number was sent over by his men. Wang Ming first shook the ashes of his cigarette and directly dialed a phone. Other side. It was getting late after the people finished the hot pot, so they all went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was nibbling on raw meat in the kitchen. After all, he could only eat raw meat on his current diet, and something like hot pot would do for a sniff. Really make him eat it and it becomes hard to swallow. But just then, an unfamiliar number suddenly called. Since the start of the dark unrest, all kinds of scam calls were almost extinct. Xiao Tian didn't think that this was a nuisance call. After squinting his eyes he chose to connect. Xiao Tian? A man's low, thick voice came from the other end of the line. Are you Wang Mingxian? Xiao Tian took the initiative to open his mouth to ask after only a short period of being stunned. I didn't expect that the ruthless person who exterminated the strongest spirit beast warriors in 5 cities and also exterminated a first heavenly sovereign would actually know about me. Wang Mingxian on the other end of the phone sneered a few times and was just about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by Xiao Tian. Where is your house? Xiao Tian thought for a moment and added. Or let's add a contact later and you share your real-time location with me. Wang Mingxian on the other end of the phone had a stagnant expression, and his brain was a bit buzzed. He had also learned about Xiao Tian's deeds. This is also a ruthless man who plagiarizes at the drop of a hat. Moreover, this one even dared to chase and cut after the Dark Lord. He was definitely too much more raw than himself in the aspect of guts. But it's kind of weird. He himself took the initiative to call, obviously to raise hell. As a result, now that Xiao Tian took the initiative to ask for his contact information, it actually made him a little flustered. If he told the other party the detailed address now, would this vicious person directly bring people to rush over and kill himself? If it were anyone else, Wang Mingxian definitely wouldn't think this way, but Xiao Tian couldn't be measured by the standards of normal people. My brother won't die in vain. I'll make you pay sooner or later. Just wait to repent for your crimes. Wang Ming first put down his harsh words and then hurriedly hung up the phone, not wanting to have too much more communication with Xiao Tian. As for telling Xiao Tian's address, he had no such intention, although Skydome City is his territory. Although his rank far exceeded Xiao Tian's, though he's no slouch either. But for some reason, when facing Xiao Tian, even if he was only conversing through his cell phone, it made him feel the oppression of the other party. The feeling is indescribable. On the other end of the phone, seeing the other party hang up the phone, Xiao Tian was filled with contempt. One would have thought that the other party, as the strongest person in Sky Vault City, an existence whose rank was far higher than his own, would be more or less bold. I didn't realize it was just like that. I didn't even dare to tell myself the address. Are you afraid I'll eat you alive? He doesn't eat human flesh. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tian continued to eat some more raw meat before returning to his room to rest with satisfaction. There was one point where Xiao Tian was actually confused. Spirit beast warriors could fly in the air and even vanish from the ground, and in a way were similar to immortal cultivators in novels. But immortal cultivators can abstain from eating grains and cereals and still remain calm forever, but not the spirit beast warrior. No matter how powerful you are, you will always need food as well as rest. Back in the room, just lay down. The door was then gently pushed open by a figure. Under the warm-colored light, Chu Yao walked in carefully with her head lowered. What are you doing in here? Xiao Tian squinted at Chu Yao and put down his cell phone and asked in a nonchalant manner. In the face of a former universal goddess, others might only curry favor as licking dogs, but Xiao Tian really wasn't too cold. He's not short of women right now, and all of his energy was focused on getting stronger. I was told to come by Sister Yen and Sister Shin, and they have already told me about you. Shuyao lowered her head and stretched out her two forefingers to continuously point at her chest. My thing? What is it? Xiao Tian, on the other hand, had a suspicious look on his face. They said you have a lot of energy and physical strength and asked me to share it with them, so here I am. I'm thankful for what happened during the day, and now, I'm just trying to help you. When she uttered these words, Shuyao's entire face had completely reddened in beauty. Xiao Tian was a bit speechless. He did not expect the two girls to actually say everything outwardly. Now that the weather variation had begun, he had to plan for what was to follow, and it was only a matter of time before the second heavenly sovereign would descend. There were still too many things Xiao Tian had to do now. Originally, I wanted to find an excuse to send Shuyao away, since I let you come to the villa as a maid. Just do your job honestly. But before Xiao Tian could say anything, Shuyao began to undress her clothes. The pajamas fell to the floor, revealing a sexy bikini underneath. Xiao Tian glanced at it inadvertently, and his eyes instantly straightened. This woman is simply, the once universal goddess was up most of the night, but she actually came to her room and wore a bikini. What the hell is this? Trying to seduce yourself? Which cadre can't stand up to such a test? Xiao Tian was not a cadre. He was a normal man even though he was a spirit beast warrior. Now that the vibe is there, it would be unmanly of him to continue to refuse. Just do it and be done with it. Only Xiao Tian did not realize that when Shuyao lowered her head for a moment, her peach blossom eyes, there was actually a black lightning bolt fleeting, and that black lightning bolt was actually filled with a seemingly dark power. Chapter 84, Shuyao's beastly ability, Pure White Lotus. Early the next morning, Xiao Tian woke up and realized that there was no longer Shuyao's shadow around him. This could not help but make Xiao Tian somewhat skeptical of life. Whether it was Yen Ruyu as a spirit beast warrior or Shin Qiulan as an ordinary person, after double teaming with him, the body is beckoning. Less than a few days of rest and recuperation, and more than a small half-month of inability to exercise strenuously. Shu Yao, as a former universal goddess, was bound to be pampered, and even if she was now a spirit beast warrior, her physique might not be much higher than Yen Ruyu's. I didn't think I'd have the strength to get up on my own after a full night of double dipping. It seems that he had underestimated his opponent. Right at this moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and Shu Yao walked in with a dinner tray. Xiao Tian was still bare-chested, revealing his toned body. His 8-pack abs were impeccable, and with that power-filled male dog waist, he was simply the perfect male god in the hearts of women. Seeing this scene, Shu Yao subconsciously thought of last night's double row scene. Her face slightly flushed with a hint of redness. I've made breakfast. Knowing you only like raw meat, I've only fried these steaks a minute rare. They should be a little better than raw meat would be. Shu Yao placed the dinner plate on the table before walking closer to Xiao Tian again and personally waiting for Xiao Tian to get dressed. It's a wonderful feeling, being waited on and dressed by a former top stream goddess. Something no coal boss of the past has ever enjoyed, right? But Xiao Tian was content to enjoy it. After putting on his clothes, Xiao Tian casually cut off a piece of steak and put it into his mouth to chew. The steak was simply browned a bit, still almost raw meat inside, with a lot of hemoglobin oozing out the moment it was cut. A steak of this degree of doneness might be difficult for ordinary people to swallow, but it was just right for Xiao Tian. It melts in your mouth and has a great aftertaste. It does seem a little better than eating raw meat. Seeing Xiao Tian eating with relish, Shu Yao's hanging heart completely relaxed. They say that to capture a man's heart you have to capture his stomach. If she could completely capture Xiao Tian's stomach, she would never have to worry about being captured back by Wang Ming first. Did you do all this? Xiao Tian put down his knife and fork and suddenly asked. Shu Yao nodded. She understood what Xiao Tian meant. So at the moment, her face was blushing to the point of dripping water. After last night, I felt my body filled with power, as if my body was being strengthened. So I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast while it was still early. After listening to Chu Yao's explanation, Xiao Tian was however somewhat baffled. Instead of being tired, I feel energized after a double row with myself. This was the first time Xiao Tian had encountered such a situation. This can no longer be deduced by common sense. Xiao Tian was stunned when he unintentionally sensed the condition of his body while thinking. It was because he realized that the darkness power stored in his body had actually faded a bit. One's own power of darkness had inexplicably disappeared partially. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and suddenly got up and grabbed Shu Yao's arm. As a former top stream goddess, Shu Yao's skin was extremely well maintained, with skin like gelatin just like watery tofu. It was as if you could pinch water with a little pressure. Being held by Xiao Tian's wrist all of a sudden, Shu Yao's face changed slightly and her face became even redder. It's daytime. Isn't it not good for us to do this? At night. At night I can, Shu Yao said with a red face and a voice like a mosquito. Seeing Xiao Tian ignoring it, he panicked even more. Now is the daytime. We'll be discovered. Count, I beg you. Knight, what knowledge? I promise you cooperate with you, please. But Xiao Tian still didn't answer. Shu Yao was completely misunderstanding Xiao Tian. He didn't have the intention of double rowing right now, but was sensing Chu Yao's body. Under this perception, Xiao Tian's entire body was not well. Within Chu Yao's body, there was actually a faint trace of darkness power stored, although it was not as majestic as the darkness power within his own body, but it was actual darkness. As a spirit beast warrior with a trace of darkness in his body, this was not normal at all. One must know that the reason he was able to absorb the power of darkness was as a result of devouring the first heavenly sovereign. Chu Yao was just an ordinary spirit beast warrior. How did she possess the power of darkness? After associating it with a portion of the darkness force that he had lost, Xiao Tian seemed to instantly understand something. He suddenly let go of his hand and looked up seriously. What kind of bestial ability did you awaken? Chu Yao was unsure, but still answered. I awakened the beastization ability of the snow lotus. Snowdrops are not animals, but plants. Chu Yao's awakened bestiality ability was exactly the same as Yen Ruyu's. Both belonged to the bestiality ability of plants. However, Chu Yao's bestiality ability seemed to be even more special, actually being able to absorb the power of darkness. Do you know what the characteristics of your bestialization ability are? Xiao Tian took a deep breath and once again pursued the question. I don't know. Chu Yao shook her head and said truthfully, my beastification ability has no combat power or any other manifestations. Xiao Tian pondered for a while and then immediately stretched out his right hand to release a trace of darkness power. Try to absorb this hint of darkness. Chu Yao was in a trance for a while, but she still followed Xiao Tian's instructions and tried to absorb this trace of darkness power. Next moment, a white lotus pattern emerged between Chu Yao's eyebrows, unexpectedly absorbing this trace of darkness power directly. After absorbing the power of darkness, the originally white and flawless lotus flower actually appeared with a slight black pattern. Inside Chu Yao's body, that faint trace of darkness power actually became a little more dense. Feeling the changes within her body, Chu Yao herself was stunned. One actually absorbed the power of darkness, and after absorbing this trace of darkness, she actually felt that her spirit was even stronger. Xiao Tian wasn't calm anymore either. There was even some envy. Chu Yao's bestialization ability was really not simple, and his own ability to absorb the power of darkness was the result of constantly devouring gene sequences, whereas the other party's ability to bestialize was able to do this directly. Xiao Tian was now probably able to sense that Chu Yao was still a dry sponge and needed to absorb enough darkness power to regain her wetness. In other words, it wasn't that Chu Yao's beastification ability didn't have a special effect. Rather, she is still in a state of pent-up energy. Once the energy continues to be consummated, it may be able to explode into a special and powerful force. You've picked up a gem yourself. It seemed that in the future, when entering the Forbidden Land, Chu Yao must be brought along as well. After all, inside the Forbidden Land, the last thing that was lacking was the power of darkness. Just then, Fatty Hai suddenly rushed in a hurry. Big brother, something big has happened. A brand new fusion-altered beast has appeared in our Deja city. It's moving in the direction of the villa. It's estimated that it will arrive in half an hour. Chapter 85, The Power of the Bloodline. Out. Xiao Tian's brows were tightly locked, but they soon re-stretched. Long before the first heavenly sovereign descended, there had been a fusion alteration beast in Great Confucian City. Now that a new fusion-altered beast had reappeared, Xiao Tian did not feel strange. The fact that the other side was coming in the direction of the villa was even less noteworthy. After all, the villa as a whole had been reinforced, making it difficult for spirit beast warriors to break through, and fusion mutant beasts to break through the defenses. But just then, Yen Tiancheng also walked in from outside with a heavy face. We've spotted 6 more fusion-altered beasts that are coming in the direction of the villa. After saying that, Yen Tiancheng added, they seem to have a purpose, coming straight to our side, and they're all at level 25. Even though Xiao Tian had already subdued 16 altered beasts, as well as an army of dark beings, but Xiao Tian's own level was only 26. Now 7 level 25 fusion-altered beasts appeared all at once, rushing towards the villa at the same time. Even if the battle could be ended in the end, they were bound to suffer heavy losses. After hearing Yen Tiancheng's words, Xiao Tian did not dare to be careless. After thinking about it, he said, show me out. In the meantime, the many spirit beast warriors in the Great Confucian City had also received the relevant news. For a while, many people became worried. 7 fusion mutant beasts with ranks as high as level 25 were heading straight for the villa where Xiao Shen was, and it was not known if Xiao Shen could block them. The fact that so many of them were able to persist until now was thanks to Xiao Tian's resources. If something went wrong on Xiao Tian's side, their side would also be affected. It was like the last time the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities came to the Great Confucian City, and it was extremely mocking to them. Once something happened to Xiao Tian, the spirit beast warriors from other cities would definitely take advantage of the situation and send their men to occupy the Great Confucian City and take advantage of the opportunity to plunder the resources. When it really comes to that time, I definitely won't care about these alien spirit beast warriors. Thinking of this, many spirit animal warriors in Daeju City have put on a heavy down coat to move to the villa. They have to help. But somewhere in the city of Daeju, the two sneaky figures, on the other hand, looked excited. One of them took out his cell phone and made a call. Young Wang, the plan is progressing smoothly. Those 7 fusion-altered beasts have gone straight to Xiao Tian. That Xiao Tian has already learned the news and is rushing to the scene with his men. Wang Mingxian's cold laughter came from the other end of the phone. Good job. When this matter is over, this young man will be heavily rewarded. Later on, the whole thing will be broadcast live for this young man, and I will let everyone know the price of offending this young man. The two hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement, hung up the phone, exhaled a mouthful of hot air, and hurriedly made their way quickly in one direction. On the other end of the phone, Wang Mingxian reclined on his side in a chair with his lips upturned, in a good mood. He didn't think that these 7 fusion-altered beasts would be able to mess with Xiao Tian. This was just a means that he had come up with on the fly, preparing to disgust Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian had indirectly killed his own brother, and even if he could not directly retaliate against the other party, he could never let Xiao Tian live too peacefully. The real killing move is still brewing. Once it was brewed, it would be Xiao Tian's time to die. Other side, 7 fusion-altered beasts rampaged through the streets of the Great Confucian City. Along the way, traffic lights, parked cars on the street, and even some concrete buildings were smashed to pieces by them. The 7 fusion-altered beasts, each with a size of nearly 10 meters, were like 7 small mountains relentlessly pressing down on the ground. With every step they took forward, the asphalt floor was dented by trampling. The ugly and hunted appearance of the 7 fusion-altered beasts exuded a hideous and gruesome atmosphere. The roar is so powerful that it has the feel of Cthulhu invading the real world. But at the very next moment, the 7 fusion-altered beasts suddenly stopped moving in unison, because in the direction they were advancing, several figures appeared. Xiao Tian brought Yan Ruyu, by Xiao Tian, Fatty Hai, and Yan Tiancheng to block the retreat of the 7 fusion-altered beasts. It's going to start. Both sides are going to break out into battle. Secretly, the 2 eyes that Wang Mingxian had planted in Great Confucian City said with an excited face, although this Xiao Tian is very strong, these 7 fusion-altered beasts aren't weak either, so once both sides go to war, losses will definitely result. It's still young Wang who was wise enough to reach an agreement with these 7 fusion-altered beasts that as long as they severely injure Xiao Tian, young Wang will provide them with a large number of living people to devour. It turned out that the sudden simultaneous appearance of these 7 fusion-altered beasts and their advancement towards the villa where Xiao Tian was were all premeditated. These 7 fusion-altered beasts had all given birth to their own spiritual intelligence. It was these 2 who had found them and had agreed on terms of cooperation with these 7 fusion-altered beasts. Fusion mutant beasts need to devour humans to gain power. Wang Mingxian's side promised to provide the 7 fusion mutant beasts with a large population from Skyvault City as long as they could severely injure Xiao Tian. For such a good thing, the 7-headed fusion-altered beasts naturally had no reason to refuse. Turn on the live broadcast. Let everyone see what happens to this Xiao Tian. Without any nonsense, the 2 men looked at each other and then directly opened the live broadcast, aiming the camera in Xiao Tian's direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on here? This seems to be a fusion mutant beast. Ha! 7 fusion-altered beasts actually appeared at once in Great Confucian City, and judging by their size levels they shouldn't all be low, right? Is that figure in front of him Xiao Tian? This Xiao Tian actually dares to stand up to the 7 fusion mutant beasts. Does he really think that he can fight against the 7 fusion mutant beasts? Now the fusion mutant beasts, as well as some of the mutant beasts, have been born with a certain amount of spiritual intelligence, but they are no longer machines that only know how to kill. It's quite tricky to deal with them. It was actually all luck that he was able to kill the first heavenly master, but he didn't expect to actually float, thinking that he really had invincible strength. Watch, if there are no surprises, this Xiao Tian is afraid to die here today. A large number of people quickly flooded into the live stream, pointing and talking about it. Most people felt that Xiao Tian was going to be finished, because it was just across the screen. The crowd could feel the terrifying oppressive force of these 7 fusion-altered beasts. Looking at the hideous-looking fusion-altered beast in front of him, Xiao Tian frowned. Normally, it was impossible for 7 fusion-altered beasts to appear in Great Confucian City at once, and they were also fusion-altered beasts with such terrifying strength. You're Xiao Tian? Right at this moment, the fusion mutant beast in the lead suddenly cracked open its bloody mouth and actually spat out human words. It was the body of a hound but had 3 heads, somewhat similar to the mythical 3-headed dog of hell. But on the contrary, the surface of this one's body was covered with countless paths of hideous octopus tentacles. Just one look was disgusting. The countless octopus tentacles were like countless maggots, causing discomfort from the bottom of one's heart. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow and realized that the other party was most likely instructed to come. Who is the person behind the scenes who instructed you? Xiao Tian asked in a cold voice. That hell's three-headed dog, however, sneered without answering. A person who is about to die. There is no point in knowing too much. I'll send you on your way first. You'll naturally understand everything after you go to hell. After saying this, the three-headed dog of hell threw its head back and roared. My name is Red Flame. Remember my name, for I will be the one to end your existence. When the last word fell, the three heads of Red Flame opened their bloody mouths at the same time, and three red-colored flames condensed in their mouths, about to gush out at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was not the least bit panicked when he saw this. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes. Then the tiger's body shook, and the power of his bloodline instantly gushed out from his body. Bloodline power. Out. Give me. Submission. Chapter 86, Chasing Wang Mingxian. When the fire in Red Flame's mouth began to coalesce, a majestic heat was instantly transmitted. A terrifying heat wave instantly swept through the space within a 3-kilometer radius. The originally cold and bone-chilling air in the vicinity actually instantly became warm and dry. Even the snowflakes falling in the air, along with the snow covering the flowers, plants, trees, and even the buildings, were dissolved into water mist in a matter of moments. Just in the nick of time, everyone in the broadcast room rose in anticipation. It was as if they had already seen the image of Xiao Tian being exterminated. Although many of them had no grievances or enmity with Xiao Tian, and had never even seen Xiao Tian's face. But human nature is such that it can't see others as more superior than themselves. Inside a certain presidential suite in Sky Dome City, Wang Mingxian was wearing a bathrobe with a tall glass in his hand, also watching the live broadcast. Although these 7 fusion-altered beasts are not enough to exterminate you, it is still possible to cause some damage to you. Xiao Tian, this is the price you pay for offending me. The fun has just begun. I hope that you will enjoy this great gift I am giving you. Wang Mingxian's lips rose as he lightly took a sip of the red wine in his glass and couldn't help but smack his lips. Perhaps because of the happy mood, even the red wine, which I had long been tired of drinking, became incredibly sweet. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from within the live cell phone feed, pulling back everyone's thoughts. After the loud noise, a roiling ripple instantly covered the screen. Seeing this scene, Wang Mingxian couldn't help but sit up straight. His head moved forward, and his eyes stared at the picture with dead eyes. As the ripple slowly dissipated, Wang Mingxian didn't even hold the goblet for a moment, and it fell to the ground with a click and shattered. On the live feed, Xiao Tian was unharmed, and even Yen Ruyu and the others behind Xiao Tian were unharmed. The red flame that was originally condensing an attack actually stopped moving, and was currently kneeling in front of Xiao Tian in a double knee kneeling motion. Because its size was too huge, it actually directly collapsed the asphalt ground with this kneeling out 2 huge deep pits. One defa. Wang Mingxian's mouth was wide open. What shocked him was not just Red Yen suddenly kneeling to Xiao Tian without warning. What shocked him was that apart from Red Flame, the other 6 fusion alteration beasts had also knelt down for Xiao Tian. Grass. Wang Mingxian wanted to hold his head and scream. Can someone please tell him what is going on? Didn't I tell you guys to hit Xiao Tian hard as cannon fodder? Why are you guys kneeling down for each other instead? Subordinate Red Flame. Greetings to Master. The 3 huge heads of Red Yen slowly lowered and rushed at Xiao Tian and said with incomparable sincerity. Its eyes had long since lost the contempt it had started with, and were instead filled with incomparable piety. It was as if the Xiao Tian in front of it was not a human, but a legendary god. The other 7 fusion-altered beasts followed suit and bowed low to show their sincerity. Yen Ruyu and the others had actually seen the image of Xiao Tian subduing the altered beast. But before, after all, they were all mutant beasts, but the ones he had taken in now were actual fusion mutant beasts, much more powerful existences. This scene, although it didn't cause Yen Ruyu and the others to lose their minds outright, it still left them unable to calm down for a long time. Yen Ruyu and the others were already like this, and the rest were even more so. Not far away, a group of spirit beast warriors from Daeju City had only just driven up to the scene. It's snowing all over Blue Star right now, and the temperature has plummeted so much that the roads are iced over and cars are not moving well at all. They managed to get to the scene just in time to witness it. God Shao really is the god of forever drops. I don't know who suddenly said that. Everyone was silent at the same time. However, the way they looked at Xiao Tian was even more devout. They might have come redundantly, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with following God Shao. Live stream. It also blew up at this point. Asterisk. Is this ing human? This Xiao Tian is definitely hung up. How did the 7 fused mutant beasts in a good place suddenly kneel for him? These 7 fusion-altered beasts all seem to have given birth to their own spiritual intelligence and can actually spit out human words, but they actually address Xiao Tian as master. Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? Could it be that Xiao Tian's bestialization ability is to take in mutant beasts? Even if that's the case, it can't be so counterintuitive. These 7 fusion mutant beasts are all level 25 existences. Put in some small town or something like that. These 7 fusion altered beasts, letting out any one of them would be enough to destroy everyone. The 2 doppelgangers who were holding up their cell phones and turning on the livestream were also confused. What's going on here? How come it's not what was planned? How would I know? If you ask me. Damn, this Xiao Tian is so damn evil. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his mouth and his words directly attracted everyone's attention. You're all coming at me. There should be someone behind the scenes leading the charge, right? Red Yen nodded slightly. His nostrils ejected 6 channels of hot air, and said truthfully, back to my master's words, there is indeed someone who instructed me, and that person behind the scenes is Wang Mingxian of Skyvault City. Red Yen didn't hide anything and told the details of their cooperation with Wang Mingxian. I told you how so many fusion-altered beasts appeared at the same time in Daeju City. It turns out that it was all arranged by Wang Mingxian. This guy is also ruthless, actually using the lives of ordinary people in Skyvault City as a quid pro quo. His younger brother died because of Xiao Tian. I can understand him taking revenge on Xiao Tian, but to do something like this which is not allowed by heaven is really not a individual. Red Yan's voice was so loud that everyone heard the conversation clearly. The crowd in the live broadcast room instantly exploded again, and their impression of Wang Mingxian instantly fell to the bottom. After the dark turmoil began, many people gradually lost their humanity and would do anything to survive. But these were small fights at best, and not comparable at all to Wang Mingxian. This asshole actually chose to sacrifice the lives of some of the ordinary people in Skyvault City for his own selfish desires. Simply worse than that, especially since there were also some people from Skydome City in the livestream. At this moment the moods were all extremely complicated as well, and more than anything else, they were still angry. They suddenly felt that as people of Skydome City they were sad. Xiao Tian ruled the entire Big Ru City and was currently the strongest person in Big Ru City, but he didn't deprive ravaging the other spirit beast warriors with the local ordinary people. Instead, they chose to trade peacefully with others and get what they wanted. In such an environment, everyone in Daeju City was embracing Xiao Tian from the bottom of their hearts. On the contrary, in their heavenly vault city, but whenever someone upset Wang Mingxian, it was basically hard to see tomorrow's sun. The contrast is too great. At this moment, quite a few people in Skyvault City were even wondering why the person who ruled their Skyvault City couldn't be Xiao Tian. In situ, after receiving this answer, Xiao Tian did not feel much surprise. He had probably guessed the identity of the mastermind behind it back in the beginning, and now he was just sure of the identity all over again. Now I will give you a task to fulfill. Xiao Tian lifted his head and looked at Red Yen and said indifferently. In front of the huge bodies of the 7 fusion-altered beasts, Xiao Tian's human body appeared as small as a human. However, the extraordinary aura on Xiao Tian's body was unrivaled. At the command of the master alone, Red Cold and the other 7 fusion-altered beasts lowered their heads and said with incomparable devotion, at all costs, hunt down Wang Mingxian. Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently. We will fulfill the orders given by our master even if we swear to die. Red Flame nodded in response, then slowly got up, and a pair of huge feathered wings actually grew behind his back. Then the huge body rushed up into the sky, setting off a wave of air, and flew directly in the direction of Sky Dome City. The remaining 6 fusion-altered beasts also grew a pair of huge feathered wings to spread their wings and fly. See this scene. Everyone is numb. Wang Mingxian couldn't steal the chicken. Wanting to cooperate with these 7 fusion-altered beasts to mess with Xiao Tian, he probably didn't even dream that instead of messing with Xiao Tian, his plan had gotten him into trouble. Chapter 87, Collusion with the Darkness. Kill Xiao Tian. Seeing the several fusion-altered beasts gradually fly away, the 2-second fives hiding in the corner to broadcast live had extremely complicated emotions. Even the fusion-altered beast could be easily taken in, and they had to admit that Xiao Tian was more than a notch more powerful than Wang Mingxian. Now that the curtain has come down before the good show has even begun, the two do not intend to continue to stay long, and are just about to close the live broadcast to go back to resume their duties. However, just as the two were about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the two men's bodies winced and almost fell to their knees, because this was exactly Xiao Tian's voice. If you're here, don't leave, right? The two stiffened and turned sideways, realizing that Xiao Tian in the distance was looking at them with a smile on his face. Although Xiao Tian was smiling, that smile fell in the eyes of the two men and was tantamount to the smile of Satan, creepy and dangerous. Run! The two had no intention of fighting, and subconsciously scurried away. However, while they were fast, Xiao Tian was even faster than them, and with a flash of his body, he blocked in front of the two. Xiao Tian had now fused a variety of gene sequences. although some of them had degraded or even disappeared completely. But his physical enhancement was permanent. Now putting aside the ability to bestialize, physical fitness alone, Xiao Tian definitely belonged to the best. Seeing Xiao Tian who was blocking the way, the two of them panicked in their hearts and were about to flee in other directions. But Yan Tianshang and the others had also surrounded them from all around, completely blocking the two's path of retreat. Xiao Tian, we are all Young Wang's people. If you kill us, you are not giving Young Wang face. Do you really want to make things worse? The two knew that they were in trouble, so they simply brought out Wang Mingxian's name in an attempt to deter Xiao Tian. You guys don't know what kind of temper my big brother has, do you? Fatty Hai Hai shook the fat on his body and said with a teasing face, that Wang Ming offended my big brother first, and sooner or later, my big brother will have to destroy him. As for you guys, I'm afraid you'll have no escape from calamity today. The two of them glanced at each other, and a fierce look suddenly erupted in their eyes. Since that's the case, let's just fish out of water. Even if we die, we definitely won't let you have a good time. Both of them roared at the same time and instantly entered the animalized state. Since it was hard to escape death both before and after, the fear in the two men's hearts was reduced by a lot. If you won't let us go, then we'll fight you. It was also at this moment that Xiao Tian also moved. The clothing behind Xiao Tian's back was instantly torn apart, and the exposed skin began to wriggle madly, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Immediately after that, 6 tentacles that looked like spider legs stretched out from the body. These 6 tentacles were covered in black scales and surrounded by a layer of black mist, looking evil and terrifying. These 6 tentacles were originally octopus tentacles that Xiao Tian had devoured, but now they had evolved into dark Qilin arms. The molding is somewhat similar to that in The Amazing Spider-Man. Spider-Man's exoskeleton armor. However, compared to Spider-Man's exoskeleton armor, Xiao Tian's dark unicorn arm was much more domineering and terrifying. After the 6 dark Qilin arms appeared, they instantly transformed into lances and stabbed violently at the two men, running straight through their bodies. Both of them were filled with despair as they looked down at their chests that were penetrated and then looked up incredulously at Xiao Tian in front of them. Quick! It's too fast! So fast that they didn't even have time to react. Immediately afterward, the dark Qilin arm that had pierced into the two men's bodies violently trembled, and their internal organs were instantly shattered into a bloody mist, directly blasted to the scene of a tragic death. You deserve to die with me? Xiao Tian said to himself and then put away the 6 dark Qilin arms. Done and done. This scene was recorded in its entirety by the live camera, and Xiao Tian's terror was even more branded in everyone's mind. The 2 spirit beast warriors were actually killed by Xiao Tian in a single move just like that, and the 2 of them did not even have a chance to react before they died. This can no longer be called horror. This is simply a monster. While people were shocked at Xiao Tian's strength, they also began to wonder about Wang Ningxian's side. After all, those few fusion-altered beasts had already departed, and it was believed that it wouldn't take long for them to arrive in Skydome City. 2 hours later, Red Yen and the many other fusion-altered beasts then rushed to Skyvault City and managed to find Wang Mingxian's location with the fusion-altered beast's sharp perception. Immediately, without hesitation, he attacked Wang Ming first. But Wang Mingxian wasn't a vegetarian either, and as a level 35 spirit beast warrior, his strength was definitely not weak either. However, due to the large number of opponents, Wang Mingxian also suffered a lot of losses. In the end, it was only by calling on the people under his hand to join forces together that he managed to resolve the Red Flame and the other group of fusion-altered beasts. But the battle also cost a lot of people. The 16 spirit beast warriors under his hand were directly killed in battle. He suffered some minor injuries himself. More importantly, the 5-star hotel that Wang Mingxian was in had been almost scrapped because of the battle. Damn Xiao Tian! Looking at the ruins all over the scene, Wang Mingxian was enraged and threw his head back to roar. I swear to the heavens that I won't be a human being until I break you into pieces. The moment he finished roaring these words, the space in front of him suddenly rippled, and then a crack was actually torn through the air. A black mist that released terrifying darkness power drifted out from the crack. Seeing this scene, Wang Mingxian and his group instantly entered a fighting state. With such a dense darkness, this black mist was afraid that it was not something good. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Dark Lord. But to everyone's surprise, the black mist only circled around the crowd for a while, and then stagnated in the air. There was no intention of attacking the crowd. If you want to seek revenge on Xiao Tian, this father can give you that chance. A gloomy voice suddenly came out slowly from within the black mist. What are you? Why are you helping me? Wang Ming first looked at the black mist warily and took a step back. This honored one is a second heavenly sovereign. You can call this honored one Dark Hedge, a dual heavenly master? Wang Ming was first slightly stunned and quickly reacted. The matter of Xiao Tian exterminating a first Sky Master was known to the entire human population of the Blue Star. Right now, the dual heaven sovereign suddenly descended here and threatened to be able to help himself. His purpose was obvious. Xiao Tian indirectly killed Wang Qianxian and does not share the same fate as Wang Mingxian. Xiao Tian had annihilated another One Heaven's master, which was equivalent to completely offending the Dark Master clan. The two sides were not of the same race, but they had the same enemy and possessed a lot of room for cooperation. But cooperating with the Dark Lord, I'm afraid that this kind of thing wouldn't sound good when it was rumored. However, Wang Mingxian was also clear that the current Xiao Tian had already become a climate, and if he refused to cooperate with the dual Sky Sovereign, the difficulty of him trying to avenge his own brother will be infinitely higher. After a moment of silence, Wang Ming first lit a cigar and took a puff before he took the lead and spoke. That Xiao Tian is not a simple character. You are only a bilocation now. How can you help me? It's simple. Dark Ledge rotated around Wang Ming first and fatally said, in half a day, the forbidden land of the second heaven will soon be opened. At that time, this father will teleport you and all of your people into the forbidden land. While on the side of the great Confucian city, only that Xiao Tian will enter together with his individual cronies. At that time, the dark spirits within the forbidden land will also help you to jointly deal with Xiao Tian. And at that time, it will be as easy as a slap in the face if you want to exterminate Xiao Tian. Listening to Dark Hedge's narration, Wang Mingxian's eyes flickered slightly, and his eyes gradually brightened up. If Dark Ledge could really cooperate with himself in such a way, then it would indeed be as easy as a slap in the face to exterminate Xiao Tian. Chapter 88, The Forbidden Land is Open. You're dead. After returning to the villa, Xiao Tian began to continue devouring the altered beast crystal core. If memory serves me correctly, the forbidden land of the second heavens was opened during this recent period of time. Every point of enhancement now was one more point of protection when they arrived in the forbidden land. Even if one had exterminated a first heavenly sovereign, one would be able to deal with any enemy with relative ease. It was even already unrivaled in the city of Daeju. However, Xiao Tian did not take the same old steps. He knew the truth that there was a world outside of man and a sky outside of man. Before he was reborn, when he was still an ordinary person, he had seen too many powerful spirit beast warriors who ended up going to their doom because of arrogance and gullibility, or greed for enjoyment. Under the dark and turbulent times, people are like rowing a boat against the current. Either they move forward and continue to swim against the current, or they stay put and are swept by the current to the edge of the waterfall. Outside of the great Confucian city, there must be many other strong people whose strength was not weaker than his, or even far superior to his. Wang Mingxian of Skyvault City was a living example, and the other party's level was far higher than his. And besides these potential threats, the Dark Lord of the Second Heaven was also a potential danger. Xiao Tian had exterminated the first heavenly host, and the second heavenly host, who was also a darkness host, would definitely not let it go. When the second heavenly sovereign descended on Blue Star, he would inevitably make a move against himself. So improving his strength was both a way to preserve himself and his capital to deal with future crises. The recent mutant beasts' crystal core levels have all risen up, but my level has likewise risen up, and the amount of crystals needed to continue upgrading is too great. Xiao Tian picked up an altered beast crystal core and placed it on the mouthpiece in his palm and kept gnawing on it. Crunchy, but not chicken flavored. According to the current progress, a lot of mutant beast crystals were still needed to raise to level 27, but just a boost is a good thing. Swallow, swallow, swallow. I swallow, swallow, swallow. Outside the main door of Xiao Tian's room, Bai Xiaotian placed her hands on her chest and drew circles, her expression a moment of indecision. After this time of integration, she had learned to use a cell phone and had learned a lot of information about various human beings. Unlike the dark beings, humans as a species are male and female. The simple fact is that, with the exception of a few, men generally like women, and women like men just as much. And once a man and a woman are sure that they see eye to eye, they will partner to establish a relationship and eventually stay together for the rest of their lives. Although Bai Xiaotian was now taken in by Xiaotian, she always lacked a sense of security. Although Xiaotian didn't dislike herself, Yen Ruyu and the others also treated her well. But after all, she was a dark being, a completely different biological race from humans, and if she wanted to follow Xiaotian for a long time, she would have to make some changes. Determining a relationship with Xiaotian and communicating once more at a negative distance was clearly the best option. I can't do it. Bai Xiaotian's small hand had just been placed on the doorknob and quickly pulled away again. She just couldn't get past that point in her mind. Not long ago she was a dark vanguard under the One Heaven Sovereign, once following the One Heaven Sovereign in his conquest of other universes. I don't know how many beings have become nightmares. And now, she was being asked to pleasuring herself while being ridden by Xiaotian. It was such a big shift back and forth that it was really hard for her to do. Forget it, it's better to do it next time. All the people in the Dragon Kingdom talk about love over time. It's still too early to do this. Let's wait for brother Xiaotian to accept me completely first. Bai Xiaotian comforted herself, quietly breathing a sigh of relief in her heart, and just wanted to turn around and leave. Just then, a beam of darkness fell from the sky and suddenly enveloped her entire being. Bai Xiaotian was first stunned, then instantly reacted and her face changed drastically. As a former Dark Vanguard, no one knew what the beam was better than she did. It was a stroke that only the Dark Lord possessed, and it was something that even a first heavenly sovereign couldn't do. Dark Summoning. The Dark Summoning is capable of forcibly teleporting parts of the existence into the Forbidden Land. This was a means only mastered by at least a second heavenly sovereign. The Doppelganger Heavenly Lord struck out. Bai Xiaotian just wanted to push the door to warn Xiaotian, but just then the beam of light suddenly flickered rapidly, and in the next moment Bai Xiaotian completely disappeared along with the beam of light. In the meantime, similar things continue to happen throughout the villa. Yan Ruyu, Yan Tianshang, Shen Xiulan, Shu Yao, Fatty Hai, and Xiaotian were all covered by this dark beam of light covering their bodies at the same time. Before the crowd could react in any way, they were instantly teleported away from here. When the crowd came back to their senses again, they had already appeared in a world filled with darkness. The world was still dim, and a blood moon hung in the sky, looking hideous and terrifying. What's more, the temperature around was also extremely low, and when he exhaled a breath, he was even able to see the rolling hot air that was bubbling up. As far as the eye could see, everything was covered in a layer of frost. It's like a world of ice and snow. Nothing but cold. Xiaotian frowned slightly as he was still devouring the mutant beast core when he was suddenly teleported here. When he saw the crowd, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Just then, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. The crowd looked for the sound, only to see Fatty Hai was naked and wailing with a horrified face. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu and the other women's faces turned slightly red and quickly averted their heads. Despite this, Fatty Hai still felt heartbroken. He was still bathing and showering when suddenly his body was enveloped by a beam of light, and when he came back to his senses he appeared here. Is there anything more ed up in the world? He's still a virgin. Now that his body has been seen, how can he marry in the future? The key was seen naked even so. This damn place was incomparably chilly. The cold made him shiver. The water droplets on his body that he hadn't had time to wipe off were all rapidly freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brother Xiaotian, all of this is the handiwork of the Dual Heavens Master. He used a means to forcefully teleport us here. This should be the Forbidden Land of the Second Heaven. Bai Xiaotian explained as she came through the crowd to Xiaotian's nearness. Xiaotian nodded. In fact, he had also thought of this point. That dark beam of light was filled with the power of darkness, and Xiaotian could not think of anyone else except for the second heavenly sovereign Xiaotian. Why don't you get dressed first? Xiaotian suddenly looked at Fatty Hai and rubbed his head and said, I would like to, but it's not like the clothes were teleported here along with this goddamn dual sky lord. If this heavenly master doesn't behead him with his own hands, he will be a dragon tiger mountain heavenly master in vain. Fatty Hai waved his fist and cursed. There wasn't even a blade of grass in this hellhole. He couldn't even weave a grass skirt if he wanted to. Suddenly, Fatty Hai seemed to think of something, reached out and touched Dao Jin, from which he pulled out 2 chapters of yellow talismans, then one after the other posted at the key entrances and exits. Phew! After doing this, Fatty Hai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, finally feeling a little safer. Xiaotian swept a glance at Fatty Hai, then looked at the crowd. This time, not only Yan Ruyu and the other women, even the battle-less Shen Xiulan was teleported in. Xiaotian couldn't figure out the purpose of the Dual Heaven Sovereign doing this, but predictably, the opening of the Forbidden Land was brought forward. Right at this moment, hundreds of light beams suddenly descended from the sky and landed near Xiaotian and the others. When the beam of light dissipated, hundreds of spirit beast warriors from Sky Vault City, including Wang Mingxian, appeared at the same time. Xiaotian, having just freed himself from within the beam of light, Wang Mingxian discovered Xiaotian in front of him. Looking at Xiaotian's scattered few people, he also looked at the hundreds of spirit beast warriors beside him. Wang Mingxian laughed, smiling unusually brightly. You're dead this time. Chapter 89, 200 against 7. The advantage is mine. How did the spirit beast warriors of Sky Vault City appear here? Yan Tianshang instantly realized that something was wrong. This time, the method of entering the Forbidden Land was different from the past, and there was no so-called temporal vortex appearing. The only way to enter the Forbidden Land was to be enveloped by a black beam of light and then automatically teleported in. But right now, the number of people on their side of Daeju City totaled only 7. On the other hand, the other side has a full complement of nearly 200 people. Targeted. They had indeed been targeted by the Dual Sky Master, and it was likely that the other party had even teamed up with the Spirit Beast Warriors of Heavenly Vault City. This made Yan Tianshan feel incredibly angry. Although he was the richest man in Daeju City, the mall was like a battlefield, and he had done many things that he could not help. It's like the gang of coal bosses at one time. How many of them were completely clean when they were able to climb to such a high position? But he has his own set of behavioral standards and bottom line, which he considers to be the most basic ethics of a human being. As a result, now, there were actually people who chose to join forces with the Dark Lord to victimize their fellow humans. He was shocked at this, that people could be so bottomless. Not only Yen Tianshang, Yen Ruyu and the others also had their faces slightly changed at this moment. Their faces were cloudy for a while. I'm sure you guys can see that I've teamed up with the Dual Heavens Dominator, and we both have a common enemy, and that enemy is you, Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian smiled coldly and said unhurriedly, 200 people against 7 of you, even if each of you can fight 10 against 1. You're still in trouble today, Xin Xiulan suddenly said, as a human, yet you chose to join forces with the Dark Lord. Aren't you afraid of being disrespected? Wang Ming first glanced at her, and his smile became even more contemptuous. All of you will die here today, and as long as you die, who will know what I did today? Sometimes one can't be too brainy, and to achieve one's goals, to realize one's revenge, one must resort to extraordinary means. I don't care about the process, I only care about the result. As long as I can achieve the result I want, does it matter who I team up with? Xin Xiulan's chest rose and fell, her face turning white with anger. Shameless, the guy in front of me can't be called a human being. Although Xiao Tian treated his enemies cruelly, sometimes like a murderous madman, but he had never done anything without his own bottom line. At least joining forces with the Dark Lord to do such a ridiculous thing Xiao Tian would never do. Just then, a dull voice suddenly came from above the sky. Xiao Tian, daring to exterminate my Darkness clan, you have already taken the path of death. Our Darkness clan has been born for countless years, and you are the first one who dares to do so. A light ball wrapped in black mist descended from the sky and hovered near Xiao Tian and the others. Then the mass of light began to wriggle and morph, eventually transforming into a humanoid body. However, because his entire body was wrapped in dense darkness power, he could not see his exact face at all, and could only see a rough outline. Without even thinking about it, Xiao Tian knew that the one in front of him should be the dual sky sovereign. More accurately, it was a bilocation of the second heavenly sovereign. Cut the crap and go straight to work. I'll have the dark beings in the Forbidden Land fully cooperate with you. Dark Hedge slowly raised his right hand and moved his fingers. The sound of thick footsteps in a neat and orderly manner suddenly came from the surrounding black mist. Densely packed dark beings with upright postures and clad in black armor stepped out from the mists. Your cooperation is not required. Wang Mingxian shook his head. This guy killed my brother. I want to personally take revenge and use his head to honor my brother's spirit in heaven. 200 men against 7. The advantage is mine. Against them my men will be enough. Dark Ledge was slightly displeased, but ultimately didn't say anything more. Instead, he silently stepped back. The dark beings around them also continued to stand still without any movement. My name is Wang Mingxian. Remember this name, for it will be the last name heard in this life. Wang Mingxian looked at Xiao Tian once again. Then his body leaned forward and directly entered the state of animalization and rushed over towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was not afraid in the slightest and similarly entered the state of bestialization. His long white hair fluttering as a black lightning bolt flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Behind his back, 6 dark Qilin arms frantically grew. Rumble. The two of them instantly battled fiercely together. And although Wang Mingxian's level was far above Xiao Tian's, he had the advantage of his own gene sequence. Xiao Tian was able to fight back and forth with his opponent for the time being. This surprised Wang Mingxian. I still underestimated you, but with the level difference here, you're just struggling meaninglessly even if you're stronger. You should never have gotten your hands on the woman I had my eye on, much less let anything happen to my brother. Today, even if the greatest gods descend to the mortal world, they can't save you. Xiao Tian did not reply and just swung his dark Qilin arm. Kill. I kill. In the meantime, the 200 spirit beast warriors from Heavenly Vault City, on the other hand, rushed towards Yen Ruyu and the others. Yen Tianshang quickly took a fighting stance and yelled at the crowd, Fat Heavenly Master, you and I will meet the battle together, and Ruyu will be responsible for healing us. After saying that, he entered his animalistic state and rushed out. After this period of time, Yen Tianqing's level had also come to the level of 23, and his physical strength had been greatly improved. He rushed into the crowd like an ultimate tank with full divine armor, and although his attack power was average, it was difficult for the crowd's damage to land on him. This former number 1 rich man of Daeju City was like a stirrer at this moment, charging into the crowd and muscling up, instantly disrupting the formation of the spirit beast warriors of Sky Vault City. A golden seal appeared on Yen Ruyu's brow, and she stretched out her hands to release the power of healing, constantly treating Yen Tianqing at the back. As for Chu Yao, she stood in place not knowing what to do. Her current bestialization ability had not been fully developed yet, and she didn't really have any combat power yet, so now she could only watch. As for Xin Qiulan, there was even less to say. She was just an ordinary person and really didn't have any combat power at all. What am I going to do? Fatty Hai also stood beside the two women. He was anxious, but he could only be anxious. He had left all of his talismans in the villa, and now he had no more talismans on him. Damn, the contemporary heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Now I can't actually do anything. I'm such a ing waste. Fatty High greeted Dark Hedge's ancestors again. Couldn't you have let me know before you teleported? At least let me prepare for it. Now let alone joining the fight. He didn't even have a full set of clothes. The battle continues. Although there was Yen Tianshang, a meat shield warrior, carrying the front, he couldn't help that there were too many spirit beast warriors in Sky Vault City. Yen Ruyu was able to heal his injuries, but could not restore his physical abilities. Soon Yen Tianshang began to lose his physical strength. The two spirit beast warriors took the opportunity to break through the encirclement and rush towards Yen Ruyu and the others in the back row. None of them have the power to fight. Destroy them first. The two spirit beast warriors roared at the same time. Seeing this scene, Fatty High was instantly anxious. If something happened to Yen Ruyu, Yen Tianxing's side would definitely not last long. Fatty High is facing the toughest decision of his life. After some hesitation, he finally clenched his teeth and made a decision that went against his ancestors. Ripped off the talisman affixed to the back door, then threw it forward with force. Lao Jun, help me. Tai Yao 3 edicts. Urgent order. Heavenly armor golden light formation. Congeal. Buzz. Golden light filled the sky, briefly lighting up the pitch-black Forbidden Land, and the sound of sacred chanting spread throughout the void, as if it was overtaking this world. The sound of Brahman is heard around the ears, and the divine light does not fail. A huge divine elephant shadow instantly took shape. Chapter 90, the dual heavenly master has broken his defense. There are also many types of talismans. This talisman that Fatty High was now using served to protect and form a formation to ward off attacks. Since the great explosion of human technology, sneaky things had become rare. Plus this talisman was too loud. That's why successive generations of celestial masters have had the ancestral instruction not to use it easily unless it's absolutely necessary. After all, the strategy of the Dragon Kingdom is now about trusting science. But now that it was inside the Forbidden Land, Fatty High didn't have any worries. Moreover, the materials and effort required to refine this kind of talisman were too great. This kind of high-level talisman, which he had been refining since he came down from the mountain, had only produced 2 by now. The divine elephant shadow slowly opened its eyes, divine light appearing in its eyes as an unprecedented oppressive force suddenly formed. Then the divine elephant shadow stretched out its hands and embraced Yen Ruyu and the others within. A blue boundary rose up to the sky, covering everyone in it. Bang! Bang! Those two spirit beast warriors from Heavenly Vault City were caught off guard, and they directly crashed on top of the boundary and were bounced off. Both of them were simultaneously baffled when they saw the gigantic divine elephant silhouette in front of them. The god's elephant shadow has come out. Are you still being reasonable? You're not even acting anymore, are you? Seeing the two who had been blasted out, Yen Ruyu touched her chest and sighed in relief. She turned to look at Fatty High and was just about to say thank you, when he saw the bare-assed Fatty High, who was lifting his head and looking at the divine elephant shadow with a face full of flesh pain. He couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth. Hurrying quickly, he turned his head again and re-released his healing power to treat Yen Tianshang's injuries. This fat guy does have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It's just that his image is a bit too lousy right now, like a skinned yearling pig. It was really hard for her to connect Fatty High's current image with the identity of the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Right at this moment, one after another, people in front of them broke through Yen Tianxing's defense and rushed straight in the direction of Yen Ruyu and the others. Yen Tianxing's defense was explosive, and with Yen Ruyu's constant healing, it was difficult for them to finish off Yen Tianshang. That's why all the people's targets were placed on Yen Ruyu at the same time. But with the barrier of the boundary, the gang's attacks were all blocked. When the attack landed on top of the boundary, it only caused a slight ripple and did not cause any substantial damage. This boundary, so strong, Chu Yao's mouth opened and said subconsciously, if humans can also develop similar means, it might be much easier to face mutant beast attacks, and many casualties can be avoided. Shen Xiulan, on the other hand, murmured with glowing eyes. She had been working on the sheltering device all this time, and then she was accompanying Xiao Tian in double rows. Fatty High's identity was also clear to her, but she didn't take it too seriously. But now, after personally seeing Fatty High's tactics, this talented young girl had sincerely begun to admire Fatty High. Shen Xiulan's eyes were infatuated as she came to the edge of the boundary and stretched out her hand to gently place it on top of the boundary. Although the boundary was not a substantial product, the palm of the hand placed on it could actually feel the sense of oppression. Fatty, what is the principle behind the formation of this talisman of yours? Shen Xiulan suddenly ran to Fatty High's nearness with an excited face and asked. I don't know, but I don't think it has anything to do with the collinear theorem, does it? The fat C shrugged. Just then a cold wind came up and he couldn't help but scrunch his neck and spew out a snot bubble. His master had only taught him the means to draw talismans, and had not told him what the principles were. It's just a matter of drawing specific symbols on specific rune paper and that's the end of it. If you really want to say that there is any principle, I guess it is with the power of aura. But what is aura? Fatty Hai really cannot explain clearly. It is a bit similar to metaphysical novels, martial arts practitioners to cultivate the kind of power absorbed. Hearing the other party's reply, Shin Xiaolan was instantly a bit frustrated. It seems like there's no useful information to be asked from this fat man's mouth, but the direction of knots is something to focus on. When she left here, she immediately set to work on it. Boom! Just then, a loud noise suddenly rang out from the other side. Everyone looked in response to the sound, only to see that the battle between Xiao Tian and Wang Mingxian had entered a white-hot stage. After half an hour of the battle of attrition, Xiao Tian's physical strength had gradually run out due to his level disadvantage. On the contrary, Wang Mingxian is still alive and well. Ha ha ha, I told you that you're no match for me. The more you resist, the more excited I'll only get. Xiao Tian did not reply, and after turning his head to look at Yen Ruyu and the others who were covered by the boundary, he then looked at Dark Ledge, who was silently watching the battle from afar. Then with a hardened heart, he threw out a punch and took the opportunity to distance himself from Wang Mingxian. Then Xiao Tian held his right hand and pulled it with force. There was a rip. The right arm was torn off with his skin, but there was no blood flowing out along the broken arm. Instead, the broken arm suddenly transformed into a black lance. Black Kirin lance. Holding the lance in his hand, Xiao Tian released a darkness force around him if nothing else, and his originally shriveled aura instantly skyrocketed. The long spear in his hand waved as Xiao Tian's long hair danced and took the initiative to kill towards Wang Ming first. Grass! Wang Mingxian was careless and was directly penetrated by the lance through his right arm, and immediately burst out in pain. Is this dog even human? Who decent people fight to the general suddenly ripped off their right arm, and this ripped off arm can actually be transformed into a weapon. That's the kind of setting that a hunting novel wouldn't even dare to write. All of these were still secondary. With the black Qilin lance, Xiao Tian's aura was like a rainbow, combined with the cockroach tentacles on his forehead that could sense danger. Xiao Tian was in a no man's land, surprisingly pressing Wang Mingxian into gradual defeat. A feeling of powerlessness instantly swept through his body. At this moment Wang Ming panicked first. He was 9 levels ahead of Xiao Tian. It's a whole 9 levels. Now it felt a sense of powerlessness, even a feeling of defeat. This is outrageous. Help me. Wang Mingxian, who was struggling to support Xiao Tian's attack, suddenly turned his head and shouted at Dark Ledge, who was watching the battle below. Waste! Dark Hedge sighed, then waved his hand. Countless dark beings suddenly made a move at the same time, frantically releasing darkness towards the boundary where Yen Ruyu and the others were. Rumble! As the power of darkness continued to be released, the originally crystal clear boundary was gradually rendered in black, showing signs of falling apart. Not good. The power of darkness is too strong. The boundary won't be able to support it for long. Fatty Hai said as his face changed drastically. Xiao Tian also noticed the situation over here, but there was no panic. He hadn't been releasing the army of altered beasts and the army of dark beings in order to prevent the Dark Lord from suddenly going berserk. Now that the other party had struck, there was no need for him to hold back. Xiao Tian pulled out 16 sheltering devices and threw them out. Roar! Ow! GGG! The 16 mutant beasts of huge size, as if they were demonic gods descending to the world, landed with a bang and tore madly at the army of dark beings beside them. Immediately after that, Xiao Tian shook the Yin Soul streamer behind him. Thousands of dark living spirit armies affiliated with Xiao Tian appeared at the same time before charging towards the surrounding dark living spirits. The scene instantly became more voluminous and chaotic. After seeing these dark beings that were summoned by Xiao Tian, Dark Ledge froze. A human, actually able to summon dark beings, and these dark beings, actually all listen to him? What makes this right? Dark Hedge's eyelids fluttered, and his whole body felt bad. He didn't know exactly how Xiao Tian had managed to do all of this, but he knew that the dark beings possessed honorable and noble bloodlines, and it was a disgrace to the Dark Clan to be marshaled by humans right now. Dark Ledge was in a heavy mood and suddenly released a dense darkness force to try and control these dark beings that were summoned by Xiao Tian. In the name of the second heavenly sovereign, this father orders you to stop. Stop. Chapter 91. This is my last line. Seeing Dark Ledge's actions, Xiao Tian's heart followed and sank. The other side wants to control these dark beings. Although all of these dark beings were currently only following their own commands, Xiao Tian did not dare to guarantee that they would not be turned by Dark Hedge. After all, he was able to deploy these dark beings only by relying on the power of darkness he gained after devouring the first heavenly sovereign. And Dark Hedge himself was a second heavenly sovereign. He was the embodiment of darkness. The power of darkness was like the transit of locusts, instantly enveloping the thousands of dark beings that Xiao Tian had summoned. However, what made Dark Hedge choke was that what was expected didn't happen. These dark beings didn't follow his orders to stop their movements, but instead took the initiative to absorb the darkness power he released to recover from their losses. Dark Hedge was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Even if he couldn't see his face, he could probably imagine his iron face at this moment. He tremblingly raised his head to look in Xiao Tian's direction, and was unable to hold in a fart for half a day. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian was also finally relieved. If these 1,000 or so dark beings were successfully turned, the pressure on their side would increase greatly. Now it seemed that one's worries were redundant. Perhaps the 1,000 or so dark beings only obeyed the orders of the first heavenly sovereign, and he himself had absorbed the genetic sequence of the first heavenly juggernaut and gained part of his darkness power. That was why these dark beings would only follow their own orders and not be affected by Dark Hedge. Seeing that Dark Ledge was looking viciously at himself, Xiao Tian's lips rose as he raised his right hand and silently raised his middle finger. Asshole! Dark Ledge's face twisted as he suddenly turned into a black mist and rushed towards Xiao Tian. Although he was only a doppelganger and did not yet have a tenth of the power of his original body, it was not as if he did not have the power to fight when he joined forces with Wang Mingxian. With Dark Ledge joining the battlefield, Xiao Tian fought 1 against 2 and soon gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, instead of having any joy, the two of them, Dark Ledge and Wang Mingxian, had a rather difficult time. It was as if Xiao Tian was able to see things before they happened. Every time their attacks just blasted out, Xiao Tian was able to react and dodge away at the first opportunity. Xiao Tian appeared to be at a disadvantage, being ruthlessly suppressed by the two. Yet he did not consume much, not even a single hair was missing. On the contrary, the two of them, Dark Ledge and Wang Mingxian, were both consumed greatly, and Dark Ledge's detachment had even dimmed a bit. This kid is too slippery. This doppelganger of my father doesn't have much power left. He can't continue to spend it. Dark Ledge glanced at Xiao Tian. Then his gaze locked onto Yen Ruyu and the others in the boundary. You stall him, Dark Hedge suddenly said to Wang Mingxian. In a way, the two kind of stink. Wang Ming first followed Dark Ledge's gaze and understood the other party's meaning. The other party wanted to threaten Xiao Tian with someone close to him. This is indeed a viable approach for the time being. According to his understanding, Xiao Tian treated his enemies with particular cruelty, but treated those around him exceptionally well. Leave it to me here. I'll hold him off. Wang Ming first nodded. Seeing this, Dark Hedge didn't say anything. His body transformed into black mist and rushed straight to the boundary below. Xiao Tian naturally also sensed Dark Ledge's intentions and wanted to step forward to stop it, but Wang Mingxian directly dodged in front of him. Xiao Tian, your opponent is me. Wang Mingxian grinned coldly. Xiao Tian frowned. Then without any nonsense, he waved the black Qilin lance in his hand and took the initiative to kill towards Wang Ming first. Other side, the guardian boundary was already shaky, and Yen Tianshang was also surrounded by numerous spirit beast warriors and was already exhausted. The situation has come to the most critical point. Offhand, just at this moment, Dark Ledge's figure appeared outside the boundary. No good, Chu Yao exclaimed. Only the next moment, Dark Leech stretched out his palm and placed it on top of the boundary, and then the dense darkness power spread out from his palm. Click, click, click. The power of darkness began to crazily infiltrate the boundary, like drops of ink dripping into a water tank, quickly rendering the entire boundary an inky black color. Next moment, with a click, the guardian boundary instantly shattered and dissipated into remnants. Right at the moment the boundary broke, Dark Hedge once again transformed into a black shadow and quickly rushed towards Yen Ruyu and the others. Fatty, don't you still have a talisman? Yen Ruyu suddenly looked at Fatty Hai and yelled. This is my last line. Fatty Hai covered his buttocks with his left hand and looked down at his last piece of covering, torn to the core. He's at least a hallowed heavenly master. Do you really want him to fight with his big butt naked? But after looking at the Dark Hedge that was getting closer and closer, Fatty Hai finally gritted his teeth and pulled off the last talisman, then threw it out. The three purities have transformed the robbing thunder, and the thunder god is helping me. Fatty Hai's left hand covered his heel, his right hand pinched the decision, and the talisman that was thrown out instantly rose up into the sky, transforming into a huge trident. The trident as a whole was filled with lightning and thunder. Even space seemed to be vibrating. Unlike the previous guardian boundary, this talisman functioned as an attack. Moreover, the talisman of the lightning attribute was the most offensive existence among all talismans, not to mention Fatty Hai's master, that is, the previous generation of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master drew the top-grade lightning attribute talisman. The power of its attack was not even inferior to the power of a few mushroom eggs when they erupted. This talisman of Fatty Hai's was definitely not weak in terms of attack power, even though it was not up to such an effect. Even if it was a high-level spirit beast warrior like Wang Mingxian, he would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die from taking a hit. Fatty Hai was surrounded by no wind, his index and middle fingers together, his eyes sharp and domineering. Suddenly his fingers pressed down angrily shouted, Lei Lai, zip, zip, zip. The trident carried rolling heavenly thunder, as if heavenly punishment had descended, blasting towards Dark Ledge with an absolute sense of oppression. Rumble. The moment the two sides came into contact, the power of thunder within the trident instantly erupted, instantly covering Dark Hedge's body. Did it work? Yen Ryu and the other women all looked in the direction of the ripples with eyes full of anticipation. Fatty Hai was also a bit skeptical. The power of this talisman of his own was absolutely nothing to write home about. But the other party was after all a second Sky Sovereign. Even if it was only a doppelganger, it wasn't that easy to exterminate. I'm afraid it's a bit whimsical to want to rely on a single talisman to end the battle. Fruity, just as Fatty Hai had imagined. When the ripples dissipated, Dark Hedge's figure quickly rushed out from it. Dark Hedge was actually unharmed, but his body was much dimmer, with a look of being ready to dissipate at any time. Obviously fending off the talisman's attack had caused him to suffer great attrition, but it wasn't enough to make this doppelganger of his directly disappear. Dead fatso, you're looking for death. Dark Ledge was furious, and in order to parry this attack, he had depleted most of the darkness power in his body. This fat bastard deserves to die. Being ugly is a sin in itself. Not only are you ugly but you're also fat, and now you dare to make a move on my father. This is a capital offense. Boom! Dark Hedge's body flashed in the air one after another, instantly appearing in front of Fatty Hai, and reached out to pinch Fatty Hai's neck, lifting him up. Yen Ryu and the other women reacted with hindsight and wanted to stop, but it was too late. Xiao Tian, if you don't want this fatty to die, stop now. At this moment, Yen Ryu and the others simultaneously turned pale. Their worst fears had come true. Chapter 92, The Strongest Man on Earth. But soon several women blushed slightly and quickly averted their gazes. It was only because the current Fatty Hai was unarmed and was being carried in midair by Dark Fence. His limbs were subconsciously flailing. Now the front door is wide open, like a skinned yearling pig, lying white on the slab waiting to be slaughtered. The picture is so beautiful. It's really hot. Big brother, help me. Fatty Hai's hands were frantically picking and pulling, and he roared loudly with all his might. Dark Hedge's grip was not small, and he was now gradually feeling breathless, thinking that he was the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Now he was actually stripped naked and carried in the air. Shame on you, Fatty Hai shouted in tears, and even slipped a hot tear from the corner of his eye during his violent struggle. Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched and he was speechless at that moment. This dead fat guy also has a set of resurrection armor on his body. I also don't know what the hell he is afraid of now. Whether it was a deliberate pretense, or whether he had really forgotten about the fact that he still had his resurrection armor on. But the resurrection armor was the last card in the end, so keep it if you can as a last resort. After all, this stuff is gone if you use it up once. So Xiao Tian couldn't turn a blind eye to Fatty Hai's current situation. Xiao Tian suddenly stopped his attack on Wang Mingxian, and Wang Mingxian also stopped his movements when he saw this. Let him go. Xiao Tian's black Qilin long lance swung, and his cold gaze looked directly at the Dark Hedge below. Letting him go is fine, unless you break your own arm, Dark Hedge said with an evil smile as he carried the fat C. Xiao Tian did not have any hesitation as one of the Dark Qilin arms behind his back instantly stabbed out, directly blasting his left arm into smithereens. After his left arm shattered, the black Qilin lance held in his left arm also slipped out of his hand and plunged straight into the ground. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Tian did not even frown. It was as if it wasn't an arm he'd broken, just an insignificant nose hair he'd plucked off. Seeing this, even Wang Mingxian couldn't help but flutter his eyelids. This guy, indeed, was a ruthless one. Even he was ashamed of himself. It is said that 10 fingers are connected to the heart. This kid broke his own arm actually like nothing. He boasted that he could not do this. However, Wang Mingxian did not admire Xiao Tian for this. The more crazy Xiao Tian acted, the stronger the killing intent in his heart became. He had already offended such a madman. If he couldn't completely eliminate the roots and roots today, there would definitely be endless woes in the coming days. No matter what heavy price was paid, Xiao Tian must die today. Big brother, seeing that Xiao Tian was willing to break his own arm for himself, Fatty Hai was immediately moved to tears. But because of the extremely low temperatures around them, the hot tears were frozen on as soon as they were shed. Xiao Tian, Yen Ryu and the other women were even looking incomparably distressed. Xiao Tian was good at everything. His only fault was that he treated the people around him too well. How could he continue to fight against Wang Mingxian now that he had broken his own arm and his battle power had decreased? Can we let him go now? Xiao Tian asked in a flat tone. Doesn't it really hurt to shatter your arm? It definitely hurts, and it's a pain that no one can ever tolerate. But who is Xiao Tian? He was a man who could rip off his right arm hard enough to turn it into a lance, and that pain had long since become habitual. It's not enough, unless you make this honored one feel that you are no longer any threat. Dark Ledge opened his mouth smilingly, but there was some contempt in his heart. This kid's strength was terrifying, and his ability to bestialize was somewhat evil. As long as he was given a certain amount of time, even if his own body descended, he might feel a slight threat. It's just a pity that human beings are ultimately lower creatures and can be swayed by their emotions. To cut off his own arm for a dead fat guy, he sometimes really couldn't figure out what kind of creatures humans were. Sometimes humans can kill their fellow man for selfish reasons, but sometimes humans are capable of making great sacrifices and even giving their lives for those around them. That's not nearly enough. Let me help you. Wang Mingxian suddenly dodged in front of Xiao Tian and threw 2 punches at Xiao Tian's thighs one after another. Xiao Tian would have been able to dodge away, but he did not do so, letting the fists bombard him. Bang bang! 2 muffled sounds came out as Xiao Tian's 2 thighs were hard smashed into a bloody mist, and even the bone crumbs were gone. Xiao Tian, big brother. At this moment, not only Yen Ruyu and the other women, even Fatty Hai instantly reddened his eyes. It's too much of a bully. Big brother, don't mind me. Life is all about death. Sooner or later you have to die. If I die, I die. You just have to be able to avenge me. I have no regrets in this life if I can follow Big Brother to eat and drink. Since you followed Big Brother down the mountain, spicy hot pot, boneless chicken claws, braised pork, and ate a lot of good food that you haven't eaten on the mountain. The only pity is that we are allowed to get married in LW. It's just a pity that I'm still single, but it's worth it. After all, there are always some regrets in life. So Big Brother, you don't care about me. Step in and them. Avenge me. Make a statement for me. Fatty Hai shouted with tears in his eyes. Although he was afraid of death, he did not want Xiao Tian to suffer because of him, but to Fatty Hai's surprise, Dark Hedge suddenly threw him out with one hand. Xiao Tian had already wasted both of his arms, and now both of his legs had been wasted by Wang Ming first. Without hands and feet, even if they are strong, they are no different from waste. Now that Xiao Tian was no longer any threat, Fatty Hai naturally lost any significance. It didn't matter if the rest of them were killed or not, but Xiao Tian had to die. Dark Ledge dodged to Xiao Tian's near front and reached out to pinch Xiao Tian's neck to lift him up. He brought his head closer to Xiao Tian, gently blew a mouthful of cold air, and wrote a laugh. Kid, this father admits that you are very strong. It's just a pity that you are shallowly insightful, and to go to such an extent for an irrelevant person. You human beings are really stupid, but it's pointless to talk about it now. The time has come for you to pay the price. Are you ready to die? Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu and the others had heavy faces as they frantically tried to rush forward to save Xiao Tian. However, the many spirit beast warriors of Heavenly Vault City on the scene frantically resisted, and a few people simply couldn't rush out. Those who kill my big brother will be executed even though they are far away. If you dare to touch a hair on my big brother's head, I will kill your whole family. Fatty Hai was particularly emotional, and rushed towards the crowd with his bare ass, but without the talisman, he wasn't much different from an ordinary person, and was quickly slapped out of the way. Big brother, I'm sorry. After Fatty Hai was solidly slapped, he also completely recognized his current strength, can only impotently and angrily pound the ground to vent his heart's dissatisfaction. Seeing the crowd in this life and death stance, Xiao Tian was already powerless to spit out his words. It seemed that not only Fatty Hai, but even Yen Ruyu and the others had forgotten that they still had the resurrection armor, and one's own genetic sequence, but he still retained the attribute of amputation and rebirth. Not to mention broken arms and legs. As long as the heart and head are okay, any part can be regenerated. Kid, it's time to send you on your way. To be able to exterminate my first heavenly sovereign, you're already proud enough. Pay attention in your next life. Dark Ledge did not continue to talk nonsense as he stretched out his right hand and his palm transformed into a long spear that was about to pierce over at Xiao Tian's heart. Right in this flash of lightning, the blood and flesh at Xiao Tian's broken arm began to crazily grow. Soon the crushed limbs grew back, taking advantage of the fact that Dark Ledge and Wang Mingxian had not yet reacted. Xiao Tian stretched out his left hand and the black Qilin lance instantly flew back into his hand. Xiao Tian held the black Qilin lance and easily penetrated Wang Mingxian's heart with a single shot. At the same time, the 6 dark Qilin arms behind Xiao Tian's back wriggled crazily and stabbed forward violently at the same time, instantly piercing into Dark Hedge's body. The Jedi are fighting back. The moment. Dead Space. Chapter 93. Your father is dying. 4. Why? Blood spilled from the corner of Wang Mingxian's mouth as he looked down at the lance that had stabbed into his chest, and then looked at Xiao Tian who had regrown his arms and legs, feeling a little messed up in the head. Not. He was flying and pulling out his arm to become a gun, and now he can reborn with a broken limb. You're the reincarnation of Cthulhu, Xiao Tian. This honored one remembers you. Dark Hedge, on the other hand, said with his face twisted and full of resentment. Originally, he had planned to get rid of Xiao Tian here today to prove it for his Dark One clan. He's also prepared for this and has done a lot of planning ahead of time. I didn't realize it was still a bad move. There wasn't much darkness left in this doppelganger of his, and he was facing dissipation at any time right now. And Wang Mingxian was pierced through the heart again, so it was obvious that he wouldn't live long either. The siege, a failure. Xiao Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense and just wanted to completely settle the two. Right at this moment, Dark Hedge suddenly transformed into a force of darkness and quickly wrapped Wang Mingxian in it. By the time Xiao Tian realized something was wrong, it was already too late. This force of darkness wrapped around Wang Mingxian and quickly rose up into the sky, then directly disappeared into the darkness. Escaped? Xiao Tian said softly as he looked at the black Qilin lance that was still dripping blood in his hand. Dark Hedge's doppelganger wasn't the main body, and right now it was pretty much consumed, so it probably wouldn't last long before it automatically dissipated. As for Wang Mingxian, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to live long with his heart pierced. If you run away, you run away. Immediately after, Xiao Tian flashed to Yen Ruyu and the other side. Xiao Tian, are you alright? Yen Ruyu hurriedly came up and pulled Xiao Tian's entire body to carefully examine it. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head. He himself had the characteristic of rebirth of severed limbs, and having his limbs wasted earlier was nothing more than some pain. After determining that Xiao Tian was indeed fine, Yen Ruyu put her heart down, and then she blushed a little. She had actually forgotten that Xiao Tian possessed the means to regenerate severed limbs. Seeing his own daughter whispering with Xiao Tian, Yen Tianshang, who was battling against the spirit beast warriors of Sky Vault City in the distance, was quite pleased. My own daughter has to be educated, has the temperament, has a big ass and a bulging front, and is quite good looking. The only bad thing about it was that it was too cold in front of outsiders, like an unearthly fairy. This also led to Yen Ruyu basically not having any friends during her college years, not even a good best friend. To be honest, Yen Tianshang was very worried about Yen Ruyu's situation, worried that she wouldn't be able to make friends and find the man of her choice. But now, all that anxiety has dissipated. It's true what they say about love over time. Ever since she had followed Xiao Tian, Yen Ruyu's face often showed various mood swings and was no longer so cold. My father is very pleased. Just, your own father is about to be beaten to death and you're still showing love to a man. Is that really good? Yen Tianshang, who had lost Yen Ruyu's healing power, was like a dude who had been cut off from his food. Facing the frantic swarm of spirit beast warriors from Sky Vault City, Yen Tianshang quickly began to lose. The spirit beast warriors of Heavenly Vault City also realized that the current Yen Tianshang was no longer able to heal his injuries, and all of them rushed up with a brain. There was a burst of punches and kicks at Yen Tianshang, and all kinds of skills were greeted. That was fast. Very quickly Yen Tianshang was beaten up and even completely lost the power to fight back. Help me! Yen Tianshang held his head in his hands, curled up pitifully in the corner. The rain of dense fists fell on his body, hurting him so much that he grimaced and almost exploded. Your father is going to be killed. You're going to have no father. A word to the wise. Yen Ruyu then reacted, and when she instantly discovered Yen Tianshang, who was being punched and wailing, her face instantly changed drastically. Just as he wanted to extend his hands and re-release the healing power, he was interrupted by Xiao Tian. I'll do it. Xiao Tian took a deep breath. Then his eyes turned cold as he rushed out with the black Qilin lance in hand. These spirit beast warriors of Sky Vault City were generally not low-leveled, but they did not have any significance in front of Xiao Tian. Only Xiao Tian was seen holding a long spear and instantly rushed into the crowd. Kill! His long hair fluttered as he stabbed out, and the 6 spirit beast warriors were instantly penetrated through their chests. Strung together like sugar gourds, organs were torn apart, flesh and blood were crumbled. The scene was bloody to the core. Kill! The 6 dark Qilin arms behind him swarmed with demons, and more than a dozen spirit beast warriors were instantly pierced through their eyebrows in the chaos. I kill. The smell of blood wafting through the air stimulated Xiao Tian's nerves, and he instantly entered a red-eyed state. These people were all Wang Mingxian's people, and they were all his enemies. Previously, if Fatty Hai hadn't used the talisman to open the boundary in time, Yen Ruyu and the other women might have died in their hands. No snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. They, all of them, deserved to die. Xiao Tian did not intend to let them go. All of them had to die. Not good. It's Xiao Tian. It's the god of kill. Xiao Tian. Where's young Wang? How come young Wang is gone? I seem to have just seen young Wang seriously injured and taken away by the Dark Lord. Grass. Wang Xiao sold his teammates and ran away? What should we do now? God Xiao. I know I'm wrong. Give me a chance. As Xiao Tian joined the battlefield, the situation instantly became chaotic as some people realized that something was wrong and began to beg Xiao Tian for mercy. However, it was directly chopped off by Xiao Tian. Against the enemy, kill and be done with it. Seeing that Xiao Tian did not intend to let them go, some people in the crowd attempted to join forces in an attempt to fish out, until the person leading the group had his head smashed by Xiao Tian's fist. Everyone instantly despaired and no longer had any thoughts of resisting. One after another, they scattered and fled in all directions. This man is the devil. He's not human. Man can fight with heaven, but he can never fight with the devil. In less than a few minutes, Xiao Tian had killed nearly 50 people. These were more than 50 living, breathing people, and they were exterminated by him just like that. Even the murderous Wang Mingxian would never be able to do this level. What Xiao Tian had killed was not just the 50 or so spirit beast warriors. What he had killed was the bottom line of this group of people. 200 people were nothing in front of Xiao Tian, just like a group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. God Xiao, too scary. But while they wanted to run, Xiao Tian would not give them that chance. He directly ordered the army of altered beasts and the army of dark beings to chase after him and cooperate with Xiao Tian's maddening attack. In less than 10 minutes of work, all of them died tragically at the scene, dyeing the frost-covered ground a blood-red color. The originally chaotic space suddenly fell silent. More than 200 lives, which were originally alive, were also frozen forever at this moment. More than 200 elite spirit animal warriors in Sky Dome City. Death. In the meantime, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in Skyvault City, and Dark Hedge wrapped Wang Ming and jumped out of it first. When it landed, Wang Mingxian started wailing, with his heart pierced through. He could visibly feel the life draining out of him. He's dying. Although he had a single hand in Skyvault City and an extraordinary position, the more he had the more he was afraid of losing. He doesn't want to die. He was now beginning to regret provoking Xiao Tian. Had he known that Xiao Tian was so demonic, why would he have joined forces with Dark Ledge? It's just a dead brother. He's not the one who died? Why would he fight Xiao Tian to the death? It's just a shame it's too late to say anything. Shut the up. Noisy thing. Dark Hedge regrouped his human form, and being a little annoyed by Wang Mingxian's noise, he slapped him. This time it was my father who miscalculated. I didn't expect the son to have grown to such a level, but this matter isn't over yet. After Dark Ledge muttered to himself, he suddenly looked at Wang Mingxian again, as if he had made some major decision. Do you want to take revenge for today? Chapter 94? The Dark Lord? It's all crap. Wang Mingxian had already entered madness, ignoring the injuries on his body and laughing maniacally. This laugh of his immediately pulled the wound. His mouth sprayed out a large mouth of blood, but he turned a blind eye, still laughing maniacally. A great Dark Lord. I didn't expect that I wouldn't even be able to deal with a brat. Now that your split is about to dissipate, I am also about to die soon. You ask me if I want revenge. What can I do if I do? Wang Ming first wiped off the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. I regret it now. I regret choosing to ally with you. You claim to look down on human beings and regard them as ants, but in reality, you are a waste of things yourself. If I had known the current ending, I shouldn't have made an enemy of Xiao Tian in the first place. Dark Ledge was displeased to the extreme in his heart. How dare a human mole cricket despise him? He wanted to slap Wang Mingxian to death in place, but with the only power currently remaining in this doppelganger of his, he couldn't do that at all. And Dark Hedge knew very well that what the other party was saying was sort of true. However, he still stubbornly believed even now that it was him who had belittled Xiao Tian, not Xiao Tian, who was too heaven-defying. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, Dark Ledge flung another slap at Wang Mingxian and said in a deep voice, "This honored one has a means to forcibly allow this honored one to gain all of the strength of his own body." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming first froze, then jerked his head up to look straight at Dark Ledge. "Is that true?" Dark Hedge nodded. Hope lit up in Wang Mingxian's eyes as he frantically said, "Starting now?" "No." Dark Hedge's body resuspended and faintly said, "Although this means is heaven-defying, the cost is not small, and it can only be maintained for a period of 3 minutes. And to gain all the power of the self must find a suitable vessel. If the honored one gained all the strength of the honored one, 3 minutes would be enough time to exterminate the Xiao Tian. It's just that when the 3 minutes are up, the vessel will physically collapse as well." Wang Mingxian was not stupid and had realized that the other party wanted him to act as this vessel. In fact, there are not too many requirements to become this vessel. The stronger the strength, the higher the patience, and the more suitable to act as a vessel. Although Wang Mingxian's rank wasn't too high in Dark Ledge's eyes, he was the only spirit beast warrior around at the moment. Besides, this alter ego of Dark Hedge could not last long anymore, and there was no time to continue searching for a new vessel. "Are you sure you can exterminate that Xiao Tian?" Wang Mingxian was silent for a split second before suddenly opening his mouth and asking extremely seriously. Dark Ledge sneered, one hand behind his back, and proudly said, "Once this father gains all the strength of his body, he will be able to slap that bastard to death in 3 seconds. Okay, I promise to act as your vessel." After receiving an affirmative answer, Wang Mingxian barely hesitated. Now that he's heart damaged, he won't live much longer. It wouldn't be a loss if he could pull Xiao Tian on his back before he died. Good. This father will now begin to transform your body, pouring the power of darkness into you. The process will be worse than death, so prepare yourself in advance. Life is worse than death. Wang Mingxian now does not care about these. He is a person who will die. Life is worse than death, so what? But it was only a momentary hard time, as long as he could pull Xiao Tian along with him. Even if he was tortured all the time, It was still worth it. How long do you need? 3 days. Wang Ming first took a deep breath, then sat down with his legs crossed, adjusting a comfortable posture before slowly closing his eyes. Then let's start. 3 days later. I want that Xiao Tian to die without a whole body. The other side. After resolving the Spirit Beast Warriors in Sky Vault City, Xiao Tian struck out to exterminate the dark beings in the Forbidden Land. Actually, Xiao Tian had also tried to use the power of his bloodline to suppress them to see if he could control them, but perhaps not having the dark power of Dark Hedge in his body didn't do it. In the end, they had to exterminate all of these dark beings. This battle was particularly fierce. 3 of the 16 mutant beasts were killed in battle, leaving only 13. The original army of nearly 1,000 dark beings was now down to just over 900, but it was all worth it. In the end, this battle was won by Xiao Tian and the others. Right at this moment, a spatial vortex appeared behind Xiao Tian and the others, and as long as they entered the vortex, they would be able to leave the Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian had Yen Ruyu and the others leave first, while he himself led Fatty Hai deeper into the Forbidden Land. There is an ore in the Forbidden Land that burns continuously, just enough to heat the cottage. This substance is so persistent that it is even a little more powerful than even a nuclear power plant. Big brother, can I go back first? This damn place is too cold. I can't stand it a bit. Fatty Hai clasped his hands and sneezed shakily. He was now unarmored, and after the passion of the earlier battle had faded, this cold was now even more biting. You're the only one who knows the art of divination. Who's going to help me find something if you're gone? Xiao Tian gave him a look without any good humor and shook his head. Just bear with it. With the assistance of Fatty Hai's divination technique, in less than 10 minutes the two had found the kind of ore that Xiao Tian had mentioned. The ore as a whole was an inky black color, somewhat similar to coal, though these were not coal. Instead, it's a black crystal mine, and there was something special about these black crystal ores. Each one was an extremely standard square, not like a product of nature. Each piece was the size of a palm. It was this palm-sized piece of black crystal ore that had a more enormous efficiency than even hundreds of tons of coal, which could last for a long time after all. The two of them had scraped more than 30 pieces of black crystal ore before they left the Forbidden Land immediately after. Back at the villa, Fatty Hai was the first to rush into the bathroom to take a hot shower. After 10 more minutes of delay in the Forbidden Land, parts of his body that protruded were frozen purple. He was now very worried that the low temperature in the Forbidden Land had frozen his big baby. As for Xiao Tian, he gathered the rest of the people together to briefly summarize the battle. Everyone did well this time. What's more, the resurrection armor was still present on all of them. Among the crowd, only Chu Yao and Bai Xiaotian didn't wear the resurrection armor, but fortunately for the two women, nothing happened to them either. I have a question I don't know if I should ask. Right at this moment, Chu Yao suddenly raised her hand and said in a low voice. Xiao Tian glanced at her. Then don't ask. Chu Yao. Xin Xiulan rolled her eyes at Xiao Tian without any good reason and pulled Chu Yao's small hand and laughed. It's alright Xiao Yao. We're all family members. Just ask if you have any questions. During the battle, I saw Xiao Tian try out a lot of means. I want to know what kind of bestiality ability he really has. After Chu Yao finished speaking, she immediately added, Don't worry guys, I won't tell anyone else about this. I'm just a little bit strange because normally, Spirit Beast Warriors only have one kind of bestialization ability. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, including Yen Ruyu, all locked their gazes on Xiao Tian. This matter was actually not only Chu Yao, even the girls were curious. Although Yen Ruyu had asked Xiao Tian similar questions in the past, Xiao Tian's replies were rather vague. I do have more than one bestial ability. Xiao Tian didn't hide it, but he also didn't reveal that he could infinitely devour gene sequences. More than one kind. It turned out that Xiao Tian had more than one type of bestialization ability, so it was no wonder that his performance had been so heaven-defying ever since the dark unrest descended until now. It turns out that, just as the crowd was shocked, Xiao Tian once again spoke. Wang Mingxian has already been exterminated, and most of the Spirit Beast Warriors in Sky Vault City have died in the Forbidden Land, so the current Sky Vault City should be in a state where the dragons have no leader. Take a break tonight and make a trip to Skydome City in the morning to consolidate supplies. Chapter 95, Arrival in Sky Vault City. The crowd did not have any comments regarding Xiao Tian's words. The supplies stored in the villa were being consumed by all the people. Plus there were often people exchanging crystal cores for all kinds of supplies in the Great Confusion City. The villa is not as well stocked as it was initially. It is also true that supplements should be made. And now that Heavenly Vault City was leaderless and its elite combatants had basically all died in battle, Xiao Tian and the others had almost no difficulty in trying to go and collect the supplies. Night. Xiao Tian lay on the bed, his hands resting behind his head, tossing and turning how he could not sleep. A little over half a year had passed since the start of the Dark Unrest. Too many things happened during this period. He gained his power, acquired his redhead, and settled his rivals. Even the One Heaven's masters had been exterminated and devoured by him for their gene sequences. But Xiao Tian's heart always had some hidden worries. He had only heard about the second heavenly sovereign before he was reborn, and he had died in the mouth of a mutant beast afterward. The subsequent triple heavenly sovereigns and what would happen afterward was something he knew nothing about. It was as if, from the very beginning, Xiao Tian had taken the script and was walking the plot. He had strategized and was aware of the series of significant things that would happen subsequently. But the script failed from the moment the second heavenly sovereign descended. It was like being kicked in and forced to break in by a detrimental friend while taking a. It makes people very insecure. The current dual heavenly lord's strength far exceeds that of a first heavenly lord even though he's only in a split state, and will only get stronger after his main body descends. There are other masters after the dual heavens masters, and I don't know if I'll be able to withstand them with my abilities at that time. The moonlight of the night sprinkled on Xiao Tian's face in hectares, and Xiao Tian looked at the ceiling and muttered to himself. Ever since exterminating the first heavenly sovereign, he had completely offended the Darkness clan. After the subsequent Dark Lords descended, I'm afraid that their first goal would not be to destroy the world, but to take revenge on him. This made Xiao Tian a bit headstrong, and the sense of crisis was too strong. And the only thing he can do to survive in such a high-pressure environment is to keep improving himself. He had to raise his strength to the point where he could fight against the Dark Lord, or else it would all be hard to escape death. It was good that he had the system in place. As the first heavenly master was able to have his gene sequences devoured by him, the second heavenly master could surely continue to be devoured and absorbed as well. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the room. Enter. Xiao Tian looked in the direction of the gate, somewhat wondering who came to find himself in the middle of the night. The main door was pushed open by a pair of small hands, and Chu Yao carefully walked in. And behind Chu Yao, Xin Xiulan was looking at Xiao Tian with a smile on her face. What brings you here? Compared to Chu Yao's constraints, Xin Xiulan was self-conscious and came to sit down in front of the bed, her pair of long legs smooth as jade in the moonlight. I intend to start developing boundary-related technological products after the near future, but I'm missing some materials. R&D junction-related products? Xin Xiulan had told him about this matter after he returned from the Forbidden Land, but Xiao Tian didn't pay much attention to it. After all, with Blue Star's current level of technology, it was too difficult to develop such a thing. Never thought Xin Xiulan was actually serious. You can give me a list of what materials are needed, Xiao Tian said after thinking about it. In any case, the talented dean's willingness to study something fresh didn't do him any harm. The list will be given to you tomorrow. Skydome City just happens to have the materials I need, and I have the address labeled. Xin Xiulan guffawed and stretched out her white fingers, drawing circles on Xiao Tian's chest. Xiao Tian was used to sleeping with his upper body bare, and on his bronze skin were 8-pack abs with an explosive figure that was comfortable to touch. I feel that our relationship is too ambiguous. If there's nothing else, you guys can go back first. I'm going to rest. Xin Xiulan's lips rose as she slowly removed her glasses and put them aside. Then she came close to Xiao Tian and blew a mouthful of aroma at her ear. Couldn't sleep tonight, wanted to double team you. Saying this, Xin Xiulan again waved at Chu Yao in the doorway. Xiao Yao, come along too. Tonight my sister will teach you some postures by word and example. Chu Yao drew circles with her hands in front of her chest, her pretty face already completely red. Despite all the pettiness in his heart, his body was honest and moved forward. Xiao Tian was instantly filled with black lines when he saw this. It's true what they say about eyeglasses girls being all about contrast. Xin Xiulan is not only a glasses imperial lady, but also engaged in scientific research. I did not expect so relaxed. Inside the room the guns were firing. Outside the room by Xiao Tian was leaning against the wall and was listening to the wall root. Brother Xiao Tian. Brother Xiao Tian. After her eyes were transfixed, biting her index finger with an enraptured look on her face, she proceeded to the kitchen to get an eggplant for a midnight snack and went back to bed. She wasn't ready to look forward to the day when she would double row with her brother Xiao Tian. Early the next morning, the sun was already on her, but Xin Xiulan was still sleeping soundly. Last night's 3 rows were too intense. Even with Chu Yao sharing the battle, she was still exhausted. There was no way around it. The physical qualities of ordinary people were too weak in comparison to spirit beast warriors. Chu Yao, on the other hand, woke up early in the morning and prepared breakfast for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian suddenly felt that Chu Yao's beastization ability would definitely not be too bad once it was awakened. After all, this physique of hers was really strong. After breakfast, Xiao Tian took Fatty Haiyan by Xiao Tian to collect supplies in Sky Vault City. Originally, Yen Ruyu and the other women wanted to go along as well, but Xiao Tian told them to absorb the crystal cores in the villa to level up. Now that the dual heaven sovereign split had descended, the enemies they would face in the future would only be stronger. Xiao Tian not only had to raise his own strength, but the people around him had to raise their strength as well. There was an airport in Daeju City. So Xiao Tian and his group went straight to the airport, boarded a private airplane and flew to Sky Dome City. On the airplane, Xiao Tian looked out the window in a daze, while Fatty Hai put on an eye mask and huffed and puffed, and Bai Xiaotian looked at Xiao Tian with a godly look on his face. The three men had different minds. 2 hours later, the plane successfully landed at the Sky Dome City airport. The plane had just landed when 2 spirit beast warriors surged forward. The entire Sky Vault City is Young Wang's territory. When you come to Young Wang's territory you have to turn in your supplies. 6 mutant beast crystals per person as protection fee. The rules are clear, right? Sky Dome City was relatively rich in resources. So many people would come to Sky Dome City to find their way out. That's why Wang Mingsan laid down a rule when he was alive. However, all outsiders who set foot in Sky Vault City must pay a certain amount of mutant beast crystals to act as a protection fee. Before Xiao Tian could open his mouth on his side, Bai Xiao Tian took the initiative to stand out, daring to ask brother Xiao Tian for protection money. You guys deserve it too? Bai Xiao Tian is sweet looking, and has also learned to dress up, today deliberately wearing a pink lolita, proper double ponytail loli beauty girl. But who could have thought that such a beautiful loli was actually a former pioneer of the One Heaven's Forbidden Land? After saying these words, Bai Xiaotian's face was cold, and her small white and pink hand casually flung out towards the front. Snap! The 2 unlucky ones instantly had their heads smashed. Xiao Tian couldn't even help the corner of his mouth from trembling at the sight. This moment Bai Xiaotian was contrasting to the extreme. Chapter 96, I'm praying for you. After striking out to resolve the 2 unlucky eggs, Bai Xiaotian reacted with hindsight. He was no longer the same dark vanguard that he had been when he had ridden in the first place. Her current identity was Bai Xiaotian, the cute little loli who regarded Xiao Tian as her master and would pursue him forever. Brother Xiao Tian. Bai Xiaotian backhandedly tugged on Xiao Tian's sleeve and said with an appearance of being on the verge of crying out, I'm afraid, Xiao Tian. Bai Xiaotian's current appearance was cute and adorable, but the moment he thought of the other party's original identity, Xiao Tian had a diaphragmatic feeling and goosebumps rose all over his body. If he could, he still preferred for Bai Xiaotian to return to the untamed state she was in at the very beginning. Lori is good. Even though she used to be a dark vanguard, she looks really cute now. Fatty Hai kept smacking his lips at the side. It wasn't like he couldn't give up on Goddess Chuyao if he had such a double ponytailed loli stalking him. Let's leave here first. Don't forget the purpose of our trip. Xiao Tian didn't move and shook off Bai Xiaotian's hand and spoke. Bai Xiaotian saw all this in his eyes and heard in his heart. There was some disappointment, but nothing more was said. Brother Xiao Tian, I, Bai Xiaotian, will one day completely rip you off. I'm going to be your little Lori forever. Soon the group of 3 was out of the airport. Sky Dome City was not comparable to Great Confucian City in terms of size or urban development. When you leave the airport, there are all kinds of tall skyscrapers as far as the eye can see. The area around the airport used to be a bustling commercial street, but because of the dark unrest, there's basically no one to be seen now. The entire street was also cold and quiet, not to mention a single living person. Not even the shadow of a mutant beast could be seen. Intuition told Xiao Tian this wasn't right. Great Confucian City was also facing the threat of mutant beasts, but the streets weren't so cold and clear. Just as a few people were about to continue hanging around to find out what was going on, not far ahead, continuous explosions suddenly erupted, and there were also bursts of animal howls coming from the same time. There was someone fighting not far ahead. Go over there. Xiao Tian did not hesitate and brought Bai Xiaotian and the others before quickly rushing towards the source of the sound. They didn't really know what was going on in Skydome City right now, and needed to find someone to ask for specifics first. When Xiao Tian and the others arrived at the scene, they realized that a battle was indeed erupting in front of them, and it was also a battle between spirit beast warriors. Sky Vault City is Young Wang's territory. If you dare to come to my Sky Vault City to plunder the supplies, aren't you afraid of Young Wang's retaliation? A bloodstained middle-aged man supported his body with his arms and roared loudly at the 3 people in front of him. There were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, and the teenager at the head of them had dyed yellow hair and a bare upper body, exposing his toned muscles. Moreover, this teenager's entire body muscles were extremely exaggerated, even more so than even Yin Tian Shang's, and his arms had been animalized and were actually bare paws. The last animal this guy ever ate in his life was actually a bear? Bears are protected animals in the Dragon Kingdom and are expressly forbidden to eat. I'm afraid this guy's identity is not simple. Xiao Tian could not help but narrow his eyes. I don't want a bull you, so I'm going to ask you one last time. Where the hell are the supplies? The yellow-haired teenager took a step forward and reached out to pick up the man's neck and questioned him in a cold voice. I'll always be loyal to Xiao Wang. You want to know where the supplies are? You're dreaming. The middle-aged man spat towards the yellow-haired teenager. The yellow-haired teen wiped the spittle off his face, his patience completely exhausted. He was just about to palm out and crush the middle-aged man alive when Xiao Tian and his group walked over from a distance. Before you kill him, I have some words to ask him. Can you do me a favor? Xiao Tian walked forward and stood upright. The yellow-haired teenager and his party of 3, including the middle-aged man and the others, all looked over at the same time. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, several people were stunned at the same time. Xiao Tian! The middle-aged man screamed out directly. Almost no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom did not know Xiao Tian's great name, not to mention her cruel methods of dealing with her enemies. The feat of exterminating the Dark Lord alone was enough to go down in history. After all, the Dark Lord still belonged in the eyes of countless people as an invincible and powerful existence. Xiao Tian's various videos had long been spreading wildly on the internet, so the group recognized Xiao Tian's identity at the first opportunity. Didn't Xiao Wang lead his men to round you up? How did you appear here? Where is young Wang? The middle-aged man's voice steeply raised an octave. They're all dead, offending my big brother and being killed back by my big brother. Isn't that a normal thing? Fatty Hai pulled out a bag of potato chips with his hand and ate it with a smile. But these words were what made the middle-aged man instantly bewildered. Young Wang is dead? No wonder a few days had passed. Not only had Wang Xiao had no news so far, even the hundreds of spirit beast warriors who had left with Wang Xiao hadn't returned a single one. So they're all dead. But Wang Xiao's strength is not weak. Not to mention there are hundreds of Sky Vault City's elite combatants. Even if it is no longer good, it will not be a total loss. The middle-aged man's head turned sharply and he suddenly shouted at Xiao Tian, God Xiao, as long as you don't mind, I, Wang Cannon, will follow you from now on. As long as you can save me, I'll tell you all the supply caches in Sky Vault City right now. I'm Wang Mingxian's beloved. I'm the only one who knows about these supply caches. After recognizing the situation at the scene, Wang Degun quickly made his choice. Didn't you just say that you will always be loyal to Wang Mingxian? How come you're going to follow my big brother now? Fatty Hai asked with a smile as he ate his chips with relish. Wang Cannon's face sank. His voice was heavy as he said, Wang Mingxian has been running amok in Sky Vault City. Although I am his beloved, I actually have long been looking at him in a bad light. It is an honor for this kind of sinner to die in the hands of the god of Shao. Now that I am going to be a bright pearl to turn into a dark one, I hope that the god of Shao will give me a chance. Xiao Tian pondered for a while and nodded his head, yes. Then he looked at the yellow-haired trio. I'll bail on this person. Let them go. The yellow-haired trio glanced at each other, and their faces all became extremely complicated. They hadn't expected that they would actually run into this ruthless person who was rumored on the internet in Sky Dome City. They were all clear about Xiao Tian's character, so they didn't dare to lay their hands on Wang Degun, but it was more or less unwilling to let them stop there. After a moment of silence, Yellow Hair stood out. If you say you are Xiao Tian, we must believe that you are Xiao Tian? Perhaps you just look somewhat similar to Xiao Tian. Everyone knows that Xiao Tian has been staying in Great Confusion City, so how did he suddenly come to Sky Vault City? Right at this moment, the young girl beside Yellow Hair who was wearing a sexy stepmother's dress also opened her mouth and said, if you want us to give you this face, you have to prove that you are Xiao Tian first. Fatty Hai immediately felt the chips in his hand lose their flavor. Getting your own big brother to prove he's himself? Are these three grifters out of their minds? Is his big brother a reasonable man? Pissed off his big brother, even the Dark Vanguard cut him down. And now you're actually asking him to prove that he's himself. Isn't this an active death? Fatty Hai dropped the chips in his hands and began to recite shock orally with his hands folded. Fat ass, what are you doing? Seeing this sudden move by Fatty Hai, Yellow Hair frowned in suspicion. This heavenly master is doing one good deed a day, and is in the process of surpassing you, so in your next life, cast a good birth. Fatty Hai opened his eyes and looked at the trio with a compassionate expression, then closed his eyes again and continued to orally recite the Transcendence Orthodox Sutra. 3. Chapter 97 Lori who aspires to be Xiao Tian's brother. Leave it to you. Xiao Tian looked at Bai Xiao Tian beside him. With Xiao Tian's current strength, he was not yet able to do everything himself. Against these three people in front of him, Bai Xiao Tian's hand would be more than enough. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm just a little lowly. I won't fight and kill. I'm afraid Bai Xiao Tian suddenly hugged Xiao Tian's arm and pouted. Earlier, when he had just gotten off the airplane, those two ungrateful things had threatened brother Xiao Tian, and he himself had not hesitated to strike. As a result, the person was killed. But there was always a feeling that there was something odd about the way brother Xiao Tian looked at himself at that time. It was only with hindsight that Bai Xiao Tian reacted to the fact that her current identity had long since ceased to be the Dark Vanguard she had been. He was now a little lowly by brother Xiao Tian's side, and this kind of fighting and killing was no longer suitable for her. In Blue Star's culture, Lori just needs to hide behind her brother and pout and cheer. Moreover, she was now a lowly who wanted to aspire to become Xiao Tian's woman, and it would be too cruel to strike out and whip the other party's head or something at the drop of a hat. In case brother Xiao Tian became suspicious of himself because of this and didn't include himself in his harem anymore, where should he go in the future? So she couldn't make a move, and from now on, as long as brother Xiao Tian was in front of her, She couldn't make a move again even if she was dead or alive. Where did Xiao Tian know what Bai Xiao Tian had in mind? Seeing Bai Xiao Tian, who had previously smashed the spirit beast warrior's head with a slap, now suddenly looking like a little girl, Xiao Tian was left with two big heads. Are all the beings of the Dark Ones a little out of their minds? Earlier, you didn't say a word when you smashed a head with a slap, but now you're afraid when you're asked to make a move? Does this mother asterisk 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 her Bai Xiao Tian have a split personality? Do you have a problem here? Xiao Tian reached out and rubbed his temples. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm really scared. They are three people. I'm just a helpless little lowly. Bai Xiao Tian continued to wrap her arms around Xiao Tian and gently rocked. Originally, this picture was described as aesthetically pleasing, but in the middle of the sentence, Bai Xiao Tian's vocal line suddenly changed from a soft lowly voice to a rough male voice, being called Xiao Tian's brother by the soft lowly voice. Even if he knew Bai Xiao Tian's original identity, Xiao Tian was more or less able to endure it. This rough male voice suddenly popped out and called himself Xiao Tian's brother. Xiao Tian was really clammed up. Xiao Tian's whole body goosebumps crazy growth, violently kicked out a foot. Bai Xiao Tian caught off guard. The whole body presents shape was kicked flying out. Bang sound ruthlessly smashed in the pile of people. Yellow hair three people even have no chance to react was smashed together to fly out. The three of them sprayed blood furiously after they fell to the ground. And even yellow hair, who had awakened his giant bear beastification ability, broke 3 ribs. It was enough to see how strong Xiao Tian's kick was, and the 3 of them were directly seriously injured. But what made people speechless was that Bai Xiao Tian stood up from the pile of people unharmed. Although it was now a soft lowly form, the body was, after all, a former dark vanguard, and the strength of the flesh was still strong. It's over. Probably a little out of control of his powers from moving around in human form for so long. Bai Xiao Tian scratched his head and said secretly in his mind. Then raising his head, his big watery eyes looked at Xiao Tian and bumbled over again. Brother Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's eyelids pulled as he once again kicked Bai Xiao Tian out. Bang! Bai Xiao Tian's body drew a graceful arc in the air and once again smashed heavily into the pile of people. The yellow-haired trio had already been seriously injured, and now they were smashed like this, and their heads were flattened on the spot. His body went limp and he was just inexplicably boxed in. The 3 would never have dreamed that their lives would be ended in such a way. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm in pain. Bai Xiao Tian once again climbed up from the pile with a resigned look, holding out her arms and asking for a hug. Xiao Tian's forehead veins rippled and his body leaned forward slightly. If Bai Xiao Tian continued to rush up, he would definitely kick this asshole to death. Seeing Xiao Tian's stance, Bai Xiao Tian slowly reduced her speed and eventually stopped in place. You're a dark one. I'm a human. There's no possibility between us. You'd better not think of something messy. There's no future for us. Seeing the other party stop, Xiao Tian's expression gradually eased. If he didn't think the guy was still somewhat useful, he would have wanted to kick his ass. But brother Xiao Tian, love can cross races. Bai Xiao Tian clenched her small fists and said with tears in her eyes, Su Xian can say snake. Nye Kaichen can say ghost. Why can't you say me? Xiao Tian. Perhaps bringing Bai Xiao Tian out with him was the worst decision he had made since his rebirth. Fatty Hai, who was next to him, witnessed the whole process and had the urge to laugh but didn't dare to do so. In fact, he was quite envious of Xiao Tian, to be able to be pursued so crazily by a lowly, even though the other party's predecessor was a dark vanguard. That didn't matter. It's got all the places it should be, and the other side isn't purely human, so how exciting must it be to double team it? Actually, I think I'm pretty good too. My big brother is already surrounded by warblers. Why don't you consider me? Fatty Haiyan stretched out his fat finger and pointed to himself. Under the smile the whole body's fat meat was trembling with him. The features on his face were twisted into a line. With just one glance, Bai Xiao Tian felt like her eyes had been hit by an infinite storm. She liked only Xiao Tian as a person. Other men were not qualified to taste her body at all. This fat bastard is also shameless. How can he have the face to say such words? She would never give it to Fatty Hai even if she sewed it up with a needle and thread. Ignoring Fatty Hai and Bai Xiao Tian came close to the middle-aged man. Seeing the yellow hair trio die in such an unexplained manner, the middle-aged man dared not doubt Xiao Tian's identity even more. With this kind of strength, it is definitely Xiao Tian without a doubt. Many thanks to God Xiao for saving my life. From now on, my life, Feng Lonka, will be God Xiao's. Feng Lonka hurriedly stated. You know all the caches of the various supplies in Sky Vault City? Xiao Tian directly asked. No, of course. Feng Lonka nodded his head like pounding garlic and explained. In order to facilitate management, Wang Ming first hid all the supplies in batches in different locations. I'm his beloved. I know all the places. I'll take Xiaoshan there. After saying that, Feng Lonka began to guide the way for Xiao Tian and the others. On the way, he also told about the various situations in Skydome City in passing. After Wang Mingxian had awakened his bestiality ability, he began to organize his manpower to overrun the territory of Sky Vault City. The military was first to be exterminated by all of them, and only a few went into hiding. After Wang Mingxian completely ruled the entire Heavenly Vault City, only by submitting to him could he be assigned some living materials. That was why all the slightly stronger spirit beast warriors in Sky Vault City chose to submit to Wang Mingxian. But even so, the resources they were able to allocate were barely enough to make ends meet. Because of this, on the surface, everyone was obedient to Wang Mingxian, but in fact, behind the scenes, they didn't know how many people were greeting Wang Mingxian's ancestors. It could be said that Wang Mingxian's style of doing things was diametrically opposed to Xiao Tian's. Xiao Tian was a fair trade, each taking what he needed. Wang Mingxian, however, used the monopolization of resources to force the people to work for him, and such a rule would never last long. Chapter 98, Convincing People by Virtue. Xiao kills the god. Just as the conversation was going on, several people had arrived outside a warehouse. If you look at it from the outside, it's an unusual storage warehouse. This is one of the places where Wang Mingxian stored his supplies, and there are no less than 30 other warehouses like this. The materials used in these warehouses are extremely special, a high-strength material developed by the military that can withstand the attacks of spirit beast warriors. Feng Lonka explained up to Xiao Tian and then led Xiao Tian and his group to the warehouse gate. Outside the warehouse gate, only 2 spirit beast warriors were stationed. After all, due to Wang Mingxian's influence, almost no one in the entire Sky Vault City dared to cause trouble here. Seeing Feng Lonka arrive here with a group of strangers, the 2 spirit beast warriors were instantly on guard. Brother Feng, Xiao Wang has a rule that outsiders are prohibited from approaching the storage warehouse. They are not our people. Aren't you afraid that Xiao Wan will blame them if you bring them here? One of them suddenly questioned Feng Lonka. Wang Mingxian died a long time ago, and he's not in charge of Sky Vault City now. Feng Lonka sneered, then looked at Xiao Tian with a complimentary face. Let me introduce to you guys. This is the God Xiao who has been rumored on the internet. I have now followed God Xiao. You should all be well aware of the Xiao God style of doing things, so if you don't want to die, hurry up and get out of the way now. Xiao God. The 2 of them were stunned before they noticed Xiao Tian on the side. The moment they saw Xiao Tian, both of their bodies began to shiver. Who does not know that this Xiao Tian treats the enemy can be said to be extremely ruthless? Messing with this, the consequences are more outrageous than offending the emperor. However, the 2 of them were still more concerned about Feng Lonka's words than Xiao Tian, who had suddenly appeared here. Young Wang is dead. Even though the 2 of them were unwilling to believe it, they were clear about the fact that Wang Mingxian had led people to Daru City to clean up Xiao Tian. Now that Xiao Tian had appeared here intact, Wang Mingxian and the many spirit beast warriors from Sky Vault City had yet to return. That's enough to say a lot. The odds are that their young Wang is really never coming back. After a little hesitation, the 2 men made way one after another. Feng Lonka nodded with satisfaction. These 2 goods were not too stupid. Or else today I'm afraid that it would be difficult to escape. You guys immediately go and inform the others that Heavenly Vault City has now been taken over by the Xiao God, and have everyone gather here while all supplies are carried here. But if I find out that anyone has misappropriated the supplies or disobeyed orders, don't blame me, Feng Lonka, for being the first to be rude to them. As one of Wang Mingxian's former inner circle, Feng Lonka was still very imposing when facing others. The 2 didn't dare to disobey and immediately left as instructed. Seeing this, Feng Lonka then turned around again and respectfully looked at Xiao Tian. God Xiao, the supplies are inside. Let's go in and take inventory now. Aha! Xiao Tian nodded and then followed Feng Lonka inside. The warehouses were quite rich and varied, and that was just the resources within one warehouse. There were no less than 30 resources like this, and if all of them could be pulled back to the city of Daeju, these resources are enough to support all the people in the city of Daeju to eat and drink for a number of years. It seems that this trip to Skydome City was indeed the right one. Right after Xiao Tian and his group finished counting the supplies, more than 20 spirit beast warriors had also arrived outside the warehouse and waited. Snow fell from the sky and had completely covered the gang. These 20 or so people were all spirit beast warriors, but their levels were generally not high. Even some of them have bestial abilities that are barely fighting at all. It seemed that Wang Mingxian had indeed pulled out all of Heavenly Vault City's battle forces in order to deal with himself. The ones remaining in Sky Dome City now were all dirt cheap characters. The crowd looked at the Xiao Tian in front of them. All of them had numbskulls and apprehensive moods. This master's attitude towards his enemies has always been to drive them to extinction. And Wang Xiao brought all the powerful battle forces of Sky Vault City to eliminate the other side. Now that the other side has come to Sky Vault City, do they still have a chance to live? Call the god of Xiao. Feng Lonka's 2-5 nature was revealed, and he shouted angrily at the crowd. God Xiao. The crowd didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly shouted respectfully. Feng Lonka nodded, then briefly recounted the current state of affairs. as well as the situation of Wang Mingxian and the others. The hearts of the crowd were incomparably shocked after learning that Wang Mingxian along with all the spirit beast warriors were all exterminated by Xiao Tian. Previously, they had only learned about Xiao Tian's various deeds from the internet, and now that something similar was happening around them, the shock could not be concealed. God Xiao is merciful and unwilling to commit more killings, so you may be able to save your lives if you submit to serve God Xiao now. That Wang Mingxian used to be treating us. You should know better than anyone else. The only way to have a bright future is to follow God Xiao. Feng Lanka suddenly said in a loud voice after looking around the crowd. Yet before the crowd could speak, a young man with an inch head then stepped out of the crowd. His face was not good and he looked at Xiao Tian with a gloomy face, obviously not holding back any good farts. God Xiao. This guy is also one of Wang Mingxian's beloved. His name is Wang Wei, and he followed Wang Mingxian even earlier than I did. He is Wang Mingxian's most trusted person. There is no one, and he has always been dead to Wang Mingxian. Feng Lanka's eyelids trembled as he hurriedly came close to Xiao Tian and explained. Only at this time, Wang Wei's lips rose, revealing the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's trademark smile and said, "You." Xiao Tian waved his hand. Snap! Wang Wei was instantly separated from his head, and his head was jerked tens of meters away, and when he landed on the ground, the bastard's head still maintained an incredulous expression. I just said one word and my head flew off. Xiao Tian, like to convince people with virtue. If you guys still have any objections, feel free to open your mouths. Xiao Tian swept over the rest of the people and opened his mouth. The remaining 20 or so people looked at each other in disbelief and all of them winced. Tough guy. This guy is simply tougher than the internet rumors, killing people at the drop of a hat. Even the god of murder, Bai Qi, didn't reach this level back then, did he? We swear to serve God Xiao to the death. Suddenly, someone knelt on the ground and took the lead in speaking. With the first, there will soon be a second and a third. Soon all of them all knelt on the ground and showed their submission to Xiao Tian. After resolving the scene, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and immediately asked Feng Lanka to mark out the locations of all the warehouses. The gang was then told to go and deliver the supplies and transport them back to the city of Daeju. However, Xiao Tian didn't move all the supplies and still left some supplies for the gang. It was true that he was not principled in his treatment of his enemies, but since such a person had already submitted himself, he naturally had to more or less give a way out. Under Xiao Tian's command, everything was running in an organized manner. Yet just then, a black beam of light suddenly appeared above the sky, and a black vortex appeared in front of where Xiao Tian and the others were following. At the same time, the same vortex appeared in various locations in the Dragon Kingdom. The Forbidden Land is open, and this time, the entire Dragon Kingdom was able to enter the same Forbidden Land at the same time. Brother Xiao Tian, you have completely offended the Darkness Clan, and with the opening of the Forbidden Land this time, the Dual Heavens Dominator has definitely prepared a heavenly net, so you absolutely cannot go back in. Bai Xiaotian gazed at the whirlpool in front of him, his tone unprecedentedly grave. However, Xiao Tian only shook his head. If you want to become stronger, the Forbidden Land is a once-in-a-lifetime place. By not entering the Forbidden Land, he would indeed be able to avoid many dangers, but at the same time, his strength would stop. This forbidden place, he had to go. As for that second heavenly master, he himself had even ed over a first heavenly sovereign, so if the other party really wanted to force himself, he wouldn't mind ing over the other party as well. To summarize in one sentence, just do it and be done with it. Chapter 99 Rising to Level 100. Xiao Tian, die for me. Same moment, spatial vortexes appeared in all the cities of the Dragon Kingdom, simultaneously. In the past, the Forbidden Land passages that appeared in various places were all completely separate from each other. The first time Xiao Tian entered the Forbidden Land, he obtained the strengthening materials to build a villa from it, and within the other Forbidden Lands, there were people who had done the same. But now, all those in the Dragon Kingdom who stepped into the passageway would be transported to the same Forbidden Land. To put it simply, in the past, the Forbidden Land was all about cities fighting each other, but from this moment onwards, it would evolve into an encounter between all the spirit beast warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, to obtain the benefits in the Forbidden Land, one only needed to be the strongest in the same city. And now, it's about being the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. But the crowd was apparently unaware of this and treated it as no different than usual. Spirit beast warriors from all over the Dragon Kingdom began to enter the channel in a steady stream. A recent cold snap has covered the entire planet of Blue Star in frost, and with the dark unrest descending has caused Blue Star's production to come to a near standstill. Resources are now gradually becoming scarce everywhere. The crowd had long been looking forward to the arrival of the Forbidden Land, because the appearance of the Forbidden Land represented opportunities. Skydome City, somewhere in the middle of an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere, Wang Mingxian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The injuries on his body had recovered as before, even his strength was at an all-time high. At this moment, his entire body was covered in a layer of black mist, just like an evil god that came out of a movie. His eyes also turned into viper-like eyes, with pupils that were upside down extremely eerie. More importantly, his level at this moment had already come to the level of 100. What's the concept of 100 levels? Looking at the entire blue star, I'm afraid that the strongest spirit beast warrior right now has a rank of less than 50, right? And he now has level 100 strength. What does that mean? On behalf of, he has been invincible. Power, constant power, inexhaustible power. Wang Mingxian felt the majestic power in his body and suddenly laughed madly. That laughter was unusually maniacal and chilling. Revenge. He wants revenge. Xiao Tian, what are you going to stop me with this time? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he could pop Xiao Tian to death with a random fart right now, killing his own brother and driving himself to the point of no return. He wanted to make Xiao Tian's life worse than death. But right at this moment, Dark Ledge's words suddenly sounded in Wang Mingxian's mind. Your residual body is too weak for the Honored One to transmit all of its power, and it can only reach the level of 100. Although it's only level 100, I think it's more than enough to deal with that Xiao Tian, but this son has strange methods, so remember to be careful. Level 100 wasn't even Dark Hedge's strongest state. His true level was much more than that. It was only because Wang Mingxian's body was too weak that it could only be strengthened to this extent. Moreover, he couldn't descend in his main body right now, so he could only teleport his main body's power to the maximum extent. So this body, for now, could only be controlled by Wang Ming first. However, since it wasn't a peak state, the duration of this state's availability was enhanced a bit. It lasts for 30 minutes. During this 30-minute period, Wang Mingxian would all have level 100 strength and could use the power of darkness at will. However, once the 30 minutes were over, Wang Mingxian's physical body would completely collapse, and he himself would instantly scatter his soul. What's so trivial about a mere Xiao Tian? With my current strength, I can press him to death like a bug with a single finger. Dark Ledge was slightly displeased and wanted to warn Wang Mingxian not to be careless. However, the thought that Wang Ming now possessed a level 100 strength first also dispelled this thought. That's a level 100 strength. It really is true that a single fart can pop a bunch of spirit beast warriors. Even if this guy was a stupid fool with a missing brain, he couldn't figure out how Wang Mingxian should lose to Xiao Tian. This time, Xiao Tian will die. It's just a pity that when this Honored One forcibly transmits the power of his own body over, after it's over, this Honored One will also fall into a period of weakness for a while, and his strength will be weakened to a certain extent. But as long as we can destroy the Xiao Tian, it's all worth it. Dark Ledge took a dark breath and continued, the Forbidden Land has been opened, so it's not too late. Hurry up and get moving. Wang Mingxian sneered, I don't need you to remind me. I know what to do. Anyway, his life had entered the 30-minute countdown, and Wang Mingxian was already fearless. Then he waved his hands and directly tore a spatial crack before drilling into it. In the middle of the Forbidden Land, the blood moon hung high, and the entire Forbidden Land was shrouded in a layer of black mist. And at the center of the Forbidden Land, an ancient black palace rose up from the ground, filled with the smell of vicissitudes, and directly in front of the palace was a square that could not be seen to the end. At this moment, Wang Mingxian's body appeared directly in the center of the square across the crack, and around the square, many spatial vortexes appeared, a figure that had appeared through the vortex. Upon arriving at the square for the first moment, the crowd sensed that something was wrong. This time, the Forbidden Land they entered actually had spirit beast warriors from other places in addition to the spirit beast warriors from their city. Can forbidden places be shared now? But before the crowd could think for too long, someone soon noticed the black palace in front of them. The palace was built in a magnificent atmosphere, and the human bodies of the crowd were extremely small in front of the palace. Many people had a heartfelt feeling of smallness and despair. The crowd of people in this palace were extremely familiar with it, and they had almost all seen the image of Xiao Tian chasing and hacking at a first Skymaster. The black palace in front of him should, without any surprise, be the sovereign palace. This was the palace of the Lord of the Second Heaven. Just then, Wang Mingxian in front of him suddenly moved. Kneel down, all of you. Wang Mingxian swept his eyes over the scene one by one and did not find Xiao Tian's shadow. However, he was not in the least bit anxious because with Xiao Tian's nature, he would definitely not miss the Forbidden Land. Since Xiao Tian wasn't there, then he himself would pretend to be the big one first. He now possessed such great power and had less than half an hour of life left. He's fearless now, 100 times more fearless. The group of spirit beast warriors in front of him were nothing but a bunch of trash in his eyes. Kneel? What are you? Worthy of making us kneel? Wang Mingxian's words were quickly rebutted by the others. The black aura around the current Wang Mingxian had dissipated and reverted back to his human state. We're all spirit beast warriors, and you're actually asking us to kneel down for you? Who do you think you are? My father, Zhang Er? Wang Ming first looked at the spirit beast warrior who refuted himself. With an evil smile on his face and no nonsense, a slap greeted him, and this seemingly ordinary slap actually carried up a raging power of darkness. A palm imprint with a range of several hundred meters suddenly coalesced and slapped down heavily at the crowd. Boom! With a loud bang, the sturdy square was shattered with a deep crater. The person who spoke out against Wang Mingxian died instantly and tragically, and along with the dozens of spirit beast warriors around him, they were also slapped into pieces of rotten meat. Dead silence. At this moment, space suddenly fell into an endless dead silence. Chapter 100? The protagonist makes his debut, and the liquidation begins. The scene was as silent as a chill. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the scene happening in front of them, only feeling that their heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. Dead. A group of spirit beast warriors were ed to death with a single slap. What kind of power is this? Is this something people can do? I'm only afraid that even the murderous god Shao couldn't do that. That's not the only thing that shook the crowd. It was important to realize that all those present were spirit beast warriors from all over the Dragon Kingdom, and there was no shortage of high-level existences. Among the group of people who were slapped to death by Wang Mingxian, there was one who possessed a full level 35 strength, but he was still slapped to death without any resistance. To the last moment of death, that one didn't even have a chance to make a move. Who the hell was this person in front of him and why was he so terrifying? What class was he? And what animal's bestialization ability had he awakened? Kneel down. I'll make you all kneel down. Drying up a group of spirit beast warriors with a slap. The suffocation that Wang Mingxian had been subjected to during this period of time was completely released. It was a feeling he could only describe in one word. Cool. It turns out that this is the protagonist's point of view in novels where the opening is invincible. The old man is invincible, but whenever he looks at anyone who is not happy, he will just slap them to death. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. Although this only lasts for half an hour, it's a death sentence to have this kind of high performance in the last moments of your life. As Wang Mingxian roared, a dense darkness power spread out from within him. The crowd only felt an invisible pressure lingering above their heads, and they actually knelt down without resistance. Seeing this scene, the smile on Wang Mingxian's face grew even wider. He had one hand behind his back, his vanity swelling like never before. We are all humans, all spirit beast warriors. We should unite together to fight against the mutant beasts and dark beings. Isn't it too unorthodox of you to do so, brother? Just then, a decent-looking middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Wang Mingxian instantly narrowed his eyes and looked over, and the middle-aged man was instantly shocked in his heart when he saw this. Next moment, Wang Ming first came close to the middle-aged man, reached out and lifted the latter by the neck. Old Me is not a spirit beast warrior, nor a small and humble human. Old Me is the Dark One. Wang Ming first grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs, while his back began to wriggle crazily, unexpectedly growing two pairs of huge black feathered wings. The feathers were angular, similar to the wings of a bat, unfolding to a distance of 10 meters. The sense of oppression instantly pulled full. Seeing this scene, everyone at the scene who had one counted, immediately felt that their entire being was bad. Not people. The being in front of him was not human, but a dark one. No wonder he had such terrifying strength. No wonder he struck at the drop of a hat. The middle-aged man also realized this, and instantly entered his animalistic state. His entire body's blood boiled, and countless silver scales instantly covered his entire body as he slammed his fist against Wang Mingxian's head. A dull punch landed, but Wang Mingxian was unharmed. You, the middle-aged man's gaze steeped into horror. Rubbish, humble and lowly being, how dare you make a move on Old Me? Who gave you the courage? Wang Mingxian laughed morosely. Then the palm fired, and like a popped cow pill, it directly crushed the middle-aged man's head. The hot blood was scattered on the faces of those nearby, causing many people's stomachs to turn over. Some people who were not strong-willed even threw up straight away. The dark turmoil had descended for so long, and the spirit beast warriors present had more or less, actively and passively, killed people, but killing in such a brutal way, they had never done it before. After seeing Wang Mingxian's strong strength, everyone was instantly honest, not even daring to raise the thought of resistance. Just then, several more figures walked out from the vortex. Seeing the visitor, Wang Mingxian instantly raised his eyebrows. He knew all the people who came. Yan Ruyu, Yan Tianshang, Shu Yao. The Forbidden Land had suddenly opened and Xiao Tian had left the Great Confucian City, so the three of them felt that they could not simply rely on Xiao Tian, so they chose to enter it. But they didn't expect that this copy would be very different from the previous ones. On your knees. Wang Ming looked at the three first and grinned. Why aren't you dead yet? Yan Ruyu's eyebrows knitted tightly as she suddenly had a bad feeling. Last time in the Forbidden Land, Wang Mingxian had been heavily injured by Xiao Tian and was already about to die, but now it was actually standing here intact, which was clearly not normal. Moreover, The other people present were also very abnormal. Thousands of spirit beast warriors, actually all kneeling on the ground in fear. Although she was not sure what had happened, Yan Ruyu's pride did not allow her to kneel down to Wang Mingxian, Xiao Tian's defeated general. Seeing the three people still standing in place, Wang Mingxian became furious and extended his palm to press down violently. Countless forces of darkness transformed into a giant hand. As the three of them violently pressed down, boom! The ground where the three were located couldn't withstand this force, instantly cracked, and the three also barely resisted, being forcefully pressed to kneel on the ground. Immediately afterward, Wang Mingxian walked up to Yan Ruyu's trio without haste and condescendingly scrutinized them, proudly pointing to the wings behind himself. I no longer belong to the human race now. To tell you the truth, I have been blessed with the power of the second heavenly sovereign, and now I can not only control the power of darkness, but I have also gained the strength of level 100. He wanted to make Yan Ruyu and the others feel desperate with these words, even to the point of kneeling down and begging for mercy, praying that he would spare them. However, what surprised Wang Mingxian was that after hearing this, the three remained unmoved. This disdainful look pierced Wang Mingxian's fragile and sensitive nerves. He's a level 100 powerhouse now. What gives you the right to treat me with disdain? What are your qualifications? Snap! Wang Mingxian raised his hand and threw Yan Ruyu a slap, and his originally handsome little face instantly became red and swollen, with blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. But Yan Ruyu's teeth clenched tightly, and she hardened herself not to make a single sound. If you now voluntarily admit that Xiao Tian is a waste, and that I, Wang Mingxian, am 10,000 times stronger than that Xiao Tian, I can let you go. Wang Ming took a step forward first and grabbed Yan Ruyu's long hair and said viciously, "Dream on." Yan Ruyu sneered and spat a mouthful of saliva on Wang Mingxian's face. Damn women! Wang Ming wiped off the strawberry-flavored spittle first and kicked over Yan Ruyu. Then he came to Chu Yao and similarly grabbed Chu Yao's long hair. Admit that Xiao Tian is a waste, and I'll let you go. Chu Yao slowly closed her eyes and did not speak. Grass! Once again being ignored, Wang Mingxian was furious and threw a slap on Chu Yao's face. Then he came to Yan Tiansheng. You don't need to talk nonsense. Xiao Tian is better than you in every single point. A person who is willing to cooperate with the Dark Lord. I, Yan Tiansheng, despise you even in death. Perhaps he had followed Xiao Tian for too long and was influenced by Xiao Tian's style of doing things. The current Yan Tiansheng is acting extremely hard, originally long past the age of knowing his destiny, but at this moment he is burning up. Not only did he speak out and taunt Wang Mingxian, he also raised his middle finger to him. Grass! At this moment, Wang Mingxian's eyes were crimson, and the darkness power in his body was close to going berserk, wanting very much to smash the three mole crickets in front of him with one punch, but in the end he resisted the urge. Don't worry, I won't kill you all right now. I know that Xiao Tian will also come here, and when he comes to the Forbidden Land, I will finish you off one by one in front of him, watching the people around you die because of themselves, but there is nothing you can do about it. I'm looking forward to what Xiao Tian's expression will be at that time. Wang Mingxian became more and more maniacal the more he spoke, and later on, he simply laughed crazily. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu and the others were frowning at the same time. The spirit of Wang Mingxian was now clearly abnormal. Just then, a brand new vortex appeared. Countless gazes subconsciously looked, only to see Xiao Tian walking out of the vortex with the two of them. By Xiao Tian and Fatty High. Good show. Start. Chapter 101, A Human Hand with a Resurrection Armor. How do you kill it? Xiao Tian's face had been deeply imprinted in the souls of countless people. Even the sound of breathing stopped at the scene when they saw Xiao Tian and his group suddenly appear. Everyone held their breath, their eyes constantly traveling back and forth between Xiao Tian and Wang Mingxian, not even daring to breathe. This human race traitor in front of him appeared to be very hateful towards Xiao Tian, and the other party also possessed a rather terrifying strength. Slapping a spirit beast warrior to death was as simple as slapping an ant to death. Now that Xiao Tian had arrived, I was afraid that it was going to be fierce. It wasn't that the crowd was underestimating Xiao Tian. They all knew Xiao Tian's terror by heart. No matter what, the person who could chase and cut down a first heavenly master was an ordinary person, but the Wang Mingxian in front of him was clearly no good either. Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian betrayed the human race and has gained the power of a second heavenly sovereign. Leave us alone and run. Yan Ruyu reacted and shouted at Xiao Tian with all her strength. Yan Tiansheng and the others came back to their senses and also looked at Xiao Tian, busily telling him to hurry up and leave the place. They knew that they would not be able to escape today, and if Xiao Tian could leave safely, with his talent sooner or later he would be able to take revenge for them. However, if Xiao Tian was left behind, he would definitely not be a match for Wang Mingxian, and everyone would be sacrificed for nothing. Fear of death is a creature's fear of the unknown. Yan Ruyu and the others were no exception, but they preferred Xiao Tian to live than to die themselves. Wang Mingxian, this guy is actually still alive. Fatty C eyes like a torch, suddenly took out his arms and the compass look up, was surprised to find that the compass pointer is rotating madly. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, and the faster the compass, the stronger the evil spirits. Wang Mingxian's body contained a large amount of darkness power. Brother Xiao Tian, this Wang Mingxian's body is already filled with majestic darkness power, and he has now obtained most of the power of the dark hedge. It's at least level 100. We're definitely not his match now. It's not too late to leave before the passageway closes. Bai Xiaotian gently pulled Xiao Tian's shirt to dissuade him and said. Seeing that Xiao Tian remained unmoved, Bai Xiaotian immediately became anxious. Brother Xiao Tian, don't you humans have an old saying that it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge? If you don't leave, everyone will be sacrificed for nothing. She had only just betrayed the Dark One clan and recognized her master. If she died here today, how would this make her live with herself? At that time, if she were to rejoin the Dark One would definitely not readmit her. Once Xiao Tian died, he himself could only follow suit and start fleeing, and it was likely that he wouldn't even be able to leave here alive. Bai Xiaotian was in a real hurry. Xiao Tian, you're finally here. Wang Mingxian raised his head to look at Xiao Tian and grinned a wicked smile. Then he looked towards Yan Ruyu and the others kneeling in front of him, playing with his fingers. They were all injured because of you. And even more so, they will die because of you. It's all because of you. It's you who harmed them. After saying that, Wang Mingxian suddenly waved his finger, and the surrounding vortexes actually closed at the same time. Xiao Tian's retreat was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaotian's face changed drastically, and she sighed silently in her heart as she glanced at Xiao Tian, who was silent on the side. Looks like I'm going to die here today. Xiao Tian still did not say anything. He only looked at Yan Ruyu and the others who were kneeling on the ground with swollen faces, but his eyes were getting colder and colder and his expression was getting lower and lower. Wang Mingxian took it all in, but didn't care. What good is anger? In the past, he would have feared Xiao Tian by 3 points, but today's him was long gone. Get angry, because that's all you can be angry about. As long as Wang Mingxian was willing to do so, he could immediately strike right now to exterminate Xiao Tian on the spot, but he did not do so. It would be too cheap to kill Xiao Tian just like that. He wanted to make Xiao Tian suffer. He wanted to make Xiao Tian kneel in front of him and actively beg for death. Thinking of this, Wang Mingxian waved his finger and faintly said, I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel and kowtow. Admit in front of everyone that you, Xiao Tian, are just a waste, far inferior to me, Wang Mingxian, and then slap you 30 times to offer up my brother's spirit in heaven. I can give you a painful. You shouldn't have moved them. Xiao Tian suddenly interrupted Wang Mingxian's words, unable to tell if he was happy or sad. Oh, how dare you pretend to be a big head in front of me when you're dying? Wang Mingxian's face was full of sarcasm as he bluntly said, and I'm not afraid to tell you that Laozi has now gained the power of a second heavenly sovereign and possesses the strength of a level 100. Although this situation can only last for half an hour, and I'll be out of my mind in half an hour, it's more than enough to finish you off in half an hour. The current you has no capital to resist in front of me. If I want you to die on the 3rd night, you will absolutely not be able to live until the 5th night. Wang Mingxian reached out and picked up Yan Ruyu, threatening, if you don't want her to die, kneel down and kowtow now. Xiao Tian's body was straight, still standing in place. Great! Wang Mingxian wasn't angry either. The corner of his mouth rose, and the power of darkness appeared in his palm, transforming into a huge skeleton that tore at Yan Ruyu with its mouth open. Bang! Yan Ruyu's body instantly exploded and turned into a sky full of blood mist. This scene was so bloody and brutal that many people directly watched and vomited. Originally, he felt that he could see remorse and unwillingness from Xiao Tian's face, but what surprised Wang Mingxian was that Xiao Tian still had a calm face. Not only Xiao Tian, even Yan Tianchang and the others had similarly calmed down instantly. Wang Ming first unconsciously frowned and sensed towards the roiling blood mist. Well, people do die. Rumor has it that this Xiao Tian is not a man of love and justice? How is it that he is so calm and collected now that people around him are dying because of him? Intuition told Wang Mingxian that this wasn't normal, but he couldn't find anything wrong. However, right at this moment, an armor suddenly emerged from the roiling blood mist, and the light blue light seemed to be illuminating the entire Forbidden Land. Then a suction force emerged and sucked all the blood mist into the armor. And then the armor wrapped the blood mist to break through the forbidden space and directly disappeared. This sudden scene directly stunned everyone, including Wang Mingxian. This is a prop within the one heavenly forbidden ground that allows the wearer to be resurrected once unconditionally, even if they are pulverized. The man has been resurrected and has been automatically transported beyond the Forbidden Land. Just as Wang Mingxian was in a daze, Dark Ledge's voice sounded in his head. Wang Mingxian instantly woke up like a dream. The whole half day this woman has resurrection armor in her body. No wonder you Xiao Tian will be so calm. After reacting, Wang Mingxian was more jealous. His strength was not weaker than Xiao Tian's. and he was still the strongest spirit beast warrior in Sky Vault City, so why didn't he get this kind of good thing for himself? It was just a matter of Xiao Tian being able to obtain such a good thing, but he actually gave it back to a woman, which was something he couldn't understand. Women are like clothes. In his opinion, it was just a tool person to vent his anger. Xiao Tian actually gave such a precious thing to a woman. It's just stupid. Silly, isn't it? Miss Yen has a set of resurrection armor on her. It's still 500 years too early for you to kill her and use her to threaten Big Brother. Right at this moment, Fatty Hai suddenly opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner and mocked. Wang Ming came back to his senses first and just sneered a few times, then picked up Yen Tianxing next to him. Then the palm fired and directly crushed Yen Tianxing's head. Yen Ruyu has the resurrection armor. What about the others? Such a precious thing must be extremely rare in quantity as well. And he could not believe that Xiao Tian had configured a set of resurrection armor for everyone. Pain? Despair? He died because of you. All because of you. Wang Ming first revealed a victor's smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, a light blue light once again illuminated the entire Forbidden Land. Grass. At this moment, everyone at the scene froze. Even the smile on Wang Mingxian's face instantly stiffened. Chapter 102, Flesh Cracked. Powerless. Dumbfounded. Aren't you? I thought you had so much cowhide, but it turns out you're just a little punk with no skills. Fatty Hai skimmed his mouth and stretched out his right hand to raise his middle finger at Wang Mingxian. With an IQ like yours, what's the point of acquiring the power of mastery? Is it great? The one who hurt Wang Mingxian the most was not Fatty Hai, but Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian still had a calm face, but this touch of calmness fell into Wang Mingxian's eyes as naked mockery. Originally, he wanted to make Xiao Tian feel pain by killing the people around him, but he did not expect that these two people had resurrection armor on them. Wang Ming first wanted to vomit blood. Equipment that can be resurrected is not something ordinary by any stretch of the imagination. Something so precious that you actually gave it to two outsiders. Do you even know how to play? You don't know how to play. Let me play. Wastefulness. After greeting Xiao Tian's ancestors in his heart, Wang Ming first looked at Chu Yao at the end. 2 sets of resurrection armor already. He just couldn't believe that this woman had resurrection armor on her as well. Xiao Tian, you will eventually pay a heavy price for your behavior. I will make you regret today. Wang Ming snapped his fingers first, and terrifying darkness power surged out from the wings behind him, instantly enveloping Chu Yao. An eerie chewing sound suddenly rang out, causing everyone present to shudder. Wang Mingxian did not turn around because strong people never look back at explosions. He looked at Xiao Tian with a victorious smile. However, right at that moment, another blue light suddenly appeared. Then the body wrapped around Chu Yao broke through space and disappeared in place. Dead silence. Deadly silence. The people present were dumbfounded, and their hearts had already set off shockwaves. This was a special equipment with the resurrection attribute, and God Xiao had actually given it to 3 outsiders. Previously, the crowd had only heard of Xiao Tian's deeds and knew that Xiao Tian treated those around him well. But now, after seeing it with their own eyes, their perception of Xiao Tian suddenly changed drastically. Such a precious thing, said to give it away? This is not treating the people around you well. It is simply too good to be true. Countless people couldn't help but think, if they also followed Xiao Tian, would they also be able to obtain such powerful equipment? Wang Mingxian was already furious. His chest was heaving violently, and the darkness power in his body was almost overflowing. Resurrection A. Another set of resurrection armor. Where did you get such a precious thing wholesale? Surprisingly, it really is a handful of resurrection armor. Wang Mingxian mentality completely exploded. He does not have the luxury of how many resurrection armor, but where there can be a set of resurrection armor, he will not be reduced to this point now. He may look like he's in a good place now, but once half an hour passes, he'll be completely out of his mind. But if he had a resurrection armor, it definitely wouldn't end up like this. On what grounds? On what grounds could he, Xiao Tian, have so many good things? Xiao Tian, I Chao Nima. The last line of defense in Wang Mingxian's heart finally collapsed and he couldn't help rushing at Xiao Tian and blurting out expletives. Xiao Tian knew that the other party was already enraged and was planning to take action against their group. Can you open the passage? Xiao Tian suddenly looked at Bai Xiao Tian on the side, and Bai Xiao Tian thought that Xiao Tian had finally seen through it and nodded. I can open the passageway. It just won't last long. Then open it. Bai Xiao Tian was overjoyed in her heart and hurriedly mobilized the darkness power in her body, and as it flowed, a vortex appeared beside her. Although she had already followed Xiao Tian, but after all, the power of darkness still flowed in her body, and she could not do it by freely entering and leaving the Forbidden Land, but she could still do it by trying to open the passageway to go out. Brother Xiao Tian, let's hurry and escape together while we can. Bai Xiao Tian tugged Xiao Tian and was about to head out. However, Xiao Tian stood still without making a move. Brother Xiao Tian? Bai Xiao Tian turned her head and cocked her head with a puzzled look at Xiao Tian. You guys go first, I still have things to finish, Xiao Tian said with an indifferent expression. Xiao Tian was instantly anxious and was about to say something else. Don't worry, my big brother is not someone who sends people to their deaths for nothing. Since he intends to stay, he definitely has his own plans, and there is also a set of resurrection armor on Big Brother's body. Fatty Hai said with a big grin, not worried about Xiao Tian's safety at all. In his eyes, Xiao Tian was omnipotent, and he had messed with the One Heaven's master. So who was Dark Ledge? Originally, Xiao Tian still had concerns, but once she heard that Xiao Tian also had a set of resurrection armor, she immediately put her heart down. Then brother Xiao Tian, be careful, Xiao Tian will wait for you outside. Glancing deeply at Xiao Tian, Xiao Tian knew very well that she was limited in what she could help by staying now. The only way to help Xiao Tian the most was to leave this place. After saying that, he took Fatty Hai with him and left the Forbidden Land reluctantly. Wang Mingxian witnessed the whole scene. He could have stopped the crowd from leaving if he wanted to, but he didn't do so, because his target was only Xiao Tian. The others could leave, but Xiao Tian had to die. Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian took a step towards Xiao Tian, and with every step he took a dark rune would surface on the ground, but Xiao Tian simply didn't give him a chance to fart. No more bleeps, just do it and be done with it. He knew that he was definitely not Wang Mingxian's opponent right now, but the other party had moved his own people, so if he just ran away, it was definitely not his style either. Anyway, with the resurrection armor boost, it and be done with it. Xiao Tian took a step forward and similarly entered the state of bestialization, with a head of long red hair hanging in the air. Then he hard ripped off his right arm and transformed it into a black Qilin lance. Dare to move your own people. Kill. I kill. Xiao Tian pointed his toes on the ground and transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly rushing towards Wang Mingxian. Wang Ming first was appalled at Xiao Tian's boldness, but more than that, he was still excited. With his current strength, he was definitely able to crush Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I won't let you die so easily. I've also suppressed my level to the same as yours. I'm going to show you who's the genius in the end. Even without this level 100 strength, I'm still capable of overpowering you. The power of darkness erupted within Wang Mingxian's body, suppressing his level to 26 as well. Next moment, with a muffled bang, Wang Mingxian was kicked out by Xiao Tian and his entire body smashed into the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. Wang Mingxian staggered up from the ground, his eyes already red. Under the same level, he actually could not even receive a single move from Xiao Tian. This has dealt a great blow to Wang Mingxian's self-esteem. Xiao Tian, you deserve to die. Wang Mingxian roared angrily and raised his level to 36 as he charged towards Xiao Tian once again. Rumble. The two quickly engaged again, this time lasting a full 3 minutes. At first, with the advantage in rank, Wang Mingxian was still able to press Xiao Tian to fight, but soon he gradually became physically exhausted and was actually suppressed by Xiao Tian. Finally, after an exchange of moves, he was once again kicked over to the ground by Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian stood up from the ground once again, his entire body on the verge of collapse. Perhaps he had already recognized the gap that existed between himself and Xiao Tian, and this time he no longer had any reservations. Directly mobilizing all his strength, he charged towards Xiao Tian with all his might. Xiao Tian's face was fearless, but his eyes were incomparably cold as he looked at Wang Mingxian, who was on fire. He held the black Qilin long lance, and without a word, like a black god of war, he also rushed straight over. Boom! Bang! Right at the moment when the two forces collided, Xiao Tian's flesh began to disintegrate little by little, and a moment later with a muffled sound, under the absolute strength, Xiao Tian's flesh instantly disintegrated and turned into a roiling blood mist. Chapter 103, Evolution and Devouring, Double Shadow Qilin. Xiao Tian is dead? Hiss. The numerous spirit beast warriors kneeling on the ground had mute expressions, but they also had to recognize this reality. After all, Xiao Tian was dried and crushed into a bloody mist by Wang Mingxian in front of them, and they could see it quite truly. There was a gush of backward breaths. A faint sense of sadness suddenly rose in many people's hearts, rather like the vestigial feeling of a rabbit dying. This guy in front of them was not only a traitor to the human race, he was also a madman. Xiao Tian had already been ed to death by him, so shouldn't it be their turn next? At this moment, many people were secretly wondering if they should let go of their hands. The opponent's strength was so strong that even if all of them joined forces and completely screwed together, it would be difficult to defeat him. But if they just sat around and waited, they would not be able to escape death in the end. Instead of sitting moodily waiting to die, it is better to let go of the chance, in case a silver lining is won. However, just as the crowd's minds were divided, a hideous laughter suddenly resounded from the front. Wang Mingxian had tears in the corners of his eyes, laughing in an unusually maniacal manner, and the features on his face gradually twisted together, and in the end even began to disintegrate and deform a little bit. He was like a snowman that was melting, and all parts of his body were dissolving with the naked eye, turning into blood and water that kept flowing down. This sudden scene made many people's knees weak and trembling nonstop, and some of the timid people even lost their consciousness in front of their eyes. You wouldn't dare to show this scene in a horror movie. First, he had slapped a group of spirit beast warriors to death. Then he had ed the ruthless Xiao Tian to death later. And now he actually melted on the spot. What the are you up to? Don't be such a jerk. In fact, it wasn't that Wang Mingxian did this on purpose, but the half hour had already ended. He had been using his body to withstand Dark Hedge's power, and now he finally couldn't support it anymore. Half an hour's time has come. Your body is about to dissolve and collapse. Dark Hedge's voice faintly sounded in Wang Mingxian's mind. Doesn't matter. After Wang Mingxian laughed out loud, he instead calmed down. He stretched out his hands and watched them dissolve in front of his eyes. Instead, his heart was completely at peace. The moment he traded with Dark Hedge, he was prepared to die. To be able to avenge his death and send Xiao Tian down early before he died, he already had no regrets in death. With my loved ones gone, I have nothing left to hold on to. It's just a shame that I have to end this life so early. It's still more or less a bit of an unwillingness. However, right at this moment, a light blue light suddenly appeared abruptly from the blood mist in front of him. Blue light was scattered on Wang Mingxian's face in a few moments, causing him to subconsciously look up, only to see a blue light suddenly rise up to the sky, absorbing the roiling blood mist and then breaking through space and disappearing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. God Xiao didn't die. He's got resurrection armor on him too. Such a precious equipment. They are really manhandling it. Even those three have resurrection armor on them. We should have thought of that. There must be resurrection armor on Xiaoshan as well. Heavens, God Xiao actually didn't die. The scene was abuzz. The news that Xiao Tian was not dead seemed to have given the crowd a glimmer of light, giving them the courage to resist. Xiao Tian didn't die? Wang Mingxian deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Looking at the gradually dissolving flesh, his entire body was already numb. After a long time he suddenly smiled to himself and said to Dark Ledge, "Is this what you said? Avenging my death?" Dark Ledge didn't say anything. In fact, he was also extremely shocked right now. He didn't expect that he had transferred most of his body's power over, and with such a large group of people, he actually still hadn't been able to Xiao Tian to death. Is this kid the reincarnation of a loach? Slippery and desperate. Waste stuff. Wang Mingxian's lips slightly opened and he once again opened his mouth to curse. Anyway, he was now a person who was about to die. Not to mention that it was only a second heavenly sovereign. Even if the heavenly king appeared in front of him, he would still spray. After saying the last two words of his life, Wang Mingxian's body completely melted into a puddle of blood. Wang Mingxian, the strongest spirit beast warrior in Sky Vault City, died tragically. Right after Wang Mingxian's body turned into blood and water, a black shadow suddenly appeared in its place. It was Dark Hedge's doppelganger. Unlike his appearance when he initially descended, his current body was extraordinarily weak due to the forceful transmission of his own body's power. What's more, this bilocation of his now almost represented the main body. If this bilocation dissipated, the main body would also dissipate along with it. This was the price he paid for forcefully instilling the power of his own body. Therefore, it was imperative that one needed to leave this place as soon as possible and merge this doppelganger with the main body. Dark Hedge glanced at the many spirit beast warriors on the scene, then prepared to leave the place. However, right at this moment, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared. The figures of Xiao Tian and his group leisurely walked out of the whirlpool. It was already well known that Wang Mingxian's state could only last for half an hour. Therefore, after Xiao Tian and the others were teleported outside the Forbidden Land through the resurrection armor, they intended to open the passageway to enter it again. However, Xiao Tian didn't have the ability to open the passageway to the Forbidden Land. Fortunately, Xiao Tian possessed the power of darkness within his body, and after some attempts, he actually opened the passageway by mistake. The crowd had just entered the Forbidden Land when they caught a glimpse of the Dark Hedge void with a disorganized body. No good. Dark Hedge looked startled, and casually tore open a crack with his hand with the intention of drilling into it. But right at this moment, Fatty Hai suddenly threw out a talisman in his hand, and the talisman transformed into a golden chain the moment it was thrown out. Straight away, Dark Hedge entangled and bound in place. After being teleported out, he returned to the villa, not only wearing his clothes but also taking his new talisman with him. Big brother, this guy is very weak now. He can't run away anymore, Fatty Hai said with a wide grin. Xiao Tian nodded his head and then looked at the rest of the Forbidden Land. Now that the passageway has been opened, you guys can go out. The crowd was still a bit confused until now, but it was true that they didn't want to continue staying in this hellhole either. Immediately, they followed the passageway opened by Xiao Tian and left the place in an orderly manner. Only after the crowd had all left did Xiao Tian come close to Dark Ledge. Kid, let this father go. This father can promise you glory and wealth. Dark Ledge's eyes turned and looked straight at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party and threw out a slap. Then he reached out his palm and grabbed Darkly's neck to lift him up. Detected the dual heavenly juggernaut entering a state of serious injury. Do we start bringing up the gene sequence? The system's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Xiao Tian did not hesitate for a second. Begin extraction of gene sequences. Boom! A majestic attraction suddenly appeared from the mouthpiece in Xiao Tian's palm and began to crazily devour Dark Hedge's detachment. Under an incomparably terrified expression, Dark Ledge's body gradually disintegrated and was completely devoured by Xiao Tian. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 26. Bloodline level, 30. Gene sequence number 8999. Double Dark Shadow Griffin. Heart indestructible, can reshape the body with the power of darkness. Can enter into a complete state of bestiality, get a full body attribute increase, and absorb the power of darkness to level up. Chapter 104, Level Up. Side effects of the darkness power. Although they already had the experience of a first heavenly sovereign, Yen Ruyu and the others were still quite shocked to see Xiao Tian devour Dark Ledge alive. This was the Dark Lord's bilocation, and it was devoured alive just like that. Looking at the entire blue star, it was estimated that only Xiao Tian could do such a thing. Xiao Tian, how are you feeling? It was only after seeing Xiao Tian finish swallowing that Yen Ruyu dared to walk up and show concern. The current Xiao Tian's temperament had all changed. With an indescribable demonic feeling and a much stronger aura, he obviously remained the same in appearance. Nothing had changed, just standing still like that. But he gave people a sense of oppression that a demon god was close at hand. This kind of oppression, even the Dark Hedge back then had never brought them. I feel good now. Xiao Tian came back to his senses and then stretched out his palm. And the mouthpiece in the center of his palm began to open and close continuously. He wanted to try devouring the power of darkness to see if it could really raise his level. If one could really level up through the power of darkness, the path of upgrading would be much easier in the future. A majestic suction force suddenly erupted from the mouthpiece, and the power of darkness in the entire Forbidden Land actually converged together, almost turning into substance, and then it was continuously sucked into the mouthpiece by Xiao Tian. As the power of darkness was continuously devoured, Xiao Tian's level was growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Level 27, Level 28, Level 29, Level 30. In just less than a few breaths of time, Xiao Tian had risen 4 levels in a row. Such a speed of enhancement. Looking at Yen Ruyu and the others' jaw dropped. This is too perverted. Who is a normal person to enhance 4 levels at once? I'm afraid no one in the entire blue planet can do such a thing, right? However, once they thought about the fact that Xiao Tian was even able to devour the Dark Lord and also possessed a variety of bestial characteristics, the crowd was relieved. Xiao Tian was not an ordinary person to begin with, and having ed 2 Dark Lords to death one after another. What was wrong with absorbing some darkness now? But as he continued to absorb the power of darkness, Xiao Tian gradually felt that something was wrong. A wave of hostility suddenly erupted in his heart, an urge to destroy the world. And even when he looked at Yen Ruyu and the others, a strong killing intent erupted in his eyes. This killing intent was only for a split second, but it sent chills down the backs of Yen Ruyu and the others. Xiao Tian, you. Yen Ruyu took a few steps back, wanting to speak. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head and hurriedly stopped continuing to absorb the darkness force. It seemed that absorbing the power of darkness could indeed allow him to level up, and it wasn't too inefficient. But absorbing too much darkness would affect his spirit. Although it was good to enhance his strength, Xiao Tian did not want himself to be completely reduced to madness by the influence of the power of darkness. Guess we'll just have to figure it out when we get out. Go out first. Xiao Tian put away his mouthpiece to face Yen Ruyu and the others. With that, the crowd left the Forbidden Land together. After returning all the way back to the villa, Yen Ruyu and the others realized that a hot search had appeared on the internet and it was also related to Xiao Tian. It turned out that the footage from inside the forbidden area had been recorded and uploaded to the internet. This betrayal of the human race by Wang Mingxian was reviled by countless people. The resurrection armor on Xiao Tian and the others, on the other hand, was an eye-opener for many people. Only at this moment did the crowd realize that this kind of equipment that could be called heaven-defying actually existed within the Forbidden Land. Xiao Shen Cowhide. If it weren't for God Xiao, so many people would probably have died a horrible death. That guy seems to be called Wang Mingxian, once the strongest person in Sky Vault City. I didn't expect that he was actually in league with the Dark Lord. This is called the cycle of karma. He's in league with the Dark Lord and is not destined to have a good end. Xiao Tian's name was once again remembered by countless people. However, Xiao Tian did not care about this. After a long battle, he had long been mentally and physically exhausted by now. After coming to the warehouse and swallowing more than 10 pounds of raw meat, he went back to his room to take a nap. It was already nighttime when Xiao Tian woke up from his sleep. Looking at the blackness outside the window, Xiao Tian fell into reminiscence with his hands resting behind his head. Also both dark and turbulent times, where once I lived like a clown. Now I am quite nourished. Xiao Tian had actually wondered countless times if he could still live his current life if he had been reborn once without living the system. The answer, I'm afraid, is unknown. After a brief rest, Xiao Tian turned to Xin Xiulan's room. Since seeing the power of Fatty Hai's talisman, Xin Xiulan returned to the villa and began to do relevant research. But things like talismans aren't something you can use technology to project results. So far, Xin Xiulan still had no luck. Seeing Xiao Tian push the door in, Xin Xiulan put down the utensils in her hands, straightened her wrinkled white lab coat, and said with a charming smile, recently, I've been busy doing research, so I can only eat mushrooms, so I can't give you a seafood dinner. You should bear with it for a while. But if you can't, go find Xiao Yan and the others. Xiao Tian was instantly filled with black lines. Was he the kind of animal that only thought with his lower body? Did I come to you just to do that kind of thing? I want you to help me research something. Xiao Tian opened the door and stated his needs. Darkness is a good thing, and with one's current genetic sequence one can directly convert darkness into experience. It would be a shame to just give up, but if you insist on absorbing it, you are likely to go into a state of complete insanity and not be able to distinguish between your enemy and yourself. That was why Xiao Tian wanted Xin Xiulan to try to research something, a device that would allow him to ignore the influence of the darkness force. After listening to Xiao Tian's needs, Xin Xiulan's eyes flickered as she lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Is it difficult? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. It is indeed difficult. With Blue Star's current technology, it is difficult to develop such a thing, but the core principle is not difficult. As long as you can find something that can purify the power of darkness, I can use it to work on this device. Xin Xiulan said seriously after thinking carefully. Xiao Tian nodded his head and silently made a note of this matter, then picked up Xin Xiulan as he walked towards the inner room. Stinky brother, what do you want to do to your sister? Being picked up by Xiao Tian's princess, Xin Xiulan immediately blushed with shame and gently pounded Xiao Tian's chest. Xiao Tian looked down at the beautiful Xin Xiulan in his arms and was in a good mood as he said with a smile, as you wish. I'll treat you to mushrooms tonight. Chapter 105, Devouring Black Ants, Awakening of Transcendent Divine Power. The next day, Xin Xiulan was still sound asleep when Xiao Tian got up and washed. After all, not everyone can be Chu Yao. After washing up, Xiao Tian consciously went to the window and looked outside. The effects of the cold wave continued to spread, now becoming a snowy white color almost as far as the eye could see. Combined with the daily drop in temperature, the whole of Blue Star is now even more ridiculously cold. To really describe it, it's similar to making all of Blue Star the North and South Poles at the same time. At these extreme temperatures, even a slightly thicker down jacket won't do much to insulate you. Extremely low temperatures coupled with a cold wind attack, the down jacket will be penetrated right through, and the cold wind will follow the pores of the body straight to the sky. Splashing water into ice is also no longer an image you can see on TV. Under this extreme temperature, I don't know how many people will freeze to death. Xiao Tian sighed in his heart. But what did these things have to do with him? Being in a chaotic world, the first priority is to think for yourself and for those around you. He doesn't have the ability to do that even though he has the heart of a savior. Just mind his own business. The supplies from Sky Vault City had also been transported by Phone Lonka and the others, and the villa wasn't lacking in supplies right now. After the delivery of supplies was completed, Phone Lonka returned to Sky Dome City with the relevant people. Although they were able to live a more nourishing life by staying in the Great Confucian City, the Heavenly Vault City was their hometown in the end, and Skydome City still needs someone to hold down the fort. 2. As new supplies were delivered to replenish the city, there were still people in the city of Daeju who were exchanging their mutant beast cores for supplies one after another. This also made it so that Xiao Tian did not have to personally hunt mutant beasts to obtain the core. The level has been stuck at level 30 for a day as well. It's time to continue to improve. But the power of darkness can't be absorbed hastily at the moment. So let's deal with it with crystal cores first. Xiao Tian collected the crystal cores from this period of time and brought them back to his room to start absorbing them. As his level increased, Xiao Tian became more comfortable absorbing these crystal cores. Soon the level came to the extent of level 35. However, what made Xiao Tian helpless was that the entire 3,000 or so high-level crystal cores actually only allowed him to raise 5 levels. If he came to the level of 40, or even 50, how many crystal cores should he need to upgrade? It's absolutely astronomical. No way. One had to find a way to find something that could evolve the power of darkness as soon as possible. But just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 35. The skill slot function is on. Skill slots? Just as Xiao Tian was wondering, a relevant introduction suddenly appeared before his eyes. The host has unlocked a skill slot. The host can obtain the corresponding skill by devouring the relevant plants and animals and insects, and the skill can be retained permanently, and is capable of unlimited evolution. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 35. Bloodline level, 30. Gene Sequence Number 8999. Double Dark Shadow Griffin, Heart Indestructible can reshape the body with the power of darkness, can enter into a complete state of bestiality, get a full body attribute increase, and absorb the power of darkness to level up. Skill Slot 1, None. Skill Devouring times 1, can be refreshed once every 3 days. Looking at the system interface, Xiao Tian's face gradually changed from confusion to joy. Skill slots. Isn't this similar to skills in an MMO? Although he could now extract gene sequences to strengthen himself, gene sequences could not be retained permanently. Once a stronger gene sequence is extracted, the old one is replaced. And this skill slot was different. Although one couldn't devour things like mutant beasts, only plants and animals as well as insects, but devouring allows you to gain relevant skills, and the skills you gain can evolve indefinitely. If one was able to evolve a skill to the extreme, this was definitely no less useful than a gene sequence. Xiao Tian rubbed his hands together and was already somewhat eager to try. Refreshing the number of devouring times every 3 days was already very efficient, and he couldn't wait to devour it now and try the exact effect. However, looking at the snow drifting outside the window, Xiao Tian quickly frowned again. It was freezing outside, so I guess most of the normal animals were frozen to death. And now that most of the plants and animals as well as insects out there had evolved into mutant beasts, it was a bit difficult to find ordinary animals and insects. As for plants, there were many ornamental plants in Xiao Tian's villa, but after devouring them, it was thought that he would not gain any useful skill slots. Holding the idea of giving it a try, Xiao Tian pushed the door to the backyard of the villa. The backyard was a lawn, but it was now covered in snow and the grass was all frozen and shriveled. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to devour animals and insects in this situation. Xiao Tian reached out to catch a snowflake and said with a bitter smile. But just then, an ant suddenly burrowed out of the white snow and slowly crawled towards the villa. Xiao Tian was instantly attracted to it. Ants. There are actually ants in these extreme temperatures? I remember reading reports before that ants can lift objects several times their own weight, and some special ants can even lift objects hundreds of times their own weight. Although this black ant in front of him was just the most ordinary ant, his skills could be infinitely evolved and upgraded. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian didn't have any hesitation as he picked up the ant and put it into his mouth. Somewhat slightly sweet with a slightly dry aftertaste. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring ordinary black ants and extracting the skill, Transcendent Divine Power. Gaining 10 tons of strength. What does 10 tons of power mean? Some cars only weigh a ton, and having 10 tons of strength means that you can lift 10 small cars at once. You know, in the history of mankind, the limit of the world record is only about 500 kilograms of value. And in ancient mythology, Sun Dishang's weapon weighed just 13,500 pounds, which translates to a tonnage of about 6 tons. He himself was now living with a 10-ton increase in power, representing enough to play with the weapons of the great sage even if he traveled back to the mythic period. More importantly, one's strength was at the 10-ton level, and if one punch could blast out 10 tons of force, then 2 punches would be 20 tons, and 10 punches would be 100 tons. With such an increase in power in hand, when he subsequently encountered an enemy, Xiao Tian would be able to easily resolve his opponent even if he didn't enter the animalized state. This is the true meaning of breaking everything with force. Moreover, he himself had gained a brand new beastly state, and after entering the beastly state plus this 10 tons of power increase, even if an aircraft carrier was in front of him, his punch would still blow a big hole in the aircraft carrier on the spot. Just as Xiao Tian's heart was surging, Yan Ruyu approached him with a serious expression and reported a bad news. There's a mutant beast outside the villa, asking to be seen by name. Xiao Tian's head turned a bit at that moment when he heard this. Currently, although fusion-altered beasts had appeared, most of them did not have much spiritual intelligence, let alone communicating with humans. And now, there was actually a mutant beast outside the villa, and he even asked to see himself by name? What's going on here? Chapter 106, I just want to play hard to get, don't come any closer. When Xiao Tian followed Yan Ruyu to the outside of the villa, Yan Tiancheng and the others were standing here early. The crowd's expressions were grave, as if they were ready to fight at any time, their sharp gazes looking straight ahead. Following their gazes, Xiao Tian saw a burly figure. This is a border collie that stands and walks on 2 feet and has a human form, covered in black and white fur. Although it was a border collie, it no longer had many canine features on it, but instead was more like a human, a half-orc that evolved from canine to human. Have mutant beasts evolved to this point now? Knowing that even the fusion mutant beasts still maintained their animal characteristics, this was the first time Xiao Tian had seen such a thing in front of him. You asked for me? Xiao Tian quickly calmed down and opened his mouth to ask. Our boss wants to see you. The border collie spoke directly to the purpose, his voice crisp and almost indistinguishable from a human's. If he hadn't seen the other party's appearance, just by listening to the voice Xiao Tian wouldn't even think that the other party was a mutant beast. Who is your boss? And what do you want with me? The border collie smiled and spoke. Many of the mutant beasts in Daeju City have gained the final level of evolution, and we now possess a powerful intelligence, and our physiques are far more powerful than you humans. Our boss, who is naturally the strongest amongst us, knows that you are the strongest spirit beast warrior in Daeju City, so he wants to talk to you. Xiao Tian instantly became interested. Anyway, there was nothing else going on right now for the time being, so he nodded his head after pondering for a while. Could be Yen Ruyu and the others, however, were anxious and pulled Xiao Tian to prevent him from leaving. Don't worry, I know in my heart. Xiao Tian nodded at the crowd. Then I'll go with you, Yen Ruyu said as she took a step forward and tugged on Xiao Tian's arm. Fatty and I will just go. You guys stay in the villa. Xiao Tian's gaze fell on Fatty Hai in the corner. Seeing Xiao Tian's insistence, Yen Ruyu and the others had no choice but to give up. Immediately after, Xiao Tian then brought the two of them, Fatty Hai, to a villa in the center of Daeju. The villa was luxuriously decorated, belonging to a combination of Chinese and Western styles, and there was a large garden outside the villa. The people who used to live here were all prominent figures in the city of Daeju, but now they were overrun by mutant beasts. The two had just arrived outside the villa's gates when they saw the mutant beasts patrolling the surroundings on guard. These mutant beasts all possessed human size, and differed significantly from ordinary mutant beasts. The common mutant beasts are the products of the mutation of plants and animals as well as insects on the blue planet, and only know how to kill with almost no spirit. Trying to communicate with them is like talking to a cow. Killing has long been ingrained in their genes. However, these mutant beasts in front of them all had a spiritual light in their eyes, and they did not directly make a move when they saw Xiao Tian and the two of them. It was only a slightly wary sweep. Then the patrol resumed. Big brother, these mutant beasts are not simple. Fatty Hai came close to Xiao Tian and whispered. Xiao Tian nodded and was not too shocked. Even if the mutant beasts evolved a spiritual intelligence, they were always just mutant beasts, and Xiao Tian similarly held an army of mutant beasts and an army of dark beings. Gentlemen, please. The border collie held out his hand and smiled. Xiao Tian did not reply, but walked into the villa gate with the border collie leading him. Arriving at the lobby of the villa, the two of them instantly met a figure sitting on a sofa and swallowing clouds. It was a burly man wearing a suit and possessing an explosive head. The man's hair was a blonde color with a somewhat secondary look. Seeing Xiao Tian and the two of them, the man stood up with a slight smile. Then he unhurriedly removed the cigarette from his mouth and clapped his hands together. Snap! Dozens of variant beasts with level 30 strength surrounded the lobby from all around and released their powerful auras at the same time. Is the other side trying to pull a sneak attack? Fatty Hai was instantly on guard, silently pulling out a talisman from his pocket and pinching it in his palm, ready to fight at any time. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, coldly swept his eyes around these mutant beasts. He wasn't sure what exactly the other party's intentions were, having called himself and the others here, and now he was going to make a sudden move. However, Xiao Tian did not care what the other party's intentions were. He was fearless. War is his strong suit. Roar! Right at this moment, a mutant beast that possessed the characteristics of a black bear roared angrily and violently rushed over in the direction where Xiao Tian was. This one was 3 meters tall. His whole body was explosively muscular, like a mountain of meat, and the whole villa floor was shaking slightly with this run. But Xiao Tian just casually threw out a slap, and 10 tons of strength instantly erupted out. With a crunching sound, the other party's head was instantly flattened, surprisingly crashing through the villa wall to be flung out tens of meters away. Seeing this scene, the other mutant beasts that were originally prepared to continue charging up instantly froze in place, looking at each other all dumbfounded. That one just now was a giant bear. Strength was his best thing, and he was actually smacked to death by this weak human in front of him. Holy, don't be so rough. The man with the exploding head was also a bit unable to stand. His eyelids trembled fiercely, and a chill went from his feet straight to the sky. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was just about to say something when Xiao Tian's gaze suddenly looked over. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian took a step towards the other party without uttering a word, and his pace became faster and faster. Asterisk. The exploding head man's mind was a little fried. Don't you come over here. After seeing Xiao Tian's previous power, he was now completely shocked. Brother, don't make a move. Everything is a misunderstanding. The explosive head man hurriedly extended his hand towards Xiao Tian and shouted. Seeing Xiao Tian's footsteps not slowing down, the bastard's forehead was already sweating furiously with cold sweat. Misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. I only called you here to talk about a piece of cooperation. We are not enemies. I did all of this just to act tough and try to dampen your spirits, not thinking of actually doing anything. Brothers, don't come over. You don't come over. Looking at Xiao Tian, who was getting closer and closer, the explosive head man's heart was in his throat. Well, at the critical moment, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped. Why do you think you need to do that? You killed your own brother for the sake of pretending. Do you have to? Hearing what happened, Fatty Hai then put away the talisman in his hand and looked at the other party with contempt. The explosive headman was a little embarrassed by Fatty Hai's dislike, wanting to retort but not knowing where to start. He had indeed miscalculated, not expecting Miss Xiao Tian to be so crazy as to dare to take the initiative when their numbers were superior. He had even less expected that this human kid in front of him, who had clearly not yet entered the state of animalization, possessed such a terrifying power. Monster! This kid is an absolute monster. At this moment, Lion Ao Tian's determination to draw Xiao Tian and reach the extreme. Chapter 107, Audit won't let me take chapter names. Actually, I've asked you to come here because I want to talk about a cooperation with you. Lion Ao Tian straightened his suit and tie, and as he spoke, his pair of lion pupils gazed at Xiao Tian, fearing that this ruthless man would suddenly rise up and charge at himself. Although it was only the first time he had come into contact with Xiao Tian's style of acting had clearly left a deep impression on him. They mutant beasts were all alienated from plants and animals and insects, and even now that they had been born with spiritual intelligence, their violent genes were always engraved in their bones. But compared to Xiao Tian, on the contrary, they were more like humans and Xiao Tian was more like a mutant beast. Xiao Tian did not answer directly and came to the sofa and sat down with his legs stretched out. Lion Ao Tian frowned slightly at the situation, but on the surface he didn't dare to have an attack, and continued, "This cooperation, we can complement each other and benefit from each other. I, Lion Ao Tian, would like to make a friend with you, and we can also become brothers after the matter is accomplished. And at that time, your matter is my Lion Ao Tian's matter." Fatty Hai couldn't help himself. What kind of a person are you to be sworn brothers with my big brother? Can you chase the Dark Lord all over the place? Can you subdue an army of dark beings? Can you force your way into the Juggernaut's palace? Just cooperate with your own big brother, and then you have to be sworn brothers with your own big brother afterward. So all the good things are taken up by you? As long as Xiao Tian was willing, the people who wanted to befriend him could be lined up from Great Confucian City to Heavenly Vault City, whereas in Lion Ao Tian's case, it was as if it was a gift for Xiao Tian to be able to befriend him. This type of conversation was very uncomfortable. However, Xiao Tian was unexpectedly calm as he gently tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers and suddenly said to Fatty Hai, "I'm hungry. Bring out the dry food to fill my stomach." Fatty Hai rushed his ass up and pulled out an encapsulated piece of fresh meat from his arms. Since experiencing the last vicious battle in the Forbidden Land, Xiao Tian realized the importance of food. At that time, he fought a fierce battle with Wang Mingxian. At first it was fine, but later on, when his physical strength began to deplete, his stomach became incredibly empty. If he hadn't gritted his teeth and held on strongly, Xiao Tian guessed that he would have really fainted from starvation where he was. So after coming back, Xiao Tian planned to always have dry food in his body, and when he was hungry, he would directly take a bite to replenish his energy. Xiao Tian opened the package, and there was still undried blood on the fresh meat. Xiao Tian didn't mind it either. Blood was like ketchup to him, but instead had a different flavor. Crunch! Xiao Tian just gnawed the fresh meat raw in front of everyone, and soon a large piece of fresh meat was dried into his stomach. The scene was as quiet as a cicada. Everyone was looking at Xiao Tian dry rice, but none of them dared to open their mouths to know the sound. Instead, everyone had odd expressions, and many of the mutant beasts had subconsciously looked at Lion Ao Tian. Although they had taken human form, they were still essentially plant and animal insects, with a far more acute sense of smell than humans. When Xiao Tian took out this piece of raw meat, they could smell it. This is a piece of lion meat, and their boss is none other than Prairie Lion. This kid is eating lion meat in front of his own boss. How is it different from naming a beef noodle on Ox Head Mountain? After eating and drinking his fill, Xiao Tian elegantly wiped off the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and raised his head to look at Lion Ao Tian. "What do you mean by cooperation just now? I didn't hear you clearly. What I mean is that I, Lion Ao Tian, am willing to look up to God Xiao, and I hope that God Xiao will give me a chance to work with me. I really can't do it without you." Lion Ao Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and instantly changed his attitude. The son of a was eating lion meat in front of him, which was clearly a knock. However, he could not afford to have a seizure. Even though his rank was above Xiao Tian, he did not have much certainty that he would be able to solve Xiao Tian once the battle actually started. His Lion Ao Tian never fights battles without absolute certainty. At this time there is a request for the other party. Appropriate low profile has no harm. In fact, Lion Ao Tian was purely overthinking. Xiao Tian did not know Lion Ao Tian's identity when he arrived. He had this piece of lion meat, which he happened to have casually brought with him on his way out. Lion meat was definitely off limits before the Dark Unrest, but there were no rules long after the Dark Unrest began. In the freezer in the villa, besides lion meat, there are also bear meat, peacock meat, plum deer meat and tiger meat. I won't do anything without benefits. Give me a reason to work with you. Lion Ao Tian's expression immediately looked as ugly as constipation. He had investigated Xiao Tian's deeds and knew that Xiao Tian was not lacking in all kinds of resources, and it was true that he did not have anything good to hold on his side. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to be polite and reasonable. Although this ruthless man was ruthless to his enemies, he was quite good to his own people, so it was evident that he was a person with a bottom line. As long as you sell yourself short, are you afraid he won't work with you? Before the dark turmoil descended, I was originally a lion in the third zoo in the city of Daeju, and I formed a territory with 3 lionesses and had 2 children, but a pride of lions next door was controlled by 2 brothers who often coveted my 3 wives, and I fought them several times, and they were repulsed by me each time. This should have gone on forever, but then the dark unrest began, and after the birth of the spirit, they killed 2 of my sons and took 3 of my wives captive. Not only that, I accidentally obtained a crystal that could transform the power of darkness into aura at that time, and I wanted to rely on this good thing to level up, but it turned out that they snatched it away together. Originally, Xiao Tian's expression never changed, but when he heard about this crystal that could transform the power of darkness, he stood up immediately. He had also been realizing how to find something that could transform the power of darkness to provide Shinshilon with research materials, but he hadn't expected to get it without any trouble. Lion Ao Tian thought that Xiao Tian was infected by his story and could not help but look at Xiao Tian highly. Although this guy sometimes turns into a crazy batch, and sometimes kills, but at least a little conscience. A loyal person, nah. This one's solid. Lion Ao Tian was just about to continue to stir up the emotions for patting when he was mercilessly interrupted by Xiao Tian. I can help you, but that crystal belongs to me when it's done. The smile on Lion Ao Tian's face gradually disappeared. This crystal is a good thing. Emotionally you are looking at my crystal? However, Lion Ao Tian did not remain silent for too long before agreeing. Although he was very reluctant to part with this special crystal, but compared to these external objects, he was more eager to avenge the taking of his wife. He had been thinking about revenge all this time at all hours. If Xiao Tian could really help him accomplish his revenge, a crystal was completely worth it. Okay then, it's a deal. Where are those 2 brothers, Turf? Just need you to point me in the right direction. Xiao Tian craned his neck, already somewhat unable to hold down the excitement in his heart. Let's move and set off now. Chapter 108 Brushed as an elite monster. Lion Ao Tian hurriedly stopped Xiao Tian, who was eager to try, and smiled bitterly. The other party has a large number of men, more than 1,000 of them, or else I would have done it myself. The other party had a large number of powerful mutant beasts under their hands, and their numbers were even closer to 1,000. In contrast, there were only 500 or so followers on his side. Ever since he was born spiritually, he started recruiting minions while raising his strength. These 500 or so minions were all the ones he had managed to pull together with great difficulty, and he couldn't even figure out now how the other party had managed to pull together such a large family base in a short period of time. As for Xiao Tian, but Lion Ao Tian's last chance to take revenge. He didn't care about Xiao Tian's life and death, but he didn't want Xiao Tian to die for nothing. Originally, he had thought that these words would wake Xiao Tian up and let him know how powerful his opponent was. As a result, Fatty Hai's words made Lion Ao Tian doubt his life on the spot. Is 1,000 a lot of people? What the hell? More than 1,000 people, each with a mouthful of spittle that could burst your belly, and you ask such an idiotic question. Is 1,000 people a small number? If the other side didn't have this number of more than 1,000, he would have already killed them with his own minions. Lion Ao Tian looked at Fat Hai with an expression of viewing a retard. He pursed his lips, would like to say something, but also worried that this fat man is vulnerable. Looking at the condescending Fat Hai, Lion Ao Tian held back half a day hard not dare to say a word. 1,000 or so is indeed not much. Just then Xiao Tian also spoke. Lion Ao Tian's gaze kept roaming over the 2 as his mind changed subtly. Done. Originally, through hearsay, he thought that this Xiao Tian was someone with real skills. Now it seems to be nothing more than a reckless man with a little bit of strength. 1,000 or so may not be too many, but you're just 2 people now, and counting my side of the family there's only about 500 total. If we go to seek revenge on others with this number of people, I'm afraid that the other side will be destroyed before he can see the 3 lionesses that he has in mind. Xiao Tian could see the other party's concern, but he did not explain too much. More than 1,000 people were indeed not enough in front of Xiao Tian. Putting aside those 13 mutant beasts, Xiao Tian was still cloaked in a Yin Soul streamer right now, and there were still thousands of dark beings lurking inside. Together with Xiao Tian's current strength, which was not what it used to be, facing an unusual mutant beast 1 against 100 was absolutely no problem. To put it in a pretentious way, he could have swiped the other party as a game elite monster all by himself. Xiao Tian has never been an arrogant person. He will never do anything without absolute certainty. Since he intends to do that is with full certainty. Time waits for no one. Either come with me now and save the day, or point me in the right direction and I'll exterminate them myself looking for the crystal. Lion Aotion sighed heavily and hesitated for half a day before making a difficult decision. Alright, I'll bring everyone with me and follow you now. Lion Aotion made a compromise. Xiao Tian was the biggest help he could find at the moment. If he let Xiao Tian go alone, it would be completely hopeless if the other party died. In that case, he could only give up his life. Soon Lion Aotion let the people under his hand finish correcting, and more than 500 people marched in a direction with great vigor. On the road Lion Aotion was in an incomparably apprehensive mood. He was even already thinking about how to run away after the fiasco. Knowing that the other party had more than 1,000 people and still planned to go straight for it, his confidence in Xiao Tian was no longer that great. After all, there are more than 1,000 people on the other side. Even if we want to make a move, we should think of some art of war or something, right? On the way Lion Aotion finally couldn't help but speak again. Bull ****** art of war? Just do it and be done with it. You're at least a mutant beast. Why do you do things in such a maudlin way? Looking ahead and backward? Fatty Hai slanted his eyes at Lion Aotion and said contemptuously, being disliked so much by Fatty Hai, Lion Aotion was so angry on the spot that he was speechless. His own hallowed mutant beast was actually despised by a little fat man. There was simply no heavenly reason. And don't you humans always say that knowing your enemy is the best way to win 100 battles? Now I'm asking you to come up with some strategies to use your brains more. And you're calling me a mother-in-law. Which one of us is the mutant beast? Anyway, it and be done with it. Is this something a human being can say? Just after the crowd had advanced for half an hour, a black shadow above the sky suddenly swooped down towards the ground. A falcon mutant beast fell from the sky and flapped its wings to land on the ground. Lion Aotion, do you know that the front is my big brother's territory? What are you planning to do with this group of people? This falcon's tone was extremely arrogant, and the way he looked at Lion Aotion even manifested extreme disdain. In the concept of mutant beasts, the weak and the strong are especially obvious. Lion Aotion lost to the two brothers last time. Not only lost his wife at the same time also lost his majesty. This also led to the fact that this falcon dared to call out to Lion Aotion even though it was only a subordinate of the other party. Lion Aotion felt that it was not appropriate to directly tear his face off now that the Great War was imminent, so he planned to find a random reason to excuse himself. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian spoke up first. Go back and tell your two bosses that I, Xiao Tian, am here, and if you don't want to be extinguished, release the 3 lionesses, and that crystal that can purify the power of darkness is also handed over along with it. Done. Lion Aotion reached out and covered his face. Having lost the courage to argue sophistically, he now regretted cooperating with Xiao Tian. This was simply a brat who did not know the heights of heaven. Could such a reckless person really chase the Dark Lord all over the streets? Kid, how dare you? Who gave you the courage to dare? Hearing Xiao Tian's treacherous words, Falcon became furious and pointed at Xiao Tian, wanting to curse him. However, Xiao Tian did not give him a chance to open his mouth and took a step forward to harden and tear off one of the opponent's wings. Then he bit off the feathers from his wings and chewed them raw in front of everyone. Crunch! The crunching sound of blood and flesh chewing continued to emanate, and the bones along with the blood and flesh were instantly torn apart and then swallowed into Xiao Tian's abdomen. Everyone froze at the sight. That falcon froze for a long time, and only then did the pain come from the broken wing, and there was a burst of ghostly cries of pain. This human had the audacity to take a shot at himself. Doesn't he know how to spell death? Falcon was just about to open his mouth when he was shocked by a vicious look from Xiao Tian. Get the hell back and convey my words. Say one more word and I will ensure that I slap you to death. Xiao Tian's tone was icy cold and the falcon's body bones shivered. Hardly dared to utter a single fart and turned his ass around and ran away. As for why they don't fly, it's simple. One of their wings is broken and they can't fly at all. Seeing the gradually far away falcon, Lion Aotion inner pathos, he knew that out of this mess, even if they now immediately turn away, those two brothers will definitely not be good. After today, unless they ed those two brothers to death, there would be no more place for them in Great Confucian City. What do we do now? Lion Aotion looked towards Xiao Tian, who now had a swinging attitude. It had come to this, and there was nothing he could do to change anything. Originally wanting to save the 3 lioness wives, now it seems as if even his own little life will be taken. Wait! Xiao Tian wiped off the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, wrapped his hands around his chest, and casually found a place to sit down and said in a salty manner. Immediately afterward the scene fell silent. Other than Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai, the rest of the people were all apprehensive in their hearts. After about 5 minutes, the ground in front of them suddenly began to shake slightly. Everyone raised their eyes at the same time, only to see a group of dark figures appearing at the end of the horizon. Chapter 109, Find Another Master. Seeing this black pressurized figure, all the people of Lion Aotion felt a tingle in their scalp. The numbers of both sides were already not on the same level. and now that their numbers were also absolutely suppressed, before the battle even started, their sides aura plummeted. Many people's feet had begun to shake, and they nearly fell to the ground unsteadily. All of you, raise your spirits. Don't be a wimp if you're a man. Lion Aotian roared loudly to boost his morale. But looking at this good's equally trembling legs, Xiao Tian's forehead slid down 2 black lines. You yourself don't seem to be much better than the others. It's a shame that you're still called such a domineering name as Lion Pride Sky, but you're actually shocked by such a scene. Are you a mutant beast or not? Fatty Hai stared at Lion Aotian and sked nonstop. Which mutant beast is as wimpy as you? Lion Aotian didn't have time to be angry with Fatty Hai. When he saw that Fatty Hai had a calm expression and didn't have any different color, Lion Aotian was really surprised. This fat guy is actually bold enough to do this? The battle in front of him is even his inner fear. This dead fat actually no waves. Is it true that you are no match for this fat ass? In fact, it was not that Fatty Hai was as bold as a bull, but mainly because he had seen too many spectacular scenes since following Xiao Tian. Compared to those big scenes, the kind in front of him could only be considered a small fight in his eyes. Not to mention that with Xiao Tian present in the town, the sky has collapsed and there is still Xiao Tian staring at it. He is afraid of a chicken hair. As the two sides got closer, the ground trembled more and more. Only then did the crowd see that there were 2 figures rushing at the front. These 2 figures also had explosive heads and fierce faces, but their body types were not as tall as Lion Aotian's. One didn't need to think about it to know that these were the 2 brothers that Lion Aotian had spoken of. Lion Aotian, good for you. Last time I spared your life. This time you still dare to come and seek death. The 2 brothers roared furiously. We can sit down and talk about it. Lion Aotian took a deep breath. Although he had already prepared himself mentally, he was still a bit scared when it really came to this moment. Talking about a chicken. Since you insist on seeking death, the 2 of us brothers will give you a ride today. The 2 brothers had no intention of stopping. Immediately, they raised their arms and all of them rushed over in the direction of Xiao Tian's crowd with the vigor of a rainbow. Seeing that the 2 sides were about to meet in arms, Xiao Tian shook the Yin Soul Streamer behind him and directly summoned thousands of dark beings. Xiao Tian then threw out 13 more sheltering devices, and 13 mutant beasts landed on the scene at the same time. Kill! Xiao Tian faintly spat out a word. The 13 altered beasts roared at the same time, as if they didn't know fear but only a horrifying machine that only knew how to kill, and rushed straight out with thousands of dark beings. Lion Aotian and the others were still a bit unresponsive. How did so many dark beings suddenly appear on the scene, as well as 13 mutant beasts? Just how capable is this Xiao Tian? I asked you to investigate Xiao Tian. Why didn't you tell me that he still has this kind of ability? Lion Aotian suddenly looked at the altered beast beside him and asked, Boss, I really didn't know that he still had this kind of ability. That mutant beast hurriedly said with a bitter smile. Just then, slow down. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the 2 brothers hurriedly stopped their steps and rushed at Xiao Tian and his party and said in a loud voice, I actually also think that we can sit down and have a good talk. Thousands of dark beings, together with more than 500 people on the 10 Lions Aotian side. There was no longer a disadvantage on Xiao Tian's side in terms of numbers, even more dominant. If this is really engaged in battle, both sides are bound to suffer heavy losses. Xiao Tian's side was indifferent. These dark beings were only incidental to the devouring of the first heavenly sovereign in the first place anyway. Even if they all died in battle, Xiao Tian would not feel any heartache. After all, it was the positioning of a toolman in itself. But the 2 brothers' side was different. The mutant beasts on their side were recruited solidly, and they would be heartbroken if one person died. However, Xiao Tian did not pay attention to the words of the 2 brothers, and soon both sides were charging and killing each other. The dark beings continued to perform strongly despite the fact that their combat power would be affected to a certain extent when they broke away from the Forbidden Land. There were casualties on both sides. Xiao Tian's figure flickered and appeared in front of the 2 brothers. Are you that Xiao Tian? The 2 brothers looked at Xiao Tian and asked in a condensed voice. Xiao Tian did not reply and directly blasted out with a punch. The speed of this punch even produced a sonic boom. Humph. A mere human is presuming to compete with us in terms of physical strength. You're looking for death. The 2 brothers disdained it, and without entering the state of bestialization, Xiao Tian's punch blasted out, and they did not put it in their minds at all. Big brother Lion Buchuan extended a finger, trying to catch Xiao Tian's attack with one finger. Boom! Fists and fingers collided together, and there was a shattering sound. Lion Buchuan's fingers instantly cracked, and then along with it, his entire right arm was blown to smithereens. A punch of 10 tons of power is no joke. Even if Superman came, he would have to be broken ribs holding the wall out. Ah, my hand! Lion Buchuan covered his arm and wailed in pain. But before he could shout too much, Xiao Tian's figure appeared in front of him as if he were the god of death. Seeing Xiao Tian slowly raise his right fist and take the stance of blasting out another punch, Lion Buchuan was afraid. Big brother, let me help you. Lion Tianya hurriedly roared angrily and blocked in front of Lion Buchuan, roaring at Xiao Tian with red eyes, if you want to kill my big brother, first step over my corpse. Xiao Tian slowly lowered his right hand. Seeing this, Lion Tianya just let out a sigh of relief, feeling that Xiao Tian had been shocked by himself. But Xiao Tian, who had lowered his arm, suddenly murmured, bestialization. Boom! Double Shadow Griffin. Xiao Tian's current genetic sequence was not just as simple as mere animalization. His current genetic sequence had long been incomparably powerful. The instant the words fell, the countless genes within Xiao Tian's body began to collide, then crazily reorganized and strengthened. In an instant, a strong darkness force erupted from Xiao Tian's body, completely covering his body. As the power of darkness dissipated, Xiao Tian's figure reappeared on the scene, 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. His entire body was covered in black scales, with dark runes flowing from each piece of scale armor. Xiao Tian's entire body had transformed into a black qilin with 2 heads. Unlike the sacred qilin in mythology, the black qilin that Xiao Tian had transformed into was full of demonic and evil, and was unusually powerful and domineering. Compared to the 2 brothers who were only 2 meters in size, Xiao Tian's current state was more like a mutant beast. Grass. Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly turn into this appearance, Lion Tianya's pupils quaked and his entire body was confused. Is this still human? It's a ing monster. He was also aware of the existence of spirit beast warriors, and was well aware that spirit beast warriors who had acquired animal genes could enter a state of bestiality. But the current spirit beast warriors, too, only had part of their bodies enter a state of bestialization, and their main ability was still to strengthen their attributes. The Xiao Tian in front of him, on the other hand, was fully animalized. No human features could be seen on his body. He had turned into a black unicorn through and through, although his level was higher than the other party. Although at this moment, Xiao Tian did not make any defensive stance, which could be described as broken. But for some reason, Lion Tianya always had an illusion. As long as one made a move against Xiao Tian, one would die a miserable death instantly. Big brother is my only relative in this world. If you kill him, I will avenge him for killing you. Lion Tianya clenched his fists and looked up at Xiao Tian, who had entered the state of animalization, before he suddenly turned his words around and said, however, the current me is not a match for you, and I'm also asking my big brother not to wish for me to make unnecessary sacrifices. After saying these words, Lion Tianya suddenly knelt down in Lion Buchuan's direction and heavily kowtowed 3 times. So big brother, it's not that my younger brother I don't take revenge for you, it's really that I have the heart but not the strength. This revenge of killing your body, you find another high mind. After saying that, Lion Tianya no longer hesitated. He stood up, turned around and ran. Chapter 110, the realistic version of Battle Royale. Run away? Run away! Lion Buchuan's eyes widened, first in dismay, then in indescribable rage. This bastard thing, a mouth a big brother, really to the critical moment actually left himself alone to run away. Grass. So much for the world's cruelty, right? Mercy. Lion Buchuan endured the severe pain and looked up at Xiao Tian shivering. Initially, he did not place Xiao Tian in his eyes, instead mocking Lion Ao Tian for being desperate and actually joining forces with a human boy. But only now did he realize what kind of terrifying strength this weak human kid in his eyes possessed. Lion Ao Tian, who was fighting in the distance, also saw Lion Buchuan's tragic situation, and was excited and more complicated at the same time. He didn't expect that the object he had dreamed of taking revenge on was actually so unbeatable in front of Xiao Tian. The battle had only just begun and Lion Buchuan had already been subdued by Xiao Tian. Moreover, Xiao Tian was able to summon an army of dark beings with his hands, and in fact, there was no need for them to make a move at all. Xiao Tian alone could indeed exterminate these 2 brothers' men. He couldn't help but recall Xiao Tian's words now. Where is the lair of these 2 brothers? Give me directions. At that time, he had thought that Xiao Tian was pretending, but now he realized that the other party did have this ability. Then where is the crystal that can transform the power of darkness? Xiao Tian asked with a cold expression as he squeezed Lion Buchuan's hand with a slight force. On my brother's body. Lion Buchuan's face twisted and he had gradually lost his breath. A strong sense of order swept through his heart, causing him to be overwhelmed with fear and despair. After getting the news he wanted, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and directly broke Lion Buchuan's neck with a forceful palm. Then his body swayed and quickly chased after him in the direction of Lion Tianya. Along the way, countless dark beings as well as altered beasts were preventing Lion Tianya from leaving. But when people are desperate, they will burst out of their bodies. This was the case for Lion Tianya at the moment. Driven by a strong desire to survive, the adrenaline in his body spiked wildly. All the existences that blocked his path along the way were all sent flying out by his hard impact. Seeing that he was about to kill his way out of the encirclement, a flash of excitement appeared in Lion Tianya's eyes. If he breaks out of the encirclement, he'll be saved. At that time, The sky was high enough for the birds to fly. The big deal was that he would leave Great Confusion City and never come back for the rest of his life. And no matter how powerful that Xiao Tian was, it would be very difficult to find him in Blue Star. But right at that moment, a loud sound accompanied by a chilling killing intent suddenly swept in from behind. Lion Tianya subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and then he ghosted back to look. Just this glance alone almost didn't make him lose his soul on the spot and return to the Western Paradise. Only Xiao Tian, who had entered the state of bestialization, was seen to have his two hideous Qilin heads furiously revealing an extreme cold aura. He grabbed the ground with all his limbs and ran forward furiously with all his might, the concrete ground under his feet cracking instantly with every step he took. 1 foot out the door, the concrete floor in a 10-meter radius would all crack and sink into a deep pit. How much force does this nigga have to be? Are you a mutant beast or am I a mutant beast? I'm not as powerful as you are in my animalized state. Lion Tianya threw out 3 drops of urine, and immediately entered the state of animalization, transforming into a 3-meter-long lion covered in golden hair. Then with a roar, he frantically swung his limbs and ran furiously forward with all his might. But how could his speed be as fast as Xiao Tian's? Strictly speaking, this was Xiao Tian's first battle since obtaining the dual Shadow Qilin. As one of the main enemies in the first battle, Xiao Tian naturally would not look at Lion Tianya leaving. Boom! Xiao Tian madly trampled on the ground as his figure rapidly approached Lion Tianya. Nyet pussy! Lion Tianya twisted his head and glanced behind him, and his soul flew 3,000 miles in fear on the spot. We can't keep on spending time, or we're bound to be caught up by this damn thing. Lion Tianya's head spun rapidly, suddenly passing by a large truck, and directly slapped the large truck weighing several tons towards his back with a hard claw. He wanted to use this to block Xiao Tian's speed, but Xiao Tian had already gained 10 tons of strength and was still in the beastly state of the double Shadow Qilin. A large truck has chicken feathers. Boom! Xiao Tian slapped out a claw towards the front, and the truck was instantly slapped into a pile of iron, and the fuel in the tank leaked out, instantly exploding. Lion Tianya twisted his head once again to look, only to see Xiao Tian's huge body suddenly burrowing out of the roiling smoke and dust, continuing to chase wildly towards him. Grass, crazy, is just crazy. As his gaze met Xiao Tian's eyes, Lion Tianya felt like he was about to poop out. That's a scary look. This man was the devil and he wanted to call the police. Blue Star prided itself on being an open world, and it was only right that a Mutant Beast Protection Act should be set up. They mutant beasts were also life and deserved to be protected as well. If he had a choice, he would rather he didn't evolve into a mutant beast. He would rather continue to stay in the zoo and wait for death, instead of being chased by a madman at this very moment. Just then, a low building appeared in front of Lion Tianya. This was originally an urban village where many staggered low-rise buildings stood, but it was empty because of the dark unrest. Lion Tianya's eyes lit up as he turned his direction and rushed furiously in the direction of the city center village. He intended to use the complex terrain of the urban village to completely get rid of Xiao Tian. I've already severed my brotherly relationship with my big brother, and you're still chasing after me. Fine, let's see if it's you crazy bastard who's running fast, or me. When the figure rushed into the city village, Lion Tianya's hanging heart completely relaxed. Now that he had successfully entered the town center village, all that was needed next was to use the terrain to slowly shake off this madman. It should be safe now, right? Harboring this glimmer of hope, Lion Tianya was filled with expectation and subconsciously twisted his head to look. This look pulled out 3 on the spot. Only a small 3-story building instantly exploded, then collapsed into a pile of rubble. Xiao Tian's demonic-like figure rushed out from it in a strong and domineering manner. Lion Tianya's mind was somewhat broken, but he was unwilling to give up even a shred of hope and could only continue to go around in circles. Just then, boom! Another loud bang was heard as another small 3-story building was crushed by Xiao Tian's strong impact. Lion Tianya wanted to use the complicated buildings to go around in circles with Xiao Tian, but who would have thought that Xiao Tian would be simple and rough, directly smashing the various buildings that blocked the way. In just a few minutes' time or less, Xiao Tian rushed to the near front of Lion Tianya, his sharp claws stabbing into the latter's lion's tail, followed by a forceful fling. With a loud rumble, Lion Tianya let out a miserable scream and was directly thrown heavily onto the ground by Xiao Tian. A deep pit was smashed out of the ground, and Lion Tianya also screamed miserably as he was heavily set into the ground. Comminuted fracture of the whole body. Chapter 111, A Batch of Desperate Tears. Lion Tianya kept breathing in and out, his sunken chest heaving as he gazed in horror and despair, realizing that his limbs had lost consciousness. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian put away his animalized state and appeared near him in a human stance. Stepping on his face, Lion Tianya didn't say anything. He had never been as terrified in his life as he was today. This guy is not human. He's the devil. It was a figure several times more terrifying than the Dark Lord. The only remaining trace of hope in Lion Tianya's heart was completely annihilated as Xiao Tian stepped out with this foot. He was just about to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness when Xiao Tian took the first step and said, "Where is that crystal that can purify the power of darkness? You're chasing me because of this crystal?" Lion Tianya was shocked and coughed violently a few times before hurriedly pursuing the question. Xiao Tian did not say anything, only his gaze grew deeper and deeper, clearly having acquiesced to his intentions. "Xiao Tian, I am grass. You, Mom. Oh, my God." Getting this dogged reply, Lion Tianya's eyes were wide with rage. He had already broken bones all over his body, and now under his anger, a large mouthful of blood accompanied by broken internal organs sprayed out. "You've been chasing me for half a day, and all you got was a crystal that can purify the power of darkness? I thought you were going to cut me down and kill me to silence me. It's just a crystal. You wouldn't have asked for it earlier. You asked me for a crystal. Wouldn't I have dared not to give it?" Although this crystal was special, it was only capable of purifying the power of darkness, and the amount of purification was still very small, so it wasn't too useful to Lion Tianya. If he could trade this crystal for his own little life, he would be disrespectful to himself if he hesitated a second longer. "You want crystals? Say it earlier. You ask me for it. Are you still afraid that I won't give it to you?" Lion Tianya laughed bitterly. His entire body was like a deflated leather ball. Countless words to insult Xiao Tian were brewing in his heart, but in the end, he didn't dare to say them. "The crystals are in my pants pocket. I can't move anymore with my shattered limbs, so get them yourself." Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and followed Lion Tianya's guidance and indeed pulled out a crystal from the other party's pants pocket. The crystal appears white in color and has a light warmth to it when it is in your hand. Just on the outside, it's almost impossible to tell what's so special about it. After playing with it for a while, Xiao Tian stretched out his left hand and released a trace of darkness power towards the crystal. When this darkness touched the crystal, it was instantly sucked into it, and then transformed into a stream of warmth. It really works. Xiao Tian's gaze froze as a wave of ecstasy ran through his heart. This crystal was the real deal, so it would be possible to develop a device capable of transforming the power of darkness on a large scale. Xiao Tian carefully put away the crystal and looked down at the half-dead Lion Tianya, then turned around and left. He agreed to cooperate with Lion Ao Tian mainly because of this crystal. Now that Lion Bukun was dead and the crystal was in his hands, the death or life of this Lion Tianya had nothing to do with him. The sky was drizzling at some point. Lion Tianya looked toward Xiao Tian's departing back, panting heavily in silence. A line of liquid slid down the corner of his eye, and he could no longer tell if it was tears or rain. When Xiao Tian rediscovered lion pride, he found that the three graceful lionesses had already been rescued and were embracing lion pride. Should I say no? The three lionesses were human-like at the moment, only retaining some lion features on their bodies, not bad-looking, and definitely belonged to the beauty level when placed in human society. No wonder this Lion Ao Tian can't get enough of them. Right now the battle had also been resolved, and since the two brothers had fled, the rest of the people had scattered, dying and fleeing. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Tian collected all of the mutant beasts and the army of dark beings. Then he patted Fatty High's shoulder, and both of them turned around at the same time. "Xiao Tian." Right at this moment, Lion Ao Tian suddenly called out to Xiao Tian and sincerely said, "I owe you a favor." Xiao Tian ignored it and continued to leave. In the end, he had agreed to make a move for nothing more than this crystal, and he didn't need the other party to be grateful to him. After seeing Xiao Tian's terror, Lion Ao Tian's many juniors were not angered by Xiao Tian's rudeness. Such a ruthless man, whoever provokes him is destined to be pronounced dead. "Big brother, are we going back now?" Someone suddenly asked. "Naturally, we have to go back. Go back and get all ready. We have to leave Great Confusion City as soon as possible and find a place to settle down again." Lion Ao Tian looked at Xiao Tian's departing back inside. "It will be very difficult for us to develop when there is such a ruthless person like Xiao Tian in the Great Confusion City, and even though we have been able to take human form, we are still mutant beasts in the end. Human society is not suitable for us. Right now many of our kind have moved to Xichang City. Let's go there as well. If we're lucky, we might be able to win a chance of survival as well. It's freezing cold in Daily City." Inside the villa, however, it was warm as spring. After returning to the villa, Xiao Tian found Xinxiulan and handed over the white crystal. "With this crystal, it should be possible to develop what you need, but I need time." Xinxiulan looked seriously at Xiao Tian after briefly studying the crystal for a bit. Xiao Tian was naturally aware that this kind of thing could not be rushed, but there was not much time left until the next opening of the Forbidden Land. About how long will it take to get it done? Xinxiulan's white fingers rested against her chin as she contemplated for a long time and said, "If we work hard during this time, we estimate that we can get it done in 5 days. After all, with this crystal, it's actually quite simple to do. 5 days. Very soon indeed. Good. I'll wait for your good news in 5 days." and you can also just tell me what you need during this time, and I'll go get it for you. Shin Xiaolan guffawed and blew a mouthful of hot air into Xiao Tian's ear, teasingly saying, "People work overtime for you. Don't you have anything to show for it?" Xiao Tian also smiled faintly and backhanded Shin Xiaolan's slender waist. "After this is over, I'll accompany you in a double row and we'll sit until dawn." Shin Xiaolan instantly broke her defense and hurriedly broke away from Xiao Tian's embrace, waving her hand and saying, "There's nothing more for you to do here for the time being. You go first. I'm going to start getting busy." "Double row, and sit there till dawn?" She stated that she was weak and couldn't really handle it. It's more of a punishment than a reward. The boy is good at everything. He pours his heart out to his own people. He has the face for it, and he has the strength for it. The only beautiful thing about it is that it's too powerful and seemingly endless. Time passes in an instant. At the end of the 5 days, Shin Xiaolan had also successfully developed what Xiao Tian wanted. Also on this day, forbidden lands have appeared in every city in the Dragon Kingdom at the same time. Chapter 112, Brother, Help Me. With the psychological shadow caused by the last dark hedge, not many people dared to directly enter it this time. After all, no one can guarantee that there will not be any accidents this time. But the world is never short of bold people. Soon there were people who had the courage to enter the spatial vortex one after another. Almost at the same moment, Xiao Tian's side also prepared the required supplies and led Yen Ruyu and the others into the Forbidden Land. This time, Xiao Tian only brought along Chu Yao as well as Fatty Hai. As for the rest of the people, they continued to sit in the villa. Right now the cold wave swept across the entire Blue Star, even though the villa's defense level was already high, and there was still the dark ancient tree outside the villa guarding it. But no one can guarantee 100% that nothing will go wrong. Moreover, this time, there was another purpose why Xiao Tian decided to bring along Chu Yao. Chu Yao's bestialization ability hadn't fully awakened yet, and she needed to absorb the power of darkness in order to gradually strengthen her physique. This time, Xiao Tian brought Chu Yao along with him to see if he could take the opportunity to let Chu Yao completely awaken his beastization ability. After the group of 3 passed through the spatial vortex, the familiar scene reappeared before their eyes. There was no light in the dark world, only a blood moon suspended overhead, and no stars in sight. The nearby space was covered by a layer of mist, and visibility was extremely low. Xiao Tian breathed in a mouthful of turbid air, then looked down at the object in his hand. It was an oval-shaped piece, somewhat similar to an offensive grenade, and it was the purification device Shin Xiaolan had built for him. As long as he used the power of the device, Xiao Tian could purify all of the power of darkness into energy that he could absorb. This time he was ready to go big. There's no danger here for the time being, so try absorbing the dark power here. I'll keep an eye out for you. Xiao Tian did not rush to start absorbing the darkness force, but instead looked at Chu Yao and said, "Yes." Chu Yao nodded her head. After this period of time together, she had long since completely trusted Xiao Tian. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged on the ground, then began to utilize his power to absorb the power of darkness in the Forbidden Land. As Chu Yao unleashed her power, the nearby darkness power looked as if it had been tugged, actively approaching towards Chu Yao, and then it was absorbed by Chu Yao's brow. But as time passed, the suction force became stronger instead of stopping. Gradually, the nearby darkness power actually formed a vortex, crazily channeling towards Chu Yao's body. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Tian could not hide the shock in his heart. The speed at which this ninny absorbed the power of darkness was also a bit too fast. He could absorb the power of darkness after absorbing the genetic sequence of the first and second heavenly masters instead, and he could do so as fast or even faster. But at this rate of absorbing the darkness force, Xiao Tian would probably have entered a berserk state long ago. On the contrary, Chu Yao was unharmed. Her body was like a bottomless pit, crazily and greedily absorbing the darkness power in space. Finally, half an hour later, Chu Yao stopped absorbing the power of darkness, and a lotus pattern emerged from within her brow. Lotus flowers gave people the feeling of being sacred and pure, but the lotus pattern between Chu Yao's eyebrows took on a bizarre ink-black color. It gave people an incomparably demonic and evil feeling. In the next moment, Chu Yao suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. "How's the body feeling?" Only after determining that Chu Yao was not about to enter a violent state did Xiao Tian then asked out loud. "It feels good. The body is full of power." Chu Yao replied after some thought. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the nearby mists. Immediately after that, a dark being suddenly tore through the mist and rushed towards Chu Yao. Before Xiao Tian could strike, Chu Yao turned around violently and subconsciously raised her right arm. A dark vortex gradually coalesced in the center of her palm. Next moment, the nearby darkness power was mobilized, and a lotus flower condensed by darkness power suddenly surfaced under the feet of that darkness being. The lotus flower appeared at first, instantly expanding and extending 8 petals to completely envelop the dark being. Then it exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Fatsi on the side looked shocked out of a cold sweat. Looking at the goddess of the heart instantly feel not fragrant. A dark being was killed in a second with a single thought. Is this still human? Is this still the national goddess he once thought she was? Moreover, ever since absorbing the power of darkness, Shu Yao's temperament had changed drastically. She started out innocent and effervescent, but now she's a little more unpredictable. Even Xiao Tian was incomparably surprised, not expecting Chu Yao after awakening her beast formation ability to be so terrifying. After recalling Chu Yao's previous attack, Xiao Tian also subconsciously began to think, if the dark being from before was replaced with him, would he be able to withstand this attack? Xiao Tian didn't know because this kind of thing had to be personally tried before he could come up with a definite answer. Thank you, Xiao Tian. Shu Yao turned to look at Xiao Tian and said with incomparable sincerity. She felt pretty good now that she was finally no longer a fish to be slaughtered. If she had gained this power when she was forced into marriage by her parents, she wouldn't have been forced into a corner. Let's go see what's good here. Xiao Tian nodded, then turned around and walked forward. Shu Yao saw this and hurriedly followed. Fatty Hai, on the other hand, walked behind him alone and silently, subconsciously pulling away from Chu Yao at a certain distance. Goddesses are not to be messed with these days, it's better to stay away from some. As the three of them continued to move forward, they also encountered many dark beings along the way, but this time, without Xiao Tian having to make a move, Shu Yao would be able to easily exterminate these dark beings. The more Fatty Hai looked at it, the more alarmed he became. Previously, Shu Yao was the weakest existence within the villa because although she had also gained the power of a spirit beast warrior, in the end, she had not completely unlocked the power of beastification. But now, after Chu Yao absorbed the power of darkness as if he had changed into a different person, he in turn became the weakest person in the villa again. Just then, the three of them suddenly heard a scuffle coming from the front. When the three of them rushed along with the source of the sound, they found two groups of people exchanging blows. Three of them were at a disadvantage, while the five on the other side achieved absolute suppression. This Lingji was obviously discovered by us first. You guys are taking it by force, the woman at the head of the three said viciously. After the dark turmoil descended, this world is supposed to be about the weak and the strong, so what if we take it by force? The man at the head of the five sneered disdainfully. However, right at this moment, the eight people suddenly noticed the three Xiaotian people who appeared on the side at the same time. The eight people froze at the same time, subconsciously feeling that Xiaotian looked somewhat familiar, but they could not recall where they had met. Xiaotian's appearance was indeed familiar to many people. However, this was a forbidden place, and with the thick mists nearby and some distance between the two sides, the few people could not see so truly. Right at this moment, the woman who was the leader of that trio suddenly got up and ran towards Xiaotian. Brother, they are forceful and unreasonable. Help us. As long as you are willing to help us, I am willing to serve you well with my body. The woman knelt down in front of Xiaotian's near front with a soft appearance. Her small white hand pulled Xiaotian's pants leg, lifted her head to look at Xiaotian, and said in a pitiful manner, Chapter 113, Strength is Power. Just grab it. The woman seemed to be worried about Xiaotian's refusal, and as she spoke she was able to pull the hanging shoulder down a few times, revealing a large portion of scenery. The woman's appearance was good, coupled with this pitiful stance at this time, as well as that mouthful of a brother. But it's hard for any normal man to hold on to it. At least the fat C on the side of the eyes are looking straight. If the other pleading person is himself, he guessed that he would have agreed. But who is Xiaotian? He's not just another man who only thinks with his lower body, and putting aside Yen Ruyu, Xin Xiulan and other women at home, just the Chu Yao standing beside him now was definitely not something a woman could compare to. Women have good looks, but in all things, it's the fear of making comparisons. If placed in front of Chu Yao for some comparison, the highs and lows were immediately judged. Get out! Xiaotian's lips slightly opened and faintly spat out this word. Brother, you. The woman did not seem to have thought that she had used up all her cards, but in the end, she had only gotten Xiaotian's word get lost. Is this man crazy? Doesn't he like women? She used to be the school flower, and after graduation, she was the flower of the division, and she was pursued by countless men wherever she went. But now, it was actually rejected by a teenager. Thinking that she hadn't made herself clear, the woman continued to tug on Xiaotian's pants leg and said in a pitiful manner, Brother, as long as you help me, in any position and in any direction, I can satisfy you. Xiaotian's forehead veins rippled. This time he didn't even bother to say anything and directly kicked the woman out. Kid, you seek death. I can't believe I hit someone. It is said that a gentleman moves his mouth but not his hands. Have you ever behaved like this? What kind of man are you? The two men beside the woman reacted and cursed at Xiaotian. Xiaotian was infuriated and laughed at the situation. Just because he was not willing to help them, this group of people started to denigrate and humiliate himself. Is this a case of thinking you look like the good guy and think you're a bully? Xiaotian twisted his head to look at Chu Yao. Dare to kill someone? Ever since Chu Yao came to the villa, It seemed that she hadn't killed a single person. In the current chaotic world, not tolerating killing even if the strength is strong will be a big loss. Killing is not about satisfying your own desires. It's about self-preservation. Dare. Shu Yao nodded, then took a step forward. She had never killed anyone though, not even a chicken or a fish. But after following Xiao Tian for so long, she had also seen many dark sides of human nature. Killing was for self-preservation, and now that she had awakened her animalistic abilities, she would face this sooner or later in the future. Shu Yao stretched out her right hand, and a dark lotus flower suddenly emerged from beneath the feet of the two men. Before the two could figure out what was happening, their bodies were completely covered by the lotus petals before they exploded into a bloody mist. Two muffled sounds came out, and the two died instantly and tragically, not even having the chance to send out a single cry of grief. Dead? The woman who had been kicked out was completely stunned. How could she not have imagined that there was actually someone else who possessed such means? I'm wrong, please let me go. I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing Chu Yao's gaze towards herself, the woman was so frightened that she lost her color and hurriedly kowtowed frantically to pray for forgiveness. Shu Yao couldn't decide what to do and turned to look at Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian did not reply but instead looked at Chu Yao with a smiling face. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Shu Yao already had a decision in her heart and slowly raised her hand to aim at the woman. Next moment, the woman's body was also covered in petals, then exploded into skin fragments. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded appreciatively. Shu Yao was not a chaotic saintly mother, nor was she a woman with big breasts. The best way to face such a person is to drive them out of business in order to eliminate future problems. How does it feel to kill someone for the first time? Xiao Tian asked with a smile. Shu Yao shook her head. Perhaps she's used to seeing such scenes, and didn't feel any discomfort. Xiao Tian nodded and then looked at the five people in front of him. When they saw Xiao Tian's gaze, the five subconsciously retreated backward, panic written all over their faces. They had all watched Shu Yao's strike earlier, killing 3 spirit beast warriors in seconds with just a lift of his hand. This woman's strength was absolutely unfathomable. Everywhere in the Forbidden Land was full of danger. Not only did one need to face the dark beings that could appear at any time, they also needed to watch out for other spirit beast warriors. If you consume too much here, you definitely lose more than you gain. We don't know them. We'll leave you all alone now. The man at the head of the group was quite sensible. After saying that, he intended to retreat with the people around him. Wait, Xiao Tian, however, suddenly called out to a few people. Leave the stuff. The man in charge subconsciously looked at the 5 Lingji in his hand. These 5 Ganoderma lucidums were blood-colored, and each one was the size of a palm. Racial is also found on the blue planet and is quite diverse, but these 5 Lingji in the man's hands were not ordinary things. These Lingji were products of the Forbidden Land. As long as it was swallowed, no matter what level of spirit beast warrior it was, it could instantly recover the power it had consumed. But apparently as good as things are, you need a life to enjoy them. After some equity, the man finally put down the 5 Lingji and nodded at Xiao Tian and the others before leaving quickly with his men. Big brother, these 5 spirit Ganoderma contain extremely strong life force within them, and after swallowing them, they can instantly heal the injuries and depletion in the body. After picking up the Lingji and observing it briefly, Fatty Hai said with incomparable excitement, put it away. Xiao Tian nodded and then continued on his way with the 2 of them. This time, the 3 had only been on the road for a short time when they encountered another accident. It turned out to be a group of people fighting over a special crystal. The crystal was a light blue color, and there was a special power flowing inside. This crystal Xiao Tian knew that it was an extremely strong material that could be used to create various weapons. Spirit beast warriors actually needed weapons, and how good or bad a weapon was could even determine whether a battle was won or lost. It was just that at this current stage, the spirit beast warriors were generally weak, so they couldn't be used for the time being. At this moment, there were 3 teams of people striking out at each other, fighting over the crystal. There were 6 people from each of the 3 teams, and the scene looked incredibly chaotic as the 6 spirit beast warriors struck out at the same time. Big brother, should we watch the fire from the other side of the river and then do a yellow bird? Fatty Hai scratched his head and suddenly proposed. No need. Xiao Tian shook his head and walked directly towards the direction of the battlefield of a few people as he spoke. Let's just go directly over there. Things like watching the fire from across the river were things that only happened when there wasn't much of a difference in strength between the 2 sides. However, the levels of the 3 teams in front of them were generally no more than level 21. On the contrary, Xiao Tian's rank had long surpassed theirs, and under the absolute suppression of strength, any other plotting and scheming was all bull asterisk. Since you're strong enough, just go out and do a hard grab and be done with it. Fatty Hai also instantly understood Xiao Tian's meaning. Just as Xiao Tian's trio stepped out of the mist, the 3 parties discovered them at the same time. Before they could take the lead, Fatty Hai stood out with his arms crossed in arrogance and said, This crystal has been spotted by my big brother. Now put down your stuff and you can get lost. Chapter 114 18 Worlds Descend. Looking at Fatty Hai, who had his arms crossed and an extremely arrogant expression, the three parties froze at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There was a long silence, and I don't know who suddenly came up with this. Fatty Hai frowned and backhandedly pulled out a talisman from his waist and threw it out. He was harmless in front of Xiao Tian and the others, but in the end, he was also the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Boom! The talisman suddenly exploded above the three parties, turning into countless golden threads that bound everyone in place. What the hell is this? What tactics is this fatty using? I can't move. All of them were shocked as the golden threads lassoed their limbs, fixing them in place as if they were crosses. And the golden silk threads were extremely tough. No matter how hard they tried to break free, they were always ineffective. Fatty Hai walked forward with a big grin and came close to a middle-aged man. That asterisk 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 was just called out by this person. Are you good? Fatty Hai threw out a slap. The middle-aged man ate the pain with a cry. His eyes red and angry cursed. Do you know who I am? I'm not your father. What does who you are have to do with me? Fatty Hai laughed in anger and backhanded another slap. The middle-aged man angry wailing. But because the limbs are bound cannot help Fatty Hai. I like you like this. Obviously upset but unable to me over. Fatty Hai smiled unusually brightly. Then he stuck out his head as if pretending to be a bully and provoked. You hit me. You hit me. Xiao Tian and Chu Yao in the front looked at each other before covering their faces at the same time. This was the 96th time Xiao Tian doubted Fatty Hai's true identity. To be reasonable, who is a celestial master like Fatty Hai? Giving some sunshine is brilliant. Giving some opportunity to pretend perhaps. The Dragon Tiger Mountain in Daeju City is really depleted of talent. Otherwise how could this fat bastard become a contemporary heavenly master? However, right at this moment, the golden threads that bound the crowd suddenly and rapidly became dim. There was a click. The three parties broke free of the golden threads at the same time and regained their freedom. Xiao Tian could have sworn to the heavens that he didn't even react. He just blinked his eyes. When he came back to his senses once again, he realized that Fatty Hai, who was 10 meters away, had restood beside him at an unknown time. Look ahead like nobody's business. Xiao Tian, strike together and finish them off first. After moving his limbs, the middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Fatty Hai and shouted angrily. The rest of them all reacted and rushed towards Fatty Hai's direction at the same time. Originally, their three parties were fighting in full swing, when Fatty Hai suddenly rushed out to bind the crowd, and also uttered words of humiliation. Where can they stand it? Therefore, they intended to join forces for the time being and take care of Xiao Tian's group first. It was only a pity that the fog was so big that they did not see Xiao Tian's appearance. Otherwise they would definitely not dare to make a move even if they were given 100 guts. Seeing this, Fatty Hai did not have any panic, but instead stood calmly in place. His own big brother was standing right in front of him. Even if these people were really powerful, they would never touch a hair on his head. In an instant, the middle-aged man rushed to Fatty Hai's near front. His hands transformed into tiger palms, and he just wanted to slam his fist down at Fatty Hai. However, his eyes inadvertently glanced to the side and noticed Xiao Tian's presence. At such a close distance, he finally got a good look at Xiao Tian. The faces in front of me overlapped infinitely with the faces in my memory. The middle-aged man's body trembled, and he let out a scream of fright. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then he was casually killed by Xiao Tian with a slap. The crowd at the back was still unclear about what had happened, only to suddenly hear the middle-aged man's shocked cry before he was slapped on the head. It wasn't clear what was going on, but how could so many of them be intimidated by three people? So the crowd continued to charge forward desperately. They were all thinking of continuing to fight for the crystal after resolving the Fatty Hai trio. Just then, the second unlucky person rushed close to Xiao Tian and also got a good look at Xiao Tian. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Snap. Like the middle-aged man from earlier, this person first let out a cry of shock, and then his head was simply and roughly smashed by Xiao Tian. Soon, third, fourth, fifth. It wasn't until there were only 3 people left on the scene that the 3 realized something was wrong, but when they wanted to run away it was already too late. 3 black lotus flowers bloomed from the soles of their feet. It covered them in an instant. With 3 muffled sounds, the 3 of them exploded at the same time. After breezing through the 3 parties, Xiao Tian then stepped forward to pick up the crystal. The 3 continued on their way. However, shortly after getting on the road this time, Xiao Tian had a feeling of restlessness. He stopped suddenly, his gaze sharply scanning the surroundings. Big brother, is there something to discover? Fatty Hai couldn't help but ask when he saw this. Chu Yao followed suit and looked at Xiao Tian curiously. No. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and shook his head. It just suddenly feels strange, like someone is spying on us, but I don't sense the presence of anyone else around. Xiao Tian didn't think much about it and only thought it was an illusion. But as the few people continued to move forward, this feeling of being spied on grew stronger instead of disappearing. This also finally made Xiao Tian realize that this was not an illusion, but that he was really being spied on. Just being spied on and not being able to perceive the presence of the other party himself. The other party's strength was clearly above his own, and it's far beyond yourself. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian's blood boiled throughout his body, and he was already ready to enter the battle state at any time. An enemy whose strength far exceeded his own, an existence of this level he hadn't encountered so far. Not bad for a variant, actually sensing our presence. Right at that moment, a shadowy laughter suddenly rang out from the dimly lit space. Immediately afterward, a shadow covered in mist appeared in front of the trio. Dark Lord? After seeing the figure clearly, Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and said subconsciously, "That's right, I am none other than the Triple Heavenly Sovereign." The Triple Heaven Sovereign spoke indifferently, then continued, "You've destroyed two of my sovereigns one after another. That's really good." Xiao Tian said indifferently, "You should not have appeared here just to say this nonsense, right? Worthy of being the kid who killed two lords one after another. He is indeed arrogant." The Triple Heavens Lord Jia sneered. Xiao Tian's rampancy was beyond his imagination. This seat is in charge of 18 worlds under its banner, and all 18 of these worlds are worlds that were once devoured by this seat. The beings of these worlds have been corrupted by darkness and have completely become part of my Dark Ones. This seat has completely opened up the passage between these 18 and the Blue Star, and you will know all of this when you leave the Forbidden Land. This is considered a great gift from this seat to you, and I hope this great gift is something you will enjoy. After the Triple Heaven Sovereign finished speaking, he laughed loudly as his figure gradually disappeared into thin air. The crisis is lifted. However, Xiao Tian's heart was instantly in his throat. The passages of the 18 worlds have been opened to the Blue Star. So what's the situation with Blue Star now? Can the villa's defenses withstand this crisis? Chapter 115, Despair like the destruction of the world. Big brother, what should we do now? Fatty Hai and Shu Yao both had equally ugly faces. The beings of the 18 worlds all merged into the darkness, and now the passageways of these 18 worlds were connected to the Blue Star. Hell, I don't know what will become of Blue Star afterward. Although the general situation of these 18 worlds was unclear, there were billions of humans on the blue planet alone. The beings on other worlds are not expected to be too few. Even if there were only 1 billion living beings in one world, 18 worlds added up to 18 billion living beings. 18 billion beings descending on the blue planet at the same time. What kind of impact will this bring? To say it's the end of the world would be an understatement. I still underestimated the Dark Lord. Xiao Tian exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and forced himself to calm down. Previously, he only felt that the gap that existed between the Dark Lords was only in terms of strength, but now he realized that he was quite completely wrong. The One Heaven Sovereign was destroyed by Xiao Tian before he could completely descend. The Dual Heaven Sovereign forcefully descended and was similarly snuffed out in advance by Xiao Tian. The strength and methods of these two great masters were mediocre, which caused Xiao Tian to not be too wary of the three Heavens Masters behind him. Results now. The third Heavenly Sovereign had used this means even though he hadn't yet descended, connecting the 18 worlds. This was still only the third Heavenly Master. If it was the 4, or even 5 Heavenly Masters in the back, what kind of heaven-defying means should they possess? Xiao Tian didn't dare to think about it, but it was pointless to think too much now. They should first consider how to get through the immediate crisis. First, find the spatial vortex and leave this place. Xiao Tian made an immediate decision. Now that we know that Blue Star is in a crisis situation, we can't continue to stay here. The three of them began to return the way they came, and soon found the space vortex and left it without incident. With a flash of light, the trio left the Forbidden Land and returned to Blue Star. Looking at the Great Confucian City in front of them, the three of them froze at the same time. The original Great Confucian City was also a bustling city, though it had become much more desolate after the effects of the Dark Unrest. But it's good to see how prosperous it once was. Now, however, the entire city has become flat. Almost all the tall buildings collapsed into piles of rubble. Skyscrapers, upscale apartments, residential neighborhoods, downtown stadiums, all kinds of buildings, almost all of them were destroyed beyond recognition, and even the concrete floors were destroyed. We've only been gone for less than an hour, right? Fatty Haikai's mouth opened wide, incomparably stunned. What in the world has happened to Blue Star during this period of time? Shu Yao followed suit and murmured softly. Fatty Hai suddenly noticed something and hastily pointed to the sky. Big brother, look! Xiao Tian looked up and saw that 18 huge black holes had appeared above the sky at some unknown time. The black hole was bottomless and slowly rotating, like a hideous mouth crazily spitting out rich dark power. The entire world was completely covered in darkness. At the same time, countless black shadows flashed out of these 18 gigantic black holes at any given moment, spreading crazily throughout the entire Blue Star. These black shadows weren't insects or animals or anything like that, but rather, They were each otherworldly beings infested with darkness. Just a single glance made the two of them, Fatty Hai and Chu Yao, tremble with fear. So many otherworldly beings. They felt despair just by looking at it, and it was hard to imagine so many otherworldly beings descending on Blue Star at the same time. What a scene it would be now across the Blue Star globe. Let's go back to the villa first. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. For now, we can only go back to the villa first. Let's hope that the villa's defenses can withstand this onslaught. The villa's defenses Xiao Tian had pulled to their fullest, and Yen Ruyu and the others all possessed a certain amount of combat power. And there's the dark ancient tree outside the villa to hold up the field. More importantly, even if the passageways of the 18 worlds were now connected to the Blue Star, it would be impossible to teleport over too many otherworldly beings at once. The three of them were silent as they quickly hurried in the direction of the villa at the same time. As far as riding in a car is concerned, there is no such thing. Everything was now in ruins as far as the eye could see. Even the tall buildings had been destroyed as much as they could be, and the vehicles on the road had long since become piles of metal shards. The good thing is that it's not very far from the direction of the villa. In 10 minutes the trio managed to make it to the villa. Other villas in the vicinity of the villa area have long been razed to the ground. However, the villa where Yen Ruyu and the others were located was unharmed. A shocking battle was breaking out outside the villa at the moment. Tens of thousands of humanoid figures were frantically attacking the villa. Their entire bodies were covered with the power of darkness, as if they were walking corpses. Terrifying hissing sounds continuously exploded the sky. It was a good thing that the villa's defenses were firm enough, and all the directions were reinforced by materials obtained from the Forbidden Land. The attacks of these otherworldly beings could not shake the villa's defenses for the time being. Moreover, outside of the villa, Yen Ruyu and the others had already joined the battlefield, and Yen Tiansheng had already entered his animalistic state to begin fighting the otherworldly beings. Yen Ruyu, on the other hand, was at the back using her power to heal Yen Tiansheng's injuries. Even Shin Xiulan had taken out an assault rifle and was frantically pulling the trigger at the otherworldly beings. At the entrance of the villa, the dark ancient tree's body swelled, and countless vines madly jerked and flung at the otherworldly beings. Every time the whip fell there were dozens of otherworldly beings that were shattered into blood mist. But it couldn't help that there were a large number of otherworldly beings, and when a batch of otherworldly beings were exterminated, they would soon be filled with new ones. I can't hold it much longer. Just then, Yen Tiansheng, who was at the forefront, gasped and said loudly. His body was already hung with colors and his strength was nearly depleted. The gang of monsters that appeared out of nowhere suddenly appeared to start destroying the city and then started attacking the villa in a frenzy. In order to prevent the villa's defenses from being breached, Yen Tiansheng could only personally go out and surround them. But he was only one person in the end, and even with Yen Ruyu's healing power he had already reached his limit. Dad, hold on for a while longer. Xiao Tian and the others will definitely be back soon, Yen Ruyu said loudly. Without stopping to heal Yen Tiansheng's body, she had also reached her limit long ago. I should have known that I would have continued to stay in the dark Forbidden Land in the first place. What's going on here now? The dark ancient tree's entire tree went numb. Tens of thousands of otherworldly beings were frantically besieging him. This kind of scene was quite shocking to him as well. With enough ants even an elephant can be bitten. With so many otherworldly beings, even if Xiao Tian returned, he estimated that it would be difficult to change the situation. Blue Star, it looks like it's going to be over. Just as everyone was exhausted and gradually became despondent, Xiao Tian's trio finally appeared on the scene. Chapter 116, Siege of the Zombies. The dark ancient tree was the first to discover the returning Xiao Tian trio and almost burst into old tears with excitement. Not so much a small farewell. Mostly, he's bitter. The only two people in the villa who currently had any real combat power were him and Yen Tiansheng. However, although Yen Tiansheng was a spirit beast warrior, his fighting strength was not considered impressive, and at best, he was sturdy and durable. He was a human sandbag that drew fire and killed a rather limited number of otherworldly beings. To put it bluntly, Yen Tiansheng's mission was to take a beating. Unlike the dark ancient tree, not only did he have to take a beating, he also had to make a move to exterminate these otherworldly beings. Even though he was much richer in terms of attacking means than Yen Tiansheng, he was still unable to do anything in the face of the otherworldly beings that came in like a tidal wave, and because of his huge size, he draws the most fire. Almost half of the otherworldly beings on the scene simultaneously locked their gazes on him and attacked frantically towards him. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian's trio directly entered the battle state after witnessing the battle at the scene. Xiao Tian entered his animalized state and instantly exterminated a large swath of otherworldly beings in a single sprint. Although these otherworldly beings were numerous, their strength was relatively ordinary, and none of them were spiritually intelligent. Unlike the mutant beasts, even at the beginning of the Dark Unrest, the mutant beasts had a bit of their own spiritual intelligence. These otherworldly beings, however, had been completely corrupted by darkness, and they were more like zombies in a doomsday movie. neither able to think nor perceive pain. It was as if they only knew how to attack mindlessly. Chu Yao's side also struck out. Her jade hand waved, and a black lotus flower continuously condensed and successively exploded at the scene. Every time a black lotus blossomed, another worldly being spilled their blood on the spot. Fatty High Side was also not idle. A piece of talisman paper in his hand was thrown out by him, and the fire instantly covered a large area. The other worldly beings that were within the range of the flames were cremated and ascended to heaven on the spot without exception. At this moment, the Fat Sea eyes are sharp, and the strikes are also quite decisive and ruthless. But there is a contemporary style of the Heavenly Master. As the three Shao Tians struck out at the same time, the situation on the scene was instantly rewritten. The army of otherworldly beings was hardened by the three of them blasting out a gaping hole. Yan Tianshang, who was fighting a fierce battle outside the villa, also noticed Shao Tian's trio in the crowd, and his eyes reddened a little at that time. He was ready to die. If Shao Tian did not return, he would pull on the dark ancient tree to break his back and block these otherworldly beings, then let Yen Ruyu and the other women go first. It was good that Shao Tian was back now, and he doesn't have to go to his death. Shao Tian, Yen Ruyu and Xin Xiulan, who were inside the villa's gate, also noticed Shao Tian in the crowd at the same time, and their eyes glowed at the same time. Originally somewhat exhausted, they didn't know what was going on and suddenly felt a burst of power. Yen Ruyu began to desperately try to recover Yin Tianxing's injuries. Shen Xiulan, on the other hand, stepped on the steps with one foot, wiping off the fragrant sweat on her forehead, and gripped the submachine gun with both hands and tightened the trigger with a deadly grip. Da-da-da-da! Red-colored fire dragons continuously erupted from the muzzle of the gun, shooting the otherworldly beings along the way into a hornet's nest. But such means of attack were not fatal, and these otherworldly beings could still move freely even though their bodies were shot with thousands of holes. Shao Tian's side also realized that something was wrong. In his animalized state, he was able to tear otherworldly beings in two with a single claw. However, what frightened Shao Tian was that even after being split in two, these guys still possessed aggressiveness. It's like the undefeatable. These things, are they all immortal? Shao Tian murmured softly with his brows furrowed. Brother Shao Tian, all of these otherworldly living beings have been eroded by the power of darkness and they can no longer be called living beings. The head is their weak point. Only by attacking the head will they die completely. Right at this moment, Bai Xiaotian appeared out of nowhere and shouted at Shao Tian. The villa is divided into a front door and a back door. Yen Ruyu and the others defended the front door while she was alone in the back. It was a good thing that she was a dark vanguard and her own strength was not low. Plus there weren't many otherworldly beings at the back door, so she was able to hold out until now. Upon hearing Bai Xiaotian's reminder, Shao Tian did not talk nonsense and slapped the head of the otherworldly being in front of him. Having his head smashed by the slap, this otherworldly being hissed, and then became completely motionless. It really works. Seeing that there was an effect, Shao Tian quickly adjusted his mindset and struck out specifically towards the otherworldly being's head. The same was true for Chu Yao and the others. Luckily, there were no accidents, and the otherworldly beings whose heads were blown apart lost their movements almost instantly. However, the number of these otherworldly beings was simply too many, and even with the addition of Shao Tian's three, it still seemed like a drop in the bucket. The Yin Soul streamer on Shao Tian's body shook, and an army of thousands of dark beings appeared at the same time to kill the otherworldly beings. This is an unprecedented battle. It was an encounter between the dark beings and the otherworldly beings. It was good to know the opponent's weaknesses, and the battle went quite well. In half an hour's time, all the otherworldly beings were killed. Shao Tian also retrieved the army of dark living beings. If you'd come back a little slower, I'd probably have died right here. The dark ancient tree looked at Shao Tian slyly and sighed. You Blue Star are so dangerous. The corner of Shao Tian's mouth trembled. Compared to the Blue Star, Dark Forbidden Land was the real danger. There were dark beings everywhere. There might even be elite-level dark beings, as well as the Dark Lord's dark dependents. For the dark ancient tree, though, the Forbidden Land was indeed safer than Blue Star. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Thanks a lot this time. Shao Tian looked at the corpses of otherworldly beings near the dark ancient tree that had already accumulated to the height of a small mountain and said in silence for a moment, when I have time, I'll give you a whole lot of organic fertilizer to taste. Dark ancient tree. I'm a dark ancient tree, not a normal tree on your blue planet. Lazi doesn't eat. Shao Tian. Right at this moment, Yen Ruyu and the other women also arrived near Shao Tian. Bai Xiaotian even sweetly shouted out Brother Shao Tian and then reached out her hand to embrace Shao Tian. Luckily, he was pushed away by Shao Tian in time. What's going on in Deju City right now? It was too late to be melodramatic, so Shao Tian inquired about the current situation in Great Confucian City. Actually, we don't know what happened. Yen Tianshang pointed to the 18 black holes in the sky. These 18 black holes suddenly appeared before countless beings descended at the same time, and the city of Great Confusion City instantly collapsed by a large margin, and countless spirit beast warriors directly died in battle. Xiao Tian pursed his lips and said nothing. Almost all of the existing spirit beast warriors in Daeju City had fought side by side with him, facing the threat of the Dark Lord head-on together. Now that Great Confusion City was suffering such an end, it was impossible for Xiao Tian to sit back and do nothing. I'm going to go outside to see if there are any survivors left, so you guys stay inside the villa and don't move around. And if anything happens, call me directly. After ordering everything, Xiao Tian turned around and left. Chapter 117, Loss of Character. While it's wrong to be a Madonna in the cruel end times, that doesn't mean that it's okay to give up on those who still hold on to their hearts. The spirit beast warriors of Daeju City showed the dark side of humanity even at the beginning of the outbreak of the dark unrest. However, since submitting to Xiao Tian, they had not done anything out of the ordinary, and even as long as Xiao Tian needed them, they were always ready to respond at a moment's notice. So at this point in time, Xiao Tian felt that he had the need to go and see the situation for himself. Brother Xiao Tian, there are too many of these otherworldly beings. I'll go with you. Xiao Tian called out to Xiao Tian. She came close to Xiao Tian and raised her small face to look at Xiao Tian with a sincere expression. I'm safer on my own instead. There are too many people and too big a target, so you guys just stay in the villa and contact me if anything happens. Xiao Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and quickly dodged and disappeared at the end of the horizon. In the meantime, elsewhere in the city of Daeju, similar battles were being staged. On the hallway of a certain upscale villa, two spirit beast warriors were fighting constantly against otherworldly beings. The two of them utilized their special abilities to continuously launch attacks on the otherworldly beings. Hardly by virtue of the building's narrow terrain, the hordes of otherworldly beings were stopped. I can't do it anymore. My power is too depleted. I can't hold on much longer. We're afraid we're going to die. The middle-aged man with the tiger's back and waist suddenly gasped and said with a heart of gold. His fingernails changed into sharp claws, and with each swing, he tore off the body organs of an otherworldly being. But these otherworldly beings were simply undefeatable. And even though their hearts were pierced through, they were actually unaffected. And at a glance, the lower part of the building was filled with blackened otherworldly beings, the kind that couldn't be seen to the end. There are so many of them and they are immortal. Anyone who encounters such a situation will gradually disintegrate their willpower and become despondent. For good reason. How the hell did these ghosts appear? Just like the zombies in the movie. They can't be beaten at all. The other one also gritted his teeth and started to whine, but in the next moment it was like he thought of something. Could the weakness of these guys be in their heads, just like the zombies? The two froze outright and proceeded to tentatively and deliberately launch an attack on the otherworldly being's head. Bang! An otherworldly being's head was directly pierced through by a sharp claw. Dark blood sprayed all over the ground, then collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. It works! The two of them brightened up and couldn't help but exclaim. These guys' weakness is really their heads. But soon, the two calmed down again. Although the weaknesses of these guys were already known, the number of opponents was just too much. Whenever an otherworldly being fell, a new otherworldly being would soon fill the vacancy. It's hard for them to change anything even if they know the weaknesses of the other side. Looks like we're bound to die today. As the two gradually began to run out of stamina, they chose to start backing up, gradually retreating to the roof of the cell block. Losing the cover of the narrow hallway, the two had been struggling more and more to deal with the otherworldly beings. I don't know if we can still survive jumping from here with our physical qualities. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke. The other man also looked down at the street below. The district building they were in was nearly 300 meters in height, and even if a spirit beast warrior fell from such a height, he would more than likely have to play on the spot. You obviously can't jump from here and live. And with that look, both men despaired at the same time. The downstairs was densely filled with otherworldly beings and had been surrounded. The number is at least 10,000 or so. What kind of monsters are these? How come there are so many of them? The two of them gazed into the distance and were shocked to find that a mutant beast had actually appeared not far away. The situation of this mutant beast was the same as theirs at the moment, being surrounded by hundreds of otherworldly beings. It soon fell into a disadvantage, and its huge body was torn to shreds by the otherworldly beings before it was gradually devoured. The two subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, completely panicking. These things were simply more terrifying than even the altered beasts, and they actually didn't even spare the altered beasts. They are like wild ghosts that have been hungry for 3 days and nights, the kind that want to eat goods alive when they see them coming in. In a situation like this, it might be best to just jump off the roof of the building and end yourself. At least the pain can be avoided. Just as the two were struggling internally, ready to close their eyes and jump to the outcome of this life, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. After this figure appeared, it quickly caught the attention of the surrounding otherworldly beings, and a large swath of them all surrounded towards him at the same time, but only to see this figure waved his hand, and no less than 1,000 figures actually appeared densely packed around him. Under the attack of these 1,000 figures, the otherworldly beings began to retreat. The figure also quickly approached the neighborhood building. The two also finally got a good look at the man's figure. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's the god of Shao. Both of them exclaimed at the same time, and Ben's despairing eyes instantly filled with light. The god of Shao has come to their rescue. You guys hold on. Shao Tian looked up at the two people on the roof of the building, then led the dark beings to kill directly in the direction of the building. There was no way around it. The current him had lost his ability to fly, and could only approach the two in this way. With Shao Tian's appearance, the two of them were no longer sitting around waiting for death, but instead, they re-exploded their power to fight against the otherworldly beings in front of them. 10 minutes or less. Shao Tian then killed his way to the roof of the building and managed to kill all the otherworldly beings before the two of them were exhausted. God Shao, you're practically my own father. Shao Tian had just put away the army of dark beings when the two of them knelt down in front of him and hugged their pants legs as they howled miserably with snot and tears. As powerful spirit beast warriors, they had never imagined that one day they would be this powerless. Okay, are you all clear on where the others are? Shao Tian suddenly asked in a loud voice. No. The two men nodded their heads, and one of them hurriedly took out his cell phone and handed it to Shao Tian. All the spirit beast warriors in Daeju City have formed their own group chat, and all of us have kept in touch. Shao Tian took the cell phone and looked at it. We love each other. We are one family in Oru. This is the name of the group chat. The corner of Shao Tian's mouth twitched as he watched, and then he clicked into the group chat to check it out. The moment. Messages are constantly being sent to the group. It's over. I'm surrounded. What the hell are these monsters? They can't be beaten, and they're outnumbered to death. It's over. I just saw a mutant beast being torn apart and devoured alive by them. I feel like I'm going to follow in their footsteps. Our city is finished. Someone help me. Chapter 118, Rescue Operation, officially begun. Shao Tian swept through the information and roughly understood the situation of the other people in Great Confusion City. It seems that everyone else has also encountered a siege of otherworldly beings. These otherworldly beings are not considered too strong in combat. Disgusting in the sense that they are tenacious enough to keep moving if they can't destroy their heads. And the number is also quite horrible. Consuming can also consume people to death. The other spirit beast warriors in the Great Confusion City did not have such a heaven-defying chance as Shao Tian, and they were not able to summon an army of dark living spirits with their hands. Think differently. If Shao Tian did not have these armies of dark living spirits, with his current strength, it would be difficult to break through the encirclement of the otherworldly living spirits. It's true what they say, the volume is huge. What a triple heavenly sovereign. Shao Tian put down his cell phone and put one hand on his chest and tilted his head to the sky. You'd better not give me a chance to get caught by me, or you'll be old and miserable. Anyway, he had now killed 2 Dark Lords in a row and had already made an enemy of the entire Dark One clan. As long as there was an opportunity, Shao Tian did not mind killing one more sovereign. God Shao. Now that the entire Great Confusion City has been destroyed by these guys, what should we do now? Right at this moment, the two of them looked at Shao Tian at the same time and asked the question that they were most concerned about. Everyone grew up and became adults in the city of Daeju, and it was their last refuge after the outbreak of the Dark Unrest. Now that the city of Daeju was almost dried up into a ruin, it was clearly not a place to continue living. And now that the cold snap is still going on, they'll have to change places soon to survive. But where were they going to go after leaving the city of Daeju? Without the Great Confusion City, you can still go to the Heavenly Vault City. Shao Tian retracted his gaze and said with a calm demeanor, a long time ago, Shao Tian had managed to subdue the entire Sky Vault City. However, the current Heavenly Vault City was all taken care of by Feng Lonka for the time being. When things ended over here, Shao Tian could take the people from Great Confusion City to Heavenly Vault City. Now that the city of Daeju was alone, the villa area is no longer safe. The shelter will have to be rebuilt, but there was no point in thinking about this now. The priority was to free the other spirit beast warriors as soon as possible. Dare you follow me to the rescue? Shao Tian suddenly asked. The two looked at each other and nodded vigorously. We are your people. God Shao, we will do whatever you tell us to do. Soon, the group of 3 left the neighborhood and sped quickly in the direction of the other survivors. Inside a fire station, 3 spirit beast warriors were leaning against the iron gate of the fire station and were confronting a group of otherworldly beings. The number of these otherworldly beings was only about 1,000. And although it wasn't considered too much, this number was quite terrifying for the 3 of them. Moreover, the 3 did not find the weakness of the otherworldly beings, which led to the fact that no matter how they attacked, the otherworldly beings were always energized. As the otherworldly beings continued to attack, the steel gate had gradually twisted and deformed, and was about to fail to hold on. The 3 of them had also reached the limit of their physical strength, but they could only watch the scene in despair. Once the iron gate was lost, all the otherworldly beings would rush in at the same time. and they would surely die at that time. It's over. The three of them sighed at the same time, despair and fear growing wildly in their hearts. Even spirit beast warriors couldn't help but tremble in the face of life and death. But just then, there was a sudden commotion outside the fire station, followed by patches of otherworldly beings getting their heads blown off with a single blow. In just less than a few minutes of effort, these thousands of otherworldly beings were all killed. Three figures also appeared outside the fire station gates. A few people raised their heads and looked outward suspiciously, and when they saw Xiao Tian's face, they instantly jumped 3 meters high in place in excitement. It's the god of Xiao. It's God Xiao coming to save us. God Xiao is really a great person. Quite a few people in the darkness turmoil are unable to take care of themselves, and God Xiao actually came to save us personally. I told you a long time ago, it's absolutely right to follow God Xiao. God Xiao is awesome. The three of them blushed and shouted that God Xiao was awesome, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Even his deflated body had regained strength due to Xiao Tian's appearance. Xiao Tian's entire body was somewhat speechless. Just after arriving on the scene and slaying these otherworldly beings, he heard the three shouting about how great they were. It's a really weird feeling. Are all fine? Looking at the excited trio who came to his eyes, Xiao Tian spoke out. If you're alright, follow me to save the people. After hearing that Xiao Tian was going to continue to rescue the others, the three were greatly encouraged and did not hesitate to choose to follow Xiao Tian. So the group of 6 continued on their way. The next destination the crowd arrived at was a school building beyond. The outside of the school had also been surrounded by otherworldly beings, which hissed and frantically gnawed at the concrete walls outside the school, as well as the metal gates. They are like zombies in a movie, if not even more horrifying. After all, zombies only eat people, and with these otherworldly beings, any living thing will be on their plate. And what's even more perverted is that they'll even nibble on all kinds of metal, as well as concrete and other buildings. On the school building, there were several spirit beast warriors who were attacking these otherworldly beings remotely. Xiao Tian had already posted a message in the group in advance, informing the crowd of where the weaknesses of the otherworldly beings were bagged. All of the attacks of these spirit beast warriors on the roof of the building were aimed at the heads of the otherworldly beings, but there were only 3 of them, and they couldn't help the terrifying number of otherworldly beings, and it was only a matter of time before the school was overrun. Brothers, hold on. God Xiao is almost here to save us. As long as we hold on for a little while longer, we'll be able to survive. The rough man at the head shouted loudly, then raised his right arm. The sweaty hairs above his arm instantly coarsened into a sharp spike, and exploded at the otherworldly beings below. Whoosh! 3 spikes pierced through the heads of 3 otherworldly beings, but soon new otherworldly beings swooped in to fill the void and began to continue chewing on the school gates. Click! A few minutes later, the school gates were finally breached by the otherworldly beings, and a large number of otherworldly beings quickly poured in like a tidal wave. Seeing this scene, the few people on the roof of the building nearly all despaired. But right at this moment, Xiao Tian and the others arrived here in time. It's God Xiao. We're saved. At the end of half a day, almost all of the surviving spirit beast warriors in Great Confusion City were successfully saved by Xiao Tian. A few of them were also gnawed to pieces by the otherworldly beings because they couldn't hold on. As for ordinary people, many of them left the area of their own accord at the beginning of the cold wave. Ordinary people who continued to choose to stay in the city of Daeju also died outright miserable deaths long before the otherworldly beings descended upon them. In a chaotic world, that is how it is. Weak strength will face the risk of dying violently at any time. And this was the case with Xiao Tian in his previous life. Chapter 119, Evacuate Your Hometown. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in front of Xiao Tian's villa. The gate of the villa had been tightly closed, and occasionally one could still see the fallen otherworldly beings rushing towards the villa like crazy, but they were all easily taken care of by the dark ancient tree outside the villa. As for Xiao Tian and his group, they discussed their future plans within the villa. Inside the villa parlor, everyone's faces were incomparably grave as they all looked at Xiao Tian in front at the same time, and no one spoke. Xiao Tian had long been the default leader in the hearts of the people of Great Confusion City. Now that the Great Confusion City was nearly reduced to a ruin under the attack of the otherworldly beings, they were already in 6 minds and could only rely on Xiao Tian at this time. What's next for all of you? Xiao Tian paced back and forth with his hands behind his back and suddenly stopped to look at the crowd and asked, God Xiao, we'll follow you. We'll do whatever you say. That's right, we all listen to you. If it wasn't for God Xiao, I would have starved to death long ago. It was God Xiao who gave me a mouthful of food to eat, and now he's even more kind to me. We'll all listen to you. The crowd raised their voices and chanted. Their attitude was simple. They would do whatever Xiao Tian told them to do. And the reason why the crowd was behaving the way they were now was not just because Xiao Tian had saved their lives. This was more of a personality charm that belonged uniquely to Xiao Tian. Under the dark and turbulent environment, he still managed to keep his original heart, treating his enemies ruthlessly and mercilessly. and treating the people around him with affection and righteousness, even when facing strangers, as long as they did not make an enemy of Xiao Tian would not take the initiative to make trouble. Moreover, Xiao Tian had always done things with the idea of a win-win situation. It is this manner of behavior that makes the crowd react the way they do now. If Xiao Tian was replaced with any other spirit beast warrior, his strength had reached the strongest in Daeju City, and he had also monopolized the vast majority of the supplies. Instead of taking out resources to help other spirit beast warriors tide over their difficulties, such a person would be considered benevolent if he didn't even take the initiative to drive them to extinction. Seeing the crowd take a stance like this, Xiao Tian nodded and then looked at Fatty Hai, who was on the side. Fatty Hai coughed lightly, scanning the crowd, and said slowly, "I believe everyone has seen that now that the other worldly beings have invaded, our great Confucian city has been nearly completely destroyed. According to what I've learned, at the moment, only our city of Daeju has been hit by a wave of other worldly beings for the first time, and the other cities are still intact for the time being. The city of Daeju is definitely not staying, and if you want to continue to survive, you will have to change to a new place, and Sky Vault City, it's a good place to go. It's also my big brother's territory. I believe that's something you're all aware of." The crowd did not answer, but nodded frequently. The Heavenly Vault City had already been taken under Xiao Tian's banner, something that all the spirit beast warriors in the Great Confucian City were aware of. "I have a question." Just then, one of the spirit beast warriors raised his hand and said cautiously, "Speak." Xiao Tian nodded. That spirit beast warrior gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, "The number of otherworldly beings is constant. Their first target is the city of Great Confucianism, and no one can guarantee that they won't attack other cities. Heavenly Vault City is the closest to Great Confucian City. If these otherworldly beings continue to attack Heavenly Vault City, won't we have to continue to flee?" The moment he said this, the people at the scene looked at each other in disbelief and fell into a dead silence. Indeed, though it is true that at the moment the city of Daeju cannot continue to survive and they must be forced to relocate, but to migrate in one fell swoop would seem pointless. The root cause of this crisis was these otherworldly beings, and if they couldn't solve this fundamental problem, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, it would be meaningless, because sooner or later, the otherworldly beings will catch up. When we arrive at Sky Vault City, I will form a defense line. These otherworldly beings are numerous but don't have much combat power. Blocking them won't be much of a problem. Xiao Tian said truthfully. According to his estimation, these otherworldly beings descended on the city of Daeju, and their next target should be the entire Blue Star. Unsurprisingly, all the cities on the Blue Planet are hard to escape. It was pointless to flee anywhere. The only thing they could do was to resist the onslaught of otherworldly beings, but that's still just the most basic requirement. If you wanted to solve the fundamental problem, you had to kill the Triple Sky Lord. As long as the Triple Heaven Sovereign was killed, the black hole above the sky could be closed before the invasion of otherworldly beings could be completely stopped. As for wanting to kill a Triple Sky Lord, not to mention Xiao Tian's current lack of strength, even if one had the strength to kill a Triple Sky Lord, there was no way to find a place right now, so this point had to be considered in the long run. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. The crowd had survived the dark turmoil for so long, and naturally none of them were cuties. They were also all very clear that in today's situation, the only best option was to do what Xiao Tian said. "God Xiao, we'll all listen to you." The crowd replied in unison. Xiao Tian nodded his head and then said, "Everyone take a rest, build up their strength, and prepare to leave Great Confucian City at any time." Under Xiao Tian's arrangement, everyone received their rations. Once you've eaten and drank your fill, you lean against the cottage wall and start to recuperate. It wasn't that Xiao Tian was unkind. The main villa was such a big place and there were so many people at the scene, there was really no extra room for them to rest. And now that there were still many other worldly beings roaming around in the Great Confucian City, it would definitely be impossible to avoid a fight when so many people acted together. That's why it's necessary to nurture your energy now. Taking advantage of the people's rest, Xiao Tian took Fatty Hai out to inspect the situation. The two gathered their breath, trying not to make a sound. Walking through the ruins of the city, Xiao Tian's mood was quite complicated. The city that used to be so prosperous never thought it would one day fall into ruins. After their group had withdrawn from this point on, the city of Daeju would be completely turned into a ghost city. Triple Sky Juggernaut. Xiao Tian clenched his right fist and tilted his head to the sky, muttering to himself. As a native of Daeju City, the anger in Xiao Tian's heart could be imagined when he saw his hometown turned into this state. No matter what, the three heavens sovereign must be eliminated. The time turned to evening. In the dark night sky, the 18 black holes emitted a faint blue light, like the devil's bloody mouth. What surprised Xiao Tian was that after nightfall, these otherworldly beings roaming around the city actually fixed in place at the same time and stopped their physiological activities. It's as if he's suddenly fallen into a deep sleep. Big brother, These otherworldly beings don't seem to be moving, Fatty Hai said in a small voice. I saw it. Xiao Tian nodded his head, but was thinking in his heart, could it be that these otherworldly beings, as soon as it's nighttime, stop moving? Chapter 120, What to do if someone is robbing. If the speculation was true, it would be tantamount to finding a solution to the otherworldly beings. During the daytime when the otherworldly beings are active, they seek out safe havens to hide, wait until the otherworldly beings stop moving at night, then strike to break them down one by one. The otherworldly beings themselves weren't too strong existences, and their physical defenses were very low, so in the case of losing their mobility, they were no different from living targets. Xiao Tian estimated that when it really came to this kind of thing, there was no need for the spirit beast warriors to even make a move, and an unusual hot weapon would be able to kill them. Go up and see. After observing the otherworldly beings in front of him from a distance and making sure that the other party had stopped moving, Xiao Tian then brought Fatty Hai closer to observe them. There was no reaction until the two approached the otherworldly being, standing still like a stone statue. Big brother, these otherworldly beings seem to have really stopped moving. Fatty Hai extended his hand and waved it in front of the otherworldly beings, saying with an excited expression. Xiao Tian nodded, then blasted out with a punch through the air, directly blasting this otherworldly being in front of him into pieces, though it is not known why the otherworldly beings stop moving at night, but that's all that needs to be known right now. Big brother, there's no time to lose. Since all these otherworldly beings are unable to move, let's clear out all of them now. Fatty Hai rubbed his fists together and had already pulled out a talisman from his pocket as he spoke. He's ready for the big time. However, Xiao Tian came at the back of the bastard's head. There are so many otherworldly beings in Daeju City, even if they are unable to act now, can you kill them? Fatty Hai was stunned, and on second thought it did seem to be the case. Moreover, in the black hole, new otherworldly beings appear every day. Even if we are able to clear out the otherworldly beings in the Great Confucian City, it's just drinking water to quench our thirst, and won't solve the fundamental problem. Xiao Tian raised his head to look at the 18 black holes above the sky. If you want to solve the underlying problem, you have to close the black hole before you can do it. However, at present, Xiao Tian was not clear on exactly how to close the black hole, and he could not find the figure of the Triple Heaven Sovereign. Go back first. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and brought Fatty Hai to quickly rush back to the villa and told the crowd about his discovery. When they heard that the otherworldly beings would stop moving at night, many people's first reaction was to join forces to purge the otherworldly beings. After all, the city of Daeju was their hometown, and no one would want to leave their homes if they didn't have to. However, after listening to Xiao Tian's explanation, the crowd had to give up this idea again. God Xiao is right. Even if all the otherworldly beings in Great Confucian City are cleared out, it won't solve the fundamental problem. It looks like we still need to get out of Daeju City. Really don't want to leave. The crowd was a bit gloomy and soulful, but Xiao Tian knew that now was not the time to grieve. They had to get out of here as soon as possible while the otherworldly beings stopped their activities. Now is a good time to shift. Under Xiao Tian's arrangement, the crowd began to carry the supplies. There were still quite a few supplies in the villa, but the city of Daeju was now nearly reduced to a waste. Not to mention an intact building, not even an intact car to be seen. Everything that could be seen was almost destroyed. But it was a good thing there were 3 large trucks parked inside the villa. At the beginning of the outbreak of the dark unrest, Xiao Tian was the one who led the men to drive these 3 trucks around to collect supplies. Although even if the trucks were filled with supplies, there would still be a lot of them left behind. But that was not a concern right now. The supplies were taken as far as they could be taken, and if they couldn't be taken, they had to be left here. After a half hour of feverish busyness, the crowd set off in a frenzy. All the otherworldly beings on the road stopped their activities, and since the otherworldly beings were attacking without distinguishing between enemy and friend, the mutant beasts in the city of Daeju were nearly slaughtered cleanly. Along the way, everything went well. However, the people were carrying provisions, and the trucks could not move at full speed, and it was obviously unlikely that they would be able to make it to Skydome City before dawn at that speed. Half an hour later, the truck then drove away from the city of Daeju and onto the highway. This is despite the fact that the various facilities of human civilization have been deprived of proper maintenance due to the dark unrest. However, because of the superior quality, the highway to Skydome City could pass smoothly for the time being. Moreover, there were only the 3 trucks of Xiao Tian and the others on the entire road, and no one else could be seen anymore. The time turned to dawn. The crowd was still some distance away from Heavenly Vault City, and under Xiao Tian's arrangement, the crowd intended to temporarily land at the next server. Along the way, even on the highway there were otherworldly beings everywhere. Once it was daytime and these otherworldly beings regained their mobility, they would be a terrifying force. Even though Xiao Tian had an army of darkness beings, he did not want to fight these otherworldly beings head-on, because while unusual enemies will get fewer and fewer, otherworldly beings will only get more and more. 3 trucks slowly pulled into the service area. The service area, which should be crowded, now looks incredibly desolate and run down. And the parking lot is even overgrown with weeds. The crowd had just parked the car when Xiao Tian suddenly whispered, "There's someone else here." When the crowd heard this, they all instantly perked up, their eyes vigilantly sweeping around. Is there a mutant beast hidden here? Just then, a slap suddenly sounded slowly from the server hall. Immediately after that, a group of people came out of the hall in an aggressive manner. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man in a suit. The middle-aged man walked towards Xiao Tian with a smile on his face while clapping. From the aura on his body, Xiao Tian was able to sense that the other party was also a spirit beast warrior. This brother is so keenly observant. We hit it so well, but I didn't expect it to still be discovered by you. The middle-aged man first gave Xiao Tian an approving glance. Then his words turned and he sneered. It's just a pity that it's already too late to find out even now. We'll take your supplies, and we'll take your lives as well. Behind the middle-aged man in suit, there were 13 other people, and these 13 people were all clear spirit beast warriors as well. At the same time as the middle-aged man in the suit spoke, he had already entered his animalistic state, obviously ready for battle. You guys are robbing? Yan Ruyu frowned and asked out loud. Isn't it obvious enough? The middle-aged suit man spread his hands and his smile grew wider and wider. We have stayed in this place for so long, and we didn't expect to meet you big fat sheep. It's really the old sky opening its eyes. Instead of continuing to listen to the other party's nonsense, Yan Ruyu gave Xiao Tian a strange look. Is this guy that brave? There were only 13 people on the other side, but there were nearly 100 people on their side. If Xiao Tian's army of dark beings was counted, it was nearly 1,000 people. Oh, it soon dawned on Yan Ruyu that no wonder the other party was so brave, because other than Xiao Tian and herself, the rest of the people were still in the car and had not come down yet. Just then, Fatty Hai jumped down from the wagon. After seeing a sweep of the scene, Fatty Hai understood what was happening. He went straight to the back of the 3 truck compartments, unlocked the locked doors, and proceeded to lean his back against the truck compartments, and reached out and tapped a few times. Brothers, someone has robbed us. What do you think? What should we do? The corners of Fatty Hai's mouth rose, revealing a very beaten expression as he slowly said, Chapter 121, We're Xia's men. After Fatty Hai finished speaking, a group of people in the carriage also cooperated and walked down. At first the man in the suit's expression was relatively calm, but after seeing 100 or so people standing in front of him like that in unison, the man in the suit's consciousness went into a trance. Big brother, there seems to be a lot of people on the other side. One of the juniors came up to the man in the suit and whispered, his voice trembling a little, and they're all spirit beast warriors. The other junior swallowed hard and stammered. The man in the suit was silent. He wanted to explode now. I thought I had met a big fat goat, but I ended up on the wrong end of a gun. Jesus Christ, you bully honest people. Big brother, wouldn't it be nice for us to talk things over and make peace? The man in the suit rubbed his hands together, changing his previous arrogance and instantly replacing it with a pleasing and flattering look. I still like that bratty look you had earlier. Fatty Hai skimmed his lips and said with a look of contempt, on your knees. Xiao Tian came close to the man in the suit with his hands behind his back and said in a commanding tone, don't you go too far. The man in the suit and the others all changed their faces slightly at the words. Beside him, a junior clenched his fist and suddenly whispered. Xiao Tian didn't say anything and only looked at the man lightly. After following Xiao Tian for such a long time, the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City had long known Xiao Tian's character. Soon 2 spirit beast warriors stepped out, simultaneously entering their beastly state and charging towards the unlucky egg. That unlucky man was instantly dumbfounded. He had never dreamed that he had incurred a killing curse just by spitting out a sentence. Big brother, help me. In desperation, the unlucky man rushed to the side of the man in the suit for help. I save you? Save your mom. Can't you see that there are nearly 100 people? I can't even save myself, so I'm still trying to save my own ass. The man in the suit's face changed slightly, and not only did he not speak up for this follower of his, but he also silently took a step backward. Seeing this scene, that unlucky person instantly turned ashen. He decided to fight to the death, but was quickly and forcefully suppressed on the spot. Watching their own people being put on the spot, the man in the suit and his followers were all silent as if they were mute. When they saw Xiao Tian's gaze looking over, the crowd simultaneously shook and all of them knelt down. Xiao Tian's character was such that but anyone who struck out at him was his enemy. He was never merciful when it came to his enemies. The moment these people had thoughts about themselves, they were already Xiao Tian's enemies. Xiao Tian did not make the first move to kill them, and just making them kneel was already merciful enough. To dare to speak out in question at this time is to seek death. Luckily, everyone in the Great Confucian City was following him, and there was no need for Xiao Tian to personally deal with anything like this. Who are all of you? Xiao Tian looked at the man in the suit and opened his mouth to ask. We are all homeless people who want to beg for food. Big brother, 1,000 mountains or love. Give a chance, okay? The man in the suit folded his hands on his chest and pleaded with a fawning face. If he hadn't seen this bastard's previous arrogant appearance, Xiao Tian might have really been fooled by the other party. Just as Xiao Tian was planning to continue asking something, there was a sudden sound of a car engine outside the service. Several white vans drove in unison from the service area entrance. Seeing this scene, the man in the suit immediately had a happy expression, but soon the bastard's head dropped back down. This series of changes in his expression, even though brief, was still caught in Xiao Tian's eyes. Xiao Tian kicked out. Who are you people? Better tell the truth. I'll give you one last chance. We're all Xia's people. The man in the suit shook his head inside. Brother Xia has asked us to hijack the incoming and outgoing caravans here and plunder their resources. Every once in a while Brother Xia will send someone to collect the resources, and in return he will give us some altered beast crystals. As for who Brother Xia is, I actually don't know. Xiao Tian had been observing the change in the expression of the man in the suit and was basically certain that the other party was not lying. So now here's the question. Who is this Xia? However, all of this didn't matter. Xiao Tian didn't have any involvement with the other party and didn't want to care about these things. Just then, the van stopped in front and two middle-aged men stepped out of it. When he saw the scene of the situation, he changed his expression slightly, and was busy getting into the car to flee the scene. Xiao Tian was quick with his hands and dodged and appeared in front of the two men before kicking out with force. With a loud bang, the front of the van along with the engine inside was instantly flattened by Xiao Tian. The two men trembled dramatically at the sight and rushed to get into another van. Xiao Tian didn't have any nonsense and lifted the van with both hands and threw it with force, directly throwing it out 10 meters away. The van hit the ground violently and eventually exploded right off the ground with a rumble. 2. What are you going to do? We are Xia's people. If you kill us, Xia will never let you go. The two looked at Xiao Tian and stammered. However, before Xiao Tian could reply, the two men's originally fearful faces were instantly filled with a viciousness. Immediately after that, both of them entered their animalistic state at the same time and slammed their fists towards Xiao Tian. A sneak attack? Xiao Tian laughed. He had seen this kind of underhanded little trick many times long ago. Chapter 122, Fish Death. You're not worthy? The face of the man on the left was changing at a rate visible to the naked eye. His features began to twist and distort like a melted wax statue, which was quite frightening at first glance. Immediately afterward, the man's facial muscles began to twitch and thump and swell, and his eyes gradually sunk out in a bizarre gesture. A few moments later, the man's original face was suddenly transformed into a hideous-looking chicken head. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and was slightly stunned. Until a certain level is reached, spirit beast warriors are only able to animalize part of their bodies. Most spirit beast warriors' bestialized parts were places like limbs and torsos. Yan Tian Shang, for example, could only bestialize his abdominal muscles and transform into a muscle titan. It was the first time Xiao Tian had seen that there were spirit beast warriors bestializing their heads, and I don't know if it was a coincidence, but this one just happened to be wearing black silk strappy pants, and with this hideous chicken head, it put Xiao Tian in a trance. Vaguely he seemed to see a forlorn deceased person. Just then, the chicken-headed man suddenly opened his sharp beak and made a move to attack. Having experienced so many life and death battles, and also having the experience of 2 lifetimes, Xiao Tian could tell the opponent's tactics at a glance. The opponent should be planning to unleash a sonic type of attack tactic on him. This type of spirit beast warrior was something he had encountered before he was reborn. Sound is perceived by most people as nothing more than a way to perceive the world far away, but few people realize that sound waves can also attack opponents. Before he was reborn, Xiao Tian had once met a spirit beast warrior who had awakened the power of the bat. This spirit beast warrior used a sonic attack right then and there, and the terrifying waves of sound were like invisible blades tearing everything apart. Since he had seen this type of spirit beast warrior fight, Xiao Tian was naturally aware of his opponent's weaknesses. This type of spirit beast warrior's biggest reliance was nothing more than sound, and as long as they didn't allow the other party to make a sound, there would be no threat whatsoever. Xiao Tian retrieved his thoughts and took advantage of the moment when the man had just opened his mouth to directly extend his hands and firmly hold the latter's upper and lower jaws. Then a hard yank. There was a rip. Blood and flesh splattered as the man's chicken beak along with the bloody meridians were hard ripped off by Xiao Tian. The man only felt a huge pain sweeping through his brain nerves from his face, and before he could let out a scream, his eyes doubled over and he fainted on the spot. Regarding this scene, Yen Ruyu and the others said that they had long been accustomed to it. Xiao Tian's attitude towards his enemies had always been like this, never showing any mercy, not to mention that the other party was attempting to sneak attack Xiao Tian, and if Xiao Tian's strength was not good, he could really fall in the gutter. Such a thing would be an unacceptable thing to put on anyone, and Xiao Tian just tore the other side's stinking mouth. Is God Sha cruel? The many spirit beast warriors in Deju City said that God Sha was still too merciful, But while the crowd in Daeju City took this in stride, the other unlucky one was instantly frozen in flaxen shock. The guy in front of me is the devil, right? Stiffly ripping his fellow man's stinking mouth off and being so cloudy about it. Spare me. If you kill me, Brother Xiao will definitely not spare you. The man looked at Xiao Tian and said, shivering, I hate being threatened. Xiao Tian flung his arm expressionlessly. Seeing this, the man's heart immediately sank, knowing that the other party was not going to let himself go. Since you insist on fish death, then neither one of us will have a good time. The man suddenly roared in anger. The clothes on his upper body were instantly torn to shreds, and the muscles on his body rapidly swelled up in an extremely exaggerated magnitude. It soon turned into a walking mountain of flesh. The man awakens to the power of the bullfrog. After entering the state of bestiality, the muscles of the entire body would be greatly increased, and both defense and strength would be greatly improved. Muscle fearless, with red eyes, the man destroyed his body and charged towards Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian did not even blink his eyes and casually threw out a slap. With a snap, it smashed the bastard's head right in. Fish out of water. Do you deserve it? Xiao Tian admitted that the other party's muscular body did look bluff, but it was a pity that the other party's level was too low. In the face of absolute strength, any means are just fancy. Only after resolving these two people did Xiao Tian reappear in front of the man in the suit. Seeing Xiao Tian's decisive killing, the man in the suit had been scared out of his wits. He did not continue to threaten Xiao Tian with the so-called Brother Xia. The other party even dared to kill Brother Xia's people. What else would he not dare to do? Leave me alone. Xiao Tian wrapped his hands around his chest and said indifferently, give me a reason to spare you. Reason? The man in the suit shuddered, and his brain began to run wild under the great desire to survive. After a moment, he suddenly brightened up and said excitedly, I can tell you about Brother Xia's stronghold. There are many resources coarsely stored in his stronghold. As long as you let me go, I can personally lead you there. Chapter 123, Fill the Ancient Tree of Darkness with Bacchus. Hearing the words of the man in the suit, Xiao Tian instantly narrowed his eyes. Supplies are always an essential key in a chaotic world, especially since they had just left from the city of Daeju. Many of their supplies had been forced to stay in the villa, and they didn't have many supplies with them. Although there won't be too much of a problem in a short period of time, these supplies will definitely not be enough to consume over time, and it's been a long time since the dark unrest broke out. At the very beginning, people could still go to the stores and supermarkets and sweep up, but now, basically all the supplies had been scraped up, and it was extremely difficult and time-consuming to recollect them. It does help a lot if you can find caches of supplies. Are you sure you know where the supplies are stashed? Xiao Tian stroked his chin and leaned down to stare straight at the man in the suit. The man in the suit was stared at by Xiao Tian and his scalp went numb, hurriedly nodding his head as if pounding garlic. 1,000 times true. I can swear to the heavens, if I dare to lie to you, I shall not die well. Xiao Tian nodded his head, then turned to look at everyone. Everyone, let's rest for a day first, and then we'll continue moving at night. Under Xiao Tian's arrangement, the crowd then temporarily landed at the server to recuperate. As the service area had been deserted for a long time, the facilities and everything were basically damaged. Even the electric circuit was completely broken. Many of the buildings were also rickety and looked like they were about to collapse at any moment. That's why the crowd chose to set up makeshift tents in the parking lot. By the time the crowd had set up their tents, it was already the time of the rising sun. Looking at the broken service area in front of him, Yan Tianshang lamented, how insignificant mankind is in front of the universe, losing the maintenance of mankind. The buildings that human civilization is proud of actually look so fragile. Pops, when did you become so sentimental? Yan Ruyu skimmed her lips and teased, that's not like your character. Yan Tianshang unscrewed the thermos cup in his hand, took a sip of tea inside. In the past, when I had money, my mind was focused on making more money, and since the outbreak of the dark turmoil, I don't have to continue to take care of the company, and I've just begun to feel the world again. It's just a pity that Speaking here, Yan Tianshang stopped talking. In the past, he was busy with his work every day as the group's boss. He is a successful entrepreneur in the eyes of outsiders, but how is he not an ordinary man wrapped up in life? He's only gradually begun to get a feel for life since the dark unrest broke out, only to have everything turned upside down. All he wanted to do now was stroll through the crowd scurrying streets and get a good feel for the people. This kind of thing, which used to seem like a small, insignificant thing, is now very difficult to realize anymore. Human nature may be such that what can be easily obtained will never be cherished. Other side, Xiao Tian leaned on the steps and was holding a piece of raw meat, chewing it while looking towards the rising sun. Brother Xiao Tian, a fragrant wind came by. Xiao Tian carried her small hands on her back and came to sit beside Xiao Tian with a smiling face. Is there something on your mind? Xiao Tian didn't say anything, but just silently moved his butt a little farther away. By Xiao Tian, The smile on by Xiao Tian's face froze, but as a former Dark Vanguard, this one was also truly shameless. He quickly readjusted himself and gave a heartless dry laugh before continuing to come closer to Xiao Tian. Brother Xiao Tian, do you have something on your mind? Bai Xiao Tian bent down and tilted her head, blinking her big watery eyes as she looked at Xiao Tian with a cute face. I do have something on my mind. I'm trying to think of the right reason to get you killed. Xiao Tian still couldn't figure out how the Dark Vanguard, who was so domineering in the beginning, had now turned into this ghostly appearance. Get some rest early. We have a long journey ahead of us tonight. After eating the fresh meat in his hands, Xiao Tian clapped his hands and got up to leave. In place, Bai Xiao Tian puffed up her cheeks in anger and looked at Xiao Tian's departing back with a sad face. Brother Xiao Tian, one day, people will definitely get your person and your heart. After leaving Bai Xiao Tian found Xin Xiulan. Xin Xiulan was behind the carriage, watering the dark ancient tree. The dark ancient tree was uprooted and shoved directly into the carriage because of its size. It was also because this one was too big and took up too much space, which led to the crowd having to give up a lot of resources. However, Xiao Tian did not blame the other party. After all, when the otherworldly beings swept through Deja City, it was thanks to this fellow blocking the forefront of the villa. Otherwise the villa would probably have fallen into ruin under the onslaught of otherworldly beings. My aunt, what the hell are you doing? Count on me. Please don't fill me with something weird. Xiao Tian had just arrived behind Xin Xiulan when he heard the wail of the dark ancient tree. What happened? Xiao Tian curiously came up and inquired. Hearing Xiao Tian's voice, the dark ancient tree was like seeing a life-saving straw and actually cried out with a wail like an aggrieved child. Xiao Tian, Xiao Yu. No, Xiao brother, Xiao father, let this female child away from me. I have shed blood for the organization. I have been injured for the organization. Even if there is no merit, there is also suffering. This little girl actually take me as an experiment. I am thirsty, let her pour some water for me. But she poured paraquat for me. Xiao Tian, pouring paraquat on the dark ancient tree. This kind of thing was probably only done by Xin Xiulan. Worthy of being a genius girl, she actually didn't forget to do experiments even at such a time. Greeting Xiao Tian's odd expression, Xin Xiulan first glared fiercely at the dark ancient tree before putting away the 100-herb blight in her hand. I'm just trying to understand the extremes of the dark ancient tree's growth, and if I can understand the principles involved, it might help me in my future research and development. Hearing Xin Xiulan's explanation, the dark ancient tree in the carriage crumbled even more. Dude is pouring his heart out to you, and you're really pouring your heart out to me. I am at least a dark ancient tree, but I am actually mixed up to the point of being doused with paraquat. Who is he looking for and who is he messing with? Is the dark ancient tree okay? After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian then asked out loud. It's fine. This guy's vitality is very tenacious. After all, it's a plant that grows in the dark forbidden ground. It's not an unusual weed. It's not so bad that it'll be poisoned to death by 100 grass blight. Xiao Tian nodded his head. Wrap it up. It's not the time for research yet. Just water the dark ancient tree. Don't continue to torture him. Okay. Xin Xiulan nodded. However, the heart did not give up on the idea of studying the dark ancient tree. As a plant, it was surprising that Bacchus Killer couldn't do anything to it. Next time switch to Dichlorvos and try again. Chapter 124. The gas pedal is pressed to the floor. Attack! The sun is rising. As the first rays of sunlight rescattered the earth, the otherworldly beings, who had been standing still, regained their power of action. What was the situation elsewhere Xiao Tian did not know for the moment, but the service area was already surrounded by otherworldly beings. After deciding to land in the service area, Xiao Tian had his people clear the neighborhood of otherworldly beings in advance. But these otherworldly beings seemed to be able to track the scent of living things. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the sun had risen, and no less than a dozen otherworldly beings had leaned over with stiff steps. And in the distance of the service area, there was a dense mass of otherworldly beings that were hissing and slowly approaching. The scene, at first glance, looks like the first scene of a zombie outbreak in a movie. Only the zombies in the movie are replaced with otherworldly beings. Big brother, it seems that we can't rest in this situation either. Fatty Hai opened his mouth as he stood beside Xiao Tian. The rest of them also came out of their tents, looking out over the army of otherworldly beings that were approaching from afar. When they were in the villa, they were still able to resist the onslaught of otherworldly beings with the villa's high-intensity defense. And outside the villa's courtyard, there's the dark ancient tree, a free hitter out of people. But the service area is clearly not equipped for this. Xiao Tian also had a bit of a headache, and had planned to get through the day and wait until night before moving to catch up while the otherworldly beings were still. Now it looks like there's only a change in strategy. Notify everyone. Pack up and let's get on the road now. Since staying in the service area would also be surrounded by otherworldly beings, it would be better to just get on the road and arrive at Skyvault City as soon as possible. Half an hour later, everyone was ready and rejoined the wagon. As for the man in the suit and others, Since there was no more room in the carriage, Xiao Tian directly had them tied to the roof of the car. Nima old with you out of your heart and lungs, but you did not treat me as a human being On the VIP open-air seat on the roof of the car, the man in the suit was tied up like a human-shaped dumpling. The high-grade suit fabric was wrinkled and distorted by the rope, and the powerful feeling of oppression made him about to lose his breath. Although the sun had risen, the air was extremely cold due to the cold snap. Just being tied to the roof of the car, the man in the suit was shivering from the cold. Later, when the car is moving, the oncoming cold wind will only become more intense. The man in the suit doesn't even know if he'll see Skydome City before he breathes his last. The crowd had just gotten on the bus when the otherworldly beings surrounded them. Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and stepped on the gas. The car's engine emitted a loud roaring sound, as if it were a runaway wild horse. It directly knocked the otherworldly beings that were blocking the forefront out of the way. The convoy is back on the road. The roads along the way were all densely packed with otherworldly beings. This terrifying number made even Xiao Tian feel his scalp go numb. Even though the otherworldly beings were not strong, it was still difficult to kill them in one move without knowing their weaknesses. Moreover, the otherworldly beings are numerous, and they are still not afraid of life and death. Even if a powerful spirit beast warrior was able to fight 1 against 100, it would be exhausted alive by the massive numbers of otherworldly beings. Luckily they still have the van for transportation. It would have been too costly to travel to Skydome City on foot. Click! Xiao Tian kicked the gas to the bottom, and the otherworldly beings along the way were knocked out, with all sorts of unknown liquids splattering all over the ground. Above the wagon, the man in the suit and the others despaired of a batch. These were knocked out of the unknown liquid. Spattered thieves gibbering high, as if pear blossom rainstorm from the sky, hectares spread on them. Vomit! The man in the suit was instantly sloshed with this liquid. He frowned slightly and subconsciously took a deep breath before smelling a monstrous stench. What the is this? Why does it smell like a rural dry toilet? Vomit, I can't take it anymore. What the hell is going on? That asshole isn't spraying us with poop water, is he? Vomit! You threw up on me. Don't throw up on me. The rest of the man in the suit's men crumbled as well. Many people had vomited because they couldn't stand the huge stench. The scene was a mess. The yellows and greens were mixed together so that it was no longer possible to tell exactly what it was. They had no idea what was going on because they were strapped to the top of the wagon with their backs to the sky. So the consensus was that Xiao Tian was throwing poop at them. Wanted to die. Xiao Tian, who was in the driver's seat, was naturally not aware of what kind of spectacular scene was happening on the roof of the car. The vehicle still continued to move forward. Unknown liquids flew all over the sky, and one after another, many otherworldly beings were knocked out. Soon the sturdy front fender had many dents knocked out of it. It was even broken in places. There are also those who can give birth to a tiger's head and repel incoming enemies with the roar of 100 kings. Thanks for the day. Xiao Tian estimated that by the time they had successfully arrived in Skydome City, these trucks should have been basically scrapped. Fortunately, along the way did not encounter a large-scale wave of otherworldly beings, or even if the gas pedal to the end is also difficult to break out of the encirclement. This went on for most of the day. Finally, just at the moment of dusk, the crowd finally arrived at the highway exit. The 3 big characters of Skydome City also clearly surfaced in front of the crowd. Skydome City has finally arrived.